Family, I just thought I was invincible, and the next second I was taken out. He originally wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, but instead stumbled upon a battle between immortals and was discovered. It turns out he was reborn from a corporate slave into a baby, still possessing the abilities of a person from his homeland, and then encountered the Spirit Hall's mission to awaken the child's martial spirit. This world is too thrilling. Let me tell you, one second I thought I was invincible, and the next second I was taken out. At that time, I was hiding behind a big tree, not daring to breathe. Family, who understands? I originally wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, but the scene turned out to be a battle between immortals. That guy surrounded by black mist suddenly turned his head toward me and ominously said, "Since you're here, come out and show yourself." Goodness, my heart almost stopped. How'd he find me? My stealth skills are maxed out. Sigh, this story needs to start from the beginning. Let me tell you, I just had an incredibly awesome dream. In the dream, I was that famous person from my homeland, you know? The one who loves drinking milk and can shoot lasers from his eyes like a superhuman plus version. In the dream, I had to let loose, and just as I was about to see if my heat ray could roast sweet potatoes, suddenly, a big guy in all black whoosh flew over and knocked me out with a punch. At that moment, I felt like my head shattered like a big watermelon, juice splattering everywhere. When I regained consciousness, family, who understands? The next second, I felt like I was in a wet and slippery tunnel, rushing forward like a flesh-colored submarine. There was a woman screaming around me. Her cries were heart-wrenching. I was still wondering what's going on. Whose sewer is so noisy? As I exerted myself, the front suddenly brightened, and then I was picked up by someone. Yes, you guessed it right, a top corporate slave was reborn as a baby in need of care. But let me tell you, the start of this life is pretty good. My new dad and mom treat me like a treasure, calling me my little ancestor every day. The key is I finally have a mom in this life. This feeling is like a heavenly gift for me, who was left behind in an orphanage in my previous life. Days passed, and I slowly grew up, but then I noticed that things started to feel off. My appearance, with dark golden hair and blue eyes, looked just like a white child, completely out of place with my pure Asian parents. Plus, my body, despite being only a few years old, had muscle definition like a fitness coach. My cheap dad and mom would mutter every day about how I seemed so mature, like a little old man, never mingling with the village kids still playing in the mud, always helping out home. Of course, my mental age is almost 30. I can't compete with them in who can pee farther, can I? The most crucial thing is I discovered that I seem to have brought over the abilities of that person from my dream. Super hearing, super vision, an indestructible body, and that endless strength. It was like I had activated a physical cheat, you know what I mean? Purely a stats monster. That night, I was taking a bath with my dad, and while scrubbing my back, he suddenly gave me a heartfelt speech about fatherly love like a mountain. Landslide. He earnestly patted my head and said, "Azu, you're so handsome. If you don't marry 10 or 8 wives in the future, it would be a waste of your talent." Whoa, I was shocked. Dad, you're impressive. Your thinking is ahead of its time. But to be honest, he really struck a chord with me. Living a second life, with monstrous physical abilities, my desires in that regard are ridiculously strong. I've been holding back for a long time, just waiting for his words. But the problem is, in our little mountain village, there isn't even a signal. Where am I supposed to find so many beautiful girls? The village girls are still catching butterflies. There's no way to make a move. Just when I was bored, helping an old man in the village carry wood, my radar-like ears suddenly caught a call for help from a few kilometers away. And it was a girl's voice. I instantly perked up, using my supervision to take a look. Goodness. A stunning beauty with furry animal ears and a fluffy tail was being chased by a thin old man who looked like Voldemort. Those ears. That tail. Oh my goodness, isn't this just perfect timing? This is simply a match made in heaven. I immediately threw down the wood, feeling excited. Don't be afraid, your superhero boyfriend is on the way. I bit my legs slightly and whoosh, I flew out like a firecracker, leaving a big pit on the ground. But when I rushed the scene, I was dumbfounded. There wasn't just that Voldemort guy, there was also a golden, light-emitting big guy, and another, the one I mentioned at the beginning, surrounded by black mist, looking like a ghost. These three were fighting fiercely, with effects flying everywhere. Seeing the scene, I thought, well, the hero saving beauty script isn't going to work out, and I might end up sacrificing myself. I quickly found a big tree to hide behind, wanted to secretly observe what kind of fantasy world this was. But I was too young. That shadowy guy seemed to have radar and instantly discovered me. And so, we had that opening scene. I was dragged out, forced to raise my hands, and walked out with a forced smile. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. I was just passing by to watch the fun. That shadowy guy looked me up and down, his eyes signaling something's off with you. Suddenly, he exerted an invisible pressure on me, and all my body hair stood on end. With monster-like reflexes, I dodged to the side at the last second. At this moment, that shadowy guy's eyes widened. He must have been thinking, this kid has no energy fluctuations at all, yet he managed to dodge my soul power pressure? What kind of monster is he? Little ghost, the spirit hall is doing business. What are you doing here? His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper grinding on bones, sending chills down my spine. Spirit hall? What's that? It sounds somewhat familiar, but I can't recall. My brain was racing as I quickly distanced myself from the situation. I'm just here to buy soy sauce. I'm leaving now. See you later. As I was about to sneak away, he whoosh appeared in front of me, blocking my path. My heart sank. It was over. I probably wouldn't be able to escape today. I could only force a smile. Uncle, is there something else? He probably noticed I was about to wet my pants and asked me my name. I quickly thought and said, my name is Mountain Chicken. Mountain for the mountain, chicken for the chicken. He nodded, seemingly believing me, and finally tossed out, we will meet again. Then whoosh, he vanished into a cloud of black smoke along with the fur-eared siblings and the big guy. The entire forest instantly fell silent. I collapsed on the ground, my heart still racing. Goodness, this world is too exciting. I didn't become a hero and almost became the protagonist of today's legal affairs. But speaking of which, that fur-eared girl is really beautiful. From that day on, I felt like I had lost my soul, having no appetite for meals, my mind full of that girl's fluffy ears and tail. My cheap mom thought I was sick, making me delicious food every day. My dad, on the other hand, had a knowing smirk, probably thinking I was experiencing youthful infatuation. He wasn't wrong. Just as I was staring blankly at the bowl of rice, contemplating life, my cheap old man kicked the door open with a bang and rushed in, looking like he was being chased by a dog. He dropped his farming tools and shouted at me, "Stop daydreaming, you little brat. Hurry up, grab all the baskets and backpacks in the house, and come with me." My mom looked confused and asked, "What are you doing?" While shoving a large backpack into my arms, my dad hurriedly said, "There's no time to explain. Hurry." I was puzzled at the urgency. What was going on? But guess what? My dad's expression was as if he had just won 5 million. He lowered his voice and said to me, "Good heavens, there's a windfall. A group of people is preaching at the village entrance, giving out rice and flour enough for everyone." Preaching? My first thought was that these people must have bad intentions. They were either trying to scam rice or scam people. Is there really such a good thing in this day and age? When we got to the village entrance, though, I was surprised to see the villagers looking cheerful, lining up to receive the goods, and the order was impeccable. Those preachers kept shouting slogans about enlightenment and angelic spirits, which made me yawn. I was just there for the free food and maybe to catch a ride out of this remote valley. Let me tell you, until those 3 words popped out, Spirit Hall. Goodness, my DNA reacted instantly. The words of that creepy uncle from last night echoed in my mind. We will meet again. I swear, family, who understands this? My PTSD was about to kick in. I instinctively exclaimed, "Huh?" And all eyes in the village turned to me. A young preacher, smiling like a human solar panel, walked straight over to me, muttering, "That's right, it's the Spirit Hall." He came over and grabbed my wrist. I wondered what he was doing. Was he reading my palm? After he squeezed it, he nodded and said, "No problem with the age," then shouted to the entire village, "Villagers, we from the Spirit Hall are here to help the village children awaken their spirits. For those with good potential, we'll cover everything free schooling to become spirit masters." As soon as the words spirit masters were uttered, the entire village erupted. My father was so excited that his face turned red, but my heart sank for a moment. Martial soul? Soul master? Why does it feel so intense? What's worse is that after the missionary calmed the villagers down, he actually started asking one by one, "Excuse me, is there a child in the village named Shanji?" At that moment, I thought to myself, here they come. They're indeed coming for me. After receiving the rice and flour, I tentatively asked my dad on the way home, "Dad, what is a martial soul?" My dad, who usually talks faster than a machine gun, suddenly got stuck and didn't say a word for a long time. When we reached a big tree, he put down the load and suddenly became emo. He told me that he and my mom actually came from the city because both of their martial souls were too weak to survive out there, so they ran to this small place to live a peaceful life. He always felt that since he had no talent, his son would surely be the same. So he never thought I would have the chance to encounter this. As he spoke, he felt guilty and finally patted my shoulder, saying, "Azu, Dad is useless. I can't hold you back. You are better than me. You will definitely awaken an amazing martial soul." Well, now this is good. My plan to venture out of the village has officially received recognition. When we got home, my mom was initially quite happy to see so much rice and flour. But when she heard I was going to awaken my martial soul, the smile on her face immediately froze. But my dad was already excited. dragging me towards the village entrance, saying this opportunity must not be missed. The scene was packed with people. Everyone in the village came. The kids in front of me awakened martial souls that were either sickles or dogtail grass, and the best one only had a soul power of 2 levels. The missionary recording, it almost had a face like a withered chrysanthemum. He kept glancing at me while recording, his eyes full of drama, making me a bit nervous. Finally, it was my turn. The focus of the entire audience, the hope of the village, the key observation target of the martial soul hall. The tester placed a hand on my shoulder, and I felt a warm current rush in. Then, my whole body began to glow, faintly, like a small night light. And the result? Nothing at all. Just pure air, family, who understands, just pure air. I didn't even see the shadow of a martial soul. My dad's face immediately fell. The few missionaries huddled together whispering. It looked like a martial soul, but couldn't tell which part it was. Don't tell me the quality is too low to manifest. In the end, they probably got lazy with the research and directly took the drastic step. Every child, regardless of whether they have a martial soul, was taken away. The Martial Soul Hall covered everything, going to Martial Soul City for school and later assigned jobs. Wow, isn't this a script where one person achieves enlightenment and the whole village ascends? The village was completely in an uproar, just like the new year. I was also puzzled. What is the Martial Soul Hall after? A nurturing system focused on companionship? But looking at their strength, it wasn't necessary to fool us poor folks. That night when we got home, my dad was as happy as a child, announcing his full support for me to go to Martial Soul City. But my mom didn't say a word the whole time. Her eyes filled with sadness and reluctance. After dinner, my dad sent me back to my room to rest. I leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside. The living room was dead silent. Then I heard my mom suppress crying. I don't want him to go, to become a soul master. I know. My dad's voice was particularly gentle. Do you think I want him to leave? But we can't be so selfish. This child's heart has long been away from this small village. But he is my son. But he is also a man now. I lay on my bed, listening to their conversation, feeling a mix of emotions. Early the next morning, my dad burst into my room, holding a large package containing clean clothes, jerky, pocket money, and even a little formal outfit, saying it was for my date. I told him that everything on the road was covered, no need for money. But my dad said very seriously, what others have is theirs. What you have is what truly belongs to you. Are you going to kneel and beg if they don't give it to you? Those words struck a chord with me. Then he changed to a cheeky expression and leaned in to say, son, for the world to become a better place. You must spread our excellent genes on this trip. The more, the better. I couldn't hold it in and saluted him, saying, I guarantee, to complete the mission. When it was time to say goodbye, my mom hugged me and cried, saying only if anything happens, just run back home. I felt a lump in my throat and could only nod seriously. I got on the carriage, bouncing along the way, attending classes, more exhausting than preparing for my college entrance exam in my previous life. After several days of this, the convoy finally stopped to rest in a place called Nottingham. The missionary who had previously read my fortune called me over again, saying he hadn't tested my innate soul power yet and would do it today. I was brought to a carriage where several missionaries were gathered around a crystal ball, treating it like a national treasure. I placed my hand on it, feeling a bit of anticipation. Guess what happened? The ball didn't light up at all. It didn't even emit a sound. One of the missionaries awkwardly picked up the ball and tried it himself, and it lit up. He put the ball down and patted my head as if comforting someone with a disability. Innate soul power. Level 0. It's okay, kid. Under the protection of the angelic deity, you still have a bright future. What can I do? I can only nod and pretend to be hurt as I got out of the car. From that moment on, the way they looked at me completely changed. From a key focus to just a tag-along burden. When we arrived in Nottingham, a steward named Su Yuntao came out to greet us. He chatted with the leader of our convoy, and I could hear everything clearly. They were still worried about not finding that genius. Su Yuntao glanced at our group as qualifications and shook his head, saying that bringing us back would be useless. Just as he was saying this, the convoy suddenly stopped. Goodness, another convoy was approaching from the opposite direction. The spectacle was impressive, with knights in golden helmets and silver armor leading the way, followed by 2 blonde young men on white horses, dressed in a way that was nothing short of magnificent. They were clearly royal nobility. The group of missionaries from the Spirit Hall City over here have their eyes on the top of their heads and clearly have no intention of making way. They faced each other head on, neither side willing to yield, with both sides emphasizing that they couldn't lose momentum. In the end, it was Su Yuntao, the local, who backed down and hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince and Prince Xueping. The prince named Xueping didn't even glance at him, just kept picking at his nails, looking like a foolish son of a landlord who couldn't hold his own. However, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe had some degree of grace. Just as he was about to speak, a greasy middle-aged man rushed out from the carriage behind him, pointing at us and shouting, "His Majesty sent you to preach. Not to disrespect the royal family. Armed and ready, are you trying to rebel?" Turns out he was a prince called Xue Xing. Su Yuntao's face turned pale. And even though our side was tough, we could only reluctantly make way. Prince Xue Xing was relentless, insisting on asking what our caravan was doing. Su Yuntao said it was an internal church matter, which made him furious. He waved his hand. "Search them." His knights rushed up, using long spears to lift the curtains of the carriages, only to find a group of country kids and villagers huddled in the corners, trembling. Now it was Prince Xue Xing who was confused, scratching his head and asking, "What is going on here?" Su Yuntao explained that they were pilgrims. Upon hearing this, the prince immediately found a handle to grasp, sneering. "Oh, I've heard that there are always people fleeing to Spirit Hall City. So it turns out you're digging at the corners of our Tiendo Empire, plundering the population." This accusation was way too big, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, who had been mostly silent, looked at this scene and let out a gentle sigh. Then he spoke up, saying that when he talked, it sounded like he was softening things, but every word hit the key point. He advised his royal uncle not to be angry, saying that the Spirit Hall's preaching was approved by the Father Emperor, and it wasn't a big deal. Good heavens! This stirred up a hornet's nest. Prince Xue Xing exploded directly, pointing at our people and asking, "Tell me, will they be surnamed Xue or Spirit Hall in the future?" The scene was simply outrageous. Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall had a smile on his face that looked more like a cry, hurriedly saying, "They must be citizens of the Empire." Prince Xue Xing had been waiting for this sentence, waving his hand. "All right, since they are citizens of the Empire, then this prince will take them." At that moment, I felt like it was all over. The faces of those guys from the Spirit Hall in the car turned green. It was clearly a public slap in the face, a warning for us. Who understands family? My carefully planned career roadmap was completely ruined by this guy's words. I was thinking, what use does he have for us? He probably just wanted to teach the Spirit Hall a lesson, and then would treat us like garbage. Sure enough, those guys from the Spirit Hall didn't dare to say a word and left in disgrace. The prince vented his anger and didn't even bother to look at us, just casually said to throw us somewhere and dismissed us. What happened next was even worse. We were taken to a checkpoint, like we were being divided up like pork. The older and stronger ones were directly sent off to military service to build the Great Wall. As for us younger ones, it was even worse. We were sent to the royal villa in Notting City to be little servants. When it was my turn, the soldier who was registering us stared at me for a long time, then looked at the roster, his eyes nearly popping out, and pointed at me asking, "How old the hell is this?" Another one said, "He reported it himself. No one here is going to check his bones." A knight came over, sizing me up from head to toe, looking at me like I was a monster. "Kid, do you think this is funny?" What could I do? I could only say, "Big brother, I really am this old." They didn't believe me and even went to ask people in the village. After confirming, the knight asked me about my innate spirit power. Level 0. I told the truth. His expression was like he had heard a huge joke, and, in the end, he dismissively waved his hand. "Looks okay, send him to the royal villa." Just like that, we, a group of kids, were taken away crying, forcibly separated from our parents. Watching this scene, I felt quite uncomfortable inside. There was a kid crying particularly hard, and one soldier got annoyed and went over to hit him. I was furious at that moment and glared at him sideways. That guy turned around, saw my expression, and hey, he got angry, thinking, "You little brat dare to glare at me?" He picked up the whip at his waist and was about to strike me. I was just holding my neck up and said, "Come on." At that moment, a voice shouted, "Stop." It was like something out of a movie. As soon as I heard that voice, I knew it was a familiar face, the Crown Prince of Tiendo, Xue Qinghe. I tell you, at that moment, I felt all the hairs on my body stand on end. I saw him riding on a horse, and with just a slight lift of his 2 fingers, a whip of energy instantly struck the soldier on his chin. The soldier let out a terrible scream and flew far away, but when he got up and looked, he was completely fine, just crying out in pain. A master. This is definitely a master. Xue Qinghe glanced coldly at him and said, "Get lost." Then he left our group of kids behind, pointing at me and saying, "You, come with me." Well, this is great. I've gone from a reserve talent to being the prince's personal attendant. He took me into his room, and his princess sister lingered for a while before leaving. Then, the main event began. He started to interrogate me. He asked me what my relationship with the Spirit Hall was, and I directly poured myself a cup of tea, gulped it down, and burped, saying, "As for the relationship, it hasn't happened yet." Goodness, this guy's mind works really fast. in just a few words. He figured out that we weren't going to a nearby branch hall, but were going straight to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. He immediately labeled me commercial spy. I can't explain it clearly. I can only shrug. In the end, he made the decision, saying he needed to investigate thoroughly, and until that was done, I had to work for him. I protested, saying this is a legal detention of a free citizen. And guess what he said? He sneered and said, born in an empire. Do you still have a right to talk about freedom? The strangest thing, you know? I said, with the empire doing this, it's no wonder people are running to the Martial Soul City. Not only did he not get angry, but he also had a look of agreement, lamenting that if the two great empires didn't change, they would eventually perish. I was puzzled at that moment. Who are you, buddy? You're the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. What are you so proud of? Are you even aware? Anyway, in the end, I really became his servant, with food and lodging provided, and life was quite leisurely. Until the next evening, I was lying in the yard basking in the sun when I suddenly felt a familiar presence in the sky. I looked up and damn, it was that dark shadowy figure again. He was actually hovering above the royal villa. After a while, Schwetchingher returned, and when he saw me looking up, he glanced at the sky too, frowning as if he sensed something. He casually found a reason, saying I had wrinkled his blanket, and threw a money pouch at my face, telling me to get out and buy a new one. Damn, this prince is really generous. I grabbed the money and hurriedly ran out, finally able to get some fresh air. As soon as I reached the door, I felt something was off. I turned around and wow, that dark, ghostly figure was standing in the Zweeking's house, respectfully calling out to him. Young master, my CPU just burned out on the spot. The crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire is actually the young master of the Spirit Hall. This amount of information is simply explosive. I hurriedly leaned against the door to eavesdrop. That ghostly figure, later I learned he was called Gueme, claimed he was sent by the Pope to find a boy, and unexpectedly, that boy was right here. When Schwetchingher heard this, he was stunned and asked, so it's him? They were talking about me. Schwetchingher even mocked me. Saying my name on the roster showed my innate soul power was level 0, just a waste. But Gueme insisted on taking me away. Then, I heard the most explosive conversation. Schwetchingher directly refused, saying, you can't take this person away. I want to keep him. I have use for him. Gueme may try to persuade him, but Schwetchingher simply said, if she wants to ask, just tell her, because I want to. So domineering, too domineering. This is not a prince, this is simply a queen. Gueme had no choice but to leave. Before he left, he specifically came to find me, insisting that I was hiding my strength and was a Title Douluos who had lived for hundreds of years, urging me to join the Spirit Hall. He even said that by joining the Spirit Hall, I could enjoy the protection of the angel god. I was completely thrown off by this. What is this? The protection of the angel god? Everyone, this organization is too advanced, right? They're promoting a cyber bodhisattva, right? I quickly brushed him off. After sending off this great deity, I turned around and saw a servant preparing bathwater for Schwetchingher. I thought to myself, this guy's cleanliness obsession is really serious. With a hot spring available, he still insists on bathing indoors. I was about to sneak away to avoid getting a needle mark when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of him glowing with golden light. Then, let me tell you, that image I will never forget in my life. He looked like a melted wax figure, his outer shell peeling away to reveal an absolutely stunning beauty with long hair down to her waist and an incredible figure. I was petrified at that moment, staring intently at the key parts, confirming repeatedly that there was absolutely no holy sword. Absolutely none. That waist, those legs, that hips. My God, she had turned out was her. I was completely entranced at that moment, picked up his money pouch, and took a deep breath. Oh, that refreshing fragrance. Your Highness, no, Your Majesty. Please forgive me for all my previous disrespect. Walking down the street, I was so anxious my mind was filled with the scene from earlier. A thought burst out crazily. There must be brothels and such places around here, right? As soon as this thought emerged, two voices immediately rang out in my head. One voice was shouting madly, hurry, find me a woman. Your little brother is suffering too much. You worthless fool. But the other voice, let me tell you, that was the last remnant of rationality in my brain, immediately jumped out to scold. Can you have some ambition? You've crossed over and are still thinking about going to a brothel to solve problems? Is that all you aspire to in this life? Good heavens. These two voices directly held a debate in my head, and guess what? Rationality actually won. I thought about it, after all. I've seen stunning people like the little fox and Schwetchingher. How could I settle for dealing with those mediocre beauties? For the first time, I had to at least have someone of status, right? So, I started planning in my mind. If Schwetchingher, this girl, showed mercy and let me go, then I would pretend I saw nothing and directly flash to the Spirit Hall, ally with the angel god. With my skills, Wouldn't I be able to chase after the little fox and reach the peak of life in no time? But if she doesn't let me go. Hee, then I'm sorry. Her curvy and perky figure is already played in my mind in 720-degree surround sound, and I can't delete it. The close water tower gets the moon first, you know? This opportunity must be seized. Early the next morning, someone came to knock on the door, saying Schwetchingha was looking for me. As soon as I entered the room, she didn't say a word of greeting and directly asked, "What is your soul power level?" I shrugged my shoulders and said candidly, "Innate soul power level 0, just an ordinary waste, just as you said." She stared at me, her gaze like an X-ray. "You're quite honest. But I have a question. If you really are a waste, how did you dodge my earlier attack?" "Huh? What did you say?" I didn't understand. I immediately switched to playing dumb. The next second, she flicked her finger, and I thought, oh no, here it comes again. Same formula, same taste. But this time the target switched from that unfortunate soldier to me. Let me tell you, my instinctive reaction was to dodge. And I moved so fast that I scared myself. But then I thought, hey wait, I need to act. So I forcefully hit the brakes, took the hit solidly, and then howled as I fell to the ground. As a result, she snorted coldly, her eyes full of "Do you think I'm blind? Stop pretending, get up." Hee, you've seen through me. I sprang up like a carp, with no embarrassment on my face at all. She looked at my chin, which had no red mark, and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" "Because I'm not afraid," I replied proudly. "Why aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid is just not afraid, there's no why." Her eyes suddenly sharpened. "So, you're laying your cards on the table? You've already sensed my attack. And before, when that Title Douluos came, you noticed him too, right? I'm curious. What else do you know?" As soon as I heard that tone, I thought, well, this is going to escalate. I figured, since she is also from the Spirit Hall, if I reveal my identity and pledge my loyalty, she wouldn't really go as far as to get rid of me, right? Of course. I absolutely couldn't mention the incident of peeking at her while she was bathing. So, I took a deep breath, looked into her eyes, and said, word by word, "I also know that you are the young master of the Spirit Hall." As soon as I finished speaking, I clearly heard her heartbeat, which suddenly skyrocketed to 180. Her beautiful face instantly turned pale, and her gaze was locked onto me as if she wanted to pierce 2 holes in me. "Do you know that this sentence could cost you your life?" Her voice trembled slightly. I knew that with just a thought, the guy called Bloodstinger could jump out from the shadows and turn me into mincemeat. But I bet she wouldn't dare. I stared at her and said, "I don't know," because I knew that the Spirit Hall worshipped the angel god, who is the deity that dispels darkness and saves the living. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, you have no reason to kill an innocent person. Or are you going to betray your god? As soon as I said this, I could feel her heartbeat steadying. It seemed that the big hat of betraying the deity was quite effective for her. "If you're truly innocent, I won't." Her tone returned to calm, and she even poured me a cup of tea, gesturing for me to sit down. This treatment left me a bit flattered. "Come on, tell me. Who are you and what is your purpose? Convince me, don't make me take action," she said slowly after taking a sip of tea. I immediately put on the most sincere expression. "I'm just a poor country boy with no real purpose. If I had to say one, it would be world peace and a harem." Schwetchingha's mouth twitched at this, probably thinking that the gap between these 2 goals is a bit too big. She shook her head. "This doesn't explain your abilities. Ordinary people can't perceive a Title Douluos. I'm being open and honest with you now, so don't hide anything." Open and honest? I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. "Sister, you're still wearing a layer of skin while talking to me, and you call this open and honest? True openness and honesty would mean us getting naked and soaking in a hot spring together, taking turns scrubbing each other's backs, right?" Of course, I couldn't say that out loud. It's truly my extraordinary talent. To put it simply, I have great strength, tough skin, sharp eyesight, and keen hearing. Are you satisfied now? Your choice of words is quite humble. Schwetchingha suddenly laughed. You can't achieve much with just that. But that's really me. I got fed up with the questions and decided to turn the tables. By the way, what exactly are soul masters and soul power? Schwetchingha fell silent for a moment and, confirming that I wasn't joking, began to educate me. Soul power is a special type of energy, and a soul master is someone who uses this energy, holding a transcendent status. As for innate soul power, it determines your cultivation aptitude and speed. The higher the level, the faster you level up, understand? Got it. I nodded and curiously asked, what about you? What is your innate soul power? She hesitated for a moment before saying, level 220. Oh, I nodded. That's indeed impressive, equivalent to 20 of me. Wrong. She corrected me with a straight face. It's an infinite number of you, because 0 multiplied by any number equals 0. Wow, that's pure nonsense. I awkwardly laughed twice. All right, I know I'm useless. No need to emphasize it. Seeing her staring at me in a daze, I sighed. You still don't believe me, do you? No, I've decided to believe you. This caught me off guard. Is it true or not? She said slowly, we have plenty of time. You can't deceive me forever. What do you mean? From the tone of your voice, are you planning to support me for a lifetime? Schwetchinga thought for a moment and said, I take back what I said. I can't let you go. You know a secret you shouldn't know. But I won't kill you. I'll give you two choices. In situations like this, there's usually only one choice, I retorted. First, I could put you under house arrest, providing you with good food and drink until I finish my big task. How old am I to be enjoying my remaining years? That is not appropriate, right? So there's a second choice. She looked at me with burning eyes, pledging her loyalty to me, Yinzu. Become my right-hand person and participate in my cause. Even if you're considered useless by others, I will uncover your potential. I was so happy inside. It was like a nap came just in time with a pillow. But I still had to put on a face of tough decision-making. She saw my hesitation and added, what concerns do you have? I can help you with them. For example, your parents? I frowned. Are you threatening me? Let me tell you, anything can be discussed, but using my parents as leverage is a big mistake. Oh, look how anxious you are. She actually laughed, and there was a hint of envy and loneliness in that smile. I didn't expect that she was still a dutiful child. I didn't mean to threaten you. I just think it would be better for them to move to Spirit City, which would be beneficial for you. Fine. Since we've come this far, I won't pretend anymore. I'm not someone who likes to be forced into making choices. I cleared my throat, but I also acknowledge the angelic spirit. So, I'll partner with you. Partner? Huh. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at me. All right, I accept. From today on, you are mine. I silently thought to myself, from now on, you are also mine. She clapped her hands, and a remarkably ugly guy emerged from the shadows. I had noticed him long ago. At first, I thought he was some kind of alien, but it turned out he was a person. Let me introduce you. This is Tsishua, a Title Douluos known as Spiny Porcupine. Title Douluos? I looked at this guy covered in spikes and thought to myself, that nickname is really fitting. Then this new colleague spoke up, filled with hostility. Kid, if it weren't for the young master's insistence, you would have been dead by now. From now on, serve the young master well, or I'll make your life worse than death. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. You're all working for the big sister. So what are you pretending to be a big shot for? I mimicked his posture and lifted my chin. Then you should thank the young master for his persistence. Otherwise, you would have been long gone. What did you say? The spikes on C.I. Shue's body stood on end. Schwetchinga couldn't help but laugh out loud. I quickly dodged to her side and peeked out. Oh dear, I'm so scared. The prince is still here with her in charge. What are you so proud of? All right, Schwetchinga mediated. Uncle C.I., you should say less. Yinzu, tone it down. This is a senior. C.I. Shue snorted and retreated back into the shadows. Don't you want your hand anymore? Schwetchinga disdainfully swatted my hand off her shoulder. I playfully retorted, it's all his fault for looking so terrifying. A cold snort came from the corner. If you're scared, then don't provoke him. He might poison you later, and I can't help you with that. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid. After all, I'm yours. I quickly pledged my loyalty. Schwetchinga shuddered at my cheesiness and waved her hand. All right, go away. Take this. If something comes up, I'll call you. She tossed over something that looked like a bracelet. What is this? It's a soul guide. It can transmit sound. I muttered to myself while putting it on. It feels like a little genius phone watch. When I reached the door, I turned back and asked, can I go out now? Yes, she replied without looking up from her paperwork. The house arrest was lifted. I felt so relieved. I originally wanted to ask her when she would have time to teach me how to cultivate, but seeing her workaholic demeanor, I decided against it. It didn't matter. With my eyes, she had no secrets in front of me anyway. Leaving the courtyard, I headed straight to the Great Soul Arena in Notting City. The last time I was out, I noticed this place, which looked like a gladiatorial arena. But when I went in, I was utterly disappointed. Those soul masters that were hyped up seemed to me like a bunch of weaklings. Their movements were slow, and their destructive power was weak. I felt I could knock out an entire team with just one punch. It wasn't interesting, so I went to inquire about the location of the soul-hunting forest. When I reached the entrance, I was stopped by a guard who said I needed a hand order. Just then, a scruffy middle-aged man came over with a little boy and advised me, "Kid, it's dangerous in there. Let your adult come with you." After saying that, he turned to the little boy beside him and said, "Let's go, Xiao-san." I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao-san? Who understands family names? It's 2025, and there are still people with that name? The little boy shot me a cold glare. I ignored them and turned to the guard. Is it really impossible without a warrant? It's really impossible. I took out a few gold soul coins. The guard's eyebrows twitched. I took out a few more. The corners of his mouth moved. I pulled out a handful this time. That should do it, right? Young master, please come in. The guard smiled like a blooming flower. As soon as I entered the forest, I began a killing spree. I killed a wolf, and a yellow circle appeared above its corpse. When I touched it, that thing shot straight into my body. Let me tell you, it felt just like slurping jelly, incredibly smooth and exceptionally satisfying. Then I kept killing and absorbing, feeling myself grow stronger. Just as I was enjoying myself, I suddenly heard some commotion ahead. I focused my gaze, and, good grief, wasn't that the little brat and his teacher from earlier? The two were being chased by a snake, running around in panic. I was speechless. Is that all you can do, buddy? I thought you were tough. Sigh. There's no helping it. I believe in the angelic God. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I pushed off the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, zipping past the two of them. By the time I landed, I had already grabbed the snake by its vital spot. A little squeeze, and it was done. The soul power was directly absorbed by me. Yet that kid still looked at me warily, clutching something in his hand. I was furious. What are you glaring at? I saved you. Can't you see that? The kid looked like he had stepped on a tail, his eyes turning red. Who the hell are you? I was just about to argue with him when I saw his childish face, so I gave up. I waved my hand and said, I won't hold it against you. Having a teacher like this is unfortunate enough for you. The middle-aged man struggled to stand up, probably because I had angered him, and he grabbed the child and was about to leave. Suddenly, I realized this conversation seemed so familiar. I called out to them, wait, I have a question. What is your full name? The child turned back and coldly spat out 2 words, Tang San. Boom! As soon as those 2 words entered my ears, my memories flooded back like a burst dam, all at once. Tang San. Oh my, no wonder this world felt so familiar. It turns out to be from Douluos. It all came back. Then I understood. Shuqinghe. Isn't that just Qianrenxue? As for Tang San, haha. In my meager memories, this guy mostly appeared as a victim. My first thought was, oh no, I need to hurry back. Is Qianrenxue supposed to take a bath at this time? Last time I was so shocked that I didn't see it all. This time I must make up for the progress. I rushed back to the villa in a hurry, only to be stunned when I arrived. She had taken a shower and was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Just as I was feeling disappointed, I suddenly saw a soft glow emanating from her body, and her expression was one of complete comfort. The blood-sucking creature in the corner said, Young master, you've hit a bottleneck. Shuqinghe slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. I'll go hunt souls in the next couple of days. After she spoke, my little genius smartwatch rang. It was her voice. Come in my room. As soon as I walked in, she said, we're going to hunt souls tomorrow. And you should come along. I promise to help you discover your potential and let you see something new. You still don't know how to condense soul power, right? I'll teach you first. Great. I happily moved closer to her bed. What do you want to do? She glared at me with wide eyes. You told me to sit, I said innocently. Did I say you could sit on the bed? Then should I sit on the floor? She gave me a confirming look. I was so annoyed inside. How infuriating. One day, I will make you lie on the bed and call me daddy. She began to teach me seriously. Calm your mind. Set aside distractions and feel the soul power in the world. I looked at her. How could I stay calm? Why are you looking at me? Close your eyes. I obediently closed my eyes, but it only got worse. The scent on her body kept drilling into my nose, and my mind was filled with her incomplete silhouette, leading to more distractions. As a result, my body honestly reacted. Shuqinghe's face darkened, and she asked expressionlessly, I told you to let go of distractions. What are you thinking about? I wasn't thinking about anything. I felt extremely guilty. She casually threw a pen over, hitting the target precisely. What was that? I straightened my face and said with righteous indignation, This is the short sword of a brave warrior. Oh, is that so? She rolled her eyes and said, Then I hope tomorrow you can use your short sword to poke down those soul beasts for me. Can you do it? I blinked and naively asked, Can those soul beasts transform? Like into a beautiful lady like you? If so, I wouldn't mind either. Shut up. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore. I'll only teach you once, so pay attention. Seeing that she was really angry, I didn't dare to be cheeky anymore. I adjusted the direction of my short sword and took a deep breath. Let's go. She continued to teach me how to absorb soul power into my body. Let me tell you, once I calmed my mind, the soul power in my eyes was no longer invisible. It became colorful wisps of smoke. With a thought, I said, I absorb. Suddenly, the soul power in the entire room formed a vortex and crazily drilled into my body. Shuqinghe's eyes went wide. She could feel the concentration of soul power around us decreasing at a terrifying speed. She looked at me in disbelief, probably wondering if that testing crystal ball was a defective product or if she had stumbled upon some extraordinary monster. However, judging by the slight upward curve of her lips, she seemed quite satisfied with either outcome. During my cultivation, I felt all my cells expanding and contracting. It was incredibly pleasant, even more comfortable than anything else. When I opened my eyes again, it was already dark, and I found Qian Rinshu leisurely drinking tea beside me. "How do you feel?" she asked, putting down her teacup when she saw that I was awake. My heart warmed up. Is she trying to provide companionship, always staying by my side? Am I being foolish? "I'm asking you something." Seeing me in a daze, she asked again. "No, it feels very comfortable," I replied, coming back to my senses. "That's right," she nodded. "You should practice more diligently. Tomorrow, come with me to hunt souls and watch me absorb soul rings. It will be beneficial for you." "Okay," I stood up and stretched. "I'll go back to my room." "What else?" She glanced out the window. Sigh. It seems she really doesn't plan to take a shower today. I walked out of the room, looking at her who was already prepared to go to bed, feeling a deep sense of regret. Going to bed without a shower after sweating is not a good habit, you know, young master. Just as the young master had just settled down, let me tell you, early the next morning, that guy Xishue returned, and he brought a newcomer named Shilong Goodness, one tall and skinny, the other short and chubby. Standing together, they looked just like a 10. It was hilarious. Before long, the young master called me over. As the four of us gathered, she said, "This time I'm going to Title Douluos Forest to pull off a big job, aiming for a 10,000-year soul ring. I must stick close to them the whole time, not leaving an inch." I was looking forward to her returning to her true form to show me something, but then a flash of golden light enveloped her, and she transformed into the face of a complete stranger. Sigh, what a disappointment. It was just a disguise for convenience. When we set off, Shilong directly took the young master and flew off without a trace. That guy, C.I. Shui, was sitting on his huge, spiky ball that looked like a living pufferfish, and he was winking at me, urging me to come up. I looked at all those sharp spikes, and my mouth twitched. "Hey, uncle, doesn't your mouth poke your butt?" He took a swig of alcohol and said irritably, "Are you getting on or not?" I chuckled and jumped up. "Come on, who says we don't have a strong backbone? I'm giving you this face." "You," almost spat out a mouthful of wine. He originally wanted to see me make a fool of myself, but when I sat down, nothing happened. He was dumbfounded and quickly asked, "Don't you feel itchy all over, your limbs cramping, or difficulty breathing?" I looked at the horizon and innocently said, do I really have to react this way? If you really want to see, I can give you a performance. But the young master and the others have already flown away. Shouldn't we chase after them?" Only then did they realize. Urging his large to give chase. Midway through the flight, he started interrogating me again. "You're not ordinary, are you? What do you want to do by getting close to the young master? Who understands family matters?" Here we go again. I rolled my eyes and leaned back. Wow, this feels like lying on a bed of nails, but who is this guy? He has a body of steel, completely unfeeling. I said, "First, I really am not ordinary. Second, weren't you the ones holding me back from leaving? How did it become me getting close to her?" He said coldly, "The young master has a special identity. I've dealt with more spies than you've eaten salt. I advise you not to play with fire." I looked up at the sky, too lazy to argue with him. "Uncle, don't think too much. I will prove it to you." Soon, we arrived at the starry forest. From above, I saw, wow, this place is like a wild animal park on steroids, with all sorts of bizarre soul beasts, much more thrilling than watching Animal Planet. Excited, I jumped down from over 20 meters high off a porcupine. "Hey, you brat." Sybilid was startled and wanted to catch me, but I landed firmly with a bang. Even the young master was impressed by my move, waved away the dust. I kicked up and said, "It seems you really are as tough and durable as you said." Beside us, Shilong bent down, staring at my legs and asked, "Kid, are your knees made of iron?" I chuckled and said, "I have plenty of solid places." "Disgusting," the young master coldly commented and led the way into the forest. She walked at the front, claiming she could sense the soul beast that matched her best. Since I had nothing better to do, I quietly expanded my vision. To my surprise, I immediately locked onto a misty large lake deep in the forest, the Lake of Life. Isn't the Silver Dragon King sleeping there? Just as I was about to probe deeper into the bottom of the lake, something went wrong. Deep at the bottom of the lake, a massive dragon egg suddenly trembled, and the sleeping girl inside abruptly opened her eyes. A terrifying wave of soul power instantly exploded. By the lake, a titan giant ape, as big as a small mountain, was originally just taking a stroll. Upon receiving this signal, it became furious, pounding its chest and letting out a roar, charging toward us like a cannonball. A massive bull head also emerged from the lake, its eyes glowing blue, angrily spewing fire. Over here, the young master was the first to stop, sensing that something was wrong. "Did you feel that? An earthquake?" I asked casually. Shilong immediately revealed his martial soul, holding a snake spear in front of the young master, his expression serious. "The Title Douluos Forest has never had earthquakes." Of course I know it's not an earthquake. That noise, if I couldn't control my five senses, my eardrums would have shattered. I saw it clearly. That giant gorilla was coming straight for us. My heart sank. No way. Is it coming at me with such a big deal right off the bat? In the original story, the two Title Douluos, Jiutuo and Guituo, could only hold it off for a while. Are we two Title Douluos enough to handle this? Old Cuttlefish, prepare. Shilong shouted. Sishua also summoned his martial soul's true form, ready to fight or run at any moment. Soon, Shilong made a judgment. Young master. It's probably the Titan Great Ape. How did it come out? The young master wondered. They had originally planned to go around it, but found it was useless, as that big guy was dead set on coming for us. No, young master, this beast is coming for us. Shilong was shocked. In a critical moment, a golden light flashed from the young master, and she instantly transformed back into her original form. Let me tell you, in that moment, my eyes went wide. She looked in her 20s, with skin whiter than snow, a high-nosed bridge, and a pair of phoenix eyes. Stunningly beautiful, but exuding an air of nobility and authority that made people hesitant to approach. While I was dazed, a cascade of golden hair floated past me, and the young master turned around, grabbing the back of my collar and directly lifting me into the sky. Hee. Being lifted like this, smelling her faint fragrance. I felt blissful in my heart. So high. I pretended to be scared and naturally wrapped my arms around her waist, burying my head in her embrace and taking 2 deep breaths. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Her body shook, and she smacked my head from behind. Behave. Do you believe I'll throw you down? I just wanted to lift my head to speak when I felt her heart racing. She shyly and angrily said, Don't put your hand around, and don't rub against me. I'll hold onto you tightly. Okay, I replied, my heart blooming with joy. At that moment, Shilong and C.I. Shui were also being chased by that gorilla, panting as they flew over, with C.I. Shui even injured. The Titan Great Ape jumped onto a small mountain and roared wildly at us. Shilong was puzzled. What's wrong with this beast? Is it rushing to its death? C.I. Shui's eyes lit up. 100,000-year soul beast. Young master, this is a tremendous opportunity. The young master hesitated for a moment, then hardened his gaze. Then let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, C.I. Shui took out something and signaled the Spirit Hall. At the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong was sitting there. Upon hearing that support was needed from the Stardow Forest, she guessed it was Qian Rinshua hunting the 100,000-year soul beast. After thinking for a moment, she didn't send the originally planned 2 people, but directly called for Title Douluos and Ghost Douluos. Yuguan, Guei Mei, you 2 go. These 2 had a spirit fusion skill, clearly a stronger combination. It seems that a mother still cares for her daughter. Guei Mei and Yuguan were incredibly fast and arrived in no time. C.I. Shui was still drinking and complaining. Did you come here on an ox cart? Guei Mei immediately spotted me in the young master's arms and was momentarily stunned. What are you doing here? I chuckled and said, well, people strive for higher places. Shilong was already impatient. Enough with the nonsense. Get to it, take it down. No need for you to chatter. Yuguan, flamboyantly flipping his hair, exchanged a glance with Guei Mei, and their soul rings rose in unison, finally overlapping together. A visible energy circle spread out, distorting the entire space. Upon seeing this, the Titan Great Ape, instead of being afraid, charged at them like a cannonball. But it was too late. The energy circle hit instantly, and that enormous creature was actually frozen in midair. This was the legendary strongest control skill below the god level, the polar stillness domain. What a fierce beast. Yuguan gritted his teeth, clearly struggling to control this giant. Meanwhile, Shilong and C.I. Shui flew above the Titan Great Ape, both using their martial soul fusion technique. A gigantic spear with a venomous fish head, crashing down like a meteor. Everyone thought this was a sure win, but out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a blue flame beam silently shooting towards Yuguan and Guei Mei, who were maintaining the domain. Old Ghost! Yuguan shouted in surprise, and Guei Mei reacted quickly, wrapping both of them in a cloud of black mist and flashing away. Although they dodged, a large chunk of Yuguan's precious hair was burned off. Once they moved, the domain was released. The Titan Great Ape regained its freedom, and the venomous spear missed its head, only grazing its shoulder. Just then, the ambusher revealed itself. A gigantic creature with a bull's head and a serpent's body, spewing blue flames, exuding a pressure even more terrifying than the Titan Great Ape. Families, who understands? The Tianqing Yomang. 2 forest overlords were on the scene. At that moment, I had one thought. Who can give me 2 Pokballs? If I can catch these 2, who would dare mess with me in the future? The 4 Title Douluos instantly returned to the young master's side, surrounding her protectively. The young master's expression changed. It's actually the Tianqing Yomang. This is unusual. Retreat. Yuguan covered his singed hair, furious. Young master, This is 200,000-year soul beasts. What a rare opportunity. How can we leave? Gue Mei agreed. Exactly. If we capture them, you can obtain soul rings whenever you need. The young master was also swayed. The temptation was too great. If she could capture these two, she would have the chance to possess 300,000-year soul rings. For the glory of the angel god, lock onto the aura, maneuver around, and wait for reinforcements. She gritted her teeth and issued the command. Gue Mei immediately sent a signal back to the spirit hall. Bibi Dong received the message, and her eyes lit up at the mention of 200,000-year soul beasts. 1. She couldn't compete with her daughter 4, but 2. They could each take one. This was a perfect opportunity for her to complete the final soul ring of her second martial soul and completely suppress Tian Daolu. Elders, follow me. Bibi Dong directly took the other 2 Title Douluos and went out in person. Over here, the young master glanced at me, who was still holding on her waist, and said, I'll take you to the outskirts. It's too dangerous here. No, I want to watch the excitement. I shouted in the wind. Save your life. She took me and flew out not far when I saw that the Tianqing Niumeng was actually chasing us. The young master was also startled. Although its speed couldn't keep up, this behavior was too strange. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she looked down at me and asked, They can't be coming for you, right? Huh? No way, right? I'm not familiar with them. I was genuinely confused this time. I'll try to find out. After she finished speaking, she pushed me away with a palm. Good heavens. I was still flying in the air when I saw that the Tianqing Niumeng indeed turned around immediately, chasing after me. Qianrenxue flew over and caught me, her expression extremely serious. What do you have on you that attracts it? I feel so helpless. I really don't know. Is it my fault for being handsome? Stop joking. Just then, that azure bull python actually spoke, roaring at us. Humans, leave your lives behind. At that moment, the young master understood everything. She was not afraid at all. Instead, she laughed. It turned out I was a super bait. With me here, how could we be afraid of these 2 big guys running away? It was almost a sure thing. Soon, Bibi Dong arrived with reinforcements. Wow, the 6 Title Douluos of the Spirit Hall gathered together. This lineup was simply spectacular. They didn't engage directly, but used ranged skills to kite, constantly wearing down those 2 big guys. Bibi Dong coldly watched from the side, waiting for the perfect moment to use her ultimate move, Eternal Creation, to reap the rewards. But she was also puzzled as to why these 2 soul beasts fought to the death without retreating. At this time, her gaze fell on Qianrenxue. The eyes of the mother and daughter met in the air. One had a complicated expression, while the other felt a sudden chill in her heart, and neither spoke. Then, Bibi Dong noticed me, the young boy being held in Qianrenxue's arms, staring at her without blinking. I have to tell you, I was indeed watching her at that time, and I was watching her with extraordinary attention. Under my penetrating gaze, this legendary beauty of the continent was simply a perfect work of art. Her figure was well-proportioned and rounded. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and her face had a softness that surpassed that of Qianrenxue. It was simply breathtaking. I couldn't help but gulp. My hand instinctively tightened a bit. Hiss! Qianrenxue beside me gasped, glaring at me fiercely. It was then that I realized I had pinched her too hard. You must be the child that Gue Mei mentioned, right? Bibi Dong, breaking the awkwardness. Nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. I freed one hand and reached out to her. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly and also reached out to shake mine. The moment we shook hands, I felt a surge of soul power probing into me. Here we go again. She's testing me too. Unfortunately, it was useless. Her soul power entered my body like a stone sinking into the sea. Not even a bubble surfaced. Bibi Dong's expression instantly changed. Her gaze was one of surprise, as if she were looking at some rare species, finding me full of mysteries and very strange. I have to tell you, her daughter, Qianrenxue, immediately spoke up, and her tone was so sour. It was like someone had spilled Shanxi aged vinegar. She turned to Bibi Dong and said, Oh, what wind blew you here, just for a couple of animals? Family, who understands? This isn't a greeting. It's clearly a mix of acting spoiled and complaining, meaning, Mom, how long has it been since you came to see me? But looking at Bibi Dong's icy face, I knew that this act was in vain. She was probably thinking, seeing your golden hair and broken wings annoys me. Don't come near me. The atmosphere between these 2 was simply unbearable, and I felt so awkward in the middle that I could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Bibi Dong is also a tough one. She simply said, I need it, it's just right there. And just like that, the conversation came to a halt. Great. She wasn't here to see her daughter at all. She was here to grab some gear. Qianrenxue's face immediately fell, and the tension was so low it made me shiver. While the 2 of them were in a cold war, The 6 Title Douluos on the other side had nearly defeated the Tianqing Yolong and Titan Giant Ape. Zhu Douluo exchanged a glance, meaning to say, "Your Majesty, you can collect the heads now." Qian Ringshu jumped in first, shouting, "The Tianqing Yolong is mine," and then threw me to the ground, rushing up with a loud shout. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart, sensing that things were not that simple. Sure enough, I heard a rush of air, and it turned out that a master was rushing over quickly. Just as Qian Rinshui was about to stab the bull python in the throat with her sword, suddenly, there was a buzzing sound, and it felt like the whole world had been muted. A dark, shadowy mass swallowed her sword whole, then exploded violently, sending Qian Rinshui and the 6 Title Douluo flying. Bibi Dong, who had just looked relaxed, instantly stared at the dark fog like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. As the mist dispersed, a man appeared in the center, dressed in a black robe, handsome like a model, with an impressive aura. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape looked at him as if they had seen their own father and obediently retreated behind him. The guy glanced at us and softly uttered 3 words, "Lead to death." I tell you, just these 3 words made me feel like my soul was frozen. He casually waved his hand, and several giant black dragon claws appeared in the sky, coming down toward all of us. Those Title Douluo probably only had one word in their minds, run. But Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshui didn't move. Qian Rinshui was stubborn and truly unafraid of death. But Bibi Dong had really seen how fierce this guy was. Bibi Dong flew up to take a hit head-on, and the sky exploded. But the bad part was that this guy had activated a map attack, and even I, who was hiding far away, didn't escape. Qian Rinshui screamed at that moment and crazily flew towards me. What about me? I was still considering whether to fly out and save a beauty, but then I found out I became the target. Fine. That dragon claw, shrouded in black mist, came crushing towards me, completely engulfing me. When Qian Rinshui landed, she probably felt her heart sink, but then she heard me spitting. She glanced over and saw that I was still standing fine. Just my clothes were torn into rags, and I didn't have a single mark on me. While I fanned away the black smoke beside me, I complained, "Damn, this thing is way too pungent." Qian Rinshui's eyes were nearly popping out as she asked me, "You are fine?" She felt that move could instantly kill a Title Douluo. I smiled at her and said, "Very good. Family." At that moment, my heart was already blooming with joy. This guy in the black robe, I knew who he was. Di Tian, the captain of a security team in the Stardow Forest, a being infinitely close to godhood. His full-force attack felt to me like being blown by a high-powered hairdryer. I understood. I completely understood. In this world, nothing could harm me anymore. I was the real Bug. Di Tian seemed a bit confused as he looked at Bibi Dong and said, "Oh, woman, you can take one of my attacks. That sin on you, it's from the city of slaughter, right? A godchild?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was also startled and retorted, "Are you the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian?" Well, these 2 big shots started introducing themselves. Di Tian was incredibly arrogant. "Since you know it's me, why don't you hurry up and self-destruct?" Bibi Dong directly unleashed all 9 of her soul rings, dark green patterns covering her body, and coldly said, in the end, "You're just a beast that has lived a bit longer." Now, they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Di Tian snapped his fingers, and the entire Stardow Forest erupted. Countless soul beasts surged in like a tide, flying in the sky and running on the ground, surrounding us completely. Qian Rinshui was so scared that she quickly took me back into the sky. Zhu Douluos secretly transmitted to Bibi Dong, "Your Majesty, how about we retreat for now? The young master can't have any accidents." Although Bibi Dong was angry, she also knew that a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Just as she was about to say something to retreat, Di Tian spoke again. "I didn't say you could leave." The killing intent emanating from him was as thick as liquid. "Today, you all must die. It's that simple." This guy really doesn't play by the rules. Qian Rinshui was also furious, grabbing me and shouting at Di Tian. Is it because of him? Surprisingly, Di Tian really paused and looked at me with curiosity. "Kid, how did you survive?" I shrugged and said, "Didn't you just fart? Expecting a fart to kill someone?" Di Tian raised an eyebrow, probably stunned by my top-notch sarcasm, and raised his hand for another attack. Bibi Dong immediately shouted, "Tear open a gap, break through." She charged forward to take Di Tian's attack head-on, giving Qian Rinshui and the others the chance to rush out. As a result, Di Tian unleashed his ultimate move, and a massive pure black sword appeared in the sky, slicing down with 3 waves of sword energy that covered the entire area. Bibi Dong exerted all her strength to shatter the first wave, but the second wave directly shattered her staff, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as she was about to flip the table and go all in with her trump cards, I made my move. I directly pulled her into my arms. Qian Ruxiue was stunned from a distance, probably with 1,000 question marks in her mind. Can he fly? What is he going to do? What is that red light? I held Bibi Dong tightly, and my eyes shot out 2 blazing red rays, just like a human cannon. It was my turn, time to unleash my power. The 2 red lights surged forward like a hot knife through butter, instantly piercing through the remaining 2 sword energies of Emperor Tian. The speed was so fast that Emperor Tian didn't even have time to react and was directly blasted away, flying off to who knows which corner, leaving a trail of smoke. I just stopped. Phew, almost got carried away. This move is exhilarating, but it's hard to stop. Looking down, I saw that Bibi Dong in my arms had already passed out, with blood at the corner of her mouth, all limp. Feeling the sensation in my palm. I admit, my hand was a bit inappropriate, it seems like. Cough, cough. The soul beasts around had long since run away, and Qian Rinxue and the others had broken through, leaving just me and the battle-damaged, beautiful Pope. I like this situation. Just as I was lost in thought, the beauty in my arms suddenly spoke, her voice as cold as ice shards. Have you had enough touching? I instinctively replied, not yet. After saying that, my hands unconsciously moved again. She trembled slightly and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Only then did I dare not be mischievous anymore and quickly set her down against a tree. Looking at her stunning face, I was overwhelmed and leaned in to kiss her. She didn't have the strength to resist, which made me bolder, and I pried her mouth open. Then, I felt a sharp pain in my tongue. Wow, she was trying to bite it off. It took a lot of effort to pull my tongue out, and seeing her murderous glare, I shrank back and obediently stepped aside to protect her. Once she had calmed down and her complexion had returned to a healthy color, she opened her eyes, and the first thing she did was cautiously scan her surroundings. I quickly said, "Don't worry," like I didn't come. Only then did she turn her gaze toward me and start to question my background. She guessed that my body density was extremely high and that I was impervious to knives and guns, because she had really tried to bite my tongue just now but couldn't manage it. What puzzled her the most was that all of my abilities seemed unrelated to soul power. As we chatted, she began to win me over, even using a somewhat alluring tone to say, "So what do you think? Would you like to come to the Pope's Hall and assist me? I have a clear mind." This woman wants to use me as cannon fodder. But I still refused and said, "I am already serving the angel god, am I not? I have to play the long game and can't choose sides so quickly." Just as we were in this extreme tug of war, a flash of golden light appeared in the sky, and an old man showed up. Bibidon's expression changed, and she quickly told me to shut up, saying this was the grand offering of the spirit hall, Tian Doulu. As soon as Tian Doulu landed, he mockingly said to Bibi Dong, "What a mess." He was probably suspecting that this was a trap set by Bibi Dong to kill Qian Rinxue with a knife. This old guy is quite shrewd. Bibi Dong was also unyielding, claiming that she had a trump card to escape. Tian Doulu didn't ask much and glanced at me, probably thinking I was useless, then turned into golden light and went to trouble the Emperor Tian. But he definitely wouldn't find him. At that time, Emperor Tian was already soaking at the bottom of the lake of life to heal. What was healing him was a dragon egg, the Silver Dragon King. It turned out that I was previously spying and was discovered by her, which is why she sent Emperor Tian to clear the scene, but unexpectedly ran into me. A tough opponent. After Tian Doulu left, Bibidon's reinforcements arrived, which were the Title Douluos and the Ghost Douluos. Before leaving, Bibi Dong asked me again, "Are you really not coming back with me?" I smiled and said, "I like things to have a beginning and an end." She looked at me deeply and took someone away. I could sense that she was definitely replaying those moments when I had offended her in her mind. I just took off here while on the other end, Bon Douluos has returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He reported to Ning Fengji and Jian Douluos, saying that the Spirit Hall has mobilized a large force this time to hunt 200,000-year-old beasts for the young master with a 6-winged angel spirit. Jian Douluos Shin, who had been keeping his eyes closed, raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes after hearing this. Speaking in a very displeased tone, "Other people's children are already hunting 100,000-year-old beasts, while our Rong Rong is still messing around in that countryside." Ning Fengji could only helplessly mediate, and Gu Rong also advised him. "Our Rong Rong is still so young, it's not appropriate to compare like this." "I'm not indulging her bad habits," said Jian Douluos. "Let me tell you, a soul master's time is all earned with their life. Everyone in the sect knows how talented that girl Rong Rong is. And what is the result? She just knows how to be lazy and play every day. And her current strength is simply a waste of talent. And you on top of that are planning to send her to that kind of countryside place to mix with a bunch of bumpkins. Isn't her tail going to be raised all the way to the sky?" Ning Fengji was overwhelmed by my retort and quickly changed the subject, asking the old bones, Uncle Bone, what happened next? What happened in the end? Let me tell you, Old Bone loves to keep people guessing. He cleared his throat and painted a vivid picture. So what happened next? Things escalated. Ditian, alive, the golden-eyed black dragon king. He directly descended onto the battlefield. And that aura almost blew me, Old Bone, away. And what happened? The people from the Spirit Hall didn't fare any better. They were also beaten to a pulp and ended up fleeing in a sorry state. Ditian, goodness, even Ning Fengji and I couldn't sit still anymore. We shouted in unison. The legendary beast god. How did this thing come out? Old Bone nodded, with a look that said we were still too young. No mistake about it. That pressure, TSK, it could scare someone to death. My mind is quick, and I immediately grasped the key point. You said Ditian was driven away? Could it be that old guy Qian Dao Lu made a move? Is he still alive? Qian Dao Lu is indeed alive, but it wasn't him who drove Ditian away. When that Old Bone said this, my curiosity along with Ning Fengji's was fully piqued. If it wasn't Qian Dao Lu, and it wasn't Tang Chun, then who in this world could drive Ditian away? The Old Bone looked at our eager eyes with satisfaction and casually uttered a few words. It was a little kid. The air instantly fell silent. I sighed and patted the Old Bone's shoulder. Old Bone, your appearance really isn't suited for telling jokes. It sounds creepy. I'm not joking. The Old Bone became anxious. Pointing at his own eyes with 2 fingers, I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, Bai Bai Dong was almost turned into meat paste by Ditian's claw. Ning Fengji interjected. Well, that's good. Good? What do you mean good? The Old Bone slapped his thigh. At a critical moment, a shabby little kid suddenly flew to Bai Bai Dong's side, and with a flash in his eyes, shot out 2 beams of red light, like a cannon. Not only did he shatter Ditian's attack, but he also seriously injured Ditian, scaring the people from the Spirit Hall to flee in a panic. That's the whole story. I exchanged glances with Ning Fengji, feeling like my brain's CPU was overheating. I shot a sideways glance at Old Bone. You're even more ruthless than me, concocting such an absurd story just to provoke Fengji. I'll say it one last time. Old Bone suddenly crushed the cup in his hand. I'm not joking. When I saw him like this, I thought, it didn't seem like he was pretending. I quietly stood up and went outside to calm down. The amount of information was overwhelming. Ning Fengji was pacing in place, mumbling, what is the background of this young man? How many aces does the Spirit Hall still have hidden? Why can't we at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School encounter such a fierce person? The Old Bone saw how anxious he was and took the initiative to offer. Fengji, if you trust me, I'll go check on this kid. If I can turn him over, then our Rong generation will be worry-free. Good. Ning Fengji clapped his hands but was still a bit uneasy, urging not to act too hastily. The Old Bones left as soon as he could, opening a teleportation portal. And before leaving, he didn't forget to add, Fengji, I support whatever you do. But letting Rong go to that Shrek Academy is something I and Old Swordhead are united against. It's out of the question. Once the door closed, Ning Fengji was left alone in the Great Hall, sighing. Let me tell you, he was also worried. The Snowstar Prince of the Tiando Empire was always thinking about matchmaking his useless son, Shuebong, with Rong. Would he be happy about that? That's why he wanted to send Rong to Shrek, both to toughen her up and to avoid those bad suitors. Just as he was thinking, a little fairy in a green dress suddenly jumped into Ning Fengji's arms. Who else could it be but Ning Rong? The little girl was quite clever, shaking Ning Fengji's hair and asking, Daddy, were you all just talking about me? I think I heard something about Shrek. Ning Fengji stroked his daughter's head, feeling quite conflicted. Finally, he tentatively asked, Rong, if you had to go out and venture alone in the future, would you dare? Our little Rong, with her temper, stood with her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. What's there to be afraid of? On the other side, as soon as I, Yinzu, stepped into the royal villa, I heard a cold voice. You still know how to come back. It was Qianren Xue. Oh no. Now it is His Royal Highness Princess Weeking, sitting in the courtyard playing chess. I chuckled and said, of course. Even a dog knows how to find its way home if it gets lost. Are you a dog? She shot me a glare and said, I really don't understand you. Clearly, you're as strong as a monster, yet you act like a newbie every day here. Do you think it's fun to mess with us? Family, who understands? What she said was clearly an accusation, but it sounded more like a pout. I quickly explained. Didn't we agree to cooperate? You said you'd help me discover my potential. And I said I'd help you with your tasks, so we should see it through to the end. I'm helping you? Are you serious? She laughed in anger, saying, with your skills, do you really need my help? To show a little bit of what you can do. And the royal sex would line up to give you money and beautiful women. That's different. I looked into her eyes, very sincerely. You have your dreams, right? To let light shine across the continent. I don't have any dreams, but I can be your #1 fan. Your bright future. Count me in. Is that reason enough? She was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly for a while before finally stammering out, You. You really are willing to follow me for the future of the angel god? What else? I silently added in my heart, Of course. Also so you can help me have children. Seeing she was still hesitating, I directly played my trump card. Didn't you say that one shouldn't doubt the people they use? Well, that seemed to have her in a bind. She finally relented and even asked for the first time, Are you not injured, right? I immediately smiled and said, Sure. Do you want me to take off all my clothes for you to check? The next day, on the carriage back to Tiando Imperial City, Schwechinga directly assigned me a task. Once we returned to the imperial capital, I was to go to Tiando Royal Academy. Oh, going to school? That's right. She started giving me lessons, saying that if I wanted to achieve great things, I needed to deal with the most crucial individuals. Currently, among the 3 sects, Haotian sect has gone into hiding, leaving only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The young masters of these 2 families, Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin, are both at Tiando Royal Academy. As for Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, I would find a way to get her there as well. I understand in a second. You mean for me to go to school and persuade these future big shots to come over to your side? Would that make you feel like I'm overqualified for this? She's quite good at taking care of my feelings. I laughed at that moment. No way. The Heavenly Doe Royal Academy, entering with your Highness's banner. I can't even imagine how great it would be. Just kidding. In my past life, I never even attended a proper university, and now I have the chance to experience the life of a noble academy. It's simply too exciting. Seeing how enthusiastic I was, she also laughed. Then she began to earnestly remind me, Yinzu, your power is too strong. It's easy to lose control. As I listened, I noticed her hand resting on her leg, and my heart stirred. I directly grabbed her little hand and, with a snap, performed a kiss on her hand, then used my most magnetic voice to say, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, my angel. Family, who understands? Doing this in front of man, I was almost unable to hold it together, focusing on emotional stability. She froze at that moment, her hand turning from the back to her ears in an instant. Then she suddenly shivered and pulled her hand back as if shocked, looking at me with a complicated expression, managing to say 2 words. Thank you. When we arrived in Tiano City, wow, it was a sea of people. Much more impressive than Nodding City. Schwechinga gave me a handwritten letter of recommendation, telling me to go directly to find a teacher named Meng Shinji. As I was holding the letter and had just arrived at the grand entrance of the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy, I suddenly heard a shout from behind. You blind fool. Get out of the way. A hand was pushed towards me. Without looking back, I grabbed and twisted, and with a crisp sound, the original sound disc, clear as day. A luxuriously dressed prince, like a snow avalanche, stared wide-eyed as he saw his lackey incapacitated by me. However, he seemed to think this was a great opportunity to show off his arrogance and directly waved his hand. You go. Oh, before even entering the school gate, I had to fight first. Is this a scene from an action-packed school drama? Fine, his father is a prince, but my backing is the crown prince. Who's afraid of whom? I felt a gust of wind at my feet, and those country bumpkins rushed up to me. I slapped them one by one, like bowling strikes, knocking them all out. In the blink of an eye, I charged right up to Avalanche. What do you want? Avalanche's face turned pale with fear, and he kept retreating. I was about to say Emperor, when I grabbed his collar and landed a huge punch right on his face. It was a brutal sight, and in an instant, a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Among them, a purple-haired beauty leaned against a tall man, exclaiming in surprise, Who is this kid? He dares to beat up Avalanche like this? Stop! An old man with a white beard appeared behind me, unleashing his soul power and pushing the surrounding students back a few meters, but it was of no use to me. I held the beaten-up Avalanche and turned my head. Are you the Dream God Machine instructor? Saying this, I handed over the recommendation letter. The old man took one look at the royal wax seal on the envelope, and his anger instantly subsided. Reluctantly, he said, Follow me. Once we arrived at the office, Dream God Machine looked at the letter with a constipated expression. He seemed to want to ask me what my martial soul was and what level my soul power was. I sincerely answer, the main body spirit, it's all over. As for soul power, it should be nearly at max level, right? I'm speaking honestly here. Why does he look at me like I'm an idiot? I guess it's because the letter said he didn't want to talk about it, so don't ask. The old man got so angry that he threw a list of mentors in front of me and said, Pick one yourself. I took a look and thought, wow, Qin Ming, isn't he the mentor of Yu Tianheng? This is a task that came right to my door. I pointed my finger and said, It's him. Meng Shinji's face turned green. He wanted me to choose someone else, but I directly refused. No change, you said I could choose. He was caught off guard by me and had no choice but to grit his teeth and call Qin Ming over. When Qin Ming entered the room and saw me, he laughed. You really stole the spotlight today. After the formalities were completed, Qin Ming took me to the dormitory. I lay on the luxurious single bed in the dorm, pondering about the task regarding Qianrenshua. Yu Tianheng was sorted out, but I still had no idea where Ning Rongrong was. Forget it. I won't think about it. Let's take a look at the scenery first. I did a somersault and walked to the window, quickly drawing back the curtains. Oh my God. In an instant, the gates of heaven opened for me. Right across the window is the girls' dormitory. With my X-ray vision. Wow, this is simply a cyber paradise. Hundreds of noble ladies in their rooms, some taking showers, some practicing yoga. This scene is too exciting. Whoosh. I quickly pulled the curtains shut, tossed, and turned on the bed, feeling completely frantic. This is torture. Qianrenshua, just wait. I've noted this down. When this is over, you must give me a football team. The next day, I snuck into the training camp of the Imperial Combat Team. As soon as I entered, I felt the atmosphere was off. A group of people looked at me as if they were about to carve the words connections on my face. A tall, handsome guy stood up, took off his jacket, pointed at me, then pointed at the arena. No need to ask. This must be Yu Tianheng. Which one is Yu Tianheng? I asked loudly while unbuttoning my school uniform. His anger, my arrogant attitude, made him laugh, and he cracked his fingers. That's me. Are you ready for your welcome ceremony? When we got onto the arena, he was still posing, and I directly said, heads up, here it comes. As soon as I finished speaking, before he could react, I was already in his face. A completely ordinary uppercut, bang. A dull thud. The whole place went silent. The guys who were just chatting and eating seeds dropped their seeds on the ground. They watched as their boss, the arrogant Yu Tianheng, flew out of the arena like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, eyes rolling back, and then became motionless. Boss! Everyone screamed and rushed over. A purple-haired beauty, Dougie Yin, was ready to fight me right there, revealing her martial soul. Another girl holding a 9-heart sea peach, Yi Lingling, hurried over to heal him. After a while, Yu Tianheng woke up and quickly called Dougie Yin to stop. He propped himself up, looked at me with a very complicated expression, and admitted, you won. From now on, you're the captain of the Imperial Combat Team. I waved my hand no. He thought I was being shy and insisted. Rules are rules. The strongest person should be the captain. I looked at him and smiled. Who said you lost? I walked down the stage step by step, stood in front of him, and said word by word, I'm not here to be the captain. I want you to stand up and be a man who will never fall down. Yu Tianheng was stunned, looking at me with a blank expression. I casually watched him, put on my school uniform, found a step and sat down, ready to give him a lesson. I said to him, bro, have you figured it out? In this Imperial Academy, you're like a monkey claiming to be king when there are no tigers in the mountain. If you keep going like this, your talent will be wasted, you understand? I crossed my legs and continued. So here I am. I am your pressure, your motivation, your KPI. You should be grateful to me, you understand? From today on, hold on to one thought. I must surpass Yanzu. When you feel like you can do it one day, come find me to challenge me. I'll be here, ready to accompany you anytime. Goodness, after hearing this, Yu Tianheng's thought process was quite unique. He actually asked me, are you sent by my grandpa? I almost spit out my drink and shook my head. You're overthinking it, brother. I'm just an ordinary person who got in through connections. So why do you? I interrupted him, gave him a look that said you have a bright future, and said, because I have faith in you. After all, I'm now part of the Royal Battle Team, and I can't stand having a useless captain who just sits around. So, Captain, do your best and work hard to earn my recognition. My actions directly silenced the group of young people next to me. Their CPUs probably overheated, completely clueless about what kind of species I was. I knocked our leader down with one punch and then said I wouldn't be the leader. I was just here to motivate your leader. You know what? This kid Yu Tianheng really bought into it. He pushed away the girl Du Gu Yin who was supporting him and actually reached out his hand to me, formally saying, as the captain, I welcome your joining. I shook hands with him and casually glanced around, then asked, hey, don't you have a younger brother named Yu Tianxin? Where is he? He transferred to Thunder Academy. Yu Tianheng replied, we agreed to have a showdown at the Soul Master competition. The guy next to us, called Yu Feng, leaned over and cautiously asked, are you Azu? What exactly is your martial soul? And what level are you? I admit our captain is a bit arrogant, but he's really not weak. How come he couldn't even take one punch from you? I told you, at this moment, I have to put on an act. I laid it all out. I'm the main body martial soul. What does that mean? It means that every single hair on my body is a martial soul. I can attack from all 360 degrees without any blind spots, focusing on being unpredictable. As for my soul power level, I just gave him a mysterious smile and said that when his strength reaches that level, he will naturally understand. That kid Yu Tianheng was ignited with fighting spirit, pointing at me and saying, "All right, just wait. I will eventually beat you to the ground and make you search for your teeth." This matter was settled. In the evening, Teacher Qin Ming specifically treated us to a welcome dinner. I found that these little brats were actually quite easy to get along with, especially Yu Tianheng, who looked at me with shining eyes after I motivated him. Back in the dormitory, I habitually sent a work report to Qian Renxue, which was essentially just a record of events. She didn't ask for it, but I was happy to do it. On the other end, Qian Renxue, now known as the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, was playing chess with Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw my report. Ning Fengji said, "Your Highness, you're in a good mood today, but if you keep getting distracted, you'll lose this game." Xue Qinghe placed a piece and cryptically said, "Teacher, Rong is almost of age to enroll, right?" Ning Fengji sighed, "That girl is very lazy. Let her be." Then Xue Qinghe changed the subject. "Teacher, I've recently taken someone under my wing. Would you be interested in meeting them? Perhaps it could change your mind." Goodness, I didn't even know at that time that I had already been regarded as a card to be played by this woman. A couple of days later, I received a reply from Qian Renxue with wording that was exceptionally gentle and considerate. She even sent me a large sum of money. And at the end of the letter, she said, "If you have time, I will introduce someone to you." I didn't think much of it and sent the money back home to report that I was safe. Then I went back to the training camp to slack off. Yu Tianheng had been challenging me every day, but after realizing he couldn't force me to use my second move, he finally settled down and started to focus on his own training. I suddenly found myself with a lot of free time. Just as I was pondering how to strike up a conversation with the Ice Queen Yi Lingling, Teacher Qin Ming called me over. He first apologized for his previous stereotypes about me, then mentioned that Yi Lingling had broken through level 30 and would be leading a team in a few days to hunt for her soul ring, inviting me to join. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Going to the Starry Forest? What a joke. I had just beaten up the local boss, Emperor Tian, and that guy didn't look like a magnanimous dragon at all. If I went there, wouldn't he bring a bunch of lackeys to take me and my team down? For the sake of everyone's lives, this matter needs to be handled slowly. I was pondering how to refuse when I found an excuse to strike up a conversation with Yi Lingling. I leaned over and said, "Congratulations." She glanced at me lightly and asked, "Congratulations on what?" I thought to myself that the conversation that day was simply hellishly difficult. I said, "About the breakthrough." She nodded and replied, "Oh, thank you. There's nothing much to look forward to anyway." I understood right away. It's the 9-heart begonia. No matter how many levels, the soul skill is always just one, which is healing. Leveling up is like opening a blind box. And the result is that this blind box always contains the same item, which is indeed quite dull. Then she turned the question back to me. "What about you? What level are you?" Oh, she's taking the initiative to speak? Just as I was about to continue showing off, she said, "Everyone is actually very curious. After all, they haven't seen you use a soul skill even once." I was just about to say it's almost time when she suddenly said, "Do you want to ask me out?" I was taken aback for a moment, still processing what had just happened when she leaned forward, tilted her head, and looked at me with a penetrating gaze, asking each word clearly. "Do you want to sleep with me?" Boom. Who understands? Family? Those 4 words exploded in my ears, and the surroundings instantly fell silent, all eyes suddenly focusing on us. I turned pale and quietly said, "Sister, could you not say that with such contrast? Isn't it?" She looked at me sideways. "Of course not." I firmly denied it, at least not thinking that tonight. "Liar," she said, looking unconvinced, then leisurely added, "The way you were looking at me and Sister Yin was like a starving ghost." Wow, I had been found out. I simply admitted, all right. My gaze is quite sincere, but I truly have no other intentions tonight. Just want to find someone to go shopping with, okay?" As a result, she told me a story. She said that Osro had pursued her before, and they got along quite well. But later they broke up due to issues with their martial soul inheritance. In simple terms, her 9-heart begonia martial soul was too domineering. If they got married and had children, the offspring would only inherit her martial soul, and the Osro family's ghost leopard martial soul would be cut off. His family didn't agree, so they parted ways amicably. She looked at me and said, "So, I advise you not to do anything that would trouble us both." I was so amused that I laughed out loud. I said, "First of all, I don't have that kind of messy family. Second, I don't care about any martial soul inheritance. As long as I'm alive, that's enough for me." "I care." She had a serious expression and said, "The 9 hearts sea pine lineage is passed down only through me. It cannot be severed in my hands." In a moment of impulsiveness, I couldn't control my volume and shouted, "What's so difficult about this? Can't we just have a few more kids?" The entire training camp fell silent in an instant. Yi Lingling's fair face flushed bright red up to her neck. She gave me a punch with her little hand and ran away. Yu Qianheng came over, patted my shoulder, and had a look that said he was an experienced person. "Azu, when a girl runs away, you have to chase her." "I think so too. Let's chase." I followed her all the way to a small tavern. When she saw me following her, she shot me a glance and muttered, "Loser. Aren't you running just to make me chase you?" I sat down next to her, and, seeing her just sitting there, I asked, "Want a drink?" It turned out that although Yu Tianheng was a bit clueless, he had some skills when it came to dating. After I caught up with her, Yi Lingling's attitude clearly softened. She ordered a glass of juice and started stirring it slowly. Watching her like that, I felt a sudden impulse. And while she was lost in thought, I quickly kissed her on the cheek. This completely stunned her. After a long pause, she rubbed her face, her eyes turning red, and with a choked voice said, "You bully me when there's no one I can rely on." I panicked for a moment, wondering why I had lost my golden beans. I quickly apologized and held her small hand, saying, "I'm just your support. Isn't that okay?" She pulled her hand back and said, "You don't like me. You just want someone to play with you and sleep with you. I feel like this progress bar is moving too fast. Let's hit the brakes and finish our drinks first, then go for a stroll, and finally head back to the dorm, okay?" She didn't say anything, which was considered consent. Just as we stepped out of the tavern, we ran into a group of soldiers who surrounded us. The leader was none other than the fourth Prince Avalanche. He stepped forward with a smug grin and said, well, finally caught you outside the academy." When he saw Yi Lingling beside me, his eyes lit up, and he tried to come over and get handsy. Yi Lingling stepped back and bumped right into my arms. I instinctively wrapped my arms around her. Avalanche's face instantly twisted with anger. He forced a smile and said, "Lingling, this is going to get bloody. You should go back." Yi Lingling whispered in my arms, "I'll hold him off. You quickly run back to the academy." I held her tighter and smiled, saying that when I said I would be your support, it wasn't just empty words. Seeing us showing off our love, Xu Bao exploded and shouted to his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Kill this kid right here." The long spear instantly lunged towards us. Yi Lingling was so scared that she closed her eyes. I held her tightly, advancing instead of retreating, my whole body like a humanoid tank, directly charging forward and forcibly clearing a path. In the next moment, Avalanche was thrown out, pinned beneath my foot. "If you dare to move again, I'll crush you instantly," I shouted at the group of soldiers. "Do you dare to touch me? I'm a prince." Avalanche roared beneath my foot. Why would he ask if I dared or not? I began to apply pressure slowly, and Avalanche's face instantly turned a deep purple. Just as I was really about to crush him, a voice came through. "Azu, stop." I curled the corner of my mouth and thought to myself, "You finally figured it out." I looked up and saw Xue Qinghe standing not far away, looking at me with a serious expression. Xue Bing shouted like he had seen a savior, "Brother Huang, save me." Xue Qinghe signaled me to let go. I said expressionlessly, "He wants to kill me. He won't have that thought anymore." Xue Qinghe coldly looked at Xue Bing. I just lifted my foot and kicked him back into the pile of soldiers. Yi Lingling in my arms was trembling, so I quickly changed back to my playful smile and whispered, "Don't be afraid." She wriggled out of my embrace, bowed to Xue Qinghe, and hurried away. I felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to stop her. Xue Qinghe walked over and rolled her eyes. "Not bad. You managed to deceive one so quickly? Do you still remember why I called you here? Isn't it what you said about recruiting talent?" I chuckled. She said irritably, "Is this how you recruit? Why don't you go sleep with that Yu Tianheng? Specific problems require specific analysis. Stop with the slick talk. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone." I followed her to a tea house, where two people were sitting in a private room. A handsome middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor and an imposing old man standing next to him. Xue Qinghe introduced me, saying, "This is my teacher, Master Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." "Oh, Ning Rongrong's father." The old man standing next to him must be Bon Douluos. Ning Fengji examined me and politely asked where my teachings came from. I was a bit impatient at the time, just sat down, picked up the fruit plate, and started eating, listing off like I was calling out dishes. No teacher, self-taught. My martial soul is my body. It's all-encompassing. Level unknown, but gets stronger when facing strong opponents. "Anything else you want to ask?" Xue Qinghe kept giving me side glances, but I pretended not to see. Ning Fengji wasn't too angry. Instead, he smiled. He has some personality. "In a few days, it's my daughter's birthday. How about you come to my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as a guest?" Xue Qinghe immediately agreed for me. On the way back, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and started lecturing me. "Can't you be a bit nicer? That's Ning Fengji. Am I being rude? You still dare to say?" She was so angry that she stopped in her tracks. Do you know why I introduced you to me? Ning Fengji only has one daughter, Ning Rongrong. If you can marry his daughter, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will be our greatest support. I almost choked on my saliva, staring at her in shock. Ning Rongrong? How old is she? Anyway, not very big. Does anyone in the family understand this? This operation is too abstract. I looked incredulous. Are you crazy? Are you expecting me to raise a daughter? This is ridiculous. She got anxious too, saying that the sooner the marriage is arranged, the better. Are you really that old? I straightened my back. Of course. She got so angry that she kicked at me, but it ended up hurting herself instead. She glared at me and finally said fiercely, "Anyway, in a few days when you go to Ning Rongrong's birthday banquet, make sure to perform well. This is for our grand plan and will also help you solve your life's major issues, so you won't be wandering around flirting all day long. Not only do you not kneel down to thank me, but you even dare to retort." I really cried my heart out. I said aggrievedly, "This is unfair. I just tried to pursue Yi Lingling a bit, and before I knew it, I was labeled as someone who flirts around. Actually, I know this woman thinks I'm a complete lecher and wants to find someone to tie me down. So before she left, she specifically warned me that she would come to take me to the Qibao glazed sect in a few days, telling me to pay attention and not to be so carefree. Let me tell you, I was in full drama mode at that moment, saying, "All right, thank you for your kindness." I almost bowed to her. Watching her walk away, I couldn't help but think, wow, Qian Renxue personally arranged a marriage for me. What is going on? But then I thought, the partner is that Ning Rongrong, a 24K pure white rich beauty. Seems like I'm not losing out. It's just a nurturing type, probably going to take some effort. As I hummed a little tune towards the school gate, guess who I saw? Yi Lingling. She was just standing there like a stone waiting for her husband. I went up to tease her. Waiting for me? She was so stubborn. Scratching a mosquito bite on her arm. Dream on, I'm feeding mosquitoes. Family, who understands? This contradictory attitude is just too much. Actually, I know very well. This girl is just worried about me. She came here to wait for me after dinner. When she saw I was back, her tone obviously relaxed. I said, "Let's go. I'll walk you back to the dorm." I reached out to hold her hand, but she quickly pulled away, shameless. She scolded me with her mouth, but her body was honest, and she still walked beside me. The evening breeze blew, and the fragrance of the girl made my heart melt. When we reached the dormitory building, I thought I needed to step up my game, so I told her. I said I would protect you, and I keep my word. If you need anything, remember to find me. I'm free anyway. Her little heart must have been in chaos, just as she was about to say something. I cupped her face and kissed her. Let me tell you, such things must be done while the iron is hot. You can't miss the opportunity. She was completely stunned. Her brain crashed, probably forgetting to breathe. I whispered goodnight in her ear and turned to leave, keeping my achievements hidden. I left her alone, confused in the wind, touching her lips, almost losing her mind. Meanwhile, it was not so romantic on the other side. In the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, that old fox, was scheming about me. His fingers tapped on the table, brainstorming. Is this kid an undercover from the Spirit Hall? Or a prince's person? Or are both sides fighting over him? The Title Douluos next to him chimed in. Is it possible that the prince is already in cahoots with the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji sighed. Being able to confront the golden-eyed Black Dragon King was too tempting. You see, these big shots were calculating in their hearts. In the end, he made a decision. There is nothing in this world that money can't buy. No matter whose person he is, he has to step in and compete. Wealth, power, soul bones, even, directly sending his daughter to me. Goodness, they are treating me like a top talent to recruit and bind. Of course, the premise is that I wait for the Sword Douluos to come and test my capabilities first. Since that kiss, the effect was immediate. Although Yi Lingling pretended to be aloof on the surface, the way she spoke to me was clearly different. She was no longer so cold. When I thought about touching her, she glared at me, but I could hear her heartbeat, like a drum. The Emperor fighting team. These onlookers teased us every day. Yu Qianheng said at the dinner table that he wanted to spar with me, and I secretly held Yi Lingling's little hand under the table, directly refusing. No time. I'm taking my girlfriend shopping. Du Yin was even more sarcastic. I'm just afraid that Azu doesn't know the limits. 2 people go out, 3 come back. Wow, the speed of this car. Yi Lingling's face went directly into the bowl. After dinner, I pulled her into the city of Tiandou. She asked me, "Why are you so wild every day, even more intense than Tianheng?" I said, "You can't generalize the physical condition of people, understand?" I saw a particularly beautiful dress and said I would buy it for her. She kept refusing, saying it was too expensive. I directly dragged her into the store. "You like it, it's worth any price." Then I started to act, with a face full of sorrow. Is it so embarrassing to be with me? This trick works every time. She immediately softened. I took this opportunity to hold her hand and started to flirt. Money means nothing, you are one of a kind. She was completely under my control, her face as red as an apple. I hugged her from behind, draped the new clothes over her, resting my chin on her shoulder. The atmosphere was just amazing. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said no one had cared about her dressing and eating for a long time. Sigh. This girl is also lacking love. However, my mind was also busy. I still needed to prepare a gift for Ning Rong Rong, that true rich girl. What could I give her that would catch her eye? It troubled me. I casually made a suggestive joke. How about we not go back tonight? Her little face turned red, dreaming. Hey, I liked the way she said we. Although we ultimately returned to the dormitory innocently, before leaving in the small woods. She did let me indulge my desires. The next day, our Emperor fighting team set off for the Stardow Forest to help Yi Lingling hunt for souls. Families, have you ever seen hunting souls be as casual as shopping in a market? Today, let you open your eyes. As soon as everyone made a fire, Teacher Qin Ming was still analyzing, saying that thousand-year-soul beasts are hard to find and it would take 2 or 3 days. I stood up directly, saying it wouldn't be that troublesome. I found it. Just as I finished speaking, whoosh, I disappeared. They were all dumbfounded. Even Osro from the agility attack system was stunned, saying my speed was something his ancestors couldn't match. Teacher Qin Ming's pupils widened in shock. Before they could react, I was back, holding a 3-meter-long colorful lizard. How about this? Teacher Qin Ming was stunned, stuttering. This is a 10,000-year soul beast. Lingling can't absorb it. When I heard this, I said, oh, is that so? With a snap, I twisted the neck of the 10,000-year soul beast right in front of everyone, and the black soul ring directly drilled into my body. So comfortable. I even burped. Teacher Qin Ming completely broke down. You, what did you do? I shrugged, saying I absorbed it, can't waste it. I told them I absorb soul rings. It doesn't follow basic rules. There are no level restrictions. If I want to absorb it, I can. After saying that, I disappeared again, coming back with another one. The years were still too high. Not suitable. All right, snap. I absorbed it again. Teacher Qin Ming was already holding his forehead, starting to doubt life. On the 3rd try, I finally found a suitable one. When Yi Lingling absorbed the soul ring, my teammates looked at me as if they were looking at a deity. This is not hunting souls. This is a soul beast buffet. On the way back, the atmosphere was strangely silent. These proud children were all made silent by me. Upon returning to the academy, I went straight to Duga Yin. Yin Jia. Where's your grandfather, the poisoned Douluos? I need to find him for something. Duga Yin hesitated a bit, worried about her grandfather's temper. I didn't care about that. After getting the address, Yi Lingling wanted to hold me back to ask what I was going for, and I directly gave her a deep kiss in front of everyone, then took off on the spot. That's right, I flew away, leaving a bunch of dropped jaws behind. What was I going to find Dugabo for? Of course, to stock up. I needed to give that old fox Ning Fengji a gift. Would ordinary things work? It had to be a celestial product. This kind of thing is only available from the old poison master. I was going for a zero-cost purchase. I felt like a ghost, directly sneaking into the room where Dugabo was meditating. Uncle, don't be nervous. I'm your granddaughter's classmate. His gaze was sharp like a knife. I didn't waste time and got straight to the point. I'm here to borrow some herbs as a gift. Name your price. He was so arrogant. Youngster, do you think you're talking to whom? I thought to myself, I'm talking to an old man who's about to be beaten by me. My patience ran out. So I said again, take me to your herb garden. I owe you a favor. Presumptuous. He flicked a finger, sending a stream of poison my way. I tilted my head to dodge it, and then activated my skill. I teleported right in front of him. He, a Title Douluos, was still sitting there acting all high and mighty, but in the next second, my hand was already around his throat. His protective soul power was like paper in front of me. He wanted to use poison, but I was directly immune. At that moment, he felt the threat of death. I let him down and straightened his collar. Uncle, can we talk business properly now? Only then did he relent, asking why I wasn't afraid of his poison. I replied, it's a talent, something innate. He didn't believe it, but the fact was the fact, believe it or not. In the end, we reached an agreement. He took me to the herb garden, and I cooperated with him to study my physique. Good heavens, was he treating me like a lab rat? He brought me all the way to the sunset forest, into a volcanic crater, and below was the ice and fiery Nyang-ai. I looked around and was amazed. There were treasures everywhere. Dugabo was still trying to act cool. If he died in there, he better not blame me. I couldn't be bothered with him and directly activated my Shinnong mode to taste all herbs. This celestial mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum looked quite flamboyant, so I collected it. That Chihuahua tulip, It was hard to tell apart from the 8-petal fairy orchid, but whatever, I collected it too. Dugabo watched me pluck one herb after another with a green face, his heart aching. Once I had enough, I clapped my hands and got ready to leave. I told him my name was Yinzu, that I had noted his favor, and then zoomed away, heading straight for Spirit City. Why? To have a professional appraise my pile of immortal herbs. Flying to Spirit City in the middle of the night was quite remote. I couldn't find a chrysanthemum pass, but I did encounter a ghostly elder. He was about to question me when I spotted Bibi Dong on the platform of the Papal Hall. Well, wasn't that a coincidence? I directly left the ghost elder behind and flew in front of Bibi Dong. She was still wearing a friendly smile. Have you figured things out? I replied, not really. Sister, how have you been? She wasn't angry and just asked what I was doing here. I immediately started flattering her. Of course. I'm here to seek help from the most knowledgeable person on the continent. I pulled out an immortal herb and handed it to her. Sister, what do you think this is? She was initially casual, but when she took a glance, her eyes lit up. This is water, immortal jade skin bone. Where did you get this? I chuckled and directly shoved it in her hand. Don't worry about where it came from. It's a gift for you. She said this thing was useless for her, but for a junior, it was a treasure that could change fate, asking how I could bear to give it away. I told her that at that moment. My perspective opened up. So what? If it wasn't a good thing, would I feel good about giving it to you? After hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression was, let me tell you, as complex as a calculus problem. She scrutinized the immortal herb in my hand, explaining a lot to me, saying that this thing could strengthen the foundation and help someone skip 20 years of hard work and casually give it to a genius from a big family, guaranteeing them at least a Title Douluos. I thought to myself, my sister really knows a lot. So, I quickly pulled out all the remaining celestial herbs from my pocket, laying them out in front of her like a street vendor. Sister, can you take a look at these? Goodness, in that moment I felt the air freeze. Even as a pope, seeing so many rare treasures piled together made her eyes twitch slightly. She introduced each item to me one by one, just like reading a menu. After she finished, I naturally shoved the water fairy jade musclebone back in her hands and said, take it, don't be shy, it's somewhat useful. She glanced at the celestial herbs, probably thinking to herself, this kid knows how to play the game. Out loud, she said, all right, I have some good seedlings in my spirit hall. This will be perfect as KPI rewards. Saying this, she put away the herbs. After she finished collecting the items, she saw me still standing there and asked, is there anything else? At that time, I didn't know what was wrong with me. I glanced elsewhere in a cheeky manner and said, you've accepted my gift. Don't you have any response? Like a farewell kiss or something? I tell you, the expression on her face at that moment was a forced smile, leaning back in the chair, supporting her face with one hand, just staring at me, making me feel uneasy. In the end, she completely ignored me, stood up and said, I'm going to pray now. You can leave if you have nothing to do. Looking at her back, I could only sigh. Well, it was almost dawn. I had to hurry and leave. I still needed to go back to celebrate Ning Rongrong's birthday with Qianren Xue. Oh no, Shueqinghe. I quickly flew back to the dorm, took a shower and changed my clothes, and just as I was tidying up, someone from the prince's mansion came to deliver a message. I arrived at the academy gate and saw 3 carriages, quite a grand display. Shueqinghe lifted the curtain from the carriage and came up. As soon as I got in the car, I noticed it was just the 2 of us, so I asked, who are the other 2 cars carrying? I hope it's not those 2 from Snow Star and Snow Avalanche again. One car has my sister, and the other one is empty, filled with gifts. Shueqinghe looked me up and down, smiled, and said, you clean up pretty well. I also laughed. What's wrong? Do you want to share this excellent gene with me? The smile on his face instantly disappeared, and he switched the topic. Look at you, empty-handed, no gift prepared. Luckily, I have one ready for you. His expression became serious, and he said, listen, relying solely on the teacher-student relationship, that old fox Ning Fengji would never completely side with me. But if you can win over Ning Rongrong, it would be like grabbing his lifeline. So, today you must perform well for me. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. Family, who understands? Ning Rongrong is so unfortunate, still a baby, and already being schemed against. Shueqinghe raised an eyebrow. Stop the nonsense. I don't feel guilty at all. Unless you're a scumbag. Tell me, are you? I replied bluntly, I can be. As soon as I said that, the car fell into silence. It seemed she didn't really have no feelings at all. After a while, she finally spoke up. If you feel uncomfortable, once I deal with the Heaven Do Empire, I will help you annul the engagement and give you some compensation. You're already thinking about divorce before anything has even started? I laughed. ISNT it easy for you. Although she said it reluctantly, she still acknowledged that I was impressive. While we were chatting, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was already as chaotic as a market. Ning Fengji was so busy he couldn't even stand still, dealing with guests while asking, where are the prince and the others? This was the 3rd time he had asked. The attendant quickly replied, they'll be here soon. in less than half an hour. Ning Fengji nodded, but when he turned around, he found his daughter was missing. Where's Rongrong? She disappeared in the blink of an eye. The attendant whispered a few words in his ear, and Ning Fengji sighed, having to search for her in the back garden himself. Goodness, in that garden. The Sword Douluos, Qinshin, was sitting on a rock, meditating. Ning Fengji walked over and complained, Sword Uncle, today is Rongrong's birthday. Qinshin didn't even open his eyes. Justifying himself, that's why we need to make her happy. Ning Fengji didn't want to bother with him, and walked to the edge of the pond, only to see Ning Rongrong lifting her skirt to her thighs, splashing her bare feet in the water, having a great time. Rongrong, Ning Fengji called out. The little girl ignored him. Ning Rongrong, he raised his voice. I heard you. Ning Rongrong suddenly splashed the water with her feet, covering her ears with her hands. So annoying. Ning Fengji lifted her up. You're the main character, running over here to mess around. What kind of behavior is that? I just don't like those people. Ning Rongrong pouted, looking pitiful. Seeing her big watery eyes, Ning Fengji's heart softened again, and he could only coax her. Just for one day, be good, okay? In the end, the little girl was reluctantly taken away to change clothes. Once she left, Qinshin opened his eyes on the rock. Shuqinghe and the others are almost here, right? Ning Fengji nodded. I'll go welcome them now. When that kid he brings arrives, let him come here to see me alone. On the other side, as soon as we got off the carriage, Shuqinghe grabbed me and reminded me, listen, Ning Fengji will definitely have Qinshin come to test you later. Remember, you can't show too much weakness, and you absolutely can't show too much strength. Speak plainly, I said, a bit impatient. What I mean is, you need to be strong enough for him to think you're a rare genius, but not so strong that he feels he can't control you. Just push Qinshin a little, and that's enough, got it? He was still rambling when the cannon fire from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rang out. As the doors to the banquet hall opened, everyone seemed to hit the pause button, all looking towards the entrance. Shuqinghe and his sister, Shueku, walked in hand, looking radiant as if they were walking down a red carpet. I, on the other hand, followed behind like a bodyguard. Ning Fengji also came up to greet them with Ning Rongrong. When the two sides met, they exchanged a round of superficial flattery. It was so hypocritical. I stood behind, feeling like a mere backdrop. Taking advantage of their conversation, I secretly observed Ning Rongrong. Hey, this little girl looks quite innocent, but her figure has developed enough that I would believe she was 20. Just as I was thinking that, she caught me looking and quickly stuck her tongue out at me. Where's your gift? Shuqinghe's light cough brought me back to reality. I took out an unremarkable jade box from my pocket and handed it over. Happy birthday, little one. Ning Rongrong accepted the box and joked, it won't be a frog, will it? The last person who did this was thrown off the mountain by my grandpa Bone. Don't worry, it's something delicious, I said with a smile. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she slowly opened the lid of the box. As soon as the lid cracked open, an explosion of rich, aromatic fragrance burst forth. Everyone in the banquet hall could smell it. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Shuqinghe all exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening. Ning Rongrong was completely stunned, staring intently at the flower inside the box that was glowing with a faint golden light. Shuqinghe frowned and blurted out, Chilua tulip. Oh, you have quite the discerning eye. I raised my eyebrows at her, acknowledging her. The way she looked at me changed, filled with disbelief. Probably thinking that compared to this treasure, the gifts she had prepared were nothing but trash. Thank you. I love it. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Ning Fengji immediately reacted and led us into the inner room. Once inside, Shuqinghe began to explain just how amazing this celestial herb was. When Ning Rongrong heard she could consume it for cultivation, she immediately protested, no, I want to keep it. But Shuqinghe ignored her and sternly said, if the heavens offer you something and you don't take it, you will suffer the consequences. You must eat it now. Then he personally guided her to absorb the medicinal power. After quite a while, Shuqinghe wiped his sweat and said, all right. Gu Rong quickly grabbed Ning Rongrong's wrist, probing her soul power, and was instantly shocked. Fengji, Rongrong's soul power has directly risen by 10 levels. But Ning Fengji didn't hear him at all. He was frozen in place, his expression twisted with joy, staring intensely at the martial soul that was rising behind Ning Rongrong. It was no longer the 7 treasure glazed tile. It was 9 layers, 9 colors. The 9 treasure glazed tile, a divine level martial soul. It had reappeared in my daughter. Ning Fengji suddenly knelt down with a thud, bursting into tears while holding Ning Rongrong. Goodness, this overwhelming fortune completely stunned the father-in-law. Once they calmed down, Ning Fengji cleared his throat, looked at me with fiery eyes, and said, Yinzu, I won't say anything unnecessary. Do you wish to become a protector of my 7 treasure glazed tile sect and guard Rongrong for a lifetime? I translated it directly for him. What you mean is, you want to ask me if I am willing to marry her, right? I wanted to say this. Ning Fengji smiled and said, but before that, you still have to meet someone. Our sex, Title Douluos, Qinshin. Shuqinghe patted my shoulder. Go ahead, this matter is basically settled. So, I followed Ning Fengji to the back garden. On the way, this old fox also hinted and asked if I was completely obedient to the crown prince. Try to make me choose a side. I directly picked a fruit that looked like a walnut from the roadside and took a bite, almost chipping my tooth. Then I calmly said, I don't listen to anyone's orders. I do whatever I want. Ning Fengji smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. As we walked deeper into the garden, an old handsome guy with white hair was already waiting there, his gaze sharp like a sword. Are you done talking? Chen Xian asked. I took a step forward. So, uncle, how do you want to test me? This is not a test, Qinshin said as he grasped the 7 killing sword in his hand, and all 9 soul rings suddenly lit up with a buzz. The momentum was overwhelming because I won't hold back. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. That guy Shuqing had told me not to be too strong or too weak. This dude comes in and uses his ultimate move right away. How am I supposed to perform? Chen Xian didn't give me any time to react. His first soul skill activated, and a sword light solidified, heading straight for my forehead. With a single lift of my hand and a pinch between my index and middle fingers, the crystal-like sword shattered with a snap. At that moment, the expressions of Ning Fengji and Qinshin were as if they had seen a ghost. Qinshin was stunned for a second, then his gaze turned extremely sharp, and he flew directly into the air. The 7 killing sword in his hand surged dozens of times in size, and he launched a series of attacks at me, slashing out 13 swords in a row. Each sword carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind: hide. This outfit was bought together with Lingling, and I can't let it get dirty. I flashed away, instantly leaving the attack range. The 13 sword energies fell, flattening the entire exquisite garden and creating a massive mushroom cloud. As the smoke and dust settled, Chen Xian slowly landed, looking at me, who was unharmed and leaning against a pillar, and he was completely emo. His all-out strike had not even touched a single hair on me, and that feeling was even worse than losing. He helped Ning Fengji, who was covered in dirt from the shockwave, and looking in my direction. He softly said in a very complicated tone, he is simply not human. Let me tell you, at that moment, even the Title Douluos was stunned, standing there for a long time before finally managing to say something. The old man probably had his heart in pieces and turned around to say he was going to enter a closed-door meditation, which was hilarious. Now it was quiet. Ning Fengji directly pulled me to sit down, and with that demeanor, it felt like a final interview with HR. He opened his mouth and asked, "You brat, what is your relationship with the spirit hall? Give me a clear answer." I told you, my mind was racing at that time, and I couldn't just tell the truth, right? I rolled my eyes and looked at him sincerely, saying, well, it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but it's purely because their young master is too good-looking, and I thought, maybe I could pursue her? Who understands my family? The expression on my future father-in-law's face was like a spilled palette of colors. It was quite something. He probably had never heard such an outrageous reason in his life. But he felt like I wasn't lying because the reason was so absurd that there was no need to lie. And in the end, he actually accepted it just like that. He even said that at my age, it was normal to do such things, and he started to worry whether Rongrong would mind, telling me to handle it myself. Goodness, I couldn't keep up with his train of thought for a moment. He laid all his cards on the table, saying he knew about my existence, like a pie falling from the sky. But he was also worried that it might be poisoned since I had a fierce rivalry with Wu. However, His Highness introduced me, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. As soon as I heard this, I immediately asked Uncle Ning, what do you think of the Spirit Hall? He sighed and said, the Spirit Hall plays this game really well, like boiling a frog in warm water. They gradually encroach on your territory under the guise of doing good for you, and it's hard to refuse. Behind them stand a group of powerful Title Douluos, and everyone can only watch as they grow stronger. After I finished listening, I added, I think even if the Spirit Hall is terrible, it's still better than the Heavendoe Imperial family, right? This made him laugh, and he said, you kid, I know about that incident at the Royal Combat Academy where you beat Shuebong. But trust me, His Highness the Crown Prince is definitely a reliable partner. He's the best young man I've ever seen. I have to tell you, I was almost laughing so hard that I could have hurt myself. If he knew that the most outstanding young man he was talking about was actually the girl I just mentioned wanting to pursue, and she is the young master of the Spirit Hall, I bet he would have had a heart attack right there. This secret has to stay buried. In the end, he insisted that I make a promise. I thought for a moment and said, all right, no matter what happens. I will do my utmost to protect the legacy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Rongrong. As soon as I said this, he stood up and bowed to me. I was shocked and quickly helped him up, saying, "You're my elder." But he looked serious and said he could take it. Just like when Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu joined the sect back in the day. Great. Now he's playing the emotional card again. After that, he directly took my hand and led me to the banquet hall. I felt really awkward, holding hand with a big man. What kind of play is this? He didn't take care and wanted to publicly announce. This kid is chosen by me, Ning Fingji. On the way, he whispered to me, saying, Rongrong is a child. She may be small, but she has a big temper. I hope he can be more accommodating in the future. He also planned to send her to the Royal Do Academy, so we could cultivate our relationship. At the banquet, everyone saw our closeness and understood everything, turning green with envy. Xueqinghe, the prince who disguised as a man, even came over to tease me, saying congratulations to the teacher for finding a good husband. So, it was settled. As soon as the banquet ended, Ning Fingji took care of a big matter. He found Rongrong, who was practicing, and had Gu Douluos knock her out. Yes, you heard that right. Knocked her out and packed her up. When Ning Rongrong woke up, she was already in a carriage heading to the Royal Do Academy, sitting across from me and Xueqinghe. She was completely dazed. Xueqinghe handed her a letter written by her father. Let me summarize the main idea of the letter for you. Daughter, you have been sold by your father. Go to the Royal Do Academy and study hard. No one in the sect will help you, and don't think you can get a penny without my orders. Oh, by the way, your arch-rival, Zhu Xian Haidang, is also there, so don't embarrass me. The only one who can protect you is the handsome guy across from you. He is now a worshipper of our sect and will be yours in the future. After reading the letter, the little girl was so angry that her cheeks puffed up like buns, crumpling the letter into a ball, but she still refused to back down, vowing into the air, "Oomph. When I establish my own territory outside, even if he begs me, I want to go back." I couldn't help but laugh out loud. If he heard this, his mouth would split from smiling. Only then did she turn her attention to me, pointing at my nose and saying, "You must be Yinzu, right? The letter says you're a worshiper of our sect, so that means you're mine. From now on, you're my little brother, and together we'll turn the Imperial Duel Academy into our territory. I'll protect you." As soon as she finished speaking, the carriage jolted, and she lost her balance, directly falling into my arms. I steadied her and teased, "You should take care of yourself first, boss." When we reached the foot of the Imperial Duel Academy, it was already dark. As the evening breeze blew, the little girl who had just been so arrogant suddenly lost her bravado, her eyes turning red, probably thinking of home. But she was stubborn. She sniffed and shouted at me, "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." I felt a bit sorry for her, so I wrapped my cloak around her. She was taken aback for a moment. Her mood improved a bit, and she muttered, "Little brother is not bad. This young lady will praise you." But the next second, she pointed at the ground and ordered me, "You squat down." I have a puzzled look on my face. What is going on? It's such a long mountain road. Do you want to exhaust me? Hurry up. I want to ride a horse. At that moment, I was both angry and amused, thinking to myself that in our relationship, it wasn't even certain who was riding whom. But then I thought, forget it. Why should I argue with my own wife? Cough, over a child. All right, princess, please get on the horse. I squatted down in a very cooperative manner. She happily climbed onto my back and even patted my head. Giddy up. Let's go. My bad thoughts came up in an instant, and I asked her, "Are you ready?" "Ready for what?" "Come on, let's get moving." "Go." Then, we're taking off. I suddenly exerted force with my feet, and my whole body shot up into the sky like a rocket. I tell you, that scream pierced through the night sky. It was simply echoing for 3 days. I took her straight up into the clouds, then dove down right at the academy gate. As a result, karma struck. This little ancestor was so scared that she froze, sitting on the ground, wailing while also scaring herself to the point of wetting her pants. I was completely stunned. My back was all warm. No matter how I tried to comfort her, it was useless. I said I was wrong. She said I was wrong. And she cried even harder. I really can't believe it. The first major nonsensical incident of 2025 happened to me. Just then, Teacher Qin Ming and the others were patrolling and passed by, seeing me squatting in front of a crying little girl, looking utterly hopeless. I quickly asked them to help me call Yi Lingling to save the situation. When Yi Lingling arrived, she also looked confused. I was holding the exhausted Ning Rongrong, who had cried herself to sleep, and went back to the dormitory with her. Along the way, Yi Lingling pinched her nose and asked me, "Azu, why do you smell so strange?" I can only smile wryly. "Don't dislike it. You might have it too soon." When I got to the dormitory, I quickly took a shower and then asked Yi Lingling to help Ning Rongrong wash up. This little ancestor was quite stubborn in the bathroom. pushing Yi Lingling out and saying she could handle it herself. Now, it was just me and Yi Lingling left in the living room. I thought this beautiful moment shouldn't be wasted. I took out the special herb I had saved for her from my pocket and handed it to her. At first, she refused, saying it was too precious. I directly pressed her onto the sofa and said, "Who said you have nothing to repay me with?" The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. We were both still inexperienced, nervous yet excited. Just as things were about to escalate, that little ancestor in the bathroom started yelling again. "Little brother, bring me my clothes." I felt like I could kill her at that moment, wanting to ignore her, but Yi Lingling has such a thin skin, pushing me and saying, "Come on. I know your intentions. If you can't even show this little self-control, I can't trust you anymore." Fine, you're right. I was fuming as I stormed into the bathroom, and Ning Rongrong still complained that the school uniform I gave her was ugly and refused to wear it. I directly threw the clothes at her. "If you won't wear it, then go naked." And then I walked out. Yi Lingling was still laughing at me, asking if I was acting as a guardian or a babysitter. Just then, Ning Rongrong came out wearing that loose-fitting men's school uniform, looking like a performer. To regain her pride, she proudly boasted to Yi Lingling, "I have a soul power of over 20 levels, so what?" Yi Lingling immediately laughed, thinking she was just bragging. The next second, the smile on her face froze. Ning Rongrong directly activated her martial spirit, and the 2 yellow soul rings dazzled Yi Lingling's eyes. I leaned close to Yi Lingling's ear and quietly told her that Ning Rongrong also achieved this effect by consuming the celestial herb. Then, I pushed the jade box containing the celestial herb back in front of her and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Do you want it or not?" Yi Lingling looked at Ning Rongrong, then at the celestial herb beside her. The hesitation and shock in her eyes instantly turned into desire and determination. She only said one word, "Yes." I laughed and led her into my room to absorb while I stood guard. In the living room, that little girl Ning Rongrong was quite gossipy, leaning over to ask me, "Hey, who is she to you? Are you two a couple? Little brat. Mind your own business and go to sleep." I reached out to mess up her hair. She instantly got riled up and tried to hit me, but I easily pinned her down on the sofa with one hand, like picking up a kitten. She was still threatening me, saying, "Let go. If you don't let go, I'll have Grandpa Bone skin you alive, and Grandpa's sword will break your bones." I flicked her forehead with my middle finger and said, "Still not awake? Don't you realize your situation? Here, besides me, no one will help you, you little fool." Goodness, is this little girl a dog? She just bit my ear. I was stunned at the time and didn't bother to argue with her, so I let her bite. What else could I do? After she vented her anger, she rubbed her lips in disgust and said I smelled and felt like a piece of dog poop. Fine, you're something else. I was thinking about quickly getting this little ancestor to sleep so I could slip into the house to accompany my Lingling. But what did she say? "I can't sleep. I nap too much in the afternoon, and this isn't my bed." Great, the little princess's temper is back. I asked her if it was her first time traveling far, and she said no, but before she always had her dad and her grandpa Jian with her, and now she feels insecure being alone. I thought to myself, am I not a person? So I comforted her. "You're not alone. I'm here with you, right?" Guess what she said? She looked me up and down and replied, You're not even as good as a single hair from Grandpa Jian." I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Oh, is that so? Do you know that I actually knocked your Grandpa Jian down? Your dad only nodded and let me be the offering." She didn't believe me at all and made a face at me, saying I was bragging. I was too lazy to argue with her, and finally, she agreed to go to sleep, but with a condition. She said I couldn't appear in the living room while she was sleeping. Who understands? This is exactly what I wanted. I couldn't have asked for more. I quietly pushed open the bedroom door. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Lingling was sitting cross-legged on the bed, shimmering with a faint glow after absorbing the celestial herb. Her skin looked like the finest mutton fat jade. I was completely mesmerized, quietly watching her from by the window, feeling a certain itch in my heart, but afraid to disturb her and ruin the moment, so I held back. I don't know how long it was before she finally opened her eyes. The energy from the celestial herb had her glowing with vitality. Her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes sparkled like they were filled with water. The first thing she asked was, "Where's Ning Rongrong?" I replied, "Don't even mention it." It took me a Herculean effort to get that little ancestor to sleep. Then, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, I rushed over and hugged her. The night was deep and quiet, and with the atmosphere at this point, she was still a bit nervous. I leaned into her neck, feeling her breath, and she knew there was no escaping tonight, so she completely let go, wrapped her arms around me, and gently whispered in my ear, "Well then, please enjoy." At that time, 3,000 words omitted here. Anyway, the next morning, I rushed out just before Ning Rongrong could knock on the door, directly taking her little pink fist on my chest. Lingling was exhausted and needed a good rest. As a result, the girl rubbed her wrist and shouted, "I want to have breakfast." I said it wasn't urgent and that I would take her to enroll first. She then started to be picky, pointing at her ill-fitting clothes and asking me, "Am I really going to wear this? I told you to wait." As soon as I finished speaking, I swiftly jumped out of the window. When I came back, I was already holding a brand new set of Royal Dual School uniform, perfectly sized. I urged her to change quickly while I sneaked back into the bedroom. I tell you, looking at Lingling, who is sleeping soundly with messy hair on the bed, that scene is just incredible. I gently woke her up and gave her some water. When she saw that it was already bright outside, she struggled to get up. But her whole body ached and she couldn't move, complaining that I wasn't gentle at all. I directly told her, "We're not going anywhere today. I'll drop Ning Rongrong off and come back, and we'll continue." When she heard the word continue, her body trembled slightly. Her face turned as red as an apple. And she asked me if I was still tired. What a joke. This is just the beginning. I gave her a good morning kiss that left her soft on the bed, tucked her in, and told her to wait for me to come back. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ning Rongrong sitting upright on the sofa, looking like she was caught red-handed, obviously eavesdropping at the door just a moment ago. I led her to handle the enrollment, and on the way, the number of people turning their heads to look at us was impressive. It seems this little girl is quite famous. When we arrived at the office, that old man Meng Shinji rushed over as if he had seen a long-lost relative. He was excited all morning at the news that the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was coming. He asked Ning Rongrong what level she was at now, and this little girl finally found an opportunity to show off, directly revealing her martial soul and 2 soul rings. I tell you, the expression on Meng Shinji's face at that time was almost as if his eyes were about to pop out, mumbling, "No, it shouldn't be." Ning Rongrong was so proud. Oh no, I thought the celestial herb has probably fueled her arrogance. The situation got even crazier when Meng Shinji discovered that her 7 treasure glazed tile seemed a bit different. The girl directly said, "My dad said this is called a 9 treasure glazed tile, and it can cultivate to Title Douluos." What? Meng Shinji and teacher Qin Ming, who had just walked in, were instantly petrified. When Qin Ming saw her soul power level while processing her enrollment, he exclaimed, "This is not a genius. This is a monster." The way those old men looked at me was different, as if they were saying, "Thank goodness we invited this big Buddha." Once the paperwork was completed, I didn't want to stay even a second longer and directly told Qin Ming, "Teacher, you take her to get familiar with the environment. She should learn to be independent." Qin Ming even asked me about Lingling, and I said she wanted to relax for a day and took a leave. His expression of understanding was quite something. Ning Rongrong was unhappy, pulling my arm and saying I promised to take her shopping. I directly stuffed my entire purse in her hands, saying, "Buy whatever you like. I will definitely take you later." After saying that, I slipped away at lightning speed, leaving her stomping her feet in anger, cursing me for being an untrustworthy big liar. Just kidding, my Lingling is still waiting for me in bed. Those who understand know. When we both woke up again, it was almost dark. Lingling was probably scared by my antics. The first thing she did upon waking was rush into the bathroom to shower and get dressed, afraid I would pull some more tricks. I originally wanted to have a couple's bath, but what a pity. She saw my disappointed face and poked my nose, saying, "You have to leave some things to do later, right? And I'm hungry." We walked hand in hand to the cafeteria, and wow, the rate of people turning their heads was high. After all, Lingling is a prominent figure in the academy. As soon as we reached the entrance of the cafeteria, we heard the noise inside, and Ning Rongrong's distinctive voice came through. "I want to sit here. What's the matter?" As soon as I glanced over, there he was, the Avalanche Prince again. This guy really monopolizes all the excitement in the academy, buzzing around like a fly, trying to pursue Ning Rongrong, but with that frivolous attitude, Ning Rongrong completely ignores him. Lingling asked me if I wanted to go take a look, and I analyzed it for her, saying, "I'm facing a dilemma right now. I don't want to see this girl being bullied, but if I help her, I'm afraid her personality will become even more arrogant, which isn't beneficial for her growth." In the end, Lingling completely stunned me. She said, "Jade must be carved to become a gem. If you want her to grow, you have to let her experience some grievances. And can't you see? Avalanche is pursuing her. He won't really do anything to her." I thought for a moment, and that wouldn't do. I jumped straight up from the first floor, a leap of faith, landing steadily next to Ning Rongrong's seat. The whole place fell silent, especially that Avalanche guy, who looked like he'd seen a ghost when he saw me. His face turned pale, and his hands trembled as if he had Parkinson's. The shadow of being stepped on by me last time seemed to be quite significant. He didn't dare to make a sound, stood up shivering, and slipped away with his little brothers. Ning Rongrong looked confused and asked if that guy was sick. I told her to eat well and said I would take her shopping later. She sarcastically asked me, "Oh, you have time now? Don't need to accompany your Yilingling?" I laughed and patted her head, saying of course I will accompany her. That's why I brought you all with me. The little girl was still unhappy, saying that we were a group and she'd rather go alone. I smiled and asked her, "Do you have money?" Then, right in front of her, I stealthily took back the money pouch I had given her in the morning and waved it in front of her. Only then did she realize the money was gone, and she angrily shouted, "When did you steal it?" Despicable. I thought to myself, this isn't stealing. It's returning things to their rightful owner. But why is this money pouch so half empty? Did this girl spend so much in just a little while? Looks like I'll have to ask Xue Qing'e for more funds again. In the end, this little girl reluctantly accepted my invitation. Seeing her slightly expectant eyes, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Little girl, I'm going to give you something exciting tonight. To teach you a lesson about your bad temper." I came up with a brilliant yet mischievous idea. After dinner, I took the two of them shopping. Ning Rongrong was so happy, looking around everywhere, that I almost felt guilty about carrying out my plan. I whispered a few words to Lingling, startling her as she asked me, "Are we really going to do this? Won't it cause any trouble?" I assured her that I knew what I was doing. This mischievous child, as expected, forgot my advice to stay within sight and ran off on her own. Lingling and I exchanged a glance and nodded. Then I quickly slipped into the crowd and disappeared. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was still unaware that she had been left behind, standing in front of a jewelry stall, picking out items. When she finished selecting and turned around to call me to pay, she saw the stall owner looking at her with a face full of terror. When she turned back, everything went dark and she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself tied up in a rundown room with iron bars. Struggling, she realized her hands were bound behind her, and she squirmed on the ground like a caterpillar. She exploded with anger, shouting, "What kind of joke is this? Do you know who I am? Let me go." I was next door, munching on fried chicken and drinking beer, listening to her shouting and cursing, feeling that the time was just right. I kicked the iron door with one foot, producing a loud bang. This scared her quite a bit, but she still held her ground. "Hey, you, let me out. Do you believe I'll have my grandpa the sword chop you into pieces?" I pressed my throat and said in an extremely arrogant tone, "You know, the young master of the Seven Treasures glazed sect." Then I kicked the door open and walked in wearing all black, with a black stocking cap on my head, looking down at her from above. I also remained silent, staring coldly at her, and that icy silence finally made her a bit uneasy. Just as she was about to speak, I interrupted her. "Shut up. I'm thinking." She trembled and asked what I wanted to do, and I squatted down, pinching her little chin, and said ominously, "I'm thinking whether to sell you as a virgin directly, or enjoy you first before selling you." "You dare!" she screamed. I sneered. "Do you think this is still Heavendo City? You're now in the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Believe me, there are plenty of nobles willing to pay a high price for someone like you." At this point, her voice began to tremble. Seeing her terrified expression, I felt it was the right moment and started to move my hand down to unbutton her. She completely broke down, screaming and desperately trying to retreat. I continued to press on. "But you're my best prey, and I don't really want to give your first time to someone else. Don't worry, even if I use you once, they won't be able to tell. Don't come near me. I'll have Grandpa Jian kill you." Tears had already started to slide down her cheeks. I thought to myself, this girl really isn't very bright, still threatening me. I simply loosened the ropes on her, making it easier for me to take off my clothes. There really wasn't much to see, just a little girl. She started to cry and scream wildly. "Don't look," I sneered. "Not only do I want to look, I also want to." As I said this, I began to unfasten her little belt. This young lady's psychological defenses finally collapsed completely, and she cried out loud, "I'll give you any amount of money. Just let me go." I continued to intensify the situation. "Do you think I would trust you? I can get the money and also play with your beautiful body. Once I'm done having my fun, I'll sell you at the auction, and you can just accept your life as a dog." "Wow!" she cried out in agony. "Grandpa Jian. Grandpa Gu, hurry and save me." In the end, as she cried, she even started shouting, "Mother, save me." Sigh, I thought to myself, Ning Fengji really is a failure as a father. After the act had gone on long enough, I pretended to hear some noise outside and decided to leave. Once the room fell silent, I quickly changed accounts and stealthily made my way back in. "Why did you take so long to come?" Ning Rongrong shouted as soon as she saw me. I hurriedly gestured for her to be quiet, thinking to myself, this silly girl, if this were a real kidnapping, wouldn't her shouting have betrayed us? I told her that I had drawn the bad guys away and she should run. But she stubbornly replied, "Didn't you say you could beat Grandpa Jian? Why don't you just tear him to pieces?" I retorted, "That guy is way stronger than your Grandpa Jian. It's already a miracle that I can save you. She still didn't believe me. I pretended to get angry and stood up to leave, saying, then you can stay here. This made her anxious, and she lunged forward, falling flat on her face, crying out, no. Quick, save me. I looked at her coldly and said, if you had listened and not run around, would you be in this situation? I can save you this time, but not the next. Forget it. With that, I started to walk out. She was completely desperate, crying out, no, don't leave me. Yinzu, you said I could trust you. I'll listen to you from now on. I will be obedient. Don't ignore me. Seeing that I was really about to leave, she cried even harder. I thought to myself, why didn't I do this sooner? I made a commotion outside, making it seem like a grand battle, then dashed in, scooped her up, and punched straight through the wall. The glaring sunlight made her shut her eyes, and all she could hear was the rushing wind. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in my arms, soaring into the sky. The little princess in my arms finally came to her senses. As soon as she regained her freedom, her spoiled temper flared up again, and she shouted at me, well done. I shall reward you. At that moment, I rolled my eyes and thought, sister, can you first see what height we are at? I directly shot back at her, stop messing around. I finally managed to temporarily trap him, and the priority is to run away. Only then did she look down and realize that the small black room below, which was hers, had been completely flattened. She started to feel scared. Her little face turned pale, and with a cry, she buried her head in my chest, mumbling like a mosquito, thank you. I intentionally teased her. What is it? The wind is too strong. I can't hear clearly. As a result, this directly broke her defenses. Looking at the button on her chest that got pulled open, she suddenly burst into tears again, saying that if it weren't for me, she would be done for. Let me tell you, at times like this, you have to take the opportunity to educate. I immediately switched to teaching mode. Isn't this all your fault? Do you really think the world revolves around you? Without the bodyguard at your home, you're nothing, just meat on the chopping board. She even felt wronged. But I'm just a support. Don't I need you all to fight? Then you better work hard to improve. I can't even begin to express my frustration. You need to make your teammates feel that you are reliable and worth protecting, right? But what about you? You cause trouble every day and offend all your teammates. Who understands this? Your teammates can't carry you. She was so overwhelmed by what I said that she cried and said, please don't scold me anymore. I sighed, softening my tone a bit. I'm not scolding you. I'm helping you remember. She nodded, then looked at the buildings on the ground, suddenly exclaiming, is this really the territory of the Star, Luo Empire? Of course. I ramped up the flying speed, so we needed to hurry and get out of here. Hold on tight, and this time, don't wet me again. Don't mention that again. Her protest was so quiet it was blown away by the wind. I don't know how long we flew, but we safely returned to Heavendo City. As soon as we landed, I untied her, and the young lady's legs gave out, collapsing to the ground. She probably felt like everything that happened before was just a nightmare. Seeing her pitiful state, I wondered if I had gone a bit too far. After all, she was still a child. After a while, she finally looked up at me and said, I want to eat something. Her little eyes looked like a stray cat's. All right, what else could I say? Let's go. I'll take you to eat the best food. She immediately stretched out both hands. I'm sore, carry me. Well, she sure knew how to give orders smoothly. I didn't say anything and picked her up, heading into a restaurant. On the way, I reminded her to train hard in the future, and she responded with some vague sounds while lying on my back. Then she suddenly asked me, hey, how did you find me? I speak without thinking. I have a keen nose and sharp eyes. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can still find you. Really? Yes, really. Wow, this meal was something else. It was like a pear blossom in the rain. She was stuffing her face while dropping golden beans, probably in post-traumatic stress. I was afraid she might end up with depression from eating so much. As it turned out, I was overthinking it. Once she was full, her energy was instantly restored. She wiped her mouth, glanced at the sky, and revived on the spot. Oh no, it's getting dark. Take me to buy clothes. All right, as long as you don't seek death and trouble. Once we exited the restaurant, she learned her lesson, no longer rushing ahead alone, but carefully tugging at my sleeve. Her big eyes scanning the surroundings like radar, purely a case of seeing shadows in the cup. I couldn't help but laugh and said, it's fine. It's not that serious. Speaking of you getting into danger, I have some responsibility too. As soon as she heard this, her nose immediately perked up. Right? It's all your fault. Saying this, she gripped my clothes even tighter. So, I went along with her words and said that I would keep a closer eye on her. And she had to be obedient, okay? Only then did she nod vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. As we walked, she suddenly reached out to touch my hand. And I asked her, do you want to hold hands? She actually thought about it seriously for a moment. Holding hands is better. On the way back to the academy, I was carrying bags full of stuff in both hands, while she was clinging to my back like a sloth. I teased her. Taking care of you really costs a lot. She was not pleased and lightly scratched my neck with her nails. What are you talking about? I bought all the cheap stuff. Didn't you feel my thoughtfulness? I shook the bag in my hand. Although, is it really necessary to buy so much? You're almost matching Ling Ling's entire wardrobe. She didn't say anything, just kept asking me. Can you really find me no matter where I am? Of course. Isn't today proof? These eyes of mine are not just for show. Then prove it again. I clear my throat. You're wearing blue today. Annoying. She gave me a light punch on the back, saying, I just had a bit of a crush on you, and you ruined it with one sentence. Your crush on me isn't important, I said lightly. Remembering today's lesson is more valuable than anything. Suddenly, she pinched my ear and whispered, Hey, can you sleep at my place tonight? No. I rejected her immediately. Are you kidding? I just had that with Yi Lingling, and it's still fresh. Spending time comforting you is already being very kind. You want to occupy my night too? No way. She began to act cute. Just go. I'm scared. Well, that is true. Thinking from her perspective, I wouldn't even dare to go to the bathroom after watching a horror movie. Given her personal experience, how could she not be scared? After some thought, I suggested, then you can move next door. That room is empty. She hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed. After settling her in, when I returned to my own room, I was stunned. Yi Lingling had just finished showering and was wearing one of my white shirts. Her long black hair damp and cascading down, her long legs crossed in front of her. The shirt was so long, it looked like she was missing her lower half, and only a few buttons were fastened. The scene was both innocent and alluring. I walked over and directly pulled her onto the sofa. She leaned against my chest and complained, You say you protect me, but if you keep doing this every day, I'm going to end up dead because of you. I smiled and patted her. Don't worry. I'll remember to take care of it after driving. She didn't understand my joke and bit me lightly on the chest. You smelly man. Is this how you start testing me? You want your sisters to help you share the burden, right? I'm just thinking of you. I turned her over with a serious expression, ready to have a fierce battle on this sofa. Annoying. I suddenly cursed under my breath, and Yi Lingling beneath me was taken aback. Then we heard Ning Rongrong scream from next door. I'm really going to die. I slowly got up and put on my clothes, then knocked on Ning Rongrong's door. Stop calling. It's not coming for you. The door swung open, and she rushed out, saying, There was just a shadow. I knew. I pushed her back inside and said, That was Poison Douluos. He came to find me. You can sleep peacefully. Seeing that she was still very scared, there was no other way. I had to let her come into my room and squeeze in with Yi Lingling. I jumped out of the balcony by myself and went straight to the rooftop of the dormitory. That old man Douluos was standing there like a ghost. As soon as he saw me, he got straight to the point. Let's go. Come with me to the medicinal field to do some research. I shrugged my shoulders and said, Come on, sir. I've already taken my pants off, and you're telling me this? It was agreed upon. Damn it. Can you experts at least have a normal biological clock? I grumbled while still following him to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Now that I was here, I had to take something with me. It would be just right to give Lingling some maintenance. To be honest, her little body really can't withstand all my tossing around. As for the research, just drinking his messy potions? That old man even wanted to draw my blood, but he broke several needles trying. I didn't even break my skin. Douluos looked at me like I was a monster. How strange. Are you envious? I casually picked a fairy herb and chewed on it. He had a constipated expression, and in the end, he could only begrudgingly let me go. I took a couple of steps, then turned back to give him a piece of advice. Actually, if you want to solve the side effects of that poison skill, just push the poison into the soul bone, right? It's convenient to use whenever you need it. When the old man heard this, his eyes lit up, as if he had opened up his meridians. I also gave him a precautionary warning. By the way, if a fool named Avalanche asks you to go to the Royal Fighting Academy to deal with people, don't go. It's probably me. After dealing with the old man, I flew directly out of the Sunset Forest. Suspended in midair, I thought that Lingling and Rongrong had probably fallen asleep, and it would be pointless to go back. So I might as well go check on my little angel Qianrichua and get some money to spend. When I arrived at the prince's mansion, I saw Shui Qinghe sleeping on the table from a distance, with piles of memorials on the desk. Sigh, being a prince isn't easy either. I silently landed in front of her, and she didn't even notice. She sleepily opened her eyes and was startled when she saw me, patting her chest and saying, You little brat, scared me to death. Are you that tired? Uncle C.I. was standing guard outside, so I wasn't on guard. She rubbed her eyes. Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? What do you want from me? Seeing you working hard for the country, I brought you some supplements. I placed a fairy herb on her desk. Her eyes lit up, and when she opened the box, she exclaimed, Is this for me? She seemed a bit surprised. Where did you get this from? I have a keen nose, like a wild boar looking for truffles. She even joked with me. I didn't say anything, just quietly watched her. Although she was in male attire, that aura couldn't be hidden. She felt a bit uncomfortable under my gaze and said, "Then you help me guard, and I'll absorb it right now." I nodded and intentionally leaned in a bit closer. She immediately became alert. "Why are you getting so close?" As she spoke, a golden light curtain sealed off the room. The next moment, an incredible scene unfolded. She directly shed the disguise of Shueqinghe and transformed back in her true form, Qianrenxue. My goodness, it was absolutely perfect. I was mesmerized. She glanced at me sideways. "Could you move back a bit? Your gaze is making me feel a bit strange." I cleared my throat and pretended to adjust my position. She warned me again. "Don't let me see your short sword again, or I'll chop it off." Women, they eat and wipe clean and then turn their backs. I shook my head. "Oof. Isn't it because all you think about every day is crap? I won't allow you to say that about yourself." I said sternly. "How could my angel be crap?" She was so taken aback by my words that she couldn't respond, simply ignoring me and starting to absorb the fairy grass while sitting cross-legged. She absorbed it quickly, and before long, she opened her eyes and asked me, "What about you? Is there anything you want me to do?" "Yes, I'm out of money again." I extended my hand directly. She was straightforward and tossed me a card. "Use this. By the way, how are things going with Ning Rongrong?" I thought about it and described it. It's like a cat born into nobility, but still disobedient. Eating your food and looking down on you. Isn't that an exaggeration? She laughed and said, "I can see you were quite enjoying yourself when you said that." I understood the envy in her eyes and said, "There's no need to envy her. If you need it, I can also take good care of you. Get lost." She spat at me, her words filled with low humor. "I won't go. Let me watch you a little longer." I suddenly became sentimental, and she, on the other hand, seemed a bit shy, her gaze flickering as she said, "That's enough. I can't keep this up forever." After saying that, she transformed back into the appearance of Shueqinghe. I stood up and said, "Don't worry. I'll take it seriously, so you can return to your true self sooner." After saying that, I disappeared into the night. Flying in the air, the more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Return to her true self? By the time she finishes her slow plan, it will be too late. Her plan is correct, but too slow. Either don't do it or go all out, rather than waiting for her to slowly grind it out. I might as well give her a push. The only concern is whether this would hurt her pride. After all, it's a situation she has painstakingly managed for so many years. Forget it. Let us just do it. I made up my mind and flew straight to the residence of Prince Shueqing. Before dawn, I crouched on top of a tall tower, overlooking the entire city like an owl, looking for that old guy's nest. These royal relatives are afraid that others don't know how impressive they are. Their residences are more conspicuous than the last, making them easy to find. According to Qianrenxue, that old guy is her biggest obstacle. If she can't handle it, then I will. I directly infiltrated his chamber. What soul power restrictions and patrolling guards were like paper in front of me. The old guy woke up from his dream, and as soon as he sat up, he saw me standing at the door like a guardian deity, holding a guard's head in my hand, and then, with a snap, the person was gone. Before he could even scream, I had already teleported to the foot of his bed, grabbed his horse-like face with one hand, and dragged him off the bed like picking up a chick, lifting him off the ground. At that moment, he must have been thinking 4 words, "My life is over." I grinned at him and said, "Open your eyes wider, put on a bit more of a show." I tell you, seeing that look of fear on his face excited me to no end. Actually, I usually don't like killing. It's too disgusting. But killing you, I find particularly enjoyable. Do you know why? I pulled his face close to mine. It's boring to step on a bunch of ants, but you are different. You hold a high position and can decide life and death with a single word. With so much to lose, it must be more thrilling, right? I can hear your heartbeat. It could play a rock song. Well, I don't really understand rock, but it's all about passion, like this. As I spoke, I released my grip, and in the moment before his body hit the ground, I slammed my hands together, delivering a blow that shattered his brain, leaving him twitching on the ground. Unfortunately, there's no live broadcast in this world. I walked around him twice. Otherwise, this scene would surely trend at #1. All right, I've had my fun. You can rest easy now. Just one last question. Do you have a wife? Do you need me to take care of her for you? I casually dismantled a metal lamp post, shoved it into his mouth, and pierced him from top to bottom, turning him into a personal meat skewer. Then I flew up into the sky with this skewer, aimed at the city wall of Heaven Do City, and with a fierce throw, I nailed him to the wall. After finishing all this, I returned to the academy and washed my hands. When I looked back, I saw Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong sleeping in the same bed, holding each other tightly. It seemed this time they really scared the little princess. The next morning, the whole Heaven Do City was in an uproar. Prince Xuexing was assassinated in a brutal manner, and Emperor Shui was so furious that he fell ill. Oh, there's an unexpected gain? It would be even better if that old emperor died from anger. In the Royal Combat Training Camp, Teacher Qin Ming gathered us with a serious expression. You've all heard the morning rumors, right? They're true. The entire city is under martial law, and for safety reasons, I've applied to start our study tour early. Everyone, hurry up and pack your things. We leave in an hour. That guy Yu Tianheng, without thinking, said, wow, this sudden turn of events is really a bit exciting. I felt a flicker from the bracelet. It was Qian Renxue calling me. When I arrived, she surprisingly showed up in her true form, though she was disguised a bit. As soon as she spoke, she asked, "Where did you go last night? How was it?" Surprised? I'm a bit proud of myself for helping you get rid of a stumbling block. However, instead of being happy, she seemed a bit angry. Who let you take matters into your own hands? Is there a problem? I waved my hand. Wasn't that guy your political enemy? I help you eliminate him. Isn't that good? I never asked you to do that. She knocked on her forehead, saying that even if it needed to be done, we should have discussed it first so she could be prepared. You did this, and now all my plans are in disarray. Sigh. She explained a lot to me, saying that by killing Prince Xuexing, I actually provoked the interest groups behind him, making them more united. The Snow Knight Emperor also started to become suspicious, sidelining her as the crown prince. In short, my reckless action stirred the pot, causing the frog in the warm water to jump around in panic. Trouble. As I listened to her, I felt a strong sense of rebellion rising in me. She went on to say that killing doesn't solve everything and try to calm me down. I could tell she was scared, fearing that my power was beyond her control. Forget it. I couldn't be bothered to think about it. To me, getting rid of trash means one less problem. There is no need for so much complexity. The study tour was much easier than I thought. It was practically a paid vacation. Teacher Qin Ming knew my strength and didn't let me participate, fearing that if I made a move, the teaching would lose its meaning. I was happy to relax, spending my days eating, drinking, and having fun, while at night I researched the great harmony of life with Yi Lingling in the hotel. Life was really enjoyable. Just wear it for a bit. In the evening, Lingling begged me for a little gadget. No, I firmly refused, not underestimating my self-control. But what if I got pregnant? As long as I don't want to, there is no such possibility. Even if there is, am I afraid I won't be able to raise it? We lay there, starting to fantasize about what kind of martial soul our future child would have. She also told me that Ning Rongrong had been performing particularly well in the soul arena recently, and had been working hard at her training to compete with her. The next day, I received a letter from Qian Renxue, which detailed all the negative impacts of my killing Prince Xuexing. In summary, I ended up making things more difficult for her instead of helping. I finished reading the letter and immediately crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the fireplace. I still didn't feel I had done anything wrong. I quickly pushed the matter out of my mind until that day when we arrived in Nottingham. As soon as we got off the bus, Yi Lingling grabbed my arm and said, "Azu, is there anything you want to buy? I've saved up quite a bit of money on this trip, so let me treat you this once." We were whispering when Ning Rongrong's little head popped out from under Yi Lingling's armpit. "What are you two talking about?" Yi Lingling pinched her little face. "Rongrong, do you want to go shopping for clothes together?" "I told you." Rongrong waved her hand at that time and said, "Forget it. If we buy more things." That brat Yufeng's mouth would stretch to the back of his head. Half of their broken cart was stuffed with her treasures. I was quite pleased at that moment. Oh, our Miss Rongrong knows how to care for others. It must be that earning money from the fighting soul was too hard for her, making her experience the hardships of life. Just then, while I was dazedly staring in one direction, her delicate little hand waved in front of my eyes, asking what I was so lost in thought about. I grabbed her hand and told her that direction is my home. Goodness, as soon as I said that, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she directly shouted for me to take her to see. I complained to her verbally, asking what it had to do with her. But in my heart, I thought, fine, let's consider this an early introduction to the in-laws for you. In the end, this girl completely ignored me, jumped onto my back, and pointed with her little hand. "Let's go." I turned my head and looked at Lingling, deliberately teasing her. "Are you ready to meet my parents?" Guess what? Lingling let out a small and immediately froze, her little face turning red, too nervous to speak smoothly. I quickly comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. My parents will definitely like you." I was thinking to myself at the time, I had to let my dad see how amazing the girl I brought home was. After greeting Teacher Qin Ming, I took off directly. With my left arm around the nervous Lingling and Rongrong excitedly hanging on my back, we flew towards my hometown. On the way, Ning Rongrong looked down at the desolate wilderness below, where there wasn't even a proper road, and was shocked. "Is your home this remote?" Before I could say anything, Ling Ling quietly chimed in, surprised as well. What could I say? I could only smile helplessly. As we got closer, that familiar little village finally appeared in front of us, but my brow furrowed. Something was off, very off. The land was largely barren. The houses were in terrible disrepair, and the entire village exuded a sense of lifelessness. I remembered it wasn't like this when I left, right? Even if a few children and adults had left, it shouldn't be this desolate, right? Ning Rongrong pointed at a row of dilapidated houses below and asked, "Is that a cow shed?" I calmly replied to her, "That's my home." The little girl instantly fell silent, behaving as obediently as a quail. When I landed, I immediately saw my mom sifting rice, trying to pick out the chaff so the rice would taste better. My dad, on the other hand, was nearby, tinkering away at a broken piece of furniture. Seeing the weary look in their eyes made my heart skip a beat, but I still put on a smile and knocked on the door. "I'm back." Instantly, there was a clatter of pots and pans from inside, and the door was swung open with a bang. My parents rushed out, and upon seeing me, they were incredibly excited. My mom came over and gave me a big bear hug, while my dad, standing behind my mom, had already fixed his gaze on Ling Ling and Rong Rong behind me, secretly giving me a thumbs up. I returned his look with a proud expression, as if to say, "How about that? Your son is impressive, right?" Once inside, I introduced Ling Ling and Rong Rong to them. Let me tell you, today Ning Rong Rong really surprised me. She adhered to the principle of saying little and making few mistakes, acting so well-behaved that anyone who didn't know would think she was a refined young lady from a wealthy family. My parents were thrilled to see me bring back two lovely girls and immediately went to the kitchen to prepare a good meal for my future daughters-in-law. I told both of them to sit down first while I followed my parents into the kitchen. My mom even urged me, saying, "Go out and keep the girls company. Don't just be in the way here." I didn't leave. Looking at the pickles and shabby kitchen utensils, I directly asked, "Mom, where's the money I sent back?" As soon as I asked, my parents were both stunned. My dad scratched his head and said, "We received the letter, but the money. Is there any?" "Okay, I got it." I felt a surge of anger inside, but I didn't show it. I asked again, "Why is the village so desolate? Where is everyone?" My mom's face immediately changed, and my dad sighed, saying, "Things were fine, but ever since the people from the Spear Hall left, someone comes to collect taxes every few days. The heavy taxes and miscellaneous fees are unbearable, and the young people can't take it anymore and have run away. We're just left with these old bones that can't move. Originally, your mom and I wanted to leave too, but we were afraid you wouldn't be able to find home when you came back." "Okay, I understand." I went up and hugged them to reassure them. This matter is not over. That night, I hunted some game, and the family had a relatively warm meal together. The next morning, I bid farewell to my parents, telling them to prepare for the move, and then I took Ling Ling back to Notting City. On the way, Ling Ling noticed my bad mood and asked if she had done something wrong. I shook my head, saying it had nothing to do with them, just that there were some pests that needed to be dealt with. Upon returning to Notting City, I asked Teacher Qin Ming for leave, and without further ado, I headed straight to Spirit City. Goodness, just as I arrived at the entrance of Spirit City, I ran into that old brother Gue Mei again. He was speechless and asked why it was always me. I said I wanted to bring some people to settle here. What is the process? He pointed to the missionary at the entrance, saying that as long as you accept the baptism of the doctrine of light, you can enter the city. No one is turned away. I was shocked at the time. It was that simple? Aren't they afraid of bad people sneaking in? Gue Mei coldly snorted. Under the temple. Who dares to cause trouble? I ran to ask the missionary and found out that the only obligation for settling in the Spirit City is to participate in prayers regularly. You either join the program system, which assigns you work and provides food and accommodation, or you become self-sufficient, as long as you don't break the law. When I heard this, I thought, isn't this just a retirement paradise? I made up my mind on the spot, but it was too much effort for me to transport people alone. So I shamelessly went to find the ghostly charm and offered him fairy grass as a reward to help me out. Let me tell you, at first, the ghostly charm was quite aloof, but as soon as I took out the fairy grass, that guy at the flower gate came floating over, eyes shining bright. Looking at it like an AI spotting the latest high-performance graphics card, directly locking onto it, holding onto the fairy grass without letting go. Only then did the ghostly charm half-heartedly agree to help. So, with these two great experts, overnight, we packed up all the remaining dozens of people from our village and moved them to the Spirit City. Seeing everyone settled down, I finally felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. All right, with family matters sorted, next step, pest control. I first squatted near the city lord's mansion in Notting for a day, using my clairvoyance and acute hearing to see everything happening inside clearly. The fat city lord was busy dividing the spoils, one portion for some prince and another for the Spear Hall branch. I sneered and intercepted all the gifts he was sending out halfway through. That night, I sneaked into the city lord's mansion. The plump city lord was having fun with a young girl when I caught him on the spot. Disgusted by his size, I stuffed a toilet stopper in his mouth and hung him from the beam, turning him into a dartboard. Look at all that fat on you. I didn't even know where to start. While twirling a pen, I poked at the bulging flesh on his body. To my surprise, he somehow managed to dislodge the toilet stopper with a pop and open his mouth to scream for help. I swiftly threw a pen at his face, which scared him so much that he wet himself. With your men sprawled out, if you squeal like a pig again, I'll make your death quicker. The fat man trembled and asked me who I was and what I wanted. I couldn't be bothered to chat. I asked directly, which people from the spirit hall are in cahoots with you? Hearing this, he thought I was there to cause trouble for the spirit hall and quickly distanced himself, saying they only came to him for money regularly, and everyone benefited from it. Oh, everyone benefits? I nodded. So those who don't make a profit don't count as people, right? After saying this, I flicked my wrist, and 3 pins pierced through his round body. With the city lord taken care of, the next stop was the spirit hall branch. The spirit hall was different. It was brightly lit 24 hours a day. I walked straight through the main door, and anyone who dared to stop me was knocked out with a slap, clearing my path. When I reached a courtyard, I happened to run into 2 soul saints flying out to intercept me. A red light flashed in my eyes, and with a sonic boom, the 2 of them were instantly sliced into 4 charred pieces in midair, falling to the ground. I dug in my ear and shouted into an office. Hey you, come out for a second. A gray-haired guy stormed out, probably the boss around here. As soon as he stepped outside, he caught a whiff of the burnt smell in the air, and when he saw the 4 piles on the ground, he instantly sobered up, his face turned pale, and he regretted it deeply. He was definitely thinking, why did I come out? Wouldn't it be better to jump out the window and run? All this just for your jealousy, and I ended up wrapping dumplings all the way here. I rubbed my hands and walked towards him, saying, so how do you want to die? The guy named Myers saw he couldn't fight back, turned around, and tried to run, even sending out a distress signal. I laughed. The faster you run, the quicker you die. As soon as I finished speaking, energy flashed in my eyes, and his upper body simply vanished, leaving only his smoking lower half slowly collapsing. After dealing with him, I walked into the office, where a small, trembling steward was curled up in the corner. Just as I was about to make a move, he looked up, recognized me, and suddenly shouted like he had seen a savior. Yanzu, spare me, Yanzu. I was taken aback, and as I walked closer to take a better look, I realized, wow, isn't this the Su Yuntao who awakened my martial soul back in the day? Let me tell you about Qian Renshua. This woman, in the middle of the night, wouldn't he go to sleep and insisted on dragging me to the rooftop to bask in the cold wind. Then she seriously analyzed whether her mother, Bibi Dong, had lost her mind, questioning why she only used such garbage things to manage affairs. I'm almost laughing out loud inside. My silly, sweet little Shue. Your mom just wants to ruin the spirit hall entirely and is here boosting your strength. She's deliberately using these trashy tactics to spread hatred everywhere. Do you understand? I couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so I asked, you came all this way, you can't be here just for this trivial matter, right? Guess what? She got angry and said, is this still considered a small matter? Those people from the Nodding City branch are, after all, from the Spear Hall. You've wiped them all out, and this will definitely alert the main hall. They will send elders down to investigate. Isn't that a waste of manpower? She also warned me that Bibi Dong isn't as easy to deal with as she is. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. What's the matter? Can't you call the shots on this? She sighed and said that she was currently carrying out a top-secret mission. And even the person in charge on the side of the sky, Fighting Empire, didn't know she existed. She had to hurry back and suppress this matter before the news was reported. Otherwise, she would have to battle with Bai Dong online again. I was curious, so I asked her how the battle works. She said she could only write a letter to Bibi Dong, saying that this matter was her suggestion. Then Bibi Dong would use her identity as the Pope to write a grand letter, scolding her harshly, but of course, it would only be scolding and she couldn't really do anything to her. I said, that's so troublesome, it's just a small matter. I'll go to the Spirit City and clarify it with her myself, and that will be it. Goodness. As soon as I said that, her little eyes instantly changed, as if she had radar, and she asked me word by word, you, and her, your relationship has gotten to this extent. The sourness, let me tell you. You could smell it from 800 miles away. I just laughed. Of course, with a husband as excellent as me, there are plenty of people who want to have me, so don't be unaware of your blessings. She fell silent immediately, probably too lazy to argue with me. I, being someone who takes advantage, leaned over and said, you still don't admit it? You came all this way, ISNT it just to avoid losing me? Her tone was incredibly cold. Don't talk, let me be quiet for a while. She sat there, looking at the distant lights, while I just watched her. Let me tell you, at that moment, I suddenly felt she was quite tired. I jokingly patted my shoulder and said, if you want it, I can lend it to you. I already told you to be quiet. Great. A warm face pressed against a cold butt. So I just sat there with her, staring into space. After a long time, she finally came back to her senses and turned to look at me with a very complex expression. She said she had to go back. I saw it was already late at night, so I politely suggested, it's so late. Why not rest for the night and leave tomorrow? She was a bit touched at first, but then when she looked down, probably seeing something unusual about me, she instantly rolled her eyes. I quickly explained myself. After all, it's late at night, and it's windy, don't catch a cold. She chuckled. If a breeze can give a soul master a cold, it's better to die early. She spread her wings, and before leaving, her tone suddenly softened. I'll send someone to explain things to Salis. Just think of it as for me, and in the future, think twice before acting, okay? Who understands family matters? This girl is too clever. She knows being tough with me won't work, so she's being soft. My heart almost melted, but I still ambiguously replied, I will uphold the doctrine of light for you. Meaning, I'll still kill scum without hesitation. Watching her disappear into the night sky, I regretted it deeply. Damn, the atmosphere was so good just now. Why didn't I just go for a strong kiss? I felt like I missed out on a fortune, all thanks to you lingling, who let my anger subside. Now I'm not bold enough. What a pity. Just after Qian Renshua left, another one arrived. 2 nights later, still on that rooftop, I looked at an old acquaintance who traveled a long way to come, amused. Oh, ISNT this Uncle Gu? What brings you here? Gurong, the Bon Douluos of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, with eyes like knives. First looked through the window at Ning Rongrong, who was sleeping soundly, then turned to me and said, I came to see Rongrong. With me taking care of her. You're still not at ease? I smiled. He was probably thinking, it's precisely because you're here that I'm not at ease. He didn't beat around the bush and directly said, a few days ago, the tragedy of the city lord of Nodding City has left people on edge. It said that the person behind this incident is likely the same one who brutally killed Prince Xuesheng in Heavendo City. As soon as I heard it, I understood that this old man had come to seek justice. I directly cut to the chase. Just say it. You want to ask if it was me, right? He probably didn't expect me to be so straightforward, and after a moment of shock, he replied, you have the capability for that, don't you? And your route matches perfectly. He looked so tense, like he was afraid that I might take him out in an instant if we didn't see eye to eye. I find it really funny. So I said to him, Uncle Gu, don't be nervous. If I say yes, what do you plan to do? Take me back to confess to the Snow Knight Emperor? I'm afraid I don't have that capability. Gu Rong shook his head, saying he didn't care about the Tiendo royal family. He came here just to know the reason. I don't understand what benefits this brings you. All right, that's straightforward. I admitted directly, yes, I did it. As for the reason, I have 2 versions. One is grandiose, and the other is sincere. Which one do you want to hear? Let's hear both. The grandiose version is that a prince treats human life as worthless, and a city lord oppresses the common people. They both deserve to die. The sincere version is that both of them have genuinely offended me. I found them unpleasant. So I sent them on their way. It's that simple. He started giving me a philosophy lesson. So, do you think you're upholding justice? But what if one day the justice you believe in is wrong? What should you do then? I shot back at him directly. Don't put a crown on my head. Do you think I care about justice? Who cares about that kind of thing? I kill them simply because I want to. Uncle Bone, do you think they shouldn't die? The old man fell silent. I continued to apply pressure. Our sex cooperation with the Tiendo Empire is just a mutual benefit, isn't it? The times have changed, Uncle Gu. What does the Tiendo royal family count for? If I want, I can take the head of the Snow Knight Emperor and hang it on the city gate tomorrow. If my father-in-law wants, we can change the name of the Tiendo Empire to the 7-Treasure Republic. The old man frowned at that moment and said I was too arrogant, that the armies of the Empire are not to be underestimated. How can we block thousands of troops? I roll my eyes in my heart. Fine, it's hard to explain this to a local. Anyway, I made it clear I did kill those people, and you can tell my father-in-law exactly that. Seeing that he couldn't sway me, he took a different approach and played the emotional card. Azu, you have strength, but does Rongrong have it? Do the sect disciples have it? Before you act, you need to think about these things. I'm most annoyed when others lecture me, so I just casually replied, as long as you're happy. While we were chatting, Gu Rong suddenly brightened up, pointing at the night market downstairs. Azu, look, what is that? I followed his finger and saw, wow, isn't that Tang San and Xiao Wu? A girl was holding a boy's hand, and that scorpion tail braid was too eye-catching. Goodness, The little bunny's true form has been caught by this old bone. Gu Rong got excited at that moment. It's a soul beast transforming. Once I capture her, I'll bring her back to the sect for breeding and prepare one for Rong Rong. As he was about to make a move, I quickly stopped him. Don't be hasty. Opportunities are fleeting. She's still in her juvenile phase, and the soul ring and soul bone are within reach. I stroked my chin and said, to be honest, it's a waste for Rong Rong to have this 100,000-year soul ring. It would be better off with me. Opportunities like this are naturally best for enhancing battle soul masters. He looked confused and said, shouldn't your soul rings be full by now? I lied without blinking. Who said I'm full? Uncle Bone, you don't need to bother. I'll take this rabbit. To convince him, I added, I have twin martial souls. When Gu Rong heard this, he thought it made sense and let me have a rabbit. He even urged me to take action, but I said, just let it roam. She's wearing the Nodding Academy uniform. She can't escape. In fact, what I was thinking was this is a rare animal so cute. Killing it would be such a pity, right? At the very least, it should be kept as a pet. It's all about companionship. Besides, it's still so small now. Catching it would just bring trouble for myself. So, more than a year passed, and our Imperial fighting team traveled around like a tour group, and I didn't make any big moves. But let me tell you, I've recently encountered a huge problem. It's simply a pain that a man cannot bear. You see, I've been with Ling Ling for so long. We've done everything we should without any precautions, yet her belly hasn't shown any signs. Aunt Flo still arrives punctually every month. Who understands, family? I've started to seriously self-doubt. Could it be that I'm not capable? No way. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. So I secretly reached out to Yu Tianheng for a chat. As a result, this guy was even more shocked than I was. Azu, do you not wear it when you're being intimate with Ling Ling? I retorted, do you wear it? Nonsense, do I want to die? He pointed to the distant solitary goose. And I finally realized, oh right, the solitary goose is full of poison. If we don't take some measures, Yu Tianheng would have died long ago. I sighed and shared my troubles with him. In the end, after listening to me, he gave me a bad idea. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Why don't you just do an experiment to verify it? How about this? Since you're not sure if it's your problem or Ling Ling's, why not find someone else and try a few more times? That way, won't it be clear who the problem lies with? I wanted to punch him at that moment. Can this even be tried? What if it's Ling Ling's problem? Wouldn't I be a surprise, Dad? Yu Tianheng directly silenced me with a single sentence. You just said what if, so it seems you understand very well in your heart that it's your problem. I was completely overwhelmed at that moment. This situation made me feel uneasy, as if everyone was looking at me like a test subject. I glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was picking out things. No, she's too young, and it's still a landing pad. Even if she had a child, it would starve. Then I thought about Qianren Xue. Even worse. If I suddenly flew to Heaven Do City and asked her to help me have a child, she would probably pull out the angelic sacred sword and take me out on the spot. As I was caught in this dilemma, our team finally left Nodding City and arrived at Soto City. This place is much more prosperous than Nodding City. Qiming took them to register at the Great Soul Arena, and I naturally ended up alone again. I was strolling around when I saw two oddballs. One was a skinny guy pushing a cart of hot dogs that smelled strange, and next to him was a fat guy scattering flyers everywhere. I grabbed one from the air, and to my surprise, it was an enrollment brochure for Shrek Academy. I was really getting into it when that fat guy suddenly shouted, "Not good. We've been caught again." After saying that, he turned around and ran, but then bang. He crashed right into me, leaving me dazed. Immediately, a group of big men in red outfits surrounded us. They looked like local bullies. The guy at the front was acting all tough, pointing at the fat guy and the skinny one, saying, "You think you can forget the beating and just walk away? Today, you three better finish this pile of posters, or you won't be leaving." Huh? Am I included too? I raised an eyebrow at that. It has nothing to do with me. I don't care whether it concerns you or not. If you get hit, it's your bad luck. That kid waved his hand and said, "Eat this." I really couldn't help but laugh. These people seeking death are truly unstoppable. His few lackeys came up and pinned down the fat guy and the skinny guy, shoving the poster into their mouths. A few others walked over to my side, and before they even reached me, I felt a gust of wind rushing towards me. With a turn, I executed a high knee side kick. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp sounds echoed, and the heads of the 3 men burst like ripe watermelons, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere, showering everyone in the face. The torrential spray of blood drenched everyone, leaving them all stunned by this sudden turn of events. I tell you, my face is still warm, and there's a strong, fishy smell. It's just ridiculous. I looked at my new clothes with disdain. Great, now they're all ruined. The 2 Shrek guys beside me. One of them immediately fell to the ground and started to while the other one went weak in the legs like noodles and just crashed. Wow, this commotion is a bit too loud, especially since we're in the city center. That Prince Lavki, who was originally so scared that his face turned pale, when he turned around and saw his armored security team swarming over, suddenly straightened up and pointed his finger at me, yelling, "You Shrek, are you trying to rebel?" I laughed and shrugged my shoulders, saying, "If you say so, then that's it." The chubby guy next to me turned pale when he heard this, probably cursing in his heart, wondering how this trouble just fell from the sky. Seeing my attitude, the prince became even more excited and waved his hand. "Take him down for me." I was thinking, what is the point of wasting time with these lowly soldiers? If you want to scold someone, start with their mother. If you want to catch a thief, catch the king first. In one leap, I sprang up, and the prince's pupils trembled. He hadn't even reacted when, snap, I had him by the throat, lifting him up like a little chick with one hand, his feet dangling off the ground, flapping around. The soldiers around instantly froze in place. I quickly had a thought. The opportunity had come, so I went all out. I directly placed a huge charge on him, gathered my energy, and shouted at the top of my lungs to the entire city, by the order of the crown prince. I am here to thoroughly investigate the conspiracy of the Balak royal family with the star Luo, intending to rebel. You all, lay down your weapons and do not kill. I told you, I was just talking nonsense, but when I saw the look in this guy's eyes, hey, there was something there, a hint of fear flashed by. No way, did I really break his defense? The Heavenly Fighting Empire is really messed up internally. Those soldiers, upon hearing this, looked at the ground beneath my feet that was shaken into a spider web by my stomp, and they had no fighting spirit left at all, clattering as they threw down their weapons. I lifted the prince high into the air, loosened my grip, and asked him, "Which direction is the palace?" This guy was still struggling. Are you really sent by the palace?" Incorrect answer. I maintained a deadpan expression and slapped him hard, knocking out a few of his teeth. Now he was obedient. After he pointed out the direction, I kicked open the ceiling of the palace hall like a meteor and landed in the center of the dance floor. Well, they were having a party with singing and dancing inside. The old king, who looked like a bear, had just stood up from his throne and shouted, "What's going on?" I threw his precious son at him like a bowling ball. He had just caught him and hadn't even had time to see who it was before I was already in front of him. Then I stepped on the king and his son, stacked together, using them as a footrest, and plopped down on his throne, crossing my legs. I snapped my fingers at a stun maid beside me and said, "Beautiful girl, give me a glass of champagne, thanks." The maid trembled as she approached with a tray, and her hand shook, spilling champagne all over me. I wasn't angry. I stood up, pulled her into my arms, and let her sit on my lap. Then, with a glance, I shot a soul saint who had just jumped out of the crowd to ambush me with a heat ray, splitting him in half. At this point, the entire venue fell silent, and you couldn't even hear a breath. I held a beautiful woman in my arms and stepped on the king, speaking slowly. "Everyone, don't be nervous. I'll say it again. I am here by the prince's order to settle the treasonous crimes of the Barak royal family. Now I'm giving you an opportunity to go back, get paper and pen, and write down everything they've done, one by one. Confess, and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you will face severe consequences." I've finished speaking. Does anyone oppose? No one dared to speak up. I snapped my fingers with a smile and said, "Very well. I want to see your letters of allegiance before dark." After saying that, I grabbed the two unfortunate father and son and flew away. Of course, I couldn't really take them back to the heavenly battle. I dragged these two to a small grove outside the city, and with a whoosh, 2 beams of heat rays vaporized them instantly, both eco-friendly and efficient. Then, I went to find Qianrenshua. As soon as I entered the prince's mansion, I sat down opposite her and poured myself a cup of tea, grinning. "Good news. I helped you take down the Balak kingdom, in your name." You should have seen her face. Her smile gradually froze, and after taking several deep breaths, she finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "What's the reason?" I recited that set of nonsense again, and after listening, she laughed in anger. "Well, you did a great job. Where's the evidence?" "Don't worry," I said. "Those noble ministers are probably busy writing furiously, eager to hand in their loyalty pledges." She held her forehead, looking exhausted. "I really can't do anything with you. Your methods are simply those of a complete scoundrel." I laughed. "We're in the same boat. The one who secretly poisoned the prince has the nerve to talk about me?" She was left speechless by my retort and could only start figuring out how to help me clean up this mess. While she was pointing at the map and talking to me about the situation in the empire, I wasn't really listening. I was too busy admiring her stunning beauty hidden under her disguise. I couldn't help myself and leaned in to kiss her cheek. She jumped back with a gasp. Her face full of shock, touched her own face, and sighed dramatically. "But I'm a man now. I scratched my head and said, "It doesn't matter. I know who you are." She was so angry with me that she asked me some strange questions, like whether I was curious if she used the toilet standing or squatting. In any case, in the end, I completely left her speechless, and she gave up on communicating and went into the palace to argue with the emperor. By the time I returned to Soto City, this matter had already spread like wildfire. Teacher Qin Ming blocked me in the middle of the night, looking serious, and asked if it was me who did it. I said yes, which scared him quite a bit. I was too lazy to explain to him and went straight back to my room. Yilingling was also very worried, so I had to tell her everything. She was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close. Who would go and wipe out someone's king just because of a little conflict on the street? I comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, my dear. I'm waving the banner of the crown prince, and this kingdom of Balak will soon become history. In a revolution, how can there not be some commotion?" After a while, I simply moved into the Balak palace, acting as a local emperor for a few days, and conveniently conducted a scientific experiment. I called all the maids and concubines in the palace over, one by one, to communicate, wanting to see if my superhuman genes could be passed down. Guess what happened? A year passed, and when I secretly sent someone to check, there wasn't a single one. Who understands my family? Me, a humanoid giant, actually infertile? Where can I reason this out? This matter became a knot in my heart. Time flew by, and it was another year, the birthday of Ning Rongrong. This little girl has blossomed more and more, and she has grown quite a bit in the past 2 years. She came over to ask me for a gift, and I was just looking at that book, 36 Ways to Prepare for Pregnancy, so I quickly hid it away. I said okay and fulfilled her wish. As a result, she started talking and suddenly pouted, saying she missed home, with tears welling up in her eyes. Well, my heart softened. What could I do? I indulged her. I said, "All right, stop crying. Tomorrow I'll take you home. It will be there in the blink of an eye." The next day, I carried her on my back and took off. This girl leaned on my back and even tried to play tricks on me, quietly whispering in my ear, "Azu, I know about that thing, you know." After that, she was giggling and pulling me to the limit. I couldn't be bothered with her. So I stepped on the gas and zoomed straight to the sky above the Qibao Lioli sect. "Wow, we're here already." She excitedly tapped my head and said, "You're so fast, Azu." "Thanks, but don't compliment men like that in the future," I replied, and was about to drop down. But she grabbed me again and said she wanted to give her grandpas a surprise. I laughed. "I can't give it to you. Your grandpa Jian has been sitting at the top of the tower and has already seen us." "Where?" "I can't see him." She stretched her neck and looked around. "Of course you can't see him," I replied with a smile. "I have X-ray vision, didn't I ever tell you?" As soon as I said that, Ning Rongrong's face turned bright red, and she pointed at my nose and shouted, "What? Does that mean you can see me change clothes or go to the bathroom?" I couldn't help but pinch her cute little face when I saw her looking both shy and angry. "Oh, so you know how to be shy? But seriously, does your figure look different from the front and back? It's simply flat with no dead angles from 360 degrees. You big bad guy." She totally exploded at that moment, and her little hand went straight for my ear. "Jingjing isn't that big either. Why are you so close to her? Besides, why do you need to be that big? Do you just like big ones?" I shook my head and sighed, saying, "Whether I like it or not is not important. The key is that the child cannot go hungry in the future." I tell you, every time the topic of kids comes up, I instantly feel emo and all my good mood disappears. Ning Rongrong saw me suddenly go quiet and thought something was wrong with me. She waved her hand in front of me and said, "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and get down, it's freezing." I took a deep breath, thinking to myself that this was just the right time to come back. That old fox Ning Fengji is knowledgeable and experienced. Perhaps he has a way to solve my century-long dilemma of infertility. After all, this is a fantasy world. Surely they can handle such a minor issue? As soon as I landed and returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Rongrong was incredibly excited, fixing her hair and adjusting her clothes as if she were about to meet a national leader, repeatedly asking me how she looked. I said, "Is it really that important?" "It's just going home." She replied, "Of course. I must make a dazzling entrance in the most perfect form. We haven't even walked a few steps yet." And that old man, Title Douluos, shot in like a rocket to inform Ning Fengji. Goodness, they just celebrated Rongrong's birthday yesterday, and these old men were feeling sentimental. When they heard their daughter was back, it was quite a surprise. Title Douluos was even more exaggerated. He directly opened a portal back to his room and brought out a pile of birthday gifts he had prepared long ago. It was as if he was afraid that if he was a second late, Rongrong would run away. But Ning Fengji, the old father-in-law, despite being surprised, started to put on airs again, mumbling to Sword Duh. "Didn't I tell Yinzu to take good care of her during her training? Why is she back so soon? Did Rongrong act cute and soften his heart?" This won't do. I was outside listening when Jianduo rolled his eyes and said, Old Ning, your daughter has been away for 2 years and has finally come back. And you're talking about this? Ning Fengji stubbornly replied, It's because of you two spoiling her. Just as they seemed about to argue, Jianduo, being the sensible one, said that Rongrong would be arriving soon and we shouldn't upset her. Ning Fengji let out a sigh, and in the next moment, Rongrong suddenly appeared from behind and covered his eyes, saying, Guess who I am? Oh, that scene. I tell you, all the authority of the sect master, all the growth and training, vanished. Ning Fengji's heart as a father melted right there. He turned around and hugged Rongrong tightly, his eyes turning red, and after a long pause, he managed to say, Rongrong, welcome home. Rongrong, nestled in his embrace, cried while playfully punching his chest, Humph. Didn't you say I couldn't come back? You're a liar. This little girl, despite saying she didn't want to come back, wanted it more than anyone else. Jianduo was also there, happily wanting a hug, and when Rongrong stood up straight, they both realized how much she had transformed over the past 2 years, blossoming into a graceful beauty. Jianduo patted her shoulder and winked at me, saying, Our Rongrong has become a great beauty. Huh? Azu, you got a bargain. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly cleared his throat, worried he might accidentally mention the engagement. Just then, Guduo appeared with gifts, instantly drawing all of Rongrong's attention away, and that issue was brushed aside. The whole day, Rongrong flitted around like a little sparrow, chattering away with her father and 2 grandfathers, leaving me to the side. It wasn't until late at night that Ning Fengji finally had time to talk to me. Just as he was about to question me about the major cases I had handled before, I took the initiative and said, Father, I have something I want to ask you. He saw my serious expression and became curious. Oh, what is it? I hesitated for a long time and finally said, Well, is there any way to have a baby faster and better? I told you. The way he looked at me at that time was like he was looking at a scumbag. His body even leaned back halfway. Azu, what are you implying? What else could I imply, Dad? I said with a face, I'm making it clear. His old face turned red, probably thinking about how Rongrong looks now, and assumed that things had heated up between us. He cleared his throat and said, All right, I need to talk to Rongrong first, gauge the situation, and then pick a good day to hold the wedding for you two. No. When I heard this, I realized he had misunderstood greatly. So I quickly put my arm around his shoulder and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Dad, that's not what I meant. Actually, I seem to be unable to have children. Ning Fengji was completely dumbfounded at that moment, with a look on his face as if he thought I was joking. Oh, my worries. My eyes are so melancholic that they could drip water. Can I joke about this? I've tried, and I basically confirmed that I can't make a woman pregnant. Now Ning Fengji is also panicking, quickly sending away the servants and pulling me to sit in the pavilion, lowering his voice to ask, Tell me, is it that you can't stand up or what? Not at all. I straightened my back. I'm very capable in that area. All functions are normal. Oh. He pondered for a moment. Could it be just bad luck? Normal people don't have it right away either. I shook my head and directly dropped the bombshell. How can someone be so unlucky that they can't conceive for over 2 years? How can everyone in a group of dozens not succeed at all? Ning Fengji gasped, patted my shoulder, and had the expression that this matter was on him. Don't worry. Such a small issue is nothing to worry about. Wow, his confidence reignited my hopes. Then, this old man took me on a wonderful journey of treatment. First, we soaked in hot springs and talked about major world events. Then he led me through twists and turns into a fragrant courtyard. The smell was intoxicating, making me feel invigorated all over. He took me into a room where the lighting was a dreamy pale purple, and there were gauzy curtains everywhere, setting the mood perfectly. Through the layers of curtains, I vaguely saw 2 girls sitting on the big bed at the back. Ning Fengji pulled out a crystal bottle from the drawer, poured out 2 small blue pills, and handed them to me. Azu, this is called concentration pill, which can condense essence in a short time. Generally, one must abstain for half a month before taking it. You understand what I'm saying, right? I looked at the pill with suspicion and said, Dad, with my situation, can this really work? He sighed, Take it one step at a time, don't rush. He shoved the pill into my hand and then gave me a slap on the butt, saying, Go on, little tiger, don't keep the girl waiting. After saying that, he slipped away to the next room. I steeled myself and swallowed the pill, and sure enough, I felt a rush of warmth in my lower abdomen. I lifted the curtain and walked in, and let me tell you, my pupils shook in shock. On the bed were 2 girls. One was petite and cute, with fluffy rabbit ears on her head. The other was tall and aloof, sporting a pair of cat ears, dog ears. Anyway, they were also fluffy. As soon as they saw me, They knelt on the bed and said, "Lord Yinzu, please take care of us." As they bowed, I could see more clearly. One had a little cotton candy-like rabbit tail on her backside, while the other had a gently swaying dog tail. Who understands, family? This was a living beast girl. I was so stunned that I climbed onto the bed and, driven by some impulse, reached out to pet the rabbit girl's ear. She shivered all over, her face instantly turning as red as an apple, and she hugged her ears, saying, "My lord, this feels so uncomfortable." I just remembered that in Douluos continent, there are indeed people whose bodies are mutated due to martial soul variations. Because they can't hide their features, they are often regarded as outcasts, but they are particularly popular in noble circles. Ning Fengji, this old man, talks about collecting cultivation geniuses, but in reality, he just has a preference for this kind of thing, and he is quite a heavy image burden. After I finished rubbing the rabbit's ears, I looked eagerly at another one. Can I see your tail?" The girl blushed, her eyelashes fluttering, and said nothing. She just obediently turned around and lay down, showing me her tail. I leaned in for a closer look, and oh my, this isn't some cosplay prop. It's genuinely grown from her body. I couldn't help but swallow, reaching out to touch it. The girl turned to look at me, her face full of embarrassment. I quickly let go and cautiously asked, Can we?" She replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Please be gentle, Lord Yinzu." That night, I experienced what it meant to feel lonely at great heights, as well as the unique scenery that comes with it. The next morning, I emerged from my room, feeling refreshed. The two beast girls were whispering to each other as they left, saying something about how the sect master said that if they could get pregnant, they would be recognized as our daughters. Sigh, such pitiful people. In the main hall, Ning Fengji noticed my spirited demeanor and asked how I felt. I could only say, let fate decide. Deep down, I knew it was probably futile. He seemed even more nervous than I was, likely already calculating whether to marry off the daughter if I couldn't bear children. In the end, it seemed he made up his mind to have another child to inherit the family business, and Ning Rongrong would still marry me. He also casually asked about my parents, and I mentioned that they were quite ordinary and now lived in Spirit City for safety. This matter still had no conclusion, and after a few days, Ning Rongrong grew tired of staying at home and insisted on going out to continue her training. Just then, Ning Fengji also needed to go out on business. So we bid farewell and joined the Imperial fighting team. A few months later, a letter from Ning Fengji arrived. As expected, the two beast girls had not made any moves. What a disgrace. Just as I was about to tear up the letter, I froze upon reading the content on the back. This old man Ning Fengji had quite the imagination. He proposed a shocking hypothesis. The reason I couldn't make them pregnant might be that I simply wasn't the same species as them. Damn, who understands? That one sentence left me speechless. The letter stated that I was too special, incompatible with this world, like how wolves and dogs can breed, but dogs and cats cannot, due to reproductive isolation. Although it was just a hypothesis, I felt a jolt in my heart, thinking he was damn right. I wasn't originally from this world. To solve this problem, there were only two paths, either find my kind or change myself to be like them. That day, we were planning our route in a small tavern when Teacher Qin Ming said our next stop would be the Southern Star Luo Empire. Ningrong etsitedli pushedme. Hey, we're going to Star Luo. I lazily lay on Yi Lingling's lap and said, "Go if you want, go get beaten up on someone else's territory. Look how happy that makes you." Useless ghost. She poked me and suddenly looked at me with a scrutinizing gaze. "Have you forgotten what you did to me?" I was taken aback, this little girl. Could it be that you found out? I asked softly, "When did you know?" She snorted proudly. "With your little tricks, I bit you, your skin is uniquely tough. So that's it." I chuckled and casually used my x-ray vision to scan her. Wow, this little girl had started developing at some point. She was already showing signs of budding beauty. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Qin Ming began to tell the legend of Xinglaw, mentioning an ancient beast god called the Evil Eye Saint King. I was almost asleep when suddenly a flash of lightning struck my mind. Beast god? God? Yes. How did I not think of that? Is there a possibility that if I become a god, I could break this so-called barrier between species and become the same kind of being as them? With this goal in mind, we set off on our journey to the Star Luo Empire. However, shortly after entering the Stardow Forest, we were blocked by fallen trees that stretched for hundreds of meters, likely left over from the blockade by the Heavendo Empire. The carriage couldn't pass, so Yufeng had to become a human helicopter, carrying us one by one. Then Teacher Qin Ming was even harsher, ordering us to run towards Star Luo. Ning Rongrong, who had never experienced such hardship, collapsed on the ground after a short while, yelling at me. "Big bad guy, where did you go?" I was actually watching from a tree not far away, just wanting her to exercise more, so I didn't reveal myself. As a result, the ones running at the front, Yu Qianheng and the others, ran into a group of people head-on. Those people were all riding tall horses, armed with bows and knives. They clearly weren't regular troops, but rather the private soldiers of some noble family. They stopped us and questioned us for a while, even pulling out a portrait of a rather beautiful young girl, asking if we had seen her. Qin Ming said he hadn't seen her, and they didn't press further, letting us go. I stand on the tree, using my all-seeing eye to see clearly that these people are definitely not kind. The entire forest is filled with their people, like a net cast from the heavens, not knowing who the unfortunate soul they are hunting is. Hey, let me tell you, this unfortunate soul is indeed a woman, and a stunning one at that. Goodness. Her figure is simply like a model stepping into reality. I can see it clearly while lying on the tree. I know this girl. She's Zhu Zhuqing, the youngest among the Shrek 7 monsters. But with this level of development, I tell you, it's even more exaggerated than Rong Rong. The last one who gave me this feeling was Bibi Dong. And guess who's chasing her from behind? Her older sister, Zhu Zhuyan, who understands this family feud escalating to a wild survival game. The sister leads a group of female assassins, throwing darts everywhere, while the younger sister is desperately running ahead. It's quite exhilarating. According to the script, Zhu Zhuqing should have been able to run all the way to Heavendo City. But didn't I take down Prince Xiueshing 2 years ago? The Wheel of Fate has long been kicked off course by me. Sure enough, while Zhu Zhuqing was running, the road in front of her disappeared, blocked by a pile of fallen trees. In that moment of distraction, her sister's group surrounded her. Her sister Zhu Zhuyan, dressed in tight black clothing, was quite smug, saying something like, "Good sister, it's fate, come back home with me." Zhu Zhuqing is also tough, without saying a word. She summoned her martial soul, revealing 2 soul rings and getting ready to fight. But her sister didn't even want to fight her. She directly mocked. "Just these 2 soul rings? Do you think you're worthy to fight me?" Then with a wave of her hand, the female assassins launched a barrage of poison darts. The younger sister clearly wasn't a match. No matter how fast she dodged, she couldn't withstand the numbers, and in just a few moments, she was taken down by a bunch of poison darts, her legs going weak, collapsing to the ground, completely paralyzed and unable to move. Her sister walked over, using her long nails to hook her chin, arrogantly saying, "You think you're qualified to fight me?" I was thinking, isn't this the script for a hero saving the beauty? If I don't act now, I won't have a chance. I made a quick move and silently appeared around them. In just a few moments, those female assassins went down like dumplings. The older sister sensed something was off, turned around, and with a swift chop of her hand, she was also taken down. All done. I clapped my hands, looked at the 2 sexy kittens lying on the ground, and started pondering. So the question is, how should I deal with these 2 sisters? I have to tell you, this sister Zhu Zhuyan is truly a natural beauty, just lying there on the ground. It was enough to make anyone dizzy, and her curves are like hills, absolutely stunning. I was originally thinking that in such a desolate place, I should at least take some interest for myself. But just as I was about to make a move, I found myself staring into a pair of large, vigilant eyes. Great, Sister Zhu Zhuqing is still awake, staring straight at me like that, which makes things complicated. I could only act as a gentleman for now, lightly coughing, and walked over to pick up Zhu Zhuqing. To be honest, this frightened little cat was trembling in my arms. I found a cave to settle her down and lied to her, saying, "You wait here, I'll go find you some medicine." In fact, I already had the antidote on me. I brought all the treasures from Rong Rong's mobile little warehouse. I just wanted to leave her there for a bit, because after all, how could one resist a fat sheep delivered right to their mouth? Then, well, I turned around and went back to find her sister. I can only say that the genes of the Nether Spirit Cat family are truly remarkable, with a unique flavor under the open sky. After a deep conversation, I returned to the cave, satisfied. When I got back, the little kitty was still quite stubborn. As the numbing effect wore off a bit, she struggled to apply the medicine herself. I initially wanted to take advantage of the situation under the pretext of helping her with the medicine, but she absolutely refused. Fine, since she had just eaten, it wasn't a big deal. I set the medicine bottle down and watched her handle her wound, looking just like a little cat licking its wounds alone, both pitiful and adorable. After she finished treating her wound, she started asking me who I was, why I saved her, and kept urging me to run away, saying her sister's family was incredibly powerful in the Star Luo Empire, and I would definitely suffer if I provoked her. I was too lazy to explain. I picked her up and, with a whoosh, flew her straight into the Star Luo Empire, landing directly at the gate of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. She was completely stunned, staring blankly at the 5 large characters of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. Now she finally understood why I was so fearless. I handed her over to Ning Fengji and Gu Douluo, asking them to settle her down first. This girl had good talent and would definitely become a great asset to the sect with proper training. When I said goodbye to Zhu Zhuqing, she seemed a bit shy, taking a jade pendant from around her neck and giving it to me as a token, saying it might come in handy. I accepted it, still warm from her body. Seeing her aloof yet slightly shy demeanor made my heart itch, but business was important. I told her to stay safe and headed straight for the Star Luo Empire. Meanwhile, the scene shifted and her sister Zhu Zhuqing woke up. In a daze, she felt as if her whole body was in pain, like she had been run over by a dump truck. Her neck hurt, her arms hurt, her legs hurt, and even her backside felt hot. She struggled to stand up, but after just 2 steps, her legs gave way and she knelt on the ground, feeling her body groan with every movement. She quickly fired a distress signal and was escorted back to the Netherworld mansion. Once back, she rushed into the bathroom, shooing away the maid. When she stood naked in front of the mirror, good heavens, her body was covered in various bruises. Looking at her intimate clothing, she instantly understood. Her face twisted in rage, and she let out a sharp scream in the bathroom. "Letcher, I want you to be torn to pieces." Just then, her fiancé, Prince Davis, happened to arrive. She could only swallow her anger and lie, saying she had been ambushed and suffered internal injuries, successfully fooling Davis. Right now, she had only one thought in her mind, to find Zhu Zhuqing. As long as she found her sister, she would definitely be able to find that beast who had insulted her. On the other side, Rong and her group were in dire straits. They faced various inspections along the way and couldn't even enter the city, eating meager meals at a dilapidated post station on the border, their morale at an all-time low. Of course, I arrived a long time ago and had been observing in secret. It wasn't until I heard Rong cry out in pain at night that I directly dropped down from the beam like a bat. "Do you need hot water service, my young lady?" I nearly scared Rong to death. As it turned out, this young lady was on her period and was rolling in pain on the bed. I could only use my superpower to warm my palm and put it under the covers to soothe her belly. You know what? It was pretty effective before long. She felt much better. But you see, this pampered young lady had skin as smooth as satin, and it felt so good to the touch that I almost, cough, I nearly got kicked off the bed by her. The next day, these people finally passed the verification to enter the city. Rong and Yi Lingling happily strolled around the city. But when Rong turned her head, she saw a wanted poster on the city wall surrounded by a large crowd. Curious, she leaned in to take a look and was instantly stunned, whispering to Yi Lingling while pointing at the portrait. "Sister Lingling, do you think it looks like me?" Yi Lingling also leaned in to take a look, her eyes widening in shock. The person depicted on the notice, wow, it couldn't be said to be exactly the same. It was like a photo of me. It clearly stated, "Reward of 200,000 gold soul coins, dead or alive." Let me tell you, this situation is a mess, and I'm completely numb to it, but this isn't even the most absurd part. I figured I had to get down to business quickly, so I headed straight to that legendary city of slaughter. Goodness, that place was like a hellhole, pitch black, with only a rundown tavern lit up. It felt like being in a horror movie. Even without the wind, the tavern sign seemed to sway on its own. I thought to myself, is this the entrance? I pushed the door open and was almost overwhelmed by the stench of blood, mixed with something rotten. Inside, a group of people looked like zombies, drinking something dark red in their cups that made me feel nauseous just by looking at it. I walked straight to the bar, and the woman inside was quite flirty, pushing a drink towards me, saying, "Handsome, down this Bloody Mary first. The real show is about to start." I turned pale and said, "Sister, even dogs wouldn't drink this." She frowned and replied, "Not drinking? Then get ready to feed the dogs. Family, who understands? I have a bad temper, and I already find this place dirty." And she just kept pushing. My patience was completely gone, you know? My eyes flashed red, and in one swift 360-degree spin, the whole world became quiet. "A tavern? I'll just throw you out." I stepped on the pieces of that woman and hit the floor behind her again, and a dark pit opened up. Jumping down, I finally arrived at the city of slaughter. This place is just a massive underground space. The sky is fake, the moon is red, and the atmosphere is suffocating. There was some clueless cavalry trying to stop me on the way, and I couldn't even be bothered to talk. I just turned them to ash. I was greeted by a masked little girl, cold as ice, and I could tell with one touch that she wasn't a living person, just a tool doll. She told me, "Here, if you have strength, you could do whatever you want." As soon as I heard that, I thought, great, I won't hold back. Those people in the outer city are like blood slaves, lifeless and dull. I charged straight into the inner city, and let me tell you, that was a real chaotic scene, hacking people in the street, gathering crowds to party, they really understood the meaning of the word abstract. Maybe it was because I looked too handsome. As soon as I entered, I became the target of everyone's ire. With a bunch of oddballs lining up to pick a fight, I was already in a bad mood, and now it was completely ignited. I jumped onto the roof, clapping my hands and shouting, "Come, come, come, look at me, look at me." Once all eyes were on me, I unleashed my full power. Two beams of red light swept across my eyes, and it was utterly devastating. Below, chaos erupted. The fallen ones who were so arrogant just moments ago were now scurrying around like mice seeing a cat. But my heat rays travel at the speed of light. Where could they run? Once I cleared everything moving in my line of sight, I jumped down from the roof and straightened my collar. What was even weirder was yet to come. All the corpses and blood were suddenly sucked up by the city, and the houses I had just destroyed grew back on their own. What place this city is alive. But I couldn't be bothered. What kind of divine trick is this? I headed straight into the core of that hellish slaughter arena. It was just an arena, packed with spectators who were screaming like they were on drugs. According to the rules, I had to win 33 matches here to see the king of slaughter. 33 matches? Are you kidding? I didn't want to stay in this hellhole for even a second longer. I jumped to the top of the cage in the center of the arena and shouted, "Where's the person in charge?" A few guards rushed up, and their strength was decent at the soul saint level, able to use soul skills. What a pity. In front of me, they were just cannon fodder. With a flash of my heat ray, both the people and their soul skills evaporated. I saw the spectators still daring to cheer, which annoyed me to no end. So I decided to go all out and clear the place, including both the audience and the contestants, one by one. The entire slaughter arena fell silent in an instant. Once the blood and flesh were once again absorbed clean, I heard a chilling breath behind me. I turned around to see an ugly figure in a huge red cloak floating in midair, with blood-red eyes and a pale face. The king of slaughter, Tang Chun, right? I noticed he had a big bat parasitizing on his back, like a backpack. He floated in the air, looking down at me, and said, "Young man, you're not following the rules of martial arts." I couldn't help but laugh. Why waste words on a beast? With a push from my feet, I was already in front of him, and with one punch, just one punch, I pierced through his chest, shattering the big bat on his back as well, turning it into a puddle of blood with a splatter. I withdrew my hand, and his body fell straight down. Strangely enough, the evil energy on him began to dissipate, and his face changed from pale to flushed, as if he had regained some sense. He raised his hand to point at the sky. His mouth opened for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. When I saw this, I understood. This was the moment before death, a final reflection, wanting to leave instructions for the future. I squatted down and fittingly said to him, "I will take care of your wife, do not worry." After hearing this, he widened his eyes and completely stopped moving. This former peak powerhouse of Douluos continent just vanished like that, dying in such a hasty manner. I found a small golden hammer in his hand, and as soon as I picked it up, a voice echoed in my mind. It was his last words. It turned out he had sealed everything he wanted to say in the hammer, recounting his suffocating life. As soon as he died, a crack opened in the middle of the slaughter field, the entrance to the road of hell. I put away the small hammer and jumped straight in. That so-called road to hell felt like strolling through a back garden to me, smoothly pushing forward without any waves. When I emerged from the white light and returned to the surface world, I felt an icy energy added to my body. But what about the promised god of killing domain? Where were the divine test prompts? Nothing at all. Is that it? I was furious. My performance was 1,000 times stronger than that Tang San in the original work. Are you blind, Shurigod? Angered, I went straight back to Tiando City to find Qian Renshue. As soon as she saw me, her expression was one of "What trouble have you caused this time?" I said, "What else with the attitude? I just wanted to ask you about something the sea of heaven and earth cover. Do you know it?" Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up, saying that it was a treasure of the Tiando royal family, but she couldn't find it, probably hidden by the Snow Knight Emperor. I jokingly said maybe I should just grab that old emperor by the neck and ask him for it. She rolled her eyes at me and then suddenly asked, "You're not thinking of becoming a god, are you?" I said, "Those who understand me, you are one of them." She became even more curious and asked me why. I honestly told her, to have children. I told her her expression at that moment was like she had seen a ghost. It was truly amazing. She didn't believe me, thought I was talking nonsense. I didn't want to explain my body issues, so I laid it all out. I said I wasn't from this world and could see her fate. If she didn't listen to me, the end result would be a shattered divine position. Of course, she didn't believe me, thought I was crazy, and even tested me by asking about her grandfather and Bibi Dong's endings. I said, "Your grandfather will sacrifice himself for you, and Bibi Dong will die for revenge." As soon as I said that, She completely broke down, especially when she heard about BB Dong's ending. She was in a state of panic, her eyes filled with confusion. I realized I had messed up and quickly laughed it off, saying I was just making things up. But she clearly believed about 80% of it. As we chatted, I felt a bit mischievous and swept everything off her desk on the floor, picked her up, and placed her on the desk, burying my face in her neck. She exploded at that moment, shouting, "Are you crazy?" Her guard, who was called Bloodthorn, rushed in but was sent away by just a glare from her. She shimmered with golden light and transformed back into her female form. Let me tell you, the feeling instantly changed. She pushed and hit me, shouting, "No, I can't do this before my divine exam." Hey, I really froze at that moment. Is there such a rule? Taking advantage of my daze, she kicked me away, putting 8 feet between us, glaring at me, looking both embarrassed and angry. I'm thick-skinned. So I said, "Isn't it just because you're too beautiful?" She was so mad that she couldn't even speak properly. Eventually, she calmed down and started talking to me about her parents' issues, saying her dad had forced her mom, and she had no idea what love was. After listening, I said, "You're just a typical case of lack of love. You haven't experienced true happiness, which is why you're so dry." She retorted, "Then what happens if you experience it? Is it all wet?" Wow, that was your words. I couldn't help but grin and said, "If you put it that way, it's fine by me." She saw the look in my eyes and quickly turned her face away to ignore me. I shook her and said, "Hey, don't be so down. How about you take some time off, and I'll take you out to have some fun and relax." She ignored me completely and pretended to sleep on the desk. I thought to myself, fine, you keep pushing yourself, and if it kills you, so be it. I'll just leave first. But as soon as I stepped out the door, lo and behold, that old guy from the was standing there like a guardian deity, and the look in his eyes seemed like he wanted to swallow me alive. Let me tell you, Qianren Xue is definitely not really sleeping. As soon as I left, her eyes opened right up. She's exhausted, but can't fall asleep, tossing and turning like a pancake. In the end, there's nothing to be done but to get up and continue working on her training. It's been years, and she's still like this. But I bet she's also pondering over what I said. Go out and have some fun, relax a bit. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at her stunning beauty, she suddenly remembers how I teased her about her age and probably cursed me 100 times in her heart. But when she counts how many years she's been lurking in this broken place of Tiando, the number TSK, even she doesn't dare to look at it. In the end, there's nothing to be done. She throws the book aside and thinks, all right, I need to find some time to unwind. I went directly back to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. From above, I saw that the old man Sordoa was training Zhu Zhuqing. Let me tell you, that scene was incredibly serious. Chun Xin stood with his hand behind his back, his gaze sharp like a knife, and unleashed a barrage toward Zhu Zhuqing. Don't dodge. Look into my eyes. Make me afraid. Zhu Zhuqing was completely thrown off, thinking, make you afraid? Am I even worthy of that? As a result, Chun Xin saw right through her distraction and directly lashed out. This is a time for cultivation. What are you thinking about? What's bothering you? If you can't clear your mind of distractions, then don't waste my time. After saying that, he walked away, leaving Zhu Zhuqing standing there all alone. I floated down and walked up behind her. Hey, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. That's just how Sword Uncle is. What's wrong? Hit a snag. Zhu Zhuqing turned around, saw that I had returned, and visibly sighed in relief. You're back? Did you encounter any danger? Just a small matter, nothing to mention. Now let's talk about you. Looking so worried, she opened her mouth but swallowed her words back. Seeing her expression, I laughed. I get it, you miss him? This remark was like stepping on her tail. She quickly denied it. No, I was just thinking about whether what I'm doing now is right or not. Is it right? I shook my head and poured her a bowl of toxic chicken soup. In this world, there's only one thing that will never be wrong, and that's giving your all to become stronger. I understood. She looked at her hands, but I just couldn't calm down. I directly pierced through the paper window. What does the person you're looking for mean to you? Destiny, she answered without a second thought. Goodness, in her view. To rebel against the family, one must do something like the spirit fusion technique with that Daimu by the Phantom White Tiger. I laughed at that moment. Your idea is a bit too sad, isn't it? She was still a bit unconvinced. Isn't it sad to pin your hopes on others? I gave her a piece of my mind. Look at this. This is the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. If you want resources, we have them. If you want top-notch big shots, we have them too. Who isn't a top influencer on the continent? Uncle Jin or Uncle Gu? You sit on a mountain of gold and still think about relying on others to change your fate? To be honest, your idea is a bit too waiting and relying for my taste, and it disappoints me. Her face turned red and white from what I said. You wouldn't understand. I wouldn't understand? I found it amusing. If you were strong enough to punch a star to pieces, Would you still need to care about others' opinions and compromise? That's too far off. She got anxious. All right, I know it's pointless to argue with her. You definitely won't listen. Since you're here and can't come up with anything, how about this? I'll help you find him. Get ready. Let's set off now. Without waiting for her to react, I slipped away and went straight to find Ning Fengji. Azu, just come back safely. Oh, come on, Dad, you're overthinking it. The city of slaughter? Is that it? Nothing was gained from that trip. I waved my hand and asked directly, by the way, do we have a map of Sea God Island? Sea God Island? Ning Fengji pondered for a moment. We do have one, but it's hard to tell if it's real or fake. Back then, the Spirit Hall sent 2 Title Douluos to lead a team to find it, and both the people and the ship just vanished without a trace. That's no big deal. I didn't take it to heart at all. Ning Fengji saw my determined expression and could only have someone bring the map over. When I took it, wow, it was a piece of tattered sheepskin. So whether it felt older than me. Aren't you going to give it a digital upgrade? I complained. Of course not. I put the map away and said, by the way, I'm planning to take Zhu Qing out for a trip. As soon as Ning Fengji heard this, his eyes changed immediately, and he smiled meaningfully. Ah, Zhu. Don't be too eager, or you'll scare the girl. Ahem. I thought so, but this time there's really something important. At the foot of the mountain, I opened my arms to Zhu Qing. Come here. What for? Her face flushed instantly. Otherwise, walk there? The time of soul masters is precious. I teased her. She hesitated for a long time, but still walked over. I picked her up in one go, hey, not to mention the feeling, the weight, it's amazing. I felt a rush of joy and said, let's go. I'll take you to see a good show. Before long, we arrived at Soto City. Zhu Qing seemed a bit dazed, probably thinking that although it was awkward, the efficiency was really high. How do we find it? I asked her. Let's go into the city and take a look around first. I laughed. So primitive? If it's just you, can you find him? Sure. She seemed quite confident, saying that as long as he's nearby, I would be able to feel it. All right, you have your special technique for finding scumbags. I took her into the city. I'm well aware of that little issue with Dai Mu Bai. That guy isn't out here to become stronger, he's just avoiding something. Arriving in a small place like Shrek, he can find a sense of superiority with his prince status, lingering in the flower beds every day and reveling every night. I directly opened my clairvoyance to the maximum and scanned the entire city. I must say, Dai Mu Bai's features are quite obvious, with his golden hair and heterochromatic eyes. He stands out like a light bulb in this small town. On the 3rd day at dusk, the target appeared. I saw him from afar, with a pair of beautiful sisters on either side, walking into a couple's hotel with a look of enjoyment on his face. Behind him was a chubby guy, Ma Hongjun, but that fat guy went off into a narrow alley halfway to take care of things himself. TSK, Dai Mu Bai really isn't being a good brother. However, this is exactly what I want Zhu Qing to see. I deliberately pointed in that direction. Let's go check it out over there. That way. Have we been there before? She hesitated a bit. Really? Are you sure? I retorted. She seemed confused as well. After all, it was all just random searching. It didn't matter where we went. I led her towards the entrance of the hotel. As we got closer, Zhu Qing suddenly stiffened, as if her radar had gone off, and she looked around in a panic. Then she ran a few steps forward, stopping right at the hotel entrance. Just as she turned to look inside, she saw him. Dai Mu Bai, with one arm around someone, was being led upstairs by a waiter. At that moment, I felt her entire world collapse. She was frozen there. Coincidentally, Dai Mu Bai at the corner of the stairs seemed to sense something too. He turned around, and their gazes collided in the air. One thought, what the hell? Is it her? The other thought, what the hell? It really is him. I stood not far away and could hear Zhu Qing's heartbeat sounding like a drum. I walked up and asked knowingly what's wrong. Did you find something? No. Her voice was trembling, not even looking at me, clenching her fists as she walked forward, having found nothing. Let's go look somewhere else. I thought to myself, fine, let's not make things difficult. But just after taking a couple of steps, a voice called out from behind. Wait. Oh no, the show is starting. Zhu Qing didn't even look back. Her pace quickened. Wait. Dai Mu Bai caught up, reaching out to grab her wrist. Zhu Qing reacted quickly, pulling her hand back and leaping backward, her face cold. What are you doing? You. Dai Mu Bai looked at her, stunned for a moment. Why are you here? It has nothing to do with you. Zhu Qing's voice was as cold as ice. Yet, the man was relentless, reaching out again to grab her shoulder. Zhu Qing's claws shot out instantly, turning around to swipe at him. Dai Mu Bai couldn't dodge in time, and his clothes were ripped open in several places. I already said it has nothing to do with you. Don't provoke me. Her disgust exploded completely. Seeing this, Dai Mu Bai began to act. Zhu Qing, you came to find me, didn't you? Give me some time, okay? I'm saying this for the last time. Let's go our separate ways. The scene was too nauseating. She didn't want to stay for even a second longer. Is there a way out? Dai Mubai spread his hands. You should know we have no choice. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him coldly, catching a glimpse of the two women behind him, and suddenly laughed. Don't you have a choice? You seem quite at home here. Dai Mubai was left speechless, but he continued to cling on. Whenever she tried to leave, he blocked her. Do you want to make this ugly? Zhu Zhuqing revealed her martial soul. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, laughed. Stop making a fuss, okay? You are mine. This made Zhu Zhuqing feel extremely disgusted, and she raised her hand to grab at his throat. Dai Mubai felt quite pleased, thinking that his little fiancé, he was throwing a tantrum and he would play along. He had high soul power and defended himself like teasing a cat, with Zhu Zhuqing's attacks missing completely. In the next round, Dai Mubai tilted his head to dodge her attack, grabbing Zhu Zhuqing's wrist with one hand, twisting it behind her back. Small fry, he thought, feeling proud as he caught a whiff of Zhu Zhuqing's fragrance, but then suddenly heard a sharp crack of a bone breaking in his mind. Pain surged through him immediately. Are you okay? I pulled Zhu Zhuqing aside. She shook her head and looked at Dai Mubai. That guy was staring wide-eyed, terror written all over his face as he looked at his limp arm, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. He gritted his teeth against the pain, looking at me with fear in his eyes. He hadn't even seen when I made my move. Let's go. I couldn't be bothered with him. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Stop. Dai Mubai covered his arm. His face twisted in rage. Zhuqing, what do you mean by this? This is treason. Do you want me to make him shut up? I asked, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's face grow increasingly grim. No need. Let's hurry and leave. She just wanted to get out of this hellish place as soon as possible. As soon as we left the city, I was about to spread my arms and say, come on, we're going home, when suddenly I felt the air around us grow heavy. Teacher Zhao, it's him, shouted the chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, pointing at me. Wow, he really dares to call people out. A middle-aged man, as strong as a bear, approached us, stroking his chin while sizing us up. So, you mean these two little kids hurt Mubai? This man is Zhao Wuji. He glanced at me, probably calculating in his mind that this kid could take on Dai Mubai. He is a good seedling that needs to be intimidated first, then taken back. Ah, no. Recruited into the academy. So, you two are the ones who hurt a student from our academy? He took on a posture of authority, ready to accuse us. I felt Zhu Zhuqing starting to breathe heavily, knowing it was the old guy's soul skill at work. I coldly replied, I'm not interested in you. If you want to die, keep going. Oh, Zhao Wujia was amused. Kid, you say you're not interested in me? But I'm very interested in you guys. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. Zhao Wujia's head buzzed, and he flew straight into the air. I clapped my hands and looked at Ma Hongjun, who was already stunned like a wooden chicken beside me. That little fatty was completely scared silly. He had seen me kill, but he had never seen me send a soul saint flying with a single slap. Zhao Wujia lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, drooling all over the place, completely out of commission. Can you move? I asked the equally dazed Zhu Zhuqing. Ah, I can now. She nodded, glancing at Zhao Wujia in the distance, her face filled with disbelief. Almost forgot about you. I walked up to Ma Hongjun and gave him a slap too, sending him flying next to Zhao Wujia. The two fatties lay neatly side by side on the lawn. Then I picked up Zhu Zhuqing and flew directly back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. On the way, Zhu Zhuqing finally couldn't hold back. How did you do that? How can you be so strong? Well, I looked into the distance, it's just luck. She clearly didn't believe it and muttered softly, you can't gain such power just by luck. That's hard to say, I casually replied. Some people gamble and live to 99. Others are cautious and die young. Who can reason with luck? Seeing that I didn't want to say more, she stopped asking. This trip to Soto City had completely severed her attachments, which was good. She could focus on her cultivation from now on. On the other side, Shrek Academy was in an uproar. Zhao Wujia and the others were injured and crippled, as if they had gone to provoke the Titan giant ape. Dean Flander asked for a long time before he learned that they had been wiped out by a kid who hadn't even matured yet. Flander was scared out of his wits. You got beaten up like this without using your martial soul? That can only be a Title Douluos. Zhao Wujia was extremely frustrated. I was thinking of showing him who's boss and bringing him to our academy. All right, it's your lucky day that he didn't kill you. Flander also felt a wave of fear. A month later, after settling Yilingling and the others, I set off alone to find Sea God Island. Then, I realized I had overestimated myself. I rejected the boat and crew that Ning Fengji arranged for me, thinking I was awesome and could fly. As a result, I got lost at sea. This damn place is nothing but water, with no reference points at all. After encountering a few storms, the map became useless. I flew for who knows how long and landed on island, only to find out that I had circled back again. The pile of fish bones on the ground was what I had left over 2 days ago. I was so angry that I vented my frustrations at the sea, contemplating whether to fly out of the atmosphere to locate something when I heard the sound of sails. There were living people. I quickly flew over. I saw a large ship being violently shaken by several gigantic tentacles, like a toy. The people on the ship were wailing, and their soul skills hit the tentacles as if they were just scraping skin. Today's menu was grilled octopus. I smacked my lips and hovered above the ship, cleared my throat, and shouted, "Stop your futile wailing. Your savior has arrived." However, no one paid attention to me. Sigh. I guess I need to give them some candy first. I smiled, my eyes shooting out heat rays, slicing those tentacles in a flash. Then I dove into the sea, and when I emerged, I was holding a giant octopus larger than the ship. The people on the ship were completely shattered at this sight. "Oh my God, we're done for. Look," someone shouted. Everyone looked up and saw the giant octopus twitching in the air a couple of times before it fell back into the sea with a loud splash, creating a massive wave that nearly capsized the ship. I slowly descended, spreading my arms to welcome their reverent worship. I had said, "Your savior has come." But the meat of that giant octopus was tough and chewy, like biting into a tire. I took a bite and spat it out, looking good but not tasty. A man who looked like a captain respectfully brought me a bowl of soup, and everyone around looked at me with eyes full of admiration, envy, but mostly fear. "Are you the captain?" I took a sip of the soup. "Yes, my lord. Thank you very much for coming to our rescue." The captain was exceedingly courteous. I glanced around the cabin. It was filled with supplies like spices and tobacco. Listening to their conversation, it seemed to be a transport ship. "Where's this ship headed?" I asked. The captain quickly replied, "In response to your question, my ship is heading to 7-Star Island." 7-Star Island? I felt the name was somewhat familiar, but I couldn't recall it at the moment. Seeing my expression, the captain felt a bit uneasy. After all, 7-Star Island is known to be a pirate haven. "Yes, I am specifically responsible for delivering goods to 7-Star Island." "Is it far from the mainland?" I asked again. "Let me tell you, it's simply at the edge of the sky, not only far away, but the road is full of monsters and demons. It's a life and death situation." The captain was crying and sniffling, and just listening made me feel excited. I thought to myself, isn't this just a job that risks your life for money? So I casually asked, "Do you know about Sea God Island?" "Sea God Island?" Wow, those 3 words seemed to trigger something. The captain's eyes lit up, and he got excited. He said, "Who doesn't know about it? It's a legend. That Sea God Island is not far from 7-Star Island." As soon as I heard that, my DNA reacted directly. Is there really such good news? He immediately splashed a bucket of cold water on me, saying that was just a legend, because once you go beyond Qixing Island, the weather changes as unpredictably as a girlfriend's mood, changing just like that. The big creatures in the sea that have been around for thousands or tens of thousands of years are like dumplings being thrown in. Therefore, no one dares to verify it at all. All right, I had a rough idea. I made a decision. "Brother, this is your boat. Take me to Qixing Island. Name your price." The captain was thrilled to hear this, shaking his head like a rattle drum. "Oh my, Master Yinzu, how can you say that? You saved the lives of all of us on this boat. How could I charge you? Your board in my boat is a blessing from my ancestors. Please, let me take you to the best guest room." I waved my hand. "No, it's too stuffy in the cabin. I love staying at the bow of the ship to feel the breeze. You do your thing, don't mind me." The captain is a sensible man. He knows that having someone like me on his ship is like having a moving talisman. As long as he takes good care of me, he can sail smoothly across the sea in the future. The days that followed were simply delightful. The ship was really slow, but I treated it like a paid vacation. Every day, I enjoyed the sea breeze and sunshine, and when I had nothing to do, I acted like a fisherman. Occasionally, if a foolish sea spirit beast popped up, I would just take care of it with a wave of my hand, relishing the compliments from everyone on board. Life was quite luxurious. The only downside was that who would understand my family? There were no girls on this ship, not even a female mosquito. I thought to myself, if only a sea spirit beast in its transformed form could fall from the sky right now, this trip would be perfect. I don't know how long we drifted at sea, but finally I saw a massive group of islands. The captain told me that was Qixing Island. I greeted him and flew straight over, landing in an instant on the largest island. I took out my old map and realized, wow, nothing matched up. I decisively tossed it aside. Asking someone directly was much quicker. As soon as I logged in, I noticed a number of modified boats parked by the seaside, looking quite intimidating. It seemed that this island was quite popular, but I couldn't tell if the people here were legitimate or involved in shady dealings. Just a couple steps in, I ran into two patrolling guards, armed with steel knives and dressed in tattered clothes, clearly at the cannon fodder level. "Stop! Where did you come from?" one of them shouted. The other approached, eyeing me suspiciously with beady eyes, and said, "Wow, look at his outfit. It must be worth a lot. I kind of get it now, this 7 stars. 7 Stars Island is basically a pirate den. Looking at these two, I feel like they're about to come over and strip me of my clothes any second. Honestly, I've never understood what goes on in these people's minds. With my demeanor and outfit, it's obvious I'm not an ordinary person, right? Plus, I just appeared out of nowhere. Don't they think to consider who I am? Even animals test the waters before fighting. So why do humans just charge in? Later, I realize the answer is simple. They've grown accustomed to being local tyrants on this sea, firmly believing that their strength in numbers. And if they can't win, they just call for reinforcements. You two are lucky. I'll stomp you down as footmats, half squatting, because I have questions for you. If you dare say even a word of nonsense, I'll immediately bury you in the sand. First, is this 7 Stars Island? Second, which way to Sea God Island? The henchman under my foot was so scared that his soul almost left his body, quickly answering, "Yes, yes. This is 7 Stars Island." What about the second question? I applied a bit of pressure with my foot. This little one really doesn't know. That guy was almost in tears, saying we need to ask our boss. She definitely knows. As soon as I heard it, I relaxed my feet and glanced at the crowd gathered on the island, estimating it to be their lair. So I took off from the spot again and went straight over. Behind me, I heard the shocked cries of those two lackeys. He can fly without a martial soul. Quick, go report. It's a Title Douluos. Unfortunately, running can't match flying. While they were desperately running on the beach, I had already landed at the pirates' main base. Well, this group was having a party, eating and drinking heartily. I scanned around trying to find a leader, but I discovered that the most prestigious seat was empty. I shifted my gaze to a nearby wooden house, one of which was quite elegantly decorated. My eyesight was sharp. I directly saw inside. There was a large bathtub, and a tan-skinned beauty was lying in it, soaking. She was truly enjoying herself, with her long legs resting on the edge of the tub, her toenails painted a flashy purple, and the full breasts floating on the water surface. Simply stunning. After a while, the woman opened her eyes and stood up. Wow, that figure, it was as if Zhu Zhiyun's chest was placed on Qianrenqiue's body. Incredible. I feel a bit hot in my nose. I haven't been with a woman for almost a month. I can't take it anymore. With a whoosh, I shot through the window like an arrow. The noise startled the beautiful woman who was putting on lipstick in front of the mirror. She reacted quickly and instantly revealed her martial soul, a purple sea viper. I leaned in to examine her. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a neat head of purple short hair, a high-nosed bridge, and eyes like purple gemstones, full of spirit. Unfortunately, her lipstick was smudged because I startled her. When the woman saw my appearance, she was also taken aback, seemingly a bit dazed. Although it was a bit presumptuous, I spoke first, saying I meant no harm. I walked to the edge of her bathtub and washed my hands with the bathwater inside. It smelled quite nice with floral and herbal notes. The woman was filled with curiosity about me, and while she used her fingers to smooth out the smudged lipstick, she spoke. "Kid, first tell me your name." "Yinzu, just a nobody. Is that so?" She chuckled lightly. "Your entrance doesn't seem like that of nobody." Her martial soul had been retracted all along, and her intuition told her that I was extraordinarily strong, even though I hadn't released a shred of soul power. "Anyway, you haven't heard of my name, have you?" After washing my hands, I casually picked up a piece of fruit from the table and started munching on it. "What about you? Let me guess. Are you the leader of those rough men outside? Or the lady of the stronghold?" At this moment, she was casually draped in a purple robe, going in without anything underneath. I struggled to suppress the urge to pounce on her, chewing vigorously on the fruit in my mouth. She sensed a threat from the way I was eating, but didn't hide it and directly said, "Yes, I am their leader. You can call me Purple Pearl." Purple Pearl, fitting name. As I admired her 2 pearls, a sudden thought struck me. Wait, Purple Pearl? 7 Star Island? My DNA was stirred. Isn't this the saintess who went to find Sea God Island with the Spirit Hall fleet years ago? Qian Shuanji sent her out to sea to make room for Bibi Dong, and I never expected to run into her here. A saintess from a Spirit Hall. No wonder there's such a gem in this godforsaken place. She was carefully selected by the Spirit Hall. Being called a saintess is really just a way of preparing a child bride for the current heir of the angel god, right? What selection of angels, huh? Purple Pearl noticed me staring at her intently and immediately understood. She chuckled lightly and even extended a long leg out from her robe, teasingly looking at me. "Pretty boy. What exactly do you want to do here? I may be pale, but I'm not small. I stood up and walked towards her step by step. I do have something to discuss with you, but for now, let us enjoy ourselves a bit. How about it? Just as I was about to pinch her chin, I saw her enchanting smile suddenly become blurry, and a soul ring rose instantly. Fifth soul skill, Viper's Charm, a cloud of purple mist erupted from her seductive lips, instantly enveloping me. I have to admit, she is very satisfied with my appearance. After so many years with these rough men, looking at me is like looking at a celestial being. But she doesn't like being passive. She prefers to take the initiative. So she wants to use her charm skills to win me over first, and then turn the tables on me. The idea is good, but unfortunately, she hit a steel plate. Women, charming me comes at a price. I whispered something in her ear, then grabbed her tightly and pushed her down onto the vanity. Z-Pearl was taken aback upon feeling my iron-like body. Her fifth soul skill, a powerful single-target control, could incapacitate even the strongest, but to me, it felt like a tickle, completely ineffective. Before she could react, I lifted her and placed her on the vanity, propping one of her legs up with one hand, and then unleashed a storm of passion. She wanted to struggle, but my strength was beyond her resistance. In this cramped space, we were pressed tightly together, leaving her no room to use her skills. This pirate captain, who had fought the sea for many years, was now like a little girl at my mercy. Don't speak. I gasped for breath and kissed her directly, silencing all her words. In an instant, she felt as if all the oxygen in her body had been sucked away. Her whole being softened, and her body temperature soared, like she was drunk. The bathrobe she wore, held together by just a strap, saved me a lot of trouble. With a gentle tug, it came off like peeling a banana. Just as I freed my hands to take off my own clothes, she gasped and said no. Wait. What do you mean, wait? My pants are already down. Not even the King of Heaven could make me stop today. Z-Pearl's face showed a look of terror, probably regretting calling me a pretty boy. Now she realizes I'm not so small after all. You were the one who charmed me first. Looking at her expression of fear and surprise, I felt an immense satisfaction in my heart. Accept your punishment. I originally thought that at 27 or 28, after flirting so skillfully just now and having mingled with a group of pirates for so many years, she must no longer be a pure-hearted girl. But then, that feeling, I was shocked to look up and found tears glistening in her eyes, with a look of grievance and defiance. I couldn't believe it. I was stunned at the time. No way, sir. You are a pirate queen after drifting at sea for so many years. Still a virgin? Is that reasonable? I then chuckled lightly and said, Don't worry. I'll be very gentle. She seemed to have resigned herself to fate. Or maybe she thought that after finally meeting someone she found attractive, she didn't want to miss out again. So she gave me a look, signaling to go to the bed. All right. The vanity table was indeed a bit small, making it hard to maneuver. I picked her up and carried her to the bed. I wasn't the clueless little virgin I used to be. After being with Yingling for so long, I had explored every possible position to the fullest. I looked at the mesmerizing purple pearl beneath me, her eyes dreamy and alluring, and said, Don't worry, I promise to serve you well. I have to say, the purple pearl was really strong. Perhaps she had suppressed herself for too many years, combined with her own soul emperor cultivation. She managed to go to battle with me until dawn, even taking the initiative to turn over several times. Thanks to the hospitality, I patted her perfectly elastic backside contentedly. Just as I finished speaking, she bit me on the shoulder. Where are you from? Where are you going? Her nails lightly traced my chest. Of course. I'm from the continent. I played with her pearl with both hands. It's impossible for someone to come from the continent to here. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven. I laughed. Want to probe my limits? No need to beat around the bush. Since we come this far, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I'm not the kind of person who forgets others after pulling on my pants. Upon hearing this, Zhejian Pearl propped herself up with her hands and looked straight at me. All right, what level of soul power do you have? According to your standards, you can understand it as level 100. Boring. As soon as she heard this, she lay back down on me, clearly not believing it. I shrugged. I'm speaking the truth. Believe it or not. Then you. She asked again, What are you doing here? I know you're strong, but there must be a reason, right? I'm looking for a chance to become a god. I said honestly. As soon as I said it, I could clearly feel her soft body stiffen for a moment, goosebumps rising on her skin. But she quickly returned to normal and tentatively asked, Are you looking for Sea God Island? Exactly. After I said that, I sat up. You must know something, right? Her gaze flickered a bit, then she jumped up and hugged me, whispering in my ear, Forget about Sea God Island. Stay here with me and live happily for a lifetime. Isn't that good? I gently played with her hair. Is this your true feelings? Life is short, and I have reasons I must go. What if I tell you that going there could mean death? then I would be even more curious to experience it. I was serious when I said this. Ever since the bloodbath in the City of Slaughter, I found a world a bit boring. Then, I shifted the topic to her. What about you? Are you really planning to spend your whole life on this island? What's so bad about it? She pretended to be carefree, saying, here, I am free and unrestrained, everyone listens to me, and a life like this is nothing short of divine. I know she's pretending. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained pure until today. She is the saintess of the Spirit Hall, having seen men of the caliber of Chinshu and Ji. How could she possibly be interested in this group of pirates? She may have feelings for her subordinates, but that's ultimately not the home she desires. I can take you away from here. I held her face and said seriously, you say you know I'm strong, but you have no idea how strong I really am. I'll make it clear to you. Anything you want, just say the word. Zizenzu was stunned for a few seconds, then shook her head, moved away from me, and lay on the other side of the bed. I'm tired. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I wasn't tired, but I missed those peaceful days with Beauty by my side. Early the next morning, the sunlight pierced through and woke me up. When I opened my eyes, Zizenzu was already dressed, wearing the captain's hat and fastening the curved dagger, looking quite heroic. You should move this bed. It's too sunny, I said to her. She drew the dagger and pointed it at me. The sea punishes the lazy. After saying that, she put the dagger away and walked out. Soon after, I heard the pirates cheering outside. They were going to sea again. These people didn't go out to plunder because there were no merchant ships passing through this cursed place. They went out to fight against the wind and waves and the sea spirits, enjoying that thrill. I looked at the purple pearl standing at the bow of the ship and thought to myself, one day she would die in the sea, and I would become a god, bringing my women along to live forever. The sea breeze howled as Purple Pearl stood on the mast, gazing into the distance. Below, the little minions were whispering, hey, why does the boss look so unenergetic today? Don't you know? Our boss was deflowered last night. No way. Is that true? Which brother is so lucky? I don't know who it was. But last night, old Gue went to deliver medicine and came back with a face as red as a monkey's butt. We want to eavesdrop and wow, those sounds. TSK. No wonder he's the boss. Still able to set sail today? Awesome. Purple Pearl was lost in thought at the bow of the ship, my words echoing in her ears. Of course, she wasn't willing to be trapped here for a lifetime, but she had no choice. She was cursed by the sea. If she strayed too far from Seven Star Island, she would be pursued by raging storms and endless sea spirit beasts until she died. Return ashore, she ordered with a heavy heart. When she returned to the island, she found me lying naked in her bathtub. As soon as she came back, I looked at the curved dagger at her waist. It was a beautiful blade. She drew the knife and traced it across the water's surface. This is the knife of the former leader. I used to have a prettier one, but unfortunately, it fell to the seabed. When was that? Was it when you went to Sea God Island? I asked casually. Her hand froze, and after a long silence, she coldly said, you really are from the Spirit Hall. No, I'm not. You clearly know who I am. What is your purpose for coming here? The knife in her hand slowly stabbed toward my chest, but it couldn't penetrate at all. She had tried it last night, and my body was harder than steel. I nodded. I know who you are, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Back in the day, you followed the fleet to search for Sea God Island. But the entire army was wiped out, and you were the only one who survived. Your life script was originally to be stranded on a deserted island, living a lonely life with pirates. But now, I have arrived, and you have a new option. Oof. She sneered coldly, pointing a knife at me. Do you think you can change anyone's fate? You can defeat me, but this is the sea. Can you defy the will of the sea god? Can you break the curse on me? Curse. I was a bit curious. She didn't answer, instead pointing out the window in a certain direction. I can tell you, that is the direction of Sea God Island. How do you plan to get there? Oh, I stood up, hugged her from behind, and whispered in her ear. It seems you have been worn down by this sea. That disaster must have left you with deep psychological scars, right? She stiffened, not saying a word. I'll be back soon. After I finished speaking, I flew in the direction she pointed. As soon as I left the range of Seven Star Island, the weather suddenly changed, with howling winds and flashes of lightning. Looking back, the way I came was already shrouded in thick fog. The seabed was filled with shipwrecks. It seemed that this was the first checkpoint. Flying further ahead, the sea creatures beneath the surface went crazy, swarming out in groups, each one larger than the big ones I encountered near the merchant ship. It felt like I had fallen into the deep sea, and as my vision darkened, I realized that it wasn't darkness. It was the mouth of a giant beast. To be honest, the atmosphere was a bit spine-chilling. Suddenly, with a huge wave crashing over, countless giant sharks rushed towards me, adorned with golden patterns. Is this the legendary soul Master Great White Shark? Beneath the surface of this sea area, I spotted the wreckage of a massive warship surrounded by many treasure chests. Wow, have I found one piece? I dove down, opened the treasure chests, and they were filled with rare treasures. Judging by the scale, this ship must have been the ride of the Purple Pearl and her companions back in the day. What did the Spirit Hall intend to do with so many treasures on their way to Sea God Island? Send gifts to Poseidon for an old flame? Regardless, they must have come with good intentions, but they didn't expect the defense system of Sea God Island to indiscriminately take them all down. I rummaged through the wreckage and finally found a curved dagger, still shiny after so many years at the bottom of the sea, definitely a treasure from the Purple Pearl. By the time I came to my senses, I was already surrounded by the soul-devouring great white shark. Damn, this scene was too horrifying. My buddy was furious and unleashed a 360-degree heat ray, instantly turning the sea into a spicy shark hot pot. Blood instantly stained the ocean red, and countless shark carcasses floated to the surface, each surrounded by a soul ring. If anyone had seen that scene, they would probably have died from fright. But these sharks seemed brainless, going crazier at the smell of blood, recklessly charging at me. I wasn't polite either, taking one down after another. In the end, it was the overwhelming stench of blood that drove me to fly out of the water. As soon as I broke the surface, I was stunned by the sight before me. Wow, how many soul rings were there? The entire surface of the sea was invisible, covered with floating soul rings, with many being 1,000 or even 10,000 years old. The soul rings fell like a sweet donut rain. I immediately activated my gluttonous snake mode and went on a rampage. That feeling was exhilarating. Every cell in my body was filled with energy. I felt like a walking nuclear bomb. After absorbing all the soul rings, I casually picked up a dozen soul bones. These things weren't of much use to me, but they would be treasures for my future wives, so I had to keep them safe. After taking care of everything, I first returned to 7-Star Island, took a shower, changed clothes, and then found the Purple Pearl. In her astonished gaze, I shoved the curved dagger back in her hand, kissed her deeply, and said, "Darling, wait for me to come back." Then I set off again, watching my figure shrink into a tiny dot. It seemed that the dead heart of the Purple Pearl began to ignite once more. Returning to that sea area, it was calm, and even the shark carcasses had disappeared. After flying a bit further, I realized, oh boy, here came another wave of soul beasts, the evil demon Orcus. It seemed they had eaten the shark carcasses. Gifts, huh? They all like to give, right? I looked at the pod of Orcus as numerous as the sharks before, and laughed. Come on, don't be shy. If you dare to attack, I dare to kill. This time I was smarter. I hovered in midair, shooting down thermal rays like whack-a-mole, hitting every one of them accurately. These orcas were a bit smarter than the sharks. When they sensed something was wrong, they tried to flee, but could I let them escape? I chased them relentlessly until not a single one was left in sight. Another feast of soul rings. After absorbing the soul rings and tidying up the soul bones, I continued onward. After passing through that hellish area, the scenery opened up before me. It was sunny and bright, as if I had entered another world. The Sea God Island was right in front of me. Although it looked close, it was still quite far to fly to. Along the way, I occasionally spotted some people on the small islands, some in groups of 3 to 5, and others alone. At this moment, on the beach of Small Island, an old man was fishing. He was tugging on the fishing line, struggling with the prey in the water, but suddenly stumbled and was dragged straight into the water, choking on several mouthfuls of seawater. Whoosh! I casually threw a stone over, hitting the water below. The old man felt a light tug on his hand, and a big fish was pulled up. There was a blood hole on the fish's head. When he turned around, he was startled to find me standing behind him, though he didn't know when I had arrived. I looked around. There was just a broken grass shed and a pot on this island, and the environment was quite shabby. "Old man, why are you the only one on this island?" I asked, noticing his dazed expression. Oh. The old man looked blank, as if he hadn't been addressed like that in a long time. He probably forgot that when he first came to this island, he was still a young man, and now he was an old man who couldn't even catch fish. He hadn't seen a living person in such a long time. "Yes, just me. Do you want to eat fish?" The old man said to me, somewhat at a loss, holding up a fish. "I told you this fish must be eaten." We sat down by the campfire, and the old man quickly split open 2 coconuts, handing one to me with great enthusiasm. I couldn't be stingy either, so I reached into my soul guide and pulled out a bunch of barbecue seasonings, giving the fish a generous sprinkle. The old man's eyes widened in amazement, clearly envious. I asked him, "Old man, why are you here all by yourself?" He sighed and said he had been here for a long time and could only be here. I was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean only?" Guess what he said? He said he was a guilty person who had not passed the Sea God's test, so he was not qualified to stay on Sea God Island. I was dumbfounded. So you guys have a system of elimination here? If you can't pass the assessment, you get exiled directly? The old man spoke with a look of devotion, saying this was their journey of atonement, and as long as they were faithful enough, the sea god would one day forgive them. I told you when I heard that, it felt like someone forcefully stuffed a big mouthful of rebuttal into my mouth. Really, all the words could be summed up in two: brain dead. I just couldn't chat with someone who was PUA to the bone like that. As soon as he turned his head to say the fish was good, I just slipped away. On the way, I realized that there are many residents on isolated islands like this old man, with a mix of old and young. The youngest looked to be only 12 or 13. It's like a life sentence without food and shelter. Ridiculous. Soon, I reached the edge of Sea God Island, where a thin layer of light barrier blocked my way. As soon as I touched it, a few people flew out, and the one in the lead shouted at me, "Stop! You've trespassed on Sea God Island. State your name." I was already in a bad mood at the time, so I shot back, "I'm your father. Hurry up and take your father to find your so-called Sea God offering." The guys immediately exploded, revealing their martial spirits and getting ready to fight. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a burst of music played, and then a slightly childish voice said, "Oh dear, why are you so angry?" Not good, not good. As soon as those guards heard that voice, they instantly shrank back like mice seeing a cat, sheathing their martial spirits and bowing. I followed the sound and saw a girl sitting on the seaside rocks, dressed in a purple dress, swinging her long legs and playing with the water with her feet. She told the guards to scram, then floated over to me like a cloud, smiling and asking, "Hey there, handsome, tell your sister. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you want?" I took a glance at her. This woman is called the Sea Witch, a Douluos who specializes in mental power and plays the flute exceptionally well. I couldn't be bothered to chat, so I directly introduced myself with my three-piece set. "I'm Yinzu, from the mainland, here to participate in the assessment." Upon hearing this, she laughed, crossed her arms, and teased me, saying, "Another little hero who isn't afraid of death, huh? But sister finds you quite pleasing to the eye and doesn't want you to die for nothing. Are you sure you want to participate in the assessment? The stronger you are, the harder the assessment will be, and people can die, you know." "No problem. I wasn't scared at all." She nodded and took me to meet a guy called the Seahorse Douluos. This guy was meditating under a pillar in the middle of a large pool, looking very imposing. The sea witch greeted him and then winked at me, signaling me to go to the opposite side. As soon as she finished speaking, I whooshed over and stood in front of the Seahorse Douluos. "Then what?" I asked him. Good heavens, the Seahorse Douluos was completely stunned, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his entire CPU almost overheating. He hadn't even reacted yet when the sea witch suddenly remembered something. Like how the soul demon great white shark from the outer sea was nearly extinct recently. She looked at me, her eyes instantly filled with shock. "I'm asking you a question. What is the next step?" I asked again. The Seahorse Douluos probably found me annoying and wanted to assert his dominance, saying, "You must stay in this sea for a quarter of an hour. This is the will of the sea god." I was speechless at that moment. "Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Fine, I'll satisfy you." I directly flew to the middle of the pool, stood with my hands behind my back, and quietly stared at him. And what happened? Nothing at all. This so-called water that can dig into inner fears is no different from foot wash water for me. The Seahorse Douluos finally gave in, waved his hand, and said, "All right, I grant you the qualification for the assessment." Then he started the ritual, and the seahorse sacred pillar behind him hummed. A blue light descended from the sky and enveloped me. The next second, that pillar went crazy. The light surged to the top and turned blood red. The Seahorse Douluos was petrified on the spot, and the sea witch across from him had her mouth agape, as if it could fit a coconut. This reaction indicated that a top genius had arrived. Very likely the 9-star holy sun they had been waiting for many years. However, the most awkward moment came. The light pillar was red, but there was nothing on my forehead, no assessment content, no divine mark, absolutely nothing. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Only that pillar was still humming and vibrating as if it was about to explode. The Seahorse Douluos was completely stunned. This situation exceeded his understanding. He asked me to wait and transformed into a beam of light to find the higher-ups, the sea god Poseidon. When he returned, there was a woman beside him. I looked up and realized, wow. I immediately understood why Title Douluos and Tangshan were fighting over her. This Poseidon is absolutely the only woman I've seen who could compete with Bibi Dong in terms of beauty. Tall and slender, her red dress trailing on the ground. With long silver hair, she was so beautiful she didn't seem human, radiating an aura of nobility, elegance, and an inviolable sanctity. As soon as she landed, Without saying a word, she personally presided over the ceremony for me. With a wave of her staff, the 7 sea god pillars lit up simultaneously, and 7 beams of light all struck me. The scene was magnificent. And what happened? After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes and shook her head. Still not good enough. Young man, you may leave. She walked up to me and said, the sea god has not accepted you. You are fated to be unrelated to Sea God Island. What does that mean? I looked at her, my heart racing a bit. This sister was just my type. I didn't know why, but I could only follow the will of the sea god. I couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing that. Truly an unattainable deity. I sat down cross-legged on the ground, propping my chin up to look at her. All right then, since I'm here, Poseidon, I happen to have a few questions for you. The seahorse Douluos beside me was about to explode in anger when I called her by her name, but was stopped by a single glance from Poseidon. Go ahead, Poseidon said, looking at me. I started by talking to her about the Spear Hall, explaining how they protect their followers and improve people's lives. Then I changed the subject. Now, what about your Sea God Island? Born and raised here, just because you failed an assessment, you have to be kicked out and live like a wild person for the rest of your life. Isn't that right? The seahorse Douluos couldn't hold back any longer. What do you mean, kid? Why are you in such a hurry? I shot him a glance and kept my eyes on Poseidon. What about your grand offering? Do you have a say in this? Or do you also think that your sea god is just a pile of dung? As soon as I said this, it caused an uproar. A muscular man with dragon horns, the sea dragon Douluos, along with several other offerings, came out and immediately threw a punch at me. I didn't even turn my head, just raised one hand while sitting, and with a burst of soul power, there was a loud boom, and his 2 golden dragons exploded into fireworks right there. I didn't even move an inch. Everyone was shocked. Poseidon saw my attitude and knew that this matter couldn't be resolved today. The mark on her forehead flashed, stabilizing the others with her mental power, and then she said to me, you can keep your doubts, but this is Sea God Island. Since you think the Spear Hall is good, then you should go. Avoiding the issue, huh? I stood up, dusted myself off, and mentioned that I had seen those who were exiled on my way here, and even talked to that old man. He actually still thought he was guilty. Is this what you call a peaceful old age? Seahorse Douluos stubbornly replied, the sea god blesses them, so they don't worry about food and drink. How can they not be comfortable? Wow, how impressive. I directly retorted, then why don't you switch places with them? I wish your son to be exiled for generations. Idiot. Poseidon's tone finally turned cold. You insult the sea god on Sea God Island, and as the high priestess, I cannot turn a blind eye. After saying that, she turned around and went back to the sea god hall. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Fight me, hit me hard. All right. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Seahorse Douluos rolled up his sleeves and came at me. Several other priests around were cracking their knuckles, surrounding me. I sneered, calling him Lord of the Sea with every breath. Is he your father? How filial of you. I twisted my neck, looked at these people, and moved my arms and legs a bit. All right, I'll play with you, but don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. The battle erupted instantly. Sea Dragon Douluos and Seahorse Douluos flanked me from the front and back, while another Sea Spear Douluos, wielding a spear, descended from the sky with his martial soul fully unleashed, claiming to be invincible in single-target attacks. And what happened? The soul skills from both sides exploded on me. But I didn't even flinch, my eyes fixated on that Sea Spear Douluos. He broke through the clouds of dust, and the spear was about to stab me in the face. I clasped my hands together, and with a loud clap, his impressive long spear was instantly shattered into 3 pieces. He stood there dumbfounded, the backlash from his martial soul's destruction causing him immense pain. I casually grabbed his neck, spun him 1.5 times, and slammed him to the ground, stepping on him. As the dust settled, everyone saw this scene. I stood unharmed, with the frothing Sea Spear Douluos under my foot. One down, I said lightly. The arena fell silent. The Title Douluos understood the significance of someone being killed instantly in a single exchange at the same rank. This was a dimensional strike, the sea which reacted the fastest, retreating immediately to start playing her flute, the demonic sound making me want to vomit. Another illusionist, the Sea Illusion Douluos, also made his move, conjuring a bunch of illusory venomous snakes to bite me. Interestingly, this guy's illusions actually dug up memories from my past life. He saw a completely different world and was stunned, shouting at me, Who the hell are you? The others didn't care about that. Seeing me being mentally attacked and controlled by illusions, the Sea Dragon Douluos and Seahorse Douluos charged at me, performing a classic sandwich attack. This time, the Sea Dragon Douluos had learned his lesson, opting for a physical confrontation instead of using energy attacks. Courageous. I watched as he charged at me like a gorilla, then casually threw a punch. Come on. The Sea Dragon Douluos roared, matching my punch. There was no earth-shattering explosion. My fist directly penetrated his power, and with a crack, his entire arm twisted like a pretzel. He tried to use his other hand, but I threw another punch, hitting his joint, rendering both arms useless. With another kick, he was sent flying like a cannonball, embedding himself into the mountain, falling silent. Another sea ghost Douluos was just preparing his 9th soul skill when a large energy ball came crashing towards me. I casually fired a heat ray that evaporated it, then swiftly appeared in front of him. In his terrified eyes, I punched him, sending him to join the sea dragon Douluos. In the blink of an eye, 2 more guardians were taken down. Just then Poseidon's voice rang out, "Everyone retreat." The shield enveloping the battlefield dissipated. I turned around to see her hovering above the distant sea, seemingly waiting for me to come over. Oh, waiting for me? I shot over in an instant, directly hovering in front of her, face to face. I couldn't help but snap back at her. "Sister, isn't your thinking a bit outdated? Were you still talking about survival of the fittest and natural selection? That stuff is for the animal kingdom, and you on Sea God Island actually treat it like a Bible. What kind of God are you believing in? You might as well convert to Darwinism." She was left speechless, her face turning green, and a blue light radiating from her. The huge sea god phantom behind her had eyes wide open like copper bells, and all 9 of its soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, lit up in an instant, as if it were ready to carry out divine justice. Goodness, it felt like the entire ocean was gushing energy toward her like a faucet. She elegantly raised her hand, and immediately, a massive whirlpool formed beneath my feet. The center suction power resembling a meat grinder at sea. Trying to grind me into minced meat? I stomped my foot, unleashing my soul power, and the whirlpool shattered into a shower of droplets. Then, she flicked her fingers, and the countless water droplets instantly turned into a rain of bullets, pelting me mercilessly. Let me tell you, when they hit me, it felt like a few mosquito bites. I was so unbothered that I didn't even bother to activate my shield and just stood there scratching an itch. Now, she was really thrown off guard, probably not expecting me to be so resilient. She took a deep breath, and her 9 soul rings stacked together, draining the surrounding seawater and compressing it into an enormous trident that gleamed with golden light, clearly her trump card. Her expression turned cold as she shouted, "Sea God S divine skill, never to return." The trident shot toward me like an intercontinental missile, leaving a trail of flames behind. The momentum was incredible, as if it could pierce through the entire continent. And then guess what I did? I didn't dodge. I charged straight at that thing. With a loud bang, my soul power shield exploded on the spot, and my clothes instantly turned to ashes. In the next second, I passed right through the center of the explosion, appearing directly in front of her. She was completely stunned, frozen in place. Probably her brain had short-circuited. She instinctively tried to raise her hand to use a soul skill, but I grabbed her delicate wrist and pulled her into my embrace. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Is that it? My family, who understands?" Her expression of shock and embarrassment at that moment was simply unforgettable. In her panic, her body suddenly transformed into a puddle of seawater, slipping out of my arms and appearing dozens of meters away. "Hey, trying to run?" I chased after her directly, putting on a real-life version of She Escapes. He chases. She can't fly away. In just a few moves, I pulled her back into my arms again. This time she didn't run. Instead, she was dazed, as if she suddenly remembered something, staring at me and asking, "What is your relationship with Tang Chun?" I have no idea what she's thinking, so I couldn't be bothered to answer and just leaned down to kiss her. Why fight? Instead of wasting time on that, we might as well be in a relationship. Afterwards, it was just a stormy night with thunder and lightning, as if the heavens were about to cut off the power. I guess they couldn't bear to watch anymore. When everything calmed down, she looked like she had lost her soul, quietly drifting on the surface of the sea. I asked her how old she was, and after a long days, she finally said 115 years old. I thought to myself that it's quite pitiful for a person to guard a broken island for over 100 years. But then something even more pitiful happened. She wanted to use magic to change her clothes, only to find that her soul power wouldn't cooperate at all. When I looked, good heavens, her martial soul had directly downgraded from the imposing image of the sea god to that of an ordinary little girl. And her soul ring configuration was reset with one click, changing from 8 black and 1 red to 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. I understood right away. That old guy called Poseidon, seeing his high priestess taken down, couldn't save face and directly revoked her VIP membership, ruining her centuries of cultivation in an instant. She completely shut herself off, flew to a deserted island, and planned to meditate in a cave until she faded away. I followed her, putting in a lot of effort to retrieve the red dress that I had blown away from the sea and made a fire to dry it for her. She silently put on the dress and walked out. We sat on the beach, me naked and her in the red dress, quietly eating the sashimi I had just caught. The scene was both strange and harmonious. I told her I was leaving and asked her what her plans were. She looked quite determined and said she wanted to stay here and cultivate until one day she could kill me. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, sister, I give you a thumbs up. You're going for a companionship-style growth, right? Good luck." After that, I really left, letting her slowly find herself. I flew straight back to 7-Star Island and found Zizenzu. She was gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle on the edge of a cliff. I sneaked up from behind, feeling playful, and gave her a gentle push. Just as she was screaming and falling, I flew down to catch her. Exciting, right? When she saw me bouncing back, her eyes nearly popped out, and she hugged me tightly without letting go. Without a word, she pushed me down onto the beach, saying she wanted to release all the pent-up frustration from the past 2 months on me. After that, I told her to come back to the mainland with me. She said it was impossible due to the sea goddess curse. As long as she wanted to leave this sea area, crazed sea spirits would attack her. I laughed at that. What curse? In my world, rules are meant to be broken. Sure enough, when we flew away from 7-Star Island, a swarm of sea spirits emerged from the water. I didn't even activate my martial spirit. I just held her and took down one after another, whether alone or in groups. Zizenzu was completely convinced then. Not only had I been to Sea God Island, but I had also caused chaos there. Meanwhile, let me tell you, the divine realm was in an uproar. The god of Shura went to visit Poseidon, and coincidentally, he caught Poseidon live-streaming while I was doing something with Poseidon's daughter in the storm. Poseidon turned as green as a meadow and immediately shut off the screen. The god of Shura was there stoking the fire. Hey, don't turn it off. I just saw the exciting part. Isn't this more thrilling than paid content? Poseidon was so furious he couldn't even speak, probably already plotting how to choose a new heir to deal with me. With Zizenzu, now she wants to be called AZ. We traveled around and finally returned to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. When Ning Fengji saw me, his expression was like seeing his pet pig finally learn to root around in someone else's cabbage. He was both gratified and troubled, especially when he saw that I brought back a stunning beauty. I briefly reported the situation to him, saying that there was no chance with Poseidon. He comforted me not to worry. I sighed and looked at him, saying, "I'm just afraid that the problem isn't on their side. What if the problem is with me?" After I finished speaking, my father-in-law Ning Fengji fell silent, probably because he didn't have any good ideas either. I sighed and said, "Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I'll go check on Rong and the others in the Star Luo Empire." He nodded, but suddenly his expression became very serious. And he said to me, "Azu, speaking of Rong, there's something I need to remind you. You have to settle your own romantic debts. If she makes a scene later, I really won't be able to help you. There's no way to assist with this matter." I felt a jolt in my heart, but I maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, I directly left with a purple pearl. Just as I stepped out of the main hall, the purple pearl's curious little eyes drifted over. "Did you just call the leader of the 7 Treasures glazed sect, Dad?" I didn't even turn my head. "Didn't you hear?" She chased after me like a curious child. "No. Aren't you a battle soul master? Your martial soul also. Hey, it seems I've never seen you use your martial soul. What exactly are you?" I shook my head and gave her a little spoiler. "I'm not his biological son." "Oh," she suddenly understood. "An adopted son, right? Got it. I smiled at her and threw out a bombshell. "Wrong, it's son-in-law." With a whoosh, Zijin's footsteps suddenly stopped, and the curved knife at her waist was already pressed against my neck, sharp and swift. She gritted her teeth and said, "You." I turned around and looked at the blade, completely unfazed. Instead, I teased her playfully, "Oh wow, what's this all about? You woman, your heart is too big. Do you want to monopolize me?" She was immediately thrown off by my words, her chest heaving in anger, and she couldn't even muster a curse for a long time. Family, who understands? This pirate queen seems to forget how to insult people as soon as she leaves the sea. I took the opportunity to hold her in my arms and whispered in her ear, "Why do you look like you're about to die? Aren't we happy when we're together?" "That's a different matter." She was quite righteous about it, saying, "You actually hid from me that you already have a wife. I am more righteous than her. There is no such thing. How could I possibly have only one wife? You underestimate me too much." At that moment, Zizenzu's expression was like she had swallowed a whole lemon. Her face turned green. "What did you say?" I started counting on my fingers to emphasize, "Listen up, Rong, who is my father-in-law's daughter, my fiancée, but she is still young, so let's put that aside for now. In order, Lingling is the earliest. But you are older than her, so you'll have to look out for her as an older sister. Alright, there's also Poseidon, the one from Sea God Island, who's currently having a tiff with me. But it's not a big deal, just a matter of time. The first two names made her just roll her eyes. But when she heard the third name, she completely exploded. Poseidon. The Poseidon you're talking about isn't the one I'm thinking of, is it? I laugh, what? Is there really a second Poseidon in this world? That's great. The more of such stunning beauties, the better. Wait, her beautiful face is almost twisted with disbelief as she grabs my arm to confirm. So, you mean the legendary grand offering of Sea God Island, that 99th level, unparalleled Douluos Poseidon? Uh-huh. I nodded and added a little jab. So this trip to Sea God Island isn't completely without gains. What do you take us for? She completely lost control, raising her knife and swinging it at my neck. Let me tell you, that was a blade that could cut through iron like mud, yet it ended up bending. And there wasn't even a white mark on my neck. I took her knife, ran my 2 fingers along the blade, and the curled edge instantly looked as good as new. I shoved the knife back into her hand, gestured for her to continue, and didn't forget to fan the flames. If you're angry, get it all out now. Remember, you're the older sister, so you can't bully Lingling and Rongrong. Go to hell. She slammed the knife into my face and turned to leave. I shrugged and let her be. As I turned my head, I saw Zhu Zhuqing training over there, so I decided not to disturb her. I leaped forward and caught up with Zizenzu, directly picking her up horizontally and flying towards the direction of the Star Luo Empire. What are you doing? Put me down. She struggled hard in my arms. What are you thinking? It would be so lonely on this journey without you. Who wants to be with you? All right, I said with irritation as I gave her a hard slap on the butt, and the sudden sting made her behave a lot more. As I flew, I launched an emotional offensive. I know that our feelings came quickly and may leave just as fast. If you really want to go, I won't stop you. But I can't forget the happy times we've had. The first time, in your bed. The second time, on the beach. The third time, in the sea. She unexpectedly continued the next line, unable to hold back a smile. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I smiled and continued to raise the stakes. The fourth time, in the stuffy cabin of a ship. She immediately corrected me. That wasn't the fourth time. We had done it many times before getting on the boat. And in that little inn on the western coast. And on the park bench where people come and go. She continued. I asked with a sly smile. Speaking of that, do you still have the dress I bought for you? No. She shook her head. I left it at the hotel. Hey, that was the first dress I bought for you. She shot me a glance. You don't really think that dress could cover anything, do you? Do you really think those passers-by can't tell what I'm doing sitting on your lap? No, I said, smiling even more happily. Are we just doing this for them to see? She let out a soft hum and stopped talking. So, I confidently declared that I had found the secret to maintaining our relationship. Let's talk, she interjected. More action, we both said in unison. As soon as the words left our mouths, I suddenly stopped mid-air, hands supporting her hips, making her face me. To keep her balance, she had to wrap her arms around my neck, her long legs wrapping around my waist. I licked my lips and looked at her, speaking of doing more. Do you want to try Yinjin? So we flew and stopped along the way, and finally arrived at the Xinghua Empire. Once in the city, I first went to the post station to pick up the letter left by Lingling. The letter said that they were all doing well and had already gone to the imperial capital. So I took the Purple Pearl and traveled through the Xinghua Empire while making my way to the imperial capital. It felt like the Xinghua Empire wasn't as orderly as the Tiando Empire. Looking at the chaotic scene on the streets, the Purple Pearl summed it up. Here, apart from the strict hierarchy, it seems like they don't manage anything else. It's a Darwinian country, after all. I was tearing into a huge steak with my chopsticks and replied indistinctly. What do you mean by a Darwinian country? She was curious about these new words in my mouth. I explained to her with my limited understanding. The government does nothing but collect money and oppress the common people. Mainly just letting them fend for themselves. It's like raising wild beasts? Yes, just like raising livestock. She laughed. Oh, it sounds like you're quite disdainful, huh? I wiped my mouth. Of course, I am a believer in the angel god. I knew it. She slapped her thigh. You definitely have something to do with the spirit hall. How many more things are you hiding from me? I shrugged my shoulders innocently and said, hide it from you? Is there? If you don't ask, can it be considered as hiding it from you? So what exactly is your relationship with the spirit hall? She pressed. Hard to say. I pretended to be mysterious. If I had to say, there might be 2 or 3 of your future sisters there. Haha, you really have a way. Zizhenju shook her head, no longer angry. It seemed she had come to terms with things along the way. Life is short, and it's a waste of life to hold grudges against me. Suddenly, she said, there's something I've been curious about, but I didn't mention it because I saw you didn't react. What is it? Now it was my turn to be curious. She pointed at the wall covered with notices by the street. That bounty notice hanging up, is that your face? It should be, I said, rinsing my mouth without changing my expression. She pouted. That's a bounty notice issued by the Title Douluos royal family, and you're really calm about it. What else? Should I wear night clothes during the day and crawl through a dog hole? I didn't take it seriously at all. In fact, I had deliberately avoided the patrols along the way to keep the mood light. I'm just curious what you did to warrant such a high bounty, Zizhenju said. Our journey has been too peaceful. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. You better handle it. Hee. I laughed and looked at her. What if I can't handle it and die here? What will you do? I'm not accompanying you. She made a cutting gesture at lightning speed. Sigh, women. I shook my head, but if things really get chaotic, just take care of yourself and don't worry about me. She laughed too. I never planned to take care of you. After a while, her words turned out to be true. A group of bounty hunters recognized me, ambushed us on the road, wanting to exchange my head for money. As expected, I directly skewered them with a large tree, hanging them like candied haws. Looking at the bloody scene before us, Zizhenju felt a bit uneasy, but more than that, she was puzzled. These are all soul emperors and above, and I see you dealt with them easier than killing chickens. The strangest thing is, I haven't seen you use your martial soul at all. My martial soul? I grinned at her. Haven't you experienced it already? A strange smile appeared on her face as her hand reached between my legs and squeezed. No way. Your martial soul, is this? Part of it. I laughed. Actually, it's the whole body. How about it? Want to try it here? She looked at the string of candied haws in disgust. No way. Who has the mood for this scene? When we arrived at the Title Douluos Imperial City, Zizhenju said she wanted to wander around by herself and asked me to find Yi Lingling and the others, knowing she still felt a bit awkward inside. I didn't insist. Coincidentally, when I arrived, it was just the day after the royal battle team and the Title Douluos royal team finished their friendly sparring. Although teacher Qin Ming had advised them not to win before the match, to be honest, they couldn't win anyway. The opponents were older and had that freakish martial soul fusion skill from Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. Yu Qianheng was taken out in one hit. Wow, you actually know to come back? Where have you been for so long? As soon as she saw me, Ning Rongrong exploded like a firecracker. However, I wasn't in the mood to comfort her. I just patted her head and dashed straight towards Yi Lingling. I wrapped my arms around Lingling's slender waist, burying my head in her not so full but fragrant chest and taking a deep breath, closing my eyes in ecstasy. Oh, this is the smell. It drives me crazy, my dear. Ning Rongrong, seeing this situation, wisely retreated back into her blanket like a mushroom. Don't try to fool me with lies. Yi Lingling pretended to be angry and pushed me. You've been gone for more than 3 months, having a great time outside, right? When would you have time to think of me? This statement was both true and not true. I directly knocked her down onto the bed, my finger teasing her nose. It's true that I had fun, but it's also true that I missed you. However, let's not talk about that right now. Once our movements finally stopped, Ning Rongrong peeked her little head out from under the blanket and complained to me. Azu, you don't know. We were so embarrassed today. What happened? I propped my head with one hand while the other massaged Lingling's shoulders. Rongrong sat up, hugging the blanket. That Davis and Zhu Zhuyun from the Title Douluos royal battle team. The big flower cat they summoned was so fierce. Yu Qianheng couldn't withstand a single move and was knocked away with one slap. It's a martial soul fusion technique. That's normal, I said. In your world. This thing is quite a cheat. What do you mean in your world? Rongrong asked curiously. Nothing. When are we going back? I quickly changed the subject. Teacher Qin Ming was taken for an exchange. We have to wait for him to come back. Hey, Azu, what on earth were you doing before? Upon hearing this, Lingling, who was lying on my chest, also moved a bit. Just now, it was like a newlywed couple, full of passion, and there was no time for detailed questioning. But now that the heat had subsided, it was naturally time to start interrogating. I just told them the most exciting and intriguing parts about going to the city of slaughter and the Sea God Island. The two girls were completely captivated. When Rongrong fell asleep, Lingling in the blanket gently pinched my flesh with her nails and quietly started the interrogation. Be honest. How many girls have you hooked up with after being out so long? You're not even asking if I did anything, just how many. I'm so hurt by your lack of trust. I pretended to be wronged and turned my head to the side. Lingling chuckled softly. Her hand slid down and grasped my private parts. I trust you too much. I know you well. Can you really stay innocent for over 3 months? If you could, I would have to see you in a new light. I immediately approached with a grin and said, Isn't that why we're a perfect match? You understand me so well. I'm really touched. So how many? Her smile gradually turned sour. I stretched out 2 fingers. She shook her head, looking disbelieving. She had long anticipated that I would cheat outside, But she didn't expect me to say I only flirted with 2. Her expression seemed to say, dude, your KPI is lacking, as she thought it would be at least 10. Really? She questioned again. Really? When have I ever lied to you? I held her tightly in my arms, kissing her and saying, to make you mad, you better get along well when you meet them in the future. Don't make it difficult for me. Otherwise what? She indeed got angry. I threatened fiercely. Otherwise, I won't spare anyone. You'll all be unable to get out of bed or walk. I'll give you what you've got. She exerted force with her hands, trying to teach me a lesson, only to find that I was enjoying it. Who said this thing is a man's weakness? Lingling was extremely puzzled. By midnight, Lingling had fallen asleep. I quietly got up, went out to the street, turned left, and right into a small alley, and coughed twice. Now that we're here, why pretend? Come out. As soon as I finished speaking, a group of guys in black clothing walked out from the shadows of the alley, instantly surrounding me. I had some impression of your outfits. I looked them over and recalled the scene of playing with Zhu Zhuyun in the forest. How should I put it? Lackeys, what did your master order? The group of assassins exchanged glances, and without saying a word, they activated their martial souls and formed a formation. Heh, indeed, a brave man emerges under great rewards. I shook my head with a smile, and in the next second, I disappeared from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of flesh colliding echoed one after another. With each sound, one assassin would fall limply. In just a few seconds, 8 or 9 assassins were all lying down dead. What more is there to say? I squatted down, stripped the killer of his clothes, and even found an identity token on him. After changing into the clothes, I strolled around the city and soon pinpointed their stronghold, the Netherworld Mansion. What a place! It was only second in grandeur to the royal palace. When I reached the entrance, I displayed the freshly acquired token, and the guard let me in without even glancing at it. It was completely unobstructed. If it weren't for my X-ray vision, I would definitely have gotten lost in this large courtyard tonight. Before I even entered, I had already located Zhu Zhuyun's position. At that moment, she was in her room, cozying up with Davis. I could hear Davis saying, Zhuyun, you call me over so late? Zhu Zhuyun huffed. You listen to me first. My informant just brought back news about that guy. I called you here to borrow someone. That guy? The one who ambushed you in the woods and kidnapped Zhu Qing? Davis clearly didn't take it seriously. His hand was still wandering restlessly over Zhu Zhuyun. Whoever you want to borrow, just say it. Zhu Zhuyun wanted to borrow 2 of Davis's elite guards who were at the Contra level. She felt her assassins were inadequate and needed to find 2 experts to back her up. She had to capture that lecher alive and tear him to shreds to relieve her resentment. Just as Davis was about to get serious, there was a knock at the door. Wait a moment. Zhu Zhuyun pressed down on Davis's hand. I'll be right back. Davis was furious and could only suppress his anger and let her go. Zhu Zhuyun went to the outer room and saw me disguised as her subordinate, immediately asking, how is it? That kid didn't escape, right? No, he is sleeping soundly, I replied in a hushed voice. Upon hearing this, she excitedly clenched her fist. Great. I'll send 2 Contra-level experts to support you. You must capture that guy alive. I want to tear him to pieces. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laugh made Zhu Zhuyun's hair stand on end, her battle instincts kicking in, making her alert instantly. Who are you going to? Tear to pieces? I took off my hat and veil, raised my head to look at her. Let me tell you, she had just been entangled with Davis. Her clothes were a bit disheveled, and the flush on her face had not yet faded. She was quite charming. When Zhu Zhuyun saw my face, the very one she dreamed of tearing apart, she was so startled that she took a step back and opened her mouth to shout for help. In the next second, I had already flashed in front of her, one hand gripping her waist while the other firmly covered her mouth, sneering coldly in her ear. With just those few rotten garlics under you, you dare to seek trouble with me? Zhu Zhuyun's mouth was covered, her alluring face flushed red, her eyes filled with both fear and anger. I continued to whisper in her ear, Zhu Zhuyun, the future princess of the Xinglua Empire. You and T want Davis to know what has happened to you, would you? TSK, you say if he found out, he would definitely kill me, right? But he would also forever remember that his woman was. You say, ISNT, such a princess quite interesting? Her eyes were about to burst, struggling desperately, but unable to make a sound. Be honest, I tightened my grip. Do you want to call him for help? You can certainly try. Family, at that moment, Zhu Zhuyun and I were separated from Davis by a wall. That guy was lying on Zhu Zhuyun's bed waiting, while his fiancée, he was locked up tight in the next room by me. Zhu Zhuyun was quick-witted, instantly realizing this, and suddenly stopped moving. Right, that's it. I felt her calm down and released my hand, covering her mouth. You wouldn't want your fiancé to know about this, would you? Besides, if you shout, all the experts in your family will come, and I wouldn't mind dividing that day-s story in the forest into 9 episodes. Coming here to give a tour every day, I guarantee the audience will be plentiful. She trembled with anger, glaring at me fiercely, her fingers suddenly extending sharp claws towards me. I, on the other hand, didn't dodge at all, but instead started to play with her clothing straps nonchalantly. TSK. I couldn't help but praise. This feeling is truly maddening, nostalgic. Today she delivered herself to my door, so I wouldn't hold back. Her claws scratched at my throat, but in the end, not even a white mark was left. My skin was as tough as metal. And on my side, I was already impatient. Ugh. The sudden stimulation almost made her scream, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Davis was right next door. She couldn't imagine what that arrogant Davis would react to this scene. She didn't want to become the laughingstock of the entire family. But she simply couldn't overpower me. So fragrant. I lifted my head from her chest, looking at her covering her mouth, her eyes full of unwillingness and anger, instantly making my temper rise even more. My goodness, that expression of yours is just too wonderful. Who can resist that? Last time in the forest, she was unconscious. It was meaningless. This time is different. She was fully aware. Her fiancé was next door. The thrill and novelty were directly maxed out. Sensitive cats are. I lifted her chin. At this moment, she was truly filled with shame and anger, utterly humiliated. No, no, she refused with wide eyes full of terror. Absolutely not. What is not possible? I laughed. You're not some innocent little girl. What are you pretending for? It's impossible. She struggled to run, but how could she escape? If you make a fuss, Davis will come over. My words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly calming her down. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed outside, and heavy rain poured down, perfectly covering up all the sounds in the room. In a short time, the flood surged, spiraling out of control. Lying in bed, Davis, listening to the sound of rain outside, unknowingly fell asleep. When he was awakened by a sudden chill and reached out to the side, it was empty. He found it strange. How long had Jian been gone? Thinking this, he got up and opened the door, wanting to ask the maid outside. Meanwhile, in the next room, Zhu Zhuyun was slumped on the floor in an indescribable position, drooling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes rolled back, almost unconscious. I organized the clothes and said to her, "This is our secret. I will keep it for you, and in exchange, you have to be available whenever I call." She was already too weak to resist, lying there on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. I heard Davis's footsteps and reminded her, then slipped out through the window. I didn't want to be caught by Davis on the spot, as that would take away a lot of the fun. I have to say, things stolen taste especially good. Although exhausted, when Zhu Zhuyun heard Davis's voice, she jolted awake and quickly got up to put on her clothes. "Zhuyun, are you in there?" Davis was knocking on the door. Ahem. Yes. She hurriedly sprayed some perfume on herself before going to open the door. Davis yawned. "It's really raining hard. I accidentally fell asleep." "Me too," Zhu Zhuyun replied, feeling guilty. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Davis asked. She quickly shook her head. "No, just from sleeping." Davis didn't suspect anything, chuckling. "Since we both had a good sleep, why don't we make up for what we didn't finish earlier?" Zhu Zhiyun stumbled at the words, her legs weakened, almost losing her balance, and quickly said, "No, I'm not convenient today." "Oh." Davis looked a bit disappointed, but didn't think much of it. "Then let's go back to our rooms and rest." "You go ahead. I'll take a shower and be right there." After sending Davis off, Zhu Zhiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she applied some perfume. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster if he caught the scent I left behind. Tonight, she could only serve Davis in other ways, or she would definitely be exposed. After I left Zhu Zhiyun, I searched for Zijin Pearl in the city. I went around and found that she was gone. Could it be that she really got angry and left? That can't be. Everything was fine along the way, right? Although she's also a soul emperor. I can't help but worry about her sudden disappearance. I conducted a thorough search outside the city and finally found her in a cave. "What's going on? Did you run out of money? Or have you become addicted to living in a cave?" I pushed aside the grass and walked in. "Stop with the sarcastic remarks." She was weakly leaning against a rock. As soon as I saw her weak appearance, I quickly asked, "What happened?" Seeing my anxiety, she seemed a bit pleased and replied, "It's nothing serious, just that I can't go to the city." "Can't go? What do you mean?" I asked. She chuckled. "Well, being naturally beautiful attracts attention. If I hadn't slipped away quickly, you would have been in a tough spot right now." "What?" I punched the rock wall and roared, "Who?" She was quite satisfied with my intense reaction, leaned on my shoulder, and alluringly asked, "Hey, if someone really did take advantage of me, what would you do?" I ignored her remark and asked, "Quick, tell me, who laid a hand on you? Answer me first. What else could I do? It wasn't your fault." I pulled her into my arms and kissed her forehead, apologizing for putting her in danger. "Hey, it's not a big deal," she laughed. "Those guys were useless. They didn't guess that I was over level 60. Even though there were many of them, they still let me slip away. What about you? You must have had a carefree day, covered in the scent of other women." I digress. In a few days, when I return to Tiendo and finish up my business, I'll take you all on a trip to the mainland. How about that? You all? She counted on her fingers. And I want to know how many people this you all referred to. That's hard to say. It could increase at any moment. I patted her on the backside and reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to balance things out." She laughed and scolded. "Shameless. Who would want that?" Joking aside, we can't forget the serious matters. I continued to press. "All right, tell me, who was the fool that dared to tease you?" Seeing that I was insistent, she finally said, "I don't know who it was, but he looked like the head of the city patrol. I was eating at the restaurant, and those guys were at the table next to mine making comments about me. Later, it was just that little incident. You didn't suffer any losses, right? Do you think I'm someone who easily suffers losses? The one who makes me suffer has always been you, hasn't it? Stop talking nonsense. Can you honestly say you didn't enjoy it?" I stood up and said, "Let us go. This isn't a place for sleeping. I'll take you into the city. There's really no need to provoke them." She even advised me, after all, this is the capital of Xingluo, and making a big fuss would be hard to get out of. After all, she had been a saint, and her heart was still too soft. I looked at her and said firmly, "A debt is a debt. Those guys are as good as dead, mark my words." "TSK, are you really that angry? Why are you being so double-standard? Is it just that only the officials are allowed to set fires?" She teased me. "Yes, that's exactly how I am. It's too late for you to regret it now. I may not have a valid reason, but I'm still determined." She shook her head. "I never regret my actions." That night, I flew back to the city with Zizenzu, and the next day, we returned to the restaurant where she had eaten yesterday. If all goes well, those bastards should still be coming. "How do you plan to deal with them?" Zizenzu asked me. I have a mischievous smile on my face. "You'd better not ask, or you'll regret it." We ordered a table full of dishes and waited until dusk. It came. Zijin heard the familiar noise from downstairs. I walked to the railing and pointed at the group of people going upstairs below. "Is it them?" The group downstairs saw me pointing, and immediately someone started cursing. "Hey, kid, are you looking for trouble?" I ignored him and turned to look at Purple Pearl. She came over to confirm, nodding. "That's right. It's that annoying woman again. Capture her." As soon as the people below saw Purple Pearl, they rushed upstairs without saying a word. I temporarily decided not to hold it against them, picked up the Purple Pearl, and flew straight out of the window towards the outskirts of the city. "What are you doing?" the Purple Pearl asked in confusion. "I'm taking you out first, and I'll come back for you later." I settled her outside the city and then returned. As long as I recognized that group of bastards, that was enough. The people in the tavern hadn't figured out the situation yet when they saw me go and come back alone, flying without revealing my martial soul. They were all startled and immediately called for help. In no time, a large number of fully armed soldiers surrounded the tavern tightly. What a commotion! I rubbed my wrist, darted into the crowd, grabbed the collars of a few leaders, and lifted 2 of them in each hand, just like an eagle catching a chick, flying them out of the city. I tell you, those cowards were screaming like they had lost their parents the whole time. I found a broken cave and just tossed all 4 of them in like garbage. Before they could beg for mercy, I went up and gave each of them a good beating, physically exorcising them, specifically treating all kinds of disobedience. Let me tell you, dealing with people like this, talking reason is a complete waste of breath. It's better to use your fist to make them understand what a harsh society is like. Sure enough, after a good beating, they all became obedient, lying on the ground like 4 dead dogs. I squatted down, patted one of their faces, and smiled, saying, "Hey, it was just a small thing. Just trying to flirt. What's the big deal? It's you guys who are making a fuss about it. Forget it. It's pretty pointless to argue with you. How about we play a game?" As soon as the 4 of them heard this, they immediately became alert, keeping a distance from each other as if they needed to maintain social distancing. I pointed to the knives at their waists. "The rules of the game are simple. Only one of you 4 can survive. Whoever can cut off the treasures of the other 3 can leave." At that moment, one guy's face turned pale. Before he could finish his sentence, a brother next to him had already drawn his spirit and delivered a backstab right at his groin. Goodness. It was like igniting a powder keg. The small cave instantly erupted into chaos, with soul skills flying everywhere and blades flashing. It was quite the spectacle. I just sat on the side like I was watching a show, as they put on a dramatic performance for their lives. In the end, a blood-soaked guy tremblingly approached me with a pile of things in his hands. his eyes filled with the desire to survive. I looked at him and smiled kindly. Eat them. Huh? He was immediately stunned, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's. If you eat them, you can live. I said in an undeniable tone. Go ahead, it's very nourishing. Who understands what family members feel? That guy really wanted to live. He was gagging and swallowing at the same time, and the scene was simply unbelievable. When he finally managed to stuff everything into his stomach and looked at me with a pitiful puppy-like gaze, I stood up. Then, I raised my hand and shot out a hot ray, and in an instant his brain was splattered everywhere. Job done. I took the purple pearl and flew straight back to the Heaven Do Empire. The purple pearl lay on my back, watching the Title Douluos soldiers below like ants moving houses, and sighed, it's so nice to be able to fly. I looked down and laughed. There are so many people in this fortress. Is this a case of everyone being a soldier? That's impressive. Zijin Pearl explained to me that the Xinglua Empire is just a war machine. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall acting as a referee in between, the Tiando Empire would have been swallowed up long ago. I smiled and said, soon, very soon, there will only be one voice on this continent. Oh. Zijin Pearl pinched my face and said, you have quite the attitude, huh? You're still concerned about the affairs of the world? What? In your eyes? Your husband is that insignificant? I tease her on purpose. She rolled her eyes, exuding charm. All right, you're the best. You snap your fingers, and the Starry Empire will change dynasties, right? Is that good enough? You actually hit the nail on the head, I said proudly. Just wait and see. I will eventually overthrow their royal family. We exchanged flirtations as I first took Zijin Pearl back to the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect, so she could cultivate properly, and I promised to bring her local specialties when I returned. My original plan was to head to the Icefire 2 instruments. I to find some celestial herbs for my women. After all, the strength of the harem must keep up with my pace. However, just after leaving the city, suddenly, Sishua's icy face appeared like a ghost, blocking my way. What is it? I asked him. He simply replied, the young master is waiting for you in the forest outside the West City Gate. Waiting for me? I was shocked. This workaholic, Qian Rinxue, actually allowed herself a day off today. Sishue didn't say much and left after delivering the message. I thought picking celestial herbs could wait a day, but the queen's invitation was a rare event, so I had to go. I turned around and flew towards the West Gate. From afar, I saw Qian Rinxue walking alone in the woods. I quietly landed behind her, intending to surprise her with a hug, but she slipped away like a loach and dodged me. It was rare for her to have a day off, and without turning her head, she said, don't touch me. It ruins the atmosphere. All right. I raise my hands in surrender. I'm just glad you can come out and relax. I'm more than happy about that. I'll restrain myself. I'll do my best to restrain myself. Only then did she turn around and somewhat confusedly ask, so, were we going to play? I looked her up and down. Today she wasn't wearing that glittering long dress, but a simple outfit with a hood, looking like she was ready to run away at any moment. You're going out in that? Is there a problem? She flicked her hood back, saying it's convenient, you know. I understand too well that in this day and age, being good-looking is an original sin. She thought for a moment and said, I want to take a walk in Xinglua. I almost choked. Sister, I just came back from that hellish place. Why do you want to go there? To see my future opponent. She spread her wings and soared straight into the sky. It's settled. Follow me. I sigh. Well, this is not a way to relax. It's purely going to work overtime, and it's at the place where I just finished a job. Flying in the sky. We were side by side. Qianren Shui had her eyes closed, looking completely relaxed. She said the most exhausting thing for her was putting away her wings to play the role of the Crown Prince Shueqinghe. Who understand the family? Isn't this the true portrayal of a working person? Clearly able to soar in the sky, yet having to act submissive in the office. That feeling of repression is just overwhelming. She also complained to me, saying that the progress of the Spirit Hall's plan in Xinglua was particularly slow. And everyone there was like firecrackers, igniting at the slightest provocation. Then she changed the subject and started criticizing me, especially someone like you, who does things purely for fun. A complete fun seeker, with no principles. Letting you loose would definitely cause trouble. Hey, with my hot temper, I wasn't happy about that. Without someone like me who seeks fun, can your grand ambitions be realized? She rarely nodded and even said, thank you. As soon as I heard it, I rushed over her, thinking the opportunity had come. Just saying thank you is too formal. How about a practical reward? She sighed and said, you see, you're such a buzzkill. We could just chat and enjoy the breeze, which would be nice, but you have to think about those ulterior motives. How can that be called ulterior motives? I started to lecture her, saying that on a larger scale, it's for the continuation of human civilization. On a smaller scale, it can bring joy and promote blood circulation. What a wonderful thing. You need to change your mindset. In response, she let out a cold snort and said, I've long been numb to that. I was stunned, huh? That's not right. Aren't you? Still original? I haven't done it, she said. But haven't you heard the saying, never seen a pig run but have eaten pork? The nonsense in the palace makes me sick. Let me tell you, your thoughts are too dangerous. I said seriously, luckily you're a woman. If it were a man who clearly hasn't tried it yet, but claims to be numb, what do we call that? That's called electronic impotence, understand? She made a gesture to stop. All right, before the divine exam, I can't do that kind of thing. What about after the divine exam? My eyes lit up as I seized the loophole. Are you saying that after that it would be fine? Then it wouldn't be up to you. She suddenly sped up and flew ahead, but I clearly heard her unable to hold back a laugh. Nonsense, who else but me? I laughed and chased after her. In no time, we arrived at the Title Douluos Imperial City. Qian Rinxue put on her hood, and I realized that my face was now wanted level. I could only rummage through my storage soul guide for a spare cloak of Ning Rongrong's, threw it on, put on the hood, and good heavens, I looked like a failed cosplay character. Are you sure you want to go in? I reminded her. I just stirred up a bit of trouble here. Let me guess, she crossed her arms, wearing an expression of I get you. Which prince or minister did you beat up? It's not that serious. I waved my hand and just took out a few guards. Of course, I couldn't mention that I had slept with their future princess. Qian Rinxue helplessly rubbed her forehead. Is that still not serious? Since we're here, let's go in. She was quite bold. As soon as we entered the city, Qian Rinxue's good mood visibly disappeared. The Title Douluos Empire was so hierarchical that it was suffocating. The way nobles looked at commoners was no different from looking at trash. As soon as we sat down in a restaurant, we witnessed a noble passing by a table and casually dumping a plate of food on a customer's face, purely for amusement. The bullied guy didn't say a word, just kept his head down and walked away. How about that? The scenery here is nice, right? I whispered in Qian Rinxue's ear. She asked me, if it were you, what would you do in this situation? I analyzed with her. Am I the one bullying others? Impossible, I'm not that low. Am I just a bystander? They'll just watch the show. But if I'm the one being humiliated, I laughed. Then I must give him a head to rectum anastomosis. Huh? She looked confused. Can that be done? Don't underestimate the flexibility of the human body. She surprisingly whispered, then let us give it a try. After saying that, her face turned red. Wow, I was amused. This is something said by an angel from the future. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. I stood up directly, and she didn't have time to stop me. I walked behind that nobleman, and as he turned around, he saw me smiling at him, still not realizing what was happening. I grabbed the back of his head and pushed down toward his backside. Guess what happened? Human mechanics just wouldn't allow it. It failed. Just then, his companion rushed over. I saw a second unlucky guy coming. I had a sudden idea, and with one kick, I sent that guy's butt up in the air. Then, holding the first person's head, I aimed and executed a powerful tail sweep. Pop. With the sound of tearing fabric and a scream like a pig being slaughtered, I succeeded. There was one person's head firmly inserted into another person's backside, and the scene was a bloody mess. The onlookers were stunned for a moment, then burst into uproarious laughter. That image was simply eye-watering. I exchanged glances with Qian Rinxue and took the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. Once outside the city, we faced each other and laughed for a long time, nearly crying from laughter. How can you come up with such things? It's impressive, she said while playfully punching me. And you have the nerve to say that? Wasn't it you who wanted to see it? After we laughed enough, the atmosphere turned a bit ambiguous. We returned to serious matters. She mentioned that there wasn't enough support from the BB Dong side in Tiando, and things couldn't move forward. I decisively said, this is simple. Leave it to me. I'll handle my cheap father-in-law Ning Fengji to get him to provide money and manpower for you. Qian Rinxue seemed a bit moved, looking at me. And finally, as if she had made a decision, she said, if you can really get this done, once we take down Tiando, I will return to the headquarters and prepare for the divine examination. As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, doesn't that mean meeting the KPI and getting the reward? Right then and there, I made a military pledge. If that's the case, if I don't succeed this time, I'll chop off my head and give it to you to kick around. While I was flirting with Qian Rinxue and planning for the future, things were quite spectacular back in the Heavenly Do Palace. The Snowy Night Emperor, that old man, ever since his brother died, has become a nervous wreck, suspicious of everyone. And he looks like he's about to turn into a skeleton. He secretly called in his most useless son, Avalanche, to the palace. That kid Avalanche is also a hopeless case. When he saw his father's ghostly appearance, he was so scared his legs turned to jelly. The old emperor didn't expect much from him, and directly took out a treasure box, opened a crack, and the blue light inside nearly scared Avalanche's soul out of him. causing him to faint on the spot. When he woke up, the old emperor stuffed a thing called a vast sea and sky shield into his hands. The old emperor was also quite cunning. He started to suspect Snow Chingha and played the balancing game, not putting all his eggs in one basket. He had Avalanche take this thing to recruit talents, leaving a way out for his brother. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the basket containing the eggs, which he valued the most, had already been completely taken by me. Everything he was doing now was just in vain, and that useless Avalanche in his eyes would probably still need my help to stabilize his reign in the future. Guess what happened next? Avalanche got scared right then and there, his face turned pale, and he kept saying, "Oh, Father Emperor, I can't do it, I dare not." But in his heart, he was thinking about what his royal uncle taught him, afraid that Snow Chingha would take him out. Let me tell you, the look in the eyes of the Snow Knight Emperor back then, it was like he was looking at a fool. He directly sneered, "Avalanche, do you think your father is blind or deaf? I can see clearly the little schemes you have with those people behind you. Your royal uncle supports you so much, and now you're pretending to be timid with me? I've given you the opportunity for the throne. I've laid the chips right on your face. Do you dare take them?" After saying that, the old man pushed the wooden box containing the vast sea and universe shield forward, staring straight at Avalanche. This outburst completely stunned Avalanche, and cold sweat broke out on him. But his mind worked quickly, and he immediately understood that his father was also wary of Snow Chingha, and he wanted to help him rise to the challenge. Moreover, this vast sea and universe shield, wow, this is top-tier equipment. With this thing, how could I fear not attracting powerful experts? As long as I play it safe, can Snow Chingha really cover the sky with one hand? Thinking of this, the little flame in his heart suddenly ignited, and with a gritted teeth and stomped foot, he thought, seeking wealth is risky. He directly stepped forward and respectfully accepted the box with both hands. On the other side, in the evening, I was strolling in a small forest at the border of Tiando and Xinglua with Qianren Shui. She pointed in one direction and said, "That way is Spirit City. To be honest, let's end all this quickly. Wearing this fake mask every day is exhausting me." I laughed at that moment. Isn't that obvious? After breathing the air of freedom for a day, going back to being that dignified prince would definitely be stifling for you. She also rarely smiled and teased me. But seriously, you were quite honest today. As soon as I heard that, a bad thought crossed my mind. I leaned closer and said, "Hey, I've been holding back really hard, okay? You really want to play with fire? Huh? That must be tough for you." She said this with a smile in her eyes. Despite the playful banter, I put away my smile and said seriously, "Anyway, a day like today is quite rare for you, right? So I'll try my best to cooperate with you and make you happy. Who understands what family is like?" After hearing this, she surprisingly put her hands behind her back, backing away while looking at me. Her little expression was adorable. She said, "I'm a fair person. Since you're being so thoughtful, next time there's a chance, I might, maybe, be willing to cooperate with you too." Wow. At that moment, I felt a rush of blood to my head. Wasn't this just the 2025 trend of cat and mouse extreme tug of war? I shook my head and immediately chased after her. It seemed like she had anticipated this, and with a flap of her wings, she flew away. We chased each other all the way back to Tiando City. To be honest, if I really wanted to catch her, it would be a piece of cake. But this feeling was too precious, and I couldn't bear to do it. It wasn't until we were almost on the ground that I took the opportunity to pull her into my arms and took a deep breath of her scent, which was intoxicating. But then, she shot me a look that made me weak, and I reluctantly let go. "See you tomorrow. I'll be waiting for good news from you." With that, she transformed back into her lofty prince demeanor. I watched her back, still reminiscing about that sentence. "I might cooperate with you too," and hurriedly made my way to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. On the way back, I took a detour to the Ice and Fire duality to see if that old poison master, Dugabo, was around. Unfortunately, I found nothing, so I directly plucked a few top-grade immortal herbs and slipped away. As soon as I returned to the sect, I saw from a distance that Purple Pearl was sparring with Zhu Qing, while the Sword Daw, Chinexin, was leisurely drinking tea not far away. I understood the situation immediately. Purple Pearl was acting as a sparring partner for Zhu Qing. Well, it's good for young people to have energy, so I went to find my father-in-law, Ning Fengji, to discuss serious matters. As I scanned with my spiritual sense, I was shocked to find that my bro Ning Fengji was engaged in some paid content. In his elegant courtyard, the same place he took me to last time, two voluptuous cat girls were attending to him. Let me tell you, Ning Fengji really knows how to put on a show. He usually looks so gentle and refined. But in bed, he remains calm and composed. No matter how those two cat girls teased him, he just kept his eyes closed, leisurely petting the cat ears, maintaining an air of emotional stability. After he was done and went to soak in a hot spring, I followed him. As soon as I walked in, he didn't even turn his head and asked, "Azu, are you back?" Hey, I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I took off my clothes and jumped into the hot spring, saying, "Father, how did you know it was me?" He calmly replied, "In this place, who else would dare to barge in without announcing themselves, except you? Well, you really are impressive, old man." I stretched my arms over the edge of the pool and let out a long sigh of relief. "Is there something you need?" he asked. I opened my eyes, looked him in the eye, and with a serious expression said, "Father, whatever I say next, please don't panic or be afraid." Upon hearing my tone, he knew it was serious. He silently splashed some cold water on his face and said, "Go ahead. I thought about it, and this matter is too exciting. It needs to be approached step by step." So I changed the question. "Father, what do you think of Xueqing, huh?" Ning Fengji didn't hesitate and praised him vigorously. "His Highness the Crown Prince is gentle and refined, diligent in governance, and loving towards the people, with meticulous thoughts. He is a rare talent for ruling the country in a century." I nodded. "What if the Tiando royal family loses him?" Ning Fengji laughed directly. "If he's gone, once His Majesty leaves, Tiando will immediately fall apart. So, in other words, this Tiando empire relies entirely on Xueqing, right?" "That's right. Especially after you've done so much. This empire is becoming increasingly unstable." He still has the mood to joke with me. "So, the focus isn't on Xueqing as a person, but rather on the need for someone who can stabilize the situation, correct?" I revealed my intentions. Ning Fengji's expression slightly changed. He wasn't a fool and immediately caught the implication in my words. "Azu, what exactly do you want to say? Just say it. I was just trying to avoid shocking you, giving you a heads up first." I wiped the water off my face, sat up straight, and said, "Xueqing is not the Xueqing you think he is." "I know." He sighed. "You introduced him to me back then, so you must know some insider information that I don't. My intuition also tells me he is not that simple. But as you said, those things aren't important. What's important is that he can stabilize the situation." I threw out the bombshell directly. "What if he is from the spirit hall?" Ning Fengji froze, staring at me intently. After a long pause, he shook his head. "That doesn't make sense. Why would he give up being an emperor to be a subordinate of the spirit hall? Maybe he is not a subordinate?" I smiled. "All right, stop playing riddles with me." Ning Fengji was a bit impatient. "Just say it all at once." I had already prepared myself mentally, or rather, I had been waiting for this day for a long time. "All right then." I leaned forward, lowered my voice, and said, "The true identity of Xueqing is a descendant of the Angel clan, the young master of the spirit hall." Ning Fengji's brows instantly knitted together, his head tilted slightly. Clearly his CPU was a bit overheated. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time, finally giving up on thinking and asking, "What do you mean? Isn't the angel descendant Qinshuanji? Wasn't he killed by Tang how long ago?" "Oh, that little matter of Qinshuanji isn't important." I waved my hand. Seeing that his emotions were still stable, I continued to explain, "The real Xueqing was long replaced by the young master of the spirit hall. She can change her appearance and has been lurking in Tiando for so many years just to steal the family." Ning Fengji listened quietly. No matter how absurd my words were, he took them seriously and analyzed them. This is the mindset of a sect leader, always preparing for the worst. "So?" he asked. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because the timing is right." I leaned back against the edge of the pool. The fate of the Tiando Empire is exhausted, and the Snow Knight Emperor is also about to kick the bucket. Now Xueqing just needs one last push to take the entire Tiando. He needs my help. Ning Fengji shook his head, his eyes becoming sharp. "Azu, I don't care what he thinks. I just want to know what your stance is." "Father, you can rest assured about this." I said seriously, "I will always be myself. I won't stand on his side. But you're trying to persuade me to choose sides, right?" He hit the nail on the head. "You telling me all this is definitely not to help the Tiando royal family." "Exactly, in my eyes. The Tiando royal family is just a pile of shit." I said it very rudely, but it was very precise, and I recognized Xueqing's abilities and her future plans. "Father, choosing her is to be in an invincible position. Why bother with those fools from the Tiando royal family, scheming back and forth every day, and still getting nothing in return?" Ning Fengji said lightly, "Azu, you know what I want. If you want to convince me, you got to hit my pain points. I understand. You don't care who becomes emperor, right? As long as the seven-treasure glazed tile sect can last for generations, everything else doesn't matter. I came today with Xueqing's guarantee." "What kind of guarantee?" "A guarantee that allows the seven-treasure glazed tile sect to exist independently. Of course, there are preconditions, which you can discuss with her in detail. But I still don't understand. Ning Fengji sighed. Why are you willing to work for her? This is the only thing I can't figure out. Do you want to hear the truth? I couldn't help but laugh. Father, as long as you ask. I will definitely tell the truth. Go ahead. I rubbed my hand together and said a bit shyly, the master of the spirit hall is a woman. Ning Fengji was stunned on the spot, staring at me for a good 10 seconds. It wasn't until I helplessly shrugged that he shook his head with a wry smile and said, Is that all? He remembered that I had said something similar on Rong's birthday. It seems this kid of mine hasn't changed at all. I nodded. On one hand, I like her. On the other hand, I hate the royal family. There's a saying about the rise and fall of things. So comparing the two, which side do you think I would choose? Ning Fengji nodded. The angel clan must have good looks. But if she could deceive the world for so many years for her plan, how do you know she isn't deceiving you? Azu? Those things don't matter. I waved my hand dismissively. Feelings are just luck when you get them, and when you don't. I'm not particularly unfortunate. After all, people can't escape. I added in my heart. It seems you're quite certain about her. Ning Fengji seemed to be in a much better mood and leaned against the edge of the pool. Smiling, I confidently said, Of course, at this point, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. All right, then you'll accompany me to meet her tomorrow. We can have a good talk about cooperation. After Ning Fengji said this, he asked again, By the way, she disguised herself as Xue Qinghe. So what is her real name? Qianren Xue. Having settled the father-in-law, I needed to comfort my precious purple pearl. While she was taking a bath, I directly jumped into her bathtub, and without saying a word, I started with a combination of moves. I sweated a lot today. She held my head, her voice lazy. I saw it. Helping Zhu Qing cultivate, huh? No choice. I need something from her. With her eyes closed, she let me do as I pleased. After receiving guidance from the Title Douluos, I had to follow his arrangements. He was too lazy to act, so I had to step in. As we talked, she seemed to realize something and suddenly opened her eyes to look at me. You call her quite affectionately, Zhu Qing? I said. How could such a delicate girl receive so much attention? At first, I thought she was Ning Fengji's illegitimate daughter, but it seems now that it's her doing. It must be a good thing, I replied with a smile. Helping a lost little cat find her life goal is a great merit. Oh, she raised an eyebrow, so after you're done here, you still have to go to her? Not really, I said. We haven't reached that stage yet. She sneered. Hell, what's your game? Bringing the little princess of the Star Luo Empire here. Planning to slowly cook the frog? No, I denied it. I'm just simply busy, very busy lately. I could tell. She let out a comfortable hum and didn't say more. After we tumbled from the bathtub to the bed, I took out the celestial herb I brought her from the ice and fire Yangyin eye and placed it directly on her ample chest. She felt ticklish and looked at it. Her originally lazy eyes instantly brightened, sitting up in surprise. What? What is this? A good thing. I lay on the bed with my hands behind my head, very satisfied watching her reaction. This was a top-grade heavenly material. Purple Pearl felt the energy in her mind went into a frenzy searching, but she still didn't recognize it. What do you mean? She teased my chin with the leaves of the herb. Trying to please me with this? Vulgar. I laughed and pinched her nose. This is to help you cultivate. You're a year older than Rong and the others, and you wasted so many years in that broken place of Seven Stars Island. Don't I have to find a way to make up for it? Upon hearing this, she directly flipped over and straddled me. Do you have to bring this up? What? Do you think I'm old? Not at all. I was dizzy from her shaking and quickly pressed her down. I just like this familiar taste. No. She felt me getting excited again and hurriedly pressed me down. Seriously, how do you use this? Eat it, how else? I said. This is also one of the few things I can help you with. I originally had a bunch of soul bones, but they were all taken away by that old witch Poseidon with one move. Speaking of which, why are you so obsessed with Sea God Island? She asked. It's not that I'm obsessed with Sea God Island, but I want to become a god. I confess, not just me, I hope you all can become gods. That seems a bit excessive. She played with the celestial herb in her hand. Life is short. What's the point of suffering for an illusory goal? I nodded. That's true. But becoming a god means immortality. Let's just think of it as suffering first and enjoying later. Immortality. Many things might lose their fun, right? She shook her head. That's something to consider after achieving immortality. At least for now, we can still enjoy these pleasures. She shrugged and leaned down to say, Since you care so much, I'll take good care of you. I honestly lay back, closed my eyes, and enjoyed. Immortality? To be honest, I always feel like I would never die. My body has an absurdly high energy conversion efficiency, hardly ever gets tired, and its functions keep improving seemingly without limits. If you ask how to kill me, I can't even think of a way myself. Forget it. No need to think about useless things. Tomorrow morning, I need to go out. I told her in advance. Where to? To negotiate. With whom? To be precise, to watch a show. To see Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue negotiate. Qian Rinxue? The heir of the Spirit Hall? Didn't I tell you that the Spirit Hall might have 2 or 3 of your sisters? So Qian Rinxue is one of them? Exactly. Her surname is Qian? How many times do I need to say she's the heir of the Spirit Hall? It's nothing. Let her have whatever surname she wants. Do you still hate the Spirit Hall? It doesn't matter anymore. It's fated. She said this as she got up, put on her pajamas, and picked up the fairy grass. If I were to hate someone, it would be that version of myself who was incapable of controlling his own fate back then. The next day, I handed another fairy grass to Zhu Zhuqing, and before she could react, I pulled Ning Fengji to meet Qian Rinxue. Zhu Zhuqing is also quite fierce. Now that she has broken up with Dai Mubai, she is determined to go all out. As long as she can become stronger, she dares to take on anything, and she can repay favors later. Ning Fengji also came with a do-or-die mentality today. This is a big day that will determine the future of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He didn't bring anyone, just the 2 of us. To be honest, I could feel that he was very nervous. His heart rate was irregular the whole way, as if he were going for an interview with a Fortune 500 CEO. Although he trusts me, he must be frantically imagining all sorts of scenarios where he gets tricked. Father, do you have something on your mind? I can't hide it from you, he said with a wry smile. I pointed to my ear. There's no way I can't hear your heartbeat quickening. It's really hard not to be nervous in times like this. Don't worry. I patted his shoulder. Just like you trust me, I trust her too. You two will definitely be able to come to an agreement. Even if things fall apart, I guarantee that the 7-treasure glazed tile sect won't suffer at all. I know. After hearing my assurance, he finally relaxed. In the East Palace, Qian Rinxue had already received the news. Young master, Ning Fengji has arrived. She put down her pen. Who did he bring? Just that kid. A smile appeared on Qian Rinxue's face, and her mood visibly improved. We met in the garden, and she still looked like the crown prince Xue Qinghe, setting up a chessboard and pretending to be a master all by herself. Ning Fengji watched that figure from a distance, filled with emotions. This crown prince, whom he had known since childhood, turned out to be a woman and an undercover agent for the Spirit Hall. It all felt like a dream, even now. What's wrong? I asked him as he stopped in his tracks. He smiled wryly. I thought the crown prince was elegant and cultured for many years. But now it seems it was all for this reason. After saying that, he walked over. The teacher has arrived. Please sit down. Xue Qinghe greeted him with a smile. But to Ning Fengji, that smile looked oddly strange. Your Highness has deceived me quite badly, Ning Fengji said with a bitter smile after sitting down. Why have you become so distant with me, teacher? Qian Rinxue smiled. You've taught me for so many years. There's no need to be so formal. It's mainly because I don't know how to address you properly. You may call me as you wish. Qian Rinxue got straight to the point. Has Azu told you about the situation? There are definitely still unclear areas, which is why I came. Ning Fengji, being an old hand at this, said, Your Highness has been managing things for so many years. Do you have any arrangement for my 7-treasure glazed tile school? Initially, I plan to eradicate all of you, Qian Rinxue said frankly. However, teacher, after all these years, I've realized you are not like those royal nobles. You are a pure businessman. Maintaining a legacy is more important to you than anything else. So, you can be considered a good person, and good people shouldn't die. I'm honored, Ning Fengji replied with a forced smile. Qian Rinxue tapped her fingers on the chessboard. I am now fully prepared. With a single command, the Heaven Do Empire can be turned upside down overnight. However, if that happens, the entire Heaven Do might fall into chaos and become a hell on earth. Which is not what I want. What do you need me to do? Ning Fengji asked directly. I need 2 things. Qian Rinxue extended 2 fingers. First, money. A large amount of money to purchase supplies and appease the people. If they have food and clothing, no one will cause trouble. The Heaven Do treasury is at your disposal. My 7-treasure glazed tile school will also lend its full support. Ning Fengji agreed readily. Money was just a number to him. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. The second thing I need is your manpower. This time, Ning Fengji hesitated, his fingers spinning on the large gemstone of his scepter. Funding was a covert operation, but providing manpower meant publicly taking a side. If he chose the wrong side, the reputation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, which had lasted for centuries, would be tarnished. Do you understand what I mean? The spittle of the people can drown them. Who is Qian Rinxue? A master of PUA. She noticed Ning Fengji's concerns and said directly, Don't worry, teacher. Your people 1T need to engage in fighting. They only need to help maintain order and settle the populace. In the end, The people will only see that it was the seven-treasure glazed tile school that provided them with a sense of security during the turmoil. So, what concerns do you have? Ning Fengji slowly exhaled and nodded. You have considered this very thoroughly. I have no reason to refuse. I have two more questions. First, the specific arrangements for my seven-treasure glazed tile school. Second, what do you plan to do after you take Heaven Do? That's reasonable, Qianren has said. The seven-treasure glazed tile school can remain as it is and continue to be your prestigious family. If you're willing, we can also govern the continent together in the future. As for afterwards, after stabilizing Heaven Do, I will return to Spirit City to rest. And then the target will be the Star Luo Empire. Star Luo is a tough nut to crack. Heaven Do was not an easy target at first either, Qianren said, glancing over at me. Moreover, we have even tougher allies. Ning Fengji smiled knowingly and patted my shoulder, saying to Qianren, all right, I agree to your terms. For the specifics of the cooperation, I need you to provide a set of regulations. Of course, once the matter was settled, we prepared to leave. Just as we were about to go, Qianren suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, teacher, do you have the sea goddess sphere in your possession? Ning Fengji was taken aback. The Snow Knight Emperor had entrusted the treasury to him, but he had only heard of this item and had never seen it. He had thought this treasure had long been secretly passed on to the crown prince. How strange. Ning Fengji shook his head, saying he didn't know. Goodness, the three of us stared at each other in disbelief. That thing is lost? On the way back, I joked, it went much smoother than I imagined. Ning Fengji actually felt mixed emotions inside. Being led by the nose was certainly unpleasant, but he had no choice. I hope everything goes smoothly, he said lightly. I noticed he was feeling down, so I reassured him, don't worry, Dad. With me around, everything will go as we wish. After hearing this, he felt a bit more at ease. By the way, he brought up that topic again, and unexpectedly, even the prince didn't know the whereabouts of the Hanhai Qianquan. I'll ask her about it later. I don't really mind. I'll let it be. If it's not there, it's not there. I don't have to cling to the sea god. But didn't you say that becoming a deity could solve your problems? Isn't it now back to square one? I waved my hand and said, it's okay. I've already made peace with this issue myself. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. I'll just go all out without any reservations. It's easier that way. As for you, father, you need to put in more effort. Ning Fengji understood what I meant and awkwardly responded. For the sake of the sex inheritance, I must prepare for the worst. Rong is promised to you. But even if you have children in the future, it's hard to say whether they will awaken the seven-treasure glazed tile martial soul. I understood. This didn't really affect me. I gestured for him to relax. We returned to the sect and happened to encounter Zhu Zhuqing, who was bouncing around the mountain like a little leopard, undergoing her devilish training. Let me tell you, Lao Ning was right next to me at that time, clicking his tongue in amazement, saying that this girl was really something, and if you didn't know better, you'd think she was carrying some deep-seated grudge. I thought to myself, of course not. The person I choose can't have bad taste, right? Just then, Zhu Zhuqing zipped past us and wow. The fragrant breeze she stirred up splashed a few drops of sweat right on my face. Then, who understands? I don't even know what got into me at that moment. I instinctively stuck out my tongue. Hey, I tried a bit. It was salty with a hint of floral fragrance, and I was a bit intoxicated. After Lao Ning left, I felt like a lovesick fool and started running after her. The little cat was pretty cool, not even looking at me. Just said she was training and told me not to bother her. But I didn't care about that. My mind was filled with that taste from earlier. As a result, I chased her to the top of the mountain, and there stood that old man, Jian Douluos, like a gatekeeper. He glanced at me, then shot a glare at Zhu Zhuqing, coldly saying two words, too slow. Then he huffed at me, his expression like he was looking at a pig in his cabbage patch. I later realized that this old man was a die-hard fan of Rong. Seeing me bringing girl after girl back, he had taken a grudge against me, and was also trying to make things difficult for Zhu Zhuqing. I waited for the old man to leave, then hurriedly approached her, pretending to care. Tired, huh? Your hands are restless, wanting to wipe the sweat. But she slapped my hand away, saying not to get handsy. Fine, I got straight to the point. Have you eaten that fairy herb? She looked confused and said she didn't have time and didn't know how to eat it. I directly told her to just eat it raw, right now, immediately. I needed to see her eat it. She was a bit clueless, but obediently went back to her room to get the box. When she opened it, wow, the glow of the fairy herb almost blinded her eyes. Having tasted the sweetness, she became less reserved and quickly finished it. And guess what? She soared right there. Her soul power shot up by 6 levels. But the funny part was, after leveling up, her expression was a mix of confusion, crying, and laughing. She kept babbling to me. I worked so hard, meditating instead of sleeping, almost dying from practice. And it turns out I'm not even as good as a piece of grass. Folks, I only had one thought at that moment. Isn't this just pure filler literature? Getting all emo here. Seeing her getting stuck in this mindset. I originally wanted to take the chance to get some gratitude, but that plan was ruined. I thought reasoning with this artsy type wouldn't work. So I needed to be more direct. So, on a whim, I grabbed her face and kissed her. I didn't care if she liked it or not. I just went for it. The little kitty was stunned and struggled desperately, but I was too strong and locked her down. Just as she was about to run out of oxygen, my hand started getting restless again, wanted to climb up to the peak. She twisted her head desperately, crying out, "Don't do this." I saw tears in the corners of her eyes, and I felt both heartbroken and frustrated. But I didn't let go. Just held her tight. She was both shy and angry. "Let go. It hurts." I said, "What if you run away when I let go?" She exploded. "Can't I leave? Do you want to control me?" Then, the key moment came. I held her face tenderly and said something I wanted to slap myself for. "I want to love you." She completely froze. After a long pause, she finally said, "Then you should respect me more." I blurted out, "What can be controlled isn't real. I just like you, want to protect you, and also possess you." This combo completely threw Zhu Zhuqing off. Seeing that the timing was right, I suddenly hit the brakes, let go, and took 2 steps back. "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive." Then I slipped away. If I stayed any longer, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back. So I needed to find Zijin quickly. I told you, I was so frustrated that I turned around and went to find Zenzu. As soon as I walked in, the person directly said, "What's with you being so energetic in broad daylight?" And it left me speechless. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing was probably confused by me. She was meditating and taking baths alone, likely feeling like a mess inside. In the following days, she acted like nothing happened, training as usual. But I noticed she avoided making eye contact with me, until Lao Ning called me over and said the situation in Tiando was about to change, and that they were planning a big move in cooperation with the Spirit Hall, telling me to hurry to the Star Luo Empire and bring back that little girl Rongrong. Before I left, I specifically went to find Zhu Zhuqing and told her that the sect has been making big moves lately, so she should pay attention to her safety. As soon as she heard there was a mission, her eyes lit up, and she said she wanted to test her growth. I thought to myself, haven't you been getting beaten up by Zenzu in practice every day? Isn't that enough frustration? However, seeing the eager look in her eyes, I didn't say much and set off for Xinghua. When I arrived at Xinghua, I happened to run into Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyin, who was trying to pry information out of me. I ignored her and went straight to the Imperial fighting team, where I grabbed Ning Rongrong by the scruff of her neck and pulled her out of the tavern. This girl was still being proud and refused to go back. I just tossed her over my shoulder and off we went. Along the way, I couldn't keep my hands to myself and playfully touched her legs several times, which made her so mad that she kept hitting me. She kept asking questions, and I casually made up a story about a prince and a crown prince fighting for the throne to distract her. When we returned to the sect, wow, with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Zijinju, and later I brought back Yi Lingling, I could see my backyard was about to catch fire. I didn't expect that Ning Rongrong, being a silly girl, somehow managed to make the atmosphere quite harmonious, and the few young girls quickly became a close-knit group. However, you can dodge the first day of the Lunar New Year, but you can't dodge the 15th. That night, after finishing business with Lingling, she lay on my chest and started applying pressure. My great-grandfather was a notorious flirt. What should I do? She interrogated me like a criminal, exposing all my little secrets, including my slight feelings for Rongrong. I couldn't hide it anymore, so I laid it all out. "My dear wife, your insight is sharp." She was both angry and amused at that moment. "How many adults do you have to serve now?" What could I do? I could only unleash my traditional skills as a domineering CEO, pulling her close and saying, "If you want to leave me, there's no way. I will never let go, even if it kills me." She was almost out of breath from my grip and said softly, "It's really unfair. What if I find 3 or 4 men too?" Without thinking, I replied, "I would kill them all." You see, that's how unreasonable I was. In the end, Lingling had no choice but to sigh and say, "I've boarded your pirate ship, but I have the right to throw a tantrum." I quickly nodded like a garlic pounder. I thought this matter was settled. But the next night, just after I finished showering and lay down on the bed, Lingling stood by the bed with her hands on her hips, looking at me coldly and said, "I'm not in the mood today." When I heard this, I immediately laughed. Impossible. Not in the mood? Let me tell you, I specialize in treating this condition. As I said that, I winked at the bed, and guess what happened? Lingling, that little girl, seemed to have taken root at her feet, standing there motionless, and even started lecturing me. "Don't you need to accompany your other wives?" What if they hold a grudge against me, and you can't protect me later? Wow, she was trying to PUA me at work? Worried about that? I jumped up from the bed, casually threw on some clothes, and rushed out. Lingling was probably stunned. Still hadn't T reacted when I heard the voice of Zizinza next door, sounding both surprised and hoarse. What are you doing? I haven't even put my clothes on properly. Before she finished speaking, I'd already rushed back into the room with Zizinzu, who was only wearing a thin top and had wet hair. I directly tossed her onto the bed and grinned. Why wear clothes? Come here. Zizinzu only then saw Lingling beside her. Her face turned bright red, and she grabbed something from the bedside to throw at me. You scoundrel, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, my mind was racing, and I immediately shifted the blame to Lingling. I sent it because Lingling is worried that I often sleep separately from you two, afraid you'll get jealous and lonely. I was just thinking of a way to please both of you. As soon as I said this, Lingling's face turned red all the way to her neck. Just as she wanted to step back, I caught her and tossed both of them onto the bed. Come here. Still trying to run? I stood by the bed, blocking the way. Zizinza hugged the blanket and snorted coldly. Please both? Is it for you to please both? I never agreed to that. Lingling was completely dumbfounded, so nervous in front of Zizinzu that she couldn't even speak, almost wrapping the blanket around her head, making it seem like it was our first day together. Hee. But you can't escape. I know Zizinzu too well. She's tough on the outside but soft on the inside, always acting like she dislikes it while being honest in her heart. As long as I'm strong enough, I can make her surrender in no time. Without hesitation, I lunged at her like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, wrapping the blanket around us, and the world fell silent. Next, various clothes flew everywhere. Let me tell you, that night, I really used all my strength, making sure neither of them could stay idle until Zizinza begged for mercy before I considered it done. Looking at both of them completely exhausted but satisfied, I felt incredibly pleased. The backyard was finally harmonious. This opened a Pandora's box, and things couldn't be stopped afterward. For several days, I was living it up every night, enjoying the benefits of having multiple partners. But just as I was reveling in my good fortune, the outside world was already turned upside down. On Qi and Ringshu's side, the grand plan had finally been executed. After lurking for so many years, it was all for this day. That night, the guards of the Tindo Palace had all been replaced by people from the Spirit Hall. She personally walked in with a bowl of medicine to the chamber of the Snow Knight Emperor. The old emperor had become so thin he was almost unrecognizable, holding her hand and saying he wanted to entrust the empire to her. He and Ringshu had a blank expression, spooning the medicine into him while saying, "Long live Father Emperor." Who understands the family drama here? This acting deserves an Oscar. After one bowl of medicine, the old emperor closed his eyes and never opened them again. He and Ringshu walked out of the chamber, looked at the night sky, and issued a four-word command: exterminate the traitors. That night, blood flowed like rivers in Tiendo City. Two Title Douluos who had been lurking, Shimiao and Sitten, led their people like they were on a rampage, taking down all the noble officials on the list who refused to submit. Of course, no plan is perfect, and there were some who slipped through the cracks. But the overall situation was set. I was at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Ning Fengji, listening to the information being continuously brought back by Gu Rong, feeling quite emotional. However, more than that, I was worried about Zhu Zhuqing, who was out on a mission. Seeing that things were almost done, Ning Fengji said, "Azu, Uncle Gu is about to return too. You should go rest." I was waiting for this sentence, feeling like I had received a pardon, and without saying a word, I directly flew to find Zhu Zhuqing. When I arrived, I found her patrolling with a group of disciples, while the Sorda, Chanexen, was meditating on a nearby tower. I finally breathed a sigh of relief and landed near her. "What are you doing here?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at me, surprised. "What do you mean I can't come?" I teased her on purpose. Her face turned red, and she said softly, "Some things are happening here. It seems you don't know what is going on?" I smiled. Her curiosity was piqued. "So what is it?" I had the people nearby step back and leaned close to her ear, saying, "Tonight is the coup." She really didn't understand and bombarded me with questions. "Coup? What does it have to do with our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? It seems we haven't done anything. In short, after tonight, the Tiendo Empire will have a new master. And not just Tiendo, it won't be long before the Xinghua Empire will be the same." "Impossible," she refuted without even thinking. "Why is it impossible?" I looked at her. "You see, tonight, with such a major event as a regime change, it's eerily quiet." "Why?" "Because the power gap is too huge." She stubbornly argued. "Xinghua isn't as weak as Tiendo. It's only a little stronger, just a little." I didn't want to argue with her. "You really don't know why I'm here?" I stepped closer to her, Looking in her eyes, I just missed you and was worried about you, so I came. As soon as I said this, I felt her temperature rise. And when she tried to back away, I directly pulled her waist. Don't do this, we're outside. She pushed against my chest with both hands. But her strength was like tickling. It's a dark night with a strong wind. What is there to be afraid of? I said with a mischievous smile. Her face turned bright red. And finally, she ran out of strength, sighed. You have Lingling and Azzy already. Why do you still come to bother me? Let me go. Don't do things that make it awkward for everyone. Who is making it awkward? Am I not good enough for you? You're good enough for many people. Just stop entangling with me. Even if we were together, how would I face them? So you're still willing, right? I slipped my hand and directly grabbed her most attractive part. She hurriedly hit me a few times. Who said that? I'm talking about the stakes. You don't need to worry about those things. Lingling and Azzy are getting along just fine now. As I said this, I tried to lean in for a kiss. But she turned her head to dodge, and I ended up kissing her neck. I took the opportunity to leave a mark on her neck. And she let out a sound, her whole body going soft. However, I didn't continue. I let her go and even helped her tidy up her hair. Now that I see you're fine, I can rest easy. I'll leave first. After saying that, I disappeared into the night, leaving her alone in the wind. Feeling flustered, I left Zhujiuqing and went straight to Tiando City. On such a crucial night, I had to see Qianren Xue. When I arrived, she was in the study looking at intelligence reports. Congratulations, you can be yourself from now on. I walked up behind her, resting my hands on her shoulders and gently kneading them. She shivered slightly, but soon relaxed, leaning back in her chair with a look of enjoyment. It would take some time before the coronation ceremony was over, and the identity of Xue Qinghe could retire. She closed her eyes and said, thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you dealing with Ning Fengji, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Then can I ask for a reward? My hand started to wander, sliding down her shoulders to touch her collarbone. For example, let me touch you. No way. She rejected me decisively. I need to maintain my state tonight. Don't make me anxious. All right. I reluctantly withdrew my hand and continued to massage her shoulders. After a while, she suddenly stood up and went outside to look at the sky. What is bothering you? I asked as I followed her. I don't know what is waiting for me. She said she had to return to the spirit hall for the divine examination. And even her grandfather Tian Daolu had failed, so she lacked confidence. I placed my hands back on her shoulders. You will become a god. You will inherit the position of the angel god. You have such faith in me? She turned to look at me and smiled. Haven't I said before? I can see the fates of some people. I stared into her eyes and said word by word, you will become the revered angel god. And you'll also be my woman and give me a bunch of little angels. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, she suddenly laughed, looked up at the night sky, and exhaled. Then I'll hold you to your words. But about having little angels, let's wait a bit. After the coup, Qianren Xue was extremely busy, having to arrange a state funeral for the old emperor and prepare for her own coronation ceremony. As soon as the Xing Luo Empire heard that the Tiando Emperor had died, they began to stir, wanting to take advantage of the chaos. On the other side, in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong received the news of Qianren Xue's success and was extremely agitated. She didn't expect Qianren Xue to resolve things so quickly. The progress was completely beyond her expectations. She immediately sent a letter, instructing Qianren Xue to hand over the military and political power of Tiando to a bishop named Salis, and then come back to participate in the divine examination. Upon receiving the letter, Qianren Xue invited Ning Fengji into the palace. By this time, she had already changed back into women's attire, looking incredibly beautiful. She directly laid everything on the line with Ning Fengji, saying that there were 3 factions within the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong from the Papal Hall was not on her side. Only the Elder Hall and the Offering Hall were her people. Now, Bibi Dong wanted Salis to take over Tiando, but Salis was just a capable little man. Handing Tiando over to him would eventually lead to disaster. Ning Fengji understood immediately. Qianren Xue wanted him to be the regent, keeping an eye on Tiando and balancing Salis. Ning Fengji certainly had his concerns. Doing so would directly offend Pope Bibi Dong. Qianren Xue reassured him, with me here, no one can touch you. Besides, haven't I already sent Azu to you? This deal was not a loss for Ning Fengji. He agreed on the spot. Qianren Xue handed him a book titled Doctrine of Light and all the military power of the Tiando Empire. As soon as I heard that Qianren Xue was leaving from Ning Fengji, I rushed to the palace. I heard you're going back. Yes, I'm eager to return. She stretched lazily, smiling with great satisfaction, saying she had stayed in Tiando too long and had fallen behind in her training. I'll go back with you. I grabbed her hand. She initially disagreed, wanted me to stay and help Ning Fengji. I directly hugged her. With Sword Douluos and Bone Douluos here, Salas can't cause any trouble. I'm going back with you. I also have things to do in Spirit City and want to see what this divine examination of yours is all about. After thinking it over, she agreed. Have you finished all your business? I said, my face close to hers, getting closer. Finally, finished. She saw through my thoughts. Her eyes were practically seductive. Then can we relax a bit? She smiled. Then let us do it. Upon hearing this, I thought, brothers, what are we waiting for? I went straight for it. I tell you, this was the first time I felt Qian Rinxue so cooperative and so invested. Just when we were both getting carried away, she suddenly pulled away, pressing her finger against my lips and breathlessly reminding me, that is not allowed. I instantly understood. That is not allowed meant that besides that, everything else was fine. The next day, I woke up feeling refreshed, and Qian Rinxue lay in my arms like a little cat. I kissed her forehead. Help me out again, dear. She looked at me with a troubled expression, her little eyes melting my heart. How much longer? She murmured softly. Soon. I begged her, but she was really tired and just pretended to be dead in my arms. I didn't push her any further. After all, last night had been a bit intense. How do you feel? I admired her figure and asked with a sly smile. She closed her eyes and hummed. Biting her lip, you really must have practiced a lot with your girls, huh? Of course, practice makes perfect. There are even more exciting things. We have plenty of time later. She huffed, pinching my waist. Before leaving, Qian Rinxue left the snake spear Douluos to Ningfengji and then prepared to take the bloodthirsty Douluos back to Spirit City. I also brought Yi Lingling along. Since Zijinju didn't want to go back, I let her stay and promised to fly back to see her every day. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she had now become Ning Fengji's capable assistant and was busier than ever. Back in Spirit City, Qian Rinxue went straight to the Papal Hall. I tell you, when these two met, the atmosphere was so intense that the temperature in the entire Papal Hall dropped by several degrees. Bibi Dong, high and mighty. Questioner, I remember I told you to hand Tiendo over to Salas. Qian Rinxue directly confronted her. I believe Ning Fengji is more suitable. I've already given the order. Your order is wrong. Qian Rinxue interrupted her directly, her imposing demeanor not losing any ground. Tiendo is mine. How to handle it is my decision. The person you chose is garbage. I don't think highly of him. I'm here to inform you, not to discuss it with you. Once she finished speaking, she left without looking back. I watched and felt pleased. This queenly demeanor was incredible. After Qian Rinxue left, I took Lingling back home first to see my parents. They both had jobs managing a grain station in Spirit City, living comfortably and looking much younger. When my dad saw me, he beamed and brought Lingling inside, then pulled me aside and asked in a whisper, what about that Rong from last time? You didn't lose her, did you? She is a treasure. If you lose her, you'll be in big trouble. No, she didn't come this time. That is good. He patted my chest. As we lay on the bench, my dad suddenly sat up and asked with curiosity, is Lingling pregnant? You brought her back to rest, right? Just mentioning this made me annoyed. That is not the case. I just came back to see you. Oh. He seemed a bit disappointed. Then you better step it up, kid. Such a good girl. You need to tie her down quickly. Dad, huh? Let me sleep for a bit. Oh, by the way, I'm telling you. I laid everything on the line with Lingling on the streets of Spirit City. We were being all lovey-dovey, with my head resting on her lap. I said, wife, we need to talk about something serious. She laughed at me and said, what serious matters can a stinky rogue like you have? I directly asked her, wife, have you thought about us having a child? To my surprise, she immediately replied with a no, saying that she couldn't bear that kind of hardship right now. I sighed and said, the issue isn't whether you want her or not. It seems like we can't. I argued with her for a while, saying that with our frequency, my machine gun is almost overheating, yet there's not even a bullet hole in the target. Is that reasonable? It's not scientific. Lingling looked confused, clearly not having thought in that direction before. I could only share my speculation with her, saying that either I have to become a god myself, or we need to find a god, otherwise we might really have no descendants. Guess what? Her first reaction was that I was trying to set her up. She said I must have found someone else outside and was using having a child as an excuse. Incredible. I couldn't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. I had to open my heart to her, saying that I didn't want to see her grow old and die. I couldn't bear that. I had a premonition that I would live a long, long time, and I didn't want to watch each of you leave one by one. This left her stunned, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. She poked my forehead and said we came out to relax, but I made it so stressful. Just then, I turned my head, and wow, there was a ghost-like figure standing behind us, a stunning blonde beauty, exuding an air of aloofness, with her arms crossed, just watching us. Lingling was mesmerized, and the beauty smiled at her, and it felt like an iceberg had instantly melted into a warm spring, so comforting. Lingling politely greeted her, but the lady came right up and patted my head, calling out Lingling's name as if they were very familiar. As soon as I saw that I couldn't hide it anymore, I had no choice but to confess to Lingling. I asked her, "Do you remember the Prince Xue Qinghe from the Tiando Empire?" She nodded. I said, "That's her." This completely stunned Lingling, and she was confused. What does that have to do with anything? Isn't Xue Qinghe a man? Qianren Xue was too lazy to explain too much and just said that the real Xue Qinghe wasn't important anymore, since it was already a done deal. Lingling, with her protective little cat demeanor, immediately clung to my clothes and asked warily what she wanted to do. Qianren Xue was directly amused by her and said, "Don't be nervous. What's yours is yours." Then she directly told me that she wanted to take me to meet someone. I guessed it right away. It must be Tian Douluos. Great. This was the rhythm of meeting the parents. After Qianren Xue finished explaining, she left, leaving Lingling there murmuring the name Tian Douluos. I reminded her, "Two lords of Douluos, Tang Chun, Tian Douluos." Only then did she react, her face full of disbelief, asking me if that old monster was actually still alive. I said, "Yes, I'm alive." But then she suddenly changed the subject and started questioning me again, asking who that girl was. I pulled her into an embrace and said, "Oh, her? She's the one who's going to become a goddess. My new sister that I found for you." I didn't keep Qianren waiting too long. After accompanying Lingling to finish shopping, I went straight to find her. She pointed to the Douluos palace and said, "Let's go meet my grandfather." I joked, asking if this was meeting the parents. She told me not to be silly and said she wanted me to be her offering. I thought to myself, should I be a devotee? Would it be okay to be a husband? But I said out loud, "Sure, it's up to you." I wanted to put my arm around her, but she pushed me away and said that having me around made her feel very secure. I understood. Strong people are mutually attractive. I told her that I also had my own plans, but she was one of the foundations of my plan. Then I put my arm around her shoulders and said, "Let us go see our grandfather." The Douluos palace, wow, it was magnificent, looking like some heavenly palace with a bunch of memorial tablets set up. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were entering some ancestral hall. We went up to the third floor, and there were a bunch of old men meditating like they were cultivating immortality, with Tian Douluos standing in the middle, staring at a glowing crystal ball. After quite a while, Qianren Xue finally went up, knelt on one knee, and called out Grandpa. The two of them hugged tightly. It was really affectionate. Tian Douluos said, "Xue, I'm sorry for making you suffer." And Qianren Xue replied, "Xue is not suffering." I was standing by watching, almost thinking I was watching some evening ethical drama. After their affectionate moment, Qianren Xue remembered me and hurriedly introduced me to her grandfather, saying that I played a crucial role in capturing the Tiando. Tian Douluos scanned me with his eyes like a scanner and said he remembered me from a few years ago in the Stardow Forest, when I was still a beginner, and didn't he expect that after a few years, I had become so formidable. I'm not modest either, I admitted directly. Qianren Xue then brought it up and said, "I want to be an angel's offering." As soon as Tian Douluos heard this, his eyes never left me, and he asked Qianren Xue, "Do you think he's qualified?" Qianren Xue confidently said, "I think he can." That little look in her eyes was just short of directly telling me not to let her down. Let me tell you, that old man Tian Douluos is quite shrewd. The moment he saw his granddaughter's expression, he understood everything. He probably thought that Qianren Xue was infatuated and was worried it would affect her upcoming divine test. So, he directly sent Qianren Xue away, saying he wanted to have a private chat with me. Now, it's just me face to face with the final boss. The old man seriously gave me a lesson, saying that to become an angel's servant, one must wholeheartedly serve the angel god and cannot mix in romantic feelings. I laughed directly. I said, "Old man, let's speak frankly. I love Qianren Xue, so I accept everything about her. As for the angelic faith you mentioned, to me, it's not empty. It is Qianren Xue herself. My god is her. Period." The old man looked at me with a CPU overload expression, probably because he had never seen someone as arrogant as me. He stared at me for a long time and said that my fearlessness comes from ignorance. And with my current mindset, I wouldn't be given a chance to be tested by the gods. I shrugged and said it didn't matter, since I came here for Qianren Xue anyway. The old man bluntly pointed out that I was just blindly pursuing Qianren Xue and not truly following the path of the angel god. I replied that, in my view, there was no difference. In the end, he issued me an ultimatum, saying that Qianren Xue would be entering seclusion to undergo her divine trial, and told me not to disturb her. I asked how long it would take, and he said it was uncertain. I took a step back and asked if I could just watch from a distance in the Douluos palace. He neither agreed nor refused, simply telling me to go call Qianren Xue in. All right, the angel god trial was about to begin, huh? Qian Rengshu's progress towards becoming a god was about to accelerate. But I still wondered what that golden divine power actually tasted like. Qian Rengshu's divine trial, to put it simply, began with enduring hardship. She knelt in the center of the formation, like a statue, completely still. I asked Qingdao Lu what the significance of this was, and he said it was to show determination. I thought to myself that this was pure torment, sitting still for 49 days. I figured her backside would be sore by now. Over the past month, Yi Lingling and the others had returned to Sotawa City to regroup with the main force, while I was left idly accompanying my parents in Wuhun City, until the 49th day, when an unexpected event occurred. A giant golden beam of light suddenly smashed down from the sky, hitting the top of the Douluos Palace with a loud bang. The entire Wuhun City was bathed in golden light, feeling like they were enjoying a luxurious spa treatment, except for Bibi Dong. The townspeople thought it was a divine miracle and knelt down in awe. The old man Qingdao Lu was so moved that he wept, opening his arms and shouting that she had succeeded. Well, it seemed the first step of the long march had been taken. However, while Qian Rengshu was making a grand spectacle on her side, things were not going well for Yi Lingling and the others on the other side. The Emperor fighting team fought their way back to Tiando City, but ran into tough competition in Sotawa City, Shrek Academy. Initially, the Emperor fighting team was doing well, dominating their opponents, but a girl named Xiao Wu got injured due to her recklessness, which stirred up a hornet's nest. Tang San from Shrek instantly darkened, his killing intent surging, and he revealed various hidden cards as if he had activated a cheat, directly tearing apart the formation of the Emperor team. If it weren't for Qin Ming recognizing the situation and quickly conceding, I estimated that the members of the Emperor team would have ended up being carried out on stretchers. Meanwhile, in the audience, a guy was watching with gleaming eyes. This was the Avalanche Prince. He originally came to watch the Emperor fighting team, but unexpectedly discovered the potential of Shrek Academy. He immediately had someone investigate Shrek's background and found out that these geniuses were actually hiding in a run-down academy, deciding on the spot to invest. Avalanche was no longer the spoiled brat he used to be. After being thoroughly defeated by Qian Rengshu, he was now biding his time and secretly accumulating strength to reclaim his throne. He invited the three giants of Shrek, Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San, for a meal, where they exchanged praises. He then pushed a large box of money in front of Flander. Flander, seeing the money, almost knelt down in front of Avalanche on the spot. But just as the atmosphere was lively, another unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a blue light erupted from Avalanche's chest, which was like a full-screen ultimate move, knocking everyone, including Tang San, to the ground. An illusory figure holding a trident appeared, pointed at Tang San, and muttered something about finally finding an heir, then shot a beam of light into his mind before disappearing. When Tang San and the others woke up, they were utterly confused. Avalanche couldn't understand why his treasure, the Han Haiqian Kuan Zhao, suddenly went berserk and could only make a quick escape. Back in Wuhun City, while some were rejoicing, others were worried. Bibi Dong looked over at Qian Rengshu with envy and jealousy, probably thinking, why? Back when I underwent the divine trial, it was like playing a survival game, risking my life. But you, on the other hand, have a bunch of old men protecting you, like you have a VIP passage. Jealousy can change a person's appearance. She decided to grab both opportunities and do both things well. On one hand, she would speed up her own divine trial progress, and, on the other, she would look for opportunities to make things difficult for Qian Rengshu. First, she consumed the treasured spirit herb I gave her, the water immortal jade muscle bone, to enhance her strength. Then, she dispatched 4 Title Douluos from the Elder Hall to Tiando City, ostensibly to assist Alice, but in reality, it was to stir up trouble for Qian Rengshu. After doing all this, she was still not satisfied and called on Gui Mei and Yuguan, saying she wanted to go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. The two were instantly pale. The last time they were under Emperor Tian's control was still fresh in their minds. Gui Mei boldly suggested, why not bring me along as a bodyguard? Bibi Dong neither agreed nor opposed, tacitly allowing it. As a result, the invitation from Gui Mei landed in my hands. Family members who understands. Now I'm in a dilemma. On one side is my wife Qian Rengshu, who is undergoing tribulation and might need my help at any moment. And on the other side is my former boss Bibi Dong, who is preparing for a team-building exercise in a high-risk area that seems dangerous. How do I choose? But guess what? I didn't even have to choose. While I was still hesitating, Bibi Dong was already speeding ahead. She took Gui Mei and Yuguan, who were supposed to go team-building in the Star Do Great Forest, but while resting in Sotawa City. It turned out that Gue Mei's nose was more sensitive than a dog's. He casually glanced from a high point and actually caught a whiff of a soul beast scent. I tell you, this time it really made them happy. No need to go to the slaughterhouse in the Star Do Great Forest to clash head-on with someone like DT on. This was simply a heavenly gift. BB Dong immediately made the decision and issued the order. Everyone mobilized, bring me that soul beast that came knocking. 3 teams were formed, and she personally led one team to conduct a carpet search in Soto City. On the other side, Tang San was out shopping with Xiao Wu, and the two were sweet and loving, with Xiao Wu bouncing around energetically. Suddenly, while they were shopping, Xiao Wu stopped. Her little face turned pale as she said she felt uneasy and had a bad premonition. Who understands this? Is this the beast instinct of a 100,000-year soul beast? Without saying a word, she grabbed Tang San and ran towards Shrek Academy outside the city. Although Tang San was confused, he sensed something was off and quietly took out the poison hidden weapons he had for eating. But it was still too late. Just as they were nearing the academy, a dark mist suddenly emerged in front of them, and a large hand reached out. Tang San reacted quickly, pulling Xiao Wu back. However, the ground beneath them transformed into a swamp, with countless hands reaching out to drag them down. Tang San was desperate. He shot out a flying claw, which finally allowed him to swing Xiao Wu away. At this point, Tang San realized that the person who came was not someone he could deal with. He immediately activated his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to the maximum and ran away with Xiao Wu. But no matter how fast he ran, could he outrun a space-type ability? That dark mist seemed to teleport, blocking their path again. This time there was no chance. Several ghostly hands flew out, locking Tang San's hands and feet in place, completely immobilizing him. A ghostly figure emerged from the mist, looking smug, as if to say, you can run pretty well. The pressure from the Title Douluos was so overwhelming that Xiao Wu was scared stiff. Tang San's mind was racing, but facing such a dimensional drop attack, no strategy could work. Soon, a large number of Spirit Hall members emerged from the forest, surrounding them tightly. Tang San was completely bewildered. Spirit Hall? Title Douluos? What do they want with us? He could only harden his head and ask, who are you? Why are you attacking us? The ghostly figure ignored him and stepped forward to pinch Xiao Wu's chin. I tell you, Tang San exploded at that moment. He quickly flicked his wrist, and 3 poison needles shot towards the ghostly figure's face. What was the result? The figure didn't even raise an eyebrow and casually deflected them. Just then, BB Dong and Yu Guan arrived. Yu Guan, with his effeminate demeanor, looked at the situation and laughed. Oh, old ghost, you've caught a couple. BB Dong's gaze was greedy, fixated on Xiao Wu, and she lightly said, let that man go. The ghostly figure loosened its grip, bringing Xiao Wu in front of BB Dong. Tang San regained his freedom, but he didn't dare to move. He could only stand there anxiously. Who are you? Why are you treating Xiao Wu like this? BB Dong traced her finger along Xiao Wu's neck, and the scene was incredibly oppressive. She looked at Tang San, her mouth curling into a smirk. Child, hurry and leave. I'll tell you a secret. This one in your arms is not human. She's a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. Now, the game is over. Soul beast? Those 2 words detonated a nuclear bomb in Tang San's mind, leaving him dumbfounded. He looked at Xiao Wu, and she looked back at him, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. But damn it, 3 Title Douluos personally came to capture them. How could this be fake? Tang San took a deep breath, pulled out his deadliest hidden weapons, his gaze fierce, as if he were going to devour someone. I don't care if she's human or beast. No one is allowed to touch a single hair on her today. Yu Guan laughed beside him, as if to say that this little brat still wanted to be a hero. BB Dong watched Tang San charging forward for love, and I bet her heart turned sour with envy, turning quickly into jealousy. The ghostly figure impatiently warned him, kid, the Pope allowing you to leave is an act of mercy. Don't overstep your bounds. The Pope. It turned out BB Dong was personally present. Tang San felt the sky was about to fall. Xiao Wu cried out, third brother, hurry and run. BB Dong, probably too lazy to watch this soap opera. Turn to leave, take her, we're heading back. The ghostly figure was about to follow with Xiao Wu. In that instant, Tang San's eyes turned red, and he exploded with power. I tell you, that scene was like he was hacking the game. Once the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara was activated, a rain of hidden weapons fell like a torrential downpour, sweeping across the Spirit Hall members. All of them were cleared out on the spot. Yu Guan and BB Dong were stunned. When they turned around, they saw Tang San already exhausted, trembling as he stood there, but his gaze still fixed on them. If you want to take her, step over my corpse. BB Dong's face darkened. I'm not interested in your corpse. but for killing so many of my subordinates, you deserve to die 1,000 times. She directly ordered Yu Guan to kill him. Yu Guan complied, and countless petals transformed into blades, flying towards Tang San. At this point, Tang San was already drained and couldn't even dodge. It's over, he's done for. Just at this critical moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed in Tang San's mind. What an impulsive move. Then, a thunderclap rang out in the night sky. A giant hammer, wrapped in blood-red soul power, descended from above, and with a loud bang, it knocked all the petal blades away. I tell you, when that hammer struck down, the air in the entire forest seemed to freeze. A towering figure appeared in the night sky. His voice filled with uncontrollable rage. The Spirit Hall. What is Spirit Hall? With just you dare to hurt my son Tang Hao. Good fellow. The main character has arrived. Tang Hao. Yu Guan and Gue Mei's faces turned pale in an instant, their legs trembling, a fear etched in their DNA. Bibi Dong was also shocked, probably thinking wildly. Not a family, not entering the same door. Does this surname Tang have some ancestral XP? Is it true that they won't marry unless it's a soul beast of 100,000 years? Tang Hao didn't waste words, unleashing all his soul power. The Haotian hammer in his hand instantly expanded dozens of times, swinging down towards Bibi Dong and the others. That momentum seemed capable of smashing a hole in the sky. Bibi Dong decisively ordered, Gue Mei, take the prey and leave. Without saying a word, Gue Mei grabbed Xiao Wu and transformed into a cloud of black mist, disappearing. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Yu Guan braced themselves to take Tang Hao's hammer directly, both of them immediately feeling their blood surge. Bibi Dong knew very well that there was no benefit in fighting this madman Tang Hao to the death. She hadn't killed his wife, so there was no need. She just wanted to quickly escape and absorb the soul ring. But Tang Hao didn't think so, with new grudges and old enmities combined. If he didn't smash these two into meat paste today, he wouldn't bear the surname Tang. Thus, the scene turned into Tang Hao wildly chasing with his big hammer, while Bibi Dong and Yu Guan fled in embarrassment. The people from Shrek Academy were also alarmed. Flinder flew over to take a look and exclaimed, "Good fellow, the Title Douluos is chasing the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This melon is too big to handle." Quickly retreating to protect Tang San, Bibi Dong was furious, originally wanting to conserve her strength, but this Tang Hao was like a war god. Every move was deadly. She was also enraged. "You fool, do you really think I can't kill you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she directly unleashed her martial spirit true form. With two giant dark green scorpion pincers extending from her back, her entire aura drastically changing. When Tang Hao saw she wasn't running, he became even more excited. Just what I wanted. Blood for blood. Another heavy blow. Bibi Dong unleashed a dark green crescent wave with her scorpion pincers. But as soon as it made contact, the crescent shattered. The energy explosion sent Bibi Dong flying away. She cursed inwardly. This madman as combat experience was terrifying. Tang Hao gave her no chance to catch her breath, chasing after her with another hammer strike, faster and stronger. Yu Guan saw the Pope was in trouble and quickly used his soul skill to create a diversion, trying to force Tang Hao to defend. But guess what? That madman Tang Hao didn't care about Yu Guan's attack at all. He would rather take a hit than let Bibi Dong go. Thud. The Haotian hammer landed solidly on Bibi Dong, sending her plummeting from the sky like a cannonball, blood spraying out like it was free. Yu Guan was dumbfounded, still not reacting when the bloodied Tang Hao was already swinging the hammer towards him. At that moment, Yu Guan felt that what he faced was not a person, but mountain, a sky. Just as Tang Hao prepared to finish Yu Guan with a hammer, a mass of black-purple energy suddenly attacked, forcing Tang Hao to defend. Yu Guan saved his life, and when he turned back, he saw a strange black-purple mist rising from the place where Bibi Dong had fallen. A figure slowly emerged from the mist. It was still Bibi Dong, but completely different. All her injuries had healed. Mysterious purple patterns crawled across her skin. Her eyes had turned completely black, like an abyss, exuding an evil aura that made one's soul tremble. Good. What a Haotian. Tang Hao was also stunned. This power, absolutely not something she cultivated herself. Meanwhile, far away in Spirit City, Title Douluos suddenly opened his eyes. He felt it. That dark power had awakened. Without saying a word, he unfolded his wings and transformed into a streak of light flying into the distance. I just saw Title Douluos fly away like a rocket launch, and while I was wondering about it, I saw Gue Mei coming back with Xiao Wu. Good heavens! He had just arrived in front of me, and before he could say anything, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. I was stunned. "Big brother, what happened? Did you 3 win the lottery again?" The ghost was almost panicking. "Hurry, go to Soto City. Support His Holiness the Pope." We ran to Tang Hao. After saying that, he ran off to the Elder Hall to gather people. I thought to myself, it's not that easy for BB Dong to get defeated. But I still needed to check it out. Confirming the direction, I flew at full speed and even overtook a car on the way. By the time I arrived at the scene, the battle had already ended. When Tang Hao saw that BB Dong had released her power seal, he knew he couldn't win and decisively took his son and fled. BB Dong had to unleash her ultimate move out of desperation, and seeing him run away, she hurriedly sealed her power again, but her face turned extremely pale, her lips white, and she looked incredibly weak. In the past, I pulled Yuegwan aside to ask about the situation, and he nervously recounted the events. I looked at the tattered BB Dong and handed her a dress. Hope, please pay attention to your appearance. She was initially in a terrible mood, but seeing my clear eyes, which were no longer wandering like before, her expression actually improved a little. However, in the next moment, her expression became serious again as she looked up at the sky. I also sensed it. Tian Daolu was coming. My heart sank for a moment. Why was this old man not at home guarding his granddaughter during her tribulation, but instead came here? As Tian Daolu landed, his aura erupted, his eyes completely ignoring me and Yuegwan, fixated solely on BB Dong, his gaze akin to that of a judge. In response, BB Dong was even more defiant, sneering, "You're late." Tian Daolu closed his eyes. "I can smell the scent of the Haotian hammer, but I'm not here for him. That's why I said you're late. You should be grateful." BB Dong lifted her chin. "Arriving late saved you a life, old man." Tian Daolu unfurled golden wings behind him, 9 soul rings shining blindingly. I believe my timing is just right. Yuegwan was completely baffled. Wasn't this high priest supposed to be here to rescue him? Was it going to be infighting? Bibidong's smile grew increasingly sinister. "You have long missed your chance to kill me. Now you want to threaten me? Ridiculous. Old man, who would have thought you'd have a day when others call you out for being overconfident?" Yes, I was wrong. Tian Daolu actually admitted it, saying he missed his opportunity in hopes that she could regain her conscience. Conscience? BB Dong was directly provoked. "You think you have a right to talk to me about conscience? It was your son who lost me." Tian Daolu condensed a fiery, holy sword in his hand. "Whether as the high priest of the angel god, or as Shui, his grandfather, I feel pity for you." BB Dong countered sharply. "Put away your threats." Tian Daolu, being at level 99, a successor of the gods and a high priest, you know very well how big the gap is. Do you want to fall here? Leaving your granddaughter to face the upcoming trials alone? Your death would suit me just fine. Do you wish to fight to the death with me here? Goodness. Every word was like a dagger to Tian Daolu's heart. Now he was at a loss. Neither fighting nor backing down seemed viable. As the atmosphere grew colder, I had listened long enough to understand, cleared my throat, and suddenly interjected, Are you both a stalemate? How about you let me say a few words?" Neither of them paid me any mind, making the atmosphere even more awkward. I had no choice but to say, "So, are you going to fight to the death right now?" Tian Daolu spoke first. "Kid, this has nothing to do with you. You should leave." "That won't do." I laughed. "If you're going to fight desperately, then I have to watch. Not for any other reason, but to avoid hurting the person I care about." Tian Daolu shook his head and looked at BB Dong. "BB Dong, I give you a chance for revenge. My opportunities have never been begged for." BB Dong interrupted him directly, unlocking the seal again, and a terrifying energy erupted from her body, purple light cracks appearing on her skin. "Now that it has come to this, if you want to make peace today, it won't be easy." Tian Daolu also tightened his grip on the holy sword, focusing intently. "If I win today, I hope you can let go of your hatred and not blame Shui anymore." I have to say, leaving BB Dong all alone and speeding away did make my heart skip a beat. Sigh, she really seemed like a petulant child. But I didn't have the time to think too much about it. I had important matters to attend to. Once I returned to Seoul City, I instinctively glanced towards the Douluos Palace and saw that Qian Rinchue's divine examination progress bar was still long, so I felt relieved. Then I switched to street mode, asking around about where Xiao Wu was being held. "Hey, you wouldn't believe it. My face is like a VIP pass at the Spear Hall now." Those guards treated me with the utmost respect as if they were meeting a revered ancestor, answering all my questions. In no time, they pointed me in the right direction, the deepest part of the dungeon. Entering a dungeon is as easy for me as strolling through a backyard. It couldn't be more relaxed. Once inside, wow, the environment was dark and damp, so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. Xiao Wu was kneeling alone on a pile of grass, her eyes vacant, looking all gray, as if her phone had run out of battery. I thought to myself, has she really only been locked up for one night? How could they torture her like this? These adults have truly cruel hearts. I cleared my throat and coughed. She didn't react. I directly laid my cards on the table. Little bunny, stop daydreaming. I'm here to save you. It seemed like I pressed a restart button. She finally slowly turned her head to look at me, but her eyes were still dazed. Well, she was probably scared silly. No more talking. I'd better take her out first. I raised my hand and struck down with a knife hand against the iron railing, and with a loud snap, those metal bars broke like crispy sausages. I quickly scooped her up from the ground in a princess carry and took off. The guards at the door probably didn't even catch a glimpse of my shadow before I was already soaring into the sky with her. The long-awaited sunlight was a bit blinding, and Xiao Wu instinctively shrank into my embrace. But you could feel her whole body yearning for this sense of freedom. Once we flew far away, she looked down at the white clouds and the earth, and her brain finally rebooted. She looked up at me, her eyes full of question marks. Who is this guy? Did he really just rescue me from the Soul Hall's dungeon? Is this a joke? I directly dropped her at the entrance of the Starry Forest, set her down, and casually said, "You're home." Only then did she regain her voice and timidly ask, Who are you? I laughed and crossed my arms. I said, "Beauty, shouldn't you say thank you first?" Thank you. Her reaction time was so slow, it seemed she needed a moment to process. Is that it? I continued to tease her. I saved your life, according to the script. Shouldn't you say something like I will dedicate myself to you? Dedicate myself. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she stammered, no way you. Bad person. Hey, how can you say that? A bad person can save you? I'm sorry. She backed down immediately again, but still quietly murmured, But really I can't. As soon as I saw her little look, I understood. She already had someone in her heart, that kid Tang San. She noticed I wasn't going to trouble her anymore and added, everything else is fine, just not this. Oh, everything else is fine? I raised my eyebrows, catching the key point. She foolishly nodded. All right, then let me give you a kiss. Huh? She was stunned, and before she could finish her sentence, I had already pulled her into my arms and directly covered her mouth. I tell you, as expected of the soft-bone rabbit, it's really soft and the taste is incredible. This is my first time experiencing a beautiful spirit beast in its transformed form, and it's quite a novel experience. Xiao Wu was already weak, and she couldn't handle me like this. In just a short while, she was left dizzy, as if she was lacking oxygen. After I finished and let her go, her legs went weak, and she directly knelt on the ground, her face flushed, gasping, and coughing. I clapped my hands. Time was tight, and I still needed to go back to watch the show, so I waved at her. Let's leave it at that. Take care of yourself. After saying that, I took off directly, flying toward Spirit City without looking back. Behind me, I heard her weak shout, Hey, what's your name? I didn't have time to pay attention to her, and instantly became a small black dot. Once I returned to Spirit City, well, the dungeon was in chaos, with Ghostly Moon and the others all there, as if interrogating prisoners. BB Dong flew over and landed next to me, asking, Why aren't you going in? I pointed below and cheerfully said, We're watching a good show. A good show? She still didn't know. The next second, Yu Egwan flew over to the ghostly figure in a panic, whispering. When BB Dong saw this situation, she immediately felt that the main character of this good show was herself. She landed directly and asked what was going on. Yu Egwan and the ghostly figure reported nervously, saying that someone had been kidnapped. BB Dong frowned, glanced at the broken bars in the dungeon, and calculated who had the authority and capability. With a quick thought, she instantly understood. In a flash, she flew right in front of me, her gaze sharp as a knife. What do you mean? What does it matter to me? I shrugged and acted nonchalant. If it's gone, it's gone. Just a 100,000-year spirit beast. Just a 100,000-year spirit beast? That remark ignited her powder keg. Do you know how precious that is? How many people in this world can have a 100,000-year spirit ring? Oh, come on. It's already transformed, for my sake. Let go. I'm a kind-hearted person. I was still smiling there. She was so furious that she almost exploded, unable to speak for a long time. I saw she was really worked up, so I quickly tried to make amends. I'll just compensate you with one. Do you think a 100,000-year spirit beast is like a cabbage? She retorted angrily. Fine. I patted her shoulder and confidently said, I keep my word, a 100,000-year spirit beast. I will take care of it. If you want it, I can even drain the sea to find one for you. Just give me some time. She took several deep breaths and finally calmed down. She probably realized that it wasn't worth it to fall out with me over this. Coldly, she said, Okay, remember your words. Then she turned to leave. Wait. I called out to her. She didn't even look back. What else is there? I leaned over and asked ambiguously. About last night. That kind of night, it can't be the last time, right? When I miss you, can you come? She paused in midair, saying nothing. But I knew she was wavering. After a few seconds of silence, she flew straight back to the Pope's palace. Hey, she didn't say yes, nor did she say no. To me, that means yes. So that night, after she finished her official duties while I was soaking in a large bathtub in her room, I just flashed in. When she saw me emerging from the water, she wasn't too surprised. She just said, "I didn't say you could come in. Then you should have told me to get lost right away." As I said this, I swam over to her and directly dove into her embrace. She didn't resist, wrapping her arms around my head, allowing me to do as I pleased. Family, who understands? Just when the atmosphere was right, a clear voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Teacher, I'm coming in." We were both stunned. I looked up at her and asked, "What's going on?" "Don't make a sound." She panicked and pushed my head underwater. The next second, Hulaina bounced in, holding a gift. This girl is simply the pinnacle of social skills. She came in grinning at her teacher and even envied her teacher's figure. BB Dong was thrown off by my underwater antics, struggling to maintain her composure while dealing with her disciple. The scene was something else. To make matters worse, this little girl, Hulaina, actually said she wanted to join in the fun. Before BB Dong could refuse, she quickly stripped off her skirt and jumped into the water. At that moment underwater, I had only one thought. It's over. The bathhouse is so small. If she makes a splash, I would be exposed right then and there. BB Dong was really anxious, watching as Hulaina closed her eyes in enjoyment and actually swam over here, just as I thought it was too late. BB Dong gathered a small poison needle at her fingertip, lightly flicked it, and it hit Hulaina's neck perfectly. 1 second, the little fox was still grinning, and the next second, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Splash! I emerged from the water holding the unconscious Hulaina, looking at BB Dong, whose face was flushed. "Sister, you were too harsh." After finally getting Hulaina settled on the bed, we returned to the bathhouse to continue. That night, the wind was indeed strong. The next morning, Hulaina woke up, rubbing her neck and saying she had a stiff neck. BB Dong, with a straight face, lied, saying she had fallen asleep leaning against the edge of the bath, and casually handed her a pill to detoxify, claiming it would counteract the poison from last night. Once this little fool left, I stepped out from behind the screen and teased this poor child. BB Dong shot me a glare, doing her makeup while urging me to leave. "You should go too. Just use it and throw it away." I hugged her from behind. "You really are a contrast. During the day, you're the aloof Pope, and at night." She tapped my nose with her eyebrow pencil, interrupting me. "The Pope needs an image." I bit her ear and said, "So I'll come back tonight? You don't have to guard your key and Rengshu anymore." She wanted to say something that would leave me speechless. "Hey, aren't you underestimating me?" I said confidently. "I'm best at keeping things balanced." After giving her a kiss, I slipped away. After I left, BB Dong looked at herself in the mirror and sighed. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed in her mind. It was the Rakshasa god, warning her not to get emotionally involved and not to be distracted from her path to becoming a deity by physical pleasures. Goodness, this life has been busy. For several nights in a row, I went to see BB Dong. We were getting along so well that I almost forgot I still had to explain myself to Title Douluos. That old man had long since lost his patience, watching us every day, seeing me enter Bibidong's palace, and he probably pictured an elaborate ethical drama in his mind. One day, he finally couldn't hold back and stopped me. "We need to talk." "Sure, Grandpa, what do you want to ask?" "Just go ahead," I said, appearing quite open. He immediately asked me if it was true that I had repelled Emperor Tian. I gestured with 2 fingers towards my eyes, just like that, "Biu," and he fell. The old man looked confused. He then asked me what was really going on between me and BB Dong. I told him I was trying to persuade her to give up revenge for the sake of her relationship with Qian Rengshu. Tian Douluos sighed and reminded me that the Rakshasa god's trials were not that simple. Trying to give up could be life-threatening. "It's fine," I patted my chest. "I want to see just how powerful this Rakshasa god really is." In the end, he couldn't help but ask me which god I was the spokesperson for. I said, "Grandpa, I am who I am. My power is innate and does not belong to any god." Although he found it unreasonable, he couldn't figure it out, so he could only warn me to be careful of Bibidong's capricious nature. I said thank you to Grandpa for his concern, but in my heart, I thought, I still have to keep working hard tonight. As a result, I got slapped in the face too quickly. That night, I went to look for BB Dong as usual, but I was blocked at the door by Gui Mei and Yuguan, who said that the Pope was in seclusion and wouldn't see anyone. When I used my X-ray vision to take a look, good heavens, BB Dong was sitting cross-legged on the bed, drenched in sweat, with an expression of extreme pain. Well, it seemed there was indeed something going on, so I didn't dare to disturb her and could only leave reluctantly. The next night, the same situation occurred. I thought to myself, is she avoiding me? Just as I was feeling frustrated, I turned around and bumped into Hulaina. She was also here to see her teacher. "Oh, I've seen you before." The little fox's eyes lit up, and she actually remembered me. We started chatting like that. She has a good memory, but not much of it. She completely forgot that I was elusive back then. I joked with her that I wanted to be a hero and save the beauty. She patted my shoulder and laughed at my lack of abilities, yet found my enthusiasm quite endearing. Since neither of us could meet the people we wanted to see, we decided to find a place to drink and chat. In a few words, she finished telling me about her family being chased, and then looked at me with eager eyes, urging me to tell a story. All right then, since I had nothing else to do, I started from when I left the village, recounting how I used my wits and courage to deal with the prince and the Snow Star Prince in the heavenly fighting city, embellishing the tale of how I played those nobles around. Hulaina listened with great interest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We talked for a full 2 hours before she realized it was getting late and that she had a mission to carry out tomorrow. Just before leaving, she gave me a cheeky smile and said, "I believe about 50 to 60% of your story. It just feels a bit unreal." "Hey, you don't believe me? Then quickly tell me, who exactly is the Crown Prince of Heaven Do?" She pressed. "That's a plot twist. I'll tell you next time," I teased. She didn't press further, waved goodbye, and ran off. Watching her lively figure disappear, I sat there alone, stirring the juice in my cup, sighing. Goodness, I've run out of stories to tell. And now she's off on a mission tomorrow. What a waste. How am I going to get through this long night? Isn't this wrong? Yinzu said to Guyu. With talk like that, won't you be heading to the Divine Realm soon? Don't worry, our cooperation agreement still stands, Guyu replied. I'll take you to the Divine Realm when the time comes. But as far as I know, you need to cultivate enough divine power to ascend. Yinzu said. Guyu snorted coldly and said, that's the conventional approach. In fact, as long as you reach the Divine Realm, your divine power will naturally surge. Since we're cooperating, I won't let you use such old-fashioned methods. I'll pave the way, you just have to keep up. But, Yinzu glanced at Tang San, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He rubbed his fingers, deep in thought. 6 months, just 6 months, and those girls of mine won't be able to achieve divinity in that time. Leaving any one of them behind would be a reflection of my incompetence and untrustworthiness, which is something Yinzu cannot accept. Tang San, who was supplying divine power to Guyu, also felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words. 6 months? He hadn't expected that his release from imprisonment would coincide with this plague god's departure from the continent. Without Yinzu's oddity, with his strength as the sea god, everything would be possible. How many people can you take to the divine realm? Yinzu pondered and asked, what do you mean? Guyu didn't understand why Yinzu was asking this. Can you take Qianrenxue to the divine realm? Yinzu continued. Take her. Why bother? Guyu said leisurely. She and I are not on the same side. But she and I are on the same side, Yinzu replied. Not just her, if possible. I hope you can take everyone I want to bring. Chapter 164, Plan, Part 2. Sorry for the previous error, back at his divine mansion. Yinzu looked at the girls who were diligently cultivating and couldn't help but sigh. They could be said to have decent talent, but expecting them to achieve divinity within 6 months was asking too much. Not to mention, there was also Zhu Zhuyun, who seemed to be close to giving up. Oddly enough, Zhu Zhuyun's soul power seemed to have stagnated. Unless Yinzu provided her with some herbs or soul bones, she was nearly in a state of not cultivating, as if she had put all her energy into serving Yinzu. Of course, this was fine for Yinzu, as women with too much ambition often lacked a bit of charm. Ever since they learned that achieving divinity was not an unattainable dream, those girls prefer to spend their energy on cultivation rather than indulging in pleasures with Yinzu. This made Zhu Zhuyun stand out even more. But she did serve Yinzu very comfortably, so every time Yinzu wanted to encourage her to focus more on cultivation, he ended up swallowing his words. I'm going to Wuhun City tomorrow. Is there anything you want me to bring back for you? Or do you want to come with me? Yinzu asked while patting Zhu Zhuyun's head. Zhu Zhuyun relaxed her lips in the afternoon, took a breath, and said, why the sudden question? Yinzu smiled and replied, well, since you're not cultivating here anyway, you might as well come out with me to avoid getting bored. Zhu Zhuyun asked, why are you going to Wuhun City again? Didn't you just come back from there? Yinzu sighed and said, something came up. I need to discuss it with Schwerer. 6 months, just 6 months left. And we have to go to the divine realm. Zhu Zhuyun's hands, which were slowly playing with Yinzu, stopped, making Yinzu, who was enjoying it, open his eyes. What is wrong? Don't stop, my dear, Yinzu said. Zhu Zhuyun looked at Yinzu in surprise and asked, what do you mean by that? Yinzu pondered for a moment and said, I made a deal with the dragon god. I help her reclaim her place in the divine realm, and she helps me bring all of you to the divine realm, solving all our problems. No. Zhu Juyin shook her head and said, I still don't quite understand what you mean. Are you saying we will all go to the divine realm in 6 months? But we can't become divine in 6 months. Don't say 6 months, baby. Yanzu was a bit amused by Zhu Juyun's attitude and said, with this attitude, you'll never become divine in this lifetime. I have to think of a way to plan for you all, right? Zhu Juyun pretended to be embarrassed and said, I don't understand the rules of the divine realm. So I can't comprehend what you're saying. It's normal not to understand. Yanzu picked Zhu Juyun up from between his legs and held her in his arms, teasing her breasts as he explained, in the divine realm, each god has their own territory. Depending on the size of the territory, they can bring a certain number of mortals to settle there and share eternal life. But if too many people are brought, the divine realm will collapse. Just like the world we live in, if the ratio of people to resources becomes unbalanced, the world is prone to collapse. How many people can be taken up? Zhu Juyun asked curiously. Not many. Anyway, Yanzu replied, I estimate that either the dragon god's territory is large enough to accommodate you, or she has already determined that when she returns to the divine realm, several gods from the human race will fall, thus making room for you. This is too sudden. You've never mentioned this before. Zhu Juyun felt somewhat flustered because she had long prepared for a prolonged struggle against Yanzu, thinking everything was just beginning. But now, Yanzu's progress had fast-forwarded to the point of taking them to the divine realm for eternal life. What does this mean? It's like you're painstakingly making dumplings over a bit of jealousy, and then someone comes along and kicks the dumplings away, laying a table full of delicacies in front of you. While Zhu Juyun was still meticulously preparing for revenge, Yanzu told her, you can live forever now. You all can live forever with me. When a person has endless lifespan, their perspective on everything changes for an endless time. Everything seems so trivial. Zhu Juyun was stunned, her mind gradually entering a blank state. She didn't know what to do, as she suddenly realized that everything she had planned lost its meaning. Seeing Zhu Juyun completely frozen, Yanzu continued, surprised, aren't you? I was surprised too. I thought it would take her a long time to rise, but I didn't expect she still had a trick up her sleeve. Do you remember that person? Tang San, the one who became the sea god. I captured him and sent him to the dragon god as a furnace, so she can achieve her goal in 6 months. This way, my major concern is also resolved. When we get to the divine realm, you all have to give me a few children. Tang San? Zhu Juyun snapped back to reality and asked, you said you captured him to give to the dragon god as a furnace? Of course, I can't just give Schwerer and Bibi Dong to the dragon god, right? Having a Tang San is just too convenient, Yanzu laughed. Oh my, Zhu Juyun is completely heartbroken now. Originally, Tang San was the most important part of her revenge plan, but this guy was even captured alive by Yanzu. Is there any way to turn this situation around? But what if we all go to the divine realm? Zhu Juyun suddenly realized something and asked, and then what? Among us, Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong must also be included, right? That's why I went to Wuhun City. Yanzu said, I need to discuss this with Schwerer. I was thinking, if you all go to the divine realm, then Tang San would become the most powerful being in this lower realm, right? Zhu Juyun said, wouldn't he then be invincible? He must be thinking the same way. Yanzu said casually, it doesn't matter, just kill him. Although it's a bit of a pity. It's a pity I haven't had enough fun, but it doesn't matter, his performance has disappointed me. For the greater good, let's just kill him. Zhu Juyun looked at Yanzu. This man holding her was truly both terrifying and reliable. To call him terrifying was because it seemed that no matter how powerful a person was, he could easily erase them in his eyes. To call him reliable was because Zhu Juyun felt that as long as it was something she wanted, Yanzu could find a way to get it for her. Now, Zhu Juyun was completely unable to distinguish what she truly wanted. Was it revenge? Or was it enjoying everything Yanzu provided her, and forever living in eternal happiness? The next morning, Yanzu arrived at Wuhun City and informed Qianren Xue about Guyu. What? Qianren Xue was greatly surprised and exclaimed, such a thing happened? Why did you only tell me now? Darling, I only found out yesterday too. Yanzu hugged Qianren Xue from behind and said, so how do you explain on your side? Qianren Xue shook her head and said, this will be a disaster. Of course, that's in regard to the divine realm. Yanzu nodded and said, right, she also said that you and she are not on the same side, which is why she sought my cooperation. She is quite arrogant, thinking that after regaining her power, she can take on all the gods without pressure. And I am the key to helping her regain her power. Thankfully, this matter has nothing to do with us. Qianren Xue said, during the divine realm war back then, my superior fought against the dragon god, and her divine body was shattered. After that, She just recuperated in her own domain and basically stopped concerning herself with matters of the divine realm. As long as she can hold onto her own territory, that will be enough. So will you go up with us then? Yinzu asked. Qianren Shue pondered for a moment, but shook her head and said, it depends on the situation. I still don't feel at ease with this lower realm. I need to observe it for a while longer. What else is there to be uneasy about? I have already captured Tang's sand. What kind of waves can those small fries make? Yinzu said. Qianren Shue smiled and playfully poked Yinzu's nose with her finger and said, you need to learn to look at problems from a developmental perspective. Many strong individuals were once unremarkable small fries, just like us now, unwilling to give them a second glance or to bother dealing with them. But one day in the future, they might overturn this world. Yinzu, once we ascend to the divine realm, we cannot excessively intervene in the lower realm. This world, I care about very much. At least for now, I care about it. I care too. Yinzu smiled and said, after all, this is the world we fought for together. So don't worry, I will let you be at ease. You don't need to worry about me. Qianren Shue said, whether it takes half a year or 100 years, it doesn't matter to me. Yinzu jokingly said, it matters. If I have to wait decades to see you, I would really be heartbroken and die. I'm serious. Qianren Shue's tone became serious as she said, compared to me, you should be more concerned about Zhu Qing, Lingling, and the others. What will happen when the dragon god returns to the divine realm is hard to say. But one thing is certain. The pattern of the divine realm will definitely change dramatically. With this change, someone might have to sacrifice. Azu, it's risky for you to take them up directly. If the dragon god fails in this divine realm upheaval, have you thought about the consequences for you? That's the reason for my existence. Yinzu said, there will be no failure. Failure is not an option. I will bring back what I want. If they prefer the law of the jungle, then let them have it. Looking at Yinzu's eyes and the tone in which he said this, Qianren Shue knew he had made up his mind. She still hoped Yinzu would take his time, accumulating bit by bit to become a god. But she also knew that Yinzu was never a patient person. With a shortcut right in front of him, even if it was a bit risky, he would definitely try it. I can't persuade you, can I? Qianren Shue turned around and wrapped her arms around Yinzu, their foreheads touching, their noses gently brushing against each other, creating a pleasant and interesting sensation like an electric current passing through their foreheads. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Yinzu asked. Qianren Shue smiled and said, all right, Azu, with just a small gesture from you, I know what you want to do. Why don't you go explain this to Mother first, and then come back? No, that is not what I was thinking just now. Yinzu said, what I meant was pregnancy, do you understand? Remember our previous discussion? If I go to the divine realm and am influenced by the environment there, we will have common ground, and we can conceive offspring? Qianren Shue leaned back slightly, squinting at Yinzu, her mouth slightly downturned, revealing an indescribable smile, and said, although, are you really prepared to be a father? To be blunt, Azu, I think you're completely unprepared. Wait until you are ready to happen. Yinzu laughed and said, how can you be so naive, darling? Life is like this. It doesn't care if you're prepared or not. Besides, I don't even know what it means to be prepared. You are being unreasonable. This is not the same thing. Qianren Shue said, because this is something we can control, am I right? It is, but, Yinzu said, we, not just us, whether it's you and me or Lingling, or Zhu Qing, Zhu Yun, or Shui, or when we do it at the most critical moment, if a thought pops up at that time, it could lead to you getting pregnant. I think that would be even more stimulating. I don't oppose that. Qianren Shue smiled helplessly but still felt the need to tell you, Azu, hope should exist, but at the same time, you must have the courage to accept the shattering of hope. I know, it doesn't matter. Think positively. We don't need to take contraceptive measures, right? Yinzu smiled and said, Qianren Shue nodded and gave Yinzu a meaningful glance and said, so go talk to Mother about this, then come back. I'll be waiting for you in the bathtub. If you tease me again, I might just take you down right now. Yinzu said with a mischievous smile. Since you mentioned it, I've had an idea for a while, but I haven't found a good way to tell you. What? Do you have a new trick up your sleeve? Qianren Shue raised an eyebrow and said, I really admire your mind sometimes. You can come up with so many strange ideas. That is not the point. Yinzu said with a smile, I was thinking, running back and forth between the Douluos Palace and the Papal Palace all night is quite exhausting, so why not? Qianren Shue slightly lowered her head, rolling her eyes at Yinzu, and said, so what? Do you want me to serve you together with Mother? You really dare to think that? Yinzu knew that if someone lacked courage, then everything they did would amount to nothing. So, even though Qianren Shue was showing a domineering attitude at that moment, Yinzu had no intention of backing down, since he had already spoken his mind. If he didn't seize the opportunity now, he would never be able to put this thought into practice. Therefore, Yanzu gathered his courage and said, "What? Are you afraid? You are all my wives, and I just want to sleep like this. What are you going to do about it?" Qian Renshua looked at Yanzu, who was unreasonably confident, and they stared at each other for a while. Finally, Qian Renshua couldn't hold back her laughter and said, "I really give up on you, you shameless thing. If you had any shame, you wouldn't be able to enjoy such a delightful situation." Seeing that Qian Renshua had compromised, Yanzu was overjoyed. Without giving her a chance to backtrack, he directly picked her up and flew towards Bibi Dong's palace. Chapter 165 concerns Yanzu carried Qian Renshua to Bibi Dong's palace, where Bibi Dong was currently enjoying a bath after finishing some governmental duties. She knew Yanzu would definitely come to find her, so she had bathed in advance. However, Bibi Dong didn't expect Yanzu to bring Qian Renshua with him. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Renshua in Yanzu's arms, who displayed a rare shy demeanor since becoming a goddess. Seeing this, Bibi Dong realized Yanzu had some new tricks up his sleeve, but she didn't know what they were. Noticing Bibi Dong lying in the bath, Yanzu put down Qian Renshua, undressed, and joined her in the bath, inviting Qian Renshua to join as well. But Qian Renshua just stood there, arms crossed, unmoving. "What is wrong?" Bibi Dong teased. "Is the world of two not harmonious? Soon it would be a world of three," Yanzu thought, and replied, "Let's talk business first. I have something important to discuss with you." Bibi Dong looked eager to hear more as Yanzu explained the situation regarding the dragon god. "But ancestor, I already have the position of the Rakshasa god," Bibi Dong said. "Although I haven't cultivated the Rakshasa divine power, this position has indeed been inherited and can be directly entered into the divine realm. If I can achieve this, it won't be a bad thing for me. But I might have to stay with you all for a while since the Rakshasa divine domain is quite special. I probably won't be able to stay there like this." "Of course, you and the current Rakshasa god must be tired of each other," Yanzu joked. "Since you have no objections, everything will be easy to discuss. So, in half a year, we will go to the divine realm. What about the lower realm?" Bibi Dong asked. "If we're here, there won't be any trouble. But if we suddenly disappear, there will be chaos. So for the next 6 months, you all need to focus on finding and training someone to take over the situation," Yanzu suggested. "Speaking of which, Ning Fengji would be perfect. He can go up later. After all, he cares a lot about everything in the lower realm. And the 7-treasure glazed tile school can't do without him." Bibi Dong complained slightly. "I originally had an heir, but you didn't spare her either. Now you're telling me to find Ning Fengji? That has too many identities for him." Qian Renshua chuckled and looked at Yanzu. "He is still your father-in-law. Can Ning Fengji inherit the Pope's mantle, while Xing Luo doesn't get any benefits?" "Ha!" Yanzu laughed. "In principle, Xing Luo's father-in-law is a speculator, while Ning Fengji is an old revolutionary comrade. They can't be compared. Have you forgotten? He was one of the earliest supporters of the revolution. That was also something you fought for," Qian Renshua replied. Yanzu nodded. "Yes, and I also fought for some things tonight. What are you waiting for?" "I can't wait any longer." "Look, you're getting anxious again," Qian Renshua teased Yanzu, her face turning slightly red as she occasionally stole glances at Bibi Dong. "Bibi Dong, observing Qian Rengsuus de Miano, Rukli Gusityan sus intentions." She sighed helplessly and shook her head. This layer of glass had long been broken. To be honest, Bibi Dong thought this day would come quickly, but she didn't expect Yanzu to put it into practice only today. "Schwer, you should come down and soak for a bit too. Even as a goddess, you need to relax," Bibi Dong said, knowing full well that once Qian Renshua entered the bath, it wouldn't be as simple as relaxing. Seeing Bibi Dong had spoken, Qian Renshua knew she didn't mind anymore. So she slowly undressed and stepped into the bath. As soon as Yanzu saw this, he pulled Qian Renshua into his embrace and then wrapped his other arm around Bibi Dong, holding this exquisite mother-daughter pair. The thrill in his heart made him feel euphoric, and his hands felt the difference in touch between Qian Renshua and Bibi Dong, perhaps due to the influence of their divine positions and domains. Qian Renshua's body temperature was slightly higher than Bibi Dong's. This stark contrast intensified the sensations from two different bodies, and Yanzu couldn't hold back anymore. In a steaming bath, their perfect bodies intertwined, making the water seem to boil and the room filled with mist, enhancing the sensual atmosphere. Yanzu had played in a world of many before, but this was the first time in a 3-person world with special identities. It was an indescribable feeling. Once Zhu Zhuqing completed her divine examination, he would have to persuade her to serve him alongside Zhu Zhuyan. After communicating with Qian Renshua and Bibi Dong, Yanzu hurried to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to discuss the upcoming plans with Ning Fengji. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was currently thriving. To support Ning Fengji's needs for information, The sect had gathered thousands of disciples, all bustling about for the happenings in the continent. This way, Ning Fengji had significantly reduced his burdens, but the affairs were still quite heavy. The divine realm? Ning Fengji was greatly surprised to hear what Yin Zhu said. He had only read about the divine realm in texts, and the thought of his daughter Ning Rongrong potentially entering the divine realm made his heart settle completely. With someone watching over in the divine realm, he no longer had to worry about the inheritance of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. At the same time, this also meant that Ning Fengji would become the greatest sect master in the history of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Not only did he ensure the sect's prosperity, making it one of the most powerful sects in the world, but his daughter also entered the divine realm. Such a groundbreaking achievement was truly unprecedented, and it would likely be hard for anyone to replicate in the future. However, when Ning Fengji heard that Yin Zhu wanted him to take Bibi Dong's place, his head started to ache. He helplessly smiled and said, "Ancestor, have some pity on me. As the sect master, I have access to boundless wealth and riches. But now I'm busy with this heavy workload every day. And now you want to add more fuel to the fire? You're truly trying to exhaust me to death." Yin Zhu laughed. As the saying goes, great responsibilities are entrusted to capable people. A father must work harder. Who else can I rely on if not you? Seeing Yin Zhu flattering him, Ning Fengji knew he couldn't refuse this task and expressed his worries. But if you all leave, what will happen if something goes wrong on the continent? As far as I know, that avalanche seems to have returned to the Heaven Do Empire. After returning safely from Sea God Island, he must have some plans. Yin Zhu smiled and reassured him, "Father, don't worry. I've already thought everything through and will leave you a peaceful situation. In the next 6 months, I will eliminate all hidden dangers, so you can rest easy." With Yin Zhu's assurance, Ning Fengji no longer spoke much. He had witnessed Yin Zhu's efficiency in handling matters back in the day. When the once mighty prince of Snow Star from Tiando was dealt with, Yin Zhu had executed him in a single night. And the gruesome details of his death were still often recounted as a topic of conversation over drinks. Yin Zhu and Ning Fengji chatted while wandering around the sect. From a distance, Yin Zhu spotted a little girl running around, with an ancient banyan tree following behind, pretending to chase her and scare her, an amusing scene of playful grandparent and grandchild. Yin Zhu reminisced about the time when he received Rong Rong, who was just as small. Watching everything unfold, he suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. Hearing this, Ning Fengji was taken aback, but quickly dismissed the thought, wondering if Yin Zhu would take his daughter away as well. That wouldn't do. This daughter carried the significant mission of continuing the family line. However, it was clear that Yin Zhu was merely expressing a fleeting sentiment. He then casually took out a medicinal herb and handed it to Ning Fengji, saying, "This can't compare to Rong Rong's exquisite tulip from back then, but it's not an ordinary item either. Give it to the little girl to help her out." After spending a day at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Yin Zhu returned to Spirit City, where he had two people he cared about the most. "Dad, Mom, what I'm about to say, please don't interrupt," Yin Zhu said seriously to his family after they finished their meal together. His parents were not used to seeing him so serious, and, knowing their son had achieved great success, decided not to add to his stress, so they listened intently. Yin Zhu explained his current situation to his parents, who were incredulous but soon calmed down, recalling their son's extraordinary nature since childhood. "Azu, just tell us what you need us to do. Don't worry too much," his father said, putting an arm around Yin Zhu's shoulder. Yin Zhu nodded. "It's nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that in 6 months, I will be heading to the divine realm to do some necessary things." "Will there be danger?" his mother interjected, clasping her hands tightly in front of her chest. Yin Zhu held her hands reassuringly. "Don't worry, Mom. I never undertake things without confidence. It's more important that you enjoy your time in Spirit City. I don't plan to take you to the divine realm this time. First, it still carries some risk for you. Second, the divine realm may not be as interesting as this world. If you feel lonely, you could try to give me a younger brother or sister. Once the situation stabilizes in the divine realm and you've enjoyed enough of the family life here, I'll bring you both there. How does that sound? What is there to think about?" Yin Zhu's father said, patting Yin Zhu's shoulder twice. "Son, do whatever you want. Your mother and I will follow your arrangements." The mother wanted to say more, but swallowed her words when she heard her husband had already made a promise. Yin Zhu stayed in Spirit City for another day, enjoying meals with his family and continuing to spend time with Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong. After that, he began to wander the continent, preparing to eliminate those hidden dangers mentioned by Ning Fengji. Among them, Tang San was definitely the first target, but he needed to be left for last until Gu Yu had finished a role. As for the others, Shuebong, Hao Yin sect, if we were to talk about hidden dangers, Even his father-in-law from Xing Luo could be considered one, as they only followed the path of the Spear Hall due to the changing circumstances. Yin Zhu had spent some time in the underworld. Any noble from Xing Luo was dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall's regulations. However, old Zhu was getting old, and no matter how much he struggled, it wouldn't change much. The real threat in the future would be the younger generation from Sea God Island. After circling around Tiando without finding any trace of Shuebong, Yin Zhu set off for Sea God Island, preparing to strike hard. Initially, the Sea God Island's offerings regarded Yin Zhu's intrusion with the same indifference as before, which led to some people being caught off guard, unable to call for help before meeting their end or simply vanishing. The first person Yin Zhu sought out was naturally Dai Mubai. Among the young people from the continent, Dai Mubai wasn't the strongest. Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianheng, who were also on Sea God Island, displayed considerable potential. Yet, Yin Zhu chose to make an example of Dai Mubai first. He intercepted Dai Mubai on a beach, accompanied by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. What do you mean? Dai Mubai, along with the timid Ma Hongjun and Oscar, felt a deep shadow cast by Yin Zhu. However, being on Sea God Island, Dai Mubai felt he couldn't lose face, so he still had to say the formalities. Is this something you should be asking? Yin Zhu pondered. I'm the one who slept with your fiancé, the one who killed your royal family, and the one who wiped out Xing Luo. Should you have a lot of feelings towards me? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, his fists nearly bleeding from how tightly he clenched them. If he could, he would love to rush forward and tear Yin Zhu to pieces, chewing on his heart and lungs. But he knew he wasn't a match for him, so all he could do was endure until Tang San returned, waiting for a change in circumstances. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. But Dai Mubai was mistaken this time. Yin Zhu wasn't there to humiliate him. Yin Zhu didn't know what it meant to bully the young and poor. He understood that the dead are the most important. His conversation with Dai Mubai was merely giving him a chance to leave a last word. However, it seemed that Dai Mubai had nothing to say. Why not? Was he just not talkative by nature? Yin Zhu aimed at Dai Mubai's forehead and flicked his finger, sending Dai Mubai flying several feet. Dai Mubai felt pain and instinctively activated his martial spirit, letting out a tiger's roar. This commotion attracted others who were also training on Sea God Island, which was what Yin Zhu wanted. Otherwise, with the current energy intensity in his body, that flick could have already blown Dai Mubai apart. But since it was meant to be a warning to others, he naturally had to wait for the audience to be in place. Azu, the first to arrive, Yu Tianheng, was taken aback. You disappoint me, Yu Tianheng, Yin Zhu said, seeing Yu Tianheng's dissatisfaction. So long has passed. How many years has it been? I still haven't seen you bring them to the Spear Hall for registration. Yu Tianheng was at a loss for words, recalling the warning Yin Zhu had given him on the ship a few years ago. Now, remembering it, he felt that Yin Zhu was not here with good intentions, and today he probably couldn't relax and chat as before. As expected, after Yin Zhu looked around and saw the audience gathered, he stood up and turned to Dai Mubai, saying, I've always been kind and understanding. Just like now, although you must die, you at least have the right to choose how to die. Of course, this is a gift for me. So now tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 166, Concerns, Part 2. Dai Mubai forced himself to stand up, watching several streaks of light flying in from the sky. He smirked. Who dies first is hard to say. Don't forget, this is Sea God Island. Before Dai Mubai finished speaking, the Sea God offerings had already arrived above them. See Dragon Douluos shouted, kid. Stop right now. Forget the pain after the scar heals. Yin Zhu lazily ignored those Sea God offerings and slowly walked toward Dai Mubai, saying, just now I suddenly remembered saying, the villain dies from too much talking. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. With a faint red glow in his eyes, Yin Zhu calmly said, watching a person at the end of their road, their last struggles and words are indeed quite interesting. So I advise you to say something valuable. That way, you can live a few more seconds. Devoted ones, are you just going to watch him act recklessly like this? Dai Mubai no longer paid attention to Yin Zhu, knowing that he could not defeat Yin Zhu no matter what. So he directly sought help from the Sea God's devotees. But what Dai Mubai didn't know was that several years ago, Yin Zhu had already arrived at Sea God Island and had given these Sea God devotees a good beating. Now, seeing Yin Zhu come to the island, these Sea God devotees pretended not to see him, and even when Yin Zhu committed extremely inappropriate acts, they only verbally reprimanded him. The more powerful individuals are, the more they can recognize the gaps in strength between each other, and thus can foresee the outcome of a battle. No, Title Douluos will want to fall in vain. unless the sea god appeared and gave them a death order. Otherwise, they would not easily go to war with Yanzu. Seeing that the sea god devotees were serious, but had no intention of teaching Yanzu a lesson, Dai Mubai's heart sank. What does this mean? So many Title Douluos dare not act against him? Why would they be interested? It's simple. Yanzu continued to speak to himself, because once you act, this person will forever disappear from this world. Human hearts always have infinite imagination and possibilities. When you die, you realize that the moment is the last time to leave your final words. Will you regret not saying anything? After saying this, the red light in Yanzu's eyes surged, and Dai Mubai's body suddenly went stiff. He was about to shout for Yanzu to stop, but it was too late. Although Yanzu was interested in certain trivial matters, his patience was equally limited. A beam of red-hot light shot out swiftly from Yanzu's eyes, and then Dai Mubai's head vanished from his upright body. The headless body shook a couple of times and then fell onto the beach. The sound of the sea breeze was incredibly clear, and everyone present was stunned, or rather, they were too scared to breathe. Having spent so much time on Sea God Island, the young people participating in the divine assessment basically knew each other's progress. Dai Mubai was considered one of the outstanding ones among them, but in an instant, all his years of effort became meaningless. His talents had not yet had the chance to be realized before he disappeared forever from this world. Ironic, sad. Yanzu shook his head, then looked at the others. Familiar faces, and continued, "You chose the wrong path, and there is no turning back. Fortunately, you still have a choice." Azu. Yu Tianheng's voice trembled slightly. He was completely awake at this moment. He realized he shouldn't be entangled and hesitant. Right now, Yanzu had killed Dai Mubai, and the next could be him. Yu Tianheng. Before, Yu Tianheng had been indecisive because he thought he had some connection with Yanzu. But now he felt that the person in front of him was incredibly unfamiliar and terrifying. Have you thought it through? Yanzu turned to look at Yu Tianheng when he suddenly called his name. Yes. Yu Tianheng swallowed hard and said, thinking about it now, there was really nothing to hesitate about. Yanzu nodded and said, naturally, the Spirit Hall can also provide you with quality training resources. So listen to me and report to the Spirit Hall. That way, you will all have a bright future. Upon hearing this, everyone probably understood Yanzu's position, and seeing that the sea god devotees were doing nothing, it became clearer who was the stronger side. A good man does not suffer immediate losses. With Dai Mubai as a cautionary tale, who would want to touch this bad luck? Or rather, they shouldn't have come to watch the excitement from the beginning. I know you have all encountered the sea god, that is, Tang San, and have also benefited from the avalanche, so it is only natural to mix with them. Yanzu walked in front of Feng Xiaotian and then looked at the corpse of Dai Mubai on the ground and said, however, once a person dies, they have nothing left. Can you imagine how painful it is to be separated from a beloved one by life and death? Yanzu's voice was like a bone-scraping steel knife, causing everyone present to stand on end, their teeth aching. Feng Xiaotian tightly gripped Hua Wu's hand, and he had to face Yanzu's gaze, saying, I understand. Hearing Feng Xiaotian's tone, Yanzu couldn't help but smile and said, I know you might feel threatened. That being forced to make a choice is humiliating, but believe me, this is really for your own good. Then Yanzu scanned around, and everyone made a promise with their eyes, including Ma Hongjun and Oscar. No matter how deep their relationship with Dai Mubai was, that relationship was not enough to overcome the fear of death. Except for you. Yanzu looked at Ma Hongjun and said, I think it will be better for you to die. WH. Why? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in shock. It's nothing. Just that your face is unpleasant to look at, said Yanzu expressionlessly. So just die. After saying that, Yanzu didn't even give Ma Hongjun time to leave a last word, and with another hot ray, he took him away. Having killed 2 participants in the divine assessment in succession, the sea god devotees watching from above were all indignant. But this sea god island still needed them to oversee the situation, and they could not throw their lives away here in vain. Enough. Stop killing people. The sea witch Douluos couldn't help but shout, do you have any deep grudges that you must kill the other party? Yanzu raised his head and looked at the sea witch Douluos, saying, there's really nothing like that. It's just precautionary. You don't need to reason with me. I won't listen, and I'm not here to argue right or wrong with you. After saying this, Yanzu scanned around again. He had no interest in the trembling Oscar, and the matters on Sea God Island came to a close. After that, Yanzu flew to the Stardow Forest, found Tang San, and got straight to the point. Where is the Hao Ian sect hidden? Why do you think I would tell you? Tang San said fiercely. Yanzu grabbed his hair and spat. Do you think I'm begging you? Why? Just because your beloved rabbit is in my hands. If you keep stalling, tomorrow I'll treat you to spicy rabbit heads. Of course, that is after I enjoy it myself. I don't mind bringing her over to cook in front of you. Am I clear enough? Whether it's clear enough is hard to say, but it's really lowly. Gu commented from aside. Lowly methods are often very effective, Yanzu said, as long as you can bear the negative effects it brings. You can't threaten me with this, Tang since said coldly. My feelings for her are not deep enough to make me betray my family. Is that so? Yanzu laughed. Playing this game with me? Try to lower her value? Let me tell you, this trick won't work. Because I know that your feelings for your family are truly minimal. I understand your background. You're a thief from a second-rate Jianghu sect. To you, the Haoyan sect is just a tool. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt as if struck by lightning, alternating between hot and cold, and his face darkened. He could instantly weigh what was more important in his heart. So he said, the location of the Haoyan sect is in the continuous mountains in the southern part of Xinghua. Find it yourself. You better pray that I can find it, Yanzu laughed. Otherwise, I will still torment your little rabbit. She really misses you, the pure and innocent Tang San. After saying this, Yanzu left the Star Do forest, pondered for a moment, and then suppressed his emotions as he flew towards the Xinghua territory. After chatting with Tang San for a while, Yanzu became excited himself, feeling a bit impulsive to deal with that little dance. But well, business is important. Yanzu repeatedly conducted a thorough search in the southern part of Xinghua, where there are continuous mountain ranges, and indeed discovered the location of the Haoyan sect. It must be said that the Haoyan sect has truly grown wildly. This mountain range is rich in resources, and the Haoyan sect acts as a local emperor here, constantly expanding. Although its buildings are not as magnificent and striking as those of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the scale is indeed considerable. Without saying a word, Yanzu flew directly in and proceeded deeper along the path. Faced with this sudden invasion, the disciples of the Haoyan sect, who had long been out of battle, did not react in time. In the blink of an eye, Yanzu had already reached a place that looked like a conference hall. Along the way, he had not faced any serious attacks or interceptions, indicating that the people of the Haoyan sect did not expect their hidden location to be invaded. Or perhaps their defenses had not yet been built. However, this was a good thing for them, as they would not need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Yanzu touched the tables and chairs in the hall. After a short while, four burly men barged in. Most of the people from the Haoyan sect have such a build, robust and strong. Though there are exceptions, they are indeed few. Yanzu raised his eyes and scanned the room, pointing at one of them. You're Tang Hao, right? Tang Hao suddenly called out, frowned, and asked, Who are you? How do you know my? I don't know. Yanzu interrupted his questioning and said, Just a guess. After all, among these people, you look the most disheveled. Why have you suddenly barged into our sect? Tang Xiao asked. As soon as he finished speaking and recognized Yanzu's face, Tang Xiao seemed to remember something. His eyes widened in surprise, and then he said sternly, Could it be that you are the Yanzu that everyone in Xinghua talks about? Well, you certainly have a broad knowledge and a promising future. Yanzu nodded, somewhat surprised that Tang Xiao could recognize him at a glance. So, it seems that our two elders from the Haoyan sect really died at your hands. Once Tang Xiao spoke, the entire conference hall began to shake, and the commotion caused by the four Title Douluos unleashing their soul power was indeed not small. And then, Yanzu casually flicked his ear. They did. But they won't be the last two. Then there is nothing more to say. Tang Xiao's words had barely fallen when Tang Hao's hammer was already in front of Yanzu's forehead. Yanzu looked at the massive Haoyan hammer as it smashed down, remaining motionless, wanting to see what kind of power this Haoyan hammer truly possessed. However, Yanzu was thinking too much. Even if he did not have the copper skin and iron bones now, just the fact that he cultivated divine power was enough to create a dimensional gap between him and these soul masters. The heavy hammer of Tang Hao smashed down without causing Yanzu the slightest harm. Instead, Tang Hao himself was shaken, feeling chest pain and spitting blood, his hands trembling. The four giant hammers took turns pounding Yanzu. The Title Douluos of the Haoyan sect were all battle maniacs, and when they got serious, the momentum was indeed impressive. In an instant, the four Haoyan hammers had nearly demolished the conference hall. Yanzu cracked his neck and looked at the four fierce-looking men, saying, Is this all you've got? Use a bit of strength, I won't break. Yanzu toyed with the four men for a while many disciples of the Haoyan sect gathered to watch. Looking at Tang Hao and the others, whose soul power had been mostly consumed, Yanzu said, I really like you guys. You act swiftly and decisively, no unnecessary chatter, swinging your hammers and just going for it. People like this are often ready to perish at any moment. Well, today is that day. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanzu's cutting line instantly swept across the scene. No matter how strong the defense, it could not withstand the almost limitless high-temperature rays. And no matter how strong the combat intuition, it could not outrun light. For these soul masters, Yanzu's most perverse trait is probably his unpredictability. They would not know what Yanzu would do next, as everything he did was without warning, completely different from the battle rhythm they were accustomed to. Opening martial souls and revealing soul rings were things they had to do in battle, and were important bases for their on-site judgment, but Yanzu had none of these. Moreover, who would have thought this guy could instantly shoot destructive beams from his eyes? This meant that the moment you made eye contact with him, you had already lost the chance to win. The four differently shaped Haotian hammers dissipated into the air because their master had forever closed his eyes. Everything returned to silence. The bodies of the four burly men maintained their postures from before they died, and a gust of wind blew through the mountains, causing these sculptural bodies to break into two pieces, falling to the ground with a dull thud. At the same time, a sharp explosion echoed through the mountain valley. The terrified screams of the Haotian sect disciples filling the air. Yanzu stepped forward, took the soul bones from the four Title Douluos, intending to keep them for his wife, and then left the Haotian sect. With the strongest combat power of the Haotian sect eliminated, the matter here was considered resolved. Without strong combat power to support it, the Haotian sect was simply not a threat. Chapter 167. Goodbye, Little Mother Dragon. After eliminating the Title Douluos powerhouses of the Haotian sect, Yanzu returned to the Spirit Hall, informed Bibi Dong of the details, and asked her to send elders to handle the aftermath, while he continued to trace the whereabouts of the avalanche. Speaking of leads, there was none at all. Yanzu arrived at Shrek Academy, preparing to start from here. Speaking of Shrek Academy, although it had stumbled in the Soul Master competition and lacked the support of Tang San and his group of students, under Flinder's careful management, it had become increasingly prosperous. Yanzu found Flinder's location, which seemed to be their office. Besides Flinder, Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujing were also present. Lu Erlong. Yanzu recalled the scene of their intense entanglement in front of Yu Xiaojiang and couldn't help but feel a surge of heat. At that time, he thought this old virgin had a certain charm. Now, seeing her figure again, it was still so alluring. Forget it. Let us handle the business first. Then deal with her. Yanzu walked into the office. Before he could speak, he felt a fire burning towards him. So he raised his hand and casually dispersed Lu Erlong's attack. This is a brand new set. Flinder shouted as he looked at the burning table, while also noticing Yanzu's arrival. He immediately adjusted his glasses and adopted a serious expression. Lu Erlong clenched her fists, her silver teeth tightly gritted, her eyes bulging as she stared at the young man who had once defiled her in front of her beloved. That boy was now a proper young man. He is? The one from the Soul Master competition? I heard he is from the Spear Hall. Flinder looked at Yanzu, who had a frivolous demeanor, and instinctively sensed that the visitor was not friendly. What a great temper. Yanzu clapped his hands, not even glancing at Lu Erlong, and sat down on a chair, looking at Flinder. I don't remember you having an appointment today. Flinder adjusted his collar and said, I'm asking you questions and you answer truthfully. That's good for everyone, Yanzu said, then turned to Lu Erlong and added, for your sake, I will show some courtesy first. Upon hearing this, Flinder glanced at Lu Erlong and saw her complexion darkening. Clearly, she had a significant connection with Yanzu. Flinder couldn't help but recall the day years ago when Lu Erlong's temperament changed drastically. Could it be that they had formed a grudge back then? Go call Xiaojiang over. Lu Erlong fixed her icy gaze on Yanzu and said coldly. Zhao Wujing was momentarily stunned, realizing that Lu Erlong was instructing him to do something. He had always respected and feared Lu Erlong, so he promptly left the office. What's going on? Yanzu blinked and said, You don't really think that the three of you and your martial soul fusion technique pose any threat to me, do you? Flander didn't understand the grievances between Lu Erlong and Yanzu, but seeing Lu Erlong so flustered, he was certain that starting a fight with the person in front of him was not the best choice. So, what exactly are you doing here? Flander stood in front of Lu Erlong and looked at Yanzu. Look at this grand enterprise. Yanzu glanced around and said, Avalanche is indeed willing to invest. I came here just to ask about the whereabouts of your angel investor. The whereabouts of Prince Avalanche? Flander understood Avalanche's intentions for doing all this, and he naturally knew that his current whereabouts were absolute secrets. Even he himself had some trouble trying to meet Avalanche. I have no obligation to tell you. Flander rejected decisively. Yanzu shook his head and said, Don't be like that. You're an adult now, and adults can't be so willful. After all, I might just get a whim and decide to. You need to understand whose territory this is. Flander lit his pipe and took a deep puff, saying, "Kid, it seems your elders never taught you manners. How about this? You turn around now, walk 10 meters, close the door, and I will pretend nothing happened and let you leave here completely unharmed. How about it?" Alas, Yanzu found himself neither able to laugh nor get angry. So he said, "Sometimes I have a strong killing intent, but sometimes I don't feel like making a move. I can only say you're really lucky." Just then, a commotion was heard at the door, and Yu Xiaojiang appeared, panting. The moment he saw Yanzu, his face turned pale. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang arrive, Lu Erlong did not engage with the two and directly moved positions. Yu Xiaojiang and Flander instantly understood her intentions as they saw Lu Erlong ready to act. With her sharp gaze, the tacit understanding built over the years among the three of them needed no words. Sun and moon shine, golden turn. 3 streams of soul power surged into the sky, directly lifting the ceiling of the principal's office. Flander felt a pang of pain in his heart at this sight, but it was too late. He could only subdue the person in front of him first and then ask Lu Erlong about the cause and effect. Yanzu slowly watched as the useless Luo Sanpao transformed into the golden sacred dragon, unhurriedly clapping his hands. The once imposing golden sacred dragon instantly wilted, losing its voice, and Luo Sanpao was slapped back to his original form, rolling on the ground and groaning in pain. Flander, Liu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang were all hit hard by this, each clutching their chests with expressions of shock. "What's with that expression?" Yanzu said, "As if you could really do something to me. This kid." Flander, while shocked, quickly thought of an escape route. He would wait for Yanzu to ask again, and then he would inform him of how to contact Avalanche. But Yanzu was the type to act on a whim. He had already given Flander a chance, and now he intended to teach them a lesson first. Just as Flander was about to speak, he suddenly saw a shadow flash before him, and then his face received a heavy slap. Yu Xiaojiang, who was closest to the door, was even directly slapped down the stairs. If it weren't for Zhao Wuji leaping up to catch him, Yu Xiaojiang would have been a pile of mush by now. In the end, we all disappointed each other. Yanzu lifted Flander's deformed face with his toes and said, "You all are just too stubborn." What do you want to do?" Flander, fearing that Yanzu might suddenly crush him, struggled to bring the topic back on track. The whereabouts of Avalanche. Yanzu walked towards Lu Erlong and pointed at her, causing her to fall to the ground as if her bones had turned to jelly. The divine power was a complete dimensional crushing of soul power. "I don't know." Flander felt as if his lower jaw had dislocated, and it was very difficult and painful to speak. "This is your last chance." Yanzu's eyes glowed red. He was starting to get angry. "I really don't know." Flander said with great difficulty, "I only know how to contact him." "Good, you found a way out." Yanzu did not look at Flander but squatted down and pinched Lu Erlong's face. At this moment, Lu Erlong's expression didn't need much description. Yanzu, following his own desires, played with her face, making her show various expressions for his amusement. Flander watched from the side, furious. After all, Lu Erlong had once been the woman he deeply loved. However, for the sake of Yu Xiaojiang and their friendship, Flander chose to withdraw. Yet he still had feelings for Lu Erlong, and now seeing Yanzu tormenting her, although he felt indignant, he was helpless due to his lack of strength. He could only temporarily hold back and wait for an opportunity for revenge later. "Use this." Flander's palm glowed with white light, and a jade piece appeared. "A soul guy, right?" Yanzu released Lu Erlong's face and took the object. He had used such things before. "By inscribing the information you want to convey onto it with soul power, you can receive it," Flander explained. "If you had done this earlier, there wouldn't have been any issues." Yanzu picked up the jade piece and adjusted his clothing. Seeing this, Flander sighed with relief. No matter what, he had finally managed to send off this pest. However, Flander had barely relaxed for a second when an even greater shock made his nerves tense again. Yanzu indeed left, but he took the powerless Lu Erlong with him. What does he want to do? Flander struggled to get up, but Yanzu's flying speed was incredibly fast and had already disappeared from his sight. Yu Xiaojiang also saw Yanzu take Lu Erlong away, and only he knew what Lu Erlong would experience after being taken by Yanzu. The scene from that day kept replaying in his mind, leaving him in a daze. "This is the second time," Yu Xiaojiang murmured. Zhao Wuji saw Yu Xiaojiang's vacant expression and thought he had hurt his head when he fell, so he took him directly to the infirmary. Flander looked at the sky, wanting to summon his martial soul to chase after them, but as soon as he used his soul power, he couldn't help but spit out blood. He had no choice but to give up. Upon further thought, since Yanzu hadn't killed him and Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong probably wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger either. However, Flander recalled how Yin Zhu had tormented Lu Erlong and dared not think too much about what would happen next. Yin Zhu flew into the city with Lu Erlong, booked a room, and then threw Lu Erlong onto the bed. When will you learn to be a bit smarter? Yin Zhu looked at Lu Erlong, who was powerless and slumped on the bed, speaking while taking off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique. Lu Erlong snorted coldly, closed her eyes, and showed an expression of indifference to death, saying, "You can torment me all you want. Unless you kill me, I will keep going until I turn you, this evil thief, into ashes." Good. Yin Zhu clapped his hands and said, "What a never-give-up little dragon. You better keep your word. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Not only will I not kill you, but I will also help you cultivate. Do you dare to accept? Accept my gifts, become stronger, and see if you have a chance to defeat me?" Yin Zhu acted decisively, directly revealing the soul bones he had taken from Tang Hao and others. In an instant, the bed was filled with a dazzling light, making it hard for Lu Erlong to open her eyes. Soul bones? Lu Erlong was startled. From the soul power emanating from these soul bones, none were anything less than divine grade. They must be soul bones of the sex inheritance level to have such a performance. Lu Erlong was also seeing so many soul bones for the first time, momentarily enchanted by this power, completely forgetting her situation, and couldn't help but reach out to touch them. Due to Lu Erlong's intense desire for power at that moment, as soon as she touched the soul bone, it immediately merged into her body. The frenzied influx of power made Lu Erlong let out a soft moan. The feeling was incredibly pleasurable. Lu Erlong felt her injuries rapidly healing, and she also sensed that her bones were being refreshed, a refreshing sensation rushing straight to her mind. The pleasure of absorbing the soul bones intoxicated Lu Erlong, to the point that she didn't even notice her pantyhose had been removed by Yin Zhu. When she felt a chill on her chest and opened her eyes, she discovered that Yin Zhu had torn her clothes into tatters. As Yin Zhu spread apart Lu Erlong's beautifully toned legs, he licked his lips and said, "Next, let's both get what we need. I really miss your incredibly hot body." "Pervert," Lu Erlong cursed, but then she couldn't continue as she could no longer control her lips and tongue, unable to make the sound she wanted to. "I would have thought you had a fever," Yin Zhu thought, feeling Lu Erlong's body. "It's really hot and so wet." Faced with Yin Zhu's fierce invasion, Lu Erlong bit her lip until it bled. She remembered Yin Zhu's previous provocations and thought, "Just wait, I will survive until the day you turn to ashes." With such determination, Lu Erlong released her grip on the torn bed sheets, trembling as she reached for the scattered soul bones on the bed. Her mind was filled with only one thought: power. Yin Zhu also noticed Lu Erlong's small movements and thought, "Can she really handle this? Will she get so carried away that she loses herself? Or has her willpower strengthened to such a degree?" However, regardless of whether Lu Erlong's actions were dangerous, Yin Zhu could no longer stop. "It's coming." The first wave. Lu Erlong forgot how she absorbed those 4 soul bones. All she knew was that by the end, she was completely unable to move, but her body was not experiencing pain, only extreme pleasure. This wonderful feeling filled every cell in her body. She felt like a balloon blown to its limit, ready to burst with just a light touch. Slap! Yin Zhu turned over and slapped Lu Erlong's firm buttocks hard. With that slap, Lu Erlong's body shook violently. Yin Zhu exclaimed, saying, "I didn't expect it could be played like this. After I go back, I should let them try absorbing soul bones while doing this. How thrilling it must be." Lu Erlong's mind was numb. She couldn't respond to Yin Zhu's words. If she could see herself in a mirror right now, she would see her eyes rolling back, transparent saliva uncontrollably flowing from the corners of her mouth, looking just as Yin Zhu described. It was overwhelming. Chapter 168. Xiao Wu's determination rain tapped against the window, and Lu Erlong slowly opened her eyes, seeing darkness outside, unaware of how long she had been asleep, or how many nights had passed. In her memory, Yin Zhu's assault had been incredibly brutal, but now her body felt light, and she had no discomfort at all. Absorbing several high-quality soul bones in a short time had dramatically increased her soul power level and strengthened her physique. Everything felt like a dream. Lu Erlong was not even wearing clothes. She walked slowly to the window, opened it, and the wind, carrying light rain, blew in. Raindrops fell on her high breasts and flowed along the curves. It seemed to be deep night, silent and tranquil, with only the sound of wind and rain, bringing an unparalleled calmness to her heart. To Lu Erlong, everything felt so unreal. What exactly? As she felt the soul bones within her, it brought her back from her ethereal state. Lu Erlong thought she should be angry, but she was incredibly calm, perhaps for the first time in her life. Letting go of all distractions, she focused on her cultivation and, aside from this inner demon, Lu Erlong thought this way, not wanting to return to Shrek Academy, and began to wander alone across the continent. After Yanzu was done with Lu Erlong, he used the soul guide he obtained from Flander to meet with Avalanche. Even so, Avalanche was still very cautious, and Yanzu fully cooperated with his little tricks, confirming Avalanche's location. Oh my, isn't that Azu? The moment Avalanche saw Yanzu appear, he realized he had fallen into a trap. He knew that the people around him were not even worth a finger poke from Yanzu and understood he couldn't escape, so he pretended to greet him casually. Although Avalanche had no real strengths, years of living in fear as part of the royal family had honed his acting skills, and he was quick on his feet. Yanzu initially wanted to meet and take Avalanche's head, but when Avalanche greeted him with a smile and friendly demeanor, his desire to take his life was momentarily set aside, and they chatted in a tavern. What are your plans next? Yanzu asked Avalanche while swirling his wine glass. Let's not talk about those troubling matters. Come on, eat and drink well, Avalanche replied with a playful grin. All right, no need for that. Yanzu set down his wine glass, saying, I came to find you for serious business. We know each other well, so let's speak plainly. Avalanche's hand, which was raised for a toast, froze in midair. After a long pause, his smile disappeared, and he set his cup down on the table, saying, You're here to kill me, aren't you? Yes, Yanzu replied calmly. You're a symbol of the old royal family, and you must die. 4. Long-term peace. Your death will cause some people's hearts to die with you. If you live, many people may die in the future. Avalanche slowly gasped, and Yanzu noticed his lips trembling as if walking on thin ice. Avalanche shook his head. How many days have I lived like this? Only to end up facing death. After all, when one dies, everything ends, Yanzu said. As long as you're alive, there's always a new path to take. I want to take a new path now. Is it still possible? Avalanche gathered all his courage, looking directly into Yanzu's eyes, knowing his life and death were in Yanzu's hands. At this moment, he was in a desperate situation. He had no choice but to confront it. Yanzu thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled, saying, Avalanche, you really should have died, but your question has made me hesitate, because I've always believed that at any point in life, there's a possibility for change. So, are you willing to give me this chance? Avalanche seemed to grasp a lifeline. You still want to restore your country, right? Yanzu leaned back in his chair and said, Right now, I just want to live, Avalanche replied. Then you'll want to restore your country. Yanzu shook his head. Do you know the truth about how the Tiendo Empire was destroyed? Not entirely. Avalanche continued the conversation, thinking that living for even a second was worth it. Yanzu said, Your brother, Xue Qinghe, died long ago. The one who has held the title of Crown Prince all this time has been a master of the Spirit Hall. By saying this, you should understand. Avalanche clenched his fists, not knowing why Yanzu was telling him this. But it was fine. He would understand his own death better this way. Xue Er, that is, the master of the Spirit Hall. Yanzu continued, I spared your life because you did deceive her. She thinks you are an aimless waste, and she does not have a thirst for killing, so she left you alive. Originally, you could have lived your life like this. Even though the Heaven Do Empire has been ruled by the Spirit Hall, you still had the chance to live a life of wealth and honor. I had no choice. Xue Bong spread his hands, agitated. My uncle is watching me. Those people behind me are all looking at me. My father. Before my father passed away, he entrusted the Han Hai Qian Kuinjia to me. I have a chance. Yes, you indeed have a chance, and it's not small, Yanzu shrugged. Unfortunately, with me around, those chances will all. You have put all your hopes on Tang San. Haven to you? The god in your eyes who can surpass everything. Xue Bong fell silent for a long time, then nodded and said, Yes, he is my trump card. Then let me tell you now, your trump card is used up. What will you do? Yanzu said, Give me a way out. Xue Bong gritted his teeth and pleaded, I beg you. Begging me is useless. You need to convince me. Yanzu waved his hand. At the very least, you need to make me feel at ease. You see, I am very willing to give people opportunities. You must seize it. Xue Bong thought for a moment and said, There are still many forces behind me watching. If I say I won't do it anymore, they will kill me. They will find another me. I will give you the list. You can kill them, and I assure you, I won't cause you any more trouble. Oh, a list. Yanzu nodded. See, you still have something on you, right? So, you give me that list, and I'll suffer a bit and visit them. As for you, Xue Bong swallowed hard, looking at Yanzu's thoughtful expression, cold sweat breaking out all over him. Here's the deal. Yanzu made a decision. I will take you to the Spirit City to report in. From now on, you will become a common citizen of the Spirit City, living an honest life and passing this life peacefully. How about that? All right. Shuebong immediately stood up, fidgeting, not knowing how to conduct himself. Yin Zhu didn't waste time, grabbing him and flying to the spirit city, bringing him in front of Bibi Dong. At the moment they entered the spirit city, Shuebong's heart completely sank. He knew it was all over. He could no longer stir up any storms. Bibi Dong looked at Shuebong's somewhat disheveled back and said, "As for the people on the list, I will send someone to deal with them. No need, I'll go personally." Yin Zhu rubbed his hands. This is also a kind of enjoyment. Yin Zhu didn't like killing, but he enjoyed tormenting those once proud old nobles, often torturing them to death without feeling satisfied. The people on the list Shuebong handed over were mostly soul sage level individuals, and they had a lot of money. They survived by hiding their identities during the changes of times, relying on the foundations they had exploited to thrive in the new society under new rules. But now, the good days were over. Kill a batch of people, liberate another batch. Once Yin Zhu completed all of this, he would just need to wait for news from Guyu. Once Guyu regained her strength, Tang San would be of no use. And then he would kill Tang San, taking his wives to ascend to the divine realm, where he would fight against those so-called gods. And from then on, he could enjoy life forever. Thinking about all this, Yin Zhu felt very good. After returning to his divine mansion, he passed by Xiao Wu's room and remembered he hadn't visited this little rabbit in a long time, so he stopped. He had been avoiding Xiao Wu because he knew that in her eyes, there was only Tang San. It would be pointless for him to go there, and he had no desire to please her. After all, there were plenty of women in this divine mansion. In terms of figure, Xiao Wu couldn't compare to Zhu Zhuqing, and in terms of charm, she was far behind Zi Zhenju and Hulaina. For a long time, Xiao Wu was just a piece of chicken rib in Yin Zhu's eyes. It was a pity to abandon it, but eating it. After all, he hadn't tasted it. Should he give it a try? Yin Zhu opened Xiao Wu's door and saw her staring blankly at the window, resting her chin on her hands. Upon noticing the door open, Xiao Wu turned around and saw Yin Zhu's face, her heart leaping. Zhu Zhuqing's words echoed in her mind. Speaking of which, it had been quite a while since Zhu Zhuqing came to find Xiao Wu, which made her increasingly anxious. She thought she was doomed. So Zhu Zhuqing had given up on her. In reality, Zhu Zhuqing had only learned about Tang San's news from Yin Zhu and, knowing there was no hope left, had stopped trying to convince Xiao Wu because it all seemed meaningless. I want to live to see Sangu again. Xiao Wu looked at Yin Zhu's face, silently making up her mind. Long time no see, little rabbit. Do you have something to say to me? Yin Zhu casually walked to the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea. In his view, unless something unexpected happened, Xiao Wu would still remain cold and silent. Then he would drink a couple of sips of tea, find it uninteresting, and leave. If Zhu Zhuqing hadn't interfered, the plot would have developed like this. Xiao Wu opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Making up her mind was one thing. Actually doing it was another. There were some words she couldn't bring herself to say. But Xiao Wu understood that she had to push herself because she felt she was on the edge of a cliff. Can you take me out for a walk? After saying this, Xiao Wu's naturally hanging hands tightened around her skirt, her eyes looking elsewhere. Huh? Yin Zhu was a bit surprised, raising his head and putting down the cup, looking at Xiao Wu. This is the first time you've made a request. Of course, I won tea refuse. Yin Zhu stood up and walked in front of Xiao Wu, brushing aside her hair and examining her. You've been locked up for too long. You look a bit haggard. This won't do. Xiao Wu resisted the impulse to kick Yin Zhu away and let him touch her face. Let us go. I'll take you out for a stroll. Yin Zhu pried open Xiao Wu's fist and took her hand. I know you might not be in the mood, but you really should see my divine mansion. I personally think it's quite a wonder of the world. Xiao Wu wasn't interested in any of this. What she cared about was Yin Zhu's attitude towards her. She wanted to know how he planned to deal with her. No matter what, she had to survive. If compromising could allow her to live and even help Sangu, then, as Zhu Zhuqing said, some sacrifices were worth nothing. Xiao Wu left the room where she had been confined for so long. In her eyes, she didn't care about the beautiful scenery of Yin Zhu's divine mansion. She just felt that the sky had never been so beautiful. It was clearly the same sky, but seeing it from that room and standing outside was a completely different feeling. Can I ask you for one more thing? Xiao Wu looked at the sky and said. Yin Zhu looked at Xiao Wu. No matter how old she was at that moment, she presented herself as a young girl, and a somewhat silly one at that. So, when she cautiously made a request to Yin Zhu, he unexpectedly felt a bit guilty. You can say it, Yin Zhu replied. Can you not make me go back to that room again? When Xiao Wu said this, she couldn't help but feel emotional, tears welling in her eyes. She did have the thought of testing Yin Zhu and gaining more freedom, but she truly didn't want to go back to that room. After coming out once, just recalling the air in there made her feel suffocated. Yanzu thought for a moment and said, "That is not a problem. But if your mind is not here and you run around, it will be very troublesome for me." We each take a step back. Seeing hope, Xiao Wu immediately said, "I promise not to run around, but you have to give me a little more space and freedom, okay?" Since he said that, how could I refuse? Yanzu didn't think much and agreed, knowing that Xiao Wu's heart wouldn't change so easily. The loyalty of this soul beast far exceeded human imagination. But Yanzu wasn't afraid of Xiao Wu playing tricks. This was his divine residence, his territory. She really didn't lie to me. Seeing that Yanzu readily agreed to her request, Xiao Wu recalled what Zhu Zhuyan had said to her, realizing that Yanzu was indeed easy to coax. It seemed that as long as she complied a little, he would agree to any request. Perhaps by doing so, she could really help Sangge. With this thought, Xiao Wu became more motivated and relaxed, starting to enjoy everything in this divine residence. The delicious food, beautiful scenery, and the gradually emerging local customs. Once a person accepts their position, they naturally feel at ease. Seeing Xiao Wu finally showing some pleasant expressions, Yanzu felt that this seemingly useless thing was gradually becoming interesting. Chapter 169, Xiao Wu's Determination, Part 2. Yanzu took Xiao Wu around the vicinity of the divine residence for a while. Zhu Zhuyan watched the two from a distance, feeling restless. Soon after, Yanzu returned to the divine residence with Xiao Wu and bumped into Zhu Zhuyan on the way. Zhu Zhuyan pretended it was a coincidence, but Xiao Wu took the initiative to greet her and expressed to Yanzu that she wanted to live with Zhu Zhuyan, saying they got along well. How could someone like Zhu Zhuyan, a noble lady, get along with a soul beast? Xiao Wu was unaware of Tang San's situation, thinking that her actions were in sync with Zhu Zhuyan, not knowing that Zhu Zhuyan was feeling extremely irritated seeing her. Yanzu knew that Zhu Zhuyan had visited Xiao Wu earlier, so he assumed they had developed some feelings for each other. Didn't he oppose it? In fact, he had no reason to oppose it. Xiao Wu's request conveniently allowed him to train her well tonight. Xiao Wu entered the room with Zhu Zhuyan. Seeing Zhu Zhuyan silent, she took the initiative to ask, "What should we do now?" In Xiao Wu's eyes, Zhu Zhuyan naturally knew more about the situation, and indeed she did. However, Zhu Zhuyan had been beaten down by reality and had lost her enthusiasm. When Xiao Wu asked, she frowned and gave her a warning look, shaking her head. Xiao Wu was puzzled, so Zhu Zhuyan pointed to her ear, indicating Yanzu's abilities. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu quickly nodded and fell silent. Zhu Zhuyan thought to herself, she really can make up her mind to please Yanzu. It seems Tang San is indeed special to her. If she knew the truth and caused a ruckus, angering Yanzu and losing her life in vain, it would be truly pitiful. This feeling of compassion stirred in Zhu Zhuyan, and she decided to accompany Xiao Wu in playing along with this act. She also knew Yanzu's temperament. As long as Xiao Wu slept with Yanzu a few times and developed feelings, he would likely spare her life no matter how mischievous she became in the future. In the evening, after Yanzu finished cultivating his divine power, he came to Zhu Zhuyan's room. As soon as he entered, he used his divine power to set a restriction, which was naturally aimed at Xiao Wu, simply preventing her from leaving the room. In Yanzu's impression, Xiao Wu should still be a virgin. When Xiao Wu saw Yanzu enter, she immediately felt a bit flustered but pretended to be calm and looked at Zhu Zhuyan. Zhu Zhuyan knew exactly why Yanzu came to her, as the other women in the divine residence were busy cultivating day and night to become divine, and she was the most free. Thus, she had taken on the responsibility of helping Yanzu relieve his urges most of the time, and Yanzu's visit tonight was just a routine matter. Seeing Zhu Zhuyan naturally step forward to help Yanzu undress, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel anxious. Unable to sit still, she had to stand up and say, "I need to go for a walk." Yanzu, upon hearing this, sneered and did not lift the restriction, just watching Xiao Wu anxiously pace around the room. Useless. Zhu Zhuyan understood Yanzu's thoughts. The fact that he agreed to let Xiao Wu stay in the same room meant he had decided to take her tonight. To date, Zhu Zhuyan had never seen a woman escape from Yanzu's grasp. Even the likes of Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Poseidon were all subdued by him. It was ridiculous for a mere soul beast like Xiao Wu to think she could negotiate. After Zhu Zhuyan helped Yanzu out of his clothes, she pulled her own top down to her shoulders, exposing a large area of her chest and deep cleavage, yet still holding back, not revealing everything. One of her long legs draped over Yanzu's waist, and then she kissed him passionately. Yanzu enjoyed Zhu Zhuyan's seductive demeanor. Seeing that she didn't take off all her clothes, he knew she was tempting him, which only heightened his desire. With Xiao Wu also in the room, Yanzu was even more determined to make Zhu Zhuyan feel blissful, and he turned over to push Zhu Zhuyan down, taking control. Xiao Wu couldn't leave the room and didn't dare look at the scene on the bed. However, hearing Zhu Zhiyun's delicate voice made her heart itch. She thought, is this the price she mentioned? It seems she has already gotten used to it. To secure the future, she must go to such lengths? To please that man without any reservations. With this thought, Xiao Wu couldn't help but steal a glance. Just that one glance struck her like lightning, leaving her numb all over, frozen in place. She had never seen such an alluring scene. When she was a soul beast, she had no idea what was wrong with such a scene, but after transforming into a human, only now did she realize how shocking and captivating the act of mating could be. Yanzu noticed Xiao Wu sneaking a peek and became even more excited. Zhu Zhiyun was completely engrossed, ignoring everything else. Yanzu let out a long breath and then passionately kissed Zhu Zhiyun's body, gently laying her down before looking at Xiao Wu and saying, "Little bunny, come here." Xiao Wu woke up from her daze at Yanzu's call, startled and wanting to leave, but although Zhu Zhiyun's room was large, there was nowhere for her to hide. Yanzu looked at the panicked Xiao Wu and laughed. "What are you doing? Weren't you just watching intently?" Xiao Wu looked around, desperately seeking a crack to hide in, but as she saw Yanzu approaching closer with his bare body, she was so frightened that she pressed herself against the wall and curled up. When Yanzu's body blocked the light, casting a shadow over her, Xiao Wu, in a moment of desperation, activated her soul ring and kicked towards Yanzu's chin. Yanzu smiled slightly, easily dodging by tilting his head, while grabbing Xiao Wu's ankle, secretly surprised. He really didn't know how Xiao Wu's legs could be so long yet look so coordinated. She could be said to have the longest legs among all Yanzu's women, yet she wasn't as tall as Qianren Shua. "I'm sorry, Sangge," Xiao Wu thought in despair. "Xiao Wu couldn't give her perfect self to you, but this is also for our future. Otherwise, I would never let you have your way." Xiao Wu bit her lip, closed her eyes, and showed a look of being ready to face death, no longer resisting. Yanzu saw this and laughed. "Why be like this? You will soon know how joyful it is to be a woman." Speaking of this, Yanzu felt deep down that women enjoyed this more than men. If it weren't for the fact that all of Yanzu's women had stunning figures and divine beauty, he felt he might quickly lose interest in such matters. Women are different. In Yanzu's impression, women seem very comfortable from the moment they embrace. He remembers the time he was in a passionate relationship with Yi Lingling, where they simply held each other and whispered stimulating sweet nothings, causing Yi Lingling to become wet. Just a simple caress could make her intoxicated, unable to stop, not to mention the passionate expressions that followed. Yanzu saw that Xiao Wu had already given up resisting, and he was not polite at all. He picked her up around the waist and directly threw her onto the bed, beginning to slowly appreciate his prey. Having regained her composure, Zhu Zhiyun climbed onto Yanzu's shoulder, kissing his neck, and glanced sideways at Xiao Wu, saying, "In the end, you really turned her into one of us." Yanzu smiled slightly, raised his hand to press Zhu Zhiyun's red lips, and said, "Don't kiss me, kiss her." Zhu Zhiyun slithered like a snake to Xiao Wu's side, looking at her fair neck. Yanzu watched as he saw Xiao Wu instantly clench her fists, her body trembling slightly. Yanzu lifted Xiao Wu's skirt, watching as the clean underwear gradually showed stains. Soon, he pounced on Xiao Wu entirely. Feeling Yanzu's muscular body, Xiao Wu gripped the bedsheet tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. The only thing she could do was imagine the person who was ravaging her as Tang San. But it was useless. She knew Tang San didn't have such chiseled muscles and wouldn't treat her so violently. Xiao Wu's figure was very similar to Ning Rongrong's, with almost no difference except that her legs were a bit longer. Because Xiao Wu was a spirit beast, Yanzu showed no mercy, having endured for a long time. This was a rare situation for Yanzu. Usually, he would take action as soon as he liked someone. Now, waiting until Xiao Wu was in this state was already very restrained. By the early hours of the morning, Yanzu lay on his side, holding Xiao Wu, while behind him, Zhu Zhiyun held him in the same position, and the three of them slept soundly. As their breathing gradually became even, a slender arm slowly lifted in the darkness, and then a flash of cold light appeared. In the silence, a woman's soft cry of pain was heard, followed by a dagger flying into the wall, embedding itself. Yanzu held Xiao Wu's wrist, neither opening his eyes nor getting up, but instead pressing Xiao Wu back into his embrace, gently rubbing her slender wrist with his fingers and saying, "Did you think you were the first person to get up in the middle of the night to try to kill me? Sleep well, you're exhausted." After saying this, Yanzu felt the stiff person in his arms gradually soften and then fell silent. The next morning, when Xiao Wu woke up, Yanzu was already gone from the bed. She was indeed exhausted, not only tired, but felt like she had been completely worn out. Her body was covered in bruises, many of which were marks left by Yan Zhu's mouth, and her bones ached. Xiao Wu struggled to get up and saw Zhu Zhiyun, who was already getting ready. It was clear she had just gotten up, but her condition was much better, perhaps because she had more flesh on her body than Xiao Wu. This is what you call a price, right? Xiao Wu searched for her clothes, but eventually gave up and took a new set from the soul guide device. What's wrong? Are you feeling wronged? Zhu Zhiyun asked, not looking back as she continued to get ready. After Xiao Wu got dressed, she sat on the bed in silence for a long time before asking, how long have you been living like this? Since the Star Luo Empire was destroyed. Zhu Zhiyun paused, then corrected herself, saying, no, it started from the first time I met him. Xiao Wu was taken aback, recalling something. If that was the case, then Zhu Zhiyun had already been with Yan Zhu during the Soul Master competition. It's been so many years. Xiao Wu's lips trembled as she looked at the woman in front of her, somewhat dumbfounded. How did you endure it? Xiao Wu couldn't help but forget her own situation because, in her eyes, Zhu Zhiyun had it much worse. At first, it was like a nightmare, Zhu Zhiyun said flatly. But later, after I lost everything, it actually became much better, because from that moment on, my goal became clear and defined. For revenge? Xiao Wu asked. That's right. For revenge, Zhu Zhiyun said, appearing calm on the surface while feeling lost inside. Revenge? What good is that? Even if I train with my life and become a god, it won't change anything. Not to mention, I can't even see where Yan Zhu's limits are, and those women around him, like Qian Rinchu and Bibi Dan. Which one of them is easy to deal with? Zhu Zhiyun understood that she was deceiving Xiao Wu and also deceiving herself. Hearing Zhu Zhiyun say this, Xiao Wu suddenly felt that her own experiences were not so significant. But thinking about the possibility of enduring long-term torture like Zhu Zhiyun, she couldn't help but feel sad. She felt she had betrayed Tang San, not because she had given her body to Yan Zhu, but because in the process, she had truly felt the joy of being a woman, as Yan Zhu described. If this kind of life continued for years, would Singa still want me? Xiao Wu's faith wavered. In times of complete insecurity, one is bound to fall into self-doubt. Even if there was a seemingly legitimate reason to convince herself, Xiao Wu understood that aside from being used by Yan Zhu to unleash his beastly desires, she had done nothing. It will be very hard at first, Zhu Zhiyun said as she got up, looking at Xiao Wu. But this is the reality. Unless you can endure it, endure it. Xiao Wu said blankly, will there be a good outcome? Not necessarily, Zhu Zhiyun replied coldly, but at least, you will slowly say goodbye to being weak. Chapter 170. The Dragon God awakens. Many things only have zero or countless occurrences. And Xiao Wu is currently the newest thing for Yan Zhu. During the days when Tang San was captured by Gu Yu as a furnace, Yan Zhu was also diligently training Xiao Wu every night. It must be said that Xiao Wu was remarkably stubborn, no matter how Yan Zhu manipulated her. She never succumbed to her body's instincts. However, this was precisely what Yan Zhu liked about her. If Xiao Wu were like Shui Yue, who gave in after one encounter and no longer resisted, Yan Zhu would quickly lose interest. And such a stubborn Xiao Wu just happened to satisfy certain psychological pleasures for Yan Zhu. Days and nights passed, and Xiao Wu gradually got used to this kind of life. She was indeed tortured by Yan Zhu to the point of somewhat losing her mind. Despite her efforts to stay awake and maintain normal thinking abilities, the repetitive life made her feel somewhat numb. Zhiyun's sister, do you have any medicine? One day, after waking up and finishing her wash, Xiao Wu asked Zhu Zhiyun, do you want to poison him? Since it was the day Yan Zhu returned to Wuhun City, Zhu Zhiyun spoke to Xiao Wu without any reservations. After applying her lipstick evenly, Zhu Zhiyun put down the box in her hand and said, don't say I didn't warn you. Yan Zhu is immune to poison, so you'd better give up on that idea. No. Xiao Wu's mood was a bit low as she sat on the sofa, grasping her skirt, and said, I mean that kind of medicine. What do you mean? Zhu Zhiyun turned back, puzzled. He always puts it inside. Xiao Wu bit her lip and said, I know, there's that kind of medicine to prevent pregnancy. Heh. Zhu Zhiyun thought it was something serious and just coldly shook her head, saying, you can rest assured about this. Oh, if he could do that, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Xiao Wu was surprised by Zhu Zhiyun's words, asking, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Zhu Zhiyun said, if you point that out, it will hurt his pride. As long as you know in your heart, that's enough. In any case, he can't do it, so you can rest assured. However, Xiao Wu didn't seem happy at all. She continued to worry, saying, so many days have passed, and we haven't found a way to escape, nor have we obtained any valuable information. What's the point? After saying this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but cry. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Zhu Zhiyun couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. Clearly, they were in similar situations, Yet Zhu Jian didn't struggle and suffer like Xiao Wu. Perhaps it was because her heart had already surrendered? The next day, Yanzu returned from Wuhun City and spent the night in Zhu Zhiyun's room again. After Xiao Wu fell asleep, Zhu Zhiyun patted Yanzu's shoulder, signaling him to go outside to talk. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Yanzu asked, puzzled by Zhu Zhiyun's unusual behavior. They stood on the balcony, feeling the evening breeze, and Zhu Zhiyun said, Azu, let her go. Her? Who? Yanzu was surprised by Zhu Zhiyun's topic and asked, Are you talking about Xiao Wu? That's right, it's her. Let her go, Zhu Zhiyun said calmly. Can I hear the reason? Yanzu looked at Zhu Zhiyun with interest and asked, Why are you suddenly telling me this? No reason, no why, Zhu Zhiyun replied. She doesn't want to stay here. I'm talking about you. Yanzu pressed on Zhu Zhiyun's shoulder and said, Why are you telling me this? Because I've softened my heart. Zhu Zhiyun said, feeling a bit teary as she blinked her eyes, and continued, Azu, I beg you, let her be free. Yanzu raised his hand to touch Zhu Zhiyun's face, using his thumb to wipe away her tears, and said with a complicated mood, Then what about you? Do you also want me to let you go? Zhu Zhiyun's eyes widened at his words, and she fell silent. I'm serious, Yanzu said expressionlessly. If you feel that being with me is a torment and you want to leave, then do it now, while I'm in this melancholic mood tonight. If you say you want to leave too, I'll set you both free. Zhu Zhiyun remained silent. She didn't expect Yanzu to respond like this. But after thinking about it, it made sense. Yanzu was unpredictable. His words and actions depended on his mood at the moment. A habit formed due to his overwhelming strength. Because he was strong, many things didn't require deep thought, only his feelings mattered. And now, Yanzu was showing rare generosity. Seeing Zhu Zhiyun not speaking, Yanzu pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly, kissing her forehead, and asked, Zhiyun, do you still hate me? Zhu Zhiyun stiffened at his words, momentarily speechless. Yanzu reached out one hand to her left chest and said, Your heart, even though we've been together for so long, your heartbeat still fluctuates occasionally. You're always hiding something from me, right? Yes. Zhu Zhiyun felt as if Yanzu's hand on her left chest was gripping her heart. She no longer concealed it and said, I want to kill you, but I can't. Oh. Yanzu responded lightly, saying, I was too presumptuous. Sometimes I really thought you were conquered by primitive pleasure. It turns out you've been enduring and acting. Actually, it's not entirely. Zhu Zhiyun understood in her heart that she truly enjoyed those passionate moments. What she couldn't get over was the hurdle in her heart. But why did you suddenly stop acting? Yanzu asked. Because I've clearly recognized the outcome, Zhu Zhiyun said, feeling a sense of despair. When Tang San was captured by you, I knew I could never take revenge. What does this have to do with Xiao Wu? Yanzu said, Since you know revenge is hopeless, why not live happily with me? We will soon go to the divine realm and gain immortality. What are you holding against me? Is it Davis? When we reach the divine realm, after a few thousand years, he will just be your ex-boyfriend from thousands of years ago, and I will be with you until the end of the world. I never said I wanted to leave. Zhu Zhiyun suddenly interrupted Yanzu, and for a moment, both of them fell silent. I never said I wanted to go. Zhu Zhiyun shook her head. No. So do you love me? Yanzu stared intently into Zhu Zhiyun's eyes and asked. Zhu Zhiyun opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't get the words out. With a flash of silver light, a dagger appeared in Yanzu's hand. He held the blade and pulled it, transforming the dagger into a spike. Take it. Yanzu placed the spike in Zhu Zhiyun's hand and said, Do you want to kill me? Do you think you can't do it? Well, I'll tell you now. It's not entirely impossible. Zhu Zhiyun starred blankly at Yanzu. Grip it tightly, Yanzu said, pointing to his ear. Here, stab down with all your might. Will I die? Who knows? But I definitely won't feel good because I've tried it, but I didn't stab all the way. Maybe you can give it a try. The opportunity is right in front of you. Come on, just this once, and you might have the chance for revenge. Zhu Zhiyun held the spike, looking at Yanzu as he turned to expose his ear to her. After years of sharing the same bed, based on his tone and demeanor, Zhu Zhiyun could be sure that Yanzu was telling the truth. Clang. The dagger fell to the floor, making a crisp sound. I didn't want to escalate things to this level, Zhu Zhiyun said painfully as she pressed her temples. Why are you forcing me? Zhu Zhiyun cried, while Yanzu smiled. If I don't push you a little, how can you realize that you love me? Yanzu held Zhu Zhiyun back in his arms and said, Actually, I vaguely knew it. Then why? Zhu Zhiyun's eyelids drooped as she spoke. It seems you look down on me, thinking I am destined to fail, right? From your perspective, my actions must seem ridiculous. No. Yanzu caressed Zhu Zhiyun and said, It was Schwer who told me. Do you remember when I took you to Wuhun City? She didn't open the divine assessment for you. Later, I asked her why, and she said she sensed an aura from you that was very similar to the former Bye Bye Dawn. At that moment, I realized you weren't sincere with me. What about you? Are you sincere with me? Zhu Zhuyan asked. I'm not worried about that, Yin Zhu said to himself. Because before you, I had already dealt with someone similar. Although she didn't hate me, her madness far exceeded your imagination. So I was always confident that I could make you love me too. But you can't make Xiao Wu love you. Zhu Zhuyan changed the subject. I'm equally confident about that. Yes. To Zhu Zhuyan's surprise, Yin Zhu agreed with her view, saying, even from the perspective of God, there are some things that cannot be changed. She has softened your heart, hasn't she? But she still doesn't know that Tang San has. Zhu Zhuyan shook her head. Even so, her heart won't lean towards me even a little. Yin Zhu looked through the window at Xiao Wu's legs sticking out from the blanket and said, even if I let her go, she won't get the outcome she desires. Tang San will die, right? Zhu Zhuyan said. Yes, in this mortal world, he is the last one left. Yin Zhu said that he would wait until the dragon god had used him up, then he could die. After those matters were settled, he would release her. Zhu Zhuyan stopped talking. She knew this was Yin Zhu's final conclusion and his greatest concession, asking him to send away the woman he had in his grasp. Zhu Zhuyan felt that this outcome far exceeded her expectations. Since that night, Zhu Zhuyan found her heart gradually easing, and she no longer felt that split personality-like emotion towards Yin Zhu. However, she still felt pity for Xiao Wu, who was clearly watching a pair of men and women walk towards destruction, while Xiao Wu still foolishly believed that her patience and flattery could earn her the future she desired. Half a year would soon pass. Zhu Zhuyan thought to herself, and indeed, time flew by quickly, especially for soul masters, if they focused on their training. A year could pass in the blink of an eye. Counting the days, Yin Zhu arrived at the Star Do Great Forest. Also counting the days was Tang San, who finally awaited the day of his release after Gu Yu repeatedly confirmed it. On this day, the Star Do Great Forest suddenly erupted in excitement, with dragon roars echoing from the Lake of Life, stirring countless soul beasts to roar. Even the plant-type soul beasts waved their branches in excitement. Sensing this enormous change, Qian Rinxue in the Douluo Palace couldn't help but go personally to investigate. Meanwhile, Yin Zhu was already hovering above the Lake of Life, waiting for Gu Yu to reveal her true form. In Yin Zhu's sight, he saw the dragon egg in the Lake of Life gathering unique energy flowing in from all directions, and he could conclude that these energies were similar to a faith-like power belonging to their beast tribe. After accumulating energy for a long time, the dragon egg emitted a dazzling white light, and the originally oval dragon egg began to deform, twisting as if an invisible hand was kneading it like clay. Yin Zhu watched as the dragon egg twisted into the shape of a human woman, her entire body glowing with white light, making it impossible to see her features or the details of her body. At the same time, Qian Rinxue also arrived at the scene. I said I was here. You don't need to worry, Yin Zhu said, not taking his eyes off her. Qian Rinxue replied, I couldn't help it, so I came to take a look. The two of them watched as the woman at the bottom of the lake seemed to gain inspiration upon seeing Qian Rinxue arrive. Her body details began to take shape, with a firm bosom, stunning waist and hip curves, and that tall figure. Yin Zhu, with his keen observation, vaguely sensed something and widened his eyes, watching as the woman slowly floated to the surface. When the white light surrounding the woman dissipated, both Yin Zhu and Qian Rinxue were taken aback. The woman, now naked, stood before them with an indifferent expression. Yin Zhu was so shocked he couldn't speak, while Qian Rinxue frowned. The woman standing in front of them had a face and figure that could not be said to be somewhat similar to Qian Rinxue's, but rather completely identical. And naturally, the one most familiar with Qian Rinxue's body was Yin Zhu, so he had already noticed that she was being shaped in the mold of Qian Rinxue. He just didn't expect her to do it perfectly. Of course, there were differences. First was her temperament. Gu Yu's brows exuded coldness and pride, and the color of her hair shifted between silver and light blue with the changing light. But it's just a skin, why get angry? Gu Yu said, looking at the displeased Qian Rinxue. After speaking, she waved her hand, and the water of the Lake of Life moved according to her will, wrapping around her body and transforming into a long dress. Gu Yu looked at her palm, then closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. For a moment, the heavens and earth changed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if all things were under her command. Qian Rinxue did not show any signs of nervousness. She had long understood that this Silver Dragon King controlled elemental powers, and the elements could interact with each other, which was why such a commotion could occur. It's nice to be back. Gu Yu sighed deeply, then opened her eyes and looked at Yin Zhu, saying, pleasant cooperation. Chapter 171. Killing Tang San. It's strange to say, clearly the same body shape, the same face, Yet Yanzu found it hard to look away, momentarily forgetting that he still had Tang San to deal with. Have you seen enough? Guyu tilted her head slightly and asked emotionlessly, Are you catering to my aesthetic? Yanzu replied, But there's really no need. The transformation and shaping are according to my will. I use this skin simply because I'm too lazy to think about it, Guyu said, waving her hand toward the lake of life, where a magic circle at the bottom flickered and then dissipated into light points. This person is of no use to me anymore, Guyu said, then turned her gaze back to Yanzu. I can open the door to the divine realm at any time. Who do you want me to bring? Just her? Yanzu looked at Tang San, who was cowering at the bottom of the lake, and sneered, saying to Qian Renxue, You take her to my divine residence for a while. I'll be back shortly. Qian Renxue was somewhat reluctant, but thinking that Guyu was the Silver Dragon King, if she didn't intervene, who knew what kind of trouble she might cause. Let's go, Qian Renxue said to Guyu. I promised to help you, but I never said I would let you arrange everything. Guyu clearly seemed a bit displeased. Yanzu said, Don't rush. I'll deal with him and come. Guyu didn't say anything more and followed Qian Renxue to Yanzu's divine residence. Yanzu looked at Tang San hiding underwater and said, What's wrong? Do you think I'm afraid of water or something? Are you coming up on your own? Or do you want me to drag you up? Shortly after Yanzu said this, two needle-like objects emitting black smoke suddenly flew out from the lake of life. Yanzu did not dodge, and with a burst of divine power, he deflected them, only to see Tang San leap out of the lake. However, because the sea god's trident had been turned into a ball by Yanzu, at this moment, Tang San, as the sea god, actually used the Haotian hammer and the blue-silver emperor. Blue-silver spike formation. Countless mutated blue-silver grass shot up from the ground of the star Do Great Forest like countless sharp spears, aiming to pierce through Yanzu. While Tang San flew high into the air, swinging the hammer down. Still relying on this blue-silver grass and Haotian hammer, Yanzu sneered, his figure moving instantly to appear in front of Tang San, and with a backhand slap, he sent Tang San crashing straight into the ground. Cough! Tang San found himself buried in the ground, feeling as if his bones and flesh were being crushed. He had known that this would be the outcome as soon as he made his move, but he had no choice. You just can't learn your lesson, can you? Yanzu landed on the ground, repeatedly pressing his foot on Tang San's face. You don't still think that I would forget about you, do you? Kill me. Do you dare? Tang San gritted his teeth and said, I'm the heir of the sea god. If you kill me, can you withstand the anger of the one above? Wow, I'm so scared. Yanzu couldn't help but laugh. Is this your confidence? Relying on Poseidon? I thought you would use a bit of cunning to create some trouble for me, but it seems I overestimated you. You always manage to refresh my understanding of your limits. Do you know that you became the sea god because Poseidon begged me to spare your life? Tang San was filled with fear, but still maintained a composed expression, forcing a smile at Yanzu and saying, Then you can try and see. Try? Yanzu laughed. You don't think I'm here to play house with you, do you? Don't worry, we have plenty of time. I will make you understand clearly, but if you die, then playing with Xiao Wu won't be interesting anymore. You. Tang San instantly lost all rationality upon hearing this, struggling violently to get up, but was stomped down by Yanzu, causing blood to spurt wildly. What's wrong? Yanzu asked. I knew it, but your Xiao Wu took the initiative to please me, so of course I won't be polite. You can rest assured, I will grant her immortality and help me give birth to a few more. After saying this, Yanzu felt Tang San's anger and pressed down hard with his foot, causing Tang San's head to explode like a watermelon filled with sand. Boring. Yanzu shook his head, his eyes emitting heat rays that sliced through Tang San's corpse, retrieving the soul bones from his body. As the child of fate in this world, even though Yanzu had put considerable pressure on him, Tang San still reached his original endpoint. The soul bones on him were components of the sea god's divine outfit, each one a top-tier item, and there was only one of each kind. After collecting the soul bones, Yanzu completely destroyed Tang San's physical body, thinking that no one in this world would resurrect this guy, unless it was Xiao Wu. It was time to take the wives to the divine realm. After putting away the soul bones, Yanzu headed straight to his divine mansion. At that moment, Qian Renxue was confronting Guyu in a living room. Guyu was disinterestedly sipping tea, occasionally using her elemental power to create small disturbances to provoke Qian Renxue, who remained serious throughout and was unmoved by Guyu's provocations. Boring, Guyu commented, putting down her teacup and saying, I'll wait for him for another quarter of an hour. If he doesn't show up, I'll leave first. I remember you bragging that you were the most trustworthy, Yanzu said as he entered the living room. Seeing Yanzu arrive, Qian Renxue relaxed a lot and walked over to him, asking, Is everything settled? Yanzu replied, What kind of question is that? Do you think your husband is just anyone? Don't worry, Tang San is completely finished. Qian Renshu added, I'll leave her to you. I'm going back to the spirit hall for a while. The incident happened suddenly, and I have some arrangements to make. It will take at least a few days. Don't worry, your husband knows what he's doing. After saying this, Yinzu affectionately rubbed against Qian Renshu a few times, reluctantly letting her leave. Guyu observed their intimate behavior, and, after Yinzu entered the living room, asked, What is the point of this? I thought the mighty dragon god Wuhun find any human worthy of your attention. Yinzu picked up the tea that Guyu had left and took a sip, saying, Previously, this body of yours was newly sculpted, which we often refer to as a maiden's body. For me, this is also a meaningless concept. Guyu, sitting with her legs crossed, said, Call the people you want to take with you. I'm losing my patience. That's not possible. It's not time yet, Yinzu replied. What do you mean? Guyu frowned, saying, I thought you were more anxious than I am. Back then, you didn't specify which day, and this sudden need to leave. Who can prepare in advance? Yinzu said, At least have some consideration for others. Not everyone is as capable as you. How long will it take? Guyu asked. Taking them to the divine realm is something for later. Yinzu looked at Guyu's beautiful, fair neck and said, Before that, we still have the original agreement to fulfill. Hearing this, Guyu recalled, saying, Right, but neither of us has fulfilled our part yet, and you haven't helped me reclaim my realm. Yinzu shook his head, saying, Once we reach the divine realm, those human gods will surely not tolerate you, and there will be endless fighting. Right now, you are accommodating me, and it's the most leisurely time to stay in the lower realm for a few more days. After hearing Yinzu's words, Guyu understood his intention, clearly. He hoped she could pay him in advance. When they first met by the Lake of Life, they had agreed that Yinzu would act as her muscle to reclaim what was rightfully hers, and Guyu promised Yinzu that after the matter was accomplished, she would become his companion, engaging in intimate relations. Based on Guyu's initial judgment, she believed that combining with Yinzu would surely produce very powerful offspring. Out of this consideration, Guyu agreed without much hesitation. Not now. Guyu flatly refused, saying, If I were to conceive at this time, it would be detrimental to my combat. Let's not mention that we have many contraceptive methods. Yinzu paused and said, Given my current situation, even if you want to conceive, I can't satisfy you. Then what's the point? Guyu still couldn't understand why humans were so keen on this matter. You've transformed into human form, right? Yinzu moved closer to Guyu, casually resting his arm on her shoulder, and said, Just once, and you'll understand the fun in it. Maybe it's because your dragon's mating process is too boring that you have this thought. But you should know that we humans have quite a bit of research on this. It's always the same few things. Guyu scoffed, I've never eaten pork. But I've seen pigs run. What are you doing? Just as Guyu was speaking, she suddenly noticed Yinzu's hand was massaging her shoulder, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. I'm experiencing it. With the same body, isn't it different to hold? Yinzu said as he leaned closer to Guyu and lightly blew in her ear, then suddenly bit her earlobe. Huh. Guyu suddenly stood up from the sofa, one hand rubbing her ear and the other pointing at Yinzu, saying, What are you doing? Love, Yinzu answered straightforwardly. We agreed on this. Now we are a couple. And this is the fastest way to deepen our feelings. There are more efficient ways to mate. Why do this useless work? Guyu said, but in her heart, she was quite surprised. This was not her first time transforming into a human, but she had never felt this kind of fluster before. As the mighty dragon god, she could remain calm even in the face of calamity. But this man merely hugged her and blew a few breaths in her ear, and it made her heart tremble. It was truly terrifying. Useless work? But I see your face is flushed. Yinzu clapped his hands and laughed. The mighty dragon god actually blushed. How interesting. Stop laughing. You're so noisy. Guyu glared at Yinzu, then sat back down on the sofa, slowly lying down, spreading her legs, and said to Yinzu, I'm ready, come on. Huh? Yinzu looked at Guyu's performance, blinked, and immediately helped her up, saying no. What is the point of this? Guyu rolled her eyes, saying, Isn't this what you want? What I want is a partner with a soul, not a dead fish, okay? You make me feel like I'm just breeding, Yinzu said, spreading his hands. Guyu pondered for a moment and said, Otherwise, what do you think this is for? All right, since we have no experience, let's learn properly, okay? Yinzu pressed both hands on Guyu's shoulders. Now, seeing Guyu's face, which resembled Qian Renshu, he felt a bit out of place. If Qian Renshu knew that Guyu was doing such rebellious acts while wearing her skin, she would probably go crazy on the spot. Complicating simple issues is your human's consistent style. Guyu sighed, seemingly relieved, and stopped moving, waiting for Yinzu to take action. Not speaking makes you look even more beautiful. Yinzu steadied his mind and said, Generally, we would start with a kiss. After saying this, Yinzu gently leaned towards Guyu, stopping when they could feel each other's breath. Why aren't you doing it again? Guyu asked. Do you have to stare so wide-eyed? Yinzu asked. You say to study hard, but if you don't pay attention, how can you learn? Guyu said, somewhat irritated. I will guide you, so just close your eyes and feel it, Yinzu replied, waiting for Guyu to close her eyes. Guyu raised an eyebrow and then shut her eyes. After closing her eyes, Guyu felt something attached to her lips, as if a slight electric current was passing through. Then she felt her lips gently parting, and she began to sense Yinzu's presence. The two carefully exchanged breaths, and when Yinzu felt that Guyu was getting into the mood, he began to draw in the air from her body. French kissing is also a skill. It relies on lung capacity. If you can take away the other person's air and make it hard for them to breathe, putting them in a state of oxygen deprivation and ecstasy, then you've won. But Guyu was clearly not the type to let herself be taken advantage of. When she felt discomfort, she immediately began to contest the air flowing between their mouths. Strange, why am I so excited? Guyu was curious about her body's intense reaction. She had never experienced such a wonderful feeling before. It felt as if her entire brain was spinning with the movements of Yinzu's tongue, which was truly unfathomable. It seemed she still hadn't adapted to this human body. It was time. Yinzu sensed Guyu's body temperature rising even through her clothes and began to take action. Since Guyu's body was modeled after Qianrenxue, Yinzu was both familiar and unfamiliar with her physique. Ah! Guyu let out a strange sound, akin to a hiccup, in response to Yinzu's teasing. Relax a bit, Yinzu said gently, your body is too tense. It's too numb. Guyu replied with her eyes closed, feeling both numb and itchy. Are your hands electrified? It's because you're not used to it. This is your first time, and we'll get better after this, Yinzu said as he began to undo Guyu's skirt. After a long time without success, Guyu's dress, made directly from lake water, had no buttons to undo. Well, why don't you take it off? Yinzu whispered in her ear. With a snap of her fingers, Guyu instantly found herself completely bare. Stripped so suddenly, it feels a bit less fun. Yinzu sighed, thinking to himself that indeed, the most beautiful state is when one is half hidden. Chapter 172. Guyu's first experience. Although Guyu's newly forged body was exceptionally sensitive, she was still a beast god. And no matter how comfortable and trembling Yinzu's kisses and touches made her feel, she could still occasionally open her eyes to check her situation. Felt it good? Guyu asked, looking at Yinzu, who was holding her slender waist. Of course, Yinzu laughed in response. Gradually, Guyu stopped questioning why they needed such a long foreplay, as she truly began to feel the beauty in it. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue had arrived at the Spirit City and was arranging matters with Bibi Dong. I never expected this day would really come. Bibi Dong sighed as she sorted through documents. Why are you sighing, mother? Qianrenxue asked. It's nothing. Although I was prepared after listening to your words, I still feel it's a bit too rushed, and I can't help but worry. Bibi Dong pondered before suggesting, how about I stay in the mortal realm? Qianrenxue hesitated as well. To be honest, she didn't want to go to the divine realm so soon, but she knew she couldn't go against Yinzu, so she accommodated him. She also hoped that once Yinzu arrived in the divine realm, she could support him, as there would surely be those above who were dissatisfied with him. Even if mother wants to stay, Azu probably won't like it, Qianrenxue said with a wry smile. You still don't know him? If you say you have concerns, he will certainly dig deeper to resolve the issue. Bibi Dong expressed her worries. What if he killed the sea god's heir, Tang San? Once he goes to the divine realm, won't the sea god Poseidon hold a grudge against him? Besides, he relied on the dragon god's means to ascend to the divine realm. Won't he be hindered everywhere? He also has to bring such a large group of girls with him, with Nana and the others' current strength. It just feels worrying no matter how you think about it. Qianrenxue sighed as well, saying that's why I ultimately decided to follow along. With you and me here, we might be able to protect them in critical moments. If some tragedy occurs due to our absence, it would be too late to regret. Just then, they were informed that Ning Fengji was waiting in the main hall. Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue exchanged glances before heading to the hall. If Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong also went to the divine realm, then the mortal realm would entirely depend on Ning Fengji to manage. Bibi Dong summoned him to help Ning Fengji understand the situation of the 3 halls of the Spirit Hall and to grant him some authority. Generally, the angels of the Worship Hall do not concern themselves with worldly matters unless the Spirit Hall faces existential threats. And Bibi Dong granting Ning Fengji this power would allow him to better utilize the strength of the Elder Hall. Without a god-level powerhouse like Tang San, Ning Fengji, holding the power of many Title Douluos, was enough to stabilize the entire world. Ning Fengji had long prepared for this day. In fact, he had already gained some awareness of the mortal realm, as Yanzu had told him he would take him to the divine realm to enjoy retirement. Therefore, he didn't care much about the phrase dedicating oneself wholeheartedly. At the moment, what Ning Fengji was most concerned about was actually Ning Rongrong. With a little daughter and Ning Rongrong officially married to Yanzu, she had been quietly cultivating in Yanzu's divine residence for these years. The two had not seen each other often, and now that she suddenly said she was going to the divine realm, Ning Fengji was instantly overwhelmed with emotions. Lord Ning, do you have any concerns? Bibi Dong asked when she saw Ning Fengji seem distracted. Ning Fengji replied honestly, to be honest, right now I'm just thinking about my Rongrong, who is cultivating in Azu's divine residence. I really have no heart to think about other matters. It won't be that quick. Bibi Dong said, Azu will stay for a while longer. I won't force you. You can go as you wish. Ning Fengji immediately took his leave upon hearing this, and under the escort of Gu Rong, he arrived at Yanzu's divine residence. This was not his first time here, but every time he came, he couldn't help but marvel at the towering sight. Gu Rong waited with Ning Fengji in the sky for a while, but did not see Yanzu come out to greet them. So he figured Yanzu might be tied up with something and went in by himself to find Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Yanzu was caressing Gu Yu's long, beautiful legs. The two were lost in a passionate battle on the sofa. How is it? Yanzu asked, looking at Gu Yu, who was lying on the sofa, panting. Gu Yu, raising her hand to support her forehead, took a moment to calm down and said in a very satisfied and pleasurable tone, Today I've come to know just how delightful human copulation can be. It's truly irresistible. I still have many moves I haven't shown yet. Yanzu said proudly. Gu Yu laughed as well. No worries, we have plenty of time. Together, we can conquer the entire divine realm. Stay here and don't move. I need to say hello to my family, so I can accompany you to the divine realm sooner, Yanzu said. After receiving Gu Yu's promise, he got dressed and left the room. He had already sensed Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's arrival and didn't want them to wait too long. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong found Ning Rongrong, and the three were chatting when Yanzu arrived and greeted Ning Fengji. The four sat together to chat. Azu, is this trip secure? Regarding Ning Rongrong's safety, Ning Fengji did not beat around the bush and stated directly. You mentioned before that this is a deal made with the dragon god. Azu, the divine realm is also an unknown territory for you. Once you get there, you won't have control over it. I haven't been there, but I'm not completely ignorant. Yanzu smiled and said, Father, don't worry. When it comes to Rongrong and their safety, I would never take risks. Besides, we have the dragon god, angel god, Rakshasa god, goddess of life, god of speed, and me here to protect Rongrong and the others. There is no problem at all. I will prioritize their safety above all else. Azu, I believe in you. You have never let anyone down. Ning Fengji's words seemed more like a way to persuade himself to relax. Yanzu smiled and said, Father, you just focus on managing everything in the lower realm. Once we stabilize the situation in the divine realm, we will arrange for you to join us and share in eternal life. Ning Fengji shook his hand and smiled. I don't mind enjoying this earthly life for a bit longer. Yanzu nodded and said, if we're talking about fun, the divine realm probably can't compare to this world. But for the sake of immortality, a small sacrifice is nothing. The most important thing is. At this point, Yanzu held Ning Rongrong's hand and said, perhaps when we meet again in the divine realm, Father, you will see that Rongrong and I have given you a bunch of grandchildren. Who said anything about having children? I don't want to. Ning Rongrong pouted. Hearing this, Ning Fengji laughed heartily. In that case, I wish you a smooth journey and will be watching with anticipation. After dealing with Ning Fengji, Yanzu went to find Azi and informed her about the upcoming trip to the divine realm. Azi felt somewhat regretful about not being chosen by the gods earlier, and she responded to Yanzu's announcement with indifference, saying she could leave at any time. Yanzu then went to find Zhu Zhuyan. Since they had opened up to each other last time, Zhu Zhuyan had completely relied on Yanzu, naturally following him wherever he went. What about her? Zhu Zhuyan looked towards the small dance inside the room and asked. Yanzu hesitated for a moment and said, Tang, San is already dead. Zhu Zhuyan pressed her lips together and said she always thought Tang San was still alive and has been. Then don't tell her, Yanzu replied. Let her hold on a hope to live on. Zhu Zhuyan bit her lip, feeling it was somewhat cruel. Holding on to hope is better than eternal despair, Yanzu said, looking at the small dance. Perhaps there is another way, like erasing her memories. That is too terrifying. Zhu Zhuyan felt a chill at Yanzu's idea. Is it scary? Yanzu laughed, if we must say. The greatest calamity in Xiaowu's life maybe knowing Tang San. Forgetting all of this would only benefit her. Maybe. Zhu Zhuyun stopped talking about Xiao, knowing she couldn't change anything, because even Yin Zhu seemed to have accepted that he couldn't make Xiao change her mind. Zhu Zhuyun was well aware that as long as it was a woman he had his eye on, he would go to any lengths to get her, but he had always kept a distance from Xiao. This showed either a lack of interest or uncertainty. In either case, Xiao could never become their sister. After finishing with Zhu Zhuyun, Yin Zhu found Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. We don't have time to serve you right now. Shui Binger still had her sharp tone towards Yin Zhu, perhaps already used to it. Well, I am quite perceptive. Yin Zhu approached and hugged each of them, not caring that other girls from the Tianshui battle team were watching, and then said, I came to tell you that the day to go to the divine realm is here. Hearing this, Shui Binger and Shui Yuero perked up. In fact, the two sisters were more interested in benefits than love when following Yin Zhu. Shui Binger was a cold person by nature, and her martial soul contributed to this nature. The first priority in her heart was always cultivation, and Yin Zhu had been providing her with the best cultivation resources, taking care of soul rings and bones. With such attentiveness, even Shui Binger had begun to care for Yin Zhu more. Conversely, Shui Yuer had a completely different personality. Although she had been forcibly taken by Yin Zhu, she was naturally romantic and had initially planned to part ways, but since Yin Zhu kept pursuing her, she accepted it. Now that the two had the opportunity to go to the divine realm, they were both surprised and delighted, and thus proposed to return to Heavendo City to clarify everything with their mother. At this point, Yin Zhu was somewhat stunned. Indeed, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were not like a Zi and Yi Lingling, who were solitary. They were the daughters of the principal of Tianshui Academy. It had been so long since they returned, and neither they nor he had even mentioned going back for a visit. However, the main issue was that Shui Yuer and Shui Binger didn't know how to broach their current relationship with their mother. As the principal of Tianshui Academy, their mother was quite strict in her discipline. Then wait for me a moment. I'll talk to Nana and then take you there, Yin Zhu said. No need. Shui Binger replied. You don't have to worry about this. We can handle it ourselves. We just need some time. How can that be? Yin Zhu shook his head. Your mother is also my mother. It's unreasonable for a man to not be present in this kind of situation. It's already complicated enough. Don't make it worse, Shui Binger said. We know our mother well enough. We don't want to make things too awkward. We'll handle it and call you over when we're done. Understood? After hearing this, Yin Zhu couldn't help but pinch Shui Binger's chin and said, You still dare to point fingers at your husband? Just wait and see how I make you obedient afterward. Shui Binger's face flushed slightly at his words, and she took the members of the Tianshui battle team back to Heavendo City. Everyone still thought they were on Sea God Island. The reason they stayed for so long was that the cultivation resources Yin Zhu provided were simply too high quality to resist the temptation to leave. But now it was time to face the reality. After sending off the two sisters, Yin Zhu found Hulaina and explained everything to her, asking her to prepare, and then left the Divine Mansion to find Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. After hearing what Yin Zhu said, Yi Lingling ended her cultivation and returned to the Divine Mansion to wait, but Yin Zhu didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing's stubbornness to flare up at this moment. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing had not completed the assessment given to her by the God of Speed and was still working hard for it. Zhuqing, it doesn't seem matter, just go back. In a couple of days, we will head to the Divine Realm directly, Yin Zhu said. No. Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly. It's the same. You can still cultivate in the Divine Realm. Yin Zhu tried to persuade her, watching her suffer and feeling pained. No. Zhu Zhuqing still refused to give up, saying, You don't have to worry about me. Go ahead and be at ease. How can that be? Yin Zhu exclaimed. But Zhu Zhuqing remained calm, saying, Having come this far, there's no reason to give up. I'm sorry, Azu, but even you, I will not give up at this moment. This is what I am determined to do. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Zhu Zhuqing was just competing with herself. So he said, But if that's the case, we might not see each other for a long time. That's just 100 years at most. Zhu Zhuqing said lightly, Do you think you will forget me? I will never forget. I must not die. You too. Chapter 173. Family Feast. Even though he felt uneasy, Yin Zhu still respected Zhu Zhuqing's insistence. The thought that he wouldn't see the little cat for a long time made his feelings of reluctance overflow. Zhu Zhuqing rarely saw Yin Zhu show such an expression. For a moment, she felt her heart flutter, as if a spring inside her was bursting to be released. And she took the initiative to hug Yin Zhu. The two said no more and chose to say goodbye with an intense love. After a reluctant farewell with Zhu Zhuqing, Yinzu went to Tiando City and Wuhun City in turn. He went to Tiando City to check on Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Although the sisters had received his help, their strength was still not enough to control their own fate. From their tone, it seemed that family matters were difficult to settle, so he thought to go take a look. However, Yinzu didn't expect that his fame had grown to such an extent. As soon as Shui Binger's mother heard that her daughter had gained Yinzu's favor, and saw that both sisters had gathered a complete set of spirit bones and had raised their spirit power to an extraordinary level among their peers, she had no objections. But when it came to going to the divine realm, after a heartfelt exchange between the mother and daughters, they embraced and cried together, and after venting their emotions, they settled the matter. After watching this touching scene of mother and daughter, Yinzu turned and went to Wuhun City. One reason was to see how Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong were preparing, and the other was to ask Poseidon for her opinion. Unlike Shui Binger, who gradually developed a good impression of Yinzu, Poseidon had always been indifferent towards him. Of course, she also acknowledged that Yinzu was her man. So when Yinzu came to Wuhun City to be affectionate with Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong, she did not fall behind, but she really couldn't say she loved Yinzu. Yinzu considered that this time entering the divine realm would inevitably involve a confrontation with Poseidon, the sea god. As Poseidon's former servant, if something unexpected happened at that time, Yinzu would feel troubled, so he specially came to ask Poseidon for a clear answer. I still have things to do. You need to come find me at night, Poseidon said without giving Yinzu a chance to speak. In her mind, Yinzu sought her out for nothing but matters in bed. But she was now an angel's servant and had things to do every day, so she really had no time for daytime debauchery with Yinzu. You have to put aside your big matters. Yinzu had not been impulsive at first, but Poseidon's words and demeanor sparked his desire to conquer her. He stepped forward, lifted her by the waist, and flew into her room, closing the door behind them as he began to undress Poseidon. Poseidon sighed, too lazy to say anything more, allowing Yinzu to do as he pleased, but after Yinzu had his way, he still wouldn't let her leave. I have my own matters, Poseidon said helplessly. This is your matter, Yinzu said as he held Poseidon down on the bed. I'm going to the divine realm, taking you with me. Will you come with me? If you wanted to take me, you wouldn't need to ask for my opinion, would you? Poseidon replied sarcastically. After all, you have always been like this. This time is different, Yinzu said. There is still a sea god, Poseidon, in the divine realm. Although he might be gone soon, I think I still want to consider your feelings. You are now the angel's servant, and under the protection of the angel god, you can enjoy a long life on earth. After I sort out the divine realm, I will come to bring you up. No need to mention the past. Poseidon said expressionlessly. Haven't you already planned this well? Why bother asking me? But we will have to be apart for a while, Yinzu said. I will miss you, and you can just think about it. Poseidon replied. She was not as sensitive and passionate as Zhu Qing. And you are strong enough, Yinzu added. It is very possible that when you reach the divine realm, a god will pass a divine position to you right away, Yinzu said. Then you can take better care of your sisters. Poseidon remained silent on this matter. Whether she wanted to help Yinzu was one thing, but just the thought of Yinzu's numerous women made her not want to speak. You still have time. Think it over carefully. After saying this, Yinzu kissed Poseidon and then went to find Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong. When they met, Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong explained the situation to Yinzu. Now, everything on the continent was handled by Ning Fengji and the elders of the Wuhun Hall, with the support of the servants, making it quite foolproof. Recently, Qianren Xue had also released her angelic form in some cities on the continent, allowing the world to see what the angel god was like, thus warning those who might plot trouble. With everything in place, they just needed to communicate with Gu Yu, and everyone headed straight for the divine realm. By the way, come to my house for dinner tonight, Yinzu suddenly said. Dinner? Qianren Xue was taken aback for a moment. Although she would eat something for enjoyment, most of the time she no longer needed to eat, and Bibi Dong was similar. Whether they could return to the human world after entering the divine realm was still uncertain. Yinzu walked to the window, looking at the mountains, rivers, and sky outside, with the smoke of human life, and said, this might be our last time together in the human world. Bibi Dong smiled slightly at this. Then what should we call it? Yinzu blinked and said, family feast. There is basically no distinction between rich and poor in Wuhun City. So Yinzu's home was not very large and could not accommodate too many people. Therefore, he arranged a family feast at his divine residence and picked up his parents that day. Azu, your mother and I are quite happy living in Wuhun City. We have gotten used to the lifestyle. You suddenly say you want to take us to another place, and it's really a bit uncomfortable, Yinzu's father said, excited yet a bit scared, as it was his first time flying in the sky. Yinzu's mother, on the other hand, held on to Yinzu tightly. like a koala clinging to a big tree. There's nothing wrong at home, but this dinner must be eaten at my place. After all, there are too many people. Yinzu said, by the way, Yu Haven Tea told us who was coming. Yinzu smiled and said, tomorrow is the day for the daughter-in-law to meet the in-laws. Oh, that's Rong Rong and Ling Ling, right? You should have said it earlier, Yinzu's father said with a smile. Hee hee. Yinzu responded with a smile and said nothing more. Yinzu had already informed his women about the family feast, so before the banquet started, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina, and Azzy were all carefully preparing in the divine residence, as they had plenty of time. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer arrived at the divine residence in the evening with their mother to participate in this feast, which held special significance for the three of them, especially for the principal of Tianshui Academy, who was Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer, his mother. This banquet was not only for her to meet her son-in-law Yinzu, who married her two daughters, but also to greet her in-laws. Moreover, the third point was something she only learned after attending the banquet. She would meet the angel god and the pope of the Wuhun Hall. After settling his parents, Yinzu went to temporarily pick up Zhu Zhuqing, whose parents had also specifically come from Xinglua just for this meal. That night, various heavyweight figures continuously arrived at Yinzu's divine residence. Just as Yinzu was thinking about whose room to sleep in that night, Guyu found him. Yinzu thought that Guyu was impatient and was about to speak to comfort her, but Guyu's words were not due to this. You wanted to let Xiao Wu go, right? Yinzu asked upon hearing Guyu's words. Guyu said, humans hunt soul beasts, and soul beasts torture humans. I can't be bothered to argue about right or wrong, just like I never pursued you for killing the Tianqing Yomang in front of me. I originally planned to let her go, while I was just planning. Yinzu said, you keep her in prison here because of the love that you humans think you have? Or was there another reason? Guyu asked. There are many other reasons. Yinzu replied. She was previously in the Lake of Life, and you were also in the Lake of Life, so you should have heard about some of her affairs in the human world. That Tang San has already been killed by me. So, Guyu didn't understand. Yinzu said, if she knows the truth, she will either die for her Tang San or chase me for revenge for the rest of her life. If she doesn't know the truth, it will be even more tragic. Either way, it's not a good ending for her. Transforming into a human means inheriting such flaws. Guyu said helplessly, learning these pointless emotions and tricks will ruin a lifetime. What if you say you don't love her? Why do you care about her ending? Because I slept with her, Yinzu replied candidly. Then why not go all the way? Guyu's expression became even more calm. Because I know this rabbit won't sleep well, Yinzu said. How do you know? I just know. Then tell me, what are your plans? Guyu looked at Yinzu. Yinzu said, I originally planned to wait until Shui Er arrived to ask her, but since you brought it up, I'll ask you. Is there a way to erase her memories? Yes. Guyu tilted her head and saw Xiao Wu dazed on the windowsill, not knowing what she was thinking. Really? Yansuba Sulp heist. In the rules of this world, divine power has infinite effects. As long as you are strong enough, Guyu said. I didn't expect you haven't mastered even this. You should know that divine power is a product of the combined effects of faith power and soul power. And it has a spiritual attribute. I won't go into the complexities. Yinzu said, since that's the case, you erase her memories. Guyu continued to look at Xiao Wu and said, she is 100,000-year soul beast, but to me, she is just a child. I can erase her memories. But are you really sure this is the best course of action? I have explained it very clearly, Yinzu said. But her misfortune comes from you, Guyu said. No, her misfortune comes from Tang San. Yinzu's argument was flawless. Is that so? Guyu smirked and said, then let's see who is right and who is wrong. I can erase her memories of Tang San, but in my opinion, she still can't escape this misfortune. Only erase the memories related to Tang San? Yinzu asked in surprise. Is there such a good thing? Guyu said, if, as you say, Tang San is her greatest misfortune, then at the deepest part of her brain, the memory left will be of Tang San. I will erase that memory, and if after that she still remembers Tang San, it means her greatest obsession is not with him, but possibly with you. Then do it. After it's done, she will be free. Let her obediently stay in the Stardow Forest and not come to the human world to cause trouble, Yinzu said. Guyu stared at Yinzu for a while, then shook her head and left, apparently to find Xiao Wu. That's fine. Yinzu felt relieved about one thing and continued to think about the important matters of the night. The next day, the family banquet began. Yinzu's parents accompanied him, and seeing the grand scene left them speechless. Material enjoyment was secondary. The key was the people. At the banquet, everywhere he looked were celestial beings, each dazzling and unique, truly a feast for the eyes. Yinzu's father, seeing that Yinzu had truly not wasted his talent and achieved such great accomplishments, was exceptionally moved. Among those present, most had never seen Yin Zhu's parents before. Before this, they all thought Yin Zhu's parents would not be ordinary people, but after meeting and confirming it multiple times, they finally accepted the reality in shock. After receiving her mother's recognition, Shui Binger completely opened her heart to Yin Zhu, relying wholeheartedly on this man, like Shui Yuer. Zhu Zhuqing also chatted with Zhu Zhuyuan about past events. When the sisters stood together with their parents, the scene was truly stunning, making people marvel that this family was full of beauties. As the eldest brother, Hulaina called Xiaoyu over to join the banquet after greeting Yin Zhu. She originally planned to have her brother help her with the occasion, but when Xiaoyu saw that Bibi Dong was also present, he became flustered and spent the entire time quietly eating. Lingling and Rongrong were most familiar with Yin Zhu's parents, so they accompanied them throughout, chatting and laughing. Ning Fingji was too busy with affairs and only showed up at the banquet before leaving with Gu Rong. Azi, having no relatives, got familiar with Yin Zhu's parents before noticing Poseidon, who was also beautifully alone in the corner. She actually had quite a bit to say to this former sea god. Unlike the young ladies who dressed up for the occasion, Qianren Xue still wore her simple golden long dress, which was even more understated than Bibidon's attire, but still could not conceal her stunning beauty. The two of them quickly attracted most of the attention upon their arrival. Although Yin Zhu claimed it was a family banquet, in terms of status and strength, the two of them stood out too much. Yin Zhu originally planned to invite Gu Yu to attend, thinking it would be interesting to have two Qianrengshu's at the banquet, but Gu Yu only coldly replied that it was boring. After all, she was the leader of the beast clan. Yin Zhu thought to himself, humans and soul beasts are mortal enemies, and this is a hard fact to change. Having Gu Yu attend this banquet would indeed be a bit repulsive if he thought from her perspective, although there was a bit of regret. The banquet was still very joyful, as many knew it would be their last revelry in the human world. Chapter 174, The Divine Realm that night. Yin Zhu originally thought that since everyone was gathered, he should call them all to bed and cover them with a big quilt, indulging in pleasure until they were dizzy. However, after the banquet, Yin Zhu lost that thought again, as he sensed that his women all had their own thoughts. In such a situation, calling them to share a bed would be a bit too forced, turning what should have been a joyful occasion into an obligation that couldn't be refused, which would be meaningless. After the banquet ended, the elders voluntarily returned to their rooms to rest, leaving Yin Zhu and the beautiful women to admire the divine scenery of the night. This was also the first time all of Yin Zhu's women were present together, and it felt somewhat strange to have them all standing together. Ahem. Yin Zhu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Their gazes held different thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhu decided to address the main issue. Gu Yu, also known as the Dragon God, is ready to enter the divine realm at any time. Before that, aside from Zhu Qing continuing her divine examination, do you have any other matters to handle? Zhu Jian looked at Zhu Qing upon hearing this. She had talked about this matter with Zhu Qing before, and she initially thought Yin Zhu would force her to go to the divine realm. However, now that Yin Zhu had personally said she wouldn't go with him, it was quite unexpected. Upon further reflection on their experiences, she felt that she had lost to Zhu Qing in every aspect. In a moment of frustration, she also felt a sense of comfort. The younger sister who had once been chased around by her could now stand on her own. Yin Zhu observed their expressions. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer had already vented their emotions to their mother before coming, so they seemed resolute now. There was only to say much about Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong. Although Yin Zhu had never ranked as women or set any rules, their presence alone commanded respect, especially Bibi Dong. Apart from the older Poseidon and the similarly aged Z, the others respected her greatly. Poseidon showed no reaction. As long as she was with Yin Zhu, she remained cold and indifferent, making it hard to read her. Azu, if you go up, will you really not come down? Ning Rongrong suddenly asked, a question everyone else was also curious about. From what I know, it's not that you can't come down, just that it's difficult. Yin Zhu said, looking at Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong. Qianren Xue took over the topic, saying, you can return to the lower realm, especially for those with less threat to the lower realm. It's easier. Is that so? Yin Zhu asked in response. Qianren Xue nodded. The gods agreed not to interfere with the lower realm because, from the perspective of the divine realm, the lower realm, where we are now, is basically an omniscient perspective. The ones who can ascend to the divine realm are too powerful, and if they were to interfere with the lower realm, it would easily ruin the harmony. Ruin the harmony? Is there such a saying? When Qianren Xue spoke, only Yin Zhu interrupted without reservation. Qianren Xue nodded. Azu, if you go to the divine realm alone, and you have many friends left in the lower realm, what would you do? Bring what I can before I leave, and help those I can't bring, Yin Zhu replied. Qian Rinxue nodded. Exactly. Those who have the support of god-level powerhouses are naturally like fish in water in the lower realm. This includes everyone present, many of whom come from prominent families that may have ancestral ties to certain deities. However, the more prominent the family, the more conflicts arise. If gods could interfere at will, helping their weak relatives or friends, it would lead to chaos in the divine realm. And if things get heated, while they may not be able to harm each other directly, it would be easy for them to eliminate people in the lower realm. Oh my! Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, saying, if that's the case, when we go to the divine realm this time, if we provoke others, Wuhun, our 7 treasure, glazed tile school be in danger? That's why I say gods cannot excessively interfere with the lower realm, Qian Rinxue replied. Then looked at Yin Zhu and added, but this is merely the tacit understanding between gods. If someone is pushed to a corner, they might not care about that much. So cutting the grass must also remove the roots, Yin Zhu said dismissively. If he were to act in the divine realm this time, it would be a fatal move. Right now, he had too many vulnerabilities, not to mention his group of wives. They each had people they cared about behind them. If something went wrong, he would have to take the blame. Qian Rinxue sighed and glanced at her so-called sisters, saying seriously, this trip to the divine realm is a transaction between a Zhu and the dragon god. Once we reach the divine realm, influenced by its environment, you will all gain immortality, and your cultivation speed will become astonishingly fast. From this perspective, a Zhu and the dragon goddess deal is quite worthwhile. Hearing this, Yin Zhu raised an eyebrow. You want to say right? But the stability of the divine realm relies on the maintenance by the gods. Qian Rinxue scanned everyone. The more powerful beings enter the divine realm, the more stable it becomes. Conversely, every mortal that enters the divine realm is a burden on it. More accurately, a burden on all gods. Isn't a Title Douluos enough? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Don't mention Title Douluos. Qian Rinxue shook her head. Even those of us who have inherited divinity must cultivate for another 100 years to be allowed to enter the divine realm. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other, feeling that this trip was not promising. According to Qian Rinxue, aside from her, Bibi Dong, and Yi Lingling, weren't the others all useless? A large group of them suddenly going to the divine realm, would the gods agree? While everyone was discussing, a relatively unfamiliar voice suddenly said, stop the nonsense. My dragon god domain is large enough to accommodate all of you. Everyone turned to the voice and saw a woman standing at the entrance of the banquet hall, looking exactly like Qian Rinxue, except for slight differences in temperament and hair color, disdainfully looking at them. Cough, cough. Yin Zhu quickly moved to Gu Yu's side and whispered, dear, give me some face. Then Yin Zhu took Gu Yu's hand and walked in front of everyone. Facing the scrutinizing gazes, Yin Zhu stood tall and said, what you may not know, yes, this is your new sister. There shouldn't be anyone older than her here. In short, her name is Gu Yu, my woman, and also the so-called dragon god. So this is your true purpose in trading with her? Qian Rinxue looked at Yin Zhu. We're all family. Don't be angry, Yin Zhu said, giving Qian Rinxue a playful slap on the backside. This action instantly ruined Qian Rinxue's angelic image in everyone's minds, and they couldn't help but show some amusement. What angelic god, dragon god, aren't they all just rolling in bed with Yin Zhu like everyone else? Once this thought crossed their minds, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and the girls began to fantasize, as they all knew how formidable Yin Zhu was in bed. It was hard to imagine if women like Qian Rinxue and Gu Yu were also similarly exhausted to the point of losing their senses. Originally, Yin Zhu wanted to finish discussing the serious matters before proceeding, but the slap had irritated Qian Rinxue, and Yin Zhu's own interest was piqued. He casually hugged Gu Yu, his hand slipping under her arm, enjoying the moment while saying, in any case this time, Gu Yu will take us up. I swear and by Donger will protect you all. As long as Gu Yu takes care of the major matters, everything will be easy to discuss. Gu Yu didn't mind Yin Zhu touching her in front of the other women, her expression calm as she said, my dragon god domain has been divided by some gods. It will take some effort to reclaim it. At that time, anything could happen. Logically, I shouldn't bring you all because it would be too burdensome, but since he insists, there is nothing to be done. Qian Rinxue knew Gu Yu was used to her high and mighty demeanor and wouldn't care about human emotions, so she spoke to ease the awkwardness of Zhu. This time going to the divine realm, I will take everyone to my light domain, so you and Gu Yu can focus on your matters. Hee, as expected of Schwerer. Yin Zhu reached out and pulled Qian Rinxue into his embrace, ignoring her resistant glare, and gave her a big kiss, making everyone laugh. Can you calm down for a moment? Z rolled her eyes and said, look at you. This is a restaurant, not a bedroom. Yin Zhu laughed. What are you talking about? Where's this? My divine residence. I say it is what it is. I see you are jealous of your two sisters, aren't you? After saying this, Yin Zhu released Gu Yu and Qian Rinxue and instantly appeared behind a Z, pressing her down on the table. So, is this a restaurant or a bedroom? Azzy's face suddenly turned red. It wasn't just her. Everyone watching also blushed. Any normal person wouldn't do that in such a situation, but they all knew that Azu could actually go through with it. Is it wrong for me to admit my mistake? Azzy softened her tone. Let go of me. You're hurting me. Yinzu knew that the main matter had not yet been addressed, so he released Azzy. As soon as he let go, Azzy recalled the previous scene and felt an overwhelming thrill, almost regretting her softness. She thought she should have provoked Azu. That way, she would be the first to be intimate with Azu tonight. What a strange and perverse desire to win. That's best then. When Guyu heard that Qianren Shue could solve the safety issues of others, she felt relieved. Upon returning to the Divine Realm, she first needed to subdue her avatar, the Golden Dragon King, and deal with the treacherous human gods. The pressure was already considerable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought Yinzu's help. She didn't care about the lives of these women. She was merely keeping her promise. She had agreed to become Yinzu's partner. So they had the obligation to understand each other, and that was all. Is this settled then? Yinzu scanned the women and asked, is there anything else to say? If not, we can go back to rest. Watching Yinzu's gaze turn heated, the women all understood what he wanted to do. Bibi Dong and Poseidon quietly stepped aside, planning to let Yinzu focus on his younger girlfriends. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer looked completely at a loss, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuyan, Hulaina, and Azzy were already blushing, and with their beast martial souls and stronger innate desires, they looked eager to try. Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong stood together, also with expressions of being at his mercy. Guyu tilted her head slightly behind Yinzu and asked, what does this mean? Qianren Shu aside, just about to move to Bibidong's side when Yinzu pulled her back. I don't differentiate between sizes, Yinzu said with a mischievous smile, holding the shocked Qianren Shu. You three don't try to act superior here. As soon as he said this, Bibi Dong and Poseidon also realized they couldn't escape this scene, showing helpless expressions. Yinzu went in and out, each time coming back holding someone, and after a few repetitions, he threw all the women onto the big bed. He had carefully prepared for this. With a wave of his hand, the luminous pearls on the wall lost their glow, plunging the room into darkness. Don't say your husband is biased. Whoever I hold now is who it is. After saying that, Yinzu threw off his clothes and pounced like a hungry tiger. In the darkness, the sounds of clothes tearing and women's startled screams echoed one after another. Yinzu lay on the bed, indulging in the sea of love, every inch of his skin feeling soft, and his mouth and nose filled with various fragrances. He was incredibly familiar with each woman's body, knowing every detail, so when he embraced one, he would shout her name loudly to show his fairness, ensuring that each woman received equal care. So far, this was Yinzu's most exhilarating night. By the end, only Qianren Shue, Bibi Dong, Yi Lingling, and Guyu had not begged for mercy. They were all gods and no longer felt fatigue. Their physical strength was incomparable to others. If you all aren't begging for mercy, then we'll play until dawn, Yinzu said. In the darkness, only Guyu replied, what are you waiting for? Come again. A sleepless night. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing was the first to leave the room, and the others gradually woke up. After sending Zhu Zhuqing back, Guyu asked Yinzu if they could set off. Seeing that some of the women were still trembling as they walked, Yinzu gave Guyu a look. Guyu rolled her eyes. They had wasted several days in the human realm, waiting for everyone to recover their bodies. Once everything was ready, she took everyone to a secluded place, preparing to head to the divine realm. Why go so far? Yinzu asked curiously. Guyu replied, what you will see is the passage that connects the divine realm and the lower realm. This is a vast energy. Do you want to see your divine palace turn to ashes? Stop dawdling. Everyone gather around me. Everyone followed her instructions, moving closer to Guyu, with Qianren Shue, Bibi Dong, and Yi Lingling each taking a position to protect everyone in the center. Guyu's eyes sharpened, and suddenly, a golden light radiated from her, shooting a beam straight into the sky. Qianren Shue, seeing this, was secretly shocked. Guyu's divine power was truly astonishing, and this was just half of the dragon god's strength. The beam of light continuously thickened and expanded from Guyu, eventually enveloping everyone within it. Get ready, it's coming. Chapter 175. Tear apart Poseidon. Yin Zhu felt his entire body wrapped in Gu Yu's energy, feeling every cell being gently pulled. Everything around him was covered by golden light, and he couldn't see through the light to what lay behind it. Fortunately, he could still see his women, which relieved him. Are we almost there? Yansu asked Gu Yu. Gu Yu replied without looking back. Not yet. The beam of light emitted by Gu Yu was like a key opening a door to another space, where sleeping energy, known only for destruction, lay, represented by a gigantic golden dragon. Outside that door, many gods were on high alert, preparing to face their impending disaster. Everything was a matter of cause and effect. Gu Yu awakened that sleeping self, and when the Golden Dragon King opened its eyes, breaking the seal and responding to the energy emitted by Gu Yu, the gateway from the lower realm to the divine realm opened. Communication between the divine realm and the lower realm required sufficient energy to resonate from both sides. Gu Yu needed to absorb the Golden Dragon King to regain her full power, while the Golden Dragon King sought to devour Gu Yu to complete its consciousness. It's coming, Gu Yu warned, and everyone felt a clear sensation of sinking, but in reality, they were rapidly ascending. In the divine realm, as the Golden Dragon King broke the seal and appeared before the gods, countless divine skills poured out in an instant. Regardless of their initial positions and intentions during the great battle, none of the gods present wished for the dragon god's return. Most sought stability, and, in the current situation, completely eliminating the dragon god was the best way. However, perhaps too much time had passed, and some had forgotten the terror of the dragon god's power. The strength of the Golden Dragon King far exceeded their imaginations, and the battle fell into a stalemate. They couldn't defeat the Golden Dragon King before Gu Yu and her group arrived in the divine realm. Beast, you should remain in eternal slumber, the god of destruction shouted. Beginning to exert all his effort, the sea god Poseidon, who had initially advocated for all of this, realized the situation was dire and no longer held back, revealing all his trump cards. If anyone among them wanted the dragon god dead the most, it was him. One Yanzu was already enough of a headache. If another dragon god was added, Poseidon would be humiliated by Yanzu from the lower realm to the divine realm. After so many years, sacrificing his dignity to negotiate with someone was absolutely impossible. Stop, regroup, the god of Shura suddenly shouted. With his words, many gods ceased fighting and jumped out of the battle circle. Poseidon turned around, dissatisfied. What's going on? The god of Shura stared at a particular spot and said, "It's too late. The main character has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, the god saw a crack open in the void before them, and a man and a woman stepped out. TSK, look at this situation. You really have my sympathy. Gu Yu glanced around at the deities present, most of whom were familiar faces she hadn't seen in a long time, though there were some new ones as well. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, with no one daring to speak first. Shura, you didn't say this to me back then, Gu Yu said, casting a sidelong glance at the god of Shura. Things were different then, the god of Shura replied with a cold smirk. What? You're not someone who doesn't understand the situation. Gu Yu looked at the back of her hand and said, I just thought that by the time we reached our level, we should have some self-respect. Just as she was speaking, Gu Yu raised her eyebrows. The Golden Dragon King had already locked onto her position and charged at her ferociously. Azu, Gu Yu said to Yanzu, I'm going to take back my power. You need to hold them off for me. Go ahead and be at ease, Yanzu replied. Cracking his neck, I feel great right now. One more thing, Gu Yu continued. If the dragon god reappears and you find that I no longer recognize you, stay with the sisters in the angel god's domain and let me fight them to the death. After saying this, Gu Yu suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of the young Golden Dragon King, and then transformed into a beam of light that dove into the Golden Dragon King's body. Yanzu didn't have time to ponder her last words, because after Gu Yu entered the Golden Dragon King's body, the Golden Dragon King began to behave strangely, giving the impression that he was drunk. Is it a battle of two personalities? Yanzu thought to himself as he flew forward, blocking the attacking gods who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Yanzu glanced at the gods, and it could be said that each of them had peculiar appearances, or rather, were very distinctive. Hey Poseidon, how are you? Yanzu waved at the old man wielding a trident and asked, You brat, how dare you act so recklessly here? Poseidon was furious at the sight of Yanzu. It was this kid who had disrupted his grand offering and slaughtered his heir. After putting so much effort into participating in this human fortune contest, Poseidon felt like everything was in disarray thanks to Yanzu. He truly wished to tear him into pieces. The god of destruction was equally furious. This guy had turned his divine temple into chaos, and his hopeful candidate Tang San had also died at Yanzu's hands. And now he was standing against the gods. You are human. The god of destruction raised his staff and pointed it at Yinzu. Are you going to stand with him? Yinzu turned to look at the nearly 1,000-meter-high golden dragon king, shrugged, and said, you might not believe it, but this is my wife. Then die. The god of destruction didn't get the answer he wanted and directly passed judgment on Yinzu. Matters concerning the stability of the divine realm were too serious for them to waste time discussing positions with a mere mortal. They needed to take this opportunity to eliminate the dragon god. Poseidon felt a surge of joy at Yinzu's determination to become enemies with the gods. He had observed Yinzu for a long time and found his strength somewhat elusive. He couldn't guarantee he could defeat him, so he didn't act immediately. Now that the other gods were joining forces, it was perfect. So impatient, Yinzu initially wanted to chat with these gods, but they seemed uninterested. So he had to give up. The god of destruction's staff released a purple energy like lightning, accompanied by a series of sonic booms as it shot towards Yinzu. Afterward, the god of destruction no longer looked at him and flew towards the golden dragon king. Who would have thought that in the next second, he would suffer a heavy blow, as if he had crashed into a collapsing city wall, being forcibly pushed back. The god of destruction steadied himself, only to see Yinzu, who should have disappeared, clapping his hands with a satisfied expression. I have to say, this feeling of being filled with divine power is really nice. Yinzu looked at his palm, feeling the surging energy within him, and said, when he came out of Guiyu's portal, he felt as if his body had opened a valve, and the energy surging from the divine realm flooded into him. At that moment, he understood what Qianren and Guiyu had talked about regarding the divine realm's influence on the human body. It seemed this was also a form of extraction for the divine realm, just like water filling a low-lying area, causing the water level to drop slightly. No wonder the divine realm didn't allow too many weaklings to come up. If everyone were to extract like Yinzu, the divine realm would surely become unbalanced. This is impossible. The god of destruction looked at Yinzu with confusion. He hadn't paid much attention to this mortal kid, so he didn't know what kind of freak he was facing. The god of Shura exchanged glances with Poseidon and then said, there's no time to waste. Let us all attack together. Poseidon immediately responded, swinging his trident to unleash divine skills at Yinzu. The other deities hesitated at first, as they were facing a human, and they held their own identities in high regard, so they didn't act. However, seeing that the god of destruction, god of Shura, and sea god had reached a consensus, they no longer held back and joined the attack on Yinzu. Yinzu felt the attacks from everyone. He didn't reflexively dodge, nor did his brain issue any danger signals. He knew he could withstand it. At their level, the so-called attacks and defenses had already become equivalent. The path to greatness was simple, without all the flashy tricks, just a pure contest of energy intensity. Whoever had a thicker foundation would win. If only divine power were considered. The gods indeed had the upper hand over Yinzu, but what Yinzu relied on was not divine power, but his indestructible physical body. He just hovered in the air, full of openings, watching the various energies bombard him, tried to experience the feeling of death approaching. But he couldn't feel it because he knew he simply couldn't die. The god's attacks instantly shattered his divine power shield and then struck Yinzu directly. Oh no! Yinzu felt a shock in his heart and cried out in alarm. He hadn't given his storage soul guide to Qianren for safekeeping. Yinzu watched helplessly as everything on him was obliterated in this torrent of attacks. His clothes, shoes, and even the storage soul guide filled with countless treasures instantly turned to nothingness. Not even the things he held in the palm of his hand could be preserved. You're all dead. Amid the explosion of light, Yinzu's furious roar echoed, as his storage soul guide contained many things he considered precious. Among them were the pouch given to him by Qianren when she was still Xue Qinghe, a dress that Ning Rongrong wore when she was a child, the pomegranate-colored dress worn by Posiasai during their first meeting, and even the blood-stained sand left behind when he took away Xue Bing'er for the first time on the beach. Countless memories. These were all treasures to Yinzu, all memories of his loved ones. But now they were all destroyed. The god of destruction frowned as he looked at the center of the explosion. Upon hearing Yinzu's roar, he couldn't help but ask, what kind of monster is this guy? Why did no one tell me there was such a person? Poseidon wiped the sweat from his brow and simply said, let's talk after the battle is over. For now, give it your all. The gods were secretly shocked by Yinzu's roar, and at the same time, they increased their energy output. The dazzling light generated by the convergence of divine power was like the sun, blinding to the eyes. Suddenly, a naked man burst out of the light circle, crashing into Poseidon like a cannonball. Yinzu hadn't yet forged his own divine armor. He was still wearing clothes from the lower realm, so under the god's attacks. All his mortal belongings were destroyed, and now he appeared before the gods completely naked. But Yanzu didn't care. He knew how good his physique was and how big his equipment was. If they wanted to look, let them look. Besides, there were quite a few women among these deities. The sea god's trident spun and flew into the sky, but he was still tightly gripped by Poseidon's hand. All the deities were stunned. In just an instant, the young man dashed to Poseidon with a speed they couldn't react to, grabbing his neck with one hand and lifting him up while simultaneously tearing off the arm that wielded the sea god's trident with the other, throwing it into the air. Those things, what will you use to compensate? Yanzu was so angry that his whole body shook. He felt his adrenaline surging, his teeth began to chatter, and he knew he had to vent. Poseidon became his first target for venting. Obviously, Poseidon was also stunned by Yanzu's sudden attack. Once he regained his composure, he used divine power to form a new hand and clenched his fingers to summon back the sea god's trident. Sea god, shake the heavens. Poseidon pointed the trident at the sky, trying to push Yanzu away. At this moment, if he were to engage in close combat with Yanzu, the other deities would not be able to attack with full force for fear of collateral damage. So the best approach was to create distance and cooperate with the other deities to eliminate Yanzu. I'll shake you to pieces. Yanzu's fist smashed into Poseidon's face, directly exploding his head. Poseidon roared in anger. Kid, how dare you harm my physical form? Even without a head, Poseidon was still speaking and still operating. Yanzu looked at this scene and suddenly realized something. The divine power within him connected to his mental realm, allowing him to see clearly that there was still a golden, translucent head above Poseidon's body, like a soul. Who cares? Just hit first. Yanzu couldn't be bothered to think about how to extinguish his divine soul, and he unleashed several punches, directly turning Poseidon's body into minced meat. All the deities looked at Yanzu, who was naked and covered in blood, and they couldn't believe their eyes. In just a few seconds, they witnessed a main god being beaten to the point of body destruction and losing combat capability, and the other party was using only his fists. The last time they saw something like this was during the war in the divine realm, when the angel god was beaten to pieces by the dragon god. And that was because the angel god was shielding other gods from attack. But this time was different. Poseidon was almost effortlessly torn apart by this kid. The whole process simpler than killing a chicken, and the mighty sea god had no room to resist at all. This was undoubtedly a terrible piece of news, because if this kid could tear apart Poseidon like this, he could do the same to all of them. And there was even worse news. He looked like his mood had soured to the extreme, and no one knew why. After all, at first this kid seemed somewhat harmless. But now, just as the god of destruction said, he was a complete monster. Chapter 176. Godslayer, he wasn't dead yet. Yanzu shook the blurred blood and flesh off his hands and turned to the other deities, his eyes clearly seeing what had just happened. And he would settle accounts with those who had acted against him. Feeling the imposing aura bursting forth from Yanzu, many deities began to feel intimidated. They all had the power to dominate a realm. Even when facing the mighty dragon god, they had never feared, but today they felt the long-lost threat of death. After Yanzu demonstrated his terrifying strength, the gods began to feel it was necessary to talk to him. They knew that with such a character, no one would want to provoke him. As for who was more valuable to the divine realm, him or Poseidon, it was clear. But this time, it was Yanzu who didn't want to talk. When the god of Azura stepped forward to try and stop Yanzu, a fist instantly came flying towards him and directly pierced through his chest. The god of Azura looked at the hand that had pierced his chest, furious and swinging his sword, but it struck nothing. Yanzu had passed right through the god of Azura's body and then entered a state of high-speed movement, weaving between the deities. His speed and strength were far beyond what these beings could match. As he sped through, his eyes released high-temperature rays. In an instant, the sounds of roars and screams filled the air. Yanzu, blinded by rage, no longer cared for his usual virtue of saving, and anyone who had acted against him, whether male or female, would not survive. In no time, the entire scene was filled with deities except for those with spatial abilities, all ending up with their divine bodies shattered, blood and flesh flying through the air like rain. Yanzu, naked and drenched in blood, kept his eyes fixed on the surviving deities, analyzing their skills based on the previous battle. Some had used near-instantaneous movement to evade his attacks, while others had employed wormhole-like skills similar to Title Douluos to save their lives. But skills always had costs and weaknesses, while Yanzu had none. Just as Yanzu was preparing for the next round of probing, Qianrenshua suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shouting loudly, "Azu, stop!" This shout wasn't enough. Yanzu knew Qian Renshue was a law-abiding person and naturally didn't want to see him going on a killing spree. However, he was still filled with rage and didn't care about anything else. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward and took another god's head. Azu, stop it. This time, it wasn't just Qian Renshue. Yi Lingling also rushed to the scene. Stop what? Yanzu exploded the head in his hand, indignantly saying, they wanted to put me to death, so they should be prepared for this result. This is the resolve for war. Qian Renshue looked at the blood-soaked, red-eyed Yanzu. Her heart trembled. When they were in the lower realm, she had carefully coaxed this guy and had never seen him this out of control. Yi Lingling gasped. Unlike Qian Renshue, she remembered that although Yanzu was lecherous and rogue, he was still relatively easy to talk to. Even if he was really provoked, it wouldn't be a big deal to soften and plead for mercy. Moreover, Yi Lingling remembered that Yanzu often did good deeds. But now, listen to me. Qian Renshue flew forward, her hands igniting with golden flames as she wiped Yanzu's body, saying, no matter what, they are the key forces maintaining stability in the divine realm. If they all die, the divine realm will collapse. Each god governs and maintains their own domain, and the domains are interconnected. If one suffers, all suffer. Even for our own purposes, you can't kill anymore. Feeling Qian Renshue's warm hand moving over him, Yanzu's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. He glanced at the still, terrified deities and coldly snorted. Actually, none of them are dead. There's no need to be so alarmed. Seeing that Yanzu had calmed down, Qian Renshue let out a sigh of relief and said, even if their souls are not extinguished, the damage to their bodies will still have an impact. However, from Yanzu's perspective, this impact was actually a good thing. Once Qian Renshue had helped Yanzu clean himself up, Yi Lingling flew over with a set of clothes, and the two helped Yanzu get dressed. While Yanzu was in a peaceful scene, the others were like ants on a hot pan. After finally having an angel god come to persuade Yanzu to stop, they didn't dare to seek trouble with him anymore. Taking advantage of Yanzu being distracted, they turned their attention to the Golden Dragon King. However, after Yanzu's indiscriminate killing, the gods were left with barely a third of their numbers, and their combat strength had greatly diminished. Not to mention the possibility of taking the opportunity to kill the Golden Dragon King. Even simply restricting its movements was impossible. The Golden Dragon King was a pure embodiment of frenzied energy and destructive will. It had no special abilities, but its massive body, strong defenses, and terrifying physical destruction capabilities were enough to obliterate the divine realm. Damn it! The god of destruction, seeing that the gods were no match for the Golden Dragon King, spat and cursed Yanzu inwardly. At that moment, the Shura god, whose divine body had also shattered, whispered in his ear, it seems the revival of the dragon god is unstoppable. Instead of fighting to the death, why not sit at the table and reshuffle the cards? Hearing this, the god of destruction calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath to accept reality. Once this matter was settled, he planned to find a successor to pass on his divine position before ascending, as he had had enough of this divine realm. Don't worry, she's almost successful, Qian Renshue said as she adjusted Yanzu's collar. The other gods also ceased their attacks. Yi Lingling reminded. Ha, do they dare? Yanzu sneered. I've said it before. If they don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't bother trying to persuade me any further. I don't know what they did to drive you so mad. Qian Renshue said, touching Yanzu's face and leaning her chest against him, trying to cheer him up. Clearly, this tactic was very effective. Yanzu naturally placed his hand on Qian Renshue's hips and said, they destroyed all my treasures. I can tell. Yi Lingling understood Qian Renshue's intentions and also hugged one of Yanzu's arms while pressing her chest tightly against him, saying, Azu, you scared me just now. Yanzu looked at Yi Lingling and couldn't help but pinch her cheek, saying, still playing tricks in front of me? Just stop using your divine powers. I won't take the initiative to attack, okay? You two, stop tempting me. Once this is over, you will both be in for it. Thus, everyone watched the movements of the Golden Dragon King, quietly waiting for the outcome, although this outcome was not without variables. What the gods most hoped to see was that Guyu would be obliterated during her fusion with the Golden Dragon King, causing the Golden Dragon King to become a completely frenzied monster. Although this would be somewhat troublesome, without any intelligence, no one would stand on its side, including Yanzu. The uninformed gods also realized that Yanzu was sharing a bed with the newly promoted angel god and goddess of life. If someone could communicate and restrain, they would be easier to handle. However, the gods still underestimated Guyu's preparations. Ultimately, after letting out a deafening roar, the Golden Dragon King suddenly lowered its body, curled up, and then radiated golden light, transforming into a glowing sphere. The sphere shrank smaller and smaller before suddenly exploding, sending golden dragon scales flying everywhere. And a graceful body emerged from the light, revealing a cold face identical to Qian Rushue's, slowly opening its eyes. Gods, I have returned. All right. She now speaks with an echo. Yanzu shook his head, recalling what Guyu had said to him before she fought the Golden Dragon King. Now he didn't know if the Guyu before him remembered him. Dragon God, it's been a long time. The god of destruction flew forward, looking up at the dragon god. Hearing this, Guyu sneered, and her laughter sent chills down the spines of everyone present. They seemed to have forgotten that this dragon god was not easy to deal with either, caught up in the horror that Yanzu had just unleashed. Did I disappoint you? Guyu looked at the god of destruction with a mocking expression, saying, You can't defeat me. You went to great lengths to deceive me. And I was the one who lost my mind and actually believed in humans and their kind. The god of destruction asked, So what do you want? What do you think? The dragon god no longer regarded the god of destruction with any attention. Now she understood schemes and tricks, and while she was too lazy to use them, she would not be fooled again. So now you want to negotiate? The dragon god scanned the other gods, noticing that more than half were missing, and her gaze fell on Yanzu. She had to admit, this kid had surprised her quite a bit. It would be best to resolve this peacefully, but if you want to settle scores, we will accompany you to the end. The god of destruction knew his side was at a disadvantage, but he wouldn't let his words lose their authority. After all, if it came down to a fight and the divine realm shattered, the dragon god would have nowhere to go. The god of destruction knew she must be looking to reclaim something, but it all depended on how far she wanted to go. Guyu ignored the god of destruction's harsh words and walked up to Yanzu. Yanzu looked at the cold gaze of the person before him and showed a hint of confusion, saying, So, do you remember everything? What do you think? Guyu replied indifferently, but her hand suddenly grabbed Yanzu's groin, saying, Don't be sad, kid. This appearance is not my intention, but this is how I am now. It's in my nature. Can't change it, understand? Yanzu's face lit up with joy from Guyu's grab, saying, I understand very well. You continue. Seeing this, Qian Rushue let out a helpless sigh. Hearing Qian Rushue's sigh, Guyu looked at her and then back at Yanzu, saying, For your sake, my asking price won't be too high. Yanzu was puzzled why Guyu suddenly said this. But Qian Rushue understood that although she did not participate in the god of destruction's organization this time, as a human deity, if the dragon god insisted on representing the beast clan to seek justice from the human clan, it would be difficult for her, the angel god, to remain uninvolved. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. Even during the divine wars years ago, all the goddess of life did was save lives. Everything else was none of her business. Guyu returned to stand before the god of destruction, looking at the Shura god, the sea god, and the other divine souls behind him, unable to help but laugh, saying, Now it's just you who has the final say, right? The god of destruction turned to glance back and then nodded, saying, No difference. All right then, Guyu said confidently, My asking price isn't high. At least compared to the suffering our beast clan endured, it's nothing. I want my dragon god domain back, but with double the space. That's impossible. The god of destruction immediately rejected without a second thought. The dragon god domain is already the largest domain. Do you want to expand it by double? Do you expect me to just reclaim what already belongs to me and pretend nothing happened? Although Guyu's expression did not change, her tone revealed her growing anger. No matter how big my dragon god domain is, I have the ability to maintain it. Guyu said disdainfully, Unlike you bunch of useless people, only managing your own little territory, and when faced with a slight storm, you crumble and need others to pick up the pieces. The god of destruction's expression darkened. You should know the current situation of the dragon god domain. Returning it to you in its entirety is troublesome enough, let alone where you plan to get that extra space from. That's something you all need to consider, Guyu replied. What? Can't figure out your own mess? If you want to come and take it personally, it won't just be double. What are they talking about? Yanzu caught a general idea of the conversation and saw Qian Rushue concentrating, so he asked. Qian Rengshu explained, In the divine realm, the larger the domain one controls, the more one can accomplish, just like a house. The bigger the foundation, the greater the space for potential. For example, the number of mortals that can be accommodated is greater. I see. Does that mean the higher-ranking gods can bring more people from the divine realm? Yanzu asked. So how does that work for us? Can you accommodate everyone there? Qian Rengshu replied, You don't need to worry about that. Just listen to what she has to say first. Why are you so concerned? Shouldn't that be their old debts? Yanzu asked curiously. Qian Rengshu helplessly responded, Dear, I am also a divine angel. How can I not care about matters concerning the realm of light? Even you should care about this, otherwise. I want to have enough space for you and your sisters. Upon hearing this, Yinzu chuckled and said, That's easy. I've already made enemies with quite a few people today, so if you can't accommodate us, we can just eliminate a rival and take their place. You. Qian Ringshu shook her head helplessly, not intending to lecture him. Yinzu continued, Well, on that note, I suppose I've become a god too, so I should have my own territory. Qian Ringshu nodded. Those who come to the divine realm like you naturally need to expand their own divine domain and create their own territory. How do I do that? Yinzu asked curiously. Qian Ringshu shook her head. You can't do it. What do you mean? Are you denying your husband now? Yinzu was even more curious. Qian Ringshu said leisurely, Who told you to come up and kill a large number of people? If you want to expand the divine realm, the help of the gods is indispensable. Just enjoy your soft life with me. Chapter 177. Reproduction. The negotiation did not take much time because Gu Yu's attitude was clear. Either a deal is made or they fight. The god of destruction was also hot-tempered. He initially wanted to explode in anger, but upon seeing the gods behind him and the watchful Yinzu beside him, he had to hold back and agree to Gu Yu's demands. Thus, the war ended with 6 or 7 gods of the human race heavily injured. Seeking peace by ceding land. Redrawing the domains takes some time. You first. The god of destruction didn't finish his sentence when Gu Yu snorted coldly, waved her hand, and suddenly released a wave of golden divine power pulses. Wherever this divine power reached, the gods were pushed back. Only Yinzu and the other 2 remained unaffected. What are you doing? Stop it. The Shura god, who was also pushed back, immediately shouted. Shut up. I know how much is needed, Gu Yu said, and her body erupted with even more powerful divine power, directly pushing the gods even further away. You might cause the divine realm to collapse like this, Qian Ringshu said with concern. Over half of the gods were heavily injured by Yinzu. The domains were already starting to become unstable, and your forced expansion. Noisy. Gu Yu shot a sidelong glance at Qian Ringshu, and then at Yinzu, and she stopped talking. What's going on? Why are you reacting so strongly? Yinzu asked. Qian Ringshu replied. She is constructing her own domain. Isn't that what she should be doing? Yinzu asked. Yes, it is her right, but the means are too violent, Qian Ringshu said with a worried expression. That's your incompetence, Gu Yu said indifferently. I send them away to let them return to their homes and do their respective duties. Azu, pay close attention to everything I do. You will need to do the same in the future. I don't quite understand, Yinzu said. Using one's divine power to construct one's own domain and create an environment that is beneficial to oneself, Gu Yu explained. I am clearing the field now. Once I obtain the size of the domain that I deserve, I will stop. It's big enough, Yinzu said. Anyway, it's enough for us to live in. Gu Yu rolled her eyes at Yinzu. What do you mean us? The Dragon God domain is a domain shared by my beast race. Although I'm the only one here right now, I have returned to the divine realm. And soon those beast race powerhouses who have been suppressed will ascend here, returning to the once prosperous scene. Upon hearing this, Yinzu said, Isn't that going to lead to small conflicts every 3 days and major conflicts every 5 days? So I need a sufficiently large territory, unless they intentionally seek trouble. Gu Yu looked at Yinzu. You and I will always stand on my side, right? Of course. Yinzu answered without hesitation. What about her? Gu Yu made a gesture towards Qian Ringshu. What do you mean by that? You are all mine. What is there to say about each other? Yinzu shook his head. Dear, your awareness is lacking. Gu Yu fell silent for a moment and said, You are right. We have already become gods, so why should we distinguish between each other? The human race and the beast race, becoming stronger, is precisely to break free from these constraints and complexities. However, you humans always like to complicate simple issues, even creating things like the Divine Realm Committee, which is simply laughable. All right, why bother with these things? Yinzu hugged Qian Ringshu and Yi Lingling tightly. Now you have gotten what you wished for, but is there anything else unfinished? Yes, Gu Yu said, even for me. Constructing such a vast domain takes considerable effort, which puts me in a relatively dangerous position. Azu, during this period, you need to protect me from surprise attacks by the human gods. Oh, you're also calling them human race now, saying that makes it awkward for Schwerer and Lingling. Doesn't it? Yinzu laughed, saying it directly by name is enough. Qian Ringshu said lightly, I have no ill intentions. There is nothing awkward about it. Hey, both of you are out now. Is everyone else all right? Yinzu asked. Aside from my mother not adapting at first, everything else is fine, Qian Ringshu replied. Yi Lingling suddenly showed a puzzled expression upon hearing this. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yinzu thought Qian Rengshu was hiding something from him, but he remembered that Qian Rengshu had never deceived him. Yilingling blinked and asked, "Among us, Sister Shui, who are you referring to as mother?" Qian Rengshu was taken aback for a moment and blushed slightly. Yilingling widened her eyes, glancing at Qian Rengshu, then at Yinzu. "You didn't know? Didn't I tell you?" Yinzu suddenly recalled that many people did not know the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu, especially when the two stood together, although they had some resemblance. Nobody would think of them as mother and daughter. Cough. Yilingling felt a bit of pain in her chest, coughed a couple of times, and sighed. "Azu, after all these years, you always manage to surprise me. You truly live up to your reputation." Yinzu laughed. "Of course, when have I ever disappointed you?" After saying that, Yinzu hugged Yilingling and gave her a good squeeze, but the surroundings were empty, and he couldn't find a place to push Yilingling down. "Where?" Yinzu asked Guyu. "Will this be our home from now on? But there is nothing here?" Hearing this, Guyu felt a touch in her heart, frowned slightly, but did not refute Yinzu's affectionate title. She waved her hand casually, and a bed appeared before Yinzu. "Wow, it can be like this." Yinzu blinked, pushed Yilingling down onto the bed, sat down to feel it, then said, "It's too soft. It's not good for exerting strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Yinzu felt the bed's elasticity decrease significantly. "This is something you need to learn." Guyu said that in his own domain, since everything is constructed by his divine power, he can do whatever he wants in this space. In other words, if he wants something, it will be there, right? Yinzu smiled mischievously. Guyu replied, "Not exactly, but I can do it. If you want to know the reason, it's because I master various elemental powers." Hee. My dear wife is really impressive. After Yinzu said this, he looked at Yilingling with a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Yilingling quickly covered her chest with her hands and said, "No, in such an open place, it's not good to be seen by others." Guyu reassured her, "Don't worry, the area around here is all my territory. No one will come in without my permission. Look, how considerate your sister Shuer is." Yinzu pulled Qianren Shue over and said, "Shuer, I can feel the change you mentioned. I think we can give it a try." Seeing Yinzu's excited and expectant expression, Qianren Shue felt a bit reluctant to refuse him, but said, "Aren't you too happy and forgetting that there is still a group of people waiting for your news? I need to go back and tell them that everything has been resolved." "Ah, look at me, I'm too excited." Yinzu slapped himself and said, "In that case, bring them all over and let's try it together. Come to my place." Qianren Shue said, "I need to protect Yuer. Besides, Yuer has prepared the bed for us." After saying this, Yinzu turned to Guyu and asked, "Yuer, can this bed be made bigger? It's too small." With a casual wave, Guyu instantly enlarged the bed that Yinzu was lying on by several times. Seeing this, Yinzu raised his eyebrows at Qianren Shue triumphantly, while Qianren Shue looked at Guyu. To bring people in, they naturally needed Guyu's consent, and since Guyu's divine realm was still in the construction phase, Hulaina and the others had not yet reached divine-level strength. Entering here would put considerable pressure on her. But Guyu just nodded slightly and said, "It's fine. You all do your thing, don't mind me." Seeing Guyu's calmness bordering on indifference, Qianren Shue couldn't help but sigh. "You two really are a match made in heaven." After that, Qianren Shue left the Dragon God domain, and before long, she brought Bibi Dong and the others over. The group had already heard from Qianren Shue that everything was resolved, so when they entered the Dragon God domain, they were all curious. What appeared before them was a blank space, in which Guyu was hovering in mid-air, continuously releasing soul power, with a huge bed laid out beneath her, exaggeratedly large. On the bed, Yinzu was pinning Yilingling down, continuously burying his face in her chest. Poseidon saw this, and said, "He really can't sit still for a moment." Seeing that his wives had all arrived, Yinzu also temporarily stopped his actions and waited for the women to gather around the bed before saying, "Now I want to announce something big." The women looked at him, unsure of what he was going to say. Yinzu announced loudly, "Today, I finally fulfilled my wish and brought my beloved you all to this divine realm. From now on, we will have countless joyful times together." While Yinzu was speaking passionately, the women were looking around, especially Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong, who were younger and not strong enough. They found this divine realm too intriguing. It felt like a dream. Ning Rongrong reached out and pinched Yinzu's face, saying, "It just feels so unreal. You will know the reality soon." Yinzu pulled Ning Rongrong's hand and tossed her onto the bed, then continued the second thing. "I need your help to verify." Qianren Shue knew what Yinzu was going to say and voluntarily sat on the bed, crossed her legs, and smiled at the others. All right, you just want to see if your infertility is cured, right? Making such a fuss. Aziz rolled her eyes. Hey. Yin Zhu jumped up from the bed and said, is there anyone who dismantles their husband's platform like this? Aziz replied, isn't it obvious to everyone here? Who doesn't know about your little problem? Rebel, how dare you talk back? Yin Zhu threw Aziz onto the bed and said, I must punish you first. Without hesitation, Yin Zhu tore Aziz's clothes open, then suddenly realized and chuckled. Oh, you understand me, huh? I see you want to be the first to get me to you and the first to get pregnant, right? This honor would make me seem too biased. Upon hearing this, Aziz couldn't help but laugh and said, look at you. Now it's an honor. Can you find anyone in the world more shameless than him? But regardless of the banter, since Yin Zhu brought it up, although the women outwardly showed no desire to compete, a strange sense of rivalry stirred within them. After all the effort to come to the divine realm, if Yin Zhu truly regained his fertility, then the first child would be of great significance. Lying beside them, Yi Lingling saw Yin Zhu pinning Aziz down, feeling displeased. She was almost done with her foreplay, her emotions were intense, and being interrupted was one thing. But would she really have to wait? Why are you taking so long? Yi Lingling sat up from the bed, wrapping her jade arms around Yin Zhu's neck, her cool little hands wandering over his chest, making him feel ticklish. It seems Sister Lingling wants this honor. Ning Rongrong smiled as she watched from the side. Yi Lingling Wuhun missed the chance to tease Rongrong, and, upon hearing Ning Rongrong say this, released Yin Zhu and said, Rongrong, you're the one who wants this honor the most, right? But you're still young. If a little baby comes out, you'll have to find your sister Zhu Qing for milk. As soon as these words were spoken, the women burst into laughter. Ning Rongrong's face turned red as she pouted. Don't talk nonsense, Sister Lingling. That was in the past, who is still young. If you hadn't rebuilt your body after becoming a god, I might even be bigger than you. Comparing with Zhu Qing, we are both little skinny monkeys, so no one could say anything. Bibi Dong and Poseidon quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, letting the young girls play around. What can I say? I'm already a god now. Yi Lingling loosened her corset slightly, revealing her alluring curves to Ning Rongrong, flaunting there's a hierarchy. The older can bully the younger. Oh no, Sister Lingling, I want to let you off. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she jumped onto the bed, initially aiming for Yi Lingling, but slipped and fell into Yin Zhu's arms instead. The other women finally realized, what a cunning little girl with ulterior motives. Hulaina, not wanting to play games, directly sat on Yin Zhu's thigh, her elastic bottom pressing down on him, making him feel comfortable and enjoy it. Hulaina didn't say anything, just looked at Yin Zhu with sparkling eyes. Soon her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, exuding charm to the extreme. Yin Zhu was busy and noticed that Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were still a bit shy. So he said, all right, no more messing around. Just like that night, we'll cover ourselves with a big blanket, and whoever hugs who is who. Don't say I'm biased. That one do. Ning Rongrong protested. Who doesn't know your eyes? Under a big blanket, you can see clearly. That is still biased. Then what do you suggest? Yin Zhu asked with a smile. Hulaina, blushing, leaned close to Yin Zhu's ear and whispered a few words, then shyly lay in Qian Rinchue's arms. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu thought Hulaina's idea was excellent, so he closed his eyes and lay back on the bed, saying, I'm ready. Who will come first? Chapter 178, Procreation, Part 2. The idea proposed by Hulaina allowed Yin Zhu to hand over the choice to the girls. At this moment, he lay sprawled on the bed, eyes closed, looking completely relaxed. It's not the first time. It's just a wild time for you, Aziz said disdainfully. You still think we'll sit on you ourselves, right? Everyone ignore him. Let him lie there alone. Exactly. When did it become my responsibility to serve you? Ning Rongrong also stood up from the head of the bed, pretending to leave. Yin Zhu, however, was in no hurry at all. He still held Yi Lingling's hand. And since the idea came from Hulaina, she would naturally stay. She was also quite scheming, betting on who would be the most embarrassed. Just as Aziz and Ning Rongrong reached an agreement and were about to leave together, Zhu Zhiyun stepped forward and climbed onto the bed, saying, Hey, it's not the first time. Why are you all being so polite? Seeing Zhu Zhiyun's actions, the girls became alert. Hulaina, who had been watching the show from the side, realized it was too late to intervene because she noticed a pair of purple underwear lying by the edge of the bed, which was clearly discarded in Zhu Zhiyun's rush to climb onto the bed. Yinju opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Zhiyun, who was already prepared and sitting on him. He smiled and said, Dear, come on, let's succeed this time. Zhu Zhiyun bit her lip and then asked, Do you want a boy or a girl? If it's Zhu Yun's words, then of course it's a girl. Otherwise, how can your family inherit its excellent genes? Yinju said, completely ignoring the jealous and unwilling gazes of the others. The opportunity was equal. If they didn't come up to compete, they couldn't blame him for being biased. Z and Ning Rongrong, who had initially planned to leave, were also infuriated by Zhu Zhiyun's action, a traitor among them. But how embarrassing would it be to turn back now? The two girls were hesitating when they noticed Shui Bing'er and Shui Ware had also climbed on the bed, sweetly whispering by Yinju's side. Earlier, Yinju had turned off the lights and covered everyone with a blanket, so no one could see each other. And everyone was huddled in the quilt, waiting for Yinju to fish in troubled waters. But now, the Dragon God realm was brightly lit, and it was naturally less relaxed. However, Zhu Zhiyan broke this situation first, and, as a result, everyone let go of their restraint. For a moment, laughter and shouts filled the Dragon God realm. Soon, Zhu Zhiyun received Yinju's first experience in the divine realm. Looking at Zhu Zhiyun's flushed face, still wanting more, Yinju shook his head and said, "Don't be too greedy. It's time for the other sisters." Zhu Zhiyun reluctantly lay back, leaving Yinju's body. The brave one's short sword remained sharp, although it had been through a passionate battle. It showed no sign of wear or fatigue. Hu Laina, seeing that Zhu Zhiyun finally gave way, immediately took her place, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Damn it. I came up with the idea, but she took the lead. Who told you to just stand there watching the show?" Yinju was full of fighting spirit. After saying that, he and Hulaina went straight to the point. Bibi Dong and Poseidon watched them take turns performing passionately, feeling a bit flushed and stirred. Touching her hot cheeks, Bibi Dong's gaze collided with Poseidon's. Wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness, she said, "Young people really know how to have fun." However, Poseidon did not respond to Bibi Dong's words. Firstly, she never felt old. The long years spent on Sea God Island were relatively monotonous. Before encountering events that changed her fate, even though she had lived many years, it felt no different from living a single day. Bibi Dong was different. She was originally the Pope, accustomed to that set of positioning and style. So even though they were all Yinju's women, she still regarded Hulaina and Ning Rongrong as juniors in her heart, making her restraint even harder to break. Now, unless Yinju forcibly picked her up and put her on the bed, she would not take the initiative. "Keep it down. It's too noisy." The ancient moon above couldn't stand it and shouted, but everyone showed no intention of quieting down. "If you want to join, come on. What's the harm in doing those things later? There's plenty of time," Yinju shouted up to the ancient moon, causing her to become flustered and her actions of expanding the divine realm to become noticeably rougher. Also maintaining her composure was Qian Rinxue. She constantly monitored the ancient moon's actions. While everyone was enjoying themselves, she was protecting the ancient moon. When the round ended, Zhu Zhiyun, fearing it wouldn't be enough, climbed back onto Yinju, and naturally, the others were unwilling to fall behind. On Yinju's side, it was a day of indulgence with endless music, while on the other side, the gods in the divine realm all wore gloomy faces. Those deities whose bodies had been shattered by Yinju returned to their own realms. To maintain the strength of their souls, they could only obediently stay in their realms like angel gods, stabilizing the divine realm. However, clearly, no god was willing to be a blood supply pool for the divine realm, especially now that the ancient moon was continuously expanding her dragon god realm, making the situation even worse. The actions of the ancient moon were like demolishing a tall building and then building her own house next to it. To keep the divine realm's high building from collapsing due to the dragon god's recklessness, the pressure on them was indeed quite considerable. The god of destruction returned to his realm, just as the goddess of life returned from healing other deities. Seeing the god of destruction sitting in a chair, sulking, she lay in his arms and softly said, "No matter what, the matter has been resolved. It's only just begun." The god of destruction opened his eyes and looked at his beloved in his arms, saying, "Originally, the hidden dangers that had been lurking for years could be resolved today. But who would have thought that there would be such a freak beside the dragon god? After living for so many years, I finally gained some insight." The goddess of life felt a bit of fear upon hearing this. She knew very well how severe the injuries those deities had suffered were. Fortunately, that Yinju seemed unable to fully utilize divine power, yet, otherwise, some deities might not even be able to preserve their souls. "By the way, your heir." The god of destruction frowned slightly and asked, "That one called Yi Lingling, is she his woman? What exactly is his background?" "I'm not sure about that either." The goddess of life shook her head and said, "I chose Yi Lingling because her affinity is most suitable for me. As for her man, the one called Yinju, I have observed him. He seems to possess powers beyond our comprehension. Such a person remaining in the divine realm will only continue to cause trouble. I can already foresee what will happen next. The god of destruction pinched his temple, feeling a bit of a headache. The goddess of life gently touched his face with her hand and said, "Why worry so much? You should understand my thoughts. We have already worried enough for this divine realm. I no longer like this kind of life. You should find an heir soon, hand over your divine position, and let us go somewhere else to start new experiences. How about that? That would make me seem like I'm escaping." The god of destruction shook his head and said, "But speaking of which, those things the dragon god researched back then were quite interesting, including the expansion of the divine realm. I also supported that. I just didn't expect that in the end, he would play with fire and get burned. Now that he has returned to the divine realm, this boring life has become interesting. What are you thinking?" The goddess of life expressed her concerns, worrying that if the god of destruction chose to eliminate the dragon god, it would be himself who would be heavily injured. As the partner of the god of destruction, she naturally cared for his safety, but she couldn't say it outright. Knowing well the god of destruction's temper, regardless of how many years he had lived, provoking him always worked. The god of destruction said, "I have two ideas. First, if we cooperate with the dragon god, perhaps with the current strength of the divine realm, we could expand it to an unprecedented level. Of course, this would also consume a lot of our resources, but if it could be achieved smoothly, the friction between the human race and the beast race would undoubtedly decrease significantly. Although there is currently only the dragon god among the beast gods, it won't be long before more and more beast gods emerge, making the divine realm quite crowded." The goddess of life thought about the group of women that Yinzu had brought and sighed. The increase of beast gods might not have many negative effects for the human race, as they are all strong enough, but the people Yinzu brought were a bit complicated. In the divine realm, even a first-level deity could only bring 2 people. Any more would burden all the gods, yet Yinzu brought a whole group. Moreover, since the goddess of life and Yi Lingling were basically in sync, she could clearly see everything Yi Lingling did in the divine realm. Not only did he bring people up, but he was also creating new beings. That was a bit too selfish and excessive. The god of destruction didn't notice the sudden flush on the goddess of life's face and continued. As for the second option, if I must say, the reason the balance of the divine realm is currently off is entirely due to that guy named Yinzu. I just don't understand how he, as a human, managed to associate with the dragon god. If we could figure out their relationship and make him turn against the dragon god, then taking down the dragon god would be easy. He's probably a more troublesome existence than the dragon god, the goddess of life worried. He already is, the god of destruction replied. He has proven that he is far more powerful than the dragon god. Even during the peak period when the dragon god had a group of beast gods, he never caused such heavy losses to the human race. This time, even the Azura and sea god have been severely injured. However, it seems he also has connections with the heir of the angel god. This kid is enjoying the blessings of having 2 godly heirs. It's truly to win him over and make him turn against the dragon god. The goddess of life shook her head. Just now, she realized why this human Yinzu stood on the side of the dragon god. Through Yi Lingling's perspective, she saw that the one working hard on Yinzu's lap had changed from Yi Lingling to the high and mighty dragon god. This was the reason they were mixed together. It had nothing to do with interests but was all about desire. This kid could capture so many beauties, which showed he must treat his women very well. Otherwise, they wouldn't willingly stay by his side. So, for the god of destruction to want him to turn against the dragon god was undoubtedly a dream. By the way, since your heir is that kid's woman, why not let her negotiate and understand the situation? The god of destruction suddenly suggested. It can also put some pressure on the angel god. After all, the heavy losses of the human race's divine realm are all due to that Yinzu. Since he can choose to side with the dragon god, there must be reasons he cannot refuse. The goddess of life advised, moreover, what is there that you can give that the dragon god cannot? If we must say, it's actually the dragon god who can give more. You might not be able to. What things? The god of destruction clearly wasn't convinced by this statement. The goddess of life replied ambiguously. You don't need to ask what it is, just say if it's true or not. Oomph. The god of destruction snorted and fell silent. In the realm of the dragon god, aside from Poseidon, Bibi Dong, and Qian Ringshu, the other girls had already fought to exhaustion, collapsing weakly beside Yinzu, and they had reaped quite a bit. Among them, only Gue could match Yinzu, and it seemed there was a hint of revenge in her. With a fiercer momentum than Yinzu, as if complaining that Yinzu was doing those things in front of her without acknowledging her. Seeing the dragon god, who was also not doing anything productive, Qian Ringshu felt a bit helpless, unable to help but ask herself what she was doing. Thus, neither Gue nor Yinzu was willing to back down, but eventually It was Gyue who left the bed first, got dressed, and continued to expand her dragon god realm. Yinzu looked at his achievements and let out a long howl, thinking that now it should lead to something. If nothing came of this, he would have given up hope and would feel less expectation. So regardless of the final result, he would be able to accept it. Having come to this realization, Yinzu felt refreshed and looked at Bibi Dong, Poseidon, and Qian Ringshu, who had been watching from the sidelines. Qian Ringshu had lost her mood and said that the angel god needed her for something before leaving only Bibi Dong and Poseidon. Poseidon naturally didn't need to say much. She had been proud and aloof in front of Yinzu for quite some time, and they were used to this tacit understanding. However, Yinzu was a bit surprised that Bibi Dong didn't join in, considering she had been alone for so many years. Just as Yinzu stood up to embrace Bibi Dong, she whispered an interesting question in his ear. Chapter 179, Reproduction, Part 3. Since Gyue had not arranged the sun, moon, and stars in the Dragon God realm, it was always daytime there. If not for their exhaustion, the girls who had just arrived in the divine realm would not easily fall asleep. At this moment, only Poseidon and Bibi Dong, who had yet to confront Yinzu, were left watching from the side. Yinzu intentionally teased Poseidon, so he first satisfied Bibi Dong, kissing her passionately before starting to pull at her clothes. Bibi Dong sighed softly in Yinzu's ear. If we have a child, what should we name him? Huh? Yinzu was momentarily taken aback by Bibi Dong's question, but he quickly dismissed any hesitation and said, why care about that? Schwer is already a goddess now and doesn't need your concern. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, the child won't know the details. After speaking, Yinzu glanced at the several girls who were sound asleep and said, even they still don't know your relationship with Schwer. This isn't a big deal. Nothing in this world can stop my love for you. We should have a child, don't you think? Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled as she softly responded with an mm. Although she had already given birth to Qian Ringshu, that child was taken away by Qingdao, Lu, and the servants of the angel god right after birth. So if you really think about it, this would be her first time becoming a mother, nurturing a life from scratch until it matures. Yinzu and Bibi Dong entangled with each other, indulging in their intimacy, then lifted his head to look at Poseidon, who was tightening her legs around him, and said, all right. Stop pretending, come here. At this point, do I really have to kneel down and beg you? Upon hearing this, Poseidon moved her lips, but didn't say anything. She stood up, loosened her chest belt, revealing her half-covered body to Yinzu, and walked towards the bed. Yinzu embraced the two most beautiful women in the world, wanting nothing more. Such a lavish and indulgent life made everyone forget the time. In the Dragon God realm, they spent every day either cultivating, sleeping, or engaging in group activities, living quite disciplined and comfortably. One day, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt uncomfortable, unable to sit or lie down, and inexplicably anxious. Lying in Yinzu's arms, she pouted and hummed, unable to articulate what was wrong. The others were startled, each showing different expressions. Yinzu's eyes sparkled as he gently stroked Ning Rongrong. Yi Lingling stepped forward, her palm glowing with a soft green light, pressing it against Ning Rongrong. Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshu patiently stayed by her side. Shui Binger and Shui Yueru whispered to each other. Hulaina and Zhu Jian touched their own bellies, each feeling frustrated. Azi and Poseidon looked slightly curious, standing behind Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshu, waiting for Yi Lingling's conclusion. After a while, Yi Lingling took a deep breath, her excitement evident, and nodded slightly toward Yinzu. Yinzu looked at Yi Lingling, his eyes seeming to ask, are you sure? Yi Lingling smiled and nodded vigorously. Yinzu let out a long howl, suddenly standing up, lifting Ning Rongrong by her waist and spinning her around, exclaiming, I didn't expect it. Rongrong is so capable. Ha ha. Ning Rongrong, still unclear about the situation, felt even more irritable after being spun around, kicking Yinzu with her long legs and saying, what are you doing? Put me down. Yinzu set Ning Rongrong down, nodding and saying, yes, I was being silly. Just don't jostle the baby. What are you talking about? Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at him. It's only been this long. It's not that easy to lose it. Say something nice. Are you really pregnant? Azi asked in disbelief, with Hulaina and Zhu Zhuyun showing similar expressions. Yes. Yi Lingling confirmed again, I didn't expect Rongrong to be the first one to hit the jackpot. Ha ha. It must be what she wanted the most in her heart. What? Ning Rongrong finally reacted, her eyes widening. Sister Lingling, are you talking about me? That's right. You're gonna be a mom. Ha ha ha. Yi Lingling laughed joyfully. Hey, don't say that. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt shy at the word mom. Initially, she wanted to argue, but hearing that she would have the identity of a mother made her feel a chill all over, goosebumps rising. It's useless to be scared. What's meant to come will come. Yi Lingling said, don't worry, with me around, I won't let you suffer at all. Yen Zhu held Ning Rongrong in his arms, and to him, she seemed to radiate a faint glow. He felt that she had never been as beautiful as today. Suddenly, he felt a bit hungry, wanting to devour Ning Rongrong whole. Amidst the congratulations and smiling gazes from everyone, Ning Rongrong ultimately lowered her head in embarrassment. Although she felt some fear from the unknown, surrounded by everyone's love and in Yen Zhu's embrace, she felt incredibly warm. This important matter should be reported to the Ning sect master. Bibi Dong nudged Yen Zhu, who was focused solely on Ning Rongrong. Yen Zhu came back to his senses and nodded. Yes, not just him. My parents should know about this too. After saying that, Yen Zhu clapped his hands. You reminded me. Now that the situation is set, it's time to bring them over to enjoy life. Qian Rinxue shook her head. What do you mean by the situation being set? Since you came to the divine realm, you've only been thinking about having children with us every day. At this rate, when do you plan to establish your own domain? Yen Zhu replied, Hey, why are we distinguishing between us? What's yours is mine. Beware, don't you agree? Look how big your place is. Leaving a bed for your in-laws isn't too much to ask, right? Guyu, who had been focused on expanding her domain, didn't even open her eyes as she responded. If the elders can get used to giant beasts roaming everywhere, then it's fine. Yen Zhu blinked, thinking to himself that his parents, who just wanted to live like ordinary people, would find it difficult to live in the same domain as those violent and arrogant beast gods. This matter isn't urgent. Bibi Dong said, Z, they might not like this divine realm. It's better to bring them over to enjoy longevity when their time is up in the mortal realm. That's true. Z suddenly chimed in, this divine realm is really boring. Really? I don't. Yen Zhu was about to say that he found life here incredibly enjoyable, but then he thought, without beauties like them to enjoy indulgence and provide emotional value. The vast divine realm indeed lacked meaning. So you need to establish your own domain, you know? That way you can freely outline the world you desire. Qian Rinxue said, My domain is already formed and passed down through generations, so there won't be much change. In Guyu's dragon god, domain has to consider all the beast gods, ultimately being more suitable for the survival of soul beasts, so don't be too naive. All right, all you do is lecture me all day. Yen Zhu pulled Qian Rinxue into his arms and began to mess with her. Is there anything you say that I don't listen to? Qian Rinxue frowned slightly, wanted to break free, but helplessly, Yen Zhu was too strong, so she had to give up and said irritably, I was talking about serious matters. What do you want to do? What else could it be? Yen Zhu laughed. Rongrong has already proven that I've gotten the ability I wanted, and now my desire is even stronger. Don't think that the situation is set. Qian Rinxue punched Yen Zhu. Guyu's return to the divine realm is not something the human gods want to see. Now that you've made such a big enemy with them, while you're enjoying yourself behind closed doors, they're probably discussing how to deal with you. That's exactly what I hope for. Yen Zhu snorted coldly. I would prefer it if you don't stop me. If they think this divine realm is too crowded, I wouldn't mind making it a bit emptier. After all, our family is large, and it will only grow in the future. Schwerer, you should be on my side. What are you talking about? Qian Rinxue retorted. I want to avoid bloodshed and sacrifice. If the gods work together, any problem can be easily solved. There's no need for a life and death struggle. Umapa, merciful beings don't cut off their own paths. Do they deserve to talk about sacrifice? Yen Zhu expressed disdain for this. All right, stop bickering. Bibi Dong looked at the crowd surrounding Ning Rongrong, asking questions left and right, and advised Yen Zhu, as long as the problem is solved, there will be plenty of time in the future. Schwerer is right. Zhu, you should settle down and build your own domain as soon as possible. It's easy to say, but I still haven't figured out how to do it. Yen Zhu looked up at Guyu and said, All right, I'll teach you. Qian Rinxue shook her head. You can't argue with me. Yen Zhu agreed verbally, but thought to himself that it would be nice if some clueless god would come and provoke him. Adding bricks and tiles is not as comfortable as directly moving in. While Yen Zhu was thinking this way, the other gods were also plotting. The sea god had summoned those gods whose divine bodies had been shattered by Yen Zhu, planning how to eliminate the dragon god Guyu and Yen Zhu, the cancer of the divine realm, once and for all. After hearing the sea god's plan, all the gods fell silent. What do you think? The sea god asked the Shura god. The Shura god pondered carefully and said, if we do this, it might really work. But the risk is too great, and it requires the cooperation of all the gods. Do you think destruction, angels, and life would agree to this? Is that really all you're worried about? The sea god smiled indifferently and then said, you should know that when it comes to extremes, destruction is not just more than us, but far more. As for life, isn't it just following the meaning of destruction along with her man? There's no need to mention the angels. She has maintained her integrity all these years, and besides, this is our common intention. She has no reason to side with that dragon god, right? I thought the Rakshasa was already crazy enough, but it seems you're even more so. The Asura god shook his head and said, well, as long as this disaster remains unresolved, I won't feel at ease. I agree with this plan. As for destruction, you and I will go speak about it together shortly. The other gods were already harboring resentment towards Yinzu. Now that the sea god and Asura god have expressed their positions, they had no reason not to follow. After all, they have nearly infinite lifespans in the divine realm. For the sake of long-term considerations, using a little sacrifice to eliminate the dragon god and Yinzu is definitely worth it. As for what kind of sacrifice, the sea god meant that the next time the temporal turbulence approaches, the divine realm will become extremely unstable. Only by gathering the power of the gods can we ensure that the divine realm does not collapse under the ravages of the temporal turbulence. The sea god wants to directly separate the dragon god's domain from the divine realm while combating the temporal turbulence, which is quite a desperate measure. This move is indeed a way to harm the enemy, 3,000 while self-inflicting 800. At that time, although the pressure from the temporal turbulence will increase, as long as we stabilize it in time, we can still withstand it. But the dragon god's domain that gets cut off will be in dire straits. The dragon god will have to face the temporal turbulence alone. One can imagine that the dragon god's domain will be like a small boat tossed into a raging sea, easily capsized and submerged by the giant waves. Considering that the dragon god is so arrogant and has taken such a large domain, it is normally not a problem to maintain it. However, having to protect such a large domain against the temporal turbulence alone is likely to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Thus, even if the dragon god and Yinzu do not perish in the temporal turbulence due to the collapse of the dragon god's domain, they will likely be transported to other places by the turbulence. If luck is particularly bad, and neither of these situations occurs, then it will have nothing to do with the divine realm because they will have been completely separated from it. Although this plan will cause the divine realm to lose a domain for the human gods, it makes no difference whether that domain is held by the dragon god or lost, so they do not feel distressed about it. At worst, they can expand again. Eliminating the heretics in the divine realm and maintaining long-term peace and stability is the top priority. After gaining the support of most of the gods, the sea god and Asura god came to discuss this matter with the god of destruction as representatives. The goddess of life, who had been connected with Yi Lingling, often saw her heir and her man passionately creating new life, and she felt her heart fluttering day by day, constantly teasing the god of destruction. The two were also entangled in affection every day. On this day, when the sea god and Asura god visited, they happened to walk in on the god of destruction half undressing the goddess of life, which made her very angry, and she immediately showed a displeased face to the two. The Asura god and sea god did not know why she was so furious, but they were aware of his volatile temper, so they did not pay much attention and directly stated their plan. The god of destruction originally had no intention of chatting with these two men, but after hearing their plan, he leaned back in his chair, stroked his chin, and fell into thought. It was evident that a head-on confrontation would not work. None of them were currently a match for the dragon god and Yinzu. But if they could harness the power of the temporal turbulence, seeing that the god of destruction was still hesitating, the sea god said, "Let us be straightforward. Keeping these two in the divine realm is not beneficial for all the gods." The god of destruction looked at the sea god, then exchanged glances with the Asura god, and then yawned, saying, "I have to say, you two are quite mad. Even I think it's a bit crazy. So are you in or not?" "Why not?" Chapter 180. Reproduction 4. The god of destruction, Asura god, and sea god confirmed this plan. After the two left, the goddess of life appeared before the god of destruction with a dissatisfied expression. "Have you really decided to do this?" the goddess of life asked. The god of destruction did not look her in the eye and replied, "For the greater good, this is necessary. That dragon god is unruly, and the newcomer, Yinzu, is an anomaly among anomalies. The Asura's idea is indeed promising. Moreover, she occupies such a vast territory and should have the ability to withstand the temporal turbulence. If she cannot, she will inevitably threaten us in the future. Have you forgotten the cause of that great war years ago? This guy is arrogant and conceited, so let her contend with the temporal turbulence." The goddess of life shook her head, remaining silent, as she felt that her man had changed. In the past, he would not resort to such methods to deal with his opponents. "What about my heir?" the goddess of life asked. "Yi Lingling is Yinzu's beloved. They are bound to live and die together. Then it depends on how she chooses, the god of destruction said indifferently. If she can persuade Yinzu to switch sides, that would be best. Besides, she's just an heir. We can wait. She is my carefully selected and nurtured heir. The goddess of life spoke with some urgency, even carrying a hint of a sob, and then turned to leave. The god of destruction did not intend to chase after her. He merely sighed deeply. He was already accustomed to such matters. On the other side, Yi Lingling, who was originally joking with Ning Rongrong, felt the summons of the goddess of life, temporarily left, returned to her own domain, and asked the goddess of life why she had summoned her. The temporal turbulence is approaching, the goddess of life said with a complex expression as she looked at Ning Rongrong. She was struggling inside. She really liked Yi Lingling, her heir, especially since she had put in a lot of effort to cultivate her. In her heart, it would be difficult to find another girl so compatible with her in the lower realm. The temporal turbulence is a cosmic phenomenon that threatens the survival of the divine realm, right? Yi Lingling said. The goddess of life nodded, saying, you can find its records in the knowledge I imparted to you. You will understand what we rely on to confront it. Unity, Yi Lingling said. The gods work together to maintain the stability of each domain in the divine realm, pushing through together. That's right, this requires everyone's effort. Otherwise, even a 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an anthole. The goddess of life nodded, still considering what to say next. When that day comes, I will do my utmost to fight alongside you, Yi Lingling said. The goddess of life's throat choked up. She still couldn't say it. If she told Yi Lingling the truth, it would mean betraying her own man. Moreover, since this was the common intention of the human gods, if she revealed it, it would be a betrayal to humanity, and she would no longer have a place in the divine realm. However, the thought of watching her heir and her beloved go to their deaths was unbearable, and her intuition told her that this plan was not the best choice. Do you have any further instructions? Yi Lingling asked respectfully. The goddess of life was lost in thought, and when Yi Lingling asked, she casually replied, your man, Yinzu, I know everything about you and him, but I don't know how he got close to the dragon god. Yi Lingling smiled helplessly and said, I don't know that either. How can you tolerate that? The goddess of life lamented, tolerating his fickleness. Not just fickleness. Yi Lingling sighed and said, it's simply like having 3 heads and 6 arms along with a heart divided in 2. However, I've come to terms with it. Although Azu is indecisive, he has never abandoned me. In fact, he has given me much more than I have given him, so there's nothing for me to fuss over. Since I chose him in the beginning, I might as well accept all of him, both his strengths and weaknesses. The goddess of life nodded, knowing that she had no choice but to stand with the human race. Despite the inevitable struggles, she wanted to protect her heir, so she said, when that day comes, you must stay by my side and not go anywhere. After all, once I ascend, this realm will rely solely on you to maintain it. Yi Lingling nodded, feeling a bit curious as she left. According to the information conveyed by the goddess of life, the temporal chaos would not arrive for quite some time. So why mention it so early? Could it be that time is easily forgotten in this divine realm? Upon returning to Yinzu's side, Yi Lingling shared this with him when he inquired. Yinzu then asked about Guyu's thoughts. Guyu, however, seemed indifferent, as if she looked down on the attitude of the human gods facing the temporal chaos. Yi Lingling gazed at the vast dragon god realm and couldn't help but sigh. Such a vast realm. Sister Yu, can you manage it all by yourself? Guyu was still expanding the realm and casually replied, it's a trivial matter, nothing to mention. I started trying to utilize the temporal chaos many years ago. Utilize it? How do you plan to do that? Yinzu asked curiously. Guyu thought for a moment and said, the temporal chaos is merely a jumping point in time and space. If we can understand its rules and respond according to our abilities, perhaps we can use it to travel to other time and space realms. Yinzu felt a slight tremor in his heart and pondered before asking, have you figured out the rules? Guyu hesitated for a moment and then replied, half and half. Any great discovery inevitably involves risk. At that time, I still had unfinished business, so I couldn't take risks lightly. What about now? Yinzu asked. Can you take risks now? Half and half. Guyu replied dismissively. I like your unique temperament, Yinzu said with a wry smile. Although he and Guyu were called partners and shared a bed every day, Guyu's personality always made Yinzu feel like they were very familiar strangers. He couldn't see through her thoughts, and she rarely expressed her feelings to him. Perhaps there were no feelings at all? Yinzu thought to himself, after all, this relationship had begun as a transaction, and Guyu, being a dragon, surely had a very different sense of aesthetics. After Qianren Shue and Bibi Dong advised him, Yanzu also set aside time daily to cultivate divine power and learn from the dragon god how to use divine power to build his own realm. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue conveyed news to her followers in the lower realm, asking them to inform Ning Fengji that Ning Rongrong was already pregnant. Upon hearing this news, the seven treasure glazed tile sect elders, who had been thinking about Ning Rongrong day and night, were overjoyed, and even the usually calm and composed Chen Xin felt an urge to cry. Knowing that everyone was safe in the divine realm, Ning Fengji felt even more at ease, while also developing another thought. Since Yanzu had truly regained his fertility after going to the divine realm, as long as Rongrong's child could successfully awaken the 9-treasure glazed tile tower martial soul, the insurance he had taken out could be reimbursed. In that case, why not marry both of his daughters to Yanzu? Just think how powerful the children they would have in the future would be. Now, his little daughter was growing up day by day and would soon blossom into a beautiful young lady. With Yanzu as a benchmark, Ning Fengji felt it would be hard to find other sons-in-law he liked. Ning Rongrong's time enjoying the privileges of being pregnant was not long, as soon after, Azi, Zhu Zhuyun, Hulaina, Shui Binger, Shui Yuerer, and Poseidon all began to show similar symptoms. They were all healthy women, and with such frequent intimacy with Yanzu, it would be difficult not to get pregnant. This left Yanzu with a headache. Apart from Bibi Dong, everyone else was experiencing pregnancy for the first time, and their tempers were getting worse, turning into demanding old ladies. Although Yanzu was enjoying himself, over time, he couldn't help but feel exhausted, especially as their bellies grew day by day, and he had to sleep separately from them. How strange! Why aren't you making any noise? After attending to Ning Rongrong, Yanzu returned to his own big bed, looking at the still stunningly beautiful Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Yi Lingling with curiosity. The three women exchanged smiles and said nothing. Yi Lingling said, "If our bellies were all so big, who would accompany you now?" "That's the strange part. Are you secretly taking medicine behind my back?" Yanzu said, then looked at Guyu, who also showed no signs of pregnancy. Bibi Dong gently touched her small belly and then said, "No need to doubt. It's just that the different physical constitutions of gods and humans lead to different external manifestations. In fact, we have long." She looked at Yi Lingling and Qian Renxue, who both gazed lovingly at their bellies. "Oh, you should have said so earlier. Why keep it from me?" Yanzu approached and kissed the three women's belly buttons, saying, "You made me think something was wrong again." Yi Lingling pointed toward the other beds and said with a mischievous smile, "It's just that we were afraid they would feel unbalanced. After all, Rongrong told me that she's been going crazy wanting to be with you these past few days." Yanzu whispered, "Is that true? Did that little girl really say that?" Yi Lingling nodded. "I actually felt it too. After getting pregnant, I want to do it even more. But that might hurt the baby." Qian Renxue laughed, "Especially you, who doesn't know what gentleness is at all. Luckily, we're all gods, otherwise." "I see. Then I must reward them properly after the child is born." Yanzu sighed. Yi Lingling poked Yanzu's chest with her finger, saying, "Why not reward us first? We're the ones carrying the babies and taking care of you, while also helping to look after them." Yanzu chuckled, of course. After the rewards were given, Yanzu approached Guyu, hugged her from behind, and gently touched her flat belly, saying, "You should be pregnant too, right? Why didn't you tell me?" Guyu's tone remained calm as she replied, "Why should I tell you? This is my child, the child of the dragon god. But it's also mine." Yanzu blinked in disbelief. "It's mine that's carrying him," Guyu said. "He will live under the name of the dragon god." "No. Why does it sound like I don't exist in this at all?" Yanzu said. "Is there a problem?" Guyu asked. "The beast race needs a leader, and you are the strongest I have ever seen. A child born from our union will also be the strongest. Only they can bear the title of dragon god and lead the beast race forward." Yanzu shook his head and said, "My poor child, before he has even fully formed, you have already decided his fate. What if he doesn't like the path you have planned for him?" Guyu suddenly stopped her actions, turned around, and looked at Yanzu, saying, "So you are the one who meddled. I clearly know that the parents have the most influence on a child's direction. Therefore, after the child is born, you are not allowed to interfere in his life. He will have a clear and great goal. My God, if I had heard you say that while you were pregnant with me, I would have chosen to strangle myself with the umbilical cord," Yanzu said, clicking his tongue. "This is too suffocating." "Suffocating?" Guyu suddenly chuckled a couple of times, and then said, "I don't expect you to understand what it feels like to bear the fate of a clan, but if you ask why, this is the reason. He is my child while he is in my womb, and that is his responsibility. And us?" Yanzu, feeling Guyu's unwavering determination, said in a deep voice, "What do we count as?" "A transaction," Guyu said, reaching into Yin Zhu's open nightgown to stroke his well-defined chest muscles. We enjoy pleasure. We take what we need, and in the end, I hope we both have a sense of contract spirit. The most important reason I agreed to be your partner is that I believe our union can produce the strongest offspring. Is that all? Yin Zhu gazed into Guyu's eyes. This is the best state, Guyu said casually. Zhu, who do you think has more talent in cultivation? Humans or soul beasts? Soul beasts, right? Yin Zhu guessed. You are the strongest in this world, aren't you? I'm just an exception, Guyu said. You must understand that humans are so weak, flesh and blood, without claws or fangs, while most soul beasts are born strong and possess extraordinary abilities. The two races, starting from vastly different points, can ultimately meet in this divine realm, which shows that the upper limit of humans is far above that of soul beasts. That's why, as a dragon god, I still chose to take on a human form. Then you should learn it more thoroughly, Yin Zhu said. Don't treat everything as a transaction. Although it's a bit glitch, don't you have any feelings for me? After such a long time, shouldn't you have developed some affection? Guyu fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then leaned against Yin Zhu's shoulder and coldly said, This is why I am strong. Chapter 181. Reproduction 5. Guyu's words left Yin Zhu somewhat troubled. He had not expected that a complete dragon god would be such a cold and indifferent person. Compared to her, Poseidon was positively warm-hearted. But she is still pregnant with my child. Yin Zhu tuked. Based on his observations, most people change after becoming parents. Could she, as a dragon god, be an exception? Time passed, and Su Ning, Rongrong, and the others, who had not yet become gods, began to show exaggeratedly large bellies. Yi Lingling took care of them throughout, counting the days, and Xian Renshua also suggested that they all go to the Bright Realm to rest, where she could have the angel god bless the children in their wombs in advance. Yin Zhu agreed with this proposal, and the family moved out of the dragon god realm, making the place feel somewhat desolate. However, Yin Zhu still came to accompany Guyu every day. He firmly believed that all living beings have a need for companionship. As a husband, it was his duty to accompany his wife through the current difficulties, even if this wife was powerful enough to be invincible in the world. Soon, the dragon god realm welcomed a new beast god. Dition successfully broke through and reached the divine realm. Guyu ordered him to choose a territory to settle in. After Dition selected a territory, he created a lake surrounded by mountains, which then became his divine temple. With Dition's addition, Guyu had helped in expanding the realm and could free her hands to build a palace. With a wave of her hand, there were carved beams and painted rafters. With a thought, there were strange mountains and rocks. Yin Zhu watched in amazement as the surrounding void became concrete and beautiful, truly spectacular. Compared to Dition, the artistic quality of your divine temple is very high, Yin Zhu said as he lay on the bed, watching Guyu focus on her construction. Guyu replied, Because I absorbed some aesthetics from human architecture. That's why you have this evaluation. Yin Zhu asked again, Was your previous divine temple like this? Or did it still retain the original natural scenery, like Dition's? It was indeed like that before, but now I have to consider you and the child, which is why there has been this change, Guyu said. After all, mating and childbirth are private and dangerous. You humans have a saying, a cautious sailor makes a long voyage. Indeed, Yin Zhu nodded in agreement. It wouldn't be a problem for me and you to do it in the jungle, but doing it in front of the other beast gods feels a bit strange. However, perhaps it has its own thrilling flavor. Guyu was indifferent and only said, Dition's arrival is just the beginning. Soon there will be other beast gods coming up. I'll say this in advance. Here, you're not allowed to harm my people. Do I seem like such an unreasonable person? Yin Zhu waved his hand dismissively. Guyu sneered and said, If you must get angry, you can slightly teach them a lesson to let them know who is strong and who is weak. But don't harm their lives. Did I make myself clear enough? Understood. Yin Zhu knelt on the bed to receive the order and then flew forward to hug Guyu, his hands wandering over her small belly. Rongrong and the others are about to give birth. What about you? How long until our child is born? Gods cannot be compared to mortals, Guyu said. The shortest is 1 year, the longest several years. Everything is decided by me. Several years? Like Neza? Yin Zhu exclaimed. And what did you just say? You could decide this yourself? The longer the fetus is nurtured by divine power, the stronger it will be after birth. In a sufficiently safe environment, I will pursue the utmost limit, Guyu said, also lowering her head to touch her belly. And what are you surprised about? It's just a few years. It will pass in the blink of an eye. Yeah. Yin Zhu sighed as well. Now he also felt that time was passing too quickly. It seemed like just yesterday that Ning Rongrong and the others were pregnant. But now they could give birth at any moment. Speaking of which, Will Schwer and the others take a long time to be born? Yanzu asked again. Guyu rolled her eyes at him and said, You can ask them about such things yourself. What does it have to do with me? How would I know their thoughts? Seeing Guyu so arrogant, Yanzu immediately picked her up and pressed her down on the bed for a thorough lesson. However, this tactic was not very effective on her. She was a god, and a beast god at that, with an incredibly powerful physical body. Yanzu simply couldn't make her beg for mercy. After the two enjoyed themselves, Yanzu returned to the Bright Realm, where he continued to care for the pregnant women while also learning about the use of divine power. However, there was also an angel god here. Unlike Guyu, she was a proper human god, and also a woman. So when Yanzu was in her realm, having fun with Qianrenxue, Bibi Dong, and Yi Lingling, he often heard the angel god let out faint sighs, leaving him unsure of their meaning. Once, Yanzu even tried to flirt with the angel god, but was scolded by Qianrenxue. Knowing that Qianrenxue was genuinely angry, Yanzu gave up and no longer provoked the angel god. Time flew by again, and everything was so peaceful and beautiful until one day, a shout from Ning Rongrong broke this tranquility. Like some kind of chain reaction, Hulaina, Zhu Zhuyun, Shui Bing, Shui Wer, Poseidon, and Z all welcomed their days of childbirth one after another, with the life goddess Yi Lingling and both new and old angel gods present. Their deliveries were incredibly smooth and almost painless. Yanzu originally thought that when that day came, the entire Bright Realm would be filled with the screams and groans of slaughtered pigs, but it didn't happen. Everything went smoothly, and both mother and children were safe. 2 sons and 5 daughters, a perfectly normal ratio. Among them, Poseidon and Z gave birth to boys. What surprised Yanzu and the women even more was that these children neither cried nor made a fuss. They were all as beautiful as polished porcelain dolls, each with bright, sparkling eyes. According to Qianrenxue, this was the result of blessings from the angel god. Looking at the lively little lives lined up before him, Yanzu's first reaction was blankness. He felt neither tension nor joy, as if the whole world were in a vacuum. He saw his women laughing and crying, but he couldn't hear their voices. When he opened his eyes again, Yanzu found his wives surrounding him, looking tense. Phew! Qianrenxue sighed in relief upon seeing Yanzu awake. You scared us. What happened to you? What happened? Yanzu asked. Yi Lingling chimed in. You suddenly fainted, and we couldn't figure out why. It really scared us. Yanzu patted his face, realizing his feelings had returned, as if waking from a dream, and hurriedly asked, Where are the children? Hey, they're all right here. Ning Rongrong pointed to a row of cradles set up nearby. Yanzu rushed over and saw his children lying inside, curiously looking around. A surge of love flooded his heart, but he had no way to express it. So he turned back and hugged the nearest Ning Rongrong and Poseidon, saying, You've worked hard, thank you. Of course, Ning Rongrong proudly said. This miss is really exhausted, praise me. Yanzu laughed heartily, lifting Ning Rongrong by her slim waist with both hands, and exclaimed, Rongrong is the best in the world. Nearby, Yi Lingling immediately seized the opportunity to tease. The best in the world. Rongrong, can't let the kids go hungry. I've run a lot lately, okay. Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest. And indeed, due to her pregnancy, her bust had visibly increased. Oh, really? Yanzu exclaimed in surprise. Come. I want to test the milk for the babies. Let me have a taste. You're awful. Ning Rongrong slapped Yanzu, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Stop joking around. We haven't even named the kids yet, Bibi Dong reminded. Upon hearing this, Yanzu paused. Yeah, what should we do? I haven't read much. Z exclaimed in surprise. Oh, there's actually a time when you're stumped? No need to rush. We have plenty of time. The usually quiet Poseidon began to engage in the conversation, and Yanzu noticed her eyes were filled with maternal affection. At least Poseidon had changed quite a bit. Perhaps at this moment, she had truly fallen in love with herself? Yanzu thought to himself. Actually, I'm quite open-minded. Yanzu said, whatever ideas you have, just say them. I'm fine with anything. A name is just a code. It doesn't matter if it's not my surname. Qianrenxue sighed and shook her head, as expected of you. Yanzu spread his hands. What can I do? Just look at them. Each one is exceptionally good-looking. Though you each have your own merits, once they blend with my genes, your characteristics won't show anymore. I estimate that when they grow up, I want to be able to tell them apart. What kind of father can't tell his own daughters apart? Bibi Dong shook her head helplessly. Just as Bibi Dong finished speaking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, and Hulaina couldn't sit still anymore. Hearing Yanzu say that the naming would be entirely up to them and that it didn't have to bear his surname, they instantly became excited, each brainstorming for good names for their children. Watching the lively discussion among the young mothers, Yanzu smiled with satisfaction. then looked at his two sons in the cradles and shook his head. I wonder how many girls these two little rascals will trouble when they grow up. Then, Yanzu turned to his 5 lovely daughters, thinking, I wonder which boys will end up benefiting from them. The sudden increase in population in the bright realm clearly made the angel god feel the pressure. It wasn't that she lacked the ability to protect them, but other deities could sense the birth of these 7 children and would inevitably come to apply pressure. Qianren took a moment to inform Yanzu of this, and after discussing it with his women, they unanimously agreed that the divine realm was too monotonous and uninteresting, surrounded by unfriendly gods. It would be better for them to live in the lower realm, where the world was more exciting and their grandparents were also looking forward to meeting them. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Yanzu made the decision to send them to the lower realm to play in a few years when the children had fully grown. A few years was just a blink of an eye in the divine realm, and Yanzu also noticed that his children were growing rapidly in the divine realm. Although not much time had passed, the children could already talk and run around, and each was surprisingly intelligent. Because of this, the so-called breastfeeding needs were almost non-existent. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Jiyun stored milk had no place to go, and it all went to Yanzu, leaving him a grown man to suckle clean at night. As for the children's names, the girls were named by their mothers, while the boys fell to Yanzu. However, this was not difficult for him. Perhaps Poseidon thought that the surname Bo was hard to name, and Yanzu snapped his brain and directly named one Bo Fengshiman. Aziz was even simpler. Yanzu raised his hand and named him Peng Yuyan, which made Aziz very dissatisfied and said, What is this? Is he not your son? They all take the mother's surname, and I'm the only one with the surname Peng. How do I explain it to the kids later? Yanzu waved his hand. Oh, just change the Peng character, and it's done. Stop fussing. Let us call him Ziyuyan. It sounds nice. Nice my foot. I want Ziyuan. Aziz became increasingly angry, but in the end, she accepted the name, and after getting used to it, she didn't think it sounded too bad. Another few years passed in a flash. During these years, Yanzu felt like he had aged over 10 years. Although he didn't show it on the outside, he truly felt a bit exhausted inside. 7 energetic little rascals made him dizzy every day, and the monotony of the divine realm meant these children had no outlet for their energy and could only cling to their parents to play. They inherited Yanzu's strong body, strength, and heat rays, and often tussled with each other, causing constant conflicts. The girls had also lost the enthusiasm they had when they first became mothers, each feeling mentally exhausted, and even the angel god side all day long, making repairs here and fixing there, feeling helpless. Just when they were all fed up, Yanzu knew it was time to send them to the lower realm to experience life. Upon hearing Yanzu's decision, Ning Rongrong and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. Only Poseidon showed a reluctant expression. Yanzu's decision also earned cheers from the children, as they had been threatened since childhood that if they misbehaved, they would be thrown to the lower realm to feed soul beasts, which instead filled them with longing for the lower realm. Now, they could finally leave the divine realm to play in the lower realm, and they were all overjoyed. Qianren said hello to the angelic offerings in the lower realm, while Yanzu found Guyu, asking her to help send this group of troublesome little ones down. Guyu expressed her confusion regarding Yanzu's actions. In her view, these 7 children were all exceptionally talented, and it was a waste for Yanzu not to nurture them by his side, but instead to send them to the lower realm. In fact, Yanzu wasn't really tired of the children. On the contrary, he was both pained and happy. However, he felt that living in the lower realm was much more exciting than in the divine realm, and experiencing life there was surely better than living in the ivory tower of the bright realm. I don't expect you to understand my thoughts, Yanzu said with a slight smile to Guyu, then looked at her lower abdomen, thinking, it's been a few years, it should be soon. What kind of fate awaits this child that Guyu has high hopes for? Chapter 182, Reproduction, Part 6. After sending the children off, Yanzu resumed his indulgent lifestyle. Having experienced the torment of the mischievous children, he had to start considering contraception, but sometimes he would forget when he got too carried away, leaving it to fate. During his leisure time, Yanzu would accompany his wives to pay attention to the children's lives in the lower realm. Qianren had sent people to the lower realm to welcome them, and Ning Fengji, the Yuming family, and people from the Tianshui Academy had all come to greet these legendary children. Yanzu gradually learned how to use divine power to construct realms and began trying in Guyu's realm. According to Qianren, once Yanzu built his own realm, he could choose to cultivate his offerings, and the divine abode in the lower realm could communicate with the divine realm through the faith power of the offerings. As for the offerings, Yanzu already had a few in mind, specifically the Tianshui Academy members he had taken along when he abducted Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. As the saying goes, love for the house extends to the crows. During their time living in Yin Zhu's divine abode, they had also received many benefits. After distributing soul bones and herbs to his wives, any surplus was given to them, allowing them to progress rapidly. Given their ages, they were already qualified for direct admission to become Title Douluos. After some time, Guyu's Dragon God realm finally completed its expansion and no longer encroached on other deities' realms. Meanwhile, several beast gods appeared in the Dragon God realm, all of whom were Guyu's fierce watchdogs. When they saw Yin Zhu teasing and fondling Guyu without restraint, and Guyu not minding, they found it incomprehensible. One day, after a passionate exchange with Guyu, she blocked Yin Zhu, who wanted to continue, saying, "The time of temporal turbulence is approaching." "Yes, I heard about it," Yin Zhu nodded. "This should be a piece of cake for you, right? Given the current situation." "It's a bit tricky." Guyu fell into thought, biting her lip. "What's wrong? If there's any trouble, I'll help you sort it out." Yin Zhu lay beside Guyu, playing with her hair. Guyu sighed. "This time I may have been a bit greedy." "So what exactly is it?" Guyu touched her flat abdomen and said, "Firstly, regarding the realm, you should have felt the vast difference between our realms when you were living in the angel god-s territory. Maintaining such a large realm, it wouldn't have been a problem for me, but now there's him. Our child?" Yin Zhu also reached out to touch Guyu's abdomen, asking, "Is he a burden to you?" "Not at the moment, but I'm nearing my limit," Guyu responded. "Soon, I won't be able to control it. He should be born." "I believe the three at your home are thinking the same way. You don't know, during and shortly after childbirth, we will be in a state of weakness for a while, and our power will be reduced to a mere 10%. Then let's hurry up and give birth. What does it matter if you're a bit stronger or weaker?" "I'm here," Yin Zhu said. Guyu replied, "Divine power, nurturing has a cycle. It can only give birth after completion. In my original calculations, there was no problem, but I greedily extended for another cycle, and the arrival of the temporal turbulence has suddenly come early. Although now I have 5 more guardian divine beasts, it's still not very stable. But what about me? I'm not human." Yansu exclaimed. Guyu sighed. "You are very powerful, but to maintain the stability of the divine realm, I can only say your divine power is average. Then I'll go back and ask Shuer, Donger, and Lingling if they can give birth sooner and come help you." "How about that?" Yin Zhu asked with concern. "Let them come?" Guyu looked astonished. "They're all human deities. What are you talking about? What time is it? Whether human or beast, they're all my wives. We're one family and shouldn't speak of 2 families. You really need to change this kind of racial discrimination," Yin Zhu said, flicking Guyu's forehead, which made her slightly frown. "But," Guyu hesitated, "our pregnancy times should be about the same. I'm afraid they won't be able to help. Then shrink the realm, or just go to the angel goddess territory to avoid this round and start over." "We have plenty of time," Yin Zhu suggested. "Shrink the realm?" Guyu shook her head. "That's not possible. It's easy to shrink, but getting it back is difficult. This should belong to me." "Is it difficult?" "Of course, I'll help you," Yin Zhu said, cracking his knuckles. Guyu snorted. "If that happens, there will be disputes again, and the label of a war maniac will be pinned on me." "Let them pin it. What's the big deal?" Yin Zhu said nonchalantly. "They like to speak with strength." "Then that's perfect. It's settled then. I'll go back and check on Shuer and the others, and then we can make plans. If it doesn't work, we'll just go hide with the angel god. She's very generous, a real beauty." Hearing this, Guyu suddenly found it amusing, saying, "Years ago, I shattered her divine body, and now I'm running to her for refuge when in trouble. Even if she helps me this time without holding a grudge, it would still make her look too good-hearted, which would harm her reputation. What kind of logic is that? Helping someone in need can harm their reputation? You're starting to talk nonsense." Yin Zhu shook his head, stood up, waved his hand to put on his clothes, and prepared to return to the bright realm. "Helping someone in need also depends on who you're helping." "Forget it. You don't understand the reason behind this." Guyu shook her head, watching Yin Zhu get up and dress, and smiled slightly, saying, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu turned around with a very dissatisfied expression, suddenly leaning down to pinch Guyu's cheeks. "How can you say thank you to me?" Guyu rolled her eyes and stopped speaking. Yin Zhu gave Guyu's pouting lips a deep kiss before returning to the bright realm, calling Qian Renshue, Bibi Dong, and Yi Lingling together to ask about the babies in their bellies. "Is the case. I'm also preparing to give birth," Qian Renshue said, exchanging glances with the other 2, and Bibi Dong and Yi Lingling nodded as well. Yin Zhu then recounted Guyu's difficulties, and after hearing this, Bibi Dong was the first to express, "No problem, I can go help her." Qian Renshue closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded. "The bright realm is fine. I can also go help her." Then it was left to Yi Lingling, who looked troubled. Yanzu asked, Lingling, is there something difficult? Just say it. Yi Lingling said, Azu, logically speaking, I can't not help, but I promised the goddess of life a long time ago that I would assist her on that day. It's a bit difficult to say I won't go now, and it would look even worse if I go to help Sister Yuware. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but the goddess of life has treated me really well. No need to say more. Yanzu waved his hand. It's not a big deal. Just do as you wish. No one can blame you. I'm not unreasonable either. Qian Rinxue pinched her chin and said, The goddess of life is not known for her combat abilities, but her divine power is so profound that most deities cannot compare. It's fine for her to maintain herself alone. That's okay. Don't put pressure on Lingling. Since she promised in advance, she should keep her word. The three of us should be enough, Yanzu said. There are still 5 beast gods in the dragon god domain. They are not idle. Qian Rinxue frowned and said, I'm not putting pressure on Lingling. I'm analyzing the situation. Guyu's concerns are valid, although we seem to have many people. Let's not forget that the dragon god domain is not an ordinary place. Moreover, Mother has not yet reached the peak state of the Rakshasa god. So this time is uncertain. Bibi Dong also said, Let's give birth to the child before the chaotic flow of time and space arrives, and then recover to our best state. This way, we can better welcome what is to come. Yes. Qian Rinxue touched her belly and sighed. I was originally thinking that under the protection of the angel god, I could nurture for a few more cycles, but now I have to give birth. Baby, you must be gentle and not drain too much of your mother's divine power. After making preparations, Qian Rinxue, Yi Lingling, and Bibi Dong picked a suitable day and gave birth together. Their delivery was smoother than Ning Rongrong and the others, but the commotion was not small. After giving birth, Qian Rinxue, Yi Lingling, and Bibi Dong all appeared pale, their lips devoid of color, as if drained, which truly shocked Yanzu. Seeing Yanzu's expression, Qian Rinxue forced out a smile and said, It's okay, it's just that the consumption was too great. I just need a rest. Yanzu was quite distressed and hurriedly took the child from Poseidon's hands, saying, Rest well, dear. Look, 2 girls and 1 boy. They are all beautiful. Qian Rinxue made an effort to lift her head and asked, What about mine? Is mine a boy or a girl? Are you still concerned about this? Yanzu chuckled, confirmed, and said, It's a girl. Qian Rinxue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and then lay down comfortably, saying, Thank heavens. Why do you say that? Yanzu returned the child to Poseidon and asked. Qian Rinxue closed her eyes and smiled. The position of the angel god, you see, passes on to females, not males. After spending some warm moments with her 3 new children, Yanzu brought this good news to the dragon god domain. As soon as he arrived, he saw 5 guardian divine beasts revealing their true forms protecting Guyu's palace. Yanzu activated his perspective ability and saw Guyu lying in a lake, looking very pained. Who? Yanzu exhaled softly. From Ning Rongrong to Qian Rinxue. What he had seen was not the normal delivery process, but with Guyu. Although there was something off, one thing aligned with Yanzu's impression. Pain. Being a deity, Guyu seemed to lack the means to avoid such pain. She looked very determined, while Yanzu stood stiffly, watching everything quietly. He didn't know what he could do and feared that if he rashly entered, it would disrupt Guyu's rhythm. He wanted to go in and hold Guyu's hand to encourage her, but he knew Guyu didn't need that kind of encouragement. She was usually reluctant to show her vulnerable side in front of others, even if that person was Yanzu, whom she shared intimacy with daily. Yanzu slowly approached the palace, and the guarding Emperor Tian transformed back into human form and stepped forward, saying, The master said no one can enter, including you. I know, I'll just wait here, Yanzu replied calmly. Seeing this, Emperor Tian relaxed a bit. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, The master's child is with you, right? Yanzu nodded. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would I be here? Emperor Tian's expression became somewhat complex upon hearing this. What's wrong? Do you feel regret? Yanzu thought Emperor Tian was coveting Guyu. Do not be presumptuous, Emperor Tian said. I am merely curious about what kind of path the child born from the master and a human will lead our beast race down. That depends on how Yuware teaches him, Yanzu said. She seems to have made arrangements. You just need to trust her. Are you saying you won't interfere? Emperor Tian inquired. She doesn't allow me to interfere. What can I do? Yanzu replied helplessly. She even said I can't acknowledge this child. What a heartless woman. Emperor Tian said discontentedly. The master is not a heartless woman. You all care too much about the distinction between humans and beasts. Yanzu shook his head and said, You seem to forget where the strength of your human race comes from. Emperor Tian was truly angered this time and said, It may be hard to see in this divine realm, but down in the lower realm, Humans continue to hunt soul beasts for their rings and bones. Why should we care about the distinction between humans and beasts? Because every human deity's path to godhood is built upon the corpses of our beast race. All right. Yanzu waved his hands repeatedly. I'm not here to debate with you. You're right. I have no right to say this, and I cannot understand your feelings. Yanzu hesitated for a moment, then sat down, lay back, and looked up at the sun, moon, and stars created by Guyu, saying, someone like me truly shouldn't raise the child that you wear and I have. Perhaps she is right. What kind of child can someone like me teach? Yanzu's eyes sparkled with golden light, and scenes of his 7 children growing up in the lower realm appeared before him. Then he said, let them create their own future. After saying this, Yanzu suddenly noticed Guyu's groans had stopped. He quickly sat up, looked inside, and then vanished, instantly appearing at the lake where Guyu was. Guyu, drenched in water or sweat, was holding a child in her arms. The child was quite strange, with unusual patterns and many scales on her body. She opened her big eyes, holding Guyu's full and firm chest, and let out a breath of blue flames, making Guyu laugh. I should find a way to make a camera, Yanzu said, wishing he could capture this moment forever. Chapter 183. Time and space. Yanzu looked at this warm scene and stepped forward, asking, have you thought of a name? Dragon God, Guyu blurted out. I'm in a name, Yanzu said. Dragon God is his name. If it needs a code name, then it will be Guyu. Isn't Guyu your name? Yanzu asked. Guyu shook her head, remaining silent, instead lifting the child high, watching the scales on her body shimmer in and out, while feeling the energy flowing within this little life. Then she smiled, satisfied. This child would surely be stronger than her. As Guyu rose from the lake, the water swirled around her, transforming into a dress. Guyu walked out with her child, allowing the new generation of Dragon God to receive the worship of all beast gods. Yanzu followed closely behind, and Guyu turned to glance at him, opening her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately did not speak and allowed him to follow. The two walked outside the hall, and in front of a group of beast gods, Guyu raised the infant in her hands high. Then came a long, resonant beast roar, varying in tone, but mixing together to create a powerful aura. At this moment, Yanzu stood aside. Clearly, it was his child, yet he felt like an outsider, unaware of what the birth of this child meant for him and Guyu. After giving birth, there was a long period of recovery. Indeed, everything has two sides. With gain comes loss. A child conceived by a deity is far stronger than one conceived by a mortal, but the toll on the mother is also much greater. Yi Lingling, Qian Renxue, and Bai Bai Dong appeared weak and frail every day, and Yanzu couldn't bear to share a room with them. Guyu, on the other hand, spent a long time submerged in the lake within her palace, completely entrapped in slumber. According to Qian Renxue, this state would last for a long time. During this time, the 4 children thrived, especially little Guyu, who was temporarily entrusted to Tian and others for upbringing. In the Dragon God realm, Tian and others usually revealed their true forms, so every time Yanzu visited, he could see 3 or 4 giant beasts gently teasing little Guyu, who instinctively fought back against them. This was fine. Yanzu sighed at this scene and felt there was no problem. After all, he knew nothing about raising children. After realizing this, Qian Renxue also entrusted her 3 children to the angel god for upbringing, who was more than happy to do so. Yanzu felt completely inconsequential in the matter of educating the children. But sooner or later, there would be a time when if his children began to abuse the powers inherited from him, only he would be able to stop them. Could they surpass themselves? Or could they kill him? Yanzu thought to himself absent-mindedly. That day, Yanzu saw Guyu emerge from the lake. Almost recovered? Yanzu asked. Not even halfway. Guyu replied, her expression not relaxed, as she felt the turbulence in time and space approaching. Schwerer and Donger will come to help you, Yanzu comforted, embracing Guyu. You don't need to be so tense. Their power is too weak compared to mine, Guyu remained proud, stating. And I can sense that the Rakshasa god is still a half-baked entity. I don't know how terrifying the turbulence in time and space is, but I will be by your side, Yanzu assured. Guyu merely snorted coldly and walked outside the palace, watching her child being teased by the beast gods. Her thoughts unknown. You don't necessarily have to be by my side, Guyu suddenly said. For some things, we might make completely different choices. Like what? Yanzu was puzzled, not understanding why the usually straightforward Guyu was being cryptic. Too many. Guyu did not answer directly, but dismissed the question. Yanzu did not press further. He vaguely sensed that what Guyu was concealing was not something he wanted to know, so he planned to hint at it indirectly, hoping that after a night of passionate enjoyment, she would let down her guard and voluntarily tell him. But Yanzu did not expect that day to come so quickly. That night, Yi Lingling suddenly sat up in bed, and Qian Renshua sensed something was off as well. "The goddess of life is calling me," Yi Lingling said, frowning slightly. She exchanged a glance with Yanzu, Qian Renshua, and Bai Bai Dong, and without needing more words, they returned directly to the realm of the goddess of life. The movement of the turbulence in time and space was irregular. It would leap, twist, and flicker, very mischievous. This mischief was not endearing to the gods, as it disrupted all plans. After explaining the seriousness of the situation to Yi Lingling, the goddess of life instructed, "You stay here to assist me." Just as I said before. Yi Lingling agreed on the surface, but her mind was still worried about Yanzu and the others. She understood that her powers had not fully recovered, meaning Qian Renshua and Bai Bai Dong were certainly not fully recovered either, and Guyu, who had given birth later, was even less so. However, with a zoo around, there would be no problem. Thinking of this, Yi Lingling felt much more at ease and began to focus on assisting the goddess of life. The turbulence in time and space had not truly approached the divine realm yet. If they were lucky enough, it might not even bring any test to the divine realm, or might just pass by. But the gods of the divine realm did not dare to slack off, beginning to gather and prepare early. In addition to ensuring everything was foolproof, they had other preparations to make. Yanzu understood what was happening and, after inquiring about the situation with the angel god, took Qian Renshua and Bai Bai Dong to the dragon god realm to assist Guyu. At this moment, Guyu was discussing something with Tian and other beast gods. After arranging the matters, Guyu calmly said, "We have already experienced enough tests. For us, this is just ordinary. However, if I cannot help everyone get through this difficulty, please do not feel any regret for me, because you have a new dragon god. He is the future of our beast clan." As Guyu said this, she placed little Guyu into the hands of a beast god, who solemnly protected the child in his embrace. In her communication with the beast gods, Guyu frankly stated that she felt the connection between the dragon god realm and other realms was weakening. Clearly, the gods of the human race would not help share even a bit of the pressure on the dragon god realm. Everything had to rely on themselves, which was only natural. Therefore, in case of any emergencies, Guyu requested them to ensure little Guyu's safety at all costs, even if they had to abandon the dragon god realm and return to the lower realm. The new dragon god would surely be stronger and able to lead them back to the divine realm. With this awareness, the 6 beast gods worked together earnestly, preparing to weather the storm. Just then, Yanzu arrived with Qian Renshua and Bai Bai Dong. The beast gods were surprised by the arrival of the 2 gods besides Yanzu, immediately taking a vigilant stance. However, they also knew that if Guyu had not allowed it, no one could easily enter the dragon god realm, so they did not act rudely. Guyu gave Tian a glance, and he understood, relaxing the vigilant posture. The other beast gods also eased up upon seeing this. "You've recovered even less than I have," Guyu remarked, frowning as she looked at Qian Renshua and Bai Bai Dong's condition. "Do you have other helpers to choose from?" Qian Renshua paused, and then said, "Then let us not be picky." Saying this, Qian Renshua and Bai Bai Dong each chose a spot to sit cross-legged and began to meditate. Next, they just needed to wait, waiting for the mischievous turbulence in time and space to present a challenge to the divine realm. This waiting was torturous, as the entire divine realm was tense, preparing with all their might, but it just wouldn't come, as if deliberately teasing them. The turbulence in time and space would occasionally come close and then retreat, causing the gods to feel anxious and their nerves to fray. Yanzu looked at Guyu, who stood independently above the dragon god realm, his mind blank. It was the first time he had seen such a serious Guyu. After all, Guyu usually appeared relaxed and carefree. This made Yanzu curious about the turbulence in time and space. Suddenly, Guyu, who had been sensing with closed eyes, opened them, and her voice echoed in everyone's ears. "It's here." As soon as her words fell, Yanzu felt the ground shake and the sky above the dragon god realm distorted slightly, while the ground beneath them became soft and unstable. Guyu suddenly released a tremendous light, with the radiance spreading outward from her center, stabilizing the world around her. Among the 5 beast gods on the ground, one was wholly focused on protecting little Guyu, while the other 4 roared as they formed a magical array, continuously channeling divine power towards Guyu. Qian Renshua and Bibi Dong each fought their own battles, maintaining the stability of the dragon god domain, just like Guyu. Yanzu was not proficient in this area, and even though he had specifically studied it beforehand, his divine power was insufficient to make a significant impact. So he chose to join the beast god who was not participating in the formation to protect little Guyu. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling assisted the goddess of life in maintaining the stability of the domain. Sensing the tremors of the world, she couldn't help but worry for Yin Zhu and the others. Even though she knew Yin Zhu was incredibly strong, she still couldn't help but feel anxious. At the same time, the god of destruction led a group of deities in resisting the chaotic flow of time and space. With their combined efforts, everything was relatively easy. The sea god and the Azura god exchanged glances, and now that stabilizing the divine realm was no longer a pressure, it was time to put their previous preparations into action. The two began urging the god of destruction to issue orders. The god of destruction hesitated for a moment, feeling that the resistance was too effortless this time, perhaps just a jest from the chaotic flow of time and space. However, what the gods were thinking was something entirely different. Revenge. They wanted the dragon god Guyu and Yin Zhu, who shattered their divine bodies, to pay the price. Let us take action. The god of destruction's eyes sharpened as he said coldly. The divine realm was like a massive port, and each deity's domain was like ships docked at this port, closely connected like iron chains. Thus, any storm would be as stable as a rock. Now, what the gods needed to do was sever the chains connecting their ships to the dragon god domain, allowing this large ship to drift away from the port without support in this stormy day. Guyu had long sensed the weakening connection between the dragon god domain and the other domains. She thought it was a show of force from the human gods, isolating her to express their dissatisfaction. Initially, Guyu did not take it seriously, but she underestimated the determination of the human gods to cut off their own arms to survive. Suddenly, the sound of chains breaking echoed in Guyu's mind, and the connections with the other domains bordering the dragon god domain were severed simultaneously. Have they gone mad? Guyu exclaimed in shock. Although she did not move, she felt the world turning upside down in her mind. She could sense that the entire dragon god domain was gradually detaching from the divine realm. This large ship was unpreparedly sailing towards the stormy waves, away from the port under the looming dark clouds. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong also felt a sudden surge of pressure, as if a massive mountain had suddenly pressed down on their backs, ready to crush them if they relaxed for even a moment. Yin Zhu also sensed that the dragon god domain, which had just stabilized, started to shake again. And this time it was evidently worse. The magnificent palaces created by Guyu began to distort, as if being torn apart by some force. Yin Zhu himself felt as if his flesh was being pulled, as if someone were trying to dismember him, though it was only a sensation. On the other side, the gods who forcibly severed their connection with the dragon god domain faced a new test. The dragon god domain was the widest domain, and without it as a barrier, the entire divine realm's foundation became much weaker. They had to exert all their strength to block this gap. However, they were already prepared. As soon as the dragon god domain separated from the divine realm, they began to use their divine power to mend the breach, so it remained within their control. Watching the entire dragon god domain drift further away, the gods, who were fiercely resisting the chaotic flow of time and space, couldn't help but reveal a terrifying smile. Poseidon and the Azura god fixed their gazes on the scene. Even though the dragon god domain had been stripped from the divine realm, they could only feel at ease once they witnessed it collapse in the chaotic flow of time and space, with the dragon god and Yin Zhu exposed in the universe, only to be devoured and annihilated. No, in the dragon god domain, Qian Rinxue suddenly opened her eyes, her expression filled with fear. I can't feel the connection to the light domain anymore. What is happening? Guyu gazed at the sky, calm as ever, and conveyed to Qian Rinxue, they have cut off the connection between the dragon god domain and the divine realm. What does cutting off the connection to the divine realm mean? Qian Rinxue looked confused. It means exactly what you think it does, Guyu replied. This is a desperate act, Qian Rinxue said. Guyu smiled slightly and said, unless they were already well prepared. Qian Rinxue fell silent, calming herself as she tried to contact the angel god, but she failed. Something was interfering with her, and she would soon see what it was. Because everything Guyu had created in the dragon god domain was rapidly disappearing, indicating that she no longer had the strength to maintain these superficial efforts. Chapter 184. Time and Space. Part 2. Everything in the dragon god domain began to vanish, followed by a burst of white light, which gradually faded away. Yin Zhu saw the previously empty sky and earth becoming transparent, allowing him to see the outside world clearly. In that moment, Yin Zhu was stunned. It was the universe and the stars. They were like being wrapped in a transparent soap bubble, floating in the cosmos, and nearby was a massive, indescribable black object spewing storms outward. What should it be called? A black hole? Yanzu thought to himself as he watched the existence around that thing, either being torn apart or sucked in and devoured, like a greedy beast in the abyss. Never satisfied. This was bad. Qian Rinxue had noticed the signs of exhaustion appearing among everyone. If this continued, the Dragon God domain would completely disintegrate. And even if the exhausted individuals were not torn apart by the chaotic flow of time and space, they would slowly die in this universe. Angel True Body. Qian Rinxue radiated with brilliance, and a massive angel statue instantly stood tall. After leaving the divine realm, she was the only one who could replenish her strength. The angel god could draw energy from the sun for conversion. The dragon god's strength came from her alone, gathering the luck of the beast clan, while the Azura god's source of power stemmed from resentment and fear. Only she, the angel god, relying on the faith of humanity, could also draw energy from the sun. Qian Rinxue understood that if they wanted to reverse the situation, it all depended on her. The angel god statue spread its arms, beginning to absorb and convert energy. Although Gu Yu did not feel the pressure lessen, seeing Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong in such peril for the sake of the dragon god domain shook her heart. Looking at Qian Rinxue fighting desperately, she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Although the angel god possessed nearly limitless energy, Gu Yu understood that with her conversion efficiency, it would still be impossible to fill the huge gap before them. So it has come to this. Gu Yu sighed lightly, as if making a certain decision. Protect yourselves, Gu Yu commanded. The others had no time to think. This was the dragon god domain. It was right to listen to Gu Yu. Yanzu wrapped his body around little Gu Yu, and then he felt the beast god beside him using her remaining energy to envelop them. Qian Rinxue did not understand what Gu Yu intended to do, but she could feel Gu Yu continuously shrinking the dragon god domain. When everyone was ready for protection, Gu Yu's eyes sharpened, transforming into the true form of the dragon god. Then everyone saw a brilliant light before their eyes, followed by a deafening roar in their ears, and their bodies felt as if they were being tortured by 1,000 cuts. In such pain, they could only ensure they were still alive by staying conscious. This agony lasted for quite a long time, and in the end, all they remembered was a muffled sound. When he opened his eyes, Yanzu first glanced at the little Gu Yu in his arms. Seeing him unharmed, Yanzu breathed a sigh of relief and then looked around. In front of him, a massive blue crystal phoenix was bloodied and on the verge of death. How do you feel? Yanzu asked as he stepped forward. Young master. The blue crystal phoenix closed its eyes in relief upon seeing that little Gu Yu was fine. Sister Lan, little Gu Yu exclaimed and then started to cry. He didn't understand what had happened. He only knew that everything had suddenly changed. Yanzu frowned and channeled his divine power into the blue crystal phoenix to heal it. After a moment, he sighed in relief, saying, "Don't worry, she's just severely injured and unconscious. It would take some time to heal such a large blue crystal phoenix." And seeing that her condition was relatively stable, Yanzu paused the healing and began to sense his surroundings. Where's this? Yanzu's eyes widened. Wasn't this the human world of Douluos Star? They were back. They had actually returned. But what about them? Yanzu adjusted his perception to the maximum level, but saw no trace of Gu Yu, Qian Rinxue, or Bibi Dong. Calm down, Yanzu thought to himself. This had to be Gu Yu's doing. She had said before that she controlled elemental power and spatial abilities. At the last moment, she must have sent them all back. This was the best outcome. Perhaps they had just gotten separated. Yanzu thought this and placed little Gu Yu on the back of the blue crystal phoenix, instructing him to hold on tightly, while he lifted the blue crystal phoenix and flew toward his divine palace in the lower realm. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue was already sitting at the top of the Douluos palace, surrounded by angelic worshippers, who used the sunlight to heal her injuries. Everyone in the Soul Master City had stopped their work, and the church was filled with kneeling believers praying to the angel god. Gradually, Qian Rinxue's nearly transparent body began to recover. Once she regained some sensation, she was able to heal herself, and her efficiency increased significantly. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinxue slowly opened her eyes and waved her hand, signaling the worshippers to retreat. Then, scenes from before flashed in her mind, Gu Yu continuously compressing the dragon god domain, as if preparing to release a skill. At the moment the dragon god domain collapsed, she released a beam of light, sending everyone to Douluos Star, but it seemed that she herself was not included. I'm back, still alive. Qian Rinxue clenched her fist, feeling the power within her. Her body had been nearly drained, but that didn't matter. Even so, she was still invincible in this lower realm. Qian Rinxue attempted to contact the angel god in the divine realm, but all she received was a headache. She was still too injured. Spreading her wings, Qian Rinxue flew toward Yanzu's palace. If Bibi Dong and Yanzu had landed safely, they would definitely go there first. Or perhaps they would come to find her in the Soul Master City. However, Qian Rinxue could not wait any longer. Back at the palace, after settling little Gu Yu, Yanzu prepared to head to the Soul Master City to find Qian Rinxue. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Qian Rinxue flying toward him, and he immediately felt relieved. Thank goodness it was good news. After landing, Qian Rinxue first glanced at little Gu Yu, then at the severely injured blue crystal phoenix, and finally hugged Yanzu. Did you see Mother? Qian Rinxue asked, not at all worried about Yanzu. No, but she will be here soon, I'm sure. Yanzu reassured her. What should we do next? Qian Rinxue inquired. Yanzu thought for a moment and said, let's go to the Star Dough Forest. Donger will go to the Soul Master City, or here to look for us. I believe Gu Yu will definitely head to the Star Dough Forest. Yes, that's the best place for her to heal. A hint of unease surged in Qian Rinxue's heart, but she didn't voice it. She felt that in that moment. Only she had seen that Gu Yu had not been teleported with the beam of light. As for Yanzu, he had been fully focused on protecting little Gu Yu at that time. Thus, Yanzu carried the blue crystal phoenix toward the Star Dough Forest, while little Gu Yu refused to part with his blue sister, completely ignoring his father's words. Clearly, the absence of companionship during his early years left little Gu Yu with no sense of security or trust in Yanzu. Helpless, Yanzu could only take him along to the Star Dough Forest. There, Yanzu encountered Tian, who was lying in wait at the bottom of the Lake of Life, but there was no sign of Gu Yu. Yanzu even specifically checked the dragon egg left by Gu Yu, but it was just an empty shell. Here, Yanzu also met another familiar face. The long-legged little girl with a scorpion tail whip, Xiao Wu. She appeared to have forgotten everything, showing a mix of wariness and curiosity at Yanzu's arrival. But he was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. Where's Gu Yu? Yanzu directly asked Tian. Master hasn't returned, Tian said, clutching his wound and breathing heavily. What do you mean she hasn't returned? Yanzu appeared somewhat agitated. Not enough divine power, Tian continued. The master was the one who cast this skill. She took care of all of us, but she couldn't take care of herself. What does that mean? Yanzu's tone suddenly calmed down. Qian Rinxue slightly furrowed her brow. It means, I don't know, Tian coughed, spitting out some blood. In any case, we were sent back to the lower realm, but the master was not among us. So she is still in the Dragon God domain. Yanzu analyzed slowly, piece by piece. But the Dragon God domain can no longer hold on, so she sent us back, because she thought we would die if we stayed there. But if that's the case, she is also at her limit and will die as well. At this point, Yanzu suddenly looked up at Tian and asked, will she die? Yanzu had never inquired about everyone's abilities because he didn't care. He could break through any barrier on his own. But now he wanted to hear Tian tell him that Gu Yu possessed some unknown power that could help her escape such peril. I don't know. Tian thought for a moment before uttering those four powerless words. Yanzu kept taking deep breaths, pacing back and forth. Qian Rinxue quietly watched from the side, her heart also in turmoil. She knew that things were about to take a turn for the worse. Yanzu remained silent for a long time, pacing back and forth, and then he pointed at Tian and said, you should say, what plans do you all have now? Of course we have plans, Tian replied. The master said that as long as the young master is here, nothing is a problem. Even if the master is not here now, we still have the young master. He will become the strongest existence and lead us to reclaim what belongs to us. Yes. Yanzu looked at little Gu Yu, who was guarding the blue crystal phoenix, and nodded. This is indeed a plan. He is the dragon god. They had come as three in a beast. But now only Yanzu and Qian Rinxue remained. Yanzu proposed to take Xiao Gu Yu back to the divine residence for training, but was rejected by Tian. According to Yanzu's past character, he would not care about Tian's opinion. But both Tian and the blue crystal phoenix expressed that Xiao Gu Yu was not human, and the human cultivation system would only hinder him. The dragon god has its own independent cultivation system, which is one of the reasons for its immense power. After hearing their explanation, Yanzu gave up. Even Qian Rinxue felt that Yanzu was unnaturally calm this time. She was not used to such an agreeable Yanzu, which made her feel uneasy. On the way back, both were silent. Qian Rinxue sighed first and said, another war is about to break out. Darling, are you blind? Yanzu said blandly, the war has already started. After saying that, Yanzu accelerated his flight towards the direction of Wuhun City. He did not believe that Gu Yu was truly dead, and he could not bear to lose Bai Bai Dong again. The good news was that the people of Wuhun City said someone had sent a message that Bai Bai Dong was waiting for them in the City of Slaughter. Why the city of slaughter? Is this considered good news? With this question in mind, Yin Zhu and Qianren Shui arrived at the city of slaughter once again. He felt no nostalgia. As Yin Zhu looked at the unchanged city of slaughter, he thought of the upheaval in the divine realm, and his anger surged, releasing hot rays to destroy everything in sight. Qianren Shui watched as Yin Zhu created a sea of corpses and flames, feeling no disturbance in her heart. She knew it was meaningless, and soon this place would return to its former state. After Yin Zhu had vented enough, the two continued onward and finally found Bai Dong. At the moment they saw Bai Dong, they understood why she wanted to meet them in the city of slaughter. The purple-black crown, the eerie patterns, the death-marking demon scythe, and the black mist emanating from a Rakshasa divine attire. Hiss! Qianren Shui gasped, saying, "Mother, you have completely." "Yes," Bai Dong replied, "but there's no other way, Shui'er. If I don't do this, I will lose you forever." "I understand. You must have been severely hurt at that time. No matter what you did, you just wanted to live and see us again," Qianren Shui said, tears streaming down her face. Yin Zhu quietly watched from the side, appearing cold-hearted, then walked over to Bai Dong. "Is this very ugly?" Bai Dong asked, her eyes on Yin Zhu. Panicking, "I could only arrange to meet you here. Only here can I calm down. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might lose control." Yin Zhu did not let her continue speaking, hugging her and roughly kissing Bai Dong, touching her through the so-called Rakshasa divine attire. Bai Dong put away the demon scythe and the Rakshasa divine attire, allowing Yin Zhu to ravage her body. She felt that he needed to vent desperately, and she felt the same way. In her critically injured state, she chose to wholeheartedly accept the power of the Rakshasa god, and the omnipresent death and fear helped her to be reborn. However, this meant that her state of mind could no longer be reversed. It would be torturous. But Bai Dong knew that surviving was worth it. Qianren Shui watched as Yin Zhu and Bai Dong entangled in hysteria, feeling no impulse in her heart. She knew it was not happiness or joy, but rather a way to relieve frustration through stimulation. It was only a temporary relief. Looking at Yin Zhu's gloomy gaze and listening to Bai Dong's voice, Qianren Shui sighed, raised her head, looked at the false red moon in the city of slaughter, and thought, "Divine realm, this time no one can help you." Chapter 185. Time and Space 3. Qianren Shui could no longer influence Bai Dong, who had completely become the Rakshasa god. Just as Bai Dong had said, she did not want to do something irreversible out of a moment of impulse. But Yin Zhu still brought her back to his divine residence, spending every day with her. He found that aside from her increasingly impatient temper, there were no other major issues. However, her divine power was now incomparable to before. After bringing Bai Dong back, Yin Zhu searched for Guyu on the continent for a while. Although various forces united in the search, there was still no news. Tian and the other beast gods seemed to have already accepted this fact and were not fixated on finding Guyu, but instead focused on nurturing Xiao Guyu, resulting in the sudden emergence of 5 beast gods on the continent. It became extremely difficult for human soul masters to hunt high-level soul beasts, and many soul masters were troubled by the inability to find suitable soul rings. Qianren Shui remained at the Wuhun palace to recuperate. She contacted the angel god to explain the situation and reassured Ning Rongrong and others still in the light realm, saying it was fortunate that they had been brought to the light realm early. If they had remained in the dragon god realm, it was hard to imagine what would happen at the moment of its collapse. They would probably all be torn to shreds, and Yin Zhu would likely go mad on the spot. But he was very calm now, Qianren Shui thought. After recovering to a considerable extent, she went to the divine residence, where Yin Zhu was presently being intimate with Bai Dong. "We can't get too close now," Qianren Shui thought as she looked at Bai Dong. The two competing auras were too close for comfort, which was not good for either side, especially for Bai Dong, who might end up taking action. Yin Zhu and Qianren Shui entered another room and without further ado, began to do what they loved most. Once they finished, Qianren Shui gently caressed Yin Zhu's back and said, "I haven't asked about your plan." Yin Zhu was kissing Qianren Shui's skin, leaving little red marks on her snowy white skin, then said, "I asked Tian how to completely kill a god. He told me to shatter the body and extinguish the divine soul, and that would be enough." Qianren Shui remained silent. "Yansu continuat. What I've been practicing lately is this. I haven't focused on something so seriously in a long time, and this feeling of concentration is quite nice. I'm just a step away from practice, and I'm looking forward to it. I can't persuade you this time, can I?" Qianren Shui cupped Yin Zhu's face and looked into his eyes. "Are you still planning to persuade me?" Yin Zhu retorted, "No, I'm not. Qianren Shui sighed and asked, I can assure you that the angel god knows nothing about this matter. You don't need to say that. Yanzu affectionately said to Qianren Shui. In fact, even if she participated this time, given her previous kindness to us, I wouldn't do anything to her. Let alone she didn't participate. As for the others, Ling Ling is very uneasy now, Qianren Shui said. When she returned to the light realm and learned what happened, she was in a frenzy. Thankfully, we are all fine. I miss her, I miss them. Yanzu held Qianren Shui tightly, burying his face in her chest and breathing deeply, saying with Guyu gone, and no other beast gods resonating with Ditian in the divine realm, we still have to rely on you, Donger, Ling Ling's power. Without the divine realm's power to resonate, we cannot open the channel between the lower realm and the divine realm. I'm sure the angel god won't help with this. Qianren Shui replied. I think so too. Yanzu said, but I won't blame her. She has her own thoughts and stance, which is normal. Ling Ling will definitely help us, and the Rakshasa god will surely resonate with Donger. I know she loves fear and death the most, and what I want to bring to the divine realm is precisely that. Qianren Shui stopped thinking about it and closed her eyes. The two tacitly chose not to discuss the matter any further. Qianren Shui can't understand Yanzu's current feelings. In fact, Yanzu himself can't describe it either. He feels sad, upset, and angry, but not strongly. He just lacks passion. He only knows that Guyu is left because those gods have departed. And now he must return to the divine realm to kill that group of so-called gods. Xiao Guyu, who has been instilled with the same idea, also seems to maintain a sense of anger, unlike Yanzu's currently dull and indifferent demeanor. The beast gods strictly demand this future dragon god to understand all the cruel truths. Yanzu often visits him, and Xiao Guyu drinks the essence blood of these beast gods every day, so his growth rate is astonishingly fast. A little puppy can grow into a majestic wolf dog in just a month. Yanzu feels similarly about his little Guyu. He changes every day. Xiao Guyu rarely takes the initiative to talk to Yanzu because he doesn't know what to say. Even though his body has grown, he feels very little. And on a spiritual level, all he thinks about now is revenge. The beautiful memories he has are of playing in the dragon god's domain with the beast gods. So their words carry more weight than those of Guyu and Yanzu. Father. Unexpectedly, Xiao Guyu took the initiative to come and talk to Yanzu one day. Yanzu reached out to pat his head and sat down with him on a stone, asking what's wrong. Xiao Guyu pointed to his eyes and said this, they asked me to consult you. They said this is a power they have never mastered. Yanzu raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying of course, this is our unique talent. Your brothers and sisters can do it too, but it's not easy to use well, as controlling it can be a bit difficult. Xiao Guyu lightly acknowledged and waited for Yanzu to teach him. Yanzu didn't rush to share his experiences, but instead asked, Guyu, have you been happy all this time? Happy? Xiao Guyu looked puzzled and then lowered his head, saying, I shouldn't think about those things right now. Mother was killed by the human gods. I need to kill them all and avenge her. That's understandable. Yanzu gently patted Xiao Guyu's head and said, I'm not good with words, but when it comes to revenge, we need to clarify our targets. I don't understand what you mean. Xiao Guyu looked at Yanzu. How to put it? Yanzu thought for a moment and said, revenge with a clear target is just, but revenge that confuses the target seems foolish. At first, I thought I would kill all the gods except for the angel god, leaving none alive. Why exclude the angel god? Xiao Guyu asked curiously. She's also a human god, because your enemy is not the human race. Yanzu looked at Xiao Guyu and extended his hand, saying, look, our hands, our eyes, noses, ears. Son, I am human, how should I put it? Let's just call her your second mother. Your second mother is also human, and she is the heir of the angel god. You've seen her, remember? Is she the one who looks exactly like mother, but with golden hair? Xiao Guyu recalled Qianren Shui, who had helped Guyu in the dragon god domain. That's right, it's her, Yanzu said. To be honest, I'm tired of the notions of human races and beast races. I used to think that way, but not anymore. Son, we have a most powerful strength, at least in this world, so we don't need to endure these labels. I don't understand. Xiao Guyu shook his head. It's simple. Would you kill your second mother? Yanzu asked. Xiao Guyu shook his head, saying, how could I? She has helped us. But she is a human god, Yanzu pointed out. But she has helped us, Xiao Guyu insisted. Yes, exactly, Yanzu said. Humans, beasts, it doesn't matter. Since they are all intelligent beings, there is no need to make such distinctions. The love and hate between individuals are what truly matter. You are both a beast and a human. You should understand this better. I was able to unite with your mother and give birth to you, showing that the concept of race is meaningless. Oh, Xiao Guyu pondered. Then who should we take revenge on? They will step forward on their own, Yanzu smiled. They all have extremely pathetic pride. When the time comes, I will be by your side, and I will make them stand up. The two fell into a brief silence. Yanzu asked again, so, son, are you happy? Does this life make you feel happy? Being with everyone makes me feel very at ease, Xiao Guyu replied. Yanzu chuckled lightly, saying, I often go to see your brothers and sisters. My goodness, they have grown so much. The lower realm is vibrant and colorful. They are dazzled, busy with endless tasks, each one living joyfully. My concern has become unnecessary. They're all living their own lives without needing me. But you are different. For the first time, I feel that my child needs me. Xiao Guyu remained silent, inexplicably feeling a bit sad. Yanzu continued, your mother, also a dragon god, told me that her strength comes from abandoning what she considers superfluous emotions. She governs her actions with what she perceives as reason. Even in uniting with me to give birth to you, in her eyes, it was just a part of resource distribution. Excluding me, this freak, she is indeed the strongest. I don't know how to judge this statement, because she has indeed achieved the strongest, but I know she is truly unhappy. Yanzu pinched Xiao Guyu's face, making him face him directly, then said, but I hope you can be happy. Even in revenge, I hope you hold a positive belief. Affirming that you are doing the right thing, taking pride in what you are doing, rather than being perpetually filled with bitterness and looking miserable, making others feel sick. Xiao Guyu felt a bit confused by Yanzu's words. Yanzu shook his head, stood up, and clapped his hands, saying, let's go. I'll take you out to play. We'll go fishing and have a barbecue. Father, I still need to. Xiao Guyu's words were abruptly interrupted by Yanzu. Listen to me, don't talk back. Yanzu walked ahead, and Xiao Guyu followed for a few steps, then looked back to see that Di Tian did not come out to stop them. He quickened his pace to catch up with Yanzu. Yanzu took Xiao Guyu fishing, teaching him to start a fire with a heat ray. At first, Xiao Guyu always turned the firewood into ashes. But after several attempts, he grasped the essentials and began to learn to control the temperature and power. How's that? A bit difficult, right? Yanzu asked. Xiao Guyu looked at the rising bonfire and nodded, saying, controlling the power is really hard because it feels great, right? That feeling of energy pouring out makes you excited all over, doesn't it? Yanzu asked. Xiao Guyu nodded, saying, that's right. After they grilled the fish, the father and son began to feast. Yanzu asked, how is it? Much better than the taste of blood from those big guys, right? Xiao Guyu chewed up the fish bones and gobbled it down, nodding incessantly. Father, why do you say that angel god is my second mother? Xiao Guyu suddenly asked. Yanzu replied, well, because she is also mine. We are all family. My son is her son, and her children are your siblings. Of course, you should call her second mother, even though normally she shouldn't be called that since she doesn't rank as the second by age. Second mother, second mother. Little Guyu murmured, asking, is she also my mother? Yes, she is. Yanzu replied with a smile. Your second mother has a very good temper. No matter what happens, if you act cute towards her, she will soften immediately. Then do I have a third mother, fourth mother, and fifth mother? Little Guyu blinked and asked. Hearing this, Yanzu couldn't help but laugh heartily. If you want to call them that, you can even call seventh mother and ninth mother. Let's not get into this, just eat. That day, Yanzu unusually did not go to find a woman to spend the night with, but instead spent time with little Guyu in the woods, counting stars and catching fireflies, doing things he had never done before. These childish activities became incredibly enjoyable with the company of children. The next morning, Yanzu took little Guyu back to the Lake of Life. Seeing little Guyu smiling, the beast gods suddenly found themselves speechless. They had just noticed that since coming to the lower realm, little Guyu had not smiled for a long time. Watching little Guyu happily recount her experiences from the previous day to Emperor Tian and the others, Yanzu left the starry forest with peace of mind and quickly returned to his divine abode. At the divine abode, someone was waiting for him. When the two met, Yanzu pounced on her like a madman, and she laughed repeatedly. The two spent a long time without saying a word, lost in kissing and entanglement. Do you know how much I miss you? Yanzu tore open the woman's inner garment, buttons flying everywhere, and then buried his head deep into her bosom. I want to feel this touch. Yanzu ravaged her, eyes closed, feeling her body, saying in your lips, your waist. Seeing that Yanzu was not listening to anything she said, Zhu Zhuqing gave up resisting, helplessly watching the wolf dog on her body nibble and lick her. I've heard everything. Zhu Zhuqing held Yanzu's face, trying to calm him down, saying, I didn't expect to face such things right after coming back. Don't talk about that now. I just want you. Chapter 186. Time and Space 4. Like Yanzu's current state, Zhu Zhuqing was also experiencing a long-awaited relief. As a beast martial soul master, her already intense desires became even more fervent after years of solitude. Yanzu was like a spark that ignited her. Zhu Zhuqing let go of all her restraint and fully immersed herself in the moment. Years of solitary cultivation had made her body extremely sensitive, and while Yanju felt like they were just getting started, Zhu Zhuqing was already sailing smoothly through the mountains. Sister and the others will be fine in the divine realm, right? After everything, Zhu Zhuqing's hand was on Yanju's head, still buried in her chest, asking. Shuer has always kept in touch with the angel god. They are all doing well, Yanju said, adjusting his position to kiss Zhu Zhuqing's sexy navel, which made her feel a tickle in her heart and a slight urge to urinate. I know your temper. Yanju's actions made Zhu Zhuqing unable to resist wrapping her legs around him, saying, I will stand by you. You don't have to feel pressured, Yanju said. If the god of speed is involved, I can spare him a sliver of divinity for your sake. Zhu Zhuqing lightly hummed in response, and after a moment, she asked, I heard everyone has had children? Yanju nodded, standing up and looking at Zhu Zhuqing, saying after tonight, you'll have one too. Originally satisfied, Zhu Zhuqing felt a rush of heat upon hearing this, reaching out to wrap her arms around Yanju, saying, it's not enough. I want more. Days passed, and Qian Renxue gradually regained her full strength. During this time, Zhu Zhuqing also gave birth to 2 daughters for Yanju. Yanju did not tell his children about their plans to go to the divine realm. In his plans, only he, Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, Zhu Zhuqing, Little Ge, and the 5 beast gods would go. As for the children, they could grow up happily in the mortal world and follow their own paths. During this time, Ning Fengji also brought his little daughter to visit Yanju multiple times. Yanju understood that his intention was to set up a match, but the girl already regarded Yanju as a brother-in-law and knew that he had many wives. For a girl with an independent personality, even if she had feelings for Yanju, she would not want to marry him. Moreover, since she was Ning Fengji's daughter, Yanju certainly would not treat her like Shui Binger, forcing himself on her before slowly winning her over. Although he knew that even if he did so, Ning Fengji would only pretend to get angry, and then they would reconcile as one big happy family. He did not do it. He really did not lack women. The wait for little Guiyue to grow up felt long. Yanju once asked Emperor Tian how much longer it would take, but Emperor Tian could not give a definite answer. Gradually, Yanju became impatient. The young master has not fully cultivated yet. He cannot take risks. Emperor Tian and the other beast gods stood in front of little Guiyue. Looking at Yanju, I'm too lazy to wait. Yanju shook his head and said, let's be honest, your so-called cultivation is worthless in front of his father, which is my genes. Do you believe he can easily take off your heads right now? As long as he wants to, with just a bit of anger. Father, I don't want to. Little Guiyue peeked out from behind Emperor Tian's legs and said, see? Yanju smiled slightly. He didn't say he couldn't. The beast gods looked at each other. They knew little Guiyue's body was extraordinary, but he was still young. They were not comfortable sending the future of the beast clan to the divine realm to face off against those treacherous human gods. In a flash, Yanju picked little Guiyue up from behind Emperor Tian and pointed to a small hill in the distance, saying, child, can you cut it in half? Can you do that? Little Guiyue looked at it and said, maybe I can. Yanju nodded, saying, then show them. Little Guiyue nodded, aimed at the hill Yanju pointed to, and her eyes glowed red. The beast gods watched intently as a sharp explosion rang out, and 2 red high-heat beams, each nearly 10 centimeters in diameter, suddenly shot out, raising clouds of dust in the distance. Amid little Guiyue's roar, the red high-heat beams began to penetrate the mountain and then started to move horizontally. Like a knife cutting through cake, the top of the mountain was neatly sliced by little Guiyue, followed by trembling earth and mountains, with dust filling the sky, making it impossible to see anything. How about that? Is it enough? Yanju patted little Guiyue's shoulder to signal her to stop, while his eyes were on Emperor Tian and the others. But Emperor Tian still wanted to say something, but Yanju raised his hand to interrupt him. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that your intentions are beneficial to little Guiyue, I wouldn't care about you at all. Understand? Yanju's expression darkened as he said, I said he can do it. Then he can do it. Moreover, I will go with him. There will be no problem. Because once we reach the divine realm, there won't be many human gods left. Understood? Hearing this, Emperor Tian finally completely understood little Guiyue. He finally realized why the arrogant dragon god would be willing to unite with such a human and bare offspring. It was not just because of Yanju's strength, but more importantly, this person had a wild and ruthless nature that was willing to go to any lengths. In the end, Yanju took little Guiyue and went to meet with Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 5 beast gods could only leave the starry forest, following behind them. After arriving at the agreed location, Qian Renxue guided the transmission and prepared to open the portal between the lower realm and the divine realm. This required another divine force to respond in the divine realm. Previously, Guyu relied on her own dragon god avatar, the Golden Dragon King, while this time, Yanzu and his group relied on the life goddess Yi Lingling, who remained in the divine realm. Only she could do it alone. Even though this was Qian Rengshu's will, the angel god was unwilling to take action to open the portal, but she was willing to provide protection for Yi Lingling. The beings in the divine realm had been watching Yin Zhu's every move, and when they saw Yin Zhu planning to return to the divine realm, the god of destruction immediately thought of his wife as heir, Yi Lingling. However, he was a step too late. Yi Lingling had already been in the realm of light. In an instant, the god of destruction, the sea god, and the god of Azura, along with a group of deities, arrived in the realm of light to pressure the angel god to hand over Yi Lingling. However, the angel god not helping Yin Zhu open the portal was not because she stood on the side of the human gods, but simply because she could not do it personally. As for protecting Yi Lingling, that was another matter. Seeing that the angel god was unresponsive, the god of destruction felt angry and even thought about destroying the realm of light. Just then, the life goddess held his hand and reminded him, "Everything can be mediated first. We have never had a precedent for mutual slaughter. Do you want to start this?" The god of destruction fell silent. He could sense that Yi Lingling was already resonating with Qian Rengshu's divine power in the lower realm. If they didn't hurry, they might. This required unanimous consent. "Should we start?" The sea god stepped forward, striking the ground with his recently reforged trident, and said. The god of Azura couldn't help but smirk at the remark. On the surface, he didn't express any intention to help the god of destruction eliminate the angel god. But by mentioning the vote, it indicated that he acknowledged this approach. Asking whether to vote was, in fact, putting pressure on the god of destruction. Waiting for a vote? The divine realm will be finished by then. The god of destruction said coldly, then summoned his staff and shouted, "Charge in, stop her." For the divine realm. Upon hearing this, the other gods hesitated for a moment. After all, the angel god had a good reputation. But if they didn't stop Yi Lingling, how could Yin Zhu settle down once he entered the divine realm? Facing such a dilemma, as long as one person made the first move, everything would be easier. Naturally, the god of destruction led the charge, being the first to attack the realm of light. The other gods, seeing this, could only sigh, shake their heads, and join the assault on the realm of light. However, the realm of light was the territory of the angel god. If it were outside the realm, the angel god wouldn't be the strongest, but in this realm of light, she was the ruler. Moreover, all she had to do was defend, requiring little effort and not much energy expenditure. Yi Lingling saw the critical situation and was anxious. She exerted all her strength to open the bridge of communication between the divine realm and the lower realm for Yin Zhu and the others. At this moment, Yin Zhu and his group transformed into a point of light and rushed along this passage toward the divine realm. The assault on the realm of light continued for a long time, and many deities, who initially worked half-heartedly, began to exert all their strength. Faced with such immense pressure, even the angel god began to feel overwhelmed. But she had to hold on because, within her realm, not only was there Yin Zhu's wife, but also his 3 children, one of whom was of her angelic lineage. "Angel, don't blame me. This is for the greater good." The god of destruction found a weak point in her divine power. With a full force strike, he tore a hole in the realm of light. Seeing this, the other gods rushed in. The angel god unfolded her angelic domain, and in an instant, a gigantic angelic statue enveloped Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiyun, and others. The god of Azura aimed for Yi Lingling and drew his sword, but the angelic statue emitted a golden beam of light. And a powerful sonic attack temporarily halted the god of Azura's actions. At that moment, the god of Azura felt a blinding white light flash before his eyes. And suddenly, he felt his heart vibrating. Why was it vibrating? The heart should be beating. It turned out that a hand had grasped it. Under the intense desire to survive, the heart's beating intensified, but the hand that held it refused to loosen even a bit, turning it into a vibration. "Son, look, this is the heart, one of the vital spots." Yanzu pulled his hand from the god of Azura's chest, bringing out a hot, pulsing heart, and said. Little Guyu watched, dumbfounded. He felt neither fear nor disgust, just freshness. It was indeed a very fresh heart, since it was from the god of Azura's recently reforged divine body. With a pop, Yanzu applied slight pressure, crushing the heart in his hand, and blood and flesh splattered all over him. Yi Lingling saw that familiar back and felt at ease. But exhaustion washed over her like a tide, causing her to collapse on the ground, breathing heavily. Yanzu turned back to look, seeing Yi Lingling lying on the ground, and took a deep breath. Schwerer, Donger, Zhu Qing, and you guys just protect the others. After arranging for them to protect Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong, Yanzu took little Guyu's hand and stepped out of the angel god as protective range. Before them stood a sea of human gods. The god of Azura's divine body was destroyed again, and he retreated into the middle of the group, looking unwilling. Seeing the murderous deity appear again, the human gods present experienced a momentary blank in their minds. Is everyone here? Yanzu quickly scanned the area, his gaze stopping on the life goddess as he said, "You, get out of the way." Upon seeing Yanzu successfully reach the divine realm, the life goddess felt that everything was over. Gritting her teeth, she was about to speak when the god of destruction reached out and pushed her out of the realm of light. "Those not of our clan will surely have different hearts," the god of destruction slowly said, looking down at Yanzu. "Are you determined to stand on the side of the beast clan? What is it that my human clan cannot give you? Or rather, what is it that the divine realm cannot give you? Must we fight to a mutual destruction here? Son, look at this kind-hearted person coming up to tell us a joke to lighten the mood." Yanzu patted little Guyu's head and said, "Mutual destruction? That is really laughable." Little Guyu's eyes widened as he scrutinized each deity before him. He knew that these were the ones who had harmed his mother, and the training he received from Emperor Tian was all for this day, to take revenge here. This had nothing to do with humans or beasts. It was purely about the hatred for his mother's murder, which could not coexist. Yanzu did not glance at the god of destruction, but looked at little Guyu and said, "Son, do you remember what I told you? What is the most important thing when practicing the thermal ray?" At this moment, little Guyu's eyes were completely crimson, and he answered with a trembling voice, "It's patience." "Correct, patience," Yanzu said. "Clearly, you can unleash energy to take any life instantly, but to control it, you must learn to be patient and restrain that feeling of pleasure." After speaking, Yanzu walked behind little Guyu, cupping his face with both hands, and said, "But today, you no longer need to be patient. Use this as a warning to this world." "Ah!" Little Guyu let out a roar, and the terrifying thermal ray shot out instantly, fully powered, sweeping toward the human gods before him. Like an ant nest drenched in hot oil, the human gods immediately scattered, starting to dodge. At first, they didn't understand why such a child appeared here, but now they understood. What kind of child is this? This is clearly a life meat grinder. With this, there is no more nonsense. Yanzu looked at the furious Xiao Guyu, veins bulging as he unleashed his anger, and couldn't help but laugh. Watching the gods scramble in panic was quite amusing. Chapter 187. Time and Space 5. Half of the deities were exhausted from fleeing, while the other half took a breather and displayed their proud divine skills towards Yanzu. Having long understood the capabilities of these deities, Yanzu neither dodged nor flinched. Anyone who dared to come close was shattered in a blood mist by mere rays of his hand. Watching the two who could neither approach nor compete with him, the gods felt a mix of urgency and helplessness. The already shattered body of the Azura god retreated to the back and transmitted a message to the god of destruction. "If this continues, we might all perish here." The god of destruction, weary from dealing with Yanzu, could only think that it was fortunate that Yanzu had allowed Xiao Guyu to go on a killing spree. If he had acted himself, how could the god of destruction maneuver freely? Hearing the Azura god's words, the god of destruction felt some anger and replied, "This battle today will be to the death. Why speak such nonsense?" The Azura god said, "Rather than suffer heavy casualties here, it would be better to preserve our useful selves, return to our respective realms to recuperate, and plan for a greater strategy." The Azura god's words clearly garnered more support, and several deities who had been yearning for safety began to withdraw in an orderly manner. Seeing this, the god of destruction had no choice but to leave the battle circle. "Oh, are they afraid now?" Yanzu was greatly disappointed to see the gods start to retreat. But when he noticed the veins bulging around Xiao Guyu's eyes, who was already bloodthirsty, he patted his shoulder and said, "Enough, let us stop here for now." Stopping the release was a bit difficult. Xiao Guyu struggled for a while before finally halting the heat rays, then squatted down and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yanzu also squatted down, patting his back, and asked, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Xiao Guyu said while rubbing his eyes. He felt nothing else uncomfortable, just that his eyes were very itchy. Yanzu watched as the gods retreated from the realm of light, then turned around and looked at his unscathed wives, took a deep breath, and opened his arms. "My beloved wives, I have returned." The warm welcome he had imagined did not materialize. Only Yi Lingling rushed forward. Yanzu embraced her delicate body, inhaling her faint fragrance, and said, "You've worked hard. You must be exhausted?" Yi Lingling punched Yanzu lightly, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Finally, you're back. Then why are you crying?" Yanzu laughed. "If something had happened to you, how could I have been at ease?" Yi Lingling replied. "That is not your fault." Yanzu knew what she meant and comforted her in that situation. "I could only stand by, Shui, Dongyu, and you all gave their all. Adding you wouldn't necessarily have made things better. But I wasn't there with you." Yi Lingling was most concerned about this, knowing everyone would fall into such dangerous circumstances. She would have followed no matter the outcome. We don't need to mention those anymore. Yanzu hugged Yi Lingling tightly, then looked at Ning Rongrong, Poseidon, Zhu Zhuyan, and also Azi, Shui Bing Shui Yu They were all both crying and laughing. Evidently, they had also lived in fear during this time. After all, they did not possess divine-level strength and were surrounded by enemies in this world full of deities. Just like today, if Yanzu hadn't arrived in time, and the angel god hadn't bought enough time for Yi Lingling, what could they have done? Nothing at all. They might have been used as leverage against Yanzu or directly killed on the spot, with no other choices available. "It's all my fault." Yanzu sighed and said, "If I had put in 100 efforts to cultivate divine power, then at that time, I wouldn't have had to just watch. So to prevent such things from happening again, I need to do a thorough cleanup of this divine realm. Let us stop here, Azu." The angel god's solemn voice came, stating that the price both sides paid for the war was already enough, and she would step forward to negotiate for him. They could each obtain their own domains in the divine realm, mutually non-intrusive. How about that? You are working for peace. Yanzu looked up at the angel god and said, "And you protected my wives. For that I am grateful. So whatever you say, I won't blame you, but... Oh, beautiful lady, Guyu is gone. Has left me forever, do you know? So, I don't care about right or wrong anymore. Do you understand? Although I won't blame you, I will still feel irritated, so please don't make me feel that way again." After saying this, Yanzu brought Xiao Guyu in front of everyone, patted his back, and said, "Kid, look, count while your third mother, fourth mother, seventh mother, and eighth mother are all here. Call them however you like. Go play with your siblings." Yanzu pushed Xiao Guyu into the group of women, signaling them to take care of him. Then he gave Tian and the others a look, indicating for them to follow him. Tian understood Yanzu's meaning and followed. Seeing this, Xiao Guyu ran out of Qianrenchua's arms, grabbing Yanzu and asking, "Where are you going?" "To clean up our courtyard." Yanzu replied, "Are you going to find them? Take me with you. I want to avenge my mother." Xiao Guyu's eyes were determined, and after speaking, his eyes glowed red again. Yanzu touched Xiao Guyu's forehead, tidied his hair, and then patted his shoulders. "You've already done enough. Very well. Now I need to leave for a while. Your family is here with you. They will protect you. And likewise, you must protect them. Tell me, can you protect them well?" "I can," Xiao Guyu said. "Very good." After saying this, Yanzu pushed Xiao Guyu back into Qianrenchua's arms, then left the realm of light with the 5 beast gods. "What should we do?" Tian asked, following behind Yanzu. "You've taught me how to extinguish divine souls, but you're still more skilled than I am." Yanzu said, "Let us just do what we're good at. I will do the killing, and you'll clean up the aftermath. Is that all right?" Though the beast gods were already mentally prepared, they were still a bit startled to hear Yanzu say this. They had originally thought Yanzu intended to end it just like this, but that was merely a trial run for Xiao Guyu. This time was the true revenge. Following that familiar aura, Yanzu arrived in front of a water-blue transparent barrier. He reached out to touch it, sneering. "These gods think that hiding in their own home, I can do nothing about them?" Tian said, "The realms are constructed by the gods using their divine powers within their own realms. They can be completely integrated and do as they please, even creating countless rules favorable to themselves. Forcibly invading a realm is indeed not a wise move." "Exactly." Yanzu nodded at Tian's description and said, "Unless it's me." After saying this, the sound of heat rays tearing through the air echoed, and as Yanzu's gaze shifted, a gap was torn open in the water-blue barrier. "Poseidon, among these gods, you and I have known each other a bit longer." Yanzu stepped into the sea goddess realm, where the floor was also a transparent water blue, adorned with patterns of rippling water waves. And everything around resembled the underwater dragon palace, truly magnificent. Poseidon sat on the sea god's throne, holding a trident, looking as if he had been waiting for a long time. "My biggest mistake was choosing to trade with you the first time I met you." Poseidon gritted his teeth. Yanzu shook his finger and replied, "That's where you're wrong. I rarely let my trading partners suffer. Your mistake was thinking you could scheme against me while trading with me." You think you can control everything from your high perch, and even regard me as insignificant because you've lived so long. Living too long has made you dull enough to not recognize what a real threat is. Huh. Poseidon stood up from his throne, laughing. You who are already in the pot are the truly dull one, fool. With that, Poseidon shook his trident, and the realm of the sea god instantly changed, the floor beneath everyone's feet turning into an ocean. Tsunamis and thunderstorms formed in an instant, crashing toward Yinzu and Dition. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yinzu shook his head and said, seeing you so confident made me a little expectant. But it turns out to be the same old tricks from the outskirts of Sea God Island. Boring. That said, Yinzu noticed out of the corner of his eye that Poseidon's actions had effectively restrained the 5 beast gods, leaving them unable to act. The Poseidon, who could summon tsunamis with a mere gesture, truly embodied the form of a deity. Let's do it this way. Yinzu sighed and then shot toward Poseidon. Poseidon's pupils suddenly dilated, and his body instinctively shifted. He then felt his field of vision narrow significantly. Half of his body had already been crushed by Yinzu, but soon it was all gone. Poseidon looked horrified. Without his divine body, his soul moved much faster, slipping away like an eel, making it difficult for Yinzu to catch him. However, similarly, without his divine body, Poseidon could not maintain everything he had set up, allowing Dition and the other gods to escape. The rest is up to you. No problem, right? Yinzu said lazily. Having suffered greatly from Poseidon, the 5 beast gods naturally seized the opportunity to completely eliminate him, quickly catching him and tearing apart his soul to consume it. The moment Poseidon let out a scream, the entire realm of the sea god began to change, just like the dragon god realm of Guyu back then. The original decorations started to vanish, quickly becoming void. This place is about to collapse. Let us go, Dition said to Yinzu. Yinzu clapped his hands and led them away from the oceanic realm. So, every time a god is eliminated, a realm collapses, right? Yinzu asked. Dition nodded, saying, unless another god immediately takes over and maintains it with divine power. Never mind, it's not a big deal. Since this realm can be rebuilt, what's the difference between having one more or one less? Yinzu said, leading them to the realm of the Azura god. The Azura god was even simpler. He was in worse shape than Poseidon and didn't even have time to reforge his divine body. When Yinzu saw that he was left with only a wisp of divine soul, he didn't bother with words, waved his hand, and the beast gods swarmed in to eliminate another one. However, the Azura realm did not collapse like the sea god realm. It was quickly tainted by purple-black mist, a presence Yinzu was quite familiar with, the handiwork of that Rakshasa god. Yinzu had no intention of engaging with her, took a couple of steps, then turned back and said, about Guyu, you shouldn't have a part in that, right? The only response was a series of cold, eerie laughs. After dealing with the Azura god, Yinzu arrived at the realm of the destruction god. One could only say that having a wife makes a difference. Among the 3 gods Yinzu visited first, he was in the best condition. After all, the life goddess couldn't be fierce and brutal, but was quite skilled at healing. When I felt the collapse of the sea god realm, I knew everything was too late, the destruction god said, pressing the hand of the life goddess who was still healing him, looking at Yinzu as he slowly walked into the hall. Then you eliminated the Azura. It seems I've underestimated you, being prioritized so low. Yinzu scoffed, they're all just scraps. Why add drama to yourself? You don't think you can still accomplish anything, do you? I'm actually quite looking forward to it. The destruction god, at that moment, felt his divine power surging within him, which felt good. Here, he could unleash all his strength. I know numbers won't give you an advantage, and if I can't break through your twisted body, everything will be meaningless. So, the Azura god suggestion is right. Let us unleash our strongest skills and fight you. That's quite funny, Yinzu said. The guy just got his divine form annihilated. And you're here praising his choice. Humorous. Undoubtedly, right now, if it's about destructive harm, I'm the strongest, the destruction god said, looking at Yinzu. If I can't eliminate you here, then no other god can. So let us end everything here. If I lose, it doesn't matter if my divine form is annihilated. Are you satisfied? Otherwise, you don't think I would let you off, do you? Yinzu was quite shocked by the destruction god's words, then understood his meaning and coldly laughed. You mean to exchange your life for the peace of the entire divine realm? You want me to spare the remaining scraps? Quite noble. I'm touched. Hearing Yinzu's cold laughter, the destruction god frowned, raised his hand, and tore open a space within the realm, sending the life goddess out. Ah, still a man who loves his wife? Yinzu said, curling his lips, his voice dark. Then do you know that the dragon god you conspired against, Guyu is also my woman? The destruction god summoned his scepter and pointed it at Yin Zhu, saying, "Let us stop the unnecessary words here. Let us settle everything right here." Yin Zhu shook his head. Originally, it was all unnecessary talk, but now it's not. I've always thought just killing you would be too cheap, because you've definitely lived long enough. Now I know what to say. Yin Zhu pointed to the tear the destruction god had just made, saying, "Do you think she can escape? Don't worry. I want to kill her because I absolutely hate wasting food." With that, Yin Zhu smiled meaningfully and licked his tongue at the destruction god. The next second, the destruction god instantly went berserk. Chapter 188. Time and Space 6. At the edge of the various realms in the divine realm. The life goddess looked at the constantly fluctuating barrier of the realm, her heart aching. Before this, the destruction god had already bid her a final farewell, promising her that if he could survive, he would have an explanation for the divine realm after this battle, and they could ascend to the upper realm together without any concerns. But the life goddess knew that the possibility of that was almost non-existent. She understood from Yi Lingling's memories what kind of person Yin Zhu was, and now there was no room for retreat. The violent tremors coming from the destruction realm indicated that the destruction god was suffering heavy damage, but she was blocked outside the realm. She knew clearly in her heart that her beloved was about to face complete death, and yet she could do nothing. Boasting loudly, and this is the result, Yin Zhu tossed aside a severed arm, looking at the panting, bloody destruction god, and said, "I hope your wife can please me more than you did." He is still provoking him. Di Tian watched everything before him, thinking to himself, in this state, the god of destruction could probably be easily subdued by the five of them. However, Yin Zhu was someone who not only killed, but also sought to destroy the heart, ensuring his victims died with lingering regret. It was indeed sinister. No wonder he didn't let Xiao Guyu come along. The god of destruction felt he was already at the end of his strength. The next strike he unleashed would likely be his last. We are unwavering in life and death. The image of the goddess of life appeared in the god of destruction's mind. He knew that no matter what, his beloved would never betray him. But I won't let you be humiliated. The god of destruction made up his mind, starting to burn his own divine soul, pouring all his energy into the staff of destruction. This was a killing move he had never used before, but he had calculated that if it succeeded, half of the divine realm would collapse, and he himself would be completely obliterated. However, the god of destruction's goal at this moment was to die together with his beloved. Everything else was unimportant. What mattered was that the goddess of life, who was guarding outside the realm, would also die because of this. Dying at his hands was far better than falling into the hands of that rogue Yin Zhu and suffering humiliation. The god of destruction thought this. At least he felt that dying together with his beloved was not a bad thing. Originally, Yin Zhu remained unmoved, but when he saw the fear on Di Tian and the others' faces, he felt something was wrong. He didn't care for himself, but if it cost them as well, how could he live with that? After all, they were also Guyu's trusted allies, and even more, Xiao Guyu's family. This has to end here. Yin Zhu quickly moved to stand before the god of destruction, only to see the god of destruction reveal a sinister smile of success. It's too late. The god of destruction laughed in horror and summoned his staff. But at that very moment, Yin Zhu grabbed the staff and blue-purple lightning erupted from it, rapidly expanding, shattering everything in its path like ordinary glass. Suppressing divine power was definitely not an option, Yin Zhu thought. There was no way his divine power could compete with this guy. Let's go to hell together, the god of destruction said to Yin Zhu with a smile. And then his body began to burn rapidly like paper on fire. Quickly retreat, seeing the lightning tearing through space, continuing to expand. Di Tian finally realized the situation was dire and shouted to lead the escape. Yin Zhu looked at the staff in his hand, thinking, it's like a nuclear bomb. This god of destruction is indeed formidable. As the entire realm of destruction began to collapse, and the staff showed no signs of exhausting its energy, Yin Zhu was worried about it affecting the realm of light. So he forcefully compressed the staff into the size of a tennis ball. But this did not stop its energy from leaking out. Yin Zhu could only cover it with both hands, using his palms as a barrier to prevent its energy from harming the outside world. Interesting. Yin Zhu suddenly smiled. He recalled the term. Is this called holding thunder in hand? The exhausted Di Tian felt the destructive energy stop spreading, so he paused. At this moment, they had already exited the realm of destruction. Turning back, they saw the realm beginning to collapse, but Yin Zhu did not come out, and they all secretly thought something was wrong. Could it be that guy died inside? But upon a second thought, Di Tian felt that if Yin Zhu and the god of destruction perished together, it might not be a bad thing. The fewer such terrifying beings, the better. especially since Yin Zhu was somewhat unpredictable. Without him, the five beast gods could assist Xiao Guyu and surely restore the glory of the beast race. However, before this thought could settle, Di Tian saw Yin Zhu calmly walk out of the realm of destruction, but his hands were clasped together, looking as if he were in handcuffs. "What's this? Surprised?" Yin Zhu asked when he saw the dazed expressions of the five giant beasts. "What happened to that thing?" Di Tian inquired. "That was the killing move the god of destruction unleashed by burning his divine soul. Its power shouldn't be this weak." "Oh, you mean that?" Yin Zhu raised his hand slightly and said, "It's right here. I thought of something interesting. You all can go back. Just leave the rest to me." The five beast gods exchanged glances and felt that since even the god of destruction had been obliterated, the situation in the divine realm was already settled. So they didn't think much of it and left together, caring more about Xiao Guyu than Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu held the god of destruction's divine technique and entered the realms of other deities one after another. Once he broke in, there was no need for much talking. Just a slight gap in his fingers would cause the blue-purple lightning to erupt instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the realm where Yin Zhu was located would completely collapse, with the deity in charge of that realm turning to nothing under the lightning. This big treasure is really fun. Yin Zhu couldn't help but laugh internally. The killing move that the god of destruction confidently unleashed before his death had now become his tool for destroying the divine realm. To be fair, this god of destruction was indeed living up to his name. In the realm of light, the angel god felt the divine realm shrinking more and more, causing a sense of unease. Qian Renxue sensed the angel god's worry and, after some communication, felt she had to go out and persuade him. "Speed god, you're lucky. You chose Zhu Qing early on." After leaving the realm of the speed god, Yin Zhu was preparing to head to the next location when he encountered Qian Renxue. "Are you done playing?" Qian Renxue looked at the blue-purple lightning crystal ball in Yin Zhu's hand and asked, "I'm not playing. You know this is revenge." Yin Zhu took 2 steps back and said, "Don't come closer, dear. This thing's a bit dangerous. Let's end this, I beg you, Azu." Qian Renxue said with a troubled expression, "You've already destroyed dozens of realms. If this continues, what if I destroy them all?" Yin Zhu replied, "Who cares? What does it have to do with me? Leaving a few realms for our longevity is enough. I really don't care about the others." "All right, but you have to promise me not to kill innocents indiscriminately." Qian Renxue said, "Kill innocents indiscriminately?" Yin Zhu chuckled and said, "Are you serious? You're telling me not to kill innocents indiscriminately? When have I ever done that? To be honest, all the gods here can benefit from Guyu's death. Tell me, according to your so-called light and justice, are they completely innocent?" Qian Renxue fell silent, watching Yin Zhu without saying another word. All right. Yin Zhu softened again, shaking his head and responding, "Sure, here's the deal. I can agree to let those gods who didn't participate in the action against Guyu live. But as for the others, there's no negotiating. I understand you, and you have to understand me. If I don't do this, I want to feel comfortable." "Good." Qian Renxue nodded. "I'll go with you." Yin Zhu asked in confusion, "Are you serious? Am I joking?" Qian Renxue replied. Yin Zhu sighed, saying, "Why do you want to come with me? Swear, you know your abilities can't stop me. I'm not planning to stop you. Can I go with you? Can't we be together?" "Anytime," Qian Renxue countered. "Sure, of course." Yin Zhu didn't understand why Qian Renxue would make such a suggestion until after he took her to destroy a few more realms. During this process, Qian Renxue indeed did not stop Yin Zhu, nor did she say a word, just silently following him, watching Yin Zhu do what he wanted to do. It's strange that ever since Qian Renxue started following him, Yin Zhu's feeling of revenge has faded more and more, and everything has become dull, even making Yin Zhu feel tired and annoyed. "Where are we going next?" Qian Renxue asked as she looked at the still Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu rubbed the crystal ball made from the destruction scepter in his hand, pondering, and finally gave up, turned to say, "Let's stop here." "But it's not over yet." Qian Renxue said, "Do you want me to guide you? I know which gods participated in the action. I won't be wrong." "All right, Swear, you succeeded. Stop mocking me." Yin Zhu sighed and said, "I surrender. You win because I truly love you. Because you know deep down, you have already completed your revenge." Qian Renxue said, "Yes, I admit it." Yin Zhu nodded, and neither of them spoke the next words. They both knew that was a place that should not be touched. Just as Qian Renxue said, Yin Zhu's desire for revenge had faded significantly the moment the god of destruction died. And what he did next was more about the pleasure of tormenting living beings. Just because he had the justification of revenge, he didn't realize that he was being driven and delighted by this pleasure, killing and destroying tirelessly. Until Qian Renxue's appearance and companionship. Her unwavering integrity and kindness acted like a mirror, with her by his side, Yanzu could no longer feel that pleasure. He then realized that he was merely using the name of revenge to satisfy his perverted psychological desires. This version of himself was definitely not the one Qian Ringshu loved. He had already lost Guyu and could not afford to lose Qian Ringshu as well. Yanzu understood that if he continued like this, Qian Ringshu would be disappointed in him, indifferent, and eventually become the most familiar stranger. I want to hug you, but I can't do it right now. This thing's energy hasn't been exhausted yet. Yanzu raised his hands and said. Upon hearing this, Qian Ringshu lightly coughed, then took a step forward and hugged Yanzu, startling him into tightly clutching the crystal ball in his hand. He had seen the scene of those gods touching that blue-purple lightning. Azu, Qian Ringshu sighed in Yanzu's ear and said, I don't want to preach to you, but I know, I'm listening. Yanzu said, you don't need to always comfort me. Some things should just be said. Qian Ringshu paused for a moment before saying, you say that to love someone is to love all of them? But there's a beast in your heart that I don't love. I'm afraid of it. I always feel that it can make you become incredibly unfamiliar in an instant. But in my heart, you are still you. Yanzu said, no need to say more. I understand. Qian Ringshu didn't know whether Yanzu truly understood, but for now, it seemed that his so-called revenge had come to an end. Qian Ringshu summoned some gods to work together to destroy the crystal ball in Yanzu's hand. But those gods understood that even without this crystal ball, the man named Yanzu could easily destroy their realm. Due to Yanzu's massacre, the entire divine realm shrank by nearly half. But precisely because of this, constructing a new realm became much simpler. Under Qian Ringshu's urging, Yanzu also began to build his own realm, creating their home bit by bit with Yi Lingling, Qian Ringshu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Bibi Dong returned to the Rakshasa realm. Her feelings for everyone hadn't changed, but her temper had become really bad, so it was better for her to stay alone in the Rakshasa realm. Yanzu would occasionally go and keep her company. Such days passed for a long time. Little Guyu grew strong under the care of the gods. Interestingly, this child was raised by the angel god, Yanzu's wives, and 5 beast gods, filled with love from both the human and beast races, which made his stance extremely ambiguous. This hand doesn't hit a smiling face, let alone the human race has put in so much effort for little Guyu's growth. In the end, even Di Tian and the others felt embarrassed to mention anything about the revitalization of the beast race. They just honestly cultivated and lived in the divine realm, which wasn't bad. The gods of the human race who had once participated in the plan to strip the dragon god realm, but survived by luck due to Qian Ringshu's intervention, were also very adept at handling things. With the example of the god of speed, they saw that many of Yanzu's wives were just soul masters, and they decisively rushed to give their divine positions to them, hoping for a peace talisman. Thus, Ning Rongrong, Pozi, Zhu Zhuyun, and others successively became gods. With such a big family of gods in the divine realm, no one dared to cause trouble anymore, and Yanzu on most days was either expanding his realm or shutting the door to fool around with his wives, fulfilling his wishes. As time passed, Yanzu's parents in the lower realm reached the end of their lives. Yanzu brought them to the divine realm to enjoy their old age. With his parents around, Yanzu finally dared to let go and have children, allowing his parents to enjoy family happiness. However, while the divine realm was peaceful, the situation in the lower realm underwent a drastic change. Chapter 189, Time and Space 7. In theory, the lower realm now has no strong enemies, and the divine realm is basically ruled by Yanzu's family. Even if the lower realm doesn't speak of eternal peace, it should last for hundreds of years. However, the trouble that arose this time made Yanzu feel a bit of a headache. It wasn't too big or too small. Shuai, are you done yet? Yanzu asked the blushing Qian Ringshu. But Qian Ringshu seemed to have some concerns. She squeezed her legs together, but this only doubled the stimulation Yanzu felt. Then, I'm coming too, Yanzu said. So what do you plan to do? Qian Ringshu lay on the bed, touching her small belly, and asked. Yanzu did not speak. If you don't say something, I won't have this child, Qian Ringshu said, and I will also advise them not to have any more. That's 2 different things. All right, Shuai. Yanzu turned over and hugged Qian Ringshu tightly, saying yes. This matter is my responsibility. We were both first-time parents back then, so we made such mistakes, but now it's different. With the lessons learned, we know what to do. Forget it. Qian Ringshu shook her head and said, I don't have the right to criticize you. Children grow up without their mother's control. Don't expect Pozi and Azi to change. You should understand their inner journey best, right? After all, you are all men. Yes, men. Yanzu sighed. Those bear kids they once disliked grew up under the care of adults after being thrown to the lower realm. The 2 boys have already become men. But in Yanzu's and the others' memories, they still see them as the little kids from back then. So at first, when they quarreled, everyone thought it was just childish bickering. Until they started forming cliques and building their own forces, the conflicts began to spread. Sometimes I even think, if those two could be like you. Lecherous, how great would that be? Qian Ringsha said. Focusing their energy on girls is much better than causing chaos in the human world. Thank you for the compliment. Yin Zhu said this, but he also understood that he had to take action to properly educate his two good sons. Pozi's son, Bo Feng Shuimin, and Aziz's son, Ziyu Yin. These two boys lived in Yin Zhu's divine mansion when they were in the lower realm. They witnessed the great achievements created by their fathers. After all, this was Yin Zhu's divine mansion, and naturally, the surroundings were filled with people and things praising Yin Zhu. But they didn't feel particularly proud of their father, because they quickly realized how powerful they were compared to the people around them. Therefore, Yin Zhu's actions seemed insignificant to them. The problem was that they didn't have the awareness to match their immense power, and soon they grew tired of the rules set by Qian Rinshua for this world, starting to test the boundaries of breaking those rules wildly. Then they realized that their parents couldn't control them, and in this world, they could truly do as they pleased. An unhealthy worldview combined with unparalleled power is worse. And even worse is that there are two such people, and they're not on good terms with each other. Poseidon and Aziz were naturally the most concerned about their children. They were the first to notice something was wrong and sought out Yin Zhu. However, Yin Zhu didn't take it seriously and called Ning Rongrong and the others to instruct their 5 daughters to manage their brothers. But the daughters all had their own tempers. Only Shui Binger, Shui Yuerer, and Zhu Zhuqing's daughter obediently listened, and even then, it was of no use. How could siblings really fight each other? They merely passed on their upper realm parents' words, as if completing a task, and then left quickly. It just so happened that young people are inherently rebellious. The more you ask them to do something, the less they want to do it. Both sons thought this way. On this day, Yin Zhu summoned his wives from their respective realms to his realm to discuss the issue. I don't understand, Ning Rongrong said. The girls are out traveling and having fun, while the boys are already working on overturning the world. I can't comprehend it. Yin Zhu sighed. My dear young lady, I called you all here to find a solution, not to add to my troubles. Let's go down to the lower realm, Poseidon suggested. Aziz also agreed. It's true that children grow up and no longer listen to their mothers. Teaching them has become ineffective, so we must go down ourselves. Everyone felt this was appropriate. Although due to the limitations of the cosmic laws, they could not stay in the lower realm for long. A brief descent was still possible. That might not be the best choice, Qian Rinshua said. To put it bluntly, those two little brats have already learned to be hypocritical. I'm afraid they will only behave for a short time while you are there, and once you return to the divine realm, they will go back to doing whatever they want. And you can't be tough with them, Yin Zhu said. What? Does he dare to fight with his own mother? Aziz angrily replied, suggesting that Yin Zhu was speaking without thinking. Who knows? Yin Zhu did not deny the possibility. We have almost forgotten the existence of time in the divine realm, but in the lower realm, every second, every year, everything feels so real and profound. How long have you two been away from them? I think it's better not to place too much trust in that blood relationship. Yin Zhu's words suddenly made Poseidon and Aziz feel a chill, seeing the expressions of his two wives. Yin Zhu finally understood why the gods in Greek mythology were so keen on incest. Having too many children was simply unmanageable. I will go down myself and bring them back, Yin Zhu said. The problems in our family can be solved slowly, but we cannot let them cause trouble in the lower realm. That is the most important thing. Suddenly, Bibi Dong, who had not spoken until now, said, But Azu, don't forget. I haven't forgotten, Yin Zhu nodded. I know about the so-called cosmic laws, the existence you say cannot be peered into. I'm not sure if it will erase me for violating the rules as you say, but I will be cautious. As soon as the time is up, I will return immediately. But you said you can't feel its existence, so one of us should accompany you, so you know where the limits are otherwise. Bibi Dong stopped there. Yes, if Yin Zhu were quietly erased from this world. It was strange. Yin Zhu had wanted to go down to the lower realm to play for a long time, because the divine realm was just too boring, but this thought had always been stopped by Qian Rinshua due to the so-called cosmic laws. This was an intuition, a warning imprinted in the mind after becoming a god. Something all gods couldn't articulate, but could feel its presence. Except for Yin Zhu. At first, Qian Rinshua was also very shocked. She didn't understand why Yin Zhu couldn't sense such a crucial presence. But then she thought about it, and it wasn't surprising that this happened to Yin Zhu. But precisely because of this, it was dangerous. What if one day, Yin Zhu couldn't hold back and sneak down to the lower realm to play? Then lost track of time, and was erased by the cosmic laws? The key was that Yin Zhu's thoughts were even more dangerous. He felt he couldn't perceive it, which meant he was not restricted by these laws. However, the best way to prove this was to stay in the lower realm. If that were the case, Yin Zhu would never be affected. But what if it wasn't? Who would dare to gamble? Even if Yin Zhu thought this way, he didn't have the courage to take that risk. Let a Z and Poseidon accompany you down, Bibi Dong said. Yin Zhu exchanged glances with the two women, and this matter was settled. Thus, on an ordinary day, Yin Zhu quietly descended to the lower realm with Poseidon and a Z, making no noise. Not even Ning Fengji was aware of it. Taking a breath of the complex air in the lower realm, Yin Zhu, Poseidon, and a Z fell into a momentary daze. They never expected returning to the lower realm would feel like this, as if they were reborn. Hey, wake up! Yin Zhu pinched the butts of the two women and said, we don't have much time. The two women came to their senses, and a Z asked, so what do you plan to do? Let's first observe their reactions, Yin Zhu replied. A Z sighed, these two brothers are at the ends of the earth. It's really troublesome. All right, a Z, you go find Yu Yin and have a heart-to-heart talk. I'll go with Bobo to teach Shui men a lesson first. Yin Zhu said. A Z nodded and flew towards where her son was, while Poseidon pinched Yin Zhu and said with a hint of reproach, isn't our son named Bo Feng, Shui men? Did you eat the character Feng? Ah. Yin Zhu scratched his head and said, don't mind these details. I told you. You wouldn't understand. After saying that, Yin Zhu flew with Poseidon to their eldest son's location. This little brat. Yin Zhu looked at the magnificent palace of Bo Feng Shui Min and said, I did so much before I thought of building a temple for myself. What right does he have? Poseidon frowned and remained silent. At this moment, Bo Feng Shui Min was lying sideways on a couch, with a little girl in a translucent dress giving him a back rub. He was looking at a map of the world, seemingly planning something, probably another scheme to create trouble for his brother. Suddenly, Bo Feng Shui Min's finger tracing the map stopped. He took a deep breath, leaned over to kiss the little girl who was rubbing his back, and said, you can go now, darling. You have no business today. As soon as the little girl left, two shadows appeared behind Bo Feng Shui Min. A long time no see, Bo Feng Shui Min said with his back turned. You guys are too much. Yin Zhu and Po Zisai were both angry, and when they heard Bo Feng Shui Min's words, they were taken aback. Then they saw Bo Feng Shui Min turn around, his stunningly handsome face streaked with tears. Yin Zhu's throat tightened, and all the words he had planned to say during the journey vanished in an instant, causing him to curse inwardly. Damn. Dad, Mom. Bo Feng Shui Min shouted as he rushed forward and hugged both of them tightly. Yin Zhu was taken aback by Bo Feng Shui Min's sudden warmth. To be honest, having two big men like this made him a bit uncomfortable. However, Po Zisai was different. Without saying a word, her son's embrace broke down her psychological defenses, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. There was no reason, no logic, just pure emotion. You, Po Zisai complained softly, lightly punching her son. Bo Feng Shui Min sighed skyward and didn't wipe away his tears. He stepped back and said, Father, Mother, I miss you so much. I never expected you to suddenly come here. Po Zisai looked at her son repeatedly, although she had been following his growth every day in the divine realm. Seeing him face to face at this moment was a completely different feeling. After so many years apart, combined with Bo Feng Shui Min's earlier reaction, Po Zisai couldn't bring herself to say a word of reproach. Yin Zhu initially planned to ease into the conversation gently, but then he heard something and laughed out loud. Damn it! Yin Zhu shook his head and scolded, you almost scared me. Bo Feng Shui Min looked at Yin Zhu in confusion and said, Father, what do you mean? You little rascal, still trying to play tricks on your old man? Yin Zhu gave Bo Feng Shui Min a hard slap, sending him flying out of the palace, straight for several hundred meters, crashing into the woods and leaving a trail on the ground. Po Zisai was shocked and was about to speak. But then she remembered her son had inherited Yin Zhu's abilities, so this slap, although loud, wouldn't hurt him. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you like this? Po Zisai asked. Yin Zhu didn't answer, but quickly flew in front of Bo Feng Shui Min. Po Zisai followed closely and landed a check on Bo Feng Shui Min's injuries. Don't forget, I'm your father, Yin Zhu said, crossing his arms and looking at his big son. 1 second Bo Feng Shui Min was seeking sympathy from Po Zisai, and the next second he changed his expression and smiled, saying, Why are you so angry, Dad? Because of your dishonesty, Yin Zhu replied. Who taught you to play tricks on your parents? What do you think you are? Oh, come on, I was just simulating a touching reunion scene. Aren't you happy, Mom? Bo Feng Shui Min turned to Po Zisai and smiled. Right, Mom? Aren't you moved? Po Zisai looked at the father and son duo with a puzzled expression. Although she didn't understand what was happening, she sensed that her son seemed to be playing a trick on her. Besides, Bluffing Shuimin looked at Yinzu and said, Dad, weren't you also full of lies back then? Otherwise, how did you woo Mom and the other sisters? Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to joke about your mother's love for you, you deserve to be punished, Yinzu said. All right. Bluffing Shuimin raised both hands in surrender and said, I admit, son was wrong. The tears were all fake, but Mom, I really miss you. After saying that, Bluffing Shuimin hugged Posiasai again, and she didn't resist. Yinzu didn't say anything because he could tell that his son's heart rate hadn't changed this time. He wasn't lying. Okay, let's leave it at that. Bluffing Shuimin sat cross-legged on the grass and looked at Yinzu. So you two didn't come down here for vacation, right? Chapter 190, Time and Space, Part 8, Finale, Why would a naturally intelligent child pretend to be foolish? Yinzu looked at his son and said, You know why we're here, Shuimin. Your sisters have already given you a warning. Bluffing Shuimin opened his mouth, paused, and then said, Wait, Dad. Mom said my name was given by you, but isn't my last name Bo? So, did you forget that there's a Feng in my name? I can call you whatever I want. Yinzu replied, I can even call you Bluffing Zhuan if I like. Don't talk to me about this. All right. Bluffing Shuimin raised his hands in surrender and said, But Dad, we haven't seen each other in so many years. You see, isn't it a bit inappropriate to punish me right after we meet? I know parents like to use punishment to assert authority, but that's the way of ordinary people. We don't need to do that. Yinzu was annoyed by Bluffing Shuimin's nonchalant expression, but then he thought, yes, it has been a long time since they last met. And throwing them down to the lower realm to play when they were young, then coming back to act like a father when trouble arises is indeed too disgusting. So he calmed down and said, Have you two lost your minds? You both have near immortal bodies. If there's a problem, you can fight it out until the sky falls and the earth shakes. Why drag innocent people into this? I didn't. Bluffing Shuimin said innocently. Of course, I don't know about you, Yen. We certainly remember your teachings. We didn't incite them. They admire us and follow us voluntarily. We just showcased a little power. Are you putting on this face for your mother to see? Let me tell you, it's useless, Yinzu shouted. People have died because of you. That's an undeniable fact. But that wasn't our intention, Dad. Bluffing Shuimin spread his hands and said, Some people just like to idolize. Weren't you like that back then? Including now. All the gods in the divine realm are like that, right? How can you enjoy the faith and offerings of the people while lecturing me? If they like to worship, let them worship. What does it have to do with me? Their deaths are the result of natural selection. What was that saying? Respect others' destinies, Dad. Yinzu fell silent, stroking his chin and looking at his son with a complex expression. Everything felt like it was just yesterday when he was still a child seeking fun with his parents. But in the blink of an eye, that child seemed to have evaporated from the world, replaced by this rebellious little brat. Dad, Bluffing Shuimin's tone softened a bit. What you did, we know. You can't just enjoy yourself without letting others enjoy. I can understand the ambition of young people, Yinzu said. In reality, he didn't understand at all because he never had any ambition. The things he did in the past were just because Qian Rushua liked them. But can you two stop messing around? Yinzu said, Yu Yin will be coming over soon. Do you want to fight? If you're going to fight in front of me, just kill one. Come on, prove yourselves. He is already here. Bluffing Shuimin's expression froze upon hearing this. He looked at Posiasai, who turned her face away and refused to meet his gaze. Just then, a Z flew over, holding Ziyu Yin by the neck, and threw him next to Bluffing Shuimin. Come on, Yinzu looked at his big sons. Such an opportunity is rare. Your father and mother are here to witness it. It's time to prove yourselves, settle the score, and determine life and death. Come on. Aziz also aggressively chimed in. Go for it. Aren't you very capable? Prove it to me, kill him for me. Otherwise, don't even say he's my son. Poseidon slightly opened his mouth, but couldn't voice those words. Kakashi and Ziyu Yin exchanged a glance, both knowing it was difficult to back down. If they didn't take action today, it would be hard to settle things later. At worst, they would have a fight, and when things got rough, the mothers would surely call a stop to it. Surely it wouldn't come to a life-and-death situation, right? It's amusing to think that when they were tens of thousands of miles apart, they both disliked each other, yet upon this meeting and exchange of glances, they felt nothing at all. Come on, Ziyu Yin shouted, lunging at Kakashi. The two young beasts grappled together, exchanging blows with punches landing hard, accompanied by blinding sounds and intense heat waves shooting back and forth, sending birds and beasts in the forest into a panicked frenzy. Yinzu used divine power to create a dome, covering the ruckus caused by the two, and then slowly enjoyed the spectacle of their duel. Aziz also looked relaxed. Only Poseidon occasionally cast anxious glances at Yinzu. Noticing Poseidon's gaze, Yinzu could only sigh, A loving mother spoils her child. Interestingly, logically speaking, Poseidon, formerly a sea god, should have more awareness than Aziz, who was a pirate, yet at this moment, she was even less aware than Aziz. Perhaps she never imagined that one day she would have her own children. Speaking of which, Yinzu felt nostalgic as he recalled their first meeting, her cold nobility, the unwillingness she displayed when he ravaged her, and that unmistakable pleasure she couldn't hide. Unbeknownst to them, Ziyu Yin and Kakashi had fought for 2 days and 2 nights. Initially, they had some venting to do, but by the end, it became mere pretense. They couldn't make each other lose their fighting power, but since Yinzu hadn't called a stop, they didn't stop either. At this point, they just needed to admit a mistake, and it would all be over, but they were unwilling. So they fought on, kicking up dust and leaving the sun and moon dimmed. Exhausted? That was impossible. They were like Yinzu, invincible in battle. Yinzu watched as they lost their fighting spirit and sneered, "Young ones are still young ones." Saying this, Yinzu suddenly flew out and charged into the fray. Ziyu Yin and Kakashi were startled, then felt a splitting headache, letting out screams of agony. Yinzu, as he brushed past them, slammed his palms against Ziyu Yan's ears, then quickly turned around and did the same to Kakashi. Just moments ago, the two were full of vigor, but they instantly collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads and rolling in pain, screaming. Poseidon and Aziz were equally surprised by Yinzu's sudden outburst, and seeing their sons in pain, they couldn't help but cover their mouths, their eyes filled with concern. "Oh!" Yinzu placed his hands on his hips, looking down at the 2 young men rolling on the ground. "So you both didn't realize? Didn't realize you had such a fatal flaw? Now you've learned your lesson? Know how to protect yourselves in battle." Accompanied by cries of pain, Ziyu Yin and Kakashi fainted. Poseidon and Aziz immediately flew to the ground, each picking up their son, then glaring at Yinzu with venomous looks. Yinzu, however, looked unconcerned, saying, "What is wrong? Did you forget why we came here? You didn't have to hit them so hard." Aziz complained, "What is this?" Yinzu chuckled lightly. "You should know, they're just like me. Yes, they wouldn't die, nor would there be any after effects, because they were all Yinzu's sons, all monsters. This would teach them a lesson for life." Yinzu smiled, because this might be the first time they truly feel what pain is. "Aziz, we should head back," Poseidon said. Yinzu nodded. "Take them back to the divine realm. Once the angels have educated them, we can talk. Just in time, little Guyue needs someone to practice on. We have to pay back the laziness we indulged in before, right?" Aziz couldn't help but laugh. "Maybe we should just have daughters in the future? It would be less trouble." Not necessarily less trouble. Yinzu's expression grew complex. Poseidon and Aziz didn't quite understand his words, but didn't ask further. The 3 of them returned to the divine realm with their 2 sons. After this lesson, Kakashi and Ziyu Yin became much more obedient. But what truly settled them down was little Guyue, their brother, a brother with special abilities, even stronger than they were his older siblings. This made them curious, as he was the most special among all their siblings. Little Guyue could manipulate elements and had spatial abilities, allowing him to handle these powers flexibly, making it easy for him to face multiple opponents. It's the difference in mothers, right? One day, Ziyu Yin said to Kakashi, "Little brother-s mother hour. How many mothers do we have again?" "Forget it, it's too many to count. Do you remember?" "Of course," Ziyu Yin replied. "But I haven't seen her for a long time, and Dad and Mom never talked about her." Their discussion reached Yinzu's ears, and beside him, Bibi Dong sensed Aziz's thoughts and said, "Are you thinking about her again?" Yinzu sighed, then turned to playfully tease Bibi Dong's chest, saying, "I don't remember you having mind-reading abilities." Bibi Dong smiled wickedly. "What do you think you are? This is my domain, and even if I'm not a god, after sharing a bed for so many years, I know exactly what you're thinking." Yinzu didn't deny it, looking up at the sky. That wasn't the real sky. It was the sun, moon, and stars created by Bibi Dong's divine power, all an illusion. Yinzu had seen what the true universe looked like many years ago. In that collapsing dragon god realm, beneath that transparent dome, next to the raging time-space turbulence. Although that was an incredibly dangerous moment, looking back now, Yinzu couldn't help but sigh. So beautiful. Like a fairy tale, the gods displayed their powers at the mouth of the time-space turbulence, desperately trying to survive. While the dragon god Guyue fought the time-space chaos and activated a time-space transfer to save his family. By the way, there's something. Bibi Dong suddenly pulled Yinzu from his memories, saying, "When are you planning to deal with the goddess of life?" "Huh? What did you say?" Yinzu asked, slightly confused. "The goddess of life? Didn't you say you were going to deal with her?" Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. "Did I say that?" "Not all." Yinzu replied, "I forgot all about it, dear." I was just provoking the god of destruction. I said that to get under his skin. I've completely forgotten about it. And you all remember? No, we've forgotten too. BB Dong said, but the person involved can hardly forget, you know? She hasn't had an easy day since then. That doesn't stir any sympathy in me. Yinzu said, I think about you every day. I know it's useless to think, but I just do. As for the goddess of life, why should I care? She's a great beauty. Don't you want to? Bibidong's smile had a teasing quality. You're all great beauties. Yinzu stroked Bai Dong's hair. True beauty, both beautiful and grand. Beauty is important, and so is grandeur, but now, the soul is also very important. What I want is a partner who can unite spirit and desire. She is not that, and she will never be. So I can convey a message to her to set her mind at ease. Bai Dong said. Yinzu, curious, asked, can you get along with her? She represents life, but you represent, you know. Without life, there is no death. Bai Dong said lightly. Azu, you should elevate your awareness. Your sons have surpassed you in certain aspects. All right. Yinzu shook his head, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and listened to everything in the divine realm. The voices in his mind constructed one scene after another, one of which was that Tian took Xiao Guyu away, which piqued Yinzu's interest, so he listened more attentively to their conversation. Uncle, what's going on? Xiao Guyu asked. Tian's eyes looked at Xiao Guyu hesitantly, but it seemed he had made a certain determination and spoke. Young master. Actually, I should call you master. This isn't important, uncle. Why are you suddenly saying this? Xiao Guyu replied. The master asked me to tell you at the right moment. Now I feel the time is ripe. Tian looked at Xiao Guyu and asked, do you want to find your mother? Yinzu's closed eyes suddenly widened. Uncle, what do you mean? Tian pressed down on Xiao Guyu's shoulder and said, the master often says that among all her powers, the one she is most proud of is time and space. No. Xiao Guyu shook his head and said, it's space? Uncle, space and time are different concepts. It is time and space. Tian confirmed. That's what she said. She had already grasped part of that power at that time. Young master, the fundamental reason for the dragon god's power lies here, not in our training, nor in forcing you to drink our blood since childhood, but because the dragon god's power can be inherited, accumulated, in the master's hands. Time and space are power she mastered later. But in you, my young master, it manifests as an innate power. It manifests as talent, unparalleled talent. Xiao Guyu was stunned. Yinzu was equally stunned. So, mother. Xiao Guyu murmured, realizing something. The master did not die, nor was she devoured. She escaped the rules of ascension and relied on the turbulence of time and space to go to other worlds. Tian finally revealed the truth, feeling relieved at that moment. But why? Why, she's my mother. How could she just abandon me, abandon us? Xiao Guyu felt like crying. Tian shook his head and said, no, the master did not abandon you, young master. She firmly believes you can complete her tasks in this world, so she went to other worlds ahead of time to wait for you. She also believes that you will have descendants you can entrust everything to, and by then, you will surely find her. How long will that take? Xiao Guyu said sadly. Tian said, compared to eternity, any length of time is just a brief moment. You'll find her, right? Tian asked. Yes, I will find her. In the vast universe, the voices of Xiao Guyu and Yinzu reached far away, resonating in a place. Epilogue legend. On a sunny noon, combined with a sunny boy in a clear but bone-chilling lake, one can summon the most holy goddess, who will grant you the power to overcome all fears. Many have tried, but none succeeded. The golden-haired boy said to himself, that is because they missed one point. The boy also needs to have a heart as sunny as the sun. So, do you have it? The golden-haired youth asked. What about you? The boy retorted. Ha ha ha. I've always been a cheerful big boy. The youth laughed. Would those you tore apart think so? The boy counted on his fingers, someone who has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Countless wives can also be called a boy. Ever since you got your wings, your talk has gotten worse. I don't have that many wives. Where would you come from? I don't have wings, even the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th wives. They wouldn't agree to this trip with you and me. The boy said, by the way, how many worlds have we passed through? The youth asked. Can't count. The boy stripped off his clothes and sat in the icy lake, shivering with delight. You really believe it? The youth shook his head helplessly. This is the heart of a child, Dad. You can never learn in your lifetime. Jealous? The boy smiled and replied, come on, summon the legendary goddess. Just right to match you with a wife. The youth laughed. No, leaving wives and children in other timelines is not a wise thing to do. The boy denied this statement, and suddenly he saw his father stunned. He turned around and found a woman behind him, or rather, more like a goddess. This goddess was not as naked as in legends, but she embraced the sunny boy in the lake just like in the stories. The boy did not ask for anything from her because he had already received the best gift, or perhaps this is the blessing of the legendary goddess. I miss you. Mom, I miss you too. The youth stood on the shore, watching the two tightly embraced in the lake, waved his hand and said, "Is it no part for me?" The goddess said, "Go find a room, clean yourself up, and wait for me. You know I never pick a place." The youth jumped into the lake, throwing the boy thousands of miles away, and then tackled the goddess. Both sinking to the bottom of the water, and the only thing that surfaced was their clothes. "This isn't right, is it?" Yinzu said to Guyu. "Doesn't that mean you'll be going to the divine realm to settle scores soon?" "Don't worry, our cooperation agreement still stands." Guyu said, "I will take you to the divine realm then. But as far as I know, you need to cultivate enough divine power to ascend." Yinzu said. Guyu snorted and said, "That's the conventional approach. In fact, as long as you reach the divine realm, the divine power within you will naturally soar. Since we are cooperating, I certainly won't let you use such an old-fashioned method. I'll clear the way. You just need to follow." "But," Yinzu glanced at Tang San. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he rubbed his fingers. "Half a year. Just half a year. My girls will definitely not be able to achieve the goal of becoming gods. Leaving any of them behind would be a reflection of my incompetence and breach of trust, which Yinzu cannot accept." Meanwhile, Tang San, who was supplying divine power to Guyu, was also delighted to hear Guyu's words. Half a year? He didn't expect that the day of his release would also be the day this plague god leaves the continent. Without this freak, Yinzu, with his strength as the sea god, everything would have a chance. "How many people can you take to the divine realm?" Yinzu thought for a moment and asked. "What do you mean?" Guyu didn't understand why Yinzu was asking this. "Can you take Qianrenxue to the divine realm?" Yinzu continued to ask. "Take her? Why bother?" Guyu said leisurely, "She is not on the same side as me, but she is on my side." Yinzu said, "It's not just her. If possible, I hope you can bring everyone I want to take." Chapter 164, Plan, Part 2. Sorry for the previous mistake. Back in her divine mansion. Looking at the girls who were all diligently cultivating, Yinzu couldn't help but sigh. They could all be said to have decent talents, but asking them to achieve godhood in just 6 months was too difficult. Not to mention, there was also Zhu Zhiyun, who was close to giving up. Oddly enough, Zhu Zhiyun's soul power seemed to have stagnated. Unless Yinzu provided her with some herbs or soul bones, it seemed she was in a state of near non-cultivation, as if all her energy was spent on serving Yinzu. Of course, this wasn't bad for Yinzu. After all, women who are too career-minded tend to lack a bit of charm. Ever since they learned that achieving godhood wasn't an unattainable dream, those girls were more inclined to spend their energy on cultivation rather than indulging with Yinzu. In contrast, Zhu Zhiyun seemed a bit out of place, but she indeed made Yinzu feel very comfortable. So every time Yinzu wanted to encourage her to focus on her cultivation, the words would almost come to her lips but be swallowed back down. "I need to go to Wuhun City tomorrow. Is there anything you want me to bring back for you? Or do you want to come with me?" Yinzu asked while stroking Zhu Zhiyun's head. Zhu Zhiyun raised the corner of her mouth and took a breath, saying, "Why the sudden question?" Yinzu smiled and said, "Well, since you're not cultivating here anyway, you might as well come out with me for a stroll to avoid getting bored." Zhu Zhiyun replied, "I was asking why you're going to Wuhun City again. Didn't you just come back from there?" Yinzu sighed and said, "Something came up, and I need to discuss it with Schwerer. We only have 6 months left before we need to go to the divine realm." Zhu Zhiyun's hands, which had been gently playing with Yinzu, stopped, causing Yinzu, who was enjoying herself, to open her eyes. "What's wrong?" "Don't stop, dear," Yinzu said. Zhu Zhiyun looked at Yinzu in surprise and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Yinzu pondered for a moment and said, "I made a deal with the dragon god. I help her regain her status in the divine realm, and she helps me bring all of you to the divine realm. This way, all problems will be solved." "No." Zhu Zhiyun shook her head and said, "I still don't quite understand what you mean. Are you saying we will all go to the divine realm in 6 months? But we can't achieve godhood in 6 months." "Don't say 6 months, darling," Yinzu said, a bit amused by Zhu Zhiyun's attitude. "With that attitude, you won't achieve godhood in this lifetime. I have to find a way to plan for you all, right?" Zhu Zhiyun pretended to be embarrassed and said, "I don't understand the rules of the divine realm, so I can't comprehend what you're saying." "It's normal not to understand." Yinzu lifted Zhu Zhiyun from between her legs and held her in her arms, playing with her chest. In the divine realm, each god has their own territory. Depending on the size of the territory, they can bring a certain number of mortals to reside there and share immortality. But if too many people are brought, the divine realm will collapse, just like the world we live in. If the ratio of people to resources is unbalanced, The world is prone to collapse. How many people can be brought up? Zhu Zhuyun asked curiously. Not many, Yanzu replied. I estimate that either the dragon god's territory is large enough to accommodate you, or she has already determined that several divine beings of the human race will fall the day she returns to the divine realm, thus creating space for you. This is so sudden. You've never mentioned this before. Zhu Zhuyun felt a bit flustered because she had long prepared for a protracted struggle with Yanzu, originally thinking everything was just beginning. Now, however, Yanzu's progress had fast-forwarded to taking them to the divine realm for eternal life. What does this mean? It's like you were painstakingly making dumplings over a bit of vinegar, and then someone comes and kicks the dumplings away, laying out a feast of delicacies before you. While Zhu Zhuyun was still meticulously preparing for revenge, Yanzu told her, you can achieve immortality now. All of you can achieve immortality with me. When a person has endless lifespan, their perspective on everything changes because, in endless time, everything seems so trivial. Zhu Zhuyun was stunned, her mind gradually entering a state of emptiness. She didn't know what to do because she suddenly realized that everything she had planned had lost its meaning. Seeing Zhu Zhuyun completely dazed, Yanzu continued, surprised, right? I was surprised too. I thought it would take her a long time to rise. But I didn't expect she had a trump card. Do you remember Tang San, the one who became the sea god? I captured him and sent him to the dragon god as a furnace, so she could achieve her goals in 6 months. This way, my major concern is also resolved. When we get to the divine realm, each of you has to give me a few children. Tang San? Zhu Zhuyun snapped back to reality and asked, you mean you captured him to give to the dragon god as a furnace? Of course. I can't possibly give Shuer and Bibi Dong to the dragon god, can I? Having Tang San is better than nothing, Yanzu laughed. God, Zhu Zhuyun was utterly disheartened. Originally, Tang San was the most important part of her revenge plan. Now this guy had even been captured alive by Yanzu. Was there any room left for a turnaround in this situation? But when we all go to the divine realm, Zhu Zhuyun suddenly realized something and asked, what then? Surely that includes Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong, right? That's why I'm going to Wuhun City, Yanzu said. I need to discuss this with Shuer. I was thinking if you all go to the divine realm, won't Tang San become the most powerful being in the lower realm? Zhu Zhuyun said. Isn't he then invincible? He must be thinking the same. Yanzu said casually. It's fine, just kill him. Although it's a bit of a pity. Pity that I haven't had enough fun with him, but it's okay. His performance has disappointed me. For the greater good, just kill him. Zhu Zhuyun looked at Yanzu, the man holding her, who was both terrifying and reliable. Saying he was terrifying was because, in his eyes, no matter how powerful someone was, they seemed to be easily erased. Saying he was reliable was because Zhu Zhuyun felt that as long as she wanted something, Yanzu could find a way to get it for her. Now, Zhu Zhuyun was completely confused about what she truly wanted. Was it revenge, or to enjoy everything Yanzu gave her and be eternally happy? The next morning, Yanzu arrived at Wuhun City and told Qianren Xue about Gu Yu's situation. What? Qianren Xue was greatly surprised and exclaimed, such a thing exists? Why did you only tell me now? Dear, I only found out yesterday, Yanzu said as she hugged Qianren Xue from behind. So what's your take on this? Qianren Xue shook her head and said, this will be a disaster, of course, in terms of the divine realm. Yanzu nodded and said yes. She also mentioned that you and she are not on the same side, which is why she sought my cooperation. She is quite arrogant, thinking that after regaining her powers, she can handle all the gods without pressure, and I am the key to helping her regain her powers. Fortunately, this matter has nothing to do with us. Qianren Xue said, during the Divine Realm War, my superior fought with the dragon god until her divine body shattered, and after that, she only recuperated in her own domain, basically not concerning herself with the matters of the divine realm. As long as she can defend her own territory, that's enough. Are you going up with us then? Yanzu asked. Qianren Xue pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, it depends on the situation. I'm still not very confident about this lower realm. I need to observe it for a while longer. What are you still worried about? I've already caught Tang San. What kind of waves can those little fish and shrimp make? Yanzu replied. Qianren Xue smiled and pointed at Yanzu's nose, saying, you need to learn to look at problems from a developmental perspective. Many strong individuals were once inconspicuous little fish and shrimp, just like you and I are now, unwilling to look at them directly, too lazy to deal with them. But on some future day, they might overturn this world. Yanzu, once we reach the divine realm, we can't excessively interfere with the lower realm. I care about this world. At least for now, I care. I care too. Yanzu smiled and said, after all, this is the world we've fought for together. Don't worry. I'll make sure you can feel at ease. You don't need to worry about me. Qian Renshue said. Whether it's half a year or 100 years, it doesn't matter to me. Yin Zhu, hearing this, joked, it matters. If I can't see you for decades, I'd really be heartbroken. I'm serious, Qian Renshue said, her tone becoming serious. Compare to me, you should be more concerned about Zhu Qing and Lingling. The dragon god returning to the divine realm could lead to unpredictable events. One thing is certain, the dynamics of the divine realm will definitely change greatly. With this change, someone may have to make sacrifices. Zhu, directly taking them up has its risks. If the dragon god fails in this upheaval, have you considered the consequences for you all? That's the reason for my existence, Yin Zhu said. It won't fail. Failure doesn't exist. Whatever I want, I will get it. If they like the law of the jungle, then let them have it. Seeing the determination in Yin Zhu's eyes and the tone of his words, Qian Renshue knew he had made up his mind. She still hoped Yin Zhu would take his time, gradually accumulating power to become a god. But she also knew Yin Zhu was never a patient person. Right now, there was a shortcut in front of him. Although it came with some risks, he would definitely try it. I can't persuade you, can I? Qian Renshue turned around and opened her arms to hug Yin Zhu. The two pressed their foreheads together, their noses gently touching, creating a pleasant and interesting sensation like an electric current passing through their foreheads. Do you know what I'm thinking now? Yin Zhu asked. Qian Renshue smiled and said, all right, Zhu, with just a small gesture, I know what you want to do. How about you explain this to Mother first, and then come back? No, that's not what I was thinking, Yin Zhu said. What I mean is pregnancy. Do you understand? Remember our previous discussion? If I go to the divine realm and am influenced by the environment there, we can have something in common and could conceive. Qian Renshue leaned back slightly, squinting at Yin Zhu, her lips curling down into an indescribable smile, and said, although, are you really ready to be a father? To be blunt, Zhu, I think you're completely unprepared. Should we wait until you're ready? Yin Zhu laughed. How naive you are, baby. Life is like this. It doesn't care whether you're ready or not. Besides, I don't even know what it means to be ready. You're being unreasonable. That's not the same thing, Qian Renshue replied. Because this is something we can control, right? Yes, but Yin Zhu clicked his tongue. We not just us, you and me, Lingling too, Zhu Qing, Zhu Yin, or Shui, or when we do it, at the most critical moment, if a thought pops up, it could lead to you getting pregnant. I think that would be even more exciting. I don't oppose that, Qian Renshue said with a helpless smile. However, I still have to tell you, Zhu, hope is important, but you also need the courage to accept the possibility of that hope being shattered. I know, that's nothing. Think positively. We don't need to take contraceptive measures. Yin Zhu smiled. Qian Renshue nodded, giving Yin Zhu a look that said, so, go on, talk to Mother about this. Then come back. I'll be waiting for you in the bathtub. If you tease me again, I might just take care of you right now. Yin Zhu said with a mischievous smile. Since you brought it up, I've had an idea for a while, but never got the chance to tell you. What is it? Do you have some new tricks up your sleeve? Qian Renshue raised an eyebrow. Sometimes I really admire your mind for coming up with so many strange ideas. That's not quite the same thing, Yin Zhu laughed. I was thinking running back and forth between the Douluos Palace and the Pope's Palace all night is quite exhausting. So why not? Qian Renshue slightly lowered her head, rolling her eyes at Yin Zhu. So what? Do you want me to serve you together with Mother? You really dare to think that? Yin Zhu knew that if a person lacked courage, then nothing they did would amount to anything. So even though Qian Renshue was showing a dominating attitude at that moment, Yin Zhu had no intention of backing down. He had said it, and if he didn't seize this chance, the thought would never be realized. Therefore, Yin Zhu mustered his courage and said, what? Aren't you afraid? You're all my wives. I just want to sleep like this. What do you think? Qian Renshue looked at Yin Zhu, who was confidently asserting himself. The two of them staring at each other for a while. Finally, Qian Renshue couldn't hold back her laughter, saying, I really give up on you, you shameless thing. If you had some shame, you wouldn't be able to enjoy such wonderful things. Yin Zhu, seeing Qian Renshue compromise, was overjoyed. Without giving her a moment to reconsider, he directly picked her up and flew towards Bibi Dong's palace. Chapter 165. Concerns behind Yin Zhu carried Qian Renshue to Bibi Dong's palace. At that moment, Bibi Dong was enjoying a bath, having just finished some administrative duties. Knowing that Yin Zhu would definitely come to find her, she had bathed in advance. However, Bibi Dong didn't expect that Yin Zhu would bring Qian Renshue with him. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Renshue in Yin Zhu's arms, who showed a rare shyness since becoming a god. Seeing this, Bibi Dong realized that Yin Zhu had some new tricks up his sleeve, but she didn't know what they were. Yin Zhu saw Bibi Dong lying in the bath, put down Qian Renshue, and also stripped off his clothes to join her in the bath, inviting Qian Renshue to join as well. But Qian Renshue just stood there with her arms crossed, unmoving. What's going on here? BB Dong teased. Is the world of two not harmonious? It's about to become a world of three, Yin Zhu thought to himself, saying, First, let's talk business. I have something important to discuss with you. BB Dong looked eager to hear more as Yin Zhu explained the situation regarding the dragon god. But Zhu, I already have the position of the Rakshasa god. BB Dong said, although I haven't nurtured the Rakshasa divine power, this position has indeed been inherited, allowing me to directly enter the divine realm. If that can be achieved, it wouldn't be a bad thing for me. However, I might have to stay with you all. The location of the Rakshasa divine realm is quite special, and I probably won't be able to stay there like this. That's right. You and the current Rakshasa god must have a mutual dislike, Yinzu laughed. Since you have no objections, everything will be easy to discuss. Then in half a year, we will head to the divine realm. What about the lower realm when we leave? BB Dong said, we are here, so naturally, there won't be any trouble. But if we suddenly all disappear, that trouble would be significant. So for the next 6 months, you all need to focus on finding and training someone who can take charge of the situation. Yin Zhu thought for a moment and said, Isn't Ning Fengji just perfect for this? He can come up later. After all, he still cares about everything down here. And the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can't do without him. BB Dong complained a bit. I originally had an heir, but you didn't spare her either. Now you want me to find Ning Fengji? This makes his identity too complicated. Qianren Xue chuckled and looked at Yin Zhu. He's your father-in-law too. Ning Fengji can inherit the Pope's legacy. Isn't Xing Luo less appealing? Yin Zhu laughed. Logically, Xing Luo's father-in-law is a speculator, while Ning Fengji is an old revolutionary comrade. They can't be compared. Have you forgotten? He was one of the earliest supporters of the revolution. That was also your effort, Qianren Xue replied. Yin Zhu nodded yes. And I also gained some things tonight. What are you waiting for? I can't wait any longer. Look, you're so impatient, Qianren Xue teased Yin Zhu, her face turning slightly red as she occasionally stole glances at BB Dong. BB Dong, seeing Qianren Xue's demeanor, guessed Yin Zhu's thoughts and sighed helplessly, shaking her head. She thought this layer of glass had long been broken. Honestly, BB Dong thought this day would come quickly, but she didn't expect Yin Zhu to put it into practice until today. Schwer, you should come down and relax a bit too. Even gods need to unwind, BB Dong said, knowing that once Qianren Xue took off her clothes and entered the bath, it wouldn't be as simple as relaxing. Seeing that BB Dong spoke up, Qianren Xue knew she didn't mind anymore, so she slowly removed her clothing and stepped into the bath. Yin Zhu immediately pulled Qianren Xue to him, and then wrapped his other arm around BB Dong, embracing this perfect mother-daughter pair. The thrill in his heart made him feel euphoric, and his hands were feeling the difference in touch between Qianren Xue and BB Dong. Perhaps due to divine status and domain influence, Qianren Xue's surface temperature was slightly higher than BB Dong's, which made the stimulation from their different bodies even more intense. Yin Zhu couldn't hold back any longer, and in the steaming bath, their perfect bodies intertwined, making the water seem to boil, and the room was filled with mist, enhancing the seductive atmosphere. Yin Zhu had played in this multi-person world before, but a three-person world with such special identities was a first for him, bringing an indescribable feeling. Once Zhu Zhuqing completed her divine trial, he would have to convince her to serve him alongside Zhu Zhuqing. After communicating with Qianren Xue and BB Dong, Yin Zhu rushed over to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to discuss the upcoming plans with Ning Fengji. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was naturally thriving now. To support Ning Fengji's need for information and connections, the number of disciples had reached several thousand, all bustling about for everything happening on the continent, which relieved Ning Fengji of many burdens, though the affairs were still quite heavy. The divine realm? Ning Fengji was greatly surprised to hear what Yin Zhu said. He had only read some legends about the divine realm in texts, and thinking of his daughter Ning Rongrong having the hope to enter the divine realm calmed his heart. With someone in the divine realm watching over, he wouldn't have to worry about the legacy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At the same time, this meant that he would become the greatest sect master in the history of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Not only had he led the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to great fortune, making it the most powerful sect in the world today, but his daughter was also entering the divine realm. Such an achievement was truly unprecedented, and it was unlikely that anyone would come after. However, when Ning Fengji heard that Yin Zhu wanted him to take over BB Dong's position, he felt a headache coming on and helplessly said, Azu, have some pity for me. As the sect master, I'm already busy with these heavy affairs, and now you want to add more fuel to the fire. You really want to exhaust me to death. Yin Zhu laughed. As the saying goes, great responsibilities fall upon those capable. It's no surprise that the capable work harder. Who else could it be if not you? Ning Fengji realized he couldn't refuse this task due to Yin Zhu's flattery, so he expressed his concerns. But if you all leave, what will happen if there are changes on the continent? As far as I know, that avalanche seems to have returned to Tiando. After returning safely from Sea God Island, he must have plans. Yin Zhu reassured him, Father, don't worry. I have already thought it through and will leave you a peaceful situation. In the next 6 months, I will eliminate all hidden dangers, so you can rest assured. With Yin Zhu's assurance, Ning Fengji stopped talking. He had witnessed Yin Zhu's efficiency. Back then, the once arrogant Prince Shuexing of Tiando was killed overnight by Yin Zhu, and the gruesome state of his death was still often mentioned as a topic of conversation over drinks. As Yin Zhu and Ning Fengji chatted while wandering around the sect, Yin Zhu noticed a little girl running around, with Gu Rong playfully chasing her, pretending to scare her. It was a delightful scene of a grandfather and granddaughter playing together. Back then, when you entrusted Rong to me, she was just this small. Yin Zhu reminisced, feeling emotional. Ning Fengji was startled by his words and thought, Yin Zhu wouldn't take my daughter away too, would he? That wouldn't do. This daughter has the important mission of carrying on the family line. But evidently, Yin Zhu was only reminiscing and then casually took out a herb and handed it to Ning Fengji. This can't compare to Rong's Chua tulip, but it's not an ordinary item. Give it to the little girl for some nourishment. After spending a day at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Yin Zhu returned to Wuhun City. Finally, he had the 2 people he cared about the most. Dad, Mom, please don't interrupt what I'm about to say. Yin Zhu said seriously after having dinner with his family. His parents, seeing him so serious, knew that their son was now quite successful and thought it best not to create any trouble for him, so they listened attentively. Yin Zhu explained his current situation to his parents, and their faces showed disbelief. However, recalling Yin Zhu's extraordinary nature since childhood, they were slightly shocked but soon accepted it. Azu, just tell us what you need us to do. Don't worry too much, Yin Zhu's father said, putting an arm around Yin Zhu's shoulder. Yin Zhu nodded. There's nothing much, just to inform you of the situation. Because in 6 months, I will be going to the Divine Realm to do some necessary things. Will it be dangerous? Yin Zhu's mother asked, clasping her hands tightly in front of her chest, unable to help but interrupt. Yin Zhu held her hands and reassured. Don't worry, Mom. I never do things without confidence. It's better for you to enjoy your time in Wuhun City than anything else. This time, I don't plan to take you to the Divine Realm. First, it still carries some danger for you. Second, the Divine Realm might not be as interesting as the mortal world. If you two feel lonely, you can work on giving me a younger brother or sister. Once the situation in the Divine Realm stabilizes and you've enjoyed enough of the joys of family life, I will take you both to the Divine Realm. How about that? How about that? Yin Zhu's father patted Yin Zhu's shoulder twice and said, Son, do whatever you want. Your mother and I will follow your arrangements. The woman still wanted to say something, but upon hearing that the man had already made a promise, she swallowed her words. Yin Zhu stayed in the Soul Master City for another day. Besides continuing to enjoy the company of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, he also had a few good meals with his family. After that, he began to wander around the continent, preparing to eliminate the hidden dangers mentioned by Ning Fengji. Among them, Tang San was certainly the first target. However, he had to be kept for last, to wait until Gu Yu was finished with her tasks. What about the others? Shuelang? Haoqian clan? If we're to talk about hidden dangers, even his father-in-law from Xingluo could be considered one. After all, they had only followed the path of the Spear Hall due to the changing times. Yin Zhu had lived in the underworld for some time, and as long as they were nobles of Xingluo, none were satisfied with the regulations of the Spear Hall. However, old Zhu was, after all, getting older. No matter how much he stirred things up in this life, it would just be that way. The real threat in the future would still be the group of young people from Sea God Island. Yin Zhu circled around Tiando, not finding any trace of Shuelang. So he set off for Sea God Island, ready to strike hard. Initially, the several offerings of Sea God Island regarded Yin Zhu's invasion the same way as before, leading to some people being unable to even call for help before meeting their demise or vanishing from this world. The first person Yin Zhu targeted was naturally Dai Mubai. Among the young people from the mainland, Dai Mubai was not the strongest. Feng Xiaotian and Yu Qianheng, who were also on Sea God Island, had shown considerable potential. Yet, Yin Zhu still chose to kill the chicken to scare the monkey first. If the monkey did not behave, that was another matter. Yin Zhu intercepted Dai Mubai on a beach, with Oscar and Ma Hongjun following closely behind him. What do you mean? Dai Mubai? Along with Ma Hongjun, who was hiding behind him, and Oscar, had a deep shadow cast by Yin Zhu. However, being on Sea God Island, Dai Mubai felt that he could not lose face, so he had to say the polite remarks. Is this something you should be asking? Yin Zhu pondered before saying, I am the one who slept with your fiancé, the one who killed your royal family, and the one who destroyed Xing Luo. Shouldn't you have many thoughts about me? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai clenched his teeth, his fists almost bleeding. If he could, he would want nothing more than to rush up and tear Yin Zhu into pieces, then chew on his heart and lungs. However, he knew he was not Yin Zhu's opponent. All he could do was endure, waiting for Tang San to return, waiting for the situation to change. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. But Dai Mubai was thinking wrong this time. Yin Zhu was not here to humiliate him. Yin Zhu did not know the saying about not bullying the poor youth. He knew that the deceased should be prioritized. Speaking to Dai Mubai was just giving him a chance to leave a last word. But Dai Mubai seemed to have nothing to say. Why not speak? Was he just born not to talk? Yin Zhu aimed for Dai Mubai's forehead, flicked his finger, and sent Dai Mubai flying several feet into the air. Dai Mubai felt pain and instinctively activated his martial soul, letting out a tiger's roar. This commotion was quite loud, attracting other cultivators on Sea God Island, which was precisely what Yin Zhu wanted. Otherwise, with the current intensity of energy in his body, that flick would have already made Dai Mubai explode. However, since it was agreed to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, he naturally had to wait for the audience to be in place. Azu, the first to arrive, Yu Qianheng was surprised. You disappoint me, Yu Qianheng, Yin Zhu said, noticing Yu Qianheng's dissatisfaction. How long has it been? I still haven't seen you take them to the spirit hall to report. Yu Qianheng was at a loss for words, recalling what Yin Zhu had told him on the ship years ago. Thinking back now, he felt that Yin Zhu was not here for good. Today, it seemed he could not relax and chat like before. Sure enough, after Yin Zhu looked around and found that the audience was basically in place, he stood up and looked at Dai Mubai, saying, You know, I'm a person who is usually kind and understanding. Just like at this moment, although you must die, at least you have a right to choose how to die. Of course, this is given to you by me. So now tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 166, Concerns, Part 2. Dai Mubai forced himself to get up, looking at the several beams of light flying from the sky, and smirked, saying, Who dies first is hard to say. Don't forget, this is Sea God Island. Before Dai Mubai finished speaking, the Sea God offerings had already arrived above. Sea Dragon Douluos shouted, Kid, don't you stop. You've forgotten the pain of the scars. Yin Zhu lazily ignored those Sea God offerings and slowly walked toward Dai Mubai, saying, Just now I suddenly remembered a saying, Villains die from talking too much. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. Yin Zhu's eyes glowed, faintly red, and he calmly said, watching a person at the end of their rope. The last struggles and words of this dying person are indeed quite interesting. So I advise you to say something valuable. That way, you might live a few more seconds. Great offering. Are you going to just watch him act recklessly? Dai Mubai no longer paid attention to Yin Zhu. He knew that no matter what, he could not defeat Yin Zhu, so he directly sought help from the Sea God offerings. But little did Dai Mubai know years ago, Yin Zhu had already been to Sea God Island and had beaten these Sea God offerings badly. Now, seeing Yin Zhu on the island, these Sea God offerings pretended not to see him. Even now that Yin Zhu had acted extremely improperly, they merely verbally admonished him. The more powerful a person is, the more they can recognize the gap in strength between them and others, and they can predict the outcome of battle. No Title Douluos would want to fall without reason. Unless the Sea God issued a death order, they would not easily engage in battle with Yin Zhu. Dai Mubai saw that the expressions of the Sea God offerings were serious, but none seemed inclined to teach Yin Zhu a lesson, causing his heart to sink. What does this mean? So many Title Douluos, and they dare not touch him? Why would they be interested? Very simple. Yin Zhu continued to speak to himself. Because you know that once you strike, this person will disappear from this world forever. The human heart always has infinite imagination and possibilities. At the moment of your death, realizing that now is your last chance to leave a last word, will you regret not saying anything? After saying this, the red light in Yin Zhu's eyes intensified. Dai Mubai's hair stood on end, about to shout for Yin Zhu to stop. But it was all too late. Although Yin Zhu was interested in some trivial matters, his patience was equally limited. A beam of red-hot light shot rapidly from Yin Zhu's eyes, and then Dai Mubai's head disappeared from his upright body. The headless body shook a couple of times before collapsing onto the beach. The sound of the sea breeze was exceptionally clear, and everyone present was stunned, or rather, they were so scared they did not dare to breathe. Having spent such a long time together on Sea God Island, the young people participating in the divine examination basically knew how much progress each of them had made. Dai Mubai was considered one of the best among them. But in an instant, all his years of hard work became meaningless. His talents had not even had the chance to be realized before he vanished forever from this world. Ironically tragic. Yanzu shook his head, then looked at the others, all familiar faces, and continued, "Choosing the wrong path leaves no way back. Fortunately, you still have choices." Azu, Yu Tianheng's voice trembled slightly. He was completely awake now. He should not be entangled or hesitant. At this moment, Yanzu had killed Dai Mubai, and the next could very well be him, Yu Tianheng. Previously, Yu Tianheng had been indecisive because he thought he had some friendship with Yanzu. But now, he felt that this guy in front of him was incredibly unfamiliar and frightening. Have you thought it through? Yanzu turned his head to look at Yu Tianheng when he suddenly called his name. It's... Yu Tianheng swallowed hard and said, thinking back, there was really nothing to hesitate about. Yanzu nodded and said, that's natural. The Spirit Hall can provide you with quality cultivation resources. So listen to me and report to the Spirit Hall. This way, you all will have a bright future. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to understand Yanzu's position. Seeing that the sea god's offerings were doing nothing, it became clearer who the more powerful side was. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. With Dai Mubai as a warning, who will want to court disaster? Or perhaps, they shouldn't have gathered to watch from the start. I know you've all seen the sea god, that is, Tang San, and have also received the benefits of the avalanche, so it's natural to mix with them. Yanzu walked in front of Feng Xiaotian, then looked at Dai Mubai's corpse on the ground and said, however, once a person dies, they have nothing left. Can you imagine how painful it is to part with a loved one? Yanzu's voice was like a steel knife scraping bone, causing everyone present to feel their hair stand on end and their teeth ache. Feng Xiaotian tightened Fire Dance's hand, and as he faced Yanzu's gaze, he said, I understand. Hearing Feng Xiaotian's tone, Yanzu couldn't help but smile and said, I know you may feel threatened and forced to make a choice is humiliating. But believe me, this is truly for your own good. Yanzu then glanced around, and everyone made a silent promise with their eyes, including Ma Hongjun and Oscar. No matter how deep their friendship with Dai Mubai was, it was not enough to overcome the fear of death. Except for you. Yanzu looked at Ma Hongjun and said, I think it will be better for you to just die. Why? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in shock. It's nothing. Just that your face is unpleasant to look at. Yanzu said expressionlessly, so you should just die. After saying this, Yanzu didn't even give Ma Hongjun time to leave a last word, and with a burst of heat, he took him away. After killing 2 members of the assessment, the sea god offerings above watched everything with righteous indignation, but they still needed to oversee the situation on Sea God Island. They couldn't waste their lives here. Enough. Stop killing. The sea which Douluos couldn't help but shout, what deep hatred do you have that you must kill each other? Yanzu raised his head and looked at the sea which Douluos, saying, there's really no deep hatred, just precaution. You don't need to reason with me. I won't listen, and I'm not here to argue right or wrong with you. After saying this, Yanzu scanned the room again. He had no interest in the trembling Oscar, and the matter on Sea God Island came to a pause. Yanzu then flew to the Stardow Forest and found Tang San, stating directly, where's the Haoyan sect hidden? What makes you think I would tell you? Tang San responded fiercely. Yanzu grabbed his hair and spat. Do you think I'm begging you? Why? Just because your beloved rabbit is in my hands. If you keep stalling, tomorrow I'll make you eat spicy rabbit heads. Of course, after I enjoy them first. I hope I made myself clear enough. Whether that's clear or not is debatable, but it's really quite despicable. Guyu commented from aside. Despicable means are often very effective. Yanzu replied, as long as you can bear the negative consequences they bring. You can't threaten me with that, Tang Sin said coldly. My feelings for her aren't deep enough to make me betray my family. Oh really? Yanso Laokit, playing this game with me? Trying to lower her value as a bargaining chip? Let me tell you, this trick won't work because I know you have no real feelings for your family. I understand your background. You're a thief from a second-rate sect. To you, the Haoyan sect is just a tool. Tang Sin felt as if struck by lightning, alternating between hot and cold, his face darkening. He quickly assessed what mattered more to him and said, the location of the Haoyan sect is in the continuous mountain range in the southern part of Star Luo. Go find it yourself. You'd better pray that I can find it. Yanzu laughed, otherwise I will still torment your little rabbit well. She is quite concerned about you. The pure and clean Tang San. After saying this, Yanzu left the Stardow Forest. After pondering for a moment, he suppressed his emotions and flew towards the Star Luo territory. After chatting with Tang San, Yanzu became excited himself, feeling a bit of an impulse to deal with that little rabbit, but business was important. Yanzu repeatedly conducted a carpet search in the southern part of Star Luo, where the continuous mountain range was located, and indeed discovered the Haotian sect. It must be said that the Haotian sect was truly growing wildly. This mountain range was rich in resources, and the Haotian sect acted like local emperors here, continuously expanding. Although their buildings were not as magnificent as those of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, their scale was indeed considerable. Yanzu wasted no time and flew straight in, proceeding deep along the path. Faced with this sudden invasion, the Haotian sect disciples, who had not seen battle for a long time, did not react in time. In the blink of an eye, Yanzu had arrived at a place that looked like a conference hall. On the way, he had not faced any serious attacks or interceptions, indicating that the Haotian sect did not expect their hidden location to be invaded. Or perhaps their defenses had not yet been built. However, this was good news for them, as it meant they didn't need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Yanzu touched the tables and chairs in the hall. No sooner had he walked a short distance than 4 burly men barged in. Most of the Haotian sect members had this build, muscular and robust, though there were exceptions, they were indeed few. Yanzu looked up and scanned the room, pointing at one of the men and saying, "You must be Tang Hao, right?" Suddenly named, Tang Hao frowned and asked, "Who are you to know my?" "I don't know." Yanzu interrupted his questioning, saying, "Just guessing. After all, among these people, you look the most disheveled. Why have you suddenly barged into our sect?" Tang Xiao asked. Just after he finished asking, Tang Xiao suddenly recognized Yanzu's face. His eyes widened in shock, and then he said coldly, "You brat. Could it be that you are the Yanzu that everyone in Star Luo talks about?" "Well, you really have some knowledge and insight," Yanzu nodded, somewhat surprised that Tang Xiao could recognize him at a glance. "So, our 2 elders from the Haotian sect really died at your hands." As soon as Tang Xiao spoke, the entire conference hall began to tremble, as the soul power from the 4 Title Douluos stirred up quite a commotion. And then, Yanzu said, digging in his ear, "They did indeed, but they won't be the last 2. Then there rest nothing more to say." As soon as Tang Xiao's words fell, Tang Hao's hammer was already in front of Yanzu's forehead. Yanzu watched as the massive Haotian hammer came crashing down, remaining motionless, wanting to see just what kind of power this Haotian hammer had. However, Yanzu was overthinking it. Even if he didn't have that bronze skin or iron bones now, just cultivating divine power alone was enough to create a dimensional gap between him and these soul masters. The heavy hammer did not cause Yanzu any harm. Instead, Tang Hao himself was shaken to the point of feeling chest pain and spitting blood, his hands trembling. For massive hammers took turns striking Yanzu. The Title Douluos of the Haotian sect were all battle maniacs, and when they got serious, the momentum was quite impressive. In an instant, the 4 Haotian hammers smashed the meeting hall to pieces. Yanzu twisted his neck, looked at the 4 burly men filled with murderous intent, and said, "Is that all? Put in some effort. I won't break." Yanzu toyed with the 4 men for a while, and many disciples of the Haotian sect who were watching gathered around. Yanzu looked at Tang Hao and the others, whose soul power was almost exhausted, and said, "I really like you guys. You act decisively, no nonsense. Just swing your hammers and get to work. People like you are often prepared for the day they might die violently. Well, today is that day." As soon as he finished speaking, Yanzu's cutting line swept across the scene in an instant. No matter how strong the defense was, it could not withstand this nearly limitless high-temperature ray. No matter how keen their battle instincts were, they could not outrun light. For these soul masters, Yanzu's most bizarre aspect was probably his unpredictability. They would not know what he would do next, because everything he did had no warning. Completely different from the battle rhythm they were used to, opening their martial souls and revealing their soul rings were things they had to do during battle, and were also important bases for their on-the-spot judgments. However, Yanzu had none of these. Moreover, who would have thought that this guy could shoot destructive beams from his eyes in an instant? In other words, the moment you locked eyes with him, you had already lost the chance to win. The 4 differently shaped Haotian hammers dissipated into the air, as their master had forever closed his eyes. Everything returned to silence. The bodies of the 4 burly men maintained their postures from before death. A gust of wind blew through the mountains, and their sculptural bodies cracked into 2 pieces, falling to the ground with a dull thud. At the same time, a sharp explosive sound echoed through the valley, the terrified screams of the Haotian sect disciples. Yanzu walked up, took the soul bones from the 4 Title Douluos, intending to keep them for his wife, and then left the Haotian sect. With the strongest combat power of the Haotian sect eliminated, the matter was resolved. Without strong combat support, the Haotian sect was simply not to be feared. Chapter 167. Goodbye, little mother dragon. After eliminating the Title Douluos powerhouses of the Haotian sect, Yanzu returned to the spirit hall and informed Bibi Dong of the details, asking her to send elders to handle the aftermath, while he continued to investigate the whereabouts of Avalanche. As for leads, there were indeed some. Yanzu arrived at Shrek Academy, ready to start from there. Speaking of Shrek Academy, although they had stumbled in the Soul Master competition and lacked Tang San and his group of students, under Flinder's careful management, it had become even more prosperous. Yanzu found Flinder's office, and it seemed to be their workspace. Besides Flinder, Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujia were also present. Lu Erlong. Yanzu recalled the scene of their intense entanglement in front of Yu Xiaojiang and couldn't help but feel a surge of heat. At that time, Yanzu thought that this old virgin had a certain charm, and now looking at her figure, it was still so alluring. Forget it. Let's take care of business first. Then deal with her. Yanzu walked into the office, and before he could speak, he felt a fire coming at him. So he raised his hand and casually dispersed Lu Erlong's attack. This is brand new, Flinder shouted as he looked at the scorched desktop, and at the same time noticed Yanzu's arrival, immediately adjusting his glasses and adopting a serious expression. Lu Erlong clenched her fists, her silver teeth gritted, her eyes bulging as she fixed her gaze on the young man who had once tarnished her in front of her beloved, the boy who was now a proper young man. He is the one from the Soul Master competition? I heard he is from the Spirit Hall, Flinder thought, looking at Yanzu's frivolous expression, sensing that the visitor was not friendly. What a temper. Yanzu clapped his hands, not even glancing at Lu Erlong, and sat down in a chair, looking at Flinder. I don't remember you having an appointment today, Flinder said, adjusting his collar. I'll ask you a question, and you answer truthfully. It will be good for everyone, Yanzu replied, then turned to Lu Erlong and said, for your sake, I'll be polite first. Flinder glanced at Lu Erlong upon hearing this, noticing her pale face, clearly indicating she had a significant history with Yanzu. Flinder couldn't help but recall the day Lu Erlong's personality changed drastically a few years ago. Could it be that they had formed a grudge back then? Go get Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong said coldly, glaring at Yanzu. Zhao Wujia was momentarily stunned before realizing Lu Erlong was instructing him to do something. He had always respected and feared Lu Erlong, so he quickly left the office. What? You don't think your 3 martial soul fusion skills can pose any threat to me, do you? Yanzu blinked. Erlong? Flinder did not understand the grudge between Lu Erlong and Yanzu, but seeing Lu Erlong so agitated, he was sure that fighting with the person in front of him was not the best option. Well, what are you really here for? Flinder stood in front of Lu Erlong, looking at Yanzu. Look at this grand establishment. Yanzu looked around and said, Avalanche is really willing to invest. I'm here to ask about the whereabouts of your angel investor. The whereabouts of Prince Avalanche? Flinder understood Avalanche's intentions and knew that his current whereabouts were classified information. Even he had some trouble trying to meet Avalanche. I have no obligation to tell you, Flinder flatly refused. Yanzu shook his head. Don't be like that. You're an adult now. Adults can't be so willful. After all, I might just act on a whim and take all of you. You need to understand whose territory this is. Flinder lit his pipe and took a deep puff. Kid, it seems your elders didn't teach you manners. How about this? You turn around now, walk 10 meters, and take the door with you. I'll act like nothing happened and let you leave here intact. What do you say? Yanzu found himself at a loss, unable to laugh or get angry, and could only say, sometimes I have a strong killing intent, but sometimes I'm too lazy to act. I can only say you're really lucky. Just as he was speaking, there was a commotion at the door, and Yu Xiaojiang appeared, panting. The moment he saw Yanzu, Yu Xiaojiang's face turned pale. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang arrive, Lu Erlong didn't engage with the two and directly moved to a different position. Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder realized Lu Erlong's stance and intentions instantly, and seeing that everything was ready, along with her sharp gaze, the three of them shared a tacit understanding that didn't require words. Sun and moon shine, golden turn. 3 streams of soul power surged into the sky, directly blowing off the roof of the principal's office. Flinder felt a pang of pain, but realized that at this point, he could only subdue the person in front of him first, and then ask Lu Erlong about the cause and effect. Yanzu watched as the utterly unworthy Luo Sanpao transformed into a golden sacred dragon, remaining calm, and casually slapped it. The once imposing golden sacred dragon instantly wilted, going silent, and Luo Sanpao was slapped back to his original form, rolling on the ground and groaning in pain. Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang were all struck hard by this, each clutching their chests with expressions of shock. What else with that expression? Yansu Sait. as if he could really do something to me. This kid, Flander, shocked, immediately thought of a way out. He was just waiting for Yinzu to ask again, and he would tell him how to contact Avalanche. But Yinzu was a spontaneous person. He had already given Flander a chance. And now he planned to teach them a lesson first. Just as Flander was about to speak, he suddenly saw a shadow flash before him. And then he received a heavy slap to the face. The one closest to the door, Yu Xiaojing, was even directly slapped down the stairs. If it weren't for Zhao Wuji's quick leap to catch him, Yu Xiaojing would have been smashed to a pulp by now. In the end, we all disappointed each other. Yinzu lifted Flander's deformed face with the tip of his foot and said, "One by one, none of you will give up until you see the Yellow River." What? What do you really want to do? Flander was afraid that Yinzu would suddenly lose his temper and step on him to death. So he tried his best to steer the conversation back on track. The descent of the avalanche. Yinzu walked towards Lu Erlong, and with a little push, Lu Erlong immediately collapsed to the ground as if her bones had gone soft. The divine power was a complete dimensionality reduction attack on soul power. I don't know. Flander felt as if his jaw was slightly dislocated, making it very difficult and painful to speak. This is your last chance. Yinzu's eyes glowed red. He was getting a bit angry. I really don't know. Flander said with great difficulty, I only know how to contact him. Very good. You found a way to survive. Yinzu didn't even look at Flander. Instead, he squatted down and pinched Lu Erlong's face with his hand. At this moment, Lu Erlong's expression needed no further description. Yinzu mischievously used his fingers to toy with her, making her face show various expressions for his amusement. Flander watched from the side, furious. After all, Lu Erlong had once been the woman he loved deeply, but for the sake of Yu Xiaojing and their friendship, Flander chose to step back. However, he still harbored feelings for Lu Erlong. Seeing Yinzu torment her like this, even though he felt angry and resentful, he was powerless and could only adopt a temporary strategy, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge later. Use this. A white light shone from Flander's palm, and a jade piece appeared. It's a soul guide device, right? Yinzu released Lu Erlong's cheek and took the object instead. He had used such things before. By inscribing the message he wanted to convey with soul power on it, he would be able to receive it. Flander explained, if it had been done this way earlier, wouldn't there have been no issues at all? Yinzu picked up the jade piece and tidied his clothes. Seeing this, Flander let out a sigh of relief. After all, he had finally managed to send away this plague god. However, just as Flander had barely relaxed for a second, a greater shock caused his nerves to tense up again. Yinzu indeed left, but he took the powerless Lu Erlong with him. What was he going to do? Flander struggled to get up, but Yinzu's flying speed was so fast that he had already disappeared from his sight. The only other person who saw Yinzu take Lu Erlong away was Yu Xiaojing. And only he knew what Lu Erlong would go through after being taken by Yinzu. The scene from that day kept replaying in his mind, leaving him in despair. This was the second time. Yu Xiaojing murmured. Zhao Wujing saw that Yu Xiaojing's eyes were vacant and thought he must have hit his head when he fell, so he took him directly to the infirmary. Flander looked at the sky, wanting to summon his martial soul to chase after them. But as soon as he used his soul power, he couldn't help but spit out blood, so he had no choice but to give up. Upon further thought, since Yinzu hadn't killed him and Xiaojing, then Lu Erlong probably wouldn't be in life-threatening danger either. However, Flander recalled Yinzu's teasing of Lu Erlong and didn't dare to think any further about what would happen next. Yinzu flew Lu Erlong into the city, booked a room, and then threw Lu Erlong onto the bed. Will you learn to be a bit smarter? Yinzu looked at Lu Erlong, who was powerless and collapsed on the bed. While speaking, he took off his shirt, revealing a body of well-defined muscles. Lu Erlong snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and showed an expression of indifference to death, saying, "You can torment me all you want. Unless you kill me, I will keep going until I turn you, this evil thief, into ashes." All right. Yinzu clapped his hands and said, "What a never-give-up little dragon. You must keep your word, okay? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Not only will I not kill you, but I will also help train you. Do you dare to accept? Accept my gift, become stronger, and see if you have a chance to defeat me." Yinzu acted decisively and directly revealed the soul bones he had taken from Tang Hao and others. In an instant, the bed was filled with dazzling light, making Lu Erlong squint her eyes. Soul bones? Lu Erlong was taken aback. Judging from the soul power emanating from these soul bones, none of them were anything less than divine quality. Only soul bones at the level of sect inheritance could exhibit such performance. Lu Erlong was also seeing so many soul bones for the first time, and, for a moment, he was mesmerized by this power, completely forgetting his situation unable to resist reaching out to touch them, due to Lu Erlong's strong desire for power at that moment. As soon as he touched the soul bone, it was immediately absorbed into his body. The surge of power made Lu Erlong let out a soft hum. The feeling was incredibly refreshing. Lu Erlong felt her injuries rapidly healing, and at the same time, it felt as if her bones were being renewed. A refreshing sensation rushing to the top of her head. The pleasure of absorbing the soul bone intoxicated Lu Erlong to the point where she didn't even notice that her stockings had been removed by Yanzu. When she felt a chill on her chest and opened her eyes, she discovered that Yanzu had torn her clothes into tatters. As he spread apart Lu Erlong's beautifully muscled legs, Yanzu licked his lips and said, "Next, let's fulfill our needs. I quite miss your incredibly hot body." "Scoundrel!" Lu Erlong cursed loudly, but soon she couldn't continue, as she could no longer control her lips and tongue, unable to produce the sound she wanted to make. If someone didn't know better, they might think you have a fever, Yanzu thought as he felt Lu Erlong's body, realizing it was indeed hot and moist. Facing Yanzu's fierce invasion, Lu Erlong bit her lips until they bled. She recalled Yanzu's earlier provocations and thought to herself, "Just wait and see. I will survive until the day you turn to ashes." With this determination, Lu Erlong loosened her grip on the torn bedsheet and trembled as she reached out to touch the soul bones scattered on the bed. Her mind focused on only one thought: power. Yanzu also noticed Lu Erlong's small actions and thought to himself, "Can this really be done while focusing on two things at once? She won't end up getting obsessed, will she? Or Hazard will become strong enough to reach this level." However, regardless of whether Lu Erlong's actions are dangerous, Yanzu can no longer stop. It's coming. The first shot. Lu Erlong forgotten how she absorbed those 4 soul bones. She only knew that, by the end, she was completely unable to move. But her body did not feel pain. Instead, it was an extreme pleasure. This wonderful sensation filled every cell in her body, and she felt like a balloon blown to the limit, ready to burst with just a gentle touch. Pop! Yanzu flipped over and slapped Lu Erlong's plump bottom with force. As the slap landed, Lu Erlong's body shook violently. Yanzu exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be this fun. When I go back, I want to let them try it too." Doing this while absorbing soul bones. Just imagine how enjoyable that would be, right? Lu Erlong's mind was numb, and she did not respond to Yanzu's words. She couldn't do it. If she could see herself in the mirror right now, she would see her eyes rolling back and transparent saliva uncontrollably flowing from the corners of her mouth, looking exactly as Yanzu said. Heaven. Chapter 168. Xiao Wu's Resolution. The rain hit the windowsill as Lu Erlong slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the darkness outside, she had no idea how long she had been asleep or how many nights had passed. In her memory, Yanzu's torment was incredibly brutal. But now her body felt light and there was no discomfort. Absorbing several high-quality soul bones in a short time had greatly increased her soul power level and enhanced her physique. Everything felt like it was from another world. Lu Erlong had not even put on her clothes. She walked slowly to the window, opened it, and the wind brought in a light rain, with droplets landing on her towering chest and flowing along the curves. It seemed to be late at night, and everything was silent, with only the sound of wind and rain, bringing an unparalleled tranquility to her heart. To Lu Erlong, everything felt so unreal. What on earth? Lu Erlong felt the soul bones within her, which helped her awaken from her ethereal mental state. Lu Erlong felt she should be angry, but she was incredibly calm now. In fact, she had never been this calm in her life. Putting aside all distractions, she focused on her cultivation, and apart from this inner demon. Lu Erlong thought this way and was unwilling to return to Shrek Academy, beginning to wander alone on the continent. After playing with Lu Erlong, Yanzu used the soul guide he obtained from Flander to arrange a meeting with Avalanche. Even so, Avalanche was still very cautious, and Yanzu cooperated fully with his little tricks, which confirmed Avalanche's location. "Oh my, is that Azu?" The moment Avalanche saw Yanzu appear, he realized he had fallen into a trap. He knew that the people around him were no match for Yanzu and that he couldn't escape, so he approached casually to greet him. It must be said that Avalanche had no real advantages, but years of living in fear as a member of the royal family had honed his acting skills, and he was quite adaptable. Yanzu initially intended to meet and take Avalanche's head, but when Avalanche greeted him with a smile, putting his arm around him and making small talk, his strong desire to survive actually made Yanzu chuckle. Shaking his head, Yanzu temporarily set aside the thought of taking his life, and the two began to chat at the tavern. "What are your plans next?" Yin Zhu asked Avalanche while swirling his wine glass. Let's not talk about those troublesome matters. Come, eat and drink well. Avalanche replied with a grin. Enough of that. Yin Zhu put down his wine glass and said, I'm here to find you for serious business. You and I know each other well, so let's be straightforward. Avalanche's hand holding the drink stopped in midair. After a long time, the smile on his face faded, and he placed the cup on the table, saying, You're here to kill me, aren't you? Yes. Yin Zhu replied calmly. You're a symbol of the old royal family, and you must die. For long-term peace, some people's hearts will die with you, and if you live, many may die in the future. Avalanche slowly inhaled sharply, and Yin Zhu saw his lips trembling as if walking on thin ice. Avalanche shook his head and said, How many days like this have passed? And in the end, I still can't escape death. After all, when a person dies, everything is over. Yin Zhu said, living, one can always find a new path. I want to walk a new path now. Is it too late? Avalanche gathered all his courage and stared into Yin Zhu's eyes, knowing that his life and death were entirely in Yin Zhu's hands. At this moment, it was a desperate battle. He had no choice but to face it. Yin Zhu thought for a moment, suddenly smiled, and said, Avalanche, you really should have died. But your question has made me hesitate because I have always believed that at any time in life, there's a possibility for change. So you're willing to give me this opportunity? Avalanche seemed to grasp a lifeline. You still want to restore the country, right? Yin Zhu leaned back in his chair and said, Right now, I just want to live. Avalanche replied, And then you will want to restore the country. Yin Zhu shook his head and said, Do you know the truth about the fall of the Heaven Do Empire? Not entirely. Avalanche chatted along with Yin Zhu's topic, thinking that living for one more second was worth it. Yin Zhu said, Your brother, Xue Qinghe, died a long time ago. The one who has been in the position of crown prince all along is the young master of the Spirit Hall. I say this, and you should understand. Avalanche clenched his fists. He didn't know why Yin Zhu was telling him this, but that was fine. At least he could die with a clearer understanding. Xue, that is the young master of the Spirit Hall, right? Yin Zhu continued, sparing your life because you indeed deceived her. She thought you were an aimless waste, and she didn't have a thirst for blood, so she spared you. Originally, you could have lived like this for a lifetime. Even if the Heaven Do Empire has been ruled by the Spirit Hall, you still had the chance to be wealthy for life. I had no choice. Avalanche spread his hands, agitated, and said, My royal uncle is watching me. Those people behind me are watching me. My father. Before my father passed away, he entrusted the Han Hai Qian Kuan cloak to me. I have a chance. Yes, you do have a chance, and it's not small. Yin Zhu shrugged and said, But unfortunately, with me around, those opportunities will all. You've put all your hopes on Tang San. Haven't you? The god you see as above all. Avalanche fell silent for a long time, and then nodded, saying, Yes, he's my trump card. Then I tell you now, your trump card is used up. What will you do? Yansu Sa'it. Give me a way to live. Avalanche gritted his teeth and pleaded, Please. Pleading with me is useless. You have to convince me. Yin Zhu waved his hand and said, At least you have to let me feel at ease. You should know that I am very willing to give people opportunities. You must seize it. Avalanche thought for a long time and said, There are still many forces behind me watching me. If I say I'm done, they will kill me too. They will find another person to replace me. I will give you the list. You go kill them, and I promise I won't create any more trouble for you. Oh, the list. Yin Zhu nodded and said, You see, you still have some value, right? So, you give me that list, and I will suffer a little loss and visit them. As for you, Avalanche swallowed hard, watching Yin Zhu's thoughtful expression, breaking out in a cold sweat. So, Yin Zhu made a decision and said, I will take you to report to the Spirit City now. From now on, you will become a common citizen of the Spirit City, living honestly and peacefully for the rest of your life. How about that? Fine. Avalanche immediately stood up, fidgeting, unsure of how to handle himself. Yin Zhu didn't linger either, grabbing him and flying to the Spirit City, bringing him before Bibi Dong. The moment they entered the Spirit City, Avalanche's heart completely died. He knew everything was over. He could no longer stir up any waves. Bibi Dong looked at Avalanche's somewhat disheveled back and said, As for the people on the list, I will send someone to handle it. No need, I will handle those on the list myself. Yin Zhu rubbed his hands and said, This is also a kind of enjoyment. Yin Zhu also didn't like killing, but he enjoyed tormenting those arrogant old nobles, often torturing them to death without feeling satisfied. The list handed over by the Avalanche contained only a few soul sage-level figures. And then there were many wealthy individuals who had survived the era's transition by hiding their identities and relying on the resources they had exploited, thriving in a new society using new rules. But now, Their good days were over. After killing a batch of people and liberating another batch, Yinzu only needed to wait for Guyu's news. Once Guyu regained her power, Tang San would no longer be useful. At that time, he could kill Tang San and ascend to the divine realm with his wives, where he could have a showdown with those so-called gods and enjoy eternal pleasure from then on. Thinking about all this, Yinzu felt very good. After returning to his divine residence, he passed by Xiao Wu's room and thought that he hadn't visited this little rabbit for a long time, so he stopped. He had previously ignored Xiao Wu because he knew that in her eyes, there was only Tang San, and being there would only be self-deprecating. He also had no desire to please her. After all, there were plenty of women in this divine residence. In terms of figure, Xiao Wu couldn't compare to Zhu Zhuyan. And in terms of charm, she was even less than Zi Jinzhu and Hu Laina. For a long time, Xiao Wu was just a piece of chicken rib in Yinzu's eyes, too regrettable to abandon, yet not worth consuming. After all, he hadn't tasted it. Should he give it a try? Yinzu opened Xiao Wu's door and saw her dazedly resting her chin on her hands by the window. Noticing the door open, Xiao Wu turned around and saw Yinzu's face. Her heart skipped a beat as Zhu Zhiyun's words echoed in her mind. Speaking of which, it had been quite a while since Zhu Zhiyun came to see Xiao Wu, which led to Xiao Wu feeling increasingly anxious, believing she was destined to die. And thus, Zhu Zhiyun had given up on her. In reality, Zhu Zhiyun had simply learned about Tang San's situation from Yinzu, knew there was no hope left, and therefore hadn't come to persuade Xiao Wu, as everything had become meaningless. I want to live to see Sangu again. Xiao Wu looked at Yinzu's face and secretly made up her mind. Long time no see, little rabbit. Is there anything you want to tell me? Yinzu walked over to the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. In his view, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Wu would still coldly remain silent, and he would drink a few sips of tea feeling bored, then get up and leave. If it weren't for Zhu Zhiyun interfering, the plot should have developed this way. Xiao Wu opened her mouth but couldn't bring herself to speak. Making a decision was one thing. Actually doing it was another. There were some things she couldn't say. But Xiao Wu understood she had to push herself because she felt she was already on the edge of a cliff. Can you take me out for a walk? After saying this, Xiao Wu's naturally drooping hands tightened around her skirt, and her eyes looked elsewhere. Yinzu was a bit surprised and raised his head, putting down the cup in his hand. Looking at Xiao Wu, he said, "This is the first time you made a request. I naturally won't refuse." Yinzu stood up and approached Xiao Wu, brushing the hair from her face and examining her. "You've been locked up for a long time. You seem a bit worn out. This won't do." Xiao Wu suppressed the impulse to kick Yinzu away and allowed him to touch her face. "Let's go. I'll take you out for a stroll." Yinzu pried open Xiao Wu's fist, took her hand, and said, "I know you might not be in the mood, but you really need to see my divine residence. Anyway, I personally think it's quite a marvel." Xiao Wu wasn't interested in any of this. What mattered to her was Yinzu's attitude toward her. She wanted to know how he intended to handle her. No matter what, she had to survive. If compromising could help her live and even assist Sangu. As Zhu Zhiyun said, some sacrifices weren't worth much. Xiao Wu left the room where she had been confined for so long. In her eyes, she didn't care about the beauty of Yin Zu's divine residence. She only felt that the sky had never been so beautiful. It was clearly the same sky, but seeing it from that room and standing outside gave two different feelings. "Can I ask you for another favor?" Xiao Wu looked at the sky and said. Yinzu looked at Xiao Wu. No matter how old she was, she presented herself as a young girl to him, and a rather naive one at that. So, when she cautiously made her request, Yinzu actually felt a long-lost sense of guilt. "You say?" Yinzu replied. "Can you now make me go back to that room?" When Xiao Wu said this, she couldn't help but feel emotional, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She indeed had intentions to test Yinzu and gain more freedom, but she also truly didn't want to return to that room. After coming out, just recalling the air in there made her feel suffocated. Yinzu thought for a moment and said, "That's not a problem. But if your mind is not here and you run around, it will be a headache for me. Let's each take a step back." Seeing hope, Xiao Wu immediately said, "I promise I won't run around. You also give me a bit more space and freedom, okay? Since you said so, I have no reason to refuse." Yinzu readily agreed without thinking much. He knew Xiao Wu's heart wouldn't change easily. The loyalty of a soul beast far exceeded human imagination. However, Yinzu wasn't afraid of Xiao Wu playing tricks. This was his divine residence, his territory. She really didn't deceive me. Seeing Yinzu readily agree to her request, Xiao Wu recalled Zhu Zhiyun's words. Yinzu was indeed easy to coax. It seemed that as long as she complied a bit, he would agree to any request. If that was the case, she might really be able to help Sangu. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu became even more motivated and relaxed her mindset, starting to enjoy everything about this divine residence. Delicious food, beautiful scenery, and the gradually rising local customs. Once a person accepted their position, they naturally thrived. Seeing Xiao Wu finally show some signs of joy, Yanzu felt that this piece of chicken rib was gradually becoming flavorful. Chapter 169, Xiao Wu's Determination, Part 2. Yanzu took Xiao Wu to tour around the vicinity of the divine residence for a while. Zhu Zhuyan watched the two from a distance, feeling quite troubled. Before long, Yanzu returned to the divine residence with Xiao Wu and happened to run into Zhu Zhuyan. Zhu Zhuyan pretended it was a coincidence, but Xiao Wu took the initiative to greet her and expressed to Yanzu her desire to live with Zhu Zhuyan, claiming that they got along well. How could she, Zhu Zhuyan, a noble lady, get along with a soul beast? Xiao Wu simply didn't know Tang San's situation and thought her actions resonated with Zhu Zhuyan, unaware that Zhu Zhuyan was currently extremely irritated by her presence. Yanzu knew that Zhu Zhuyan had visited Xiao Wu before, so he assumed they had developed some feelings and didn't oppose it. In fact, he had no reason to oppose. Xiao Wu's request conveniently allowed him to train her well tonight. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuyan entered the room. Seeing Zhu Zhuyan silent, Xiao Wu took the initiative to ask, "What should we do now?" In Xiao Wu's eyes, Zhu Zhuyan naturally knew more of the inside story, and it was indeed the case. However, Zhu Zhuyan had already been beaten down by reality and lost her spirit. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's question, she frowned and gave her a warning look, shaking her head. Xiao Wu was confused, and Zhu Zhuyan pointed to her ears, indicating Yanzu's capabilities. Seeing this, Xiao Wu quickly nodded and fell silent. Zhu Zhuyan looked at Xiao Wu's expression and thought to herself, she really can make up her mind to please Yanzu. It seems that Tang San is indeed special to her. If she were to find out the truth and cause a commotion, angering Yanzu and losing her life for nothing, it would be truly pitiful. This feeling of compassion stirred within her, and Zhu Zhuyan decided to accompany Xiao Wu in playing out this scene. She also understood Yanzu's temperament. As long as Xiao Wu slept with Yanzu a few times and developed feelings, no matter how chaotic things got later, Yanzu would probably spare Xiao Wu's life because of their shared bed. As night fell, after Yanzu finished his cultivation, he came to Zhu Zhuyan's room. Upon entering, he immediately used his divine power to place a restriction, which was naturally aimed at Xiao Wu. There was no other intention, just simply preventing her from leaving the room. In Yanzu's impression, unless something unexpected happened, Xiao Wu should still be a virgin until now. Seeing Yanzu enter the room, Xiao Wu immediately felt a bit flustered but pretended to be calm, glancing at Zhu Zhuyan. Zhu Zhuyan naturally knew why Yanzu came here. The other women in the divine palace were all cultivating day and night for the day of ascension, and only she had the most leisure time. Thus, most of the time, it was her who bore the responsibility of helping Yanzu relieve his urges, and Yanzu's visit tonight was just a routine affair. As Zhu Zhuyan effortlessly stepped forward to help Yanzu undress, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a surge of panic, unable to sit still. She could only stand up and say, "I'm going out for a walk." Upon hearing this, Yanzu let out a cold laugh, not lifting the restriction, just watching Xiao Wu anxiously pace around the room. It's useless. Zhu Zhuyan understood Yanzu's thoughts. The fact that he agreed to let Xiao Wu stay in the same room with her meant that he had already decided to take Xiao Wu tonight. Until now, Zhu Zhuyan hadn't seen any woman escape Yanzu's grasp. Even the likes of Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Poseidon were all submissive to him. It was simply laughable for a transformed soul beast like Xiao Wu to think she could negotiate with him. After helping Yanzu out of his clothes, Zhu Zhuyan then pulled her own top down to her shoulders, not completely removing it, exposing a large expanse of her chest and deep cleavage, yet still hiding her budding flowers. One long leg draped over Yanzu's waist, and then she kissed him passionately. Yanzu enjoyed Zhu Zhuyan's seductive demeanor, and seeing her not fully undress made him realize she was tempting him. His desire surged even more, and with Xiao Wu present in the room, Yanzu had the intention to make Zhu Zhuyan feel utterly blissful, turning the tables to push her down. Xiao Wu couldn't leave the room and didn't dare look at the scene on the bed, but hearing Zhu Zhuyan's delicate voice made her heart race and her mind itch. She couldn't help but wonder, is this what she meant by the price? It seemed she had already gotten used to it, to secure their future. Did she really have to go to such lengths? To please that man without reservation. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but steal a glance. Just that one glance struck her like lightning, leaving her frozen in place, her entire body numb. She had never seen such a seductive scene before. When she was a soul beast, she had been oblivious to the inappropriateness of such situations, but after transforming into human form, She finally realized how shocking and alluring the act of procreation could be. Yanzu noticed Xiao Wu sneaking a glance and felt even more excited. Zhu Zhuyan, too, was completely immersed in the moment. Yanzu let out a deep breath and passionately kissed Zhu Zhuyan's body, gently laying her down before turning to Xiao Wu and saying, "Little rabbit, come here." Xiao Wu was jolted awake by Yanzu's call, gasping in surprise and wanting to leave, but although Zhu Zhiyun's room was large, there was nowhere for her to hide. Yanzu looked at the panicking Xiao Wu and laughed. "What are you doing? Didn't you seem quite engrossed just now?" Xiao Wu looked around, desperately searching for a place to hide, but seeing Yanzu getting closer with his bare body frightened her, causing her to back against the wall in a tight ball. When Yanzu's body blocked the light, casting a shadow over her, Xiao Wu, in a moment of desperation, activated her soul ring and kicked towards Yanzu's chin. Yanzu smiled slightly, tilted his head to easily dodge, and simultaneously grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle, secretly surprised at how long and well-proportioned her legs were. She was the longest-legged among all his women, yet she wasn't as tall as Qian Renqiu. "I'm sorry, third brother," Xiao Wu thought in despair. She couldn't hand over her perfect self to him. But this was also for their future. Otherwise, she would rather die than let him have his way. Xiao Wu bit her lip, closed her eyes, and displayed a look of resignation, no longer resisting. Yanzu, seeing this, smiled and said, "Why be like this? You'll know soon how wonderful it is to be a woman." Speaking of this, Yanzu genuinely felt that women experienced more pleasure than men during such acts. If it weren't for the fact that all of Yanzu's women had stunning figures and divine beauty, he felt he might quickly lose interest in such matters. Women were different. In Yanzu's impression, from the moment an embrace began, it felt very comfortable. He recalled the time he was in love with Yi Lingling, where just hugging each other and whispering sweet nothings made her wet, and simple caresses could make her intoxicated, unable to stop, let alone the passionate union that followed. Seeing that Xiao Wu had given up resistance, Yanzu was not polite at all, picking her up by the waist and tossing her onto the bed, beginning to slowly admire his prey. Zhu Zhiyun, who had regained her composure, climbed onto Yanzu's shoulder, kissing his neck and glancing sideways at Xiao Wu, saying, "In the end, you really did turn her into one of us." Yanzu smiled slightly and raised his hand to press against Zhu Zhiyun's red lips, saying, "Don't kiss me, kiss her." Zhu Zhiyun slithered like a snake to Xiao Wu's side, looking at her fair neck. Yanzu watched as he saw Xiao Wu's fists clench tightly, her body trembling slightly. Yanzu lifted Xiao Wu's skirt, watching as her clean underwear gradually showed stains. Not long after, he pounced on Xiao Wu completely. Feeling Yanzu's muscular body, Xiao Wu clutched the bedsheet tightly, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. The only thing she could do was imagine the person ravaging her as Tang San. But it was futile. She clearly knew that Tang San didn't have such chiseled muscles and wouldn't treat her so violently. Xiao Wu's figure was very similar to Ning Rongrong's, with only slightly longer legs, almost indistinguishable. Because Xiao Wu was a soul beast, Yanzu had no intention of being gentle. After all, he had endured for a long time. This was a rare situation for Yanzu. Usually, he would take any woman he liked on the spot. And now that he was finally going after Xiao Wu, it was already quite restrained. By the early hours of the night, Yanzu lay on his side, holding Xiao Wu, while behind him, Zhu Zhuyan held him in the same position, and the three of them fell into a deep sleep. As their breathing gradually became even, a slender arm slowly lifted in the darkness, followed by a flash of cold light. In the silence, a woman's soft cry of pain was heard, followed by a dagger flying towards the wall, embedding itself. Yanzu held Xiao Wu's wrist, neither opening his eyes nor getting up, but instead pressing Xiao Wu back into his embrace, gently rubbing her delicate wrist with his fingers and saying, "Did you think you were the first to get up in the middle of the night to try to stab me? Sleep well, you're exhausted too." After saying this, Yanzu felt the stiff person in his arms gradually soften, and then they fell silent. The next morning, when Xiao Wu woke up, Yanzu was already gone from the bed. She was indeed exhausted, not just physically but felt as if her entire being had been worn out, her body covered in bruises, many of which were marks left by Yanzu's kisses, and her bones ached all over. Xiao Wu struggled to get up and saw Zhu Zhiyun, who was already getting ready, clearly having just woken up herself, but her condition was much better, perhaps because she had more flesh on her body than Xiao Wu. This is what you call a price to pay, right? Xiao Wu searched for her clothes, but eventually gave up and took a new set from her soul guide device. "What's wrong? Feeling wronged?" Zhu Zhiyun continued to do her makeup without looking back. After Xiao Wu got dressed, she sat on the bed in silence for a long time before finally asking, How long have you been living like this? Since the destruction of Xing Luo. Zhu Jian paused before changing her words. No. It started the first time I met him. Xiao Wu was taken aback. She recalled something, and if that was the case, then at least during the Soul Master competition. Zhu Jian had already been. It's been so many years. Xiao Wu's lips trembled as she looked at the woman before her, somewhat dumbfounded. How did you endure it? Xiao Wu couldn't help but forget her own situation, because in her eyes, Zhu Jian had it much worse. At first, it was like a nightmare, Zhu Jian said flatly, but later, after I lost everything, it actually got much better because from that point on, my goal became clear and defined. For revenge? Xiao Wu asked. That's right, for revenge. Zhu Jian said these words with an outward calm, but inside she was already lost. Revenge, what was that even? Even if she trained her life away and became a god, it would be of no use. Not to mention, she couldn't even see where Yin Zhu's limits were. Just look at the women around him, Qian Renshua, Bibi Dong. Which one of them was easy to deal with? Zhu Jian understood that she was deceiving Xiao Wu and also deceiving herself. Upon hearing Zhu Jian say this, Xiao Wu suddenly felt that her own experiences were nothing to speak of, but when she thought about the possibility of enduring long-term torment like Zhu Jian, she couldn't help but feel sorrowful. She felt she had betrayed Tang San, not because she gave her body to Yin Zhu, but because in that process, she had truly felt the joy of being a woman that Yin Zhu spoke of. If such days continued for years, would Singa still want me? Xiao Wu's faith wavered. In the absence of security, it was inevitable to fall into self-doubt. Even if there was a seemingly justifiable reason to persuade herself, Xiao Wu understood that since being taken by Yin Zhu to satisfy his animal desires, she had done nothing else. It would be hard at first. Zhu Jian got up and looked at Xiao Wu, saying, but this is reality, unless you can endure it. Endure it, Xiao Wu said blankly. Will there be a good outcome? Not necessarily, Zhu Jian said coldly, but at least you will slowly bid farewell to weakness. Chapter 170. The Awakening of the Dragon. God, many things only have 0 times and countless times. And Xiao Wu was currently the freshest thing for Yin Zhu. During the days when Tang San was captured by Gu Yu to be a furnace, Yin Zhu was also diligently training Xiao Wu every night. Speaking of which, Xiao Wu was surprisingly stubborn, no matter how Yin Zhu manipulated her. She never succumbed to her body's instincts. However, this was exactly what Yin Zhu liked about her. If Xiao Wu, like Shui Yuer, had given in after being slept with once, Yin Zhu would quickly find it uninteresting. And such a stubborn Xiao Wu just happened to satisfy some of Yin Zhu's psychological pleasures. Several days and nights passed, and Xiao Wu gradually got used to this kind of life. She was indeed being tormented by Yin Zhu to the point of losing her sanity. And although she tried hard to stay awake and maintain her ability to think normally, the repetitive life made her feel somewhat numb. Sister Jian, do you have any medicine? One day, after Xiao Wu woke up and washed up, she asked Zhu Jian, are you trying to poison him? Since it was the day Yin Zhu returned to Wuhun City, Zhu Jian spoke to Xiao Wu without any reservations. After applying her lipstick evenly, Zhu Jian put down the box in her hand and said, don't say I didn't remind you. Yin Zhu is immune to poison, so you might as well give up on that idea. No. Xiao Wu's mood was a bit down. She sat on the sofa, gripping her skirt, and said, I meant that kind of medicine. What do you mean? Zhu Jian turned back, puzzled. He always puts it inside. Xiao Wu bit her lip and said, I know, there's the kind of medicine to prevent pregnancy. Huh. Zhu Jian thought it was something serious and just coldly laughed and shook her head, saying, you can rest easy on this. If he could do it, I wouldn't dare to think about it. Xiao Wu was surprised by Zhu Jian's words, saying, what do you mean? I don't understand. Zhu Jian said, if you say this, it would hurt his pride. Just know in your heart, anyway, he can't do it, so you can rest assured. But Xiao Wu didn't feel any happier because of this and continued to worry, saying, so many days have passed, and I haven't found a way to escape or gained any valuable information. What's the point? After saying this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but start crying. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Zhu Jian couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. Clearly, they were in similar situations, yet she, Zhu Jian, didn't struggle or suffer like Xiao Wu did. Perhaps her own heart had long since surrendered. The next day, Yin Zhu returned from Wuhun City and still spent the night in Zhu Jian's room. After Xiao Wu fell asleep, Zhu Jian patted Yin Zhu's shoulder, signaling him to go outside to talk. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Yin Zhu, seeing Zhu Jian acting unusually, asked curiously. Zhu Jian stood with him on the balcony, enjoying the evening breeze, and then said to Zhu, let her go. Her? Who? Yin Zhu was quite surprised by the topic Zhu Jian brought up and said, are you talking about Xiao Wu? That's right, it's her. Let her go. Zhu Zhiyun said calmly. Can I hear the reason? Yanzu looked at Zhu Zhiyun with interest and asked, why are you suddenly saying this to me? No reason, and no why. Zhu Zhiyun said, she doesn't want to stay here. I meant you. Yanzu pressed Zhu Zhiyun's shoulder and asked, why are you saying this to me? Because I've softened. Zhu Zhiyun felt a bit emotional as she said this, her nose inexplicably feeling a bit sour. She blinked and continued, Zhu, I beg you. Let her be free. Yanzu raised his hand and touched Zhu Zhiyun's face, using his thumb to wipe away some tears, and said with a complicated mood, what about you? Do you also want me to let you go? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiyun's eyes widened in surprise, and she fell silent. I'm serious. Yanzu said expressionlessly, if you feel that being with me is a kind of torment and you want to leave, then take this opportunity while I am in this melancholy mood tonight. You can say you want to go too, and I will set both of you free. Zhu Zhiyun remained silent. She didn't expect Yanzu to respond this way, but thinking about it, it also made sense. Yanzu was always so capricious, saying and doing things depending on his mood at the time. This was a habit formed by his overwhelming strength. Because he was strong, many things didn't require deep contemplation, just following his feelings. And now, Yanzu was showing a rare generosity. Yanzu saw that Zhu Zhiyun was silent, so he embraced her tightly, kissed her forehead, and asked, Zhiyun, do you still hate me? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiyun's body stiffened, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. Yanzu reached out one hand and rested it on Zhu Zhiyun's left breast, saying, your heart, even though we've been together for so long, your heart rate still occasionally fluctuates wildly. You're always hiding something from me, aren't you? Yes. Zhu Zhiyun felt as if Yanzu's hand on her left chest had grasped her heart. She no longer concealed it and said, I want to kill you. But I can't. Oh. Yanzu replied lightly, I was too presumptuous. Sometimes I really thought you had been conquered by primal pleasure, but it turns out you've been enduring it, acting. It's not entirely that. Zhu Zhiyun understood in her heart that she genuinely enjoyed those passionate times. What she couldn't get past was the hurdle in her heart. But why did you suddenly stop acting? Yanzu asked it. Because I've already clearly recognized the outcome. Zhu Zhiyun said this with a sense of despair. When Tang Xin was captured by you, I knew I could never take revenge. What does that have to do with Xiao Wu? Yanzu said, since you know revenge is hopeless, isn't it better for us to live happily like this? We can soon go to the divine realm and attain immortality. What are you holding against me? Is it Davis? By the time we reach the divine realm and wait a few thousand years, he will just be your ex-boyfriend from thousands of years ago, and I will be with you until the end of this world. I never said I wanted to leave. Zhu Zhiyun suddenly interrupted Yanzu, and for a moment, both of them fell silent. I never said I would go. Zhu Zhiyun shook her head and said no. So do you love me? Yanzu stared intently into Zhu Zhiyun's eyes and asked. Zhu Zhiyun opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but she still couldn't get the words out. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared, and a dagger appeared in Yanzu's hand. He gripped the blade part and pulled, transforming the dagger into a cone. Take it. Yanzu placed the cone in Zhu Zhiyun's hand and said, do you want to kill me? Do you think you can't do it? Then let me tell you now, it's not completely impossible. Zhu Zhiyun stared blankly at Yanzu. Grip it tightly. Yanzu said, pointing to his ear here. Thrust it in with all your strength. Will I die? Who knows? But I definitely won't feel good because I've tried, but I didn't go all the way. Maybe you can give it a try. The opportunity is right in front of you. Come on, just this once, and you might have your revenge. Holding the cone in her hand, Zhu Zhiyun looked at Yanzu as he turned to expose his ear to her. After years of sharing a bed, based on his tone and expression, Zhu Zhiyun could be certain that Yanzu was speaking the truth. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. I didn't want to escalate things to this point. Zhu Zhiyun pressed her temples in pain and said, why are you forcing me? Zhu Zhiyun cried, while Yanzu smiled. If I don't push you a little, how can you realize that you love me? Yanzu hugged Zhu Zhiyun back in his arms and said, actually, I had an inkling. Then why? Zhu Zhiyun's eyelids drooped as she spoke. It seems you look down on me, thinking I'm destined to fail, right? From your perspective, my actions must seem ridiculous. No. Yanzu stroked Zhu Zhiyun and said, it was Shui Er who told me. Do you remember when I took you to Wuhun city? She didn't activate the divine test for you. Later, when I asked her why, she said she sensed an aura from you that was very similar to the old BB doll. At that moment, I understood that you weren't truly sincere with me. What about you? Are you sincere with me? Zhu Zhiyun asked. I'm not worried about that. Yanzu said to himself, because before you, I'd already dealt with someone similar. Although she didn't hate me, her level of madness far exceeded your imagination. So I was always confident that I could make you love me too. But you can't make Xiao Wu love you. Zhu Zhuyun changed the topic and said, I'm equally certain of that. Yes. To Zhu Zhuyun's surprise, Yanzu agreed with her view, saying, even from a god's perspective, there are some things that cannot be changed. She made you soft-hearted, didn't she? But she still doesn't know that Tang San has. Zhu Zhuyun shook her head. Even so, her heart won't lean towards me in the slightest. Yanzu looked through the window at Xiao Wu's leg sticking out from under the blanket and said, even if I let her go, she won't get the ending she desires. Tang San will die, right? Zhu Zhuyun said, yes, in this mortal realm, he's the last one left. Yanzu said, once the dragon god has used him up, he can die. After those matters are settled, I will set her free. Zhu Zhuyun said nothing more. She knew this was Yanzu's final conclusion and his greatest concession, letting him send away the woman he had in hand. Zhu Zhuyun felt that this outcome had far exceeded her expectations. After that night, Zhu Zhuyun found that her emotional knots were gradually unraveling. She no longer felt that split personality-like emotion towards Yanzu. However, she still felt sorry for Xiao Wu, as she clearly saw a pair of men and women heading towards destruction, while Xiao Wu naively believed that her endurance and flattery could exchange for the future she wanted. Half a year will soon pass, Zhu Zhuyun thought to herself. And indeed, time flew by quickly, especially for them as soul masters. If one devoted oneself to cultivation, it was even more like a blink of an eye. Counting the days, Yanzu arrived at the Stardow Forest. Also counting the days was Tang San. After Guyu confirmed it several times, he finally awaited the day of his release. On this day, the Stardow Forest suddenly erupted in excitement, with dragon roars rippling from the lake of life like waves, stirring thousands of soul beasts to roar. Even the plant-type soul beasts waved their branches in excitement. Feeling this enormous change, Qian Rinxue, who was in Douluo Hall, couldn't help but go personally to investigate. Meanwhile, Yanzu had already hovered above the lake of life, waiting for Guyu to reveal her true form. In Yanzu's sight, he saw the dragon egg in the lake of life, gathering unique energy flowing in from all directions. Yanzu could ascertain that these were akin to the belief power belonging to their beast tribe. After building up for a long time, the dragon egg emitted a dazzling white light, and the originally oval dragon egg began to deform, twisting continuously as if an invisible hand was kneading it like clay. Yanzu watched as a dragon egg twisted into the shape of a human woman, but her entire body was glowing white, making it impossible to see her features. I can't see the details of her body. At the same time, Qian Rinxue also arrived at the scene. I told you I was here. You don't need to worry. Yanzu said without taking his eyes off. Qian Rinxue said, I couldn't help it, so I came to take a look. The two watched as the woman at the bottom of the lake seemed to gain inspiration upon seeing Qian Rinxue's arrival. And her body details began to take shape, her firm bosom, beautiful waist and hip curves and tall figure. With keen observation, Yanzu vaguely sensed something and widened his eyes, watching as the woman gradually floated to the surface. When the white light surrounding the woman dissipated, both Yanzu and Qian Rinxue were taken aback. At that moment, the woman stood before them, naked and with a cold expression. Yanzu was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word, while Qian Rinxue frowned. The woman standing before them looked exactly like Qian Rinxue. Their features and figure were identical. Yanzu, who was most familiar with Qian Rinxue's body, noticed that the woman was mimicking Qian Rinxue perfectly while watching her shape and mold her body, but he hadn't expected her to do it so flawlessly. Of course, there were differences. First was her aura. Guyu's brows conveyed indifference and pride, and her hair color constantly shifted between silver white and light blue with the light. However, why get angry over a mere shell? Guyu looked at Qian Rinxue, who appeared displeased, and after speaking, she waved her hand, causing the water of the lake of life to move as she wished, enveloping her body and transforming into a long dress. Guyu looked at her palm, then closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, the world changed dramatically, with thunder and lightning as if everything was under her control. Qian Rinxue didn't show any signs of nervousness. She was already aware that this Silver Dragon King controlled elemental powers, allowing her to create such a scene. The feeling of returning was quite nice. Guyu sighed deeply, then opened her eyes, looking at Yanzu and saying, pleasure to cooperate. Chapter 171. Torturing Tang San. It's strange. Despite having the same figure and face, Yanzu found it hard to look away, momentarily forgetting that he still had to deal with Tang San. Have you had enough? Guyu tilted her head slightly and asked emotionlessly, are you catering to my aesthetic? Yanzu replied, but there's really no need. The transformation and shaping are done at my will. Using this body is simply because I'm too lazy to think. After Guyu finished speaking, she waved towards the lake of life, and a magic circle at the bottom of the lake flickered before dissipating into light spots. This person is of no use to me anymore. Guyu then looked back at Yanzu and said, I can open the door to the divine realm at any time. Who do you want me to bring? Just her? Yanzu glanced at Tang San, who was hiding at the bottom of the lake, sneering, and said to Qianren Shui, you take her to my divine abode for a bit. I'll be back shortly. Qianren Shui was somewhat unwilling, but thought that since Guyu was the Silver Dragon King, if she didn't take care of it, who knew what kind of chaos might ensue? Let's go, Qianren Shui said to Guyu. I agreed to help you, but I didn't say you could arrange everything. Guyu was clearly a bit displeased. Yanzu said, don't be in such a hurry. I'll handle him and come back. Guyu didn't say anything more and followed Qianren Shui to Yanzu's divine abode. Yanzu looked at Tang San, who was submerged underwater, and said, what? Do you think I'm afraid of water or something? Are you coming up yourself? Or do I have to drag you up? Shortly after Yanzu said this, two needle-like objects emitting black smoke suddenly shot out from the lake of life. Yanzu did not dodge. With a burst of divine power, he deflected them. Then he saw Tang San leap from the lake, but since the divine artifact, the sea god Ash Trident, had been turned into a ball by Yanzu, Tang San, as the sea god, had to use the Haotian hammer and the blue-silver emperor instead. Blue-silver piercing array. Countless mutated blue-silver grass shot up from the ground of the star, dove forest like sharp spears, aiming to pierce Yanzu, while Tang San flew high into the air, swinging his hammer down. You're still relying on that blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer? Yanzu sneered, and with a movement, he instantly appeared in front of Tang San, backhanding him straight down to the ground. Cough! Tang San sank into the ground, feeling as if his bones were shattered. He had known that this would be the outcome from the moment he made his move, but he had no choice. You just can't learn from your mistakes, can you? Yanzu landed on the ground, stepping on Tang San's face and repeatedly crushing it. You don't still think I would forget about you, do you? Kill me? Do you dare? Tang San gritted his teeth and said, I am the heir of the sea god. If you kill me, can you bear the wrath of the one above? Wow, I'm so scared. Yanzu couldn't help but laugh. Is that your confidence? Relying on Poseidon? I thought you would come up with some clever tricks to cause me some trouble, but it seems I overestimated you. You keep refreshing the lower limits. Do you know that you became the sea god because Poseidon begged me to spare your life? Tang San was terrified but still maintained a calm face, forcing a smile at Yanzu and saying, then you can try. Try? Yanzu laughed. You didn't think I came here to play house with you, did you? Don't worry, we have plenty of time. I'll make sure you understand. But if you die, then shall one have any fun? You. Tang San lost all reason upon hearing this, struggling violently to get up, but was stomped on by Yanzu, causing blood to spray. What? Yanzu asked. You knew this would happen, but your Xiao Wu took the initiative to please me. So I want to be polite. You can rest assured. I'll ensure she lives forever and help me have a few more. After saying this, Yanzu felt Tang San's anger and pressed down hard with his foot, causing Tang San's head to burst open like a watermelon. Boring. Yanzu shook his head, his eyes releasing heat rays that sliced Tang San's corpse apart, extracting the soul bones from his body. As the child of fate in this realm, even though Yanzu had pressured him along the way, he still reached his original endpoint. The soul bones on him were all components of the sea god's divine outfit, each one a top-grade item, and they were unique. After collecting the soul bones, Yanzu completely destroyed Tang San's physical body, thinking that no one in this world would resurrect this guy, unless it was Xiao Wu. It's time to take my wives to the divine realm. After collecting the soul bones, Yanzu headed straight for his divine abode. At this moment, Qianren Shui was confronting Guyu in a living room, with Guyu disinterestedly sipping tea and occasionally using her elemental power to create small disturbances to provoke Qianren Shui, who remained serious and unfazed by Guyu's provocations. Boring, Guyu commented, putting down her teacup. I'll wait for him for another 15 minutes. If he doesn't show up, I'll leave first. I remember you boasting that you were the most trustworthy, Yanzu said as he walked into the living room. Seeing Yanzu arrive, Qianren Shui relaxed a lot, walking to his side and asking, is everything settled? Yanzu replied, what kind of question is that? Do you think your husband is just anyone? Don't worry. Tang San is now nothing but dregs. Qianren Shui added, I'll leave her to you. I need to return to the spirit hall for a while. Something came up suddenly, and I have some arrangements to make. It'll take a few days. Don't worry. Your husband knows what he is doing. After saying this, Yanzu playfully rubbed against Qianren Shui for a moment before reluctantly letting her go. Guyu watched their affectionate interaction closely, And when Yanzu entered the living room, she asked, "What is the point of this?" "I think as the mighty dragon god. There can't be many humans who catch your eye, right?" Yanzu picked up the leftover tea from Guyu and took a sip, saying previously, "This body of yours was newly sculpted, which is what we commonly refer to as a maiden body. For me, that is also a meaningless concept." Guyu, sitting with her legs crossed, said, "Call the person you want to take up. I'm losing my patience." "That's not possible. It's not time yet." Yanzu replied, "What do you mean?" Guyu frowned and said, "I thought you were more anxious than I am. You didn't specify a particular day back then, and now you're suddenly leaving. Who can prepare in advance?" Yanzu replied, "At least consider others. Not everyone is as capable as you." "How long will it take?" Guyu asked. "Taking them to the divine realm is a later matter." Yanzu looked at Guyu's beautiful, fair neck and said before that, "We still have our initial agreement to fulfill." Guyu recalled and said, "Right, but neither of us has fulfilled it yet. You haven't helped me reclaim my domain." Yanzu shook his head and said, "Once we reach the divine realm, those human gods will certainly not tolerate you, and I'm afraid there will be endless fighting. Right now, you're accommodating me, and it's the most leisurely time to stay a few more days in the lower realm." After hearing Yanzu's words, Guyu understood his intention. Clearly, he hoped she would pay him in advance. When they first met at the Lake of Life, they agreed that Yanzu would help her reclaim everything that belonged to her, and Guyu promised that once it was accomplished, she would become his partner and engage in intimate acts with him. Based on Guyu's initial judgment, she believed that combining with Yanzu would definitely produce powerful offspring, so she didn't hesitate to agree to this matter. "Not now," Guyu flatly rejected. "If I become pregnant at this time, it will be detrimental to my combat. Not to mention that we have many methods of contraception." Yanzu paused and said, "Given my current situation, even if you want to give birth, I can't satisfy you. Then what's the point?" Guyu still couldn't understand why humans were so keen on this matter. "You've turned into a human form now, right?" Yanzu moved closer to Guyu, casually placing his arm around her shoulder, and said, "Just one time, and you'll experience the pleasure of it. Perhaps it's because the bonding process of your dragons is too boring that you have this thought. But you should know that we humans have quite a bit of research on it. It's just the same few things over and over," Guyu scoffed. "I've never eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. What are you doing?" Guyu was speaking when she suddenly realized Yanzu's hand was rubbing her shoulder, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. "I'm experiencing it. With the same body, isn't it different when we embrace?" As Yanzu said this, he leaned in closer to Guyu, blowing softly in her ear, then suddenly bit her earlobe. "Huh." Guyu abruptly stood up from the sofa, rubbing her ear with one hand and pointing at Yanzu with the other. "What are you doing?" "Love," Yanzu answered straightforwardly. "We agreed on this. Now we are a couple, and this is the quickest way to deepen our feelings. There are more efficient ways to mate. Why do this useless work?" Guyu said, but in her heart, she was quite surprised. This wasn't her first time transforming into a human, but she had never felt this kind of panic before. As a dignified dragon god, she could remain calm even in the face of calamity, but this man merely embraced her and blew a few breaths in her ear, and it made her heart tremble. It was truly terrifying. "Useless work? But I see you blushing." Yanzu clapped his hands and laughed. The great dragon god actually blushed. "This is really interesting. Stop laughing. You're so noisy." Guyu glared at Yanzu, then sat back down on the sofa, slowly lying back and spreading her legs, saying to Yanzu, "I'm ready. Come on." "Huh?" Yanzu looked at Guyu's performance, blinked, and immediately helped her up, saying, "Wait, what is the point of this?" Guyu rolled her eyes and said, "Isn't this what you wanted? What I want is a partner with a soul, not a dead fish, okay? You're making me feel like this is just breeding," Yanzu said, spreading his hands. Guyu was puzzled and said, "Otherwise? What do you think this is for?" "Fine, let's just learn since we have no experience, all right?" Yanzu pressed down on Guyu's shoulders, and now he found himself somewhat out of place, seeing Guyu's face resembling Qian Wanshue. If Qian Wanshue knew that Guyu was using her skin to do such rebellious things, she would probably go crazy on the spot. "Complicating simple matters is your human style?" Guyu sighed, seeming to let go, and she stopped moving, waiting for Yanzu to take action. "Not speaking makes you seem several levels more beautiful." Yanzu steadied himself and said, "Usually we start with kissing." After saying this, Yanzu gently leaned toward Guyu, stopping when they could feel each other's breaths. "Why aren't you doing it?" Guyu asked. "Do you have to stare so wide-eyed?" Yanzu asked. "You said to learn well. If you don't watch seriously, how can you learn?" Guyu retorted. "I'll guide you, so close your eyes and just feel it," Yanzu said, waiting for Guyu to close her eyes. Guyu raised an eyebrow and then closed her eyes. After closing her eyes, Guyu felt something touching her lips, a faint current flowing through her, and then she felt her lips being gently parted, beginning to sense Yanzu's presence. The two exchanged breaths cautiously, and when Yanzu felt Guyu getting into the groove, he began to seek the air within her. French kissing is also a skill. It's all about lung capacity. If you can take away the other person's air, making it hard for them to breathe and putting them in a state of oxygen deprivation, then you win. But Guyu was clearly not someone who would let herself be taken advantage of when she felt discomfort. She immediately started to compete with Yanzu for the air flowing between their mouths. Strange, why am I so excited? Guyu was curious about her body's intense reaction. She had never experienced such a wonderful feeling before, and it felt like her whole brain was spinning with the other person's tongue after opening her eyes. It was truly unfathomable. It seemed she still hadn't adapted to this human body. It's time. Yanzu felt Guyu's body temperature rising even through her clothes and began to take action. Since Guyu's body was modeled after Qian Wanxue, Yanzu was both familiar and unfamiliar with her body. Facing Yanzu's teasing, Guyu let out a strange sound, almost like a hiccup. Relax a bit, Yanzu said gently, your body is too tense. It's too numb. Guyu replied with her eyes closed, feeling both numb and itchy. Are your hands electrified? It's because you're not used to it. This is your first time, and it will be fine afterwards. As Yanzu said this, he began to unfasten Guyu's skirt. After a long time without success, Guyu had created the skirt directly from lake water, so there was no button for him to unfasten. Well, can you take it off yourself? Yanzu softly said in Guyu's ear. Guyu snapped her fingers, and in an instant, she was completely naked. All stripped down, it feels a bit less fun. Yanzu sighed, thinking to himself, indeed, half concealing like a pipa is the most beautiful state. Chapter 172. Guyu's first experience. Although Guyu's newly forged body was exceptionally sensitive, she was, after all, a beast god. No matter how comfortable and trembling Yanzu's kisses and touches made her feel, she could still occasionally open her eyes to check her situation. Is it beautiful? Guyu looked at Yanzu, who was holding her slender waist with both hands, and said. Yanzu smiled and replied, of course. Gradually, Guyu stopped asking why they needed to do such a long foreplay, because she truly felt the wonderfulness of it. While Yanzu and Guyu were progressing step by step on the other side, Qian Rinxue had already arrived at the Spirit City and was arranging matters with Bibi Dong. She never expected that this day would really come. Bibi Dong sorted through the documents and sighed, saying, why is my mother sighing? Qian Rinxue asked. It's nothing. Although I was prepared after listening to your words, I still feel a bit anxious. I can't help but worry. Bibi Dong thought for a moment and said, how about I stay in the mortal realm? Qian Rinxue hesitated as well. To be honest, she didn't want to go to the divine realm so soon, but she knew she couldn't go against Yanzu, so she accommodated him. She also hoped that after Yanzu went to the divine realm, she could support him. After all, there would definitely be people up there who were very dissatisfied with him. Even if mother wants to stay, I'm afraid grandfather wouldn't be happy. Qian Rinxue smiled helplessly and said, you still don't know him? If you say you have concerns, he will definitely dig deep to resolve the issue. Bibi Dong worriedly said, you said he killed the sea god, Ertang San. After going to the divine realm, how could sea god Poseidon tolerate him? Moreover, he ascended to the divine realm using the dragon god's methods. Wouldn't he be constrained everywhere? He also has to bring such a large group of girls with him. You know, Nana and the others' current strength. I can't help but feel uneasy. Qian Rinxue also sighed and said, this is the reason I ultimately decided to go with him. With you and me here, we might be able to protect them in critical moments. If some tragedy occurs due to our absence, it would be too late to regret. Just as the mother and daughter were talking, they heard someone report that Ning Fengji was already waiting in the main hall. Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, stood up, and moved to the main hall. If even Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong were to follow to the divine realm, then the affairs of the lower realm would rely entirely on Ning Fengji to manage. Bibi Dong summoned him this time to let Ning Fengji understand the situation of the three main halls of the Spirit Hall and to grant him some authority. Generally, the angels serving in the offering hall do not interfere with the mortal world, unless the Spirit Hall faces a life and death situation. Only then will they take action. The authority Bibi Dong granted Ning Fengji was to better utilize the power of the Elder Hall. Without a god-level powerhouse like Tang San, Ning Fengji, holding the power of many Title Douluos, was enough to suppress the entire world. Ning Fengji had long been prepared for this day. In fact, he had already realized many things about the mortal realm because Yanzu had told him long ago that he would take him to the divine realm to retire. So he was not particularly concerned about the affairs down here. At this moment, what Ning Fengji was most worried about was actually Ning Rongrong. With a little daughter and Ning Rongrong officially married to Yin Zhu, she had been quietly cultivating in Yin Zhu's divine mansion for many years. The father and daughter had not met often, and now that it was suddenly said they would go to the divine realm, Ning Fengji was suddenly filled with emotions. Unable to contain himself. "Lord Ning, do you have any concerns?" Bibi Dong asked when she saw Ning Fengji was absent-minded. Ning Fengji replied honestly, "To be honest, I'm only thinking about my Rongrong, who is cultivating in grandfather's divine mansion. I have no heart to concern myself with other matters." "That won't be so soon," Bibi Dong said. "Grandfather will stay for a while longer. I won't force you. You can go." Hearing this, Ning Fengji immediately took his leave, and under Gu Rong's escort, he arrived at Yin Zhu's divine mansion. It wasn't his first time here, but every time he came, he couldn't help but marvel at this breathtaking sight. Gu Rong took Ning Fengji to wait in the sky for a while. When Yin Zhu didn't come out to greet him, he realized that Yin Zhu might be busy with something, so he entered the divine mansion to find Ning Rongrong. At this time, Yin Zhu was caressing Gu Yu's long, beautiful legs. The two were entangled on the sofa, lost in passion. "How is it?" Yin Zhu looked at Gu Yu, who was lying on the sofa, panting, and boasted. Gu Yu raised her hand to support her forehead, calmed down for a moment, and said with a very satisfied and content tone, "Today, I finally understand that the union of your human race is truly so exhilarating. It's really hard to stop. I still have many moves I haven't used yet," Yin Zhu said proudly. Gu Yu also smiled and said, "No worries, we have plenty of time. With you and me together, the entire divine realm can be ours. You stay here and don't move. I need to greet my family, so I can accompany you to the divine realm early." After Yin Zhu finished speaking and received Gu Yu's promise, he got dressed and left the room. He had already sensed Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's arrival, and he didn't want to keep them waiting. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong found Ning Rongrong, and the three were talking when Yin Zhu arrived to greet Ning Fengji. The four sat together and started chatting. "Grandfather, is this trip safe?" Ning Fengji directly asked, concerned about Ning Rongrong's safety. "You said before that this is a deal made with the dragon god." "Grandfather, the divine realm is also an unknown territory for you. Once there, it won't be up to you. I indeed have never been there, but I'm not completely ignorant." Yin Zhu smiled and said, "Father, rest assured, I would never take risks when it comes to Rongrong's safety. Moreover, we have a dragon god, angel god, Rakshasa god, goddess of life, god of speed, and me here. There won't be any issues protecting Rongrong and the others. I will prioritize their safety. Grandfather, I believe you. You have never disappointed anyone." Ning Fengji's words seemed more like he was trying to convince himself to let go of his worries. Yin Zhu smiled and said, "Father, you just focus on managing everything in the lower realm. Once we stabilize the situation in the divine realm, I will arrange for you to come up and share in the longevity." Ning Fengji shook his hand and smiled. "I don't mind enjoying the mortal world's fireworks first." Yin Zhu nodded and said, "If we're talking about fun, then the divine realm really can't compare to this mortal world. However, for the sake of eternal life, this small sacrifice is nothing. The most important thing is..." At this point, Yin Zhu held Ning Rongrong's hand and said, "Perhaps when we meet again in the divine realm, Father, you will see that Rongrong and I have given you a bunch of grandchildren." "Who said we are having children? I don't want to." Ning Rongrong pouted. Ning Fengji laughed and said, "In that case, I wish you all a smooth journey and look forward to it." After dealing with Ning Fengji, Yin Zhu went to find Azi and informed her about the upcoming trip to the divine realm. Azi had been somewhat troubled about not being favored by the gods before, and she only expressed indifference to Yin Zhu's announcement, saying she was ready to leave at any time. Yin Zhu then went to find Zhu Zhuyun. Ever since their heartfelt conversation last time, Zhu Zhuyun had completely relied on Yin Zhu, naturally following him wherever he went. "What about her?" Zhu Zhuyun looked at Xiao Wu in the room and asked. Yin Zhu hesitated for a moment and said, "Tang San is dead." Zhu Zhuyun bit her lip and said, "She has always thought Tang San was still alive and has been. Then don't tell her. Yansu Sa'it. Let her hold on a hope to live on." Zhu Zhuyun bit her lip, feeling that this was somewhat cruel. Holding on a hope is better than being in despair forever. Yin Zhu looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Perhaps there's another way, for example, to erase her memory." "That's too terrifying." Zhu Zhuyun felt a chill at Yin Zhu's idea. "Huh, is it scary?" Yin Zhu laughed and said, "If I had to say what the biggest disaster in Xiao Wu's life is, it might be meeting him, Tang San. Forgetting all this only brings her benefits. Maybe." Zhu Zhuyun stopped talking about Xiao Wu, knowing she couldn't change anything, because even Yin Zhu seemed to acknowledge that he couldn't change Xiao Wu's mind. Zhu Jian was very clear about this. As long as it was a woman he liked, he would go to any lengths to get her, but he had always been distant with Xiao Wu, indicating either he wasn't serious or he wasn't confident. Regardless of which situation, Xiao Wu could never become their sister. After finishing with Zhu Zhuyun, Yanzu found Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. "We don't have time to entertain you right now," Shui Binger said with her usual sharp tone, perhaps already used to it. "Well, I know how to be considerate," Yanzu said, pulling them close, not caring that there were other girls from the Tianshui battle team watching. He pressed his face against theirs and said, "I came here specifically to tell you that the day to go to the divine realm has arrived." Upon hearing this, both Shui Binger and Shui Yuer perked up. In fact, the sisters had a greater ambition for benefits than for love in following Yanzu. Shui Binger was inherently cold-hearted, a trait due to her martial soul, with cultivation always being her top priority. Yanzu had been providing her with the best cultivation resources, taking care of her soul rings and bones. With such favorable conditions, even Shui Binger was gradually warming up to Yanzu. As for Shui Yuer, her personality was very different from Shui Binger. Although she had been forced to lose her virginity to Yanzu, she was naturally romantic and initially planned to part ways. However, since Yanzu kept pursuing her, she didn't refuse. Now that they had the opportunity to go to the divine realm, they were both surprised and delighted, and proposed to return to Heaven Do City to clarify everything with their mother. At this point, Yanzu was a bit stunned. Indeed, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were not like a Zi and Yi Lingling, who were solitary. They were the daughters of the principal of Tianshui Academy. And after returning for so long, neither they nor he had mentioned going back for a visit. However, it was mainly because Shui Yuer and Shui Binger didn't know how to broach their current relationship with their mother, who was quite strict in her discipline. "Wait for me a moment. I'll finish talking to Nana and then take you there," Yanzu said. "No need," Shui Binger replied. "You don't need to worry about this. We can handle it ourselves. We just need a little time." "How can that be?" Yanzu shook his head. "Your mother is also my mother. It doesn't make sense for me not to be present for this. It's already complicated enough. Don't add to it," Shui Binger said. "Don't you think we know our mother well enough? We don't want to make the situation too awkward. We'll handle it and then call you over, okay?" Hearing this, Yanzu couldn't help but lift Shui Binger's chin and said, "Look at you, still pointing fingers at your husband. Just wait and see how I make you obedient afterward." Shui Binger blushed at his words and then took the members of the Tianshui battle team back to Heaven Do City. Everyone still thought they were on Sea God Island. They had stayed so long because the cultivation resources provided by Yanzu were simply too enticing for them to resist, and now it was time to face the reality. After sending off the sisters, Yanzu found Hulaina, explained everything in detail, and asked her to prepare before leaving the Divine Mansion to find Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. After listening to what Yanzu said, Yi Lingling ended her cultivation and returned to the Divine Mansion to wait, but Yanzu didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing's stubbornness to flare up at that moment. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing had not completed the assessment given to her by the God of Speed and was still working hard on it. "Zhuqing, it doesn't matter anymore, just go back. In a few days, we'll head straight to the Divine Realm," Yanzu said. "No," Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly. "It's the same. You can cultivate in the Divine Realm." Yanzu tried to persuade her. Watching her suffer made his heart ache. "No." Zhu Zhuqing still refused to give up and said, "You don't need to worry about me. Just go ahead." "How can that be?" Yanzu exclaimed. Zhu Zhuqing remained calm and said, "We've come this far. There's no reason to give up. I'm sorry, Yanzu, but even for you, I won't give up at this time. This is something I've decided on." Hearing this, Yanzu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Zhu Zhuqing was challenging herself. So he said, "But if that's the case, we might not see each other for a long time. That's just 100 years at most," Zhu Zhuqing said lightly. "Are you going to forget me?" "Never. You must not die. You too." Chapter 173. Family Banquet. Even with an uneasy heart, Yanzu still respected Zhu Zhuqing's determination. The thought of not seeing the little cat for a long time made his feelings of reluctance overflow. Zhu Zhuqing rarely saw Yanzu show such an expression, and for a moment, her heart fluttered, feeling a surge of warmth within her that needed an outlet. She took the initiative to hug Yanzu. The two no longer spoke and chose to bid farewell with a desperate love. After parting with Zhu Zhuqing, Yanzu went to Heaven Do City and Spirit City in turn. He went to Heaven Do City to check on Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Although the sisters had received his help, their strength was still not sufficient to control their own fate. From their tone, it seemed that family matters were difficult to settle, so he thought he should go and see. However, what Yanzu didn't expect was that his fame had grown to such an extent that when Shui Binger's mother heard that her daughter had gained Yanzu's favor and saw that the sisters had not only collected a complete set of soul bones, but also raised their soul power to an extraordinary level among their peers, she had no more objections. As soon as it was mentioned that they would go to the divine realm, being a mother-daughter trio who shared deep feelings, they embraced and cried together after a heartfelt conversation, and after releasing their emotions, they settled this major event. After watching this touching mother-daughter scene, Yanzu turned to Spirit City, firstly to check on how Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong were preparing, and secondly, he wanted to ask Poseidon for her opinion. Unlike Shui Binger, who had gradually developed feelings for Yanzu, Poseidon had always maintained a cold attitude toward him. Of course, she acknowledged that Yanzu was her man. So when he came to Spirit City to be affectionate with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, she didn't miss out either, but she couldn't say she loved Yanzu. Yanzu considered that this time entering the divine realm would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Poseidon. As a former servant of Poseidon, he was worried that if something went wrong at that time, he would be troubled, so he specifically came to ask Poseidon for a clear answer. "I have things to do. You need to come find me at night," Poseidon said when she saw Yanzu, not giving him a chance to speak. In her heart, she thought Yanzu only came to her for those matters, and now, being an angel's divine servant, she had daily responsibilities and really had no time for daytime indiscretions with Yanzu. You have to put aside your big matters. Yanzu was initially not impulsive, but Posey's words and demeanor ignited his desire for conquest. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her waist, and flew into her room, closing the door behind him as he began to undress Posey. She sighed, too lazy to say anything more, allowing Yanzu to do as he wished. But after he had released his pent-up desire, he still wouldn't let her leave. "I have my own matters," Posey said helplessly. "This is your matter," Yanzu replied, holding Posey and pushing her onto the bed. "I'm going to the divine realm, bringing you with me. Are you coming? If you want to take me, you don't need to ask my opinion, do you?" Posey said with a hint of sarcasm. After all, that's how he usually was. "This time is different," Yanzu said. "There is a sea god, the main Poseidon, in the divine realm. Although he may not exist for long, I think I still want to consider your feelings. You are currently an angel god's devotee, under the protection of the angel god. You can enjoy a very long lifespan in the human world. After I settle things in the divine realm, I will come to bring you up. No need to mention the past," Posey said expressionlessly. "Aren't you already planning this well? Why ask me? But we will be apart for a while," Yanzu said. "I will miss you. Then you can just miss me," Posey said. She was not Zhu Zhuqin. She was not that sensitive or passionate. "And you are strong enough," Yanzu added. "It's very likely that when you reach the divine realm, a god will immediately pass their position to you," Yanzu said. "That way, you could take care of your sisters more." Posey remained silent on this. Whether she wanted to help Yanzu was one thing, but just the thought of Yanzu's numerous women made her not want to speak. "You still have time, think it over," Yanzu said as he kissed Posey and then went to find Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. After meeting, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong explained the situation to Yanzu. Currently, everything on the continent was being handled by Ning Fengji and the elders of the Spirit Hall, with assistance from the devoted halls, making it quite secure. Moreover, Qian Rinxue had recently released her angelic form in some cities on the continent, allowing the world to witness what an angel god was like, thereby warning those who might wish to cause trouble. With everything ready, they just needed to communicate with Guyu, and everyone headed straight to the divine realm. "By the way, come to my house for dinner tonight," Yanzu suddenly said. "Dinner?" Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback, although she would eat some things for enjoyment. Most of the time, she no longer needed to eat, and Bibi Dong was similar. Whether they could return to the human world after entering the divine realm was still an unknown. Yanzu walked to the window, looking out at the mountains and rivers, the sky, and the human world's fireworks, and said, "That means this might be our last time in the human world." Bibi Dong smiled slightly and said, "So what is the occasion?" Yanzu blinked and replied, "Family dinner." There was basically no distinction between rich and poor in the Spirit City. So Yanzu's home was not very large, certainly not able to accommodate too many people. Therefore, he arranged the family dinner at his divine residence and brought his parents over that day. "Azu, your mother and I have been quite happy living in the Spirit City. We've gotten used to the lifestyle. You suddenly say you want to take us to another place, and it's really a bit uncomfortable," Yanzu's father said, excited yet a bit scared, as it was his first time flying to the sky. Yanzu's mother clung tightly to Yanzu, looking like a koala hugging a big tree. "There's nothing wrong at home, but this meal has to be at my place. After all, there are too many people," Yanzu said. "By the way, you haven't told us who the guests are." Yin Zhu smiled and said, "Tomorrow is the day for my wife to meet her in-laws." "Oh, so it's Rong Rong and Ling Ling. You should have said so earlier." "Yan Su's fata laukit." "Hee." Yin Zhu replied with a smile, not saying much more. Yin Zhu had already informed his women about the family dinner. So before the banquet began, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina, and Azi were all carefully getting ready. As they were in the home ground and had plenty of time, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer arrived at the divine residence with their mother in the evening to attend the banquet, which held special significance for the three of them, especially for the president of Tianshui Academy, who was also the mother of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. At this banquet, she not only had to meet her son-in-law Yin Zhu, who married her two daughters, but also greet her in-laws. More importantly, she would meet the angel god and the pope of the spirit hall, although she only learned about the third point after she attended the banquet. After settling his parents, Yin Zhu went to temporarily bring Zhu Zhuqing back. Zhu Zhuqing's parents also specially came from Xingluo just for this meal. That night, many heavyweight figures continuously arrived at Yin Zhu's divine residence. Just as Yin Zhu was pondering who to sleep with that night, Guyu found him. Yin Zhu thought Guyu was impatient and was about to comfort her, but what Guyu said was not about that. "You want me to let Xiao Wu go, right?" Yin Zhu asked upon hearing Guyu's words. Guyu replied, "Humans hunt soul beasts, and soul beasts torture humans. It's a survival of the fittest scenario. I don't want to argue about right or wrong, just like I have never pursued you for killing the sky blue bull python in front of me. I originally planned to let her go. Well, I was just planning," Yin Zhu said. "You keep her here because of what you humans think is love? Or for other reasons?" Guyu asked. "There are many other reasons," Yin Zhu said. "She was also at the Lake of Life, and you were there too. You should have been influenced by some of her matters in the human world. That Tang San has already been killed by me." "So?" Guyu was puzzled. Yin Zhu said, "If she knows the truth, either she will die for her Tang San or she will pursue me for revenge her whole life. If she doesn't know the truth, then it becomes even more tragic. Either way, it's not a good ending for her. Becoming a transformed being means inheriting such flaws," Guyu said helplessly. "Learning these pointless emotions, being fickle, ruining one's life. However, you say you don't love her. Why do you care about her ending?" "Because I slept with her," Yin Zhu said frankly. "Then why not go all the way?" Guyu's expression became even more straightforward. "Because I know this rabbit won't sleep soundly," Yin Zhu replied. "How do you know?" "I just know." "Then tell me, what are your plans?" Guyu looked at Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu said, "I originally planned to wait until Schwer arrives to ask her, but since you brought it up, let me ask you instead. Is there a way to erase her memories?" "Yes." Guyu tilted her head and saw Xiao Wu, who was lost in thought on the windowsill, not knowing what she was thinking. "Really?" Yansuba Sul Peist. "In the rules of this world, divine power has infinite effects. As long as you are strong enough," Guyu said. "I didn't expect you to not master this. You should know that divine power is a product of the combined effect of faith power and soul power, and it has a spiritual attribute. Let's not talk about the complex stuff," Yin Zhu said. "Since that's the case, just erase her memories." Guyu continued to look at Xiao Wu and said, "She is a soul beast of 100,000 years, but to me, she is just a child. I can erase her memories." "Are you really sure this is the best course of action?" "I have explained it clearly," Yin Zhu said. "But her misfortune comes from you," Guyu replied. "No, her misfortune comes from Tang San." Yin Zhu countered, his argument impeccable. "Is that so?" Guyu smirked and said, "Then let's see who is right and who is wrong. I can erase her memories of Tang San, but in my opinion, she still cannot escape this misfortune." "Only erase the memories related to Tang San?" Yin Zhu asked in surprise. "Is there such a good thing?" Guyu said, "If, as you say, Tang San is her greatest misfortune, then in the deepest recesses of her brain, the memories of Tang San will remain. I will erase that memory, and if after that she still remembers Tang San, it will mean that her greatest obsession is not with him, but possibly with you. Then let's do it. After it's done, she will be free, and let her obediently stay in the Stardow Forest and not come back to the human world to cause trouble," Yin Zhu said. Guyu stared at Yin Zhu for a while, then shook her head and left, seemingly to find Xiao Wu. "That's fine." Yin Zhu felt relief in his heart and continued to think about the important matters for tonight. The next day, the family banquet began. Yin Zhu's parents accompanied him, and they were somewhat speechless at this grand scene. The material enjoyment was secondary. The key was the people. At the banquet, wherever one looked, there were celestial beings, each dazzling and unique, truly a feast for the eyes. Yin Zhu's father was overwhelmed with joy, tears almost spilling as he saw that Yin Zhu had not wasted his talent and had achieved such great accomplishments. Most of the people present had never seen Yin Zhu's parents before. Previously, They thought Yanzu's parents were not ordinary, but after meeting them and confirming it several times, they accepted the reality in shock. After receiving her mother's approval, Shui Binger completely opened her heart to Yanzu, relying wholeheartedly on this man, just like Shui Yuer. Zhu Zhuqing chatted with Zhu Zhuyun about their past. When the sisters stood with their parents, the scene was truly stunning, making one marvel at how this family was filled with beauties. As the eldest brother, Hulaina called Xiaoyu over to join the banquet after greeting Yanzu. She initially planned for her brother to help her out, but when Xiaoyu saw Bibi Dong was also present, he became flustered, spending the entire time eating quietly. Lingling and Rongrong were closest to Yanzu's parents, so they accompanied them and laughed throughout. Ning Fengji was too busy with affairs, only showing up briefly at the banquet before leaving with Gurong. Aziz had no relatives and, after getting familiar with Yanzu's parents, noticed Poseidon, who was also beautifully alone in a corner. She had quite a bit to say to this former sea god. Unlike the young ladies dressed to the nines, Qian Renxue still wore her simple golden long dress, which was more understated than Bibi Dong's outfit, yet could not conceal her stunning beauty. As soon as the two appeared, they quickly attracted most of the attention. Although Yanzu claimed it was a family banquet, in terms of status and strength, they were indeed too outstanding. Yanzu had initially planned to invite Guyu to join, thinking it would be interesting to have two Qian Rengshues at the banquet, but Guyu only coldly replied that it was boring. After all, she was the master of the beast clan. Yanzu thought to himself that humans and soul beasts were mortal enemies, and it was a hard fact that couldn't be changed. Inviting Guyu to this banquet would indeed feel a bit nauseating if he considered it from her perspective, although there was a bit of regret. The banquet was still very joyful, because many people knew this was their last revelry in the human world. Chapter 174. The Divine Realm that night. Yanzu originally thought that since everyone was gathered, he should call them all to bed and indulge in pleasure together. However, after the banquet, he lost that thought, as he sensed that his women all had their own worries. In such a situation, asking them to share a bed felt too forced. What should have been a joyful occasion would turn into something they couldn't refuse, which would lose its meaning. Once the banquet ended and the elders voluntarily returned to their rooms to rest, Yanzu and the beautiful women enjoyed the night view of the Divine Palace. Since it was the first time all of Yanzu's women were gathered, it felt somewhat strange for them to stand together. Ahem! Yanzu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention, their gazes each filled with their own thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Yanzu decided to get to the point. Guyu, the dragon god, is already ready to ascend to the divine realm at any time. Before that, aside from Zhuqing continuing her divine examination, do you all have anything else to handle? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian looked at Zhu Zhuqing, as she had also discussed this matter with Zhuqing. She thought Yanzu would force her to go to the divine realm, but now that he said she wouldn't accompany him, it was quite unexpected. Reflecting on their experiences, she felt she had lost in every aspect to Zhuqing, and amidst her disappointment, there was a sense of comfort. Realizing that the sister she once chased away was now truly capable of standing on her own, Yanzu observed their expressions. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer had already vented their emotions to their mother before coming, so they seemed resolute now. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong needed no more words. Although Yanzu had never prioritized his women or set any rules, their presence alone commanded respect, especially Bibi Dong. Aside from the older Poseidon and the similarly aged Aziz, everyone else regarded her with deep respect. Poseidon showed no response. As long as she was with Yanzu, she remained cold and aloof, making her hard to read. Azu, once you ascend, can you really not come back? Ning Rongrong suddenly asked, which was a question others were also curious about. As far as I know, it's not that you can't come back, but it's just difficult, Yanzu replied, looking at Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue took over the conversation. You can return to the lower realm, especially if the threat to the lower realm is minimal. It becomes easier. Is that so? Yanzu asked. Qian Renxue nodded. The agreement among the gods not to interfere with the lower realm is because for the divine realm, the lower realm, which is the world we are in now, is basically an omniscient perspective. Those who can ascend to the divine realm possess immense power. And if they were to interfere with the lower realm, it would easily disrupt the harmony. Disrupt the harmony? There's such a saying? Qian Renxue was speaking, and only Yanzu dared to interrupt without hesitation. Qian Renxue nodded. Azu, if you were to go to the divine realm alone, and you have many friends left in the lower realm, what would you do? Take what I can before I go, and help those I can't take along, Yanzu replied. Qian Renxue nodded. Exactly. Those who have the support of divine-level powerhouses in the lower realm naturally thrive, including everyone present. Many come from prominent families, possibly with ancestors who have connections to certain deities. However, the more prominent the family, the more conflicts arise. If gods could freely interfere with the lower realm, helping their relatives or friends when they see them in a weak position would result in a back and forth that would throw the divine realm into chaos. And if they become overly competitive, while they may not be able to harm each other, it would be easy to eliminate those in the lower realm. Oh dear! Ning Rongrong was startled by Qian Rinchue's words and exclaimed, "If what you say is true, then when we go to the divine realm this time, if we provoke others' dissatisfaction, won't our 7 treasure, glazed tile, sect be in danger? That's why I said gods cannot excessively interfere with the lower realms." After speaking, Qian Rinchue looked at Yinzu and added, "However, this is merely the tacit understanding between gods. If someone is forced into a corner, they might not care about such matters. Therefore, it's essential to eradicate the root of the problem." Yinzu was unconcerned. If he were to act in the divine realm, it would undoubtedly be a deadly strike. Right now, he had too many vulnerabilities, not to mention his harem of wives. Each of them had people they cared about behind them, and if anything went wrong, Yinzu would have to take the blame. Qian Rinchu sighed and glanced at her so-called sisters, stating seriously, "This trip to the divine realm is a deal between Azu and the dragon god. After entering the divine realm, influenced by the divine environment, all of you can attain immortality, and your cultivation speed will become extremely exaggerated. From this perspective, the deal between Azu and the dragon god is quite worthwhile." Upon hearing this, Yinzu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you going to say but?" But Qian Rinchue continued, "The stability of the divine realm relies on the maintenance of the gods. The more powerful beings that enter the divine realm, the more stable it becomes. Conversely, every mortal that enters the divine realm is a burden to it, or more accurately, a burden to all the gods. Isn't a Title Douluos enough?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. "Don't even mention Title Douluos." Qian Rinchue shook her head. "Even those of us who have already inherited divinity need to cultivate for another 100 years before being allowed to enter the divine realm." At these words, everyone exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that this trip might not bode well. According to Qian Rinchue, besides herself, Bibi Dong, and Yi Lingling, weren't the rest of them just useless? How could such a large group suddenly enter the divine realm and expect the gods to agree? As they were discussing, a relatively unfamiliar voice suddenly said, "Enough nonsense. My dragon god domain is large enough to accommodate you all." Everyone turned towards the voice and saw a woman standing at the entrance of the banquet hall, resembling Qian Rinchue in figure and appearance, but with a slightly different temperament and hair color, looking at them with disdain. Cough, cough. Yinzu quickly appeared beside Guyu and whispered, "Dear, give me some face." Then he took Guyu's hand and walked to the group. Facing the scrutinizing gazes, Yinzu stood tall and said, "You might not know this, but yes, this is your new sister. There shouldn't be anyone older than her here. In short, her name is Guyu, my woman, and also the dragon god we often speak of. So this is your true purpose in trading with her?" Qian Rinchue looked at Yinzu. "We're all family. Don't be upset." Yinzu patted Qian Rinchue's backside. This action instantly ruined Qian Rinchue's angelic image in everyone's minds, and they couldn't help but show some amusement. What angel, what dragon god? Aren't they all just rolling in bed with Yinzu, like everyone else? Once this thought emerged, the atmosphere lightened significantly, and the girls began to fantasize among themselves, as they all knew how formidable Yinzu was in bed. It was hard to imagine whether women like Qian Rinchue and Guyu also became disoriented from being tossed around like them. Originally, Yinzu intended to finish discussing serious matters before getting to other things, but after that slap, not only did it irritate Qian Rinchue, but it also piqued Yinzu's interest. He conveniently hugged Guyu, sliding his hand beneath her armpit, while saying, "In any case, this time, Guyu will take us up, I swear, and Bibi Dong will protect you all. As long as Guyu settles the major issues, everything will be negotiable." Guyu didn't mind Yinzu touching her in front of the other women and calmly said, "My dragon god domain has been divided among some gods, and it will take some effort to reclaim it. What happens then is uncertain. Logically, I shouldn't bring you all, as you're too much of a burden." But he insisted multiple times, so there's nothing to be done. Qian Rinchue understood that Guyu was used to her high-handed style and wouldn't care about human emotions. So she spoke up to ease the awkwardness. "Azu, this time when we go to the divine realm, I'll take everyone to my bright domain, so you and Guyu can focus on your tasks." Hee, as expected of Schwerer. Yinzu reached out and pulled Qian Rinchue into his embrace, ignoring her resistant gaze, and gave her a fierce kiss, causing everyone to laugh. Can you behave for a moment? Z rolled her eyes and said, look at you. This is a dining hall, not a bedroom. Yinzu chuckled. What are you talking about? This is my divine estate. I say it is, then it is. I think you're just jealous of your two sisters. Saying this, Yinzu released Guyu and Qian Renshua, instantly appearing behind Z, pressing her onto the table and saying, so, is this a dining hall or a bedroom? Aziz's face turned red at once, and not just hers. Everyone watching turned red too. Any normal person wouldn't engage in such activities in this situation, but they all knew Yinzu would actually do it. Is it wrong for me to admit I'm wrong? Aziz softened and said, let me go. You're hurting me. Knowing he hadn't finished discussing serious matters, Yinzu released Aziz. Once he let go, Aziz recalled the previous scene and felt an exhilarating thrill, regretting her earlier submission, thinking she should have provoked Yinzu more. That way, she would be the first to get intimate with him tonight. What a strange and perverse sense of competitiveness. That's the best. Guyu felt relieved upon hearing Qian Renshua could resolve the safety issue for the others. Returning to the divine realm, she first needed to subdue her avatar, the Golden Dragon King, and deal with the scheming human gods. The pressure was already quite substantial. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought Yinzu's help. She didn't care about the lives of these women. She was merely keeping her promise. She had agreed to be Yinzu's partner, so she had the obligation to understand each other, and that was all. Then is this settled? Yinzu scanned the women and asked, is there anything else to say? If not, we're going back to rest. Seeing Yinzu's gaze turn heated, the women understood what he wanted to do. Bibi Dong and Poseidon silently retreated to the side, planning to let Yinzu focus on his younger girlfriends. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer looked completely at a loss, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuyan, Hu Laina, and Aziz all had flushed faces, and with their beast martial souls and stronger innate desires, they seemed eager to try their luck. Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong stood together, both displaying a look of being at his mercy. Guyu tilted her head slightly behind Yinzu and asked, what does this mean? Qian Renshua sighed and was about to move over to Bibi Dong's side when Yinzu pulled her back. I don't distinguish between big and small. Yinzu grinned as he held the astonished Qian Renshua and said mischievously, you three shouldn't be putting on airs here. As soon as those words were spoken, Bibi Dong and Poseidon also realized they couldn't escape this scene, showing a helpless expression. Yinzu went in and out, each time coming out carrying someone. And after repeating this several times, he tossed all the women onto the large bed he had meticulously prepared for this occasion. With a wave of his hand, the luminous pearls embedded in the wall lost their glow, plunging the room into darkness. Don't say your husband is biased. Whoever I carry is whoever I carry. With that, Yinzu threw off his clothes and pounced like a hungry tiger. In the darkness, only the sounds of clothes being torn and women's terrified screams echoed. Yinzu lay on the bed, indulging in the ocean of love, every inch of his skin feeling softness, his mouth and nose filled with various fragrances. He was incredibly familiar with each woman's body, knowing every detail, so when he embraced one of them, he would loudly shout her name to show his fairness, ensuring that each woman received equal care. So far, this was Yinzu's most exhilarating night. By the end, only Qian Renshua, Bai Dong, Yi Lingling, and Guyu had not begged for mercy. They were all goddesses, no longer feeling fatigue, their physical strength incomparable to others. If you all refuse to beg for mercy, shall we play until dawn? Yinzu said. In the darkness, only Guyu responded, what are you waiting for? Come again. A sleepless night. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing was the first to leave the room, and the others woke up one by one. After sending Zhu Zhuqing back, Guyu asked Yinzu if they could set off. Seeing that some of them were trembling while walking, Yinzu gave Guyu a glance. Guyu rolled her eyes, and they wasted several more days on Earth, waiting for everyone to recover, fully prepared. She then led everyone to a secluded place, ready to head to the divine realm. Why go so far? Yinzu asked curiously. Guyu said, what you will see is the passage that connects the divine realm and the lower realm, a massive energy. Do you want to watch your divine abode be turned to ashes? Don't just stand there. Everyone come closer to me. Following her instructions, everyone gathered around Guyu, with Qian Renshua, Bai Dong, and Yi Lingling each taking a position to protect everyone in the middle. Guyu's eyes narrowed, and golden light erupted from her, a beam shooting straight into the sky. Qian Renshua, seeing this, was secretly shocked. Guyu's divine power was astonishing, and this was only half of the dragon god's strength. The beam of light thickened and expanded around Guyu, eventually enveloping everyone. Prepare yourselves, it's coming. Chapter 175. Tearing apart Poseidon, Yinzu was wrapped in Guyu's energy. Feeling every cell in his body being gently pulled, everything around him covered in golden light, so bright that he couldn't see through it. But thankfully he could still clearly see his women, which relieved him. Are we almost there? Yinzu looked at Guyu. Guyu replied without turning her head. Not yet. The beam of light emitted by Guyu was like a key, opening a door to another space, where a destructive energy lay dormant, manifested as a golden giant dragon. Outside that door, many gods stood ready, preparing to welcome their impending disaster. Everything was a matter of cause and effect. Guyu awakened that dormant self, and when the Golden Dragon King opened its eyes, breaking the seal and resonating with the energy emitted by Guyu, the door from the lower realm to the divine realm opened. Communication between the divine realm and the lower realm required sufficient energy from both sides to resonate. Guyu needed to absorb the Golden Dragon King to regain her full power, while the Golden Dragon King also wanted to devour Guyu to restore its intelligence. Here it comes, Guyu reminded, and everyone felt a distinct sense of sinking in their bodies, but in reality, they were rapidly ascending. In the divine realm, when the Golden Dragon King broke the seal and appeared before the gods, countless divine techniques were unleashed in an instant. Regardless of their positions and initial intentions during the previous battle, none of the gods present wished for the dragon god to return. Most sought stability. And in the current situation, completely eliminating the dragon god was the best solution. However, perhaps too much time had passed, and some had forgotten the terror of the dragon god's power. The strength of the Golden Dragon King far exceeded their imagination, and the battle fell into a stalemate. They could not defeat the Golden Dragon King before Guyu's group reached the divine realm. Beast, you should remain in eternal slumber, the destruction god shouted, beginning to exert all his effort. The sea god Poseidon, who had initially advocated for this, also no longer held back, revealing all his trump cards. Among them, if anyone wanted the dragon god dead the most, it would be him. One Yinzu was already enough of a headache for him. If another dragon god were added, Poseidon would be humiliated by Yinzu from the lower realm to the divine realm. After so many years, it was impossible for him to sacrifice his dignity to negotiate with anyone. Stop. Adjust your state, the Shura god suddenly shouted. With his words, many gods stopped fighting and jumped out of the battle circle. Poseidon turned back, dissatisfied. What's going on? The Shura god stared at a certain spot and said, It's too late. The main character has arrived. As he spoke, the gods suddenly saw a rift in the void before them, and a man and a woman stepped out. TSK, look at this situation. You really have made it hard for yourselves. Guyu scanned the gods present, most of whom were familiar faces she hadn't seen in a long time, though there were also new faces. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and no one spoke first. Shura, you didn't say this to me back then. Guyu glanced at the Shura god. Times have changed. The Shura god sneered. What? You're not one to lack understanding. Guyu looked at the back of her hand and said, I just thought, now that we have reached this level, there should be some self-respect. Just then, Guyu frowned slightly. The Golden Dragon King had already locked onto her position and pounced fiercely. Azu, Guyu said to Yinzu, I need to regain my power. You have to block them for me. Don't worry. Yinzu cracked his neck and said, I feel great right now. There's one more thing. Guyu continued, if the dragon god reappears and you find I no longer recognize you, stay with the sisters in the domain of the angel god and let me fight them to the death. After saying this, Guyu suddenly disappeared, instantly appearing before the Golden Dragon King, and then transformed into a beam of light that drilled into the Golden Dragon King's body. Yinzu didn't have time to contemplate her last words, for after Guyu entered the Golden Dragon King, its behavior began to become strange, giving the impression that it was drunk. Could it be a battle of two personalities? Yinzu thought to himself as he flew forward, blocking the gods who intended to take advantage of the situation to attack. Yinzu glanced at the gods. One could say they all looked oddly shaped, or rather, quite distinctive. Oh, Poseidon, how are you? Yinzu waved at the old man holding the trident and asked, You insolent brat, how dare you be so arrogant here? Poseidon was furious upon seeing Yinzu. It was this kid who had taken away his great offering, slaughtered his heir, and after all his efforts to participate in the struggle for human fate, was made a mess by Yinzu. Poseidon really wished to tear him apart. The Shura god was equally furious. Yinzu had turned his divine abode into chaos, and his hopeful Tang, San had also died at this kid's hands, and now he stood against the gods. You are human. The destruction god pointed his staff at Yinzu and said, Are you going to stand on his side? Yinzu looked back at the nearly 1,000-meter tall Golden Dragon King, shrugged, and said, You probably won't believe it, but this is my wife. Then die. The god of destruction did not receive the answer he wanted and directly issued a judgment against Yanzu. Concerned about the stability of the divine realm, they had no desire to discuss right and wrong with a mere mortal. It was far more important to take the opportunity to eliminate the dragon god. When Poseidon saw that Yanzu was determined to be an enemy of the gods, he felt a surge of joy. He had observed Yanzu for a long time and found this person's strength somewhat elusive. He could not guarantee that he could defeat him, so he did not act immediately. Now that the other gods were joining forces, it was simply perfect. So anxious? Yanzu originally wanted to have a chat with these gods, but they seemed to lack that mood, and he had to give up. The staff of the god of destruction released a purple energy like lightning, accompanied by a series of sounds breaking through the air and hurled toward Yanzu. Afterward, the god of destruction no longer looked at him and flew toward the golden dragon king. Who would have thought that in the next second? He was struck as if he had collided with a collapsing city wall, being forcefully pushed back. The god of destruction steadied himself and saw that Yanzu, who should have disappeared, was clapping his hands and looking quite satisfied. I have to say, this feeling of being filled with divine power is really nice. Yanzu looked at his palm, feeling the surging energy within him, and said, when he emerged from the portal of Guyu, he felt as if a valve in his body had opened, and the energy overflowing in the divine realm surged into his body. At that moment, he understood that this was what Qian Rinxue and Guyu had spoken of, the influence of the divine realm on the human body. It seemed that this was also a kind of extraction for the divine realm, just like water flowing into a low-lying area to fill it up. The water level would naturally drop a little. No wonder the divine realm does not allow too many weaklings to come up. If everyone were to extract like Yanzu, the divine realm would definitely become unbalanced. This is impossible. The god of destruction looked at Yanzu with a confused expression. He had not paid much attention to this mortal, so he did not know what kind of monstrous freak was before him. The god of Azura exchanged glances with Poseidon and then said, there is no time to waste. Stop holding back and attack together. Upon hearing this, Poseidon immediately responded, wielding his trident of the sea god to launch a divine technique against Yanzu. The other gods were initially hesitant. After all, the one in their way was a human, and they held their identities, so they did not act. However, seeing that the god of destruction, the god of Azura, and the sea god had reached a consensus, they no longer held back, and all attacked Yanzu together. Yanzu felt the attacks of the crowd, but did not reflexively dodge or receive a warning signal from his brain. He knew he could withstand it. At their level, the so-called attack and defense had already converged. The path to the great Tao was simple, without too many tricks. It was purely a contest of energy intensity. Whoever had the thicker foundation could win. In terms of divine power, the gods were indeed above Yanzu. But what Yanzu relied on was not divine power, but his indestructible body. He just hovered in the air, full of flaws, watching various energies crash toward him, try to experience the feeling of death approaching. However, he could not feel it because he knew he could not die. The god's attacks instantly shattered his divine power shield and then struck Yanzu's body. Oh no! Yanzu's heart trembled, and he cried out in alarm. He had not entrusted his storage soul guide to Qian Rinxue for safekeeping. Yanzu watched helplessly as everything on him was annihilated in this flood-like attack. His clothes, shoes, and the storage soul guide containing countless treasures all turned to nothingness in an instant. Even the things he had held in his palm could not be preserved. You all deserve to die. In the explosion's light, Yanzu's roar echoed, for his storage soul guide held many things he considered precious. Among them was the pouch Qian Rinxue had given him when she was still Xue Qinghe, the dress worn by Ning Rongrong when she was a child, the pomegranate-colored long dress worn by Poseidon's wife when they first met, and the blood-stained sand left behind when he took away Xue Binger for the first time on the beach, and so on, countless items. These were all treasures for Yanzu, memories with his loved ones. But now they were all destroyed. The god of destruction frowned as he looked at the center of the explosion. When he heard Yanzu's roar, he couldn't help but ask, what kind of monster is this guy? Why did no one tell me about such a person? Poseidon wiped the sweat from his brow and said, we'll discuss it after the battle. For now, let's give it our all. Hearing Yanzu's roar, the other gods felt a shock in their hearts, and they also increased their energy output. The dazzling light generated by the convergence of divine power was like the sun, blinding to the eyes. Suddenly, a naked man burst out from the light, crashing into Poseidon like a cannonball. Yanzu had not yet crafted his own divine outfit. He was still wearing the clothes from the lower realm, so under the attacks of the gods, all his mortal belongings were destroyed. Now he stood before the gods, completely naked. However, Yanzu did not care. He knew how good his physique was and how impressive his equipment was. If they wanted to look, they could look, especially since there were many women among these gods. The trident of the sea god spun into the sky, but he was still tightly gripped by Poseidon's hand. All the gods were stunned. In that brief moment, this young man rushed at Poseidon with a speed they could not react to, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up with one hand while using the other to rip off Poseidon's arm that wielded the trident of the sea god, throwing it into the air. Those things, what will you use to compensate? Yanzu was so angry that his whole body trembled, feeling his adrenaline surge. His teeth began to chatter, and he knew he had to vent. And Poseidon became the first target of his venting. Clearly, Poseidon was also stunned by Yanzu's sudden attack. Once he regained his senses, he used divine power to reshape a hand, and, as he clenched his fingers, he summoned the trident of the sea god back. Sea goddess wrath. Poseidon pointed the trident toward the sky, trying to push Yanzu away. At this moment, if he engaged in close combat with Yanzu, the other gods would not be able to attack with full force, as it would be easy to cause friendly fire. So the best way was to create distance and work together with the other gods to eliminate Yanzu. I'll smash you to pieces. Yanzu's fist smashed into Poseidon's face, directly exploding Poseidon's head. Poseidon roared in anger. Kid, how dare you damage my physical body? Even without a head, Poseidon was still speaking and still operating. Seeing this scene, Yanzu suddenly realized something. The divine power within him connected to his spiritual realm, and he began to clearly see that there was still a golden, translucent head above Poseidon's body, like a soul. Whatever, let us hit first. Yanzu couldn't be bothered to think about how to destroy his divine soul and unleashed several punches, directly turning Poseidon's body into minced meat. Looking at the blood-soaked Yanzu, all the gods found it hard to believe their eyes. In just a few seconds, they had seen a main god beaten to the point of having his divine body shattered and losing his combat ability, and the opponent was using nothing but his fists. The last time they saw such a scene was during the Divine War, when the angel god was beaten to pieces by the dragon god. And that was because the angel god was protecting other gods at the time. But this time it was different. Poseidon was almost effortlessly torn apart by this kid. The whole process was simpler than killing a chicken, and the mighty sea god had no room for resistance at all. This was undoubtedly a terrible piece of news, because if this kid could tear apart Poseidon like this, he could do the same to all of them. There was even worse news. He now seemed to be in an extremely bad mood, and no one knew why. After all, at first this kid seemed somewhat harmless. But now, just as the god of destruction said, he was a complete monster. Chapter 176. Godslayer, he was not dead yet. Yanzu shook off the blurred blood and flesh on his hands and turned to look at the other deities. His eyes clearly saw what had just happened. He would settle accounts with those who had acted against him one by one. Feeling the overwhelming aura erupting from Yanzu, many deities actually felt a sense of fear. They all had the power to dominate a realm, and even when facing a powerful opponent like the dragon god, they had never been afraid. But today, they felt the threat of death for the first time in a long while. After Yanzu demonstrated his terrifying strength, the gods began to feel it was necessary to have a talk with him. After all, knowing what kind of person he was, no one would want to provoke him. It was clear who was more valuable to the divine realm, him or Poseidon. But this time, it was Yanzu who didn't want to talk. When the god of Azura stepped forward to stop Yanzu, a fist suddenly came flying and pierced right through him. The god of Azura looked at the hand that had penetrated his chest, furious, and swung his sword, but it cut through nothing. Yanzu had directly passed through the god of Azura's body, entering a state of high-speed movement. He darted back and forth among the gods, his speed and strength far surpassing what these beings could contend with. As he moved at high speed, his eyes unleashed high-temperature rays. In an instant, roars and screams echoed continuously. Yanzu, blinded by rage, no longer cared for his usual virtue of restraint. Regardless of whether they were male or female, anyone who attacked was doomed. At that moment, except for those deities with spatial abilities, everyone else suffered a shattered divine body, blood and flesh raining down like a storm. Yanzu, now drenched in blood, kept his gaze fixed on the surviving deities, analyzing their abilities based on the recent battle. Some had narrowly avoided his attacks using near-instantaneous movement, while others had survived with wormhole-like skills similar to those of the Title Douluos. But skills always had costs and flaws, whereas Yanzu had none. Just as Yanzu was preparing for the next round of testing, Qianrushue suddenly appeared from nowhere, shouting, "Azu, stop!" That shout wasn't enough. Yanzu knew Qianrushue was a lawful good person and naturally didn't want to see him slaughtering indiscriminately, but his anger hadn't subsided. In a blink of an eye, he rushed forward and took another deity's head. Azu, stop it now. This time, it wasn't Qian Rushue. Yi Lingling had also arrived on the scene. Stop what? Yin Zhu crushed the head in his hand, indignant. They wanted to kill me, so they should bear the consequences. This is the resolve for war. Qian Rushue looked at Yin Zhu, covered in blood with red eyes, and her heart trembled. When they were in the lower realm, she had carefully soothed him and had never seen him this out of control. Yi Lingling gasped in shock. Unlike Qian Rushue, she remembered Yin Zhu as a lecherous rogue, but still a relatively easygoing person. Even if he was truly provoked, it wouldn't be a big deal to soften him up and plead for mercy. Moreover, Yi Lingling recalled that Yin Zhu often did good deeds. But now, listen to me. Qian Rushue flew up to him, golden flames igniting in her hands as she wiped Yin Zhu's body, saying, no matter what, they are the key forces maintaining the stability of the divine realm. If they all die, the divine realm will collapse. Each god governs and maintains their own domain, and the domains are interconnected. If one suffers, they all suffer. Even for our own purposes, you cannot kill anymore. Feeling Qian Rushue's warm hand gliding over him, Yin Zhu's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. Glancing at the terrified deities, Yin Zhu snorted coldly. They didn't actually die. There's no need to make such a fuss. Seeing Yin Zhu calm down, Qian Rushue let out a sigh of relief. Even if their souls are undying, being injured will still have an impact. However, from Yin Zhu's perspective, this impact was actually a good thing. Once Qian Rushue helped Yin Zhu clean up, Yi Lingling flew over with a set of clothes, and the two helped Yin Zhu change. While the scene on Yin Zhu's side was calm, on the other side, it was like ants on a hot pan. It was hard to find an angel god to persuade Yin Zhu, and they didn't dare to seek trouble with him. Taking advantage of the moment he was being soothed, they turned their attention to the Dragon King. However, after Yin Zhu's rampage, the gods had suffered heavy losses, and their combat power had decreased significantly. Not to mention taking the opportunity to kill the Dragon King. Even simply restricting its movements was impossible. The Dragon King was a pure combination of chaotic energy and destructive will. It had no special abilities, but its massive body, strong defenses, and terrifying physical destruction capabilities were enough to destroy the divine realm. Damn it! The god of destruction saw the gods unable to contend with the Dragon King, spat, and cursed Yin Zhu in his heart. At this moment, the god of Azura, whose divine body was also shattered, whispered in his ear, "It seems the revival of the dragon god is unstoppable. Instead of fight to the death, we might as well sit at the table and reshuffle the deck." Hearing this, Destruction steadied himself, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, accepting reality. Once this matter was over, he planned to find a successor to pass on his divine position and then ascend. He had had enough of this divine realm. Don't worry, she'll succeed soon. Qian Rushue helped Yin Zhu adjust his collar, said. The other deities also ceased their actions. Yi Lingling reminded, "Hey, do they dare?" Yin Zhu sneered, "I said it beforehand. If they don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't come to persuade me anymore. I don't know what they did to make you so furious." Qian Rushue gently touched Yin Zhu's face, leaning her chest against him, trying to lighten his mood. This tactic was evidently quite effective. Yin Zhu naturally placed his hand on Qian Rushue's hip, saying, "They destroyed all the treasures I carried with me." I can tell. Yi Lingling understood Qian Rushue's intention and hugged Yin Zhu's arm, pressing her chest against him, saying, "Azu, you really scared me just now." Yin Zhu looked at Yi Lingling and couldn't help but pinch her cheek, saying, "Still playing tricks in front of me? Just stop it. I won't take the initiative to attack, okay? You too, don't tempt me anymore. Once this is over, you'll have it coming." Thus, everyone watched the movements of the Dragon King, quietly awaiting the outcome, though this outcome was not without variables. Right now, the situation the gods hoped to see the most was for Gu Yu to be obliterated during the fusion with the Dragon King, leading the Dragon King to completely become a chaotic monster. Although this would be somewhat tricky, it would have no intelligence, and naturally, no one would stand on its side, including Yin Zhu. The gods, who were unaware of the truth, finally understood that Yin Zhu was sharing a bed with a newly promoted angel god and the goddess of life. If someone could communicate and restrain them, it would be manageable. However, the gods still underestimated Gu Yu's preparations. Ultimately, the Golden Dragon King let out a thunderous roar and suddenly lowered his body, curling up into a ball. Then, he radiated a golden light and transformed into a glowing orb, which shrank smaller and smaller until it exploded. In an instant, golden dragon scales flew everywhere, and a graceful figure emerged from the light, revealing a cold face identical to Qian Runshue's, slowly opening her eyes. Gods, this seed has returned. Well, she was now speaking with an echo. Yanzu shook his head, recalling what Guyu had said to him before she went to confront the Golden Dragon King. He now wondered if the Guyu before him still remembered him. Dragon God, it's been a long time. The god of destruction flew forward, looking up at the dragon god. Upon hearing this, Guyu sneered, and her laughter sent shivers down the spines of those present. They had been dazed by Yanzu's earlier terror and seemed to have forgotten that the dragon god was not easy to deal with either. Disappointed, are you? Guyu looked at the god of destruction with a mocking expression and said, "You can't defeat me. You went to great lengths to deceive me." And I was indeed dazed enough to actually believe in humans. Things like this. The god of destruction asked, "So what do you want? What do you think?" The dragon god no longer regarded the god of destruction, now understanding schemes and tricks. Although she was too lazy to use them, she would not be fooled again. "Now you want to negotiate?" The dragon god glanced over the gods, noticing that more than half were missing. She couldn't help but focus her gaze on Yanzu. She had to admit that this kid had surprised her quite a bit. It would be best to resolve this peacefully, but if you want to settle accounts, we will accompany you to the end. The god of destruction knew that his side was currently at a disadvantage, but he wouldn't let his words lose their authority. After all, if it came down to a fight, if the divine realm shattered, the dragon god would have nowhere to go. The god of destruction understood that she would definitely want to reclaim something, primarily depending on how far she wanted to go. Guyu ignored the harsh words from the god of destruction and approached Yanzu. Yanzu looked at the cold expression in front of him and revealed a hint of confusion, saying, "So, do you remember everything? What do you think?" Guyu replied indifferently, but her hand suddenly grabbed Yanzu's groin, saying, "Don't be sad, kid. The position I'm in is not my intention. But this is how I am now. It's innate, can't be changed, understand?" Yanzu instantly beamed with joy from Guyu's grab and said, "I understand perfectly. Please continue." Seeing this, Qianrenshu sighed helplessly. Upon hearing Qianrenshu sigh, Guyu looked at her and then back at Yanzu, saying, "For your sake, my asking price won't be too high." Yanzu didn't understand why Guyu suddenly said this. But Qianrenshu knew clearly that although she hadn't participated in the God of Destruction's organization this time, she was still a deity of the human race. If the dragon god insisted on representing the beast race to seek justice from the human race, it would be difficult for her, as the angel god, to remain uninvolved. However, Yilingling had an indifferent attitude towards this. Even during the Divine Realm War years ago, the goddess of life had only saved lives and healed the wounded, and nothing else concerned her. Guyu returned to stand before the god of destruction, looking at the Azura god, the sea god, and the souls of other deities behind him, unable to help but laugh, saying, "Now it's just you who has the final say, right?" The god of destruction also turned back to take a look and then nodded, saying, "No difference." "All right." Guyu stood tall, saying, "My asking price isn't high. At least compared to the suffering our beast race has endured, it's nothing. I want my dragon god domain back, but I want the space to be expanded by double." "That's impossible." The god of destruction immediately refused without thinking. "The dragon god domain is already the largest domain, and you want to expand it by double? Are you expecting me to just take back what originally belonged to me and act as if nothing happened?" Guyu's demeanor didn't change, but her tone made it clear she was already angry. "My dragon god domain is still large. I have the ability to maintain it well." Guyu scoffed, "Unlike you bunch of useless people who only manage your own little territory. When faced with a little wind and waves, you can't withstand it and want others to pick up the pieces." The god of destruction's face darkened. "You should also know the current situation of the dragon god domain. Returning it to you intact is very troublesome. Not to mention, where do you plan to get the extra space from? That's something you need to consider." Guyu said, "What? Can't you settle your own debts? If you want me to come personally to claim it, it won't just be double." "What are they talking about?" Yanzu listened and got the gist of it. Seeing that Qianrenshu was focused, he asked. Qianrenshu explained, "In the divine realm, the larger the domain you control, the more you can do, just like a house. The larger the foundation, the more space you have to utilize. For example, the more mortals it can accommodate." "I see. So, does that mean the higher-ranking gods can bring more people from the divine realm?" Yanzu said, "Then how do we count this? Can you accommodate them?" Qianrenshu replied, "You don't need to worry about this. Just listen to what she has to say." "Why are you so concerned? Shouldn't that be their old accounts?" Yanzu asked curiously. Qianrenshu helplessly replied, "Dear, I am also an angel god. How can I not care about matters concerning the light domain? You should care about this too. Otherwise, if I can't accommodate everyone, where will you take your sisters?" Yanzu chuckled. "That's easy. I've already made enemies with quite a few people today. If you can't accommodate them, then let's go destroy an enemy and take their place." "You." Qian Rinxue shook her head helplessly, not intending to lecture him. Yanzu continued, "Hey, speaking of which, I guess I'm also a god now. I should have my own territory." Qian Rinxue nodded. "Those who arrive in the divine realm, like you, naturally need to expand their divine realm and create their own domain. How do I do that?" Yanzu asked curiously. Qian Rinxue shook her head. "You can't. Are you denying that you're my husband?" Yanzu is even more curious now. Qian Rinxue said leisurely, "Who told you to come up and kill so many people? To expand the divine realm, the help of the gods is essential. You should just enjoy my support." Chapter 177. Procreation and negotiation didn't take much time because Guyu's attitude was very clear. Either reach a deal or start a fight. The god of destruction, who also had a fiery temper, originally wanted to erupt, but thinking of the gods behind him and seeing Yanzu still watching closely, he had to hold back and agree to Guyu's demands. Thus, this war ended with 6 or 7 deities of the human race severely injured and a land surrender for peace. Redefining the domains would take some time. You first. The god of destruction hadn't finished speaking when Guyu coldly snorted and waved her hand, releasing a wave of golden divine power. This divine power caused the gods to be repelled, sending them staggering backward, with only Yanzu and the other 2 remaining unaffected. "What are you doing? Stop now." The Azura god, who was also pushed back, yelled immediately upon seeing this. "Shut up, I know how much to take," Guyu said, and then her entire body erupted with even more powerful divine energy, this time directly sending the gods flying even further. The divine realm might collapse like this. Qian Rinxue showed concern and said, "More than half of the gods have been severely injured by Yanzu. Their domains have already started to become unstable. And if you forcibly expand like this..." Noisy. Guyu glanced at Qian Rinxue and then at Yanzu and didn't say anything further. "What are you doing? Why are you reacting so strongly?" Yanzu asked. Qian Rinxue replied, "She is constructing her own domain. Isn't that what she should be doing?" Yanzu asked. "Yes, that's her power, but the means are too violent," Qian Rinxue said with a worried expression. "That's your incompetence," Guyu said lightly. "I sent them away to let them return to their own places and do their respective jobs. Azu, pay close attention to everything I do. You will need to do the same in the future." "I don't quite understand," Yanzu said. "To use one's divine power to construct one's own domain and create a favorable environment for oneself," Guyu said. "I'm clearing the field right now. Once I get the size of the domain I deserve, I will stop." "It's big enough," Yanzu said. "The 2 of us living here is sufficient." Guyu rolled her eyes at Yanzu and said, "What do you mean by the 2 of us?" "The Dragon God domain is a shared domain of my beast clan. Although I'm the only one here for now, I have returned to the divine realm, and soon those suppressed beast clan powerhouses will ascend here, returning to the prosperous scene of the past." Hearing this, Yanzu said, "Isn't this going to lead to small conflicts every 3 days and big conflicts every 5 days? So I need a large enough territory, unless they want to cause trouble." Guyu looked at Yanzu and said, "You and I will always stand on my side, right?" "Of course," Yanzu answered without a second thought. "What about her?" Guyu gave a glance at Qian Rinxue. "What do you mean by that? You are all mine. Why the need to mention each other?" Yanzu shook his head and said, "Dear, your awareness is lacking." Guyu was silent for a moment and said, "You are right. We are already gods, so why differentiate between ourselves? Human race, beast race, becoming stronger is to jump out of these constraints. But you humans always like to complicate simple problems, even creating things like the Divine Realm Committee, which is simply laughable. All right, why care about these things?" Yanzu hugged Qian Rinxue and Yi Lingling and said, "Now you've achieved what you wanted, but is there anything else unfinished?" "Yes," Guyu said, "even for me. Constructing such a vast domain is quite taxing, and it puts me in a relatively dangerous position. Azu, during this time, you need to protect me from sneak attacks by the human gods." "Oh, you are also human now." Saying this makes Schwerer and Lingling feel so awkward. Yanzu laughed and said, "Just name names." Qian Rinxue said lightly, "I have no malice, so there's nothing awkward about it. Hey, have you 2 come out? Is everyone else all right?" Yanzu asked. "Other than my mother not adapting at first, nothing else is wrong," Qian Rinxue said. Yi Lingling suddenly showed a look of confusion upon hearing this. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yanzu thought Qian Rinxue was hiding something from him, but in his impression, Qian Rinxue had never deceived him. Yi Lingling blinked and asked, "Among us, Sister Xue, who is the mother you mentioned?" Qian Rinxue was momentarily stunned and blushed a little. Yi Lingling's eyes widened, looking at Qian Rinxue, then at Yanzu. "You didn't know? Didn't I tell you?" Yanzu suddenly remembered that many people didn't know about the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, especially when the two stood together. Although they resembled each other, no one would associate them as mother and daughter. Cough. Yi Lingling felt a bit of pain in her chest, coughed a couple of times, and sighed. Azu, after all these years, you always manage to surprise me. Truly worthy of you. Yinzu laughed and said, Of course, when have I ever disappointed you? After saying that, Yinzu hugged Yi Lingling and gave her a good squeeze, but with nothing around, he couldn't find a place to push her down. Where? Yinzu asked Guyu. Is this going to be our home from now on? But there's nothing here. Guyu was slightly moved upon hearing this and frowned a bit, but did not refute Yinzu's affectionate name for her. With a wave of her hand, a bed appeared before Yinzu. Wow, it could be like this. Yinzu blinked in surprise, pushed Yi Lingling down onto the bed, sat down to feel it, then said it's too soft, not good for exerting force. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinzu felt the bed's elasticity decrease significantly. This is something you need to learn, Guyu said, in your own domain. Since everything is constructed by your divine power, you can do whatever you want with this space. So, it means whatever I want I can have? Yinzu asked excitedly. Guyu said, Not exactly, but I can do it. If you want to ask for a reason, it's because I master multiple elemental powers. My dear wife is truly amazing. After saying that, Yinzu looked at Yi Lingling with a mischievous smile. Yi Lingling hurriedly covered her chest with both hands and said, No. It's too open here. It's not good to be seen. Guyu replied, Don't worry. The surroundings are all my territory. Without my permission, no one can come in. Look, isn't your sister, Shui, very thoughtful? Yinzu pulled Qianren Shui over and said, Shui, I feel that the change you mentioned is happening. I think we could try it now. Looking at Yinzu's excited and expectant expression, Qianren Shui felt a bit reluctant to refuse him, but said, Aren't you too happy that you forgot there's still a bunch of people waiting for your news? I need to go back and tell them everything is resolved. Oh, look at me, I got too excited. Yinzu slapped himself and said, In that case, bring them all over. Let's try together. Come to my place, Qianren Shui said. I need to protect Yuer. Besides, Yuer has prepared the bed for us. After saying that, Yinzu looked at Guyu and asked, Yuer, can this bed be made a few times bigger? It's too small. Guyu casually waved her hand, and the bed Yinzu was lying on instantly expanded several times. Seeing this, Yinzu raised his eyebrows at Qianren Shui with a smug look, while Qianren Shui looked at Guyu, knowing that to bring people in, she naturally needed Guyu's consent. Furthermore, Guyu's divine domain was still in the construction phase, and Hulina and the others hadn't reached divine level strength. Entering here would put considerable pressure on her. But Guyu just nodded slightly and said, No problem. You all do your thing, don't mind me. Watching Guyu so calm and nearly indifferent, Qianren Shui couldn't help but sigh. You two really are a perfect match. After saying that, Qianren Shui left the Dragon God domain and soon brought Bibi Dong and the others over. Everyone had already heard from Qianren Shui that everything was resolved smoothly, so upon entering the Dragon God domain, they were all curious at first. What unfolded before them was a blank space, and in this blank space, Guyu hovered in midair, continuously releasing soul power, and beneath her was an exaggeratedly large bed. Meanwhile, Yinzu was pinning Yi Lingling down on the bed, constantly burying his face in her chest. Poseidon remarked, He really can't sit still for a moment. Yinzu saw that all his wives had arrived and temporarily stopped his actions. When the women gathered around the bed, he finally said, Now I want to announce something big. The women, unsure of what he was going to say, just looked at him. Yinzu raised his voice and declared, Today, I have finally fulfilled my wish to bring my most beloved ones to this divine realm. From now on, we will have endless joyful times together. While Yinzu was speaking grandly, the women looked around curiously, especially Shui Binger, Shuiwer, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong, who were younger and not very powerful. This divine realm was truly fascinating to them. It felt like a dream. Ning Rongrong reached out to pinch Yinzu's face, saying, It just feels so unreal. You'll know it's real soon enough. Yinzu replied, pulling Ning Rongrong's hand and tossing her onto the bed. He continued, The second thing I need your help to verify. Qianren Shui knew what Yinzu was getting at and voluntarily sat on the bed, crossing her legs and smiling at the others. All right, you just want to see if your infertility is cured, right? Making such a fuss about it. Aziz rolled her eyes and said, Hey. Yinzu jumped up from the bed. Is there anyone who dismantles their husband's stage like you? Aziz retorted, There's no outsider here. Who doesn't know about your little problem? You're defying me. Still dare talk back. Yinzu threw Aziz onto the bed and said, I must punish you first. Without hesitation, Yinzu tore open Aziz's clothes, suddenly realizing and grinning, Oh, you understand me. I see you want to be the first to get me to you, and then be the first to get pregnant, huh? Bestowing you this honor would make me seem biased. Z couldn't help but laugh, and said, look at you, talking about honors. Is there anyone more shameless than him in this world? But despite the teasing, since Yanzu mentioned it, although the women didn't seem to want to compete on the surface, a strange sense of rivalry stirred within them. After all the effort to come to the divine realm, if Yanzu really regained his fertility, the first child would certainly be significant. On the side, Yilingling saw Yanzu pushing a Z down again and became unhappy. She had already done most of the foreplay, feeling quite emotional, and now being interrupted. Was she supposed to wait? Why is it taking so long? Yilingling sat up from the bed, wrapping her jade arms around Yanzu's neck, her cool little hand wandering across his chest, making him feel ticklish. Looks like Sister Lingling wants this honor, Ning Rongrong said with a smile, watching from the side. Yilingling would not miss the chance to tease Rongrong. Hearing her say this, she released Yanzu and said, Rongrong, you're the one who wants this honor the most, right? But you're still young when the baby comes out. You'll be hungry and have to ask Sister Zhuqing for milk. As soon as this was said, all the women burst into laughter, and Ning Rongrong's face turned red. Puffing out her chest, don't talk nonsense, Sister Lingling. That's all in the past. Who is still young? If it weren't for you being reborn after becoming a god, I'd still be bigger than you. Compared to Zhuqing, we're both little monkeys, so no one can say anything. Bibi Dong and Poseidon quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, letting the young girls have their fun. Who told me I became a god? Yilingling loosened her bodice slightly, flaunting her alluring curves to Ning Rongrong, their S in order of age. Being older means you can bully the younger. All right, Sister Lingling, I'll let you off, Ning Rongrong said, then jumped onto the bed, initially aiming for Yilingling, but slipping and falling into Yanzu's arms. The other women saw this and finally realized, what a clever little girl with ulterior motives. Hulaina was more straightforward. She directly climbed onto Yanzu's lap, her bouncy bottom pressing against him, making him feel quite comfortable and enjoying it. Hulaina said nothing, just looked at Yanzu with wide eyes, her cheeks quickly turning rosy, exuding charm to the extreme. Yanzu couldn't keep up with everything and saw that Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were still a bit shy. So he said, all right, stop messing around. Just like that night, we'll all cover up with a big blanket. Whoever hugs whom is whom. And don't say I'm biased. That one do. Ning Rongrong protested. Who doesn't know your eyes? You can still see clearly under the blanket. That's still biased. So what do you suggest? Yanzu asked with a smile. Hulaina, blushing, leaned close to Yanzu's ear and whispered a few words, then shyly lay down in Qianrenchua's arms. Hearing this, Yanzu thought Hulaina's idea was great, so he closed his eyes and reclined back on the bed, saying, I'm ready. Who is coming first? Chapter 178. Reproduction 2. The idea given by Hulaina allowed Yanzu to hand over the choice to the women. At this moment, he lay on the bed with his arms spread wide, eyes closed, looking completely relaxed. It's not the first time. Just go wild, Z said disdainfully. You still think we'll sit on you, huh? Let him lie there alone. Exactly. When did it ever become my turn to serve you? Ning Rongrong also stood up from the bed, pretending to leave. Yanzu didn't rush at all. He still held Yilingling's hand. Since this idea came from Hulaina, she would naturally stay. She was quite clever, betting on who would be the shyest. Just as Z and Ning Rongrong reached an agreement to leave together, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and climbed onto the bed. Say, hey, it's not the first time. Why are you still being polite? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's actions, the other women became alert. Hulaina, who was watching the show, realized it was too late to intervene, as she noticed a pair of purple panties lying on the bed's edge, clearly indicating that Zhu Zhuqing had taken them off in one smooth motion as she approached the bed. Yanzu opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was already prepared on top of him, smiling, dear, come on, let us make it successful this time. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and then asked, do you want a boy or a girl? If it's Zhuqing, then of course I want a girl. Otherwise, how would you carry on the excellent genes of your family? Yanzu said, completely ignoring the jealous and unwilling gazes of the others. Opportunities are equal. If you don't come up to compete, you can't blame him for being biased. Originally planning to leave, Z and Ning Rongrong were infuriated by Zhu Zhuqing's actions. Among the crowd, there was actually a traitor, but turning back now would be too embarrassing. The two women thought similarly and hesitated, only to find that Shui Binger and Shui Yuer had also climbed onto the bed, softly whispering to Yanzu. Previously, Yanzu had turned off the lights and covered everyone with a big blanket, so no one could see anyone. and everyone was huddled together waiting for Yin Zhu to take advantage of the situation. Now, in this bright dragon god realm, they couldn't be so open. However, Zhu Zhuqing broke the deadlock first, and everyone soon dropped their pretenses, filling the dragon god realm with laughter and playful banter. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing received Yin Zhu's first time after entering the divine realm. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's flushed face and her unfulfilled desires, Yin Zhu shook his head and said, "Don't be too greedy. It's time for the other sisters." Zhu Zhuyin reluctantly leaned back, leaving Yin Zhu's body. The brave one's short sword remained sharp, having only gone through a fierce battle that barely dulled its edge. Hulaina, seeing Zhu Zhuyin finally give way, immediately took over, pouting and feeling unwilling. "Damn it, it was my idea, yet she gotta go first. Who told you to just sit there and watch?" Yin Zhu was filled with battle intent, and after speaking, he and Hulaina went straight to the point. Bibi Dong and Posey watched as they took turns performing passionately, feeling a bit flushed and their hearts stirred. Touching her warm cheeks, Bibi Dong's gaze collided with Posey's, and wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness. She remarked, "Young people really know how to have fun." However, Posey did not respond to Bibi Dong. Firstly, she never felt old. The long years she spent on Sea God Island were rather monotonous. Before encountering those events that changed her fate, even though she had lived many years, it felt no different from living just a day. Bibi Dong was different. She was originally the Pope, accustomed to a certain position and style, so even though they were all Yin Zhu's women, she still regarded Hulaina and Ning Rongrong as juniors in her heart. Thus, her reserve was even harder to break. Unless Yin Zhu forcibly picked her up and took her to bed, she would not take the initiative. "Keep it down. It's so noisy." Guyu above could no longer bear the disturbance and shouted, but everyone showed no signs of restraint. "If you want to join, then come. What does it matter if we do those things later? We have plenty of time." Yin Zhu shouted to Guyu above, making her feel flustered, and the action of expanding the divine realm became noticeably rougher. Qian Rinxue also maintained her composure, constantly paying attention to Guyu's movements. While everyone enjoyed themselves, she was protecting Guyu. Once a round ended, Zhu Zhuyin feared it would not be enough and climbed back onto Yin Zhu. Naturally, the others were not willing to fall behind. On Yin Zhu's side, it was a day of indulgence, with music and revelry, while on the other side, the gods of the divine realm all had long faces. Those deities whose physical bodies have been shattered by Yin Zhu returned to their own domains. To maintain the strength of their souls, they could only honestly stay in their own domains from now on, ensuring the stability of the divine realm. However, clearly, no god was willing to be a blood supply for the divine realm, especially now that Guyu was continuously expanding her dragon god domain, making matters worse. Guyu's actions were like tearing down a high-rise building and then building her own house next to it. To stabilize the divine realm and prevent it from collapsing due to the dragon god's recklessness, the pressure on them was indeed quite significant. The god of destruction returned to his domain, just as the goddess of life returned from healing other deities. Seeing the god of destruction sulking in his chair, she approached and lay in his arms, softly saying, "No matter what, the matter is resolved. Everything is just beginning." The god of destruction opened his eyes, looking at his beloved in his arms. What could have been a long-standing hidden danger can be settled today? But who would have thought that there would be such a freak next to the dragon god? After all these years, I've finally broadened my horizons. The goddess of life felt a bit of dread upon hearing this. She was well aware of the severity of the injuries those deities had sustained. Fortunately, that Yin Zhu seemed to still be unable to fully utilize divine power. Otherwise, some deities might not even be able to preserve their souls. "By the way, your heir." The god of destruction furrowed his brows slightly. "That one called Yi Lingling, is she his woman? What's his background?" "I don't know either." The goddess of life shook her head. "I chose Yi Lingling because her affinity is the most suitable for me. As for her man, the one called Yin Zhu, I've observed him. He seems to possess powers beyond our understanding. Someone like him staying in the divine realm will only cause more trouble. I can already foresee what will happen next." The god of destruction pinched his temple, feeling a bit of a headache. The goddess of life gently touched his face and said, "Why worry so much? You should understand my thoughts. We've already worried enough for this divine realm. I don't like this kind of life anymore. You should find an heir early, hand over your divine position, and let's go elsewhere to start a new experience. How about it? That would make me seem like I'm running away." The god of destruction shook his head, but then again, those things the dragon god researched back then were quite interesting, including the expansion of the divine realm, which I supported. However, I didn't expect him to end up burning himself. Now that he has returned to the divine realm, It has made these boring days more interesting. What are you thinking? The goddess of life asked, now somewhat worried, fearing that if the god of destruction were to choose to eliminate the dragon god, it would be himself who would be seriously injured. As the companion of the god of destruction, she naturally cared for his safety. But she couldn't say it outright because she also understood the god of destruction's temperament. No matter how many years he lived, provoking him was always effective. I have two ideas, the god of destruction said. First, if we cooperate with the dragon god, relying on the current strength of the divine realm, we might be able to expand the divine realm to an unprecedented level. Of course, this would also consume a lot from us, but if we can achieve it smoothly, the friction between humans and beasts will inevitably reduce significantly. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is only the dragon god among the beast gods now. It won't be long before more beast gods emerge. By then, the divine realm will become quite crowded. It's already quite crowded, the goddess of life sighed, thinking of the bunch of women Yin Zhu brought along. Speaking of the increase of beast gods, it poses quite a few disadvantages for humans. But it doesn't have a negative impact on the divine realm because their strength is strong enough. However, those people Yin Zhu brought along are a different story. In the divine realm, even a first-level deity could only bring 2 people into the divine realm. Any more would increase the burden on all gods. Yet Yin Zhu brought a whole bunch at once. Not only that, but since the goddess of life and Yi Lingling were basically on the same wavelength, she could clearly see everything Yi Lingling was doing in the divine realm. It was one thing for him to bring people up. He was even creating people. That was a bit too selfish and excessive. The god of destruction did not notice the sudden blush on the goddess of life's face and continued to speak to himself. As for the second option, if I have to say, the reason the balance of the divine realm is currently off is all because of that guy called Yin Zhu. I just don't understand how he, as a human, ended up mingling with the dragon god. If we could clarify their interests and then make him turn against the dragon god, then taking down the dragon god would be an easy task. I'm afraid he might be an even more troublesome existence than the dragon god, the goddess of life said worriedly. He already is, the god of destruction replied. He has already proven that he is far more powerful than the dragon god. Even during the dragon god's peak, with a group of beast gods, he never caused such heavy losses to our people. This time, even the Azura and sea gods suffered heavy blows. However, it seems he also has ties with the heir of the angel god. This kid actually enjoys the blessings of having 2 divine heirs. Truly, to win him over and make him turn against the dragon god, the goddess of life shook her head. Just now, she understood why this human Yin Zhu would stand on the side of the dragon god, because through Yi Lingling's perspective, she saw that the one striving on Yin Zhu's body had already changed from Yi Lingling to that lofty dragon god. This was the reason they mingled together, with no interests involved, only because of love and desire. This kid can capture so many beauties, which shows that he must treat his women extremely well. Otherwise, they wouldn't willingly stay by his side. Therefore, for the god of destruction to want him to turn against the dragon god and cause harm is undoubtedly a dream. By the way, since your heir is that kid's woman, why not let her negotiate a bit and understand the situation? The god of destruction suddenly said. And at the same time, it could also apply some pressure on the angel god. After all, the heavy losses in the human divine realm all stem from that Yin Zhu. Since he can choose to stand by the dragon god, there must be a reason he cannot refuse. The goddess of life advised besides. What could you possibly offer that the dragon god can't? If you must say something, it's the dragon god who can provide, and you might not be able to. What could it be? The god of destruction clearly wasn't convinced by this statement. The goddess of life vaguely replied, you don't need to ask what it is. Just say whether it's true or not. Oof. The god of destruction snorted coldly and said nothing. In the dragon god's domain, aside from Poseidon, Bibi Dong, and Qianrengshu, the other girls had already exhausted themselves from the battle, slumped weakly beside Yin Zhu, and they had also reaped considerable rewards. Among them, only Guyue could match Yin Zhu, but Guyue seemed to have some thoughts of revenge, her momentum much fiercer than Yin Zhu's, as if complaining that Yin Zhu was doing those things in front of her without paying her any mind. Looking at the dragon god, who was also not doing anything serious, Qianrengshu felt somewhat helpless and couldn't help but wonder to herself, what on earth am I doing? Thus, neither Guyue nor Yin Zhu was willing to yield to the other. In the end, it was Guyue who got off the bed first, got dressed, and continued to expand her dragon god domain. Yin Zhu looked at his achievements and let out a long howl, thinking this should be enough now. If there were still no results after this, Yin Zhu would just give up, feeling a little less expectation in his heart. So no matter the final outcome, he could accept it. Having thought this through, Yin Zhu felt refreshed and looked towards Bibi Dong Poseidon and Qian Ringshu, who had been watching from the sidelines. At this moment, Qian Ringshu had lost her mood and said that the angel god was looking for her about something before leaving only Bibi Dong and Poseidon. There was no need to say much about Poseidon. She had been proud and indifferent towards Yinzu for quite some time, and they had both gotten used to this tacit understanding. However, Yinzu was somewhat surprised that Bibi Dong hadn't joined in, considering she had spent so many years alone. Just as Yinzu got up to embrace Bibi Dong, she whispered an interesting question in his ear. Chapter 179, Reproduction, Part 3, because Gyue hadn't arranged the sun, moon, and stars in this dragon god domain yet. It had always been daytime here. If it weren't for their exhaustion, these girls who had just arrived in the divine realm wouldn't have easily fallen asleep. At this time, the only ones left who hadn't confronted Yinzu were Poseidon and Bibi Dong, who had been watching from the side. Yinzu intentionally teased Poseidon, so he first indulged Bibi Dong on the bed, kissed her passionately, and then began to tug at her clothes. Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh, leaning close to Yinzu's ear, and said, "If we have a child, what should he call Schwerer?" Ah. Yinzu was momentarily stunned by Bibi Dong's question, but quickly dismissed any hesitation, saying, "Why care about that? Schwerer has already become a deity, so you don't need to worry. If you don't mention it and I don't mention it, the child won't know the details." After saying this, Yinzu glanced at the few girls who were sound asleep and said, "Even they still don't know your relationship with Schwerer, so it's not a big deal. There's nothing in this world that can stop my love for you. We should have a child, don't you think?" Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled, and she softly responded with an mm. Although she had already given birth to Qian Ringshu, that child had been taken away by the followers of the god of angels right after birth. So, if you really think about it, this would be her first time becoming a mother, starting from scratch, nurturing a life until it matures. Yinzu and Bibi Dong tangled together, engaging in intimate activities, and then he lifted his head to look at Poseidon, who was continuously tightening her thighs, and said, all right, stop acting coy. Come here." At this point, do I have to kneel down and beg you? Upon hearing this, Poseidon moved her lips but said nothing, rising to loosen her chest strap, revealing her half-covered body to Yinzu, and then walked towards the bed. Yinzu embraced both of the most beautiful women in the world, wanting nothing more. Such a luxurious and indulgent life made everyone forget the time. They spent their days in the dragon god domain doing nothing but cultivating, sleeping, and engaging in group activities, living a very disciplined and comfortable life. Suddenly, one day, Ning Rongrong felt uncomfortable, unable to sit or lie down, feeling inexplicably flustered. She lay in Yinzu's arms, pouting and mumbling, unable to explain what was wrong. Everyone was startled and had different expressions. Yinzu's eyes lit up as he gently stroked Ning Rongrong. Yi Lingling stepped forward, her palm radiating a faint green light, pressing it against Ning Rongrong. Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu patiently accompanied her. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer whispered to each other. Hulaina and Zhu Jian touched their own bellies, feeling regretful. Azi and Poseidon appeared, slightly curious, standing behind Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu, waiting for Yi Lingling's conclusion. After a while, Yi Lingling took a deep breath, her excitement evident on her face. She pursed her lips and lightly nodded at Yinzu. Yinzu looked at Yi Lingling, his eyes seemingly asking, "Are you sure?" Yi Lingling smiled and nodded vigorously. Yinzu let out a long howl, suddenly stood up, lifted Ning Rongrong by the waist, turned her around in a circle, and exclaimed, "I didn't expect it. Rongrong is so capable." Ha ha! Ning Rongrong was still unclear about the situation. Her discomfort turned into annoyance as Yinzu did this, and she kicked him with her long leg, saying, "What are you doing? Put me down." Yinzu set Ning Rongrong down, nodding and saying, Yes, I was being silly. Just don't let the child get jostled." "What are you talking about?" Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at him and said, "It hasn't been that long. It's not that easy to lose it. Say something nice." "Really?" Azi asked in disbelief, while Hulaina and Zhu Juyan had similar expressions. "Yes," Yi Lingling confirmed again. Unexpectedly, Rongrong was the first to win the prize. Ha! She must have wanted it the most in her heart. "What?" Ning Rongrong realized, her eyes widening as she said, "Lingling, are you talking about me?" "Exactly. You're going to be a mom." "Ha ha!" Yi Lingling laughed particularly joyfully. "Oh no, don't say that." Ning Rongrong suddenly felt shy upon hearing the word mom. Originally, she wanted to argue, but upon hearing that she would have the identity of a mother, she felt a shiver all over, and goosebumps erupted. "But it's no use being afraid. What is meant to come will come." Yi Lingling said, "Don't worry, with me here. I won't let you suffer at all." Yinzu held Ning Rongrong, and in his eyes, she seemed to radiate a faint glow. He felt she had never been as beautiful as today, and suddenly he felt a little hungry, wanting to consume Ning Rongrong entirely. Amidst the congratulations and joyful gazes of everyone, Ning Rongrong finally lowered her head in embarrassment. Although there was some fear of the unknown, in the care of everyone and the embrace of Yinzu, she felt incredibly warm all over. Such an important matter should be reported to the Lord Ning. Bibi Dong nudged Yinzu, who was only looking at Ning Rongrong. Yinzu came to his senses and nodded, saying, "Yes, not only him, my parents should know about this too." After saying that, Yinzu clapped his hands again and said, "You reminded me. Now that the overall situation is settled, it's time to bring them up to enjoy life." Qian Rinxue shook her head and said, "What do you mean the overall situation is settled? Since you came to the divine realm, you've only been thinking about having children with us every day. At this rate, when do you plan to build your own domain?" Hearing this, Yinzu said, "Hey, why are we talking about separation? What is yours is mine, right? Look how big it is here. It wouldn't be too much to leave a bed for your in-laws, right?" Guyu, who was focused on expanding her domain, didn't even open her eyes and said, "If the two elders can get used to giant beasts roaming around, it wouldn't be a problem." Yinzu blinked, thinking to himself, "It might be a bit difficult to make my parents live in the same domain as those arrogant beast gods who just want to live like ordinary people. There's no rush on this matter." Bibi Dong said, "Azu, they might not like the divine realm. It's better to wait until they are about to pass away in the human world before bringing them up to enjoy longevity. That's the truth." Aziz suddenly echoed, saying this divine realm is too boring. Really? Yinzu was about to say that he felt incredibly happy living here, but then thought, if it weren't for beauties like them accompanying him to enjoy physical pleasures and providing emotional value, this vast divine realm would indeed be quite dull. So you need to establish your own domain, That way, you can freely outline the world you desire. Qianrixue said, "My domain is already formed and passed down through generations. It won't change much. Guyu's Dragon God domain is designed for all beast gods. And in the end, it will definitely be a more suitable environment for soul beasts. Don't be so unappreciative." All right, you're always lecturing me." Yinzu hugged Qian Rinxue and playfully touched her, saying, "Did I ever not listen to what you said?" Qian Rinxue frowned slightly, wanting to break free, but unfortunately, Yinzu was too strong, so she had to give up and said irritably, "I'm talking about serious matters. What are you trying to do again?" "What else could I be trying to do?" Yinzu laughed and said, Rong has already proven that I have obtained the ability I wanted, and now my desire is even stronger. Don't think the overall situation is settled." Qian Rinxue punched Yinzu and said, "The return of Guyu to the divine realm was not something the human gods wanted to see. Now that you've made such a big enemy with them, while you're enjoying yourself, they are probably discussing how to deal with you." "That's true." Yinzu snorted coldly and said, "That's exactly what I hope for. I hope you won't stop me then. If they think this divine realm is too crowded, I wouldn't mind making it a bit emptier. Just right? We have a large family, and it will be even more in the future. Shui, you should be on my side." "What are you talking about?" Qian Rinxue said angrily. "I want to avoid bloodshed and sacrifice. If the gods work together, any problem can be easily solved. There is no need for you to live or die. Ba, compassion does not save those who cut off their own paths. Do they even deserve to use the word sacrifice?" Yinzu was quite disdainful of that. All right, stop bickering." Bibi Dong looked at the crowd surrounding Ning Rongrong, asking questions left and right, and advised Yinzu, "As long as the problem is solved, there will be plenty of time in the future. Shui is right. Azu, you should calm down and build your own domain as soon as possible. It's easy to say, but I haven't figured out how to do it." Yinzu looked up at Guyu and said, "All right, I will teach you." Qian Rinxue shook her head and said, "You must not argue with me." Yinzu agreed verbally, but in his heart, he thought it would be nice if some blind god came to provoke him. Adding bricks and tiles himself is not as comfortable as directly moving. While Yinzu was thinking this way, the other gods were also planning similarly. The sea god met with those gods whose bodies Yinzu had shattered, plotting how to eliminate the dragon god Guyu and Yinzu, the tumor of the divine realm, once and for all. After hearing the sea god's plan, all the gods fell into silence. "What do you think?" the sea god asked the Shura god. The Shura god thought carefully and said, "Doing it this way might really work, but the risk is too great and it requires the cooperation of all gods. Do you think destruction, angel, and life would agree to this? Are you really only concerned about this?" The sea god said with a cold smile, "You should know that when it comes to extremes, destruction is not less than us. As for life, ISNT, she just following her man's path to destruction? And as for the angel, there's no need to mention her. She has kept to herself all these years, and besides, this is our common intention. She has no reason to side with that dragon god, right? I thought the Rakshasa was crazy enough. I didn't expect you to be even crazier. The Shura god shook his head and said, well, this disaster 1T be resolved, and I 1T feel at ease. I agree with this plan. We'll go talk to destruction together. The other gods already harbored resentment towards Yinzu, and now that the sea god and Shura god have expressed their stance, they had no reason not to follow. After all, they possess nearly infinite lifespans in the divine realm. Considering the long term, using a bit of sacrifice to eliminate the dragon god in Yinzu is absolutely worth it. As for what kind of sacrifice, the sea god's idea was that the next time the time-space turbulence was about to come, the divine realm would become extremely unstable. Only by gathering the power of all gods could they ensure that the divine realm would not collapse under the ravages of the time-space turbulence. The sea god wanted to directly separate the dragon god domain from the divine realm during the resistance against the time-space turbulence, which is somewhat akin to cutting off a limb to save oneself. This tactic would indeed hurt the enemy 3,000 while self-inflicting 800. Although the pressure of resisting the time-space turbulence would increase, as long as it was stabilized in time, it could still be endured. However, the separated dragon god domain would be in dire straits. At that time, the dragon god would have to face the time-space turbulence alone. One can imagine that the dragon god domain would be like a small boat thrown from a giant ship in a stormy sea, easily capsized and submerged by the giant waves. Considering how arrogant and overconfident the dragon god is, wanting such a large domain at once, maintaining it normally wouldn't be a problem. But for her to protect such a large domain and contend with the time-space turbulence alone would be akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot. In this way, even if the dragon god and Yinzu didn't die in the time-space turbulence due to the collapse of the dragon god domain, they would still be transported to other places by the time-space turbulence. If luck were to run out and neither of the above situations occurred, it would have nothing to do with the divine realm anymore, because the two of them would have been completely severed from the divine realm. Although this plan would cause the divine realm to lose a domain for the human gods, those domains were already in the hands of the dragon god. So losing them didn't make much difference. Therefore, they weren't heartbroken. At worst, they could expand again. Eliminating the heretics in the divine realm and maintaining its long-term stability was the top priority. After gaining the support of most gods, the sea god and Shura god, as representatives, went to discuss this matter with the god of destruction. The goddess of life, due to her connection with Yi Lingling, often saw her successor and her man passionately creating new life, and day by day, her heart fluttered, constantly flirting with the god of destruction. The two were also entangled every day, deeply in love. On that day, the sea god and the Shura god came to visit, just as the god of destruction was halfway through removing the life goddess's attire, which greatly angered her, and she didn't give either of them a good look. The Shura god and the sea god were unaware of why she was so furious, but they knew of her temper, so they didn't pay much attention and directly stated their plan. The god of destruction initially had no intention of chatting with these two old men, but after hearing their plan, he leaned back in his chair, stroked his chin, and fell into deep thought. It was evident that a head-on confrontation was not feasible. None of them were a match for the dragon god and Yinzu. However, if they could harness the power of the time-space turbulence. Seeing that the god of destruction was still hesitating, the sea god said, "Let us be straightforward. Having these two stay in the divine realm is not beneficial for any god." The god of destruction glanced at the sea god, exchanged a look with the Shura god, then yawned and said, "I have to admit, you two are quite crazy. Even I think this is a bit insane. So, are you going to join us? Why not?" Chapter 180. Reproduction. Part 4. The god of destruction, the Shura god, and the sea god confirmed the plan. After the two left, the life goddess appeared before the god of destruction with an unhappy expression. "Have you truly decided to do this?" the life goddess asked. The god of destruction did not look her in the eye and replied, "For the greater good, this is necessary. That dragon god is quite unruly, and the newcomer Yinzu is an outlier among outliers. The idea proposed by Shura indeed has great potential. Moreover, since she, the dragon god, occupies such a vast territory, she should possess the ability to counter the time-space turbulence. If she cannot, she will inevitably pose a threat to us in the future. Have you forgotten the cause of that great war years ago? This guy is arrogant and conceited, so let her fight against the time-space turbulence. The life goddess shook her head, remaining silent, as she felt that her man had changed. In the past, he would not have resorted to such means to deal with his opponents. What about my heir? The life goddess asked. Yi Lingling is Yinzu's lover. They will surely live and die together. Then it depends on her choices, the god of destruction said nonchalantly. If she can persuade Yinzu to turn against them, that would be best. Besides, she is just an heir. We can afford to wait. She is my carefully chosen and nurtured heir. The life goddess said this with some urgency, even a hint of sob in her voice, before turning to leave. The god of destruction didn't chase after her. He merely sighed, as he had long since grown accustomed to such matters. On the other side, Yi Lingling, who had been joking with Ning Rongrong, felt the summon of the life goddess, temporarily left, returned to her own realm, and asked why she had been summoned. The time-space turbulence is nearly upon us, the life goddess said, looking at Ning Rongrong with a complex expression. She felt conflicted. She liked Yi Lingling, especially since she had invested a lot of effort into nurturing her. In her heart, she feared it would be difficult to find another girl so compatible with her in the lower realms. The time-space turbulence threatens the existence of the divine realm, right? Yi Lingling said. The life goddess nodded, saying, you can find records of it in the knowledge I have imparted to you. You will learn what we rely on to counter it. Unity, Yi Lingling replied. The gods work together to maintain the stability of each realm in the divine realm and get through this together. That's right. This requires everyone's effort. Otherwise, even a 1,000-mile dike may collapse from an ant's nest. The life goddess nodded, still weighing her next words. Yi Lingling said, when that day comes, I will do my best to fight alongside you. The life goddess's throat choked. She still couldn't bring herself to say it. If she told Yi Lingling the truth, it would be akin to betraying her own man. Moreover, since this was the collective will of the human gods, if she revealed it, it would be a betrayal of humanity, and she would no longer have a foothold in the divine realm. However, she couldn't bear to watch her heir and her lover go to their deaths together, and her intuition told her that this plan was not the best choice. Do you have any instructions? Yi Lingling asked respectfully. The life goddess was lost in thought and absent-mindedly replied, I know everything about your man, Yinzu, but I don't know how he became close with the dragon god. Yi Lingling smiled helplessly and said, I don't know that either. How can you tolerate it? The life goddess sighed, lamenting his fickleness. It's more than just fickleness, Yi Lingling sighed. It's like having 3 heads and 6 arms plus being fickle. But I have come to terms with it. Although Azu is fickle, he has never abandoned me. In fact, he has given me far more than I have given him. I have nothing to complain about. Since I chose him in the beginning, I will accept all of him, both his strengths and weaknesses. The life goddess nodded, knowing she had no choice but to stand with humanity. Despite the inevitable struggle, she still wanted to protect her heir. She said, when that day comes, you stay by my side and don't go anywhere. After I ascend, this realm will rely on you alone to maintain it. Yi Lingling nodded. As she left, she was somewhat curious. According to the information conveyed by the life goddess, the time-space turbulence would not arrive for quite some time. So why was she discussing this so early? Was it because it was easy to lose track of time in the divine realm? After returning to Yinzu's side, when Yi Lingling mentioned this matter to him, Yinzu asked about Gu Yu's opinion. Gu Yu seemed completely unconcerned, as if she looked down on the attitude of the human gods facing the time-space turbulence. Yi Lingling looked at the vast dragon god realm and couldn't help but sigh. Such a vast realm. Sister Yu, can you manage it all by yourself? Gu Yu was still expanding her realm and casually said, it's a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. I have been trying to utilize the time-space turbulence for many years. Utilize? How do you utilize it? Yinzu asked curiously. Gu Yu thought for a moment and said, the time-space turbulence is merely a jumping point in time and space. If one can grasp its rules and make corresponding countermeasures based on their own abilities, perhaps they could use it to travel to other time and space. Yinzu was slightly shaken by this and pondered for a moment before asking, so, have you summarized the rules? Gu Yu hesitated for a while and then said, it's 50-50. Any great discovery inevitably involves risk. At that time, I had unfinished business, so I couldn't take risks lightly. And now? Yinzu asked, can you take risks now? 50-50, Gu Yu replied dismissively. I like your unique temperament, Yinzu said with a wry smile. Although he and Gu Yu were partners, sleeping together every day, sharing intimacy, Gu Yu's character always made Yinzu feel like they were very familiar strangers. He couldn't see through what Gu Yu was thinking, and she rarely expressed her feelings to him. Perhaps there were originally no feelings? Yinzu thought to himself. After all, This relationship was a transaction from the beginning, and Guyu was a dragon, so her aesthetics must be quite different. After being persuaded by Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong, Yinzu also took time every day to nurture his divine power and learn from the dragon god how to use divine power to construct his own domain. At the same time, Qian Ringshu also conveyed the message to her followers in the lower realm, asking them to inform Ning Fengji of the good news that Ning Rongrong was pregnant. After Ning Rongrong left, her 3 elders from the 7 treasure Glazed Tile clan, who had been worried day and night about her, were overjoyed to hear the news. Even a usually cold and composed Chun Xin felt an impulse to cry. Knowing that everyone was safe in the divine realm, Ning Fengji felt even more at ease. And he also had another thought. Since Yinzu had truly regained his fertility after going to the divine realm, as long as Rongrong's child could successfully awaken the 9 treasure Glazed Tile martial soul, the insurance he had taken out could be reimbursed. In that case, why not marry both of his daughters to Yinzu? How powerful would their children be in the future? Now, his youngest daughter was growing up day by day and would soon blossom into a beautiful young lady. With Yinzu as a precedent, Ning Fengji felt it would be hard to look at any other son-in-law. Ning Rongrong's time enjoying the preferential treatment after her pregnancy did not last long. As soon after, Zhu Zhuyun, Hulaina, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Poseidon all began to show similar symptoms. They were all healthy women, and with such frequent intimacy with Yinzu, it was hard not to conceive. This left Yinzu with a headache. Aside from Bibi Dong, everyone was experiencing pregnancy for the first time, and their tempers were getting worse, turning into old grannies, needing to be pampered both in their palms and on their backs. Although Yinzu was enjoying it over time, he couldn't help but feel exhausted, especially as their bellies grew larger day by day, and he had to sleep in separate beds with them. Strange. Why are you all quiet? After serving Ning Rongrong, Yinzu returned to his bed and looked at the still alluring Bibi Dong, Qian Ringshu, and Yi Lingling, curious. The 3 women exchanged smiles, but said nothing. Yi Lingling laughed. If our bellies were also getting big, who would be accompanying you right now? That's strange. Are you secretly taking medicine behind my back? Yinzu said, looking at Guyu, who showed no signs of pregnancy either. Bibi Dong gently touched her abdomen and said, no need to doubt, it's just the different physical constitutions of gods and humans leading to different external expressions. In fact, we have long. She then glanced at Yi Lingling and Qian Ringshu, both of whom looked tenderly at their own bellies. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Why keep it from me? Yinzu said as he approached and kissed the 3 women's belly buttons. I thought something was wrong again. Yi Lingling pointed at the other beds with a mischievous smile. That's because we were afraid they would feel imbalanced. After all, Rongrong told me that she's been going crazy wanting to be with you these past few days. Hearing this, Yinzu whispered, is it true? Did that little girl really say that? Yi Lingling nodded. Actually, I felt it too, after getting pregnant. It makes one want to do it even more. But that would hurt the baby, especially you, who has no idea what gentleness means, Qian Ringshu laughed. Good thing we are all gods, otherwise. I see. Then after the children are born, I should reward them well. Yinzu sighed. Yi Lingling poked Yinzu's chest muscles with her finger. How about rewarding us first? We're carrying babies and serving you while also helping take care of them. Yinzu chuckled. Of course. After the rewards, Yinzu approached Guyu from behind, hugging her and stroking her flat abdomen. You must be pregnant too, right? Why didn't you tell me? Guyu's tone remained calm. Why should I tell you? This is my child, the child of the dragon god. But it's also mine. Yinzu blinked in disbelief. It's carrying his blood. It's mine. Guyu said, he will live on with the name of the dragon god. Wait. Why does it sound like I have no presence in this? Yinzu asked. Is there a problem? Guyu inquired. The Beast clan needs a leader, and you are the strongest I've seen. A child born from our union will also be the strongest, worthy of the name of the dragon god, leading the Beast clan to continue. Yinzu shook his head. My poor child, before he even grows up, you have already decided his fate. What if he doesn't like the path you planned for him? Guyu suddenly stopped her movements, turned to look at Yinzu, and said, then it's you who interfered. I clearly know that the parents have the most influence on the child's direction. So after he is born, you must not intervene in his life. He will have a clear and great goal. My goodness, if I heard you say this while in your belly, I would have chosen to strangle myself with the umbilical cord. Yinzu exclaimed, this is too suffocating. Suffocating? Guyu suddenly laughed a couple of times, and then said, I don't expect you to understand what it feels like to bear the fate of a whole clan, but if you want to know why, this is the reason. He is in my belly, he is my child, and his responsibility lies here. What about us? Yinzu, feeling Guyu's unyielding determination, asked with a heavy voice. What do we count as? A transaction. Guyu reached into Yinzu's open nightgown and caressed his well-defined chest muscles. We enjoy pleasure. We each take what we need. And in the end, I hope we all have a sense of contract spirit. The most important reason I agreed to be your partner is that I believe our union can produce the most powerful offspring. Is that all? Yinzu gazed into Guyu's eyes. This is the best state, Guyu replied calmly. Yinzu, who do you think has more innate talent in cultivation, humans or soul beasts? Soul beasts, right? Yinzu guessed. You are the strongest in this world, aren't you? I'm just an exception, Guyu said. You must understand that humans are so weak. Mere flesh and blood, without claws or teeth. While most soul beasts are born powerful and possess extraordinary abilities. The starting points of the two races are worlds apart. Yet they can ultimately meet in this divine realm, which shows that the upper limit of humans is far beyond that of soul beasts. This is why I, as a dragon god, still chose the human form. Then you should learn more thoroughly, Yinzu said. Don't treat everything as a transaction. Although it's a bit glitch. Don't you have any feelings for me? After such a long time, shouldn't you have developed some affection? Guyu fell silent for a moment, then leaned against Yinzu's shoulder and said coldly, that is the reason I am strong. Chapter 181. Reproduction 5. Guyu's words left Yinzu with a lingering unease. He hadn't expected the complete dragon god to be such a cold and unfeeling person. Compared to her, Poseidon seemed quite warm-hearted, but she is still carrying my child. Yinzu thought, based on what he had seen and heard, most people would change after becoming parents. Could the dragon god be an exception? Time kept passing, and soon Ning, Rongrong, and the others, who had not yet become gods, had exaggeratedly large bellies. Yi Lingling took care of them the whole time, counting the days. And Qian Renshue also suggested that they all go to the Bright Realm to rest and recuperate, where she could have the angel god bless the children in their wombs in advance. Yinzu also agreed to this proposal, and the whole family moved out of the dragon god realm, leaving the place feeling somewhat desolate. However, Yinzu still came every day to accompany Guyu. He always believed that all living beings have a need for companionship, and, as a husband, it was his duty to be there for his wife during difficult times, even if she was powerful enough to be invincible in the world. Soon, the dragon god realm welcomed a new beast god, Dition, who successfully broke through and reached the divine realm. Guyu ordered him to choose a territory to inhabit. After Dition chose his territory, he created a lake surrounded by mountains, which would become his divine palace. With Dition's addition, Guyu had help in expanding the realm, allowing her to free up her hands to build a palace. With a wave of her hand, intricate beams and painted rafters appeared, and with a thought, strange mountains and unique stones emerged. Yinzu watched as the surrounding void turned into something tangible and beautiful, truly magnificent. Compared to Dition, your divine palace has a high artistic quality, Yinzu said while lying on the bed, looking at Guyu, who was focused on construction. Guyu replied, it's because I've incorporated some aesthetics from human architecture that you have this evaluation. Yinzu then asked, was your previous divine palace like this? Or did it retain the original natural scenery, like Dition's? It was indeed like that before, but now I have to consider you and the child. So I made this change, Guyu said. After all, mating and childbirth are private and dangerous matters. You humans have a saying, be careful, and you can sail for 10,000 years. That's true. Yinzu nodded in agreement. I could handle being in the jungle for some wild action, but doing it in front of the other beast gods feels a bit strange. However, maybe it would be stimulating in its own way. Guyu dismissed it lightly, saying, Dition's arrival is just the beginning. Soon there will be other beast gods coming up. I'll say this in advance. You are not allowed to harm my people here. Do I seem like such an unreasonable person? Yinzu waved his hand. Guyu sneered and said, if you must get angry, you can slightly teach them a lesson to let them know who is strong and who is weak. But do not harm their lives. Is that clear enough? Understood. Yinzu knelt on the bed to accept the decree and then flew forward to embrace Guyu, his hands roaming over her small belly. Rongrong and the others are about to give birth soon. What about you? How long until our child is born? How can a god be compared to a mortal? Guyu replied, it could be as short as a year or as long as several years. Everything is decided by me. Several years? Neza? Yinzu exclaimed in surprise. And what did you just say? You can decide this yourself? The longer the fetus is nourished by divine power, the stronger it will be after birth. Under sufficiently safe conditions, I will pursue the limit, Guyu said while also gently touching her belly. And why are you surprised? It's just a few years. It will pass in the blink of an eye. Yeah. Yinzu sighed. Now he also felt that time was passing too quickly. The days of Ning Rongrong and the others being pregnant seemed like just yesterday, but now they could give birth at any moment. Does that mean Schwerer and the others will also take a long time to give birth? Yin Zhu asked again. Guyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why don't you ask them yourself? What does it have to do with me? How I know their thoughts?" Seeing Guyu so arrogant, Yin Zhu immediately picked her up and pressed her down on the bed for a thorough education. However, this tactic didn't work well on her. She was a god, and still a beast god, with an incredibly strong physique, so Yin Zhu couldn't make her beg for mercy. After the two had their fun, Yin Zhu returned to the Bright Realm, where he took care of the pregnant women while continuing to learn about the use of divine power. However, there was also an angel god here. Unlike Guyu, she was a proper human god, and also a woman. So when Yin Zhu was in her realm having fun with Qianren Xue, Bibi Dong, and Yi Lingling, he often heard the angel god let out faint sighs, the meaning of which was unclear. Once, Yin Zhu even tried to tease the angel god verbally, but was scolded by Qianren Xue. Knowing that Qianren Xue was truly angry, he decided to stop provoking the angel god. Time flew by, and everything was peaceful until one day. Ning Rongrong's scream broke the tranquility. Like a chain reaction, Hulaina, Zhu Zhuyun, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Poseidon, and Azi all welcomed their days of giving birth one after another. With the life goddess Yi Lingling and both the old and new angel gods present, their deliveries went incredibly smoothly, and they experienced almost no pain. Yin Zhu had thought that when that day arrived, the entire Bright Realm would be filled with screams and groans like slaughtered pigs, but it did not happen. Everything went smoothly, and both mothers and children were safe. 2 sons and 5 daughters, a perfectly normal ratio. Among them, Poseidon and Azi gave birth to boys. What surprised Yin Zhu and the women even more was that these children did not cry or fuss when they were born. They looked as beautiful as polished porcelain dolls, each with bright, spirited eyes. According to Qianren Xue, this was the result of the angel god's blessing. Looking at the rows of vibrant little lives before him, Yin Zhu's first reaction was blankness. He couldn't feel tension or joy for a moment. The entire world felt like a vacuum. He saw his women laughing and crying, but he couldn't hear their voices. When he opened his eyes again, Yin Zhu found his wives surrounding him, all looking tense. "Ah," Qianren Xue sighed in relief when she saw Yin Zhu open his eyes. "You scared us. What happened to you?" "What happened?" Yin Zhu asked. Yi Lingling chimed in. "You suddenly collapsed just now, and we couldn't figure out why. It really scared us." Yin Zhu patted his face, realizing he could feel again, as if waking from a dream, and hurriedly asked, "Where are the children?" "They're all right here." Ning Rongrong pointed to a row of cradles set up nearby. Yin Zhu got up and rushed over, seeing his children lying in the cradles, curiously looking around. A surge of love flooded his heart, but he had no way to express it. He turned back and hugged Ning Rongrong and Poseidon, saying, "You've worked hard. Thank you." "Of course," Ning Rongrong said proudly. "This young lady is truly exhausted. Praise me." Yin Zhu laughed heartily, grabbing Ning Rongrong's slender waist and lifting her up. "Rongrong, you're the best in the world." Hearing this, Yi Lingling immediately seized the opportunity to tease. "The best in the world. Rongrong can't let the children go hungry. I've grown a lot lately," Ning Rongrong said, puffing out her chest. Indeed, due to her pregnancy, her breasts had visibly increased in size. "Wow, really?" Yin Zhu exclaimed in surprise. Come, I want to test the waters for the babies. Let me have a taste." "You're so annoying." Ning Rongrong slapped Yin Zhu, causing everyone to burst into laughter. "Stop joking. We haven't even named the children yet," Bibi Dong reminded them. Hearing this, Yin Zhu's mind went blank. "Right? What should we do about that? I haven't read much." Azi exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, there's still times when you get stumped?" "There's no rush. There is plenty of time." The usually reticent Poseidon began to participate in the conversation, and Yin Zhu noticed that her eyes were filled with tender affection, radiating maternal warmth. At least Poseidon had changed quite a bit. Perhaps at this moment, she had fully fallen in love with herself. Yin Zhu thought to himself, "Actually, I'm quite open-minded." Yin Zhu said, "If you have any ideas, just say them. I'm fine with anything. A name is just a code. It doesn't matter if it doesn't carry my surname." Qianren Xue sighed and shook her head, saying, "As expected of you." Yin Zhu shrugged and said, "Well, there's nothing we can do. Just look at them. They're all incredibly good-looking. Although you all have your own strengths, once they merge with my genes, your characteristics won't be distinguishable anymore. I estimate that once they grow up, I might not even be able to tell them apart. What kind of father can't distinguish between his own daughters?" Bibi Dong shook her head helplessly. Just as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, and Hulaina couldn't sit still anymore. Hearing Yanzu say that the naming would be entirely up to them, and that it didn't even have to carry a surname, they instantly got excited and racked their brains to come up with good names for their children. Watching the young mothers passionately discussing, Yanzu revealed a satisfied smile and then looked at his two sons in the cradle, shaking his head. I wonder how many girls these two little rascals will trouble when they grow up. Then, Yanzu turned to look at his 5 lovely daughters and thought, I also wonder which boys will eventually benefit from them. The sudden surge in the population of the Bright Realm clearly put pressure on the angel god. It was that she lacked the ability to protect them, but other deities would sense the birth of these 7 children and would inevitably come to exert pressure. Qianren Xue took the time to inform Yanzu of this matter. Yanzu then discussed it with his women, and they collectively agreed that the divine realm was too monotonous and uninteresting, surrounded by unfriendly gods. It would be better to let them live in the lower realm, where the world was much more exciting, and their respective grandparents were also looking forward to seeing them. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Yanzu decisively decided that in a few years, when the children had fully grown up, he would send them to the lower realm to play. A few years is just a blink of an eye in the divine realm, and Yanzu also noticed that his children were growing rapidly in the divine realm. It seemed that not much time had passed, and the children could already speak and run around, each of them surprisingly intelligent. Because of this, the so-called nursing needs were almost non-existent. The milk that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuyan had stored during their pregnancy had nowhere to go and all benefited Yanzu, leaving him, a grown man, to drink it all at night. As for the children's names, the girls were named by their mothers, while the boys fell to Yanzu. However, this was not difficult for him, probably because Poseidon thought that the surname Bo was hard to name. Yanzu had a sudden inspiration and directly named one Bo Feng Shuiman. As for a Z, it was even simpler. Yanzu raised his hand and named him Peng Yuyan, which made a Z very unhappy. She said, "What is this? Is he not your son?" They all take their mother as surname, and I'm the only one with the surname Peng. How am I going to explain this to the child later? Yanzu shook his hand and said, "Oh, just change the Peng character and it'll all be fine. Stop being so fussy. Let us call him Zai Yuyan. It sounds pretty good. Good sounding my foot. I'm still Ziyuan. She retorted angrily. This is just so perfunctory. How could you be like this? A Z grew more and more upset. But in the end, she accepted the name, and after getting used to it, she didn't find it too unpleasant. Years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, Yanzu felt like he had aged over 10 years. Although it didn't show on the outside, he was genuinely a bit exhausted inside. The 7 energetic little rascals made his head spin every day. Additionally, the divine realm was inherently monotonous, and since these children had no outlet for their energy, they could only cling to their parents to play. They inherited Yanzu's strong body, power, and heat vision, often playing rough with each other, causing constant conflicts. The girls had passed the initial excitement of being new mothers, each feeling drained and exhausted. Even the angel god sighed constantly, fixing this and patching that, feeling helpless. Just when everyone was overwhelmed, Yanzu knew it was time to send them down to the lower realm to experience life. Upon hearing Yanzu's decision, Ning Rongrong and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty, while Poseidon showed a reluctant expression. The children also cheered in excitement at Yanzu's decision because they had been threatened since childhood that if they misbehaved, they would be sent to the lower realm to feed soul beasts, which made them long for the lower realm. Now, they could finally leave the divine realm to play in the lower realm, and they were all overjoyed. Qian Rinxue greeted the angelic offerings in the lower realm, while Yanzu found Guyu and asked her to help him send this group of little troublemakers down. Guyu expressed her confusion over Yanzu's actions, as she believed that these 7 children were all incredibly talented. It was a waste not to cultivate them by his side, but to send them to the lower realm instead. In fact, Yanzu wasn't really tired of the children. On the contrary, he was both pained and happy. However, he felt that life in the lower realm was much more exciting than in the divine realm, and experiencing it would certainly be better than living in the ivory tower of the bright realm. I don't expect you to understand my thoughts. Yanzu smiled slightly at Guyu, then looked at her belly, thinking, it's been a few years, it should be soon, right? What kind of fate will this child that Guyu has high hopes for have? Chapter 182. Reproduction 6. After sending off the children, Yanzu returned to his indulgent lifestyle. Having experienced the torment of raising energetic children, he also had to consider contraception issues. But sometimes he would get carried away and forget, leaving it all to fate. During his leisure time, Yanzu would accompany his wives to keep an eye on the children's lives in the lower realm. Qian Rinxue had sent people to greet them in the lower realm, and Ning Fengji, the Yuming family, and the people from Tianshui Academy all came to welcome these legendary children. Yanzu gradually learned how to use divine power to construct realms and began to try in Guyu's realm. According to Qianrenxue, once Yanzu built his own realm, he could choose to cultivate his offerings, and the divine abode in the lower realm could communicate with the divine realm through the faith power of the offerings. As for the offerings, Yanzu already had a plan in mind, which included those few Tianshui Academy members he had taken when he abducted Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. The so-called love for the house extends to the crows. They had benefited a lot during their time living in Yanzu's divine abode. After distributing the soul bones and herbs to his wives, any surplus was given to them, so they all progressed rapidly. According to their ages, they were already considered guaranteed to become Title Douluos. After a while, Guyu's Dragon God realm finally completed its expansion, no longer encroaching on the realms of other deities. At the same time, several beast gods appeared in the Dragon God realm, all of whom were Guyu's fierce guardians. When they saw Yanzu teasing and squeezing Guyu without restraint, and Guyu didn't seem to mind, they were all left puzzled. One day, after a passionate exchange with Guyu, she blocked Yanzu, who wanted to continue, saying, "The time-space turbulence is about to arrive." I've heard about it," Yanzu nodded. "This should be a piece of cake for you, right? Given the current situation, it's a bit tricky." Guyu fell in a deep thought, biting her lip. "What's wrong? Is there any difficulty? I'll help you sort it out." Yanzu lay beside Guyu, playing with her hair. Guyu sighed and said, "This time I was a bit greedy. So, what exactly is the matter?" Guyu touched her flat abdomen and said, "First, it's the realm. You're staying on the angelic side, so you should also feel how big the gap is between our realms. Maintaining such a large realm. It wasn't a big deal for me, but now there's him. Our child?" Yanzu also reached out to touch Guyu's abdomen and asked, "What's wrong? Is he causing you a burden?" "Not at the moment, but I'm close to my limit," Guyu said. "Soon, I won't be able to control it anymore. He is about to be born. I assume your 3 family members feel the same way. You don't know that during and after childbirth, we will go through a period of weakness, and at that time, our strength will be reduced significantly. Then let's hurry up and give birth. What's the difference between being strong or weak?" "I'm here," Yanzu replied. Guyu said, "The divine power nurturing has a cycle. We can only give birth after it's completed. In my original calculations, there was no problem, but now I've greedily taken an extra cycle, and the arrival of the space-time turbulence has suddenly advanced. Although I now have 5 guardian divine beasts, it's still not very stable. What about me? I'm not human," Yanzu said. Guyu sighed and said, "You are very powerful, but to maintain the stability of the divine realm, I can only say your divine power is average. Then I'll go back and ask Shui Air, Dong Air, and Ling Ling if they can give birth earlier and come and help you. How about that?" Yanzu asked with concern. "Let them come?" Guyu looked shocked and said, "They are all human gods." "What are you talking about? At this time, what does it matter whether they're human or beast? They are all my wives. We are one family, so stop with the discrimination," Yanzu said, flicking Guyu's forehead, which made her frown slightly. "But," Guyu hesitated and said, "our pregnancy time should be about the same. I'm afraid they won't be able to help either. Then let's shrink the realm, or simply go to the angelic side to avoid this round and start over. After all, we have plenty of time," Yanzu suggested. "Shrinking the realm?" Guyu shook her head and said, "That won't work. It's easy to shrink, but hard to take it back. This was supposed to be mine. Is it difficult? Of course, I'll help you." Yanzu cracked his knuckles. Guyu snorted coldly and said, "Then there will be disputes again, and the hat of a warmonger will be placed on my head." "Let them place it. What's the big deal?" Yanzu said nonchalantly. "They like to speak with strength. That's the best way. It's settled then. I'll go back and check on Shui Air and the others, and then we can plan. If all else fails, we can hide with the angelic god. She is very generous, a beauty, he." Guyu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Years ago, I shattered her divine body in battle, and now I run to her for shelter when I'm in trouble. Even if she helps me this time, others will think she is too good-natured, which would tarnish her reputation. What kind of logic is that? Helping others in need could still tarnish her reputation?" "You're starting to talk nonsense," Yanzu said, shaking his head as he got up, waving his hand to put on his clothes, preparing to return to the realm of light. "Helping others in need also depends on who it is. Forget it. You don't understand the reasons behind this." Guyu shook her head, looking at Yanzu as he got dressed, and smiled slightly, saying, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Yanzu turned around with a dissatisfied expression and suddenly leaned down to pinch Guyu's cheeks, saying, "How can you say thank you to me?" Guyu rolled her eyes and stopped talking. Yanzu deeply kissed Guyu's pouting lips and then returned to the realm of light, calling Qian Renshue bye-bye Dong, and Yilingling to discuss the situation regarding the babies in their bellies. It's true. I'm also preparing to give birth, Qian Renshue said, exchanging glances with the other two, who nodded in agreement. Yanzu then explained Guyu's difficulties again. After listening, bye-bye Dong was the first to express, no problem. I can go help her. Qian Renshue closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded, saying, there's no problem in the realm of light. I can also go help her. Then only Yilingling was left. Seeing her look conflicted, Yanzu asked, Ling, is there any difficulty? Just say it. Yilingling said, Azu, logically, I can't refuse to help, but I promised the goddess of life a long time ago that I would assist her on that day. Now saying I can't go is a bit difficult, and going to help sister you would make it even harder to face. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but the goddess of life has treated me very well. No need to say more, Yanzu interrupted, waving his hand. It's not a big deal, just do what you think is right. No one can blame you, and I'm not unreasonable. Qian Renshue said, the goddess of life isn't known for her combat skills, but her divine power is so profound that most deities cannot match it. She can maintain herself without any problem. It's fine. Don't pressure Ling. Since she promised, she should keep her word. The three of us should be enough. Yansu Sa'it. There are also 5 beast gods in the dragon god realm. They are not useless. Qian Renshue frowned and said, I'm not pressuring Ling. I'm analyzing the situation. Guyu's concerns are valid. Although we seem to have many people, don't forget that the dragon god realm is not an ordinary size, and moreover, Mother has never reached the peak state of a Rakshasa god. This time it's hard to say. Bye-bye Dong also said, let's hurry and give birth before the space-time turbulence arrives, and then recover to our best state. That way, we can face the upcoming events. Yes. Qian Renshue touched her belly and sighed. I originally thought I could nurture for a few more cycles under the protection of the angelic god. But now I have to give birth. Baby, you have to be gentle. Don't drain too much of my divine power. After preparing, Qian Renshue, Yilingling, and bye-bye Dong picked a suitable day and all gave birth together. Their deliveries were smoother than Ning Rongrong's group, but the commotion was quite loud. After giving birth, Qian Renshue, Yilingling, and bye-bye Dong all looked pale, their lips devoid of color, as if they had been drained, which genuinely shocked Yanzu. Seeing Yanzu's gaze, Qian Renshue forced a smile and said, it's fine. It's just that the consumption was too great. Just need a rest. Yanzu felt heartbroken and hurriedly took the child from Poseidon, saying, rest well, my dear. Look, 2 girls and 1 boy, all so beautiful. Qian Renshue strained to raise her head and asked, what about mine? Is mine a boy or a girl? Are you still concerned about this? Yanzu chuckled and confirmed, saying it's a girl. Qian Renshue appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and then lay back down comfortably, saying, thank goodness. What do you mean by that? Yanzu asked as he handed the child back to Poseidon. Qian Renshue smiled with her eyes closed and said, this angelic divine position is passed down to daughters, not sons. After spending some time with her 3 new children, Yanzu brought this good news to the dragon god realm. Upon arrival, he saw 5 guardian divine beasts revealing their true forms, protecting the palace of Guyue. Yanzu activated his perspective layer and saw Guyue lying in a lake, looking very painful. Huff! Yanzu let out a breath. From Ning Rongrong to Qian Renshue, what he had witnessed was not a normal childbirth process. But with Guyue, although there were some irregularities, there was one thing that matched Yanzu's impression, and that was the pain. Like other deities, Guyue seemed to lack the means to avoid such pain. She looked very determined. Yanzu stood there, watching everything quietly and waiting. He didn't know what he could do, fearing that rushing in might disrupt Guyue's rhythm. He wanted to go in and hold Guyue's hand to encourage her, but he understood that she did not need such encouragement. In fact, she was usually unwilling to show her vulnerable side in front of others, even if that person was Yanzu, who she had intimate relations with daily. Yanzu slowly approached the palace, and the guard, Emperor Tian, transformed back into human form and approached as well. The master said, no one is allowed in, including you. I know. I'm just here to keep watch, Yanzu replied flatly. Seeing this, Emperor Tian relaxed a bit. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, the master's child is yours, right? Yanzu nodded. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would I be here? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's expression became somewhat complex. What's wrong? Do you feel regret? Yanzu thought Emperor Tian was also coveting Guyue. Do not be disrespectful. Emperor Tian replied, I am just curious about what kind of path the child born from the master and you, a human, will take for our beast clan. That depends on how you teaches him. Yanzu said, she seems to have made arrangements already. You just need to trust her. Are you saying you won't intervene? Emperor Tian asked. She doesn't allow me to intervene. What can I do? Yinzu replied helplessly. She even said, I am not allowed to acknowledge this child. What a heartless woman. Emperor Tian said discontentedly. The master is neither a woman nor heartless. You all care too much about the distinction between humans and beasts. Yinzu shook his head. You seem to have forgotten where the power of your human race comes from. Emperor Tian was genuinely angry now, saying, it may be hard to see in this divine realm, but in the lower realm, humans continue to hunt soul beasts for rings and bones. Why should we care about the distinction between humans and beasts? Because every one of your divine paths is built upon the corpses of our beast clan. All right. Yinzu waved his hands repeatedly. I'm not here to debate with you. You're right. I have no right to say this, and I cannot understand your feelings. Yinzu hesitated for a moment, then sat down on the ground, lying back and looking up at the sun, moon, and stars created by Someone like me really shouldn't be raising the child that belongs to me and you. Perhaps she is right. What kind of child could I possibly raise? Yinzu's eyes glimmered with golden light, and scenes of his 7 children growing up in the lower realm emerged before him. Then he said, let them create their own future. After saying this, Yinzu suddenly noticed that Guyue's moans had stopped. He quickly sat up, looked inside, and then vanished, instantly appearing by the lake where Guyue was. In the lake, soaking wet, Guyue was holding a child. The child looked strange, with peculiar patterns on her body and many scales. She opened her big eyes, holding onto Guyue's full, firm chest with both hands, and as she opened her mouth, she spat out some blue flames, making Guyue laugh. I should find a way to create a camera, Yinzu said, wanting to capture this moment forever. Chapter 183. Time and space. Yinzu watched this warm scene and stepped forward. Have you thought of a name? Dragon God, Guyue blurted out. I mean a name, Yinzu said. Dragon God is his name. If he needs a code name, then call him Guyue. Isn't Guyue your name? Yinzu asked. Guyue shook her head, not speaking, but instead raised the child high, watching the scales on the child appear and disappear while feeling the energy flowing within this little life. Then she smiled, satisfied, knowing that this child would definitely be stronger than her. As Guyue rose from the lake, water swirled around her, transforming into a dress. Holding her child, she walked out, allowing the new generation of Dragon God to receive the reverent worship of the beast gods. Yinzu followed behind. Guyue glanced back at him, opened her mouth as if to say something, but then said nothing and continued on. When they reached outside the palace, in front of many beast gods, Guyue raised the child high, and a long howl from the beasts echoed in response. Their voices varied but combined into a magnificent roar. At this moment, Yinzu stood aside. Although that was his child, he felt like an outsider, not yet understanding what this child's birth meant for him and Guyue. After giving birth, there was a long period of recovery. Indeed, everything has 2 sides. What one gains, one must also lose. A child born from a divine womb is much stronger than one born from mortal, but the toll on the mother is also much greater. Yi Lingling, Qian Renxue, and Bai Bai Dong appeared week day after day, and Yinzu couldn't bear to share a room with them. Guyue, on the other hand, remained submerged in the lake of her palace for a long time, completely falling into a deep sleep. According to Qian Renxue, this state would last for a long time. During this time, the 4 children grew robustly, especially little Guyue, who was temporarily entrusted to Emperor Tian and the others for upbringing. In the Dragon God realm, Emperor Tian and others usually revealed their true forms. So every time Yinzu came, he could see 3 or 4 giant beasts gently teasing little Guyue, who fought back against them instinctively. That's fine. Yinzu sighed at this scene, not feeling there was any problem. After all, he knew nothing about raising children. Once Qian Renxue realized this, she also entrusted her 3 children to the angelic gods for upbringing, and the angelic gods were more than happy to help. In terms of child rearing, Yinzu felt completely out of place. But eventually, there would be a time when it would matter. If his children began to misuse the abilities inherited from Yinzu, then surely the only one who could stand against them would be Yinzu himself. Could they surpass him? Or possibly, could they kill him? Yinzu thought to himself unintentionally. One day, Yinzu saw Guyue walking out of the lake. Recovered nearly? Yinzu asked. Only about half. Guyue's expression was not relaxed, as she felt that the temporal turbulence was approaching. Shuer and Donger will come to help you. Yinzu embraced Guyue. You don't need to be so nervous. Their power is too weak compared to mine. Guyue remained proud, saying, and I can feel that the Rakshasa god is still a half-baked one. I don't know how terrifying the temporal turbulence is, but I will be by your side. Yinzu said. Guyue only snorted coldly, and then walked outside the palace, watching her own child being teased by the beast gods. She didn't know what was going through her mind. You don't necessarily have to be by my side, Guyu suddenly said. There are some things we might make completely different choices about. Like what? Yanzu didn't understand why Guyu, who was usually straightforward, was now being cryptic. There are too many. Guyu didn't answer directly, but brushed it off. Yanzu didn't pursue the matter either. He vaguely felt that the things Guyu was hiding weren't what he wanted to know. So he planned to approach the topic indirectly, hoping that after a particularly enjoyable moment, she would let her guard down and tell him. However, Yanzu didn't expect that day to come so soon. That night, Yi Lingling suddenly sat up in bed, and Qian Renshua, who sensed something was off, did too. The goddess of life is calling me. Yi Lingling frowned slightly. She and Yanzu, along with Qian Renshua, exchanged glances with Bibi Dong, and without needing to say more, they directly returned to the realm of the goddess of life. The movement of the time-space turbulence was irregular. It would leap, twist, and flicker, quite mischievously, which the gods found utterly unamusing, as it disrupted all plans. After explaining the seriousness of the situation to Yi Lingling, the goddess of life instructed her to stay there and assist her, just as she had said before. Yi Lingling agreed on the surface, but was still worried about Yin Zhu and the others. She understood that her power had not fully recovered, and thus Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong surely hadn't either, and Guyu, who would give birth later, was even less so. However, with Azu around, there shouldn't be any problems. With this thought, Yi Lingling felt much more at ease and began to focus on assisting the goddess of life. The time-space turbulence had not yet truly approached the divine realm. If they were lucky enough, it might not bring any test to the divine realm, or it might merely brush past. But the gods of the divine realm dared not slack off and started preparing early, ensuring that nothing went wrong and making other preparations as well. Yin Zhu understood what was happening and, after inquiring about the situation of the angel god, took Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong to the dragon god realm to assist Guyu. At this moment, Guyu was explaining something to Emperor Tian and the other beast gods. After the affairs were arranged, Guyu said calmly, "We have experienced enough trials. This is just ordinary for us. However, if I fail to help everyone get through this difficulty, please do not feel any regret for me, because you already have a new dragon god, who is the future of our beast clan." As Guyu said this, she handed Xiao Guyu to one of the beast gods, who solemnly protected Xiao Guyu in his arms. In her communication with the beast gods, Guyu candidly expressed that she felt the connection between the dragon god realm and other realms was weakening. It was clear that the gods of the human race would not help the dragon god realm bear even a bit of pressure. Everything had to rely on them alone, which was only natural. Therefore, in case of any unexpected events, Guyu requested them to do their utmost to ensure Xiao Guyu's safety, even if it meant giving up the dragon god realm and returning to the lower realm. The new dragon god would surely be stronger and able to lead them back to the divine realm. With this awareness, the 6 beast gods worked together sincerely, preparing to weather the storm. At that moment, Yin Zhu, along with Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong, arrived. The beast gods were surprised by the arrival of the 2 gods besides Yin Zhu, immediately adopting a vigilant stance. However, they also knew that if Guyu hadn't allowed it, no one could easily enter the dragon god realm, so they refrained from making any disrespectful moves. Guyu exchanged a glance with Emperor Tian, who understood and relaxed the vigilant stance, and the other beast gods also eased up a bit. "You all have not recovered as well as I have," Guyu said, frowning as she looked at Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong's condition. "Do you have other helpers to choose from?" Qian Renshue paused for a moment and then said, "Then don't be picky." After saying this, Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong each chose a spot, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate. Next, all they needed to do was wait. Waiting for the mischievous time-space turbulence to challenge the divine realm. This waiting was torturous because the entire divine realm was tense and fully prepared, yet it just wouldn't come, as if it were deliberately toying with them. The time-space turbulence fluctuated, causing the gods to feel anxious and numb. Yinzu looked at Guyu, who was independent above the dragon god realm, with a blank mind. It was the first time he had seen such a serious Guyu. After all, Guyu usually appeared relaxed and carefree. This made Yin Zhu curious about the time-space turbulence. Suddenly, Guyu, who had been closing her eyes to sense, suddenly opened them, and her voice rang in everyone's ears. "It's coming." As soon as she spoke, Yin Zhu felt the ground shake and the sky above the dragon god realm became somewhat distorted and the ground beneath him became soft, making it hard to stand. Guyu's body suddenly released a massive radiance, and a light spread outwards from her as the center. Wherever it reached, the world began to stabilize. Among the 5 beast gods on the ground, One did not care about anything and wholeheartedly protected Xiao Guyu, while the other four roared and formed a magic array, their divine power continuously flowing towards Guyu. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong fought separately, maintaining the stability of the Dragon God realm, just like Guyu. Yin Zhu was not skilled in this area, even though he had specifically studied it before, with his level of divine power. Even if he acted, it would be a drop in the bucket. So he chose to join the beast god, who was not forming a formation to protect Xiao Guyu. On the other side, Yi Lingling helped the goddess of life maintain the stability of the realm, feeling the tremors of the earth and sky. She couldn't help but worry about Yin Zhu and the others. Even though she knew Yin Zhu was incredibly powerful, she still couldn't help but feel concerned. At the same time, the god of destruction led a group of gods to resist the time-space turbulence. With everyone working together, it was quite easy. The sea god and the Azura god exchanged glances, and since stabilizing the divine realm was no longer a problem, it was time to put their earlier preparations to use. The two began urging the god of destruction to give orders. The god of destruction hesitated for a moment, because he felt that this time the resistance was a bit too easy. Perhaps it was just a prank by the time-space turbulence. But the gods were thinking of something else: revenge. They wanted the dragon god Guyu and the one who shattered their divine bodies, Yin Zhu, to pay the price. Let's take action, the god of destruction said coldly. His eyes sharp. The divine realm was like a massive port, and each god's realm was like a ship docked in this port. These ships were tightly linked together like iron chains, so any storm would be as stable as a rock. Now, what the gods needed to do was sever the chains connecting their ships to the dragon god realm, so that this large ship could drift away from the port. Unmoored in this day of raging typhoons, Guyu had long sensed that the connection between the dragon god realm and other realms was weakening. She thought this was just a warning from the human gods, expressing their dissatisfaction through isolation. Originally, Guyu didn't take it seriously, but she underestimated the determination of the human gods to sever their ties for survival. Suddenly, Guyu heard a sound in her mind that resembled iron chains breaking, and at the same time, the connections to the other realms adjoining the dragon god realm were severed. Have they gone mad? Guyu was shocked. Although she hadn't moved, she felt the world tilting in her mind. She could sense that the entire dragon god realm was gradually detaching from the divine realm. This large ship was unprepared, sailing toward the stormy waves under the dark clouds. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong also felt an increase in pressure, as if a great mountain had suddenly pressed down on their backs. Just a moment of relaxation could lead to being crushed by this mountain. Yin Zhu also sensed that the recently stabilized dragon god realm began to tremble again, and this time it was clearly more severe. The magnificent palace created by Guyu was beginning to distort, as if being torn apart by some force. Even Yin Zhu felt as if the flesh on his body was being pulled, as if he were about to be dismembered. Of course, this was just a feeling. On the other side, the gods who forcibly severed their connection with the dragon god realm faced a new test. The dragon god realm was the broadest realm. Without it as a barrier, the foundation of the entire divine realm weakened significantly. They had to exert all their strength to block this gap. However, they were well prepared. At the moment the dragon god realm separated from the divine realm, they had already begun to use divine power to patch the gap. So this gap remained within their control. Watching the entire dragon god realm drift further away, the gods, who were grimacing from resisting the chaotic flow of time and space, couldn't help but reveal a hint of terrifying smiles. Poseidon and the Azura gods stared fixedly, even though the dragon god realm had been stripped from the divine realm. They would only feel at ease when they saw the dragon god realm collapse in the chaotic flow of time and space, and the dragon god and Yin Zhu exposed in the universe, then consumed and obliterated. No, in the dragon god realm, Qian Rinxue suddenly opened her eyes, her expression somewhat terrified, and said, "I can no longer feel the connection to the light realm. What's going on?" Guyu, calm as ever, looked at the sky and transmitted to Qian Rinxue, "They have severed the connection between the dragon god realm and the divine realm." "What does severing the connection with the divine realm mean?" Qian Rinxue asked, looking bewildered. "It means exactly what you think it does," Guyu replied. "This is a mutually destructive approach," Qian Rinxue exclaimed. Guyu smiled slightly and said, "Unless they were well prepared." Qian Rinxue fell silent, calming herself and trying to contact the angel god, but she failed. Something was interfering with her, and she would soon see what it was. Because everything Guyu had created in the dragon god realm was rapidly disappearing, indicating that Guyu no longer had the strength to maintain these superficial efforts. Chapter 184, Time and Space, Part 2, everything in the Dragon God realm began to vanish, and then a white light appeared. Gradually, that white light was also erased, and Yanzu saw that the already empty sky and earth began to turn transparent, allowing him to clearly see the outside world. In that moment, Yanzu was stunned. It was the stars of the universe. They were like being wrapped in a transparent soap bubble, floating in the universe, and near them was a massive, indescribable black object spewing storms outward. What should it be called? A black hole? Yanzu thought, as he saw the existence around that thing, either being torn apart or sucked in and devoured. It was like a greedy beast in an abyss, never satisfied. This is not good. Qian Rinxue saw the signs of exhaustion starting to appear among everyone. If this continued, the Dragon God realm would completely collapse. And when everyone was exhausted, even if they were not torn apart and swept away by the chaotic flow of time and space, they would slowly die in this universe. Angel Avatar. Qian Rinxue's whole body radiated brilliance, and a massive angel god statue instantly stood tall. After leaving the divine realm, she was the only one who could replenish her strength. The angel god could draw energy from the sun for transformation. The dragon god's power came from her singular embodiment of the beast clan's fortune, while the Azura god source of power was resentment and fear. Only she, the angel god, could rely on the power of human faith while also drawing energy from the sun. Qian Rinxue understood that to reverse the situation, it all depended on her. The angel god statue spread its arms, beginning to absorb and transform energy. Although Gu Yu did not feel the pressure ease, seeing Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong in such peril for the sake of the Dragon God realm shook her heart. Looking at Qian Rinxue fighting so hard, she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. The angel god, despite possessing almost limitless energy, could not fill the massive gap before them with her transformation efficiency. Ah, it's come to this. Gu Yu exhaled lightly, as if she had made a certain decision. Protect yourselves, Gu Yu commanded. The others had no time to think. This was the Dragon God realm, and they had to trust Gu Yu's words. Yanzu enveloped little Gu Yu entirely with his body, and then he felt the beast god beside him using her remaining energy to wrap them all. Qian Rinxue did not understand what Gu Yu intended to do, but she could feel Gu Yu continually shrinking the Dragon God realm. Once everyone was ready for protection, Gu Yu's gaze sharpened, transforming into the true form of the Dragon God. Then everyone saw a brilliant light before them, followed by a deafening roar in their ears, as if their bodies were being painfully shredded. In such pain, they could only ensure they were still alive by remaining conscious. This pain lasted for quite a while, and in the end, the last thing they remembered was a muffled sound. When they opened their eyes, Yanzu first glanced at little Gu Yu in his arms, seeing him unharmed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked around. In front of him was a huge blue crystal phoenix, bloodied and on the verge of death. How do you feel? Yanzu asked as he stepped forward. Young master. The blue crystal phoenix closed its eyes in relief upon seeing little Gu Yu was fine. Sister Lan, little Gu Yu exclaimed, then began to cry. He did not understand what had happened, only that everything had suddenly changed. Yanzu frowned and channeled his divine power into the blue crystal phoenix to heal her, then sighed in relief and said, "Don't worry, she just fainted from severe injuries. It would take some time to heal such a large blue crystal phoenix." And seeing her condition stable, Yanzu paused the healing and began to sense the situation around them. Where's this? Yanzu's eyes widened. Wasn't this the human world of Douluos Star? They were back. They actually came back. But what about them? Yanzu adjusted the perspective level to the maximum, but saw no sign of Gu Yu, Qian Rinxue, or Bibi Dong. Calm down, Yanzu thought to himself. This was definitely Gu Yu's doing. She had said she controlled elemental powers and spatial abilities. At the last moment, she sent them all back. This was the best outcome. Perhaps they had just gotten separated. Yanzu thought this, then placed little Gu Yu on the back of the ice crystal phoenix, instructing him to hold on tight, while he carried the ice crystal phoenix and flew towards his divine palace in the lower realm. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue was already sitting at the top of the Douluos palace, surrounded by the angel priests who were using the sun's light to heal her injuries. Everyone in the spirit city had stopped their work, and the church was filled with kneeling believers, all praying for the angel god. Gradually, Qian Rinxue's nearly transparent body began to recover. Once she regained her senses, she could heal herself, and her efficiency increased significantly. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinxue slowly opened her eyes and waved her hand to signal the priest could withdraw. Afterwards, Qian Rinxue recalled scenes from before, when Gu Yu continuously compressed the Dragon God realm, thinking she was preparing to release her skill. In a moment when the Dragon God realm collapsed, she unleashed a beam of light, sending everyone to Douluos Star. But it seemed that she herself was not included. I'm back alive. Qianren Shui clenched her fist, feeling the power. Her body was almost drained, but that didn't matter. Even so, she was still invincible in this lower realm. Qianren Shui tried to contact the angel gods in the divine realm, but all she felt in response was a headache. She was still too injured. Spreading her wings, Qianren Shui flew towards Yin Zhu's divine abode. If Bai Bai Dong and Yin Zhu had safely landed, they would surely go there first. Or perhaps they would come to the Soul Master City to find her, but Qianren Shui couldn't wait any longer. Back at the divine abode, after Yin Zhu settled little Guyu, he prepared to go to the Soul Master City to find Qianren Shui. However, before he could leave, he saw Qianren Shui already flying towards him, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was good news. After landing, Qianren Shui first glanced at little Guyu, then at the severely injured blue crystal phoenix, and finally hugged Yin Zhu. Have you seen Mother? Qianren Shui asked, showing no concern for Yin Zhu at all. No, but she'll be back soon, definitely, Yin Zhu reassured her. What should we do next? Qianren Shui asked. Yin Zhu thought for a moment and said, let us go to the Star Dough Forest. Donger will come to the Soul Master City. We're here to look for us. I believe Guyu will definitely go to the Star Dough Forest. Yes, it's the best place for her to heal. A hint of unease surged in Qianren Shui's heart, but she didn't voice it. She felt that in that moment. Only she realized Guyu was not transmitted along with a beam of light, while Yin Zhu had been wholeheartedly protecting little Guyu at the time. Thus, Yin Zhu carried the blue crystal phoenix towards the Star Dough Forest, while little Guyu refused to part with her blue sister, completely ignoring her father's words. Clearly, having been absent from her life since childhood, Yin Zhu provided little sense of security or trust for little Guyu. Helpless, Yin Zhu could only take her along to the Star Dough Forest. There, Yin Zhu saw Tian lurking at the bottom of the Lake of Life. But there was no sign of Guyu. Yin Zhu even specifically checked the dragon egg left by Guyu, but it was just an empty shell. Here, Yin Zhu also encountered another familiar face, the long-legged little girl with a scorpion tail whip, Xiao Wu. She appeared to have completely forgotten everything, showing both wariness and curiosity towards Yin Zhu's arrival. However, Yin Zhu had no time to concern himself with her. Where's Guyu? Yin Zhu directly asked Tian. The master hasn't returned. Tian covered his wound, panting. What do you mean, hasn't returned? Yin Zhu showed some agitation. The divine power isn't enough. Tian continued. The master was the one using this skill. She took care of all of us, but she couldn't take care of herself. What does this mean? Yin Zhu's tone suddenly calmed down. Qianren Shui slightly furrowed her brows. It means, I don't know. Tian coughed, spitting out some blood, and said, in any case, we were sent back to the lower realm, but the master wasn't among us. So she is still in the Dragon God realm. Yin Zhu analyzed slowly, but the Dragon God realm can't hold on much longer, so she sent us back, because she felt we would die if we stayed there. But in that case, she would also be at her limit. She would die too. At this point, Yin Zhu suddenly looked up at Tian and asked, will she die? Yin Zhu had never inquired about everyone's abilities because he didn't care. He could break through anything anyway. But now he wanted to hear Tian tell him that Guyu still had some unknown power, enough to escape that danger. I don't know. Tian thought for a moment before saying those 4 powerless words. Yin Zhu kept taking deep breaths, pacing back and forth. Qianren Shui quietly watched from the side, her heart also in turmoil. She knew that things were about to get worse. Yin Zhu remained silent for a long time, pacing back and forth, and then he pointed at Tian and said, you should say, what plans do you all have now? Of course we have plans. Tian said, the master said that as long as the young master is here, everything is not a problem. Even though the master isn't here now, we still have the young master. He will become the strongest existence and lead us to reclaim what belongs to us. Yes. Yin Zhu looked at little Guyu, who was beside the blue crystal phoenix, and nodded. This is indeed a plan. Is the dragon god. When they came, there were 3 people and a beast. When they returned, only Yin Zhu and Qianren Shui remained. Yin Zhu proposed to take little Guyu back to the divine abode for training, but was rejected by Tian. According to Yin Zhu's usual character, he wouldn't care whether Tian agreed or not. But both Tian and the blue crystal phoenix stated that little Guyu was not human, and the human cultivation system would only hinder him. The dragon god had its own independent cultivation system, which was one of the reasons for its immense power. After hearing their explanation, Yin Zhu gave up. Even Qianren Shui felt that Yin Zhu was unusually calm this time, She was used to this agreeable Yin Zhu, which made her feel uneasy. On the way back, both were very silent. Qian Rinxue sighed first and said, "We're about to spark another war." "Dear, are you blind?" Yin Zhu replied flatly. "The war has already begun." After saying this, Yin Zhu accelerated his flight speed towards the direction of the Soul Master City. He didn't believe that Guyu had simply died, and at the same time, he could no longer bear to lose Bai Bai Dong. The good news was that the people in the Soul Master City said someone had sent word that Bai Bai Dong was waiting for them in the City of Slaughter. Why the City of Slaughter? Is this considered good news? With this doubt, Yin Zhu and Qian Rinxue once again arrived at the City of Slaughter. Not nostalgic at all. Yin Zhu looked at the unchanged City of Slaughter before him and thought of the upheaval in the divine realm, instantly filled with rage, unleashing heat rays to destroy everything in sight. Qian Rinxue watched the mountain of corpses and sea of fire created by Yin Zhu, feeling no wave of emotion. She knew it was meaningless. Before long, everything here would return to normal. Once Yin Zhu had vented his anger, the two continued forward and finally found Bai Bai Dong. The moment they saw her, they understood why she wanted to meet them in the City of Slaughter. The purple-black crown, the eerie patterns, the deathly magic sickle, and the rotting divine attire exuding black mist. "Hiss!" Qian Rinxue gasped, saying, "Mother, you have completely." "Yes," Bai Bai Dong replied, "but there is no other way, Xue. If I don't do this, I will lose you all forever." "I understand. You must have been severely injured at that time. No matter what you did, you just wanted to live and see us again." As Qian Rinxue spoke, tears streamed down her face. Yin Zhu quietly watched from the side, appearing cold-hearted, and then walked towards Bai Bai Dong. "Is this difficult to look at?" Bibi Dong looked at Yin Zhu with a flustered expression and said, "I can only meet you here. It's the only place I can calm down. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might lose control." Yin Zhu didn't let her continue, grabbing her and roughly kissing Bibi Dong, his hands exploring her body through the so-called Rakshasa god armor. Bibi Dong put away her magic sickle and the Rakshasa god armor, allowing Yin Zhu to ravage her body. She felt that Yin Zhu needed to vent, just as she did. At the brink of death from serious injuries, she chose to wholeheartedly accept the power of the Rakshasa god, with the omnipresent death and fear aiding her rebirth. However, this meant that her state of mind was irreversibly changed, which would be tormenting. But Bibi Dong knew that surviving was worth it. Qian Rinxue watched Yin Zhu and Bibi Dong entangled in a hysterical embrace, feeling no impulse in her heart. She knew it wasn't happiness or pleasure. It was merely using stimulation to alleviate frustration, but it was only a temporary relief. Looking at Yin Zhu's gloomy gaze and listening to Bibi Dong's voice, Qian Rinxue sighed, raised her head, and gazed at the false red moon over the City of Slaughter, thinking to herself, "Divine Realm, this time no one can help you." Chapter 185, Time and Space, Part 3. Qian Rinxue could no longer influence Bibi Dong, who had completely become the Rakshasa god. Just as Bibi Dong had said, she didn't want to do anything irreversible out of a moment of impulse. Yet, Yin Zhu still brought her back to his divine residence, staying with her day and night. He found that aside from her increased impatience, there were no other significant issues. But her divine power was now incomparable to before. After bringing Bibi Dong back, Yin Zhu searched the continent for Guyu for a while. Although various factions were united in their search, there was still no news. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian and the beast gods seemed to have accepted this reality, no longer fixated on finding Guyu, but instead focused on nurturing little Guyu. With the sudden increase of 5 beast gods on the continent, it became exceedingly difficult for human soul masters to hunt high-level soul beasts, leading many soul masters to struggle with finding suitable soul rings. Qian Rinxue stayed in the Wuhun temple to recuperate. She contacted the angel god to explain the situation and reassured Ning Rongrong and others who remained in the Bright Realm. Fortunately, they had been brought to reside in the Bright Realm early on. If they had stayed in the Dragon God Realm, she couldn't imagine what would happen the moment the Dragon God Realm collapsed. Perhaps they would all be torn to shreds, and Yin Zhu would probably go insane on the spot. But he was very calm now, Qian Rinxue thought. After recovering somewhat, she went to the divine residence where Yin Zhu was already spending intimate moments with Bibi Dong. "We can't get too close now," Qian Rinxue thought as she looked at Bibi Dong. The two conflicting auras were too close, which was bad for both sides, especially for Bibi Dong, who might act out because of it. Yin Zhu and Qian Rinxue entered another room, and without further ado, they began to do their favorite things. After they finished, Qian Rinxue gently caressed Yin Zhu's back and said, "I haven't asked about your plan." Yin Zhu was sucking on Qian Rinxue's skin, leaving red marks on her fair skin, then said, I asked Emperor Tian how to completely kill a god. He told me to shatter the body and extinguish the soul. That would do. Qian Rinxue remained silent. Yinzu continued, what I've been practicing lately is this. I haven't focused so seriously on something in a long time. This feeling of concentration is quite nice. I'm just lacking in practice. I'm looking forward to it. I can't persuade you this time, can I? Qian Rinxue held Yinzu's face and looked into his eyes. Are you still planning to persuade me? Yinzu countered. I'm not planning to. Qian Rinxue sighed and then asked. I can guarantee that the angel god is unaware of this matter. You don't need to say that. Yinzu caressed Qian Rinxue and said, actually, even if she participated, based on her previous kindness to us, I wouldn't do anything to her. Besides, she hasn't participated. As for others, Lingling is very anxious right now. Qian Rinxue said. When she returned to the Bright Realm and learned what happened, she went crazy. Fortunately, we are all fine. I miss her, I miss them. Yinzu held Qian Rinxue tightly, burying his face in her chest and breathing deeply, saying with Guyu gone, there are no other beast gods resonating with Emperor Tian in the Divine Realm. To return to the Divine Realm, we still need you, Donger, and Lingling's power. Without the Divine Realm's strength responding, we cannot open the channel between the Lower Realm and the Divine Realm. I'm quite sure the Angel God won't help with this. Qian Rinxue replied. I think so too, Yinzu said, but I won't blame her. She has her own thoughts and stance. That's normal. Lingling will definitely help us, and the Rakshasa God will surely resonate with Donger. I know she loves fear and death the most. And what I want to bring to the Divine Realm is just that. Qian Rinxue stopped thinking about it and closed her eyes. The two of them tacitly agreed not to discuss the matter any further. Qian Rinxue couldn't understand Yinzu's feelings right now. In fact, Yinzu couldn't describe them either. He felt sadness, grief, and anger, but they weren't intense. He just lacked passion. He only knew that Guyu had left because those gods had departed. Now he wanted to return to the Divine Realm and kill that group of so-called gods. Little Guyu was also indoctrinated with this idea. Compared to Yinzu's current calm indifference, the beast gods seemed to maintain their anger. They strictly guided the future dragon god, telling him all the cruel truths. Yinzu often visited him, and little Guyu drank the blood essence of these beast gods daily, causing his growth to be astonishingly rapid. A little puppy could grow into a majestic wolf dog in just a month without seeing it. Yinzu felt the same about little Guyu. He seemed to change every day. Little Guyu rarely initiated conversation with Yinzu because he didn't know what to say. Even though his body had grown, his emotional experiences were limited. On a spiritual level, he was only thinking about revenge, as his beautiful memories were playing in the dragon god realm with the beast gods. Thus, the words of these beast gods carried more weight than those of Guyu and Yinzu. Father. Unexpectedly, little Guyu took the initiative to approach Yinzu to talk. Yinzu reached out to pat his head and sat down with him on a rock, asking what's wrong. Little Guyu pointed to his eyes and said this. They asked me to consult you about it. They said this is a power they have never mastered. Yinzu raised an eyebrow and nodded, of course. This is our unique talent. Your brothers and sisters can also do it, but using it well isn't easy. After all, controlling it is a bit difficult. Little Guyu lightly hummed in response, waiting for Yinzu to impart knowledge. Yinzu didn't rush to share his experiences, but instead asked, Guyu, have you been happy all this time? Happy? Little Guyu looked puzzled, and then lowered his head, saying, I shouldn't be thinking about that right now. Mother was killed by the human gods, and I need to kill them all to avenge her. That's natural. Yinzu gently patted little Guyu's head and said, but for revenge, we need to clarify our targets. I don't understand what you mean. Little Guyu looked at Yinzu. How should I put it? Yinzu thought for a moment and said, a clear and rational revenge is just, but a confused revenge seems foolish. In the beginning, I thought, I would kill all the gods except the angel god, leaving none behind. Why exclude the angel god? Xiao Guyu asked curiously. She's also a human deity. Because your enemy is not the human race. Yinzu looked at Xiao Guyu and extended his hand, saying, look, our hands, our eyes, nose, and ears. So, I am human. How should I put it? Let's just say I am your second mother. Your second mother is also human, and she is the heir of the angel god. You have seen her, remember? Is she not the one who looks exactly like your mother, but with golden hair? Xiao Guyu recalled Qian Rinxue, who helped Guyu in the dragon god domain earlier, and said, that's right, it's her. Yinzu said, to be honest, I am tired of the terms human race and beast race. I used to think that way too, but not anymore. Son, we possess the strongest power, at least in this world, so we do not need to endure these labels. I don't understand. Xiao Guyu shook his head. It's simple. Would you kill your second mother? Yinzu asked. Xiao Guyu shook his head and said, how could I? Second mother has helped us. But she is a human deity. Yin Zhu said. But she has helped us, Xiao Guyu replied. Yes, that's it. Yin Zhu said, humans, beasts, it doesn't matter. Since we are all intelligent beings, there is no need to make such distinctions. The love and hatred, gratitude and grudges between individuals are the most real. You are both a beast and a human. You should understand this better. I could unite with your mother to give birth to you, which shows that the concept of race is meaningless. Oh, Xiao Guyu pondered. Then who should we take revenge on? They will step forward themselves. Yin Zhu smiled. They all have extremely pathetic pride. By then, I will be by your side, and I will make them stand up. The two fell into a brief silence. Yin Zhu asked again, So, son, are you happy? Does this life make you feel happy? Being with everyone makes me feel at ease. Xiao Guyu said. Yin Zhu chuckled. I often go to see your elder brothers and sisters. Oh my, they have grown up so much. This lower realm is colorful. They are dazzled, and there are endless things to do every day. Each one is very happy. My concern has become unnecessary. They are all free to be themselves. I don't need to take care of them. But you are different. For the first time, I feel that my child needs me. Xiao Guyu said nothing. He just felt inexplicably a bit sad. Yin Zhu continued. Your mother, also the dragon god, told me that her strength comes from abandoning what she considers unnecessary emotions. She governs her actions with what she deems rational, including uniting with me to give birth to you, which in her eyes is also a part of benefit distribution. If we exclude me, this freak, she's indeed the strongest. I don't know how to judge this statement, because she indeed achieved the strongest, but I know she is really not happy. Yin Zhu pinched Xiao Guyu's face, making him face him, and then said, But I hope you can be happy, even in revenge. I hope you carry a positive belief, affirm that you're doing the right thing, and be proud of what you're going to do, rather than being bitter and resentful all day, looking miserable, making others feel nauseous. Xiao Guyu was a bit confused by Yin Zhu's words. Yin Zhu shook his head, stood up, and clapped his hands. Let's go, I'll take you out to play, we'll go fishing and have a barbecue. Father, I still need to... Xiao Guyu's words were abruptly interrupted by Yin Zhu. Listen to me, no more nonsense. Yin Zhu walked ahead, and Xiao Guyu followed for a few steps, then looked back and saw that Di Tian had not come out to stop them. So he quickened his pace to catch up with Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu took Xiao Guyu fishing, teaching him to start a fire with a heat ray. At first, Xiao Guyu always turned the firewood into ashes. But after several attempts, he grasped the technique and began to learn to control the temperature and power. How is it? Is it a bit difficult? Yansu asked. Xiao Guyu looked at the rising bonfire and nodded. Controlling the power is really hard because it feels great, right? That feeling of energy pouring out makes your whole body excited, doesn't it? Yin Zhu asked. Xiao Guyu nodded. Yes, it is. After the father and son grilled the fish, they began to feast. Yin Zhu said, How is it? Much better than the blood taste of those big guys, right? Xiao Guyu chewed the fish bones and gobbled it down, nodding continuously. Father, why do you say that angel god is my second mother? Xiao Guyu suddenly asked. Yin Zhu replied, Because she's also mine, we are all one family. My son is her son, and her children are your brothers and sisters. So you should call her second mother. Although normally speaking, she shouldn't be called that. As per age, she doesn't qualify as the second. Second mother, second mother. Xiao Guyu murmured, saying, Is she also my mother? Yes, she is. Yin Zhu smiled. Your second mother has a very good temper. No matter what. As long as you act cute towards her, she will soften immediately. Then do I have a third mother, a fourth mother, a fifth mother? Xiao Guyu blinked and asked. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu couldn't help but laugh. If you want to call her that, you can call her seventh mother, ninth mother. Anything, stop talking about this, eat up. On this day, Yin Zhu rarely did not go find a woman to spend the night with, but instead counted stars and caught fireflies in the woods with Xiao Guyu, doing things he had never done before. These childish activities became enjoyable once accompanied by children. The next morning, Yin Zhu sent Xiao Guyu back to the Lake of Life. Looking at the smiling Xiao Guyu, the beast gods suddenly found themselves speechless, as they noticed that Xiao Guyu had not smiled for a long time since coming to the lower realm. Yin Zhu watched Xiao Guyu happily tell Di Tian and the others about yesterday's experiences and felt relieved as he left the starry forest, quickly flying back to his divine mansion. In the divine mansion, someone was waiting for him. As soon as the two met, Yin Zhu pounced on her like a madman, and the latter laughed frequently. The two didn't say a word for a long time, only kissing and entangling. Do you know how much I missed you? Yin Zhu tore open the woman's inner lining, buttons flying everywhere, and then buried his head deep into her bosom. I crave this kind of touch. Yin Zhu ravaged her, eyes closed, feeling, and said, And your lips, your waist. Seeing that Yin Zhu wouldn't listen to anything she said, Zhu Zhuqing gave up resisting and helplessly watched this wolf dog nibble and lick her. I've heard everything. Zhu Zhuqing held Yin Zhu's face, trying to calm him down, saying, I really didn't expect to face such things upon returning. Don't talk about that. Right now, I just want you. Chapter 186, Time and Space, Part 4. Like Yin Zhu's current state, Zhu Zhuqing also felt like she had encountered sweet rain after a long drought. As a beast martial soul master, her strong desires became even more heated after years of solitude, and Yin Zhu was like a spark, crackling and igniting her. Zhu Zhuqing put aside all her reservations and fully immersed herself in the moment. Years of solitary cultivation had made her body extremely sensitive at this moment. While Yin Zhu felt like it was just beginning, Zhu Zhuqing had already sailed through countless mountains. Will my sisters have any issues staying in the divine realm? After everything was done, Zhu Zhuqing asked while gently stroking Yin Zhu's head buried in her chest. Shuer has always kept in touch with the angel gods. They are all doing well, Yin Zhu replied, adjusting his position to kiss Zhu Zhuqing's sexy navel, which made her feel a little ticklish inside, along with a slight urge to pee. I know your temperament, Zhu Zhuqing said, unable to resist wrapping her legs around him. I will stand by your side. You don't have to feel awkward. Yin Zhu replied, if the god of speed is also involved, I can spare him a sliver of his divine soul for your sake. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a soft and after a moment, asked, I heard everyone has had children. Yin Zhu nodded, getting up to look at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, after tonight, you'll have one too. Zhu Zhuqing, who was already satisfied, suddenly felt a rush of heat upon hearing this and reached out to embrace Yin Zhu, saying, it's not enough. I want more. Days passed, and Qianren Shui gradually regained her full strength. During this time, Zhu Zhuqing also gave birth to 2 daughters for Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu did not tell his children about their plan to go to the divine realm. In his plan, only he, Qianren Shui, Bibi Dong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Guiyue, and the 5 beast gods would go. As for the children, they could grow up happily in the mortal realm and follow their own paths. During this time, Ning Fengji also brought his young daughter to visit Yin Zhu several times. Yin Zhu understood that it was essentially a matchmaking effort, but the girl had already seen Yin Zhu as her brother-in-law and knew that he had many wives. For a girl who had already developed her own personality, even if she had feelings for Yin Zhu, she would not want to marry him. Moreover, since she was Ning Fengji's daughter, Yin Zhu certainly could not treat her like Shui Bing'er, forcing himself on her and then slowly winning her over. Although he knew that even if he did so, Ning Fengji would only feign anger, and then they would be a harmonious family again, he didn't do it. He really didn't lack women anymore. The wait for Xiao Guiyue to grow up felt a bit long, and Yin Zhu once asked Emperor Tian how much longer it would take. Emperor Tian couldn't provide a definite answer, and gradually, Yin Zhu couldn't wait any longer. The young master hasn't completed his cultivation. He can't take risks. Emperor Tian and the other beast gods stood in front of Xiao Guiyue, looking at Yin Zhu. I'm too lazy to wait. Yin Zhu shook his head and said, let us be honest, your so-called cultivation is worthless compared to his father, my genes. Do you believe he can easily take off your heads right now? As long as he wants to, with just a bit of anger. Father, I don't want to. Xiao Guiyue said, peeking out from behind Emperor Tian. See? He didn't say he couldn't. Yin Zhu smiled slightly, looking at them. Emperor Tian and the beast gods exchanged glances, knowing that Xiao Guiyue's body was extraordinary, but he was still young, and they were not too sure about sending the future of the beast race to the divine realm to fight against those treacherous human gods. In a flash, Yin Zhu hugged Xiao Guiyue from behind Emperor Tian, then pointed to a small hill in the distance and said, son, can you cut it in half? Can you do it? Xiao Guiyue looked at it and replied, maybe I can. Yin Zhu nodded and said, then show them. Xiao Guiyue nodded. Aimed at the hill, Yin Zhu pointed to, and then her eyes glowed with red light. The beast gods were all focused on watching. With a sharp explosion, 2 beams of red high-temperature rays, nearly 10 centimeters in diameter, suddenly shot out, and dust began to rise in the distance. Amid Xiao Guiyue's roar, the red high-temperature rays began to penetrate the hill and then started to move sideways. Like a knife cutting a cake. The top of the hill was neatly sliced by Xiao Guiyue, followed by a tremor, shaking the ground in clouds of dust, obscuring everything. How is that? Is it enough? Yin Zhu patted Xiao Guiyue's shoulder to signal her to stop, while his eyes were on Emperor Tian and the others. However, Emperor Tian wanted to say something, but Yin Zhu raised his hand to interrupt him. Let me tell you, if it weren't for your intentions being beneficial to Xiao Guiyue, I wouldn't bother with you, understand? Yin Zhu's expression turned a bit grim as he said, I say he can, then he can. Moreover, I will go with him. There won't be any problems because once we reach the divine realm, there won't be many human gods left. Understood? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian finally understood Xiao Guyue completely. He finally realized why the arrogant dragon god Xiao Guyue would be willing to combine with such a human and have offspring. It wasn't just because of Yin Zhu's strength, but more importantly, this person had a wild and ruthless nature that was willing to pay any price. In the end, Yin Zhu took Xiao Guyue and went to meet Qianren Shui, Bibi Dong, and Zhu Zhuqing. The five beast gods had no choice but to leave the Star Dough forest and follow behind them. After arriving at the agreed location, Qianren Shui guided the teleportation to prepare to open the portal between the lower realm and the divine realm. This required another divine-level power to respond in the divine realm. Previously, Xiao Guyue relied on her own dragon god avatar, the Golden Dragon King, while this time Yin Zhu and the others relied on the life goddess Yi Lingling, who remained in the divine realm. Only she was willing to help. Even though this was Qianren Shui's will, the angel god was unwilling to act to open the portal, but she was willing to provide protection for Yi Lingling, because those guys in the divine realm had been keeping an eye on Yin Zhu's every move. When they saw that Yin Zhu intended to return to the divine realm, the god of destruction immediately thought of his wife's heir, Yi Lingling. But he was a step too late. Yi Lingling had already been in the light realm. In an instant, the god of destruction, the sea god, and the god of Shura, along with many gods, arrive in the light realm to pressure the angel god to hand over Yi Lingling. However, the angel god's refusal to help Yin Zhu open the portal was not because she stood with the human gods. It was simply because she couldn't personally do this. As for protecting Yi Lingling, that was another matter. Seeing that the angel god was unresponsive, the god of destruction felt anger rising in his heart, even thinking about destroying the light realm. Just then, the life goddess grasped his hand, reminding him, everything can be mediated first. We have never had a precedent for mutual slaughter. Do you want to initiate this? The god of destruction fell silent. He could feel that Yi Lingling was already responding to Qianren Shui's divine power in the lower realm. If he didn't act quickly, it would be too late. This requires unanimous consent. Shall we begin? The sea god stepped forward, tapping the ground with his recently reforged trident. The god of Shura couldn't help but smirk at this, thinking how Poseidon, on the surface, did not express any intention of helping the god of destruction eliminate the angel god, but by bringing up the voting matter, he acknowledged this approach. Asking whether to vote was essentially putting pressure on the god of destruction. Waiting for vote? The divine realm is already doomed. The god of destruction said coldly, then summoned his staff and shouted, attack. Stop her! For the divine realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the gods hesitated a bit, as the angel god had a good reputation. However, if they didn't stop Yi Lingling, how could Yin Zhu ascend to the divine realm and let it go? In the face of such a dilemma, as soon as one person took action, everything would be easier to handle. The god of destruction naturally took the lead, being the first to launch an attack on the realm of light. The other gods, seeing this, could only sigh and shake their heads before joining the assault on the realm of light. However, this realm of light was the territory of the angel god. Outside of the realm, the angel god was not the strongest, but within the realm of light, she was the master. Moreover, all she needed to do was defend, which required little thought and minimal consumption of energy. Seeing the situation become critical, Yi Lingling was anxious and poured all her strength into creating a bridge for Yin Zhu and the others to communicate between the divine realm and the lower realm. At this moment, Yin Zhu and his group had transformed into a point of light, rushing down this passageway straight towards the divine realm. The assault on the realm of light continued for a long time, and many gods went from initially putting in minimal effort to fighting with all their might. Faced with such immense pressure, even the angel god began to feel overwhelmed. But she had to hold on, for there were not only Yin Zhu's wife, but also his 3 children in her realm, one of whom was of her angel clan's bloodline. Angel, don't blame me. This is for the greater good. The god of destruction found a weak point in the divine power and struck with all his might, tearing open a gap in the realm of light. Seeing this, the gods rushed in, and the angel god unleashed her angelic domain, instantly enveloping Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuyun, and the others within a massive angel statue. The god of Shura targeted Yi Lingling, drawing his sword. The angel statue emitted a golden beam of light, and a powerful sound wave attack temporarily halted the god of Shura's movements. At that moment, the god of Shura felt a blinding white light flash before him, and suddenly, he felt his heart vibrating. Why was it vibrating? The heart was supposed to beat. It turned out that a hand was gripping it, under the intense desire to survive. The heartbeat intensified, but the hand that held it refused to loosen even a little, turning it into a vibration. My son, look, this is the heart. One of the fatal spots. Yanzu pulled his hand from the god of Shura's chest, bringing out a boiling, pulsating heart. Little Guan nearby was stunned. He felt neither fear nor disgust, just a sense of novelty. It was indeed a very fresh heart, as it was the divine body of the god of Shura that had been recently reforged with great effort. With a soft pop, Yanzu applied a bit of force and crushed the heart in his hand, instantly splattering blood and flesh all over him. Yi Lingling saw this familiar figure and felt a sense of security wash over her. But at the same time, exhaustion surged over her like a tide, and she collapsed to the ground, breathing lightly. Yanzu turned to look back, seeing Yi Lingling lying on the ground. He took a deep breath and said, "Schwer Donner, Zhu Qing, and you all, just protect the others." After arranging for them to protect Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong, he took little Guyue's hand and walked out of the protective range of the angel's true form. Before them was a sea of human gods. The god of Shura's divine body was destroyed again, retreating to the middle of the ranks with an unwilling expression. Seeing this terrifying god reappear, the human gods present felt a momentary blankness in their minds. Are we all gathered? Yanzu quickly scanned the crowd, his gaze stopping on the goddess of life. You, get out of the way. Seeing Yanzu successfully arrive in the divine realm, the goddess of life felt all was lost. Gritting her teeth, she was about to speak, but was pushed out of the realm of light by the god of destruction's hand. Different races will have different hearts. The god of destruction slowly uttered these 8 words. Looking down at Yanzu, are you determined to stand with the beast race? What is it that my human race cannot give you? Or rather, what is it that the divine realm cannot provide you? Must we fight to the death here? My son, look at this kind-hearted person, coming up to tell us a joke to lighten the mood. Yanzu patted little Guyue's head and said, 2 sides suffering losses? That's quite laughable. Little Guyue's eyes widened as he scrutinized each god before him. He knew these were the ones who had killed his mother. The training he had undergone with Emperor Tian was all for this day, to take revenge here. This was not about the human or beast races, but simply because of the grudge of a mother's murder, a debt that could not be forgiven. Yanzu did not even glance at the god of destruction, but looked at little Guyue and said, "Son, do you remember what I told you is the most important thing when practicing the heat ray?" Little Guyue's eyes were now completely blood red, and he answered with a trembling voice, "It's patience." "That's right, patience," Yanzu said. "You can easily unleash energy to take any life, but to control it, you must learn to endure and suppress that pleasure." After saying this, Yanzu walked behind little Guyue, cupping his face in his hands. "But today, you no longer need to endure. Let this serve as a warning to this world." Little Guyue let out a roar, and the terrifying heat ray shot out, power fully unleashed, sweeping towards the human gods before him. Like a nest of ants being doused with hot oil, the human gods immediately scattered and began to evade. At first, they did not understand why such a small child appeared here, but now they understood. This was no child. This was clearly a life meat grinder. With this, there was no more talking. Yanzu looked at little Guyue, whose veins were bulging as he unleashed his rage, and smiled broadly. He watched the gods scramble in panic. How interesting. Chapter 187. Time and Space v. Half of the gods were exhausted from the struggle, while the other half took a breather and unleashed their proud divine skills towards Yanzu. Already familiar with the capabilities of these gods, Yanzu neither dodged nor avoided. Those who dared to approach recklessly were shattered into blood mist with a mere lift of his hand. Seeing that they could neither approach nor contend with the two, the gods felt a mix of urgency and helplessness. The already shattered god of Shura retreated to the back and transmitted a message to the god of destruction. "At this rate, we might all perish here." The god of destruction, exhausted from dealing with Yanzu, could only think that it was fortunate Yanzu had allowed little Guyue to unleash a massacre. If he had acted himself, how could the god of destruction maneuver freely? Hearing the god of Shura's words, the god of destruction felt a surge of anger and replied, "This battle today will be to the death. Why speak such nonsense?" The god of Shura said, "Rather than perish here, it would be better to preserve our useful lives. Return to our respective realms to recuperate and plan for greater schemes." The god of Shura's words evidently gained more support, and several gods who had long desired to retreat began to withdraw in an orderly manner. Seeing this, the god of destruction had no choice but to leave the battlefield. "Oh, are you afraid now?" Yanzu saw the gods starting to retreat and couldn't help but feel disappointed. But seeing little Guyue's veins bulging, already blinded by rage, He patted his shoulder and said, "That's enough. Let's stop for now." Releasing was easy, but stopping was a bit more difficult. Little Gyue struggled for a while before finally halting the heat ray, then squatted down and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yanzu also squatted down beside him, patting his back and asking, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Little Gyue replied while rubbing his eyes. He didn't feel anything else uncomfortable, just that his eyes were very itchy. Yanzu watched the gods retreat one by one from the realm of light, then turned around to look at his wives, who were safe and sound. Taking a deep breath, he opened his arms and said, "My beloveds, I have returned." The warm welcome he had imagined did not materialize. Only Yi Lingling rushed forward. Yanzu held her delicate body, inhaling the faint fragrance from her, and said, "You've worked hard. You must be exhausted, right?" Yi Lingling punched Yanzu lightly, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Finally back. Why are you crying?" Yanzu smiled. "If something happened to you, how could I be at ease?" Yi Lingling replied, "That's not your fault." Yanzu understood what Yi Lingling meant and comforted her in that situation. "I can only stand by and watch." Schwerer, Dongyue, and Yue all gave their all. Adding you into the mix wouldn't necessarily have made things better. But I wasn't by your side. Yi Lingling was most concerned about this. Had she known everyone would fall into such danger, she would have insisted on going with them, no matter the consequences. Let's not dwell on that. Yanzu hugged Yi Lingling tightly, then looked at Ning Rongrong, Poseidon, Zhu Zhiyun, and also Azi, Shui Binger, Shui Yue. They were crying and laughing, clearly having gone through a period of anxiety as well. After all, they still didn't have divine-level power, yet found themselves surrounded by enemies in a world full of deities. Just like today, if Yanzu hadn't arrived in time, and the angel god hadn't bought enough time for Yi Lingling, what could they have done? Nothing. They might have been treated as bargaining chips to threaten Yanzu, or directly annihilated. There were no other options. "Everything is my fault." Yanzu sighed and said, "If I had put in more effort to cultivate divine power, then at that time, I wouldn't have been forced to just watch. To ensure such things don't happen again, I need to clean up this divine realm. That's enough." Atsu, the angel god's solemn voice came, saying, "The price both sides have paid for the war is enough. I think you have already intimidated them today. I will negotiate on your behalf, and you can gain your own domain in the divine realm, mutually non-infringing. How about that? You are working for peace." Yanzu looked up at the angel god and said, "And you protected my wives? I am very grateful, so I won't blame you for anything you say. But, oh beautiful lady, Guyu is gone, forever leaving me. Do you know that? So, I don't care about right or wrong anymore. Do you understand? While I won't blame you, I will still feel annoyed, so please don't make me feel that way." After saying this, Yanzu brought Xiao Guyu in front of everyone, patted his back, and said, "Kid, look, count while your third aunt, fourth aunt, seventh aunt, and eighth aunt are all here. Call them however you like. Go play with your siblings." Yanzu pushed Xiao Guyu into the group of women, signaling everyone to take good care of him, and then he gave Di Tian a look, signaling him to follow. Di Tian understood Yanzu's intention and followed. Seeing this, Xiao Guyu ran out from Qian Rinchua's arms and grabbed Yanzu, asking, "Where are you going?" "To clean up our yard." Yanzu replied, "Are you going to find them? Take me with you. I want to avenge my mother." Xiao Guyu's eyes were determined, and, as he finished speaking, his eyes glowed red again. Yanzu touched Xiao Guyu's forehead, tidied his hair, and then patted his shoulders, saying, "You've already done enough. Very well. Now I need to leave for a while. Your family is here with you. They will protect you. Similarly, you also have to protect them. Tell me, you can protect them well, right?" "I will," Xiao Guyu replied. "Very good." After saying this, Yanzu pushed Xiao Guyu back into Qian Rinchua's arms, and then left the bright domain with the 5 beast gods. "What should we do?" Di Tian asked. "Following Yanzu, you have already taught me the method to extinguish divine souls, but you are still more skilled than I am." Yanzu said, "Let us just do what we are good at. I will do the slaughtering, and you will take care of the aftermath. Is that okay?" Although the beast gods were psychologically prepared, they were still a bit shocked to hear Yanzu say this. They initially thought Yanzu was going to end things just like that, but it was merely a small test for Xiao Guyu. This time, it was true revenge. Following that familiar aura, Yanzu arrived in front of a translucent barrier of water blue. He reached out and touched it, sneering. "These gods think that just because they're in their own territory, I can't do anything about them." Di Tian said, "Domains are constructed by each god using their own divine power. Within their own domain, they can be one with it, doing as they please, even creating countless rules advantageous to themselves. Forcefully entering a domain is indeed unwise." "That's right." Yanzu nodded at Di Tian's description, unless it's me. After saying that, the sound of a heat ray tearing through the air rang out, and as Yin Zhu's gaze shifted, the water-blue barrier was torn open. Poseidon, among these gods. You and I have known each other for a while. Yin Zhu stepped into the sea god's domain, where the ground was also a transparent water blue, adorned with patterns of rippling waves, and everything around was as beautiful as an underwater dragon palace. Poseidon sat on the sea god throne, holding a trident, looking as if he had been waiting for a long time. My biggest mistake was choosing a trade the first time I met you. Poseidon gritted his teeth. Yin Zhu shook his finger and said, "That is where you are wrong. I rarely let my trading partners suffer losses. Your mistake was that while trading with me, you were also plotting against me. You thought you were high and mighty, able to control everything, even considering me an insignificant freak in your eyes. Because you have lived for so long. Living too long has made you dull enough to not distinguish what is a real threat." Heh. Poseidon stood up from his throne and laughed. "You, who are already in the jar, are the truly dull one, fool." After saying that, Poseidon trembled his trident, and the sea god domain instantly changed dramatically, turning the floor beneath them into an ocean, with huge waves and violent storms forming in an instant, rushing towards Yin Zhu and Dtion. Yin Zhu shook his head and said, "Seeing you so confident, I was a little expectant. But it turns out it's just the same old tricks from the outskirts of Sea God Island. Boring." That said, Yin Zhu noticed with his peripheral vision that Poseidon's actions had indeed controlled the 5 beast gods, making them unable to care for themselves. With a casual point, Poseidon could summon a towering tsunami, showing that he indeed had the demeanor of a god. "Let us do it this way." Yin Zhu sighed and then shot towards Poseidon. Poseidon, who was originally fully focused, suddenly had his pupils widen, his body instinctively shifting slightly, and then he felt his field of vision narrow significantly. His body was already smashed halfway by Yin Zhu. However, soon it was all gone. Poseidon looked horrified. Without his divine body, his soul moved much faster, slippery like an eel, making it difficult for Yin Zhu to catch him. But similarly, without his divine body, Poseidon could not maintain everything he had set up earlier, allowing Dtion and the other gods to break free. "The rest is up to you. Is that okay?" Yin Zhu said lazily, having suffered many hardships from Poseidon. The 5 beast gods naturally desired nothing more than to completely eliminate him, and they all exerted their strength, quickly catching him and tearing apart his divine soul to devour it. At the moment, Poseidon let out a terrible scream. The entire domain of the sea god began to change, just like the dragon god's domain of ancient moon back then. The original decorations started to disappear, quickly turning into nothingness. "This place is about to collapse. Let's go," Dtion said to Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu clapped his hands and led them out of the ocean domain. "So, every time a god is destroyed, a domain collapses, right?" Yin Zhu asked. Dtion nodded. "Unless another god immediately takes over and uses divine power to maintain it. Well, it's not a big deal, since this domain can be reconstructed. What's the difference if one more or one less?" Yin Zhu said, and then took them to the domain of the Shura god. The Shura god's situation was even simpler. He was worse off than Poseidon, as he didn't even have time to reconstruct his divine body. When Yin Zhu saw that he was left with only a wisp of divine soul, he didn't bother to waste words. With a wave of his hand, the beast gods rushed forward and eliminated another one. However, the Shura domain did not collapse like the ocean domain. It was quickly infected by purple-black mist. Yin Zhu was quite familiar with this aura, which was indeed the handiwork of the Rakshasa god. Yin Zhu had no intention of paying her any mind. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "About ancient moon, you probably have no part in it, right?" The only response to Yin Zhu was a series of cold, eerie laughs. After dealing with the Shura god, Yin Zhu arrived at the domain of the god of destruction. One could only say that having a wife makes a difference. Among the 3 gods he visited first, he was in the best condition. After all, the goddess of life was fierce and aggressive, but was excellent at healing. As he felt the ocean domain collapse, he knew it was too late. The god of destruction held down the hand of the goddess of life, who was still healing him, and looked at Yin Zhu, who was slowly walking into the hall, saying, "Then you eliminated the Shura. It seems I underestimated you, with such a low priority." Yin Zhu scoffed, "They're all just scraps. Why add drama to it?" You don't think you can still do anything, do you?" "I'm actually quite looking forward to it." At this moment, the god of destruction was filled with divine power, which felt quite good. Here, he could unleash all his strength. He knew that numbers were not an advantage for Yin Zhu. If he couldn't break through that perverse body of his, it would all be meaningless. So, the Shura god's suggestion was correct. We should unleash our strongest skills and fight you. That's quite funny, Yinzu said. That guy just had his divine form destroyed, and you're praising his choice as correct. Humorous. There was no doubt that in terms of destructive power, he was the strongest. The god of destruction looked at Yinzu and said, if I can't eliminate you here, then no other god can do it either. So, let's end everything here. If I lose, it doesn't matter if I die. Are you satisfied? Otherwise, you don't think I'd let you off, do you? Yinzu was quite shocked by the words of the god of destruction, but then he understood his meaning and sneered. You're saying you want to exchange your life for the peace of the entire god realm, right? You want me to let those scraps go? Quite noble. I'm touched. Hearing Yinzu's cold laughter, the god of destruction frowned. He raised his hand and tore open a space within the domain, sending the goddess of life out. Ah, still a husband who loves his wife. Yinzu curled his lips and said darkly, do you know that the dragon god you conspired against, Ancient Moon, is also my woman? The god of destruction summoned his staff and pointed it at Yinzu, saying, let's stop the unnecessary talk here. Let's settle everything right here. Yinzu shook his head. It was all unnecessary talk, but not anymore. I always thought it was too cheap to just kill you. Since you must have lived long enough, now I know what to say. Yinzu pointed at the tear the god of destruction had just made and said, do you think she can escape? Don't worry, I won't kill her because I absolutely hate wasting food. After saying this, Yinzu smiled meaningfully and licked his tongue at the god of destruction. In the next second, the god of destruction instantly went berserk. Chapter 188. Time and Space 6. At the edge of the various domains in the god realm. The goddess of life looked at the constantly fluctuating barrier of the domain in front of her, her heart aching. Before this, the god of destruction had already said his final farewell to her. He promised her that if he could miraculously survive after this battle, he would have an explanation for the god realm and could ascend to the upper realm with her without any worries. But the goddess of life knew that the chances of that were almost non-existent. She had learned from Yi Lingling's memories what kind of person Yinzu was, and by now, there was no room for maneuver. The violent shaking coming from the destruction domain meant that the god of destruction was suffering severe damage. But she was blocked outside the domain. She knew clearly in her heart that her beloved was about to face complete death, and yet she could do nothing, boasting loudly. And this is the result? Yinzu threw away a severed arm and looked at the god of destruction, who was panting and covered in blood, saying, I hope your wife can please me more than you. He was still provoking him. Di Tian watched everything in front of him and thought to himself that given the current state of the god of destruction, the five of them could easily take him down. But Yinzu was the type to kill while also breaking the spirit, making sure the victim died without closing their eyes. It was truly ruthless. No wonder he didn't let little Ancient Moon come along. The god of destruction felt that he was already at the end of his rope, and he feared that the next blow he unleashed would be his last. We are unwavering in life and death. The voice and image of the goddess of life floated in the god of destruction's mind. He knew that no matter what, his beloved would not betray him. But I won't let you be humiliated. The god of destruction made up his mind and began to burn his divine soul, pouring all his energy into the staff of destruction. This move was his ultimate killing blow that he had never used before, but he had estimated that if it succeeded, half of the god realm would collapse, and he himself would be completely annihilated. But at this moment, the god of destruction's goal was to die alongside his beloved. Nothing else mattered. What mattered was that the goddess of life, who was outside the domain, would also die because of it. Dying at his hands was better than falling into the hands of that scoundrel Yinzu and suffering humiliation. This was how the god of destruction thought. At least he felt that dying together with his beloved was not bad. Originally, Yinzu was still unmoved. But when he saw the fearful expressions on Di Tian and the others, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He didn't care for himself, but if he put them in danger, how could he live with it? After all, they were also the confidants of Ancient Moon and, more importantly, relatives of little Ancient Moon. Let's stop here. Yinzu flashed in front of the god of destruction, but saw him reveal a triumphant and wicked smile. It's too late. The god of destruction smiled in horror and summoned his staff. But at that very moment, Yinzu grabbed the staff, and blue-purple lightning erupted from it, rapidly expanding, shattering everything in its path like ordinary glass. Suppressing divine power was definitely not going to work, Yinzu thought to himself. There was no way his divine power could contend with this guy. Let's go to hell together, the god of destruction said to Yinzu with a smile. And then his body began to burn rapidly like paper on fire. Quick retreat, seeing the lightning tearing through space, continuing to expand. Di Tian finally realized how dire the situation was and shouted, leading the way to escape. Yanzu looked at the staff in his hand, thinking, it's like a nuclear bomb. This god of destruction is indeed something. As the entire realm of destruction began to collapse, the energy of the staff showed no signs of depletion. Yanzu feared that it would affect the realm of light. So he exerted his strength and compressed the staff into the size of a tennis ball. However, this did not prevent the leakage of its energy. Yanzu could only encase it with both hands, using his palms as a barrier to ensure its energy could no longer harm the outside world. Interesting. Yanzu suddenly laughed as he remembered a term. This is called holding a thunder, right? The previously exhausted Dition felt the destructive energy stop spreading, so he paused. At that moment, they had already exited the realm of destruction. Turning back, they only saw that the realm of destruction was beginning to collapse. But Yanzu had not come out. They all secretly thought it was bad. Could be the guy died inside? However, thinking further, Dition felt that if Yanzu and the god of destruction perished together, it might not be a bad thing. The fewer terrifying beings like that, the better, especially since Yanzu was somewhat unpredictable. Without him, the 5 beast gods could assist Xiao Guyu and surely restore the glory of the beast clan. But just as this thought arose, Dition saw Yanzu walking out of the realm of destruction unharmed, though his hands were clasped together, looking as if he were handcuffed. Surprised? Yanzu asked, seeing the dazed expressions of the 5 giant beasts. What happened to that thing? Dition asked. That was the killing move unleashed by the god of destruction, burning his soul. Its power shouldn't be this weak. Oh, you mean that? Yanzu raised his hand slightly, saying it's right here. I've thought of something interesting. You all just go back. Leave the rest to me. The 5 beast gods exchanged glances, feeling that since the god of destruction had already been annihilated, the situation in the divine realm was settled. So, they didn't think too much and left together, as they of course care more about Xiao Guyu than Yanzu. Yanzu held the god of destruction's divine skill in his hands and entered the realms of other deities one after another. Once he intruded, there was no need for further conversation. As soon as he revealed a slight gap with his fingers, the blue-purple lightning would instantly erupt and spread. In the blink of an eye, the realm where Yanzu was located completely collapsed, and the deity governing that realm was turned to nothingness under the lightning. This treasure is really fun. Yanzu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The killing move that the god of destruction confidently unleashed before dying had now become his tool for destroying the divine realm. To be fair, this god of destruction was indeed living up to his name. In the realm of light, the angel god felt the divine realm shrinking and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Qianrenxue sensed the angel god's worry, and after some communication, she felt she had to go out and persuade him. God of speed, you're quite lucky. You chose Zhu Qing, and you chose early. After Yanzu left the realm of the god of speed, he prepared to go to the next location. At that moment, he encountered Qianrenxue. Had enough fun? Qianrenxue looked at the blue-purple lightning crystal ball in Yanzu's hand and asked, I'm not playing. You know this is revenge. Yanzu stepped back 2 steps and said, Don't come closer, dear. This thing is a bit dangerous. Let's stop here, I beg you, Azu. Qianrenxue said with a worried expression, You've destroyed dozens of realms, if this continues. So what if I destroy them all? Yanzu replied, Who cares? It's none of my business. Just leave a few realms for us to live long enough, and the rest, I truly don't care. All right, but you have to promise me not to kill innocently, Qianrenxue said. Kill innocently? Yanzu laughed and said, Are you serious? You say that to me? About killing innocently? When have I ever killed innocently? To be honest, all the gods here can benefit from Guyu's death. Tell me, using your so-called light and justice to judge, are they completely innocent? Qianrenxue fell silent, looking at Yanzu without saying another word. All right, fine. Yanzu suddenly softened, shaking his head and saying, Swear, like this, I can agree. I can let all the gods who didn't participate in the action against Guyu live. As for the others, there's no negotiation. I understand you. You have to understand me too. If I don't do this, I won't feel comfortable. Okay. Qianrenxue nodded. I'll go with you. Yanzu asked in confusion. Are you serious? Am I joking? Qianrenxue replied. Yanzu sighed. What do you want to go with me for? Swear, you know your ability can't stop me. I don't plan to stop you. Can I go with you? Can't we be together? Anytime. Qianrenxue retorted. Sure, of course. Yanzu didn't understand why Qianrenxue would suggest this until he took her along and destroyed several more realms. During this process, Qianrenxue did not stop Yanzu, nor did she say a word, just silently following, watching Yanzu do what he wanted to do. Strangely, ever since Qianrenxue started following him, the thrill of revenge in Yanzu's heart gradually faded, and everything became dull, even making Yanzu feel tired and annoyed. Where are we going next? Qian Renshue asked, looking at the stopped Yanzu. Yanzu rubbed the crystal ball, made from the staff of destruction in his hands, thinking carefully. Finally, he gave up and turned around, saying, let's stop here. But it's not over yet. Qian Renshue replied, do you want me to guide you? I know which gods participated in the action. I won't be wrong. All right, Schwerer, you succeeded. Stop mocking me. Yanzu sighed, I surrender, you win. Because I really love you. Because you know in your heart that you have completed your revenge, Qian Renshue said. Yes, I admit it. Yanzu nodded. And neither of them spoke the next words, both knowing that it was a place that should not be touched. Just as Qian Renshue said, Yanzu's desire for revenge had faded significantly the moment the god of destruction died. What he did next was more about the pleasure of tormenting living beings, merely because he had a justifiable reason for revenge. Thus, Yanzu himself did not realize he was being driven and controlled by this pleasure, indulging in killing and destruction. Until Qian Renshue's appearance and companionship, her unwavering integrity and kindness were like a mirror. With her by his side, Yanzu could no longer feel that thrill. He then realized that he was merely using the name of revenge to satisfy that perverse psychological desire. This version of himself was definitely not the one Qian Renshue loved. He had already lost Guyu and could not afford to lose Qian Renshue as well. Yanzu knew that if he continued like this, Qian Renshue would be disappointed in him, become indifferent, and ultimately become the most familiar stranger. I want to hold you, but I can't do that right now. The energy of this thing hasn't dissipated yet. Yanzu raised both hands and said. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue lightly coughed, then took a step forward and hugged Yanzu. Yanzu was startled and covered the crystal ball in his hand. He had seen how those deities reacted when touching that blue-purple lightning. Azu, Qian Renshue sighed in Yanzu's ear, saying, I don't want to preach to you, but I know. I'm listening, Yanzu said. You don't have to keep comforting me. Some things should just be said. Qian Renshue paused for a moment before finally saying, You say to love someone, shouldn't you love all of them? But there's a beast in your heart that I don't love. I'm afraid of it. I always feel that it can turn you into a complete stranger in an instant. In my heart, you are you. Yanzu said, There's no need to say more. I already understand. Qian Renshue didn't know if Yanzu really understood, but it seemed that his so-called revenge had come to an end. Qian Renshue gathered some deities to work together to destroy the crystal ball in Yanzu's possession. But those deities understood that even without this crystal ball, the man named Yanzu could easily destroy their realms. Due to Yanzu's massacre, the entire divine realm shrank by nearly half, but because of this, building new realms became much simpler. Under Qian Renshue's supervision, Yanzu also began to construct his own realm, slowly creating a home together with Yilingling, Qian Renshue, and Zhu Zhuqing. Bibi Dong returned to the Azura realm. Her feelings for everyone remained unchanged, but her temper had become quite bad. So it was better for her to stay alone in the Azura realm, with Yanzu occasionally visiting to keep her company. This kind of life went on for a long time, and little Guyu grew up strong under the care of the gods. Interestingly, this child was raised by the angel gods, Yanzu's wives, and 5 beast gods, filled with love from both the human and beast clans, which made his position extremely ambiguous. It's hard to hit a smiling face, and moreover, the human clan had put in so much effort for little Guyu's growth that in the end, Di Tian and the others felt embarrassed to mention anything about revitalizing the beast clan. They just honestly cultivated and lived in the divine realm, which wasn't bad at all. Those deities from the human clan who had previously participated in the plan to strip the dragon god realm, but survived due to Qian Renshue's intervention, were also quite savvy. With the example of the god of speed, they saw that many of Yanzu's wives were just soul masters, and without hesitation, they rushed to hand over their divine positions to them, seeking a talisman for peace. Thus, Ning Rongrong, Poseidon, Zhu Zhuyuan, and others successively became gods. With such a large family of gods in the divine realm, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. Meanwhile, Yanzu spent his days either expanding his realm or shutting himself in with his wives, fulfilling his wishes. As time passed, Yanzu's parents in the lower realm reached the end of their lives, and Yanzu brought them to the divine realm to enjoy their retirement. With his parents around, Yanzu dared to expand his family, allowing them to enjoy the joys of family life. However, while the divine realm was peaceful, the situation in the lower realm was undergoing a huge change. Chapter 189, Time and Space, 7, Logically speaking, with no strong enemies in the lower realm, and the divine realm basically being ruled by Yanzu's family, it should be able to sustain peace for hundreds of years, if not forever. However, the troubles that arose this time gave Yanzu a headache. It wasn't too big or too small. Shuai, are you ready? Yan Zhu asked Qian Rinxue, whose cheeks were flushed. But Qian Rinxue seemed hesitant, squeezing her legs tightly, which only intensified the sensation for Yan Zhu. Then, I'm coming too, Yan Zhu said. So what do you plan to do? Qian Rinxue lay on the bed, rubbing her belly, and asked. Yan Zhu remained silent. If you don't say anything, I won't have this child, Qian Rinxue said, and I will also advise them not to have any more. That's two different matters, okay, Shuai? Yan Zhu turned to hold Qian Rinxue tightly and said, yes. This is my responsibility. We were both inexperienced parents back then, which led to that mistake, but now it's different. With past experiences, we know what to do. Forget it. Qian Rinxue shook her head and said, I don't have the right to criticize you. Children grow up and don't listen to their mothers. Don't expect Poseidon and Aziz to help. They can't be persuaded. You should understand their mindset best, right? After all, you are all men. Yes, men, Yan Zhu sighed. Those kids who were once despised by them grew up strong under the care of adults after being sent to the lower realm, and the two boys had become men. However, in Yan Zhu's memories, they were still those little children, so when they initially quarreled, everyone thought it was just childish antics, until they began to form factions and establish their own powers, leading to escalating conflicts. Sometimes I even think if they could be like you. Lecherous. That would be great, Qian Rinxue said. Focusing their energy on girls is better than causing chaos in the world. Thank you for the compliment, Yan Zhu said, but deep down he knew he had to take action to properly educate his two sons. Poseidon's son, Bo Fengshui Min, and Aziz's son, Ziyuyan. These two boys lived in Yan Zhu's divine mansion while in the lower realm, witnessing the great achievements their father created. After all, this was Yan Zhu's divine mansion, surrounded by people and things praising him. However, they didn't feel particularly proud of their father, as they quickly realized how powerful they were compared to those around them. Therefore, in their eyes, Yan Zhu's actions were nothing to write home about. The problem was that they did not possess the awareness that matched their immense power. They soon grew bored with the rules set by Qian Rinxue for this world and began to test the boundaries of those rules, realizing that their parents could not control them. In this world, they could truly do as they pleased. An unhealthy worldview combined with unmatched power was already terrible. But having two such individuals who were also at odds with each other was even worse. Poseidon and Aziz were naturally the most concerned about their children. They were the first to notice something was wrong and approach Yan Zhu, but he didn't take it seriously and called Ning Rongrong and the others to instruct their 5 daughters to keep an eye on their brothers. However, the daughters also had their own tempers. Only Shuai Binger, Shuai Yuer, and Zhu Jian's daughter obediently went, but even then, it was of no use. How could siblings fight each other? They merely relayed their parents' words as if completing a task, and then slipped away. Young people are inherently rebellious. The more you push them to do something, the less likely they are to do it. Both sons thought the same way. Is he really that great? I could do better than that. One day, Yan Zhu summoned his wives from their respective realms to discuss this issue. I don't understand, Ning Rongrong said. The girls are out traveling and having fun, while the boys are already plotting to overturn the world. I just don't get it. Yan Zhu helplessly replied, My dear, I called you all here to find a solution, not to add to my troubles. Let's go to the lower realm ourselves, Poseidon suggested. Aziz agreed, indeed. Children grow up and don't listen to their mothers. Lecturing them no longer works. We have to go down ourselves. Everyone felt this was the right course of action. And although due to the cosmic laws, they couldn't stay in the lower realm for long, a brief descent was still possible. That might not be the best choice. Qian Rinxue said, to put it bluntly, those two little rascals have already learned to be two-faced. I'm afraid that when you are there, they will temporarily behave. But once you return to the divine realm, they'll go back to their old ways. Besides, you can't be too hard on them, Yan Zhu said. What? Does he dare to lay a hand on his own mother? Aziz angrily retorted, as if suggesting Yan Zhu was speaking without thinking. Who knows? Yan Zhu did not deny this possibility. In the divine realm, we have almost forgotten the existence of time, but in the mortal world, every moment, every year, everything feels so real and profound. How long have you two been away from them? I think it's better not to trust that layer of blood relationship too much. Yan Zhu's words suddenly made Poseidon and Aziz feel a chill in their hearts. Seeing the expressions of his two wives, Yan Zhu finally understood why the gods in Greek mythology were so keen on incest. With so many children, they simply couldn't manage them all. I should go down personally and bring them back first, Yan Zhu said. The problems at home can be solved slowly, but we must not let them wreak havoc in the mortal world. That is the most important thing. Suddenly, Bai Dong, who had been silent, spoke up. But, Azu, don't forget. I haven't forgotten, Yanzu nodded and replied, I know, the so-called cosmic laws, the existence you mentioned that cannot be observed. I'm not sure if it will erase me for violating the rules as you say, but I will be cautious. Once the time comes, I will return immediately. But you said you couldn't feel its presence, so someone from us should accompany you. That way, you know where the limits are. Otherwise, bye-bye Dong stop there. Indeed, if Yanzu were quietly erased from this world. It's strange. Yanzu had wanted to go down to the mortal world to have some fun for a long time, because the divine realm was just too boring. But this thought had been stopped by Qianren Shui, due to the so-called power of the cosmic laws. This was an instinct, a warning imprinted in the mind after becoming a god. All gods couldn't explain what it was, but they could feel its presence. Except for Yanzu. Qianren Shui was also shocked at first. She didn't understand why Yanzu couldn't feel such a critical existence. But thinking about it, it was not surprising that this happened to Yanzu. However, it was precisely because of this that it was dangerous. What if one day Yanzu couldn't restrain himself and sneaked down to the mortal world to play, then forgot the time and was erased by the power of cosmic laws? The key was that Yanzu's thoughts were even more dangerous. He thought that since he couldn't feel it, it meant he was not bound by the power of this law. But the best way to prove this was to stay in the mortal world. If that were the case, Yanzu would never be affected. But what if it wasn't? Who would dare to gamble? Even if Yanzu himself thought so, he didn't have the courage to take the risk. Let a Z and Poseidon accompany you down. Bibi said. Yanzu exchanged glances with the two women, and this matter was settled. Thus, on an ordinary day, Yanzu quietly descended to the mortal world with Poseidon and a Z, without making any noise. Not even Ning Fengji knew about it. Taking a breath of the complex air of the mortal world, Yanzu, Poseidon, and a Z fell into a brief daze. They never expected that returning to the mortal world would feel like this, as if they had been reborn. Hey, wake up. Yanzu pinched the buttocks of the two women and said, we don't have much time. The two women came to their senses. And a Z asked, so what do you plan to do? Let us see how they react first, Yanzu said. A Z sighed. These two brothers are at the ends of the earth. It's really troublesome. All right, a Z, you go find Ian a talk. And I'll go there with Bobo to teach Shui men a lesson first, Yanzu said. A Z nodded and flew toward where her son was, while Poseidon pinched Yanzu and said somewhat reproachfully, our son is called Bo Feng Shui Min, right? Did the wind character get you? Ah. Yanzu scratched his head and said, don't mind such details. I told you, you wouldn't understand. After saying that, Yanzu flew with Poseidon to where their big son was. This little brat. Yanzu looked at the magnificent palace of Bo Feng Shui Min and said, I've done so many things before thinking of building a temple for myself. What right does he have? Poseidon frowned and remained silent. At this moment, Bo Feng Shui Min was lying sideways on a couch, with a little girl in a translucent dress massaging his back. He was looking at a world map, seemingly calculating something, probably how to cause some trouble for his brother again. Suddenly, Bo Feng Shui Min's finger, which was spinning on the map, stopped. He took a deep breath, got up, kissed the little girl who was massaging him, and said, you can go now, darling. You're off duty today. As soon as the little girl left, two shadows appeared behind Bo Feng Shui Min. Ah, long time no see, Bo Feng Shui Min said without turning around. You guys are too much. Yanzu and Poseidon were both angry, but upon hearing Bo Feng Shui Min's words, they were stunned. And then they saw Bo Feng Shui Min turn around, revealing a stunningly handsome face with tears streaming down. Yanzu felt a lump in his throat. All the words he had planned to say during the journey were forgotten in an instant, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn, Dad, Mom. Bo Feng Shui Min shouted as he rushed over and hugged both of them tightly. Yanzu was a bit at a loss due to Bo Feng Shui Min's sudden enthusiasm. To be honest, it felt a bit awkward for two big men to act like this. However, Poseidon was different. Without saying a word, her son's embrace broke down her psychological defenses, and tears uncontrollably flowed out. There was no reason, no logic, just emotions. You. Poseidon complained softly, lightly punching her son. Bo Feng Shui Min sighed and didn't wipe his tears, taking 2 steps back and saying, Father, Mother, I miss you so much. I never expected you would suddenly come here. Poseidon looked closely at her son. Although she had been paying attention to his growth every day in the divine realm, seeing him face to face like this was a completely different feeling. After so many years apart, combined with Bo Feng Shui Min's earlier reaction, Poseidon really couldn't say a word of blame. Yanzu originally wanted to start the conversation gently, but then he heard something and laughed. Damn it. Yanzu shook his head and scolded. You almost scare me to death, kid. Bo Feng Shui Min looked confused and said, Father, What do you mean by that? This little brat is still trying to play tricks on me. Yanzu went up and gave Bo Feng Shui Min a big slap, sending him straight out of the palace, flying hundreds of meters and landing in the woods, leaving a trail on the ground. Poseidon was shocked and was about to speak, but then thought about how her son inherited Yanzu's abilities. So she figured that although this slap made a big noise, it wouldn't hurt him, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with you? Poseidon asked. Yanzu didn't answer, but quickly flew in front of Bo Feng Shui Min. Poseidon followed closely behind and landed to check on Bo Feng Shui Min's injuries. Don't forget, I'm your father, Yanzu said, crossing his arms and looking at his big son. Bo Feng Shui Min, who had just been trying to gain Poseidon's sympathy, suddenly changed his expression and laughed as he got up. Why are you so angry, Dad? For your dishonesty, Yanzu replied. Who taught you to play tricks on your own parents? What do you think you are? Oh my, isn't this just a touching scene of a long-awaited reunion? Isn't Mom very satisfied? Bo Feng Shui Min turned to Poseidon and smiled. Right, Mom? Are you moved to tears? Poseidon looked at the father and son with a puzzled expression. Although she didn't understand what was happening, she knew it seemed like her son was playing a trick on her. Besides, Bo Feng Shui Min looked at Yanzu and said, Dad, weren't you full of lies back then? Otherwise, how could you have wooed my mom and the other sisters? Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to joke about your mother's love for you, you deserve to be punished, Yanzu said. All right. Bo Feng Shui Min raised his hands in surrender. I admit, son was wrong, the tears and everything were all fake, but Mom, I really miss you. After saying that, Bo Feng Shui Min hugged Poseidon again, and she did not resist. Yanzu said nothing because he could tell that his son's heart rate had not changed this time. He was not lying. Okay, let's leave it at that. Bo Feng Shui Min sat cross-legged on the grass and looked at Yanzu. So you two are not here for vacation, right? Chapter 190. Time and Space 8. Final chapter. Why would a naturally smart child pretend to be foolish? Yanzu looked at his son and said, You know why we are here, Shui Min? Your sisters have already given you advice before this. Bo Feng Shui Min opened his mouth, paused, and said, Wait, Dad. Mom said my name was given by you, but I isn't my last name Bo. So, did you forget that my name also has the character Feng in it? I can call you whatever I want. Yanzu said, I can even call you Bo Feng Zhuan. Don't bring this up with me. All right. Bo Feng Shui Min raised his hands in surrender again. But Dad, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Look, isn't it a bit too much to lecture me right after we meet? I know parents like to use punishment to show their authority, but that is a mundane way of doing things. We don't need to go that route. Yanzu looked at Bo Feng Shui Min's relaxed expression and got angry, but then thought, Yes, it's been so long since they last met. They were thrown to the lower realm to play when they were young, and now that something has gone wrong. He is putting on a fatherly stance. It's indeed too disgusting. So he calmed down and said, Have you two lost your minds? You both have near-immortal bodies. What problems do you have? You can fight until the sky falls and the earth cracks. Why involve those? Innocent people. I didn't. Bo Feng Shui Min said innocently. Of course, I don't know about you, Yin. We certainly remember your teachings. We didn't incite them. They admire us and follow us voluntarily. We just demonstrated a little. Power. Putting on this act for your mother to see? Let me tell you, it's useless. Yanzu shouted, Someone has died because of you. And that is an undeniable fact. But that wasn't our subjective intention, Dad. Bo Feng Shui Min spread his hands and said, There are always people who like to worship idols. Weren't you like that back then? Including now, all the gods in the divine realm are like that, right? How can you enjoy the power of people's faith while lecturing me? If they want to worship, let them worship. What does it have to do with me? Their deaths are a result of natural selection. What is that saying? Respect others' fates, Dad. Yanzu fell silent, stroking his chin, looking at his son with a complex expression. Everything felt like it happened yesterday. He was still a playful little boy who clung to his parents for fun. But in the blink of an eye, that boy seemed to have evaporated, replaced by this unruly little brat. Dad, Bo Feng Shui Min softened his tone a little and said, The things you did, we know. You can't just enjoy yourself and not let others enjoy themselves. I can understand the ambition of young people wanting to prove themselves. Yanzu said, Actually, he didn't understand at all because he never had any ambition. The things he did in the past were merely because Qian Rushiwa liked them. But can you two stop messing around? Yanzu said, Yi Yin will be coming over soon. Do you want to fight? If you're going to fight in front of me, just kill one and be done with it. Come on, prove yourselves. He is already here. Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shui Min's expression stiffened. He looked at Poseidon, who turned her face aside, unwilling to meet his gaze. As he flew over, grabbing Ziyan by the back of his neck, and then throwing him next to Bo Feng Shui Min. Come on. Yanzu looked at his two sons. Such opportunities are rare. Your father and mother are here to witness. The time to prove yourselves has come. To determine who is superior and who will live or die. Come on. As he also aggressively added, come on. Aren't you very capable? Show me, kill him. Otherwise, don't call yourself my son. Poseidon slightly opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She couldn't bring herself to say those words. Wuhun Shuaiman and Ziyuan exchanged glances, both knowing it was hard to back down. If they didn't make a move today, it would be hard to settle things later. At most, they would have a fight, and when things got rough, their mothers would call for a stop. It wouldn't really come to life or death, right? It's interesting, when they were separated by tens of thousands of miles, they were both displeased with each other, but now that they were face to face, they felt nothing. Come on, Ziyuan shouted and lunged at Wuhun Shuaiman. The two young beasts intertwined, fists hitting flesh, accompanied by blinding explosions of heat rays, sending all the birds and beasts in the forest into a panic. Yinzu used divine power to create a dome, covering the noise made by the two, and then slowly enjoyed the duel. As he looked relaxed, while Poseidon occasionally cast nervous glances at Yinzu. Upon noticing Poseidon's gaze, Yinzu could only sigh. A doting mother spoils her child. It is indeed interesting. Logically, Poseidon, as a former sea god's devotee, should be more enlightened than Azzy, who was a pirate. But now she was even less so than Azzy. Perhaps at that time, she never thought she would have her own children one day. Speaking of which, it's really nostalgic. Yinzu was lost in thought, remembering the first time he met Poseidon, her cold nobility, the unwillingness in her eyes when he ravaged her, and that undeniable pleasure that she could not hide. Unknowingly, Ziyuan and Wuhun Shuaiman had been fighting for 2 days and nights. At first, they had some venting intentions, but by the end, they were just going through the motions. They couldn't make each other lose fighting ability. But since Yinzu didn't call for a stop, they kept going. At this point, they only needed to admit their mistakes, and this matter would be over. But they were unwilling to. Then let us fight. Let the winds and sands fly. Let the sun and moon lose their light. Exhausted? That's impossible. They were like Yinzu, undefeated in battle. Yinzu watched as the two lost their fighting spirit and sneered. Little brats are still little brats. After saying that, Yinzu suddenly flew out, rushing into the fighting circle. Ziyuan and Wuhun Shuaiman were taken aback, then felt a splitting headache and screamed in pain. Yinzu, as he brushed past, suddenly slapped both hands against Yin's ears, then quickly turned to do the same to Wuhun Shuaiman. The two, who had just been full of energy, instantly collapsed to the ground, rolling around while holding their heads and crying out in pain. Poseidon and Azzy were also taken aback by Yinzu's sudden action, and upon seeing their son in pain, both instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes showing concern. Oh! Yinzu placed his hands on his hips and lowered his head to look at the two young men rolling on the ground, saying, So you both didn't notice, huh? Didn't realize you had such a fatal flaw? So, have you learned your lesson now? Do you know how to protect yourselves during battle? Accompanied by cries of pain, Ziyuan and Wuhun Shuaiman fainted. Poseidon and Azzy immediately flew to the ground, each picking up their son, and then they shot a venomous glare at Yinzu. Yinzu, however, said nonchalantly, What? Did you forget what we came here for? You didn't have to be so harsh. Azzy complained. What's this? Yinzu chuckled. You should know they're just like me. Yes, they won't die, and there won't be any after effects because they're all Yinzu's sons, all mutants. This will make them remember for a lifetime. Yinzu smiled and said, Because this might be the first time they felt what pain really is. Azzy, we should head back, Poseidon said. Yinzu nodded and said, Take them back to the divine realm. Once the angels have educated them, we'll see. Just in time. Shaggy, you also need some practice targets. The laziness from before has to be paid back, right? Azzy couldn't help but laugh. Maybe we should just have daughters in the future? It would be much easier. Not really easier. Yinzu showed a complex expression. Poseidon and Azzy didn't quite understand his words, but they didn't ask further. The three of them returned to the divine realm with their two sons. After this lesson, Wuhun Shuaiman and Ziyuan became much more obedient. But what truly made them settle down was Xiao Guyu, their younger brother, a brother with special abilities who was stronger than them, making them curious. As he was the most special among all siblings, Xiao Guyu could manipulate elements and possess spatial abilities, and his flexible use of these powers made him feel no pressure even when facing multiple opponents. It's the difference from our mother, right? Ziyuan said to Wuhun Shuaiman one day, Our little brother's mother. What was her name again? Forget it. Can't remember, do you? Of course. Ziyuan said, But I haven't seen her in a long time, and Mom and Dad haven't mentioned her. Their discussion reached Yinzu's ears. Beside him, Bai Bai Dong sensed Z's thoughts and said, "Are you thinking about her again?" Yin Zhu sighed, then turned to play with Bai Bai Dong's chest and said, "I don't remember you having mind-reading abilities." Bai Bai Dong smiled wickedly and said, "What do you think you are? This is my domain. And even if I'm not a god, we've shared a bed for so many years, I know what you're thinking." Yin Zhu didn't deny it and looked up at the sky. That wasn't the real sky. It was the sun, moon, and stars created by Bai Bai Dong's divine power. All illusions. Yin Zhu had seen what the real universe was like many years ago in that collapsing dragon god realm beneath that transparent dome, next to the raging temporal turbulence. Although it was a moment of great peril, looking back now, Yin Zhu couldn't help but sigh, how beautiful. Like a fairy tale, the gods displayed their powers at the mouth of the temporal turbulence, desperately trying to survive. While Dragon God Guyu fought against the temporal turbulence while activating spatial teleportation to save his family. By the way, there's something. Bai Bai Dong suddenly interrupted Yin Zhu's reminiscence, saying, "When do you plan to?" "Huh? What did you say?" Yin Zhu asked, slightly confused, the goddess of life. "Didn't you say you were going to?" Bai Bai Dong raised an eyebrow. "Did I say that?" Yin Zhu said, "That's not true. You don't remember? In the destruction realm, you said you would." Bibi Nong said, "No." "What?" Yin Zhu frowned and squinted. "Are you all serious?" "I forgot about that, dear. I was just provoking the god of destruction. I said it to make him mad. I completely forgot. And you all still remember?" "No. We've forgotten too," Bai Bai Dong said, "but the person involved finds it hard to forget. You know that. She hasn't had an easy day since then." "That doesn't stir my sympathy," Yin Zhu said. "I think of you every day. I know thinking doesn't help, but I just can't help but think of her. As for the goddess of life, why should I care? But she's a great beauty. Don't you want to?" Bai Bai Dong's smile had a teasing hint. "You all are great beauties." Yin Zhu stroked Bai Bai Dong and said, "Real great beauties, both beautiful and big. Beauty is great, but being big is also important. Right now, though, the soul is very important. What I want is a partner I can unite with in spirit and desire. And she isn't, and she will never be. So I can pass on a message to her to put her mind at ease," Bai Bai Dong said. Yin Zhu, intrigued, asked, "Do you think you can get along with her? She represents life, but you represent. You know, without life, there is no death." Bai Bai Dong said lightly, "Az, you should raise your awareness. Your sons have already surpassed you in some ways." Fine." Yin Zhu shook his head, closed his eyes, and calmed down to listen to everything in the divine realm. Those sounds constructed a series of images in his mind, one of which was Emperor Tian taking Xiao Guyu away, which piqued Yin Zhu's interest, so he listened more intently to their conversation. "Uncle, what's the matter?" Xiao Guyu asked. Emperor Tian hesitated to look at Xiao Guyu, but seemed he had made a certain decision and spoke, "Young master. Actually, I should call you master." "That's not important, uncle. Why are you suddenly saying this?" Xiao Guyu said. "The master asked me to tell you at the right time, and now I feel the time has come." Emperor Tian looked at Xiao Guyu and said, "Do you want to find your mother?" Yin Zhu's closed eyes suddenly widened. "Uncle, what do you mean?" Emperor Tian pressed down on Xiao Guyu's shoulder and said, "The master often says that among all her powers, the one she is most proud of is time and space." "No." Xiao Guyu shook his head at space. "Uncle, space and time are different concepts. It's time and space," Emperor Tian confirmed. "That's what she said at that time. She had already mastered some powers in this regard." "Young master, the fundamental reason for the dragon god's strength lies here. It's not our training. It's not us forcing you to drink our blood since childhood, but the dragon god's power can be inherited, accumulated, in the master's hands. Time and space are powers she mastered later, but in you, my young master, it manifests as an innate power, as talent, unparalleled talent." Xiao Guyu was stunned. Yin Zhu was also stunned. "So, mother," Xiao Guyu murmured, realizing something. "The master is not dead, nor has she been devoured. She has escaped the rules of ascension, relying on the temporal turbulence to go to other worlds." Emperor Tian finally revealed the truth, feeling relieved at that moment. "But why? Why can she just abandon me, abandon us?" Xiao Guyu felt like crying. Emperor Tian shook his head and said, "No, my lord has not abandoned you, young master. She firmly believes that you can accomplish what she needs to do in this world. So she has gone ahead to another world to wait for you. She also believes that you will have descendants you can entrust everything to, and by that time, you will definitely be able to find her." "How long will that take?" Little Guyu said sadly. Emperor Tian replied, "Compared to eternity, even the longest time is just a brief moment." "You'll find her, right?" Emperor Tian asked. "Yes, I will find her. In the vast universe." The voices of Little Guyu and Yin Zhu echoed far away, reaching the place where they resonated. Epilogue legend has it, on a sunny midday, Along with a sunny young boy and a clear but bone-chilling lake, one can summon the most sacred and pure goddess, who will grant you the power to overcome all fears. Many have tried, but no one has succeeded. The blond boy murmured to himself, that's because they missed one thing. That boy also needs to have a heart as sunny as the sun. So do you have it? The blond youth asked. What about you? The boy retorted. Haha, I've always been a cheerful and sunny big boy. The youth laughed. Do those you've torn apart think so? The boy said, counting on his fingers. Can someone with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, an uncountable number of wives still be called a boy? Ever since you got your wings, you become more of a jerk. I don't have that many wives. Where do you come from? My wings aren't strong enough. If I had a second, third, fourth, or fifth wife, they wouldn't agree to this trip of ours, the boy said. By the way, how many worlds have we passed through already? The youth asked. Can't count anymore. The boy stripped off his clothes and sat in the icy lake, shivering with pleasure. Do you really believe this? The youth shook his head helplessly. This is the heart of a child, Dad, something you'll never learn in your lifetime. Are you envious? The boy replied with a smile. Come on, summon the legendary goddess. Just try to find you a wife, the youth joked. No, leaving behind wives and children in other timelines is not a wise thing to do. The boy denied this statement, and suddenly he saw his father in a daze. He turned around and discovered that a woman had appeared behind him without him noticing. Or rather, she looked more like a goddess. This goddess was not as naked as described in legends, but she embraced the sunny boy in the lake just as the legends said. The boy didn't ask her for anything because he had already received the best gift. Or perhaps this was the blessing of the legendary goddess? I miss you, Mom. I miss you too. The youth stood by the shore, watching the two tightly embraced in the lake, waved his hand and said, Isn't there a place for me? The goddess replied, Go in a room, clean yourself up and wait for me. You know I never choose places. The youth jumped into the lake, tossed the boy thousands of miles away, and then tackled the goddess. The two sank to the bottom of the water, and in the end, only their clothes floated to the surface. Introduction. Stop it. Azu, there are Title Douluos outside. Stop. I have done many evil deeds, but you can ask those who are farming in the fields, and then come back and loudly tell me, who is the real hero? In fact, someone really did ask, and at the time, someone described him this way. To satisfy his vanity, remember not to teach him to work, do not attack him personally, and most importantly, never insult his family.